Earth, in this beautiful country, where freedom and democracy are cherished as core values, people of many races toil and strive on this fertile land. Yet the endless cycle of daily labor brings not only numbness, but also the exploitation inherent in a capitalist society. The capitalists, who control the vast majority of the world's material resources, pride themselves as the strong and powerful of society. Night after night, they indulge in lives of luxury, while ordinary people struggle just to make ends meet, running from place to place in pursuit of their next meal, barely scraping by. Such monotonous and wearisome lives demand some form of comfort and hope. For most ordinary people, there aren't many ways to find spiritual solace. Raising pets has become the cheapest and most accessible option. In a pet shop in Queens, New York, an Asian man sat behind the counter, locked in a staring contest with an orange kitten. Meow. Still putting on an attitude? Getting you neutered is for your own good, you know. Besides, your owner already agreed to it. TSK, what a temper. As the kitten batted at him with its paw, Dio quickly pinched the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Come on, settle down. Just look at how much you've eaten these past few days. No wonder your owner brought you here to lose weight. All right, go play with the other pets for a while. Meow. Watching the offended, bristling orange cat, Dio gave a faint smile and carried it into the back room. After setting the kitten down, he closed the door decisively and efficiently. The kitten's anxious cries echoed from the room, but Dio wasn't worried. With his arrangements, there was no danger for the cat. With these tasks finished, Dio was about to return to the counter to tally up the shop's recent earnings. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Dio, you quack, get out here right now. Hearing the clamor, Dio stepped out of the shop, puzzled. He saw several well-dressed, white women cradling weak-looking pets and pointing at him as they shouted accusations. Dio put on an innocent face and asked, Mrs. Elia, what's going on? How can you even ask? My poor cat stayed at your shop for one night and now refuses to eat or sleep, and it's become extremely irritable. That's right, my pet's acting the same way. Dio, don't you try to dodge this. Give us our money back. Yes, refund us, and compensate us for the distress you've caused. Faced with their barrage of complaints, Dio could only feel a headache coming on. He had thought that, after traversing into this world and, with the help of his system, making a little money to improve his life would be simple. But now, it seemed things weren't going to be so easy. Refund them? Out of the question. Once money made it into his pocket, it was never coming back out. Just as Dio found himself in a bind, he suddenly noticed a kid riding a bicycle across the street. In that instant, a new idea sparked in his mind. Hey, Peter, come here for a second. Peter Parker heard someone calling from the other side. He turned around and saw it was Dio, so he pedaled his little bicycle over in a hurry. Uncle Dio, is there something you need from me? Looking at the little boy in front of him, his head tilted and his face full of curiosity, Dio couldn't help but smile. He reached out and ruffled Peter's hair. No one would ever guess that this ordinary-looking child would one day become the world-famous Spider-Man. In truth, Dio wasn't a native of this world. He came from another reality, and this place was none other than the Marvel Universe so familiar to everyone in his previous life. A month ago, Dio had crossed over to this world, becoming an Asian man and taking over the previous owner's pet shop. Even more surprising, he'd also brought with him a legendary system. After some time spent getting used to it and figuring out how it worked, Dio decided to call it the summon system of the canyon. This system had no artificial intelligence. Every choice and decision would have to be made by Dio himself. He had thought that life would take a turn for the better with the help of the system, but the man with the little mustache on the news quickly made him realize things were far from simple. Dio shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside for now. At the moment, his biggest concern was how to avoid being asked for refunds or compensation. Ahem, Peter, I remember Aunt May said today is your 9th birthday. Why isn't she here? Ah, Uncle Dio. Annie had something come up at work, so she couldn't celebrate with me. A hint of disappointment flashed across Peter's face, but he quickly perked up again. But Aunt Lily is taking me to the Iron Armor exhibition tonight. Maybe I'll even get to see Iron Man. Uncle Dio, would you like to come with us? Hearing Peter's words, Dio paused for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He thought to himself, has the story already reached Iron Man 2? Looks like tonight is going to be eventful. With that in mind, Dio snapped out his thoughts and noticed that a few older ladies nearby were still whispering among themselves. He cleared his throat twice to draw their attention. Ahem, Aunt Elia, as you heard, Peter invited me to the Iron exhibition, so I... Don't make excuses, give us a refund, or we'll call the police. One of the women interrupted sharply. Caught in the glare of their angry faces, Dio's lips twitched helplessly. He walked over to them and carefully checked the pets they were holding. No, Aunt Elia, please trust my professionalism and my character. I've examined them thoroughly. There's nothing seriously wrong. Just give me one more day, and I promise your pets will be healthy again. I don't care, I want a refund, someone insisted, unwilling to let the matter drop. Come on, Annie, don't be like this. Did you forget? Last time, I even gave you 2 cans of cat food. Time ticked by, and at last, thanks to Dio's silver tongue, he managed to send the group of middle-aged ladies off, each one leaving with a look of satisfaction. Watching their retreating figures, Dio let out a silent breath of relief. He turned and headed back into the shop, where Peter was munching on his snacks, eyes glued to the colorful TV on the wall, bursting out in silly laughter every now and then. Dio's gaze shifted to the group of sons of those ladies locked inside the cage, and his expression grew dark. He had already checked earlier. None of these kids were actually hurt. They were just frightened by his rather unconventional method of treatment. Honestly, Dio could have easily brushed those women off and walked away. The shop's lease was about to expire anyway. But he hesitated for a moment, remembering that tonight happened to be the Hammer Industries Expo, so he decided to put up with things for now. Besides, letting these children go just like that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Just then, a childish voice piped up. Uncle Dio, when are we heading out? Are we going to see Aunt Lily? What? Oh, I'm not planning on going. What? You liar. I'm ignoring you. And you can forget about getting any chips. With that, Peter snatched up 2 bags of chips from the bar counter and darted out the door, hopping onto his little bicycle and pedaling away at full speed. Oh, and Peter, if you see any mechs, don't just stand there like an idiot. Run for it. Dio called after Peter's disappearing figure, then couldn't help but smile. He really hadn't planned on attending the expo tonight, but with that thought, Dio drew a beautifully iridescent card from his system inventory. The edges of the card were etched with mysterious patterns, and at its center was an illustration of a man. The man had the chiseled features of a warrior, clad in heavy armor, letting out a furious roar as if caught in the midst of a fierce battlefield. Above the illustration was a string of text that Dio couldn't decipher, but as the shimmering light danced across the card's surface, the meaning of the words surfaced automatically in his mind. Clearly, this information wasn't being conveyed visually, but rather as a message straight to his consciousness. Still, Dio made no move to read the words aloud. He knew all too well that if an intelligent being spoke them, the figure depicted on the card would be summoned before his eyes. In Dio's memory, that figure was none other than Garen, the Might of Demacia from League of Legends. He looked at the card in his hand, but had no intention of summoning it just yet. True, he had drawn this card from the system, but unfortunately, any hero summoned from it was beyond his control. What's more, when the card was activated, the summoned hero wouldn't appear in his inventory, but would instead be randomly teleported somewhere in his vicinity. That could mean right next to him, or as far away as the depths of space. Dio surmised that this unusual situation likely stemmed from some unforeseen mishap during his transmigration, causing the system to undergo unpredictable changes. As for the other cards he had drawn, they showed no such issues and could be used right away. However, even if Dio managed to pick up a hero card, it couldn't be activated immediately. Only by successfully summoning the hero's physical form, and then defeating it could Dio regain control over that hero card. At that point, Dio would be able to equip the hero card in his own card slot and fully acquire 100% of that hero's powers. Since it was still early in the day, Dio decided to deal with these troublesome little creatures first. He cast a glance at the caged cats, all baring their teeth and claws, restless and agitated, and couldn't help but frown. You lot. Food and water are never an issue, yet you keep causing trouble. Every time I treat you, you go right back to refusing your meals. Honestly, you're impossible to please. Looks like I'll need to step up my treatment methods. With that, Dio stood up and walked over to close the door. After all, what was about to happen would be too much for the average person to witness. As the rolling shutters slowly descended, a slant of dim light fell across Dio's face, casting him in a shadowy, mysterious glow. The cats let out sharp cries, and the tension in the room instantly thickened. Just then, as Dio's will stirred, the door to the back room swung open, accompanied by an unsettling scraping sound. Moments later, a series of piercing, guttural growls echoed through the air. 2 purple creatures, each half as tall as a man, strode slowly toward Dio. Their limbs ended in claws sharp as blades, and as they stepped onto the concrete floor, their talons rang out. With a metallic clash, from the tops of their heads and the tips of their tails, violet light shimmered, and a wild, violent energy rippled within them, as if they could erupt at any moment. When these 2 purple beasts reached Dio's side, they nuzzled his arm affectionately, prompting a faint smile from him. Go on, show them what you're made of. Just then, a sudden, forceful knocking sounded at the door. Is anyone there? Excuse me, is Mr. Dio Brando here? Hearing the voice outside, Dio was momentarily taken aback. With a single thought, the two void mantises beside him vanished instantly, leaving only the anxious cries of the caged pets behind. What's all the noise about? Can't you see you frightened my animals? If anything happens to them, do you have any idea what that'll cost you? Dio muttered under his breath as he went to open the door. As the rolling shutter slowly rose, Dio finally got a good look at his visitor's face. His heart gave a faint jolt, but he quickly composed himself. It had been a month. He'd almost forgotten about this organization. Sure enough, standing outside was none other than the man known throughout the Marvel world as the ever-reliable good guy, Phil Coulson. Dio had been prepared for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrival. After all, he wanted to draw cards through the system to gain experience. And in a society governed by law, it was impossible to avoid the watchful eyes and interference of government agencies. In truth, Dio had never planned to hide himself. Ever since realizing he was in the Marvel Universe, he had deliberately left behind clues, hoping to attract S.H.I.E.L.D''s attention. Yet a month passed, and while surveillance increased, no one ever came knocking on his door. Gradually, Dio pushed the matter to the back of his mind. Now, faced with Coulson standing outside, Dio nonchalantly tapped the corner of his mouth with his finger. What can I get for you, sir? I don't sell pets here, but I do carry all kinds of name-brand pet food, guaranteed authentic. Dio's tone was casual, almost playful. Coulson kept his smile, but his eyes were constantly scanning the room, taking in every detail. Mr. Brand, I heard you once had a purple pet here. Would you mind if I took a look at it? Coulson asked. At those words, the air in the room seemed to tighten with tension. Unbeknownst to most, a sniper hidden in the shadows outside already had Dio's forehead squarely in his sights. Dio was perfectly aware of this. He was no longer just an ordinary person. Thanks to an early beginner's reward, he had drawn a piece of Rift equipment, a tool that granted him extraordinary physical abilities and the power to open the Void Gate and summon the Voidling. That piece of equipment was none other than the Zezerat portal. Looking at Coulson in the doorway, Dio decided not to confirm anything outright. In this world, only the strong could remain undefeated. Show a hint of weakness, and you'd be marked as easy prey. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. There are no purple pets here, but if you really want one, why not bring your own? Maybe I could even help dye it for you, Dio replied. Oh, then what do you call this? Coulson handed over his phone. Dio glanced at the screen. There he was, captured alongside the Voidling, defeating a group of thugs. Conveniently, his face wasn't visible in the footage. What are you getting at? Or perhaps you're hoping that sniper on the rooftop will persuade me to cooperate. So Mr. Brand is willing to admit it, then? We've been monitoring you for a month now. For the sake of public safety, we have to impose certain measures on you, and on your two pets. At that, Dio suddenly laughed. And who do you think you are? You haven't even bothered to introduce yourself. Just what agency do you represent, and what gives you the right to say you'll keep me under control? Or is it that you think I only have two pets, and that's enough for you to threaten me? Dio's retort made Coulson realize his oversight, and he hastily introduced himself. Mr. Brand, I apologize for my rudeness. My name is Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. Before Coulson could finish, Dio interrupted him, raising a hand to signal for silence. Sure, I'm not interested in hearing all that right now, but you might want to listen instead. Just as Dio finished speaking, and before Coulson could react, a piercing alarm blared from the earpiece in Coulson's ear. Captain, we're under attack. We're taking fire. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted, followed by the harsh buzz of electricity. As the gunfire echoed through the earpiece, Coulson's face drained of color. Instinctively, he drew his gun, ready to fire at Dio, but Dio's movements were even faster. Almost at the very instant Coulson raised his weapon, Dio's hand closed around the barrel. A faint, knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. A harsh metallic creak filled the air. What? Coulson could only stare in disbelief as Dio effortlessly twisted the gun in his hand out of shape. Cold sweat soaked his brow. For a moment, he truly thought his life was over. Yet Dio made no further move. After a tense pause, his voice came, low and steady. You're Coulson, right? Relax. I'm not the villain you think I am. Since you've been watching me for a month, you should know exactly what kind of people end up dead at my hands. I have no interest in fighting your country or the world, nor do I have the power to do so. All I want is to live a normal life, eat, sleep, and sometimes deal out a little justice. And another thing, stop planting surveillance devices in my shop. Oh, and if you ever run into trouble, you can come to me. I'll even give you a special rate. Understood. And my team, don't worry, they're alive. Hearing Dio's reply, Coulson finally let out a long breath. He gave Dio a deep, searching look, then turned and walked away. Dio didn't try to stop him. After all, establishing contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. was part of his plan. As for what he said about just wanting a peaceful life. That was nothing more than a polite lie. In truth, he was hoping for chaos. The wilder the world became, the more experience points he could earn. After all, it cost 100 points for a single draw, and after an entire month, he'd barely managed to scrape together a little over 1,000. There were many ways to gain experience, but the fastest was still killing. Of course, harvesting intense emotions from other beings could also yield points, though not nearly as efficiently. Once Coulson had left, Dio gave a mental command, and the few void beetles stationed on the distant rooftop faded away. Both the number and duration of void beetles depended on Dio's own strength. For now, he could only keep them around for an hour at most, and summon a new one every 4 minutes, though he could accumulate them over time. In other words, after accumulating energy for an hour, Dio can summon up to 15 void beetles at once. Returning to the shop, Dio glanced at the still frightened kittens and couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. He stepped into the back room, where a gateway hovered in midair, radiating a mysterious purple glow. Clearly, this was the void gate used for summoning the void beetles. Although this portal could be moved to different locations, it couldn't follow Dio wherever he went, and there was always a few seconds delay when summoning the void beetles. To be prepared for emergencies, Dio usually left the void gate open. Thinking back to SHLD's appearance earlier that day, Dio felt a surge of excitement. He pulled up the system interface and saw he had accumulated 1,182 experience points. Looks like it's time for another spin. I'm going all in this time. If I don't get something good, I'll really be at a loss, Dio muttered to himself. He tapped into the system's lottery page, and a massive wheel instantly unfolded before his eyes. The wheel was divided into several sectors. Character zone, talent zone, 2 equipment zones, 2 miscellaneous zones, a mysterious zone, and 3 thank you for participating zones. That's right, this lottery system actually had 3 thank you for participating sectors, and the size of each zone wasn't even equal. The thank you for participating spaces took up nearly a third of the wheel. As the wheel began to spin, Dio's nerves tightened. His gaze stayed fixed on the equipment zone. After all, equipment could be used immediately, providing the most obvious boost and the greatest help to him right now. Click, click, click. Mysterious zone. 80 XP *2, 10 XP *1. Thank you for participating *5. Miscellaneous zone. Akali's bustier cloth *1. Character zone. Demon Jester Shako *1. What? Another hero card? Is this system's drop rate really that high? Or am I just incredibly lucky? Dio stared at the prize results, feeling a mix of surprise and reflection. Not that he didn't want hero cards. After all, they were the key to his future strength. In fact, according to his original plan, if he drew a hero card, he would activate it, then find a way to kill the hero and reclaim the power for himself. But now, with the appearance of the Demon Jester, a new idea began to form in his mind. With more lottery draws in the future, more heroes would inevitably appear. If he killed each one, wouldn't that be such a waste? After all, how could he possibly accumulate experience faster alone than if he had these heroes working for him? In the world of League of Legends, both champions of good and evil had their uses. Besides, he could communicate with them whenever he wanted, and since their memories were incomplete, fooling them would be child's play for Dio. However, according to the system's rules, experience points could only be reclaimed if Dio made direct contact with a hero's body. This made it difficult for him to operate from behind the scenes. Luckily, Dio hadn't intended to stay hidden forever. The reason he had proactively approached S.H.I.E.L.D. was precisely because he valued their ability to stir up chaos. Besides, once the hero was summoned, there was no escaping SHLD surveillance. In fact, that would only make it easier to find opportunities for contact. For now, he needed to figure out the exact situation with this Seiko hero card before planning his next move. As Dio clicked on a particular option in the system, an indescribable sensation instantly surged through his mind. I thought this hero card would be teleported somewhere far away, but it's actually right here in New York. That certainly makes things much simpler. Muttering to himself, Dio began to prepare for departure. After all, the Demon Jester was an extremely dangerous entity. The sooner he brought it under control, the better it would be for his future plans. But just then, something unexpected happened. A strange, invasive sensation suddenly entered Dio's consciousness. Although it was his first time encountering this, Dio immediately understood. The hero card sealing Seiko had been activated and summoned. He let out a resigned sigh. He quickly returned inside, summoning 2 void mantises to guard him. Then, following that peculiar sense, he projected his consciousness outward. This ability to observe and establish a link with heroes was a built-in feature of the system, and it didn't require Dio to expend energy or experience points. Of course, despite how useful this ability was, while it was in use, Dio's real body would remain completely defenseless. Meanwhile, in a shopping plaza in downtown New York. Ataina, where did you run off to? Mommy was so worried about you. Don't worry, Mommy. Look what I found, a little clown, see? Hee hee. The little girl proudly showed her mother a marionette she cradled in her arms. The puppet was almost as tall as she was, painted with a grotesque clown's face. The jester puppet was crafted from two contrasting fabrics, its pointed head perched above a face twisted into a horrifying grin. The more the girl's mother looked at it, the more uneasy she became, especially when she noticed the red fabric on the puppet. It looked disturbingly like it had been stained with blood. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the puppet's arms, and she gasped, snatching it from her daughter and tossing it aside in alarm. The marionette landed face down, the two short knives in its hands clinking sharply against the floor. But the woman didn't notice that, at that very moment, the puppet's eyes flickered with an eerie blue-green light. Ataina, come with Mommy now. As she spoke, the mother tugged at her daughter, ready to leave. But the girl fought desperately, crying and insisting on retrieving the doll from the ground. Their struggle soon drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Among them, a heavy-set man shuffled over, muttering to himself under his breath. He walked up to the clown doll and bent down, intent on picking it up. Just then a low, sinister chuckle sounded right in his ear. Come a little closer. A sickening squelch echoed. Oh my God! A murder! Someone's been killed. Two razor-sharp daggers plunged into the man's neck. Blood spurted out in a torrent, throwing the scene into chaos. The bystanders, never having witnessed such a gruesome sight, shrieked in terror and scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the woman's face turned deathly pale at the horror before her. Without a second's hesitation, she scooped up her daughter and fled for their lives. At the same time, blood began to seep into Seiko's body, and, astonishingly, his arms started to regain their dexterity. Hey, looks like we got a bit of trouble here. But with so many souls around, especially the young ones, it'll be fun to torment them. A chilling laugh rang out, echoing through the shopping plaza's corridor. The doll had spoken. Not far away, some citizens hadn't made it out in time. They fought to control their fear, covering their mouths and noses, trying desperately to remain silent. Yet they're always the bold ones. A few furtively pulled out their phones and began to record. But their actions did not escape Seiko's notice. With a twisted giggle, Seiko's form flickered with a swirl of smoke, and suddenly, multiple screams erupted in the air. This heart reeks of decay. Tell me, how long has it been since you truly faced yourself? I'm a monster. A heavy thud. Monster? How ignorant. I much prefer the title Master of Soul Salvation. After all, in the face of fear, everyone reveals their true nature. Cowardly humans, can't you let me finish? Seiko glanced at the man collapsed on the ground, feigning a sigh, then turned with a smile to the rest of the stunned onlookers. Would you like to see a magic show? Monster dropped dead. A gunshot rang out, shattering the tension. Screams filled the air as people scrambled for the exits. Seiko looked down at the smoking crater beside him, then glanced curiously at the man in the black uniform, the stitches of his smile looking even more sinister. Your weapon seems quite interesting. A flash, then a sickening crunch. A dull thump echoed. Seiko let out a piercing laugh as he stared at the dagger now embedded in the man's forehead. Meanwhile, the clown had no idea that, high above him, Dio was watching his every move with a hawk's gaze from above. The Joker's hero card suddenly appeared in the city center. Although this caught Dio off guard, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unexpected. As for Seiko's strength, it wasn't exactly top tier. After all, he was merely an artificial creature corroded by dark magic. Even so, his bizarre abilities were enough to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a serious headache. While Dio was deep in thought, dozens of armed agents, including Coulson, arrived swiftly at the scene. Even Dio found himself surprised by Coulson's dedication to duty, considering the agent had just survived a life-or-death crisis moments before. What Dio didn't know was that, shortly after he left the store in Queens, Coulson had received a call from Nick Fury. As an agent specializing in supernatural threats, Coulson immediately rushed to the site of the incident. When he arrived, he saw many police officers momentarily stunned by Seiko's strange appearance. But at the commanding officer's sharp order, everyone raised their weapons and opened fire. A thunderous barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets hurtling towards Seiko like a metallic storm. Though Seiko was agile and dodged constantly, the hail of bullets quickly forced him onto the defensive. I'm done playing with you. With a piercing cry, Seiko vanished in a swirl of smoke, leaving the officers exchanging bewildered glances. Damn it, where did it go? One officer asked in confusion as he approached the spot where Seiko had disappeared. Just as he drew near, 3 peculiar little boxes suddenly sprang from the ground. The boxes burst open, each releasing a clown doll that leapt out. The officer locked eyes with one of the dolls, and in that instant, it was as if he'd glimpsed something unspeakably terrifying. He let out a tortured, anguished wail. "No, stay away from me." A thud echoed as he collapsed. "Don't just stand there. Help him now." Seeing the officer's condition, Coulson's expression turned grave. He had never witnessed anything so bizarre. He quickly stepped aside and called Nick Fury, giving him a detailed report on the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, back at the store in Queens, Dio saw Seiko escaping and frowned slightly. "This clown seems like some kind of magical construct. I wonder if it'll catch Kamar Taj's attention. Never mind as long as it doesn't involve me. I'd best steer clear of something this dangerous. Looks like I'll have to summon Garen as soon as possible." But Dio was unaware that, far away in the Himalayas, the Ancient One at Kamar Taj slowly opened her eyes. The moment Seiko appeared, she sensed that unique magical energy. What surprised her even more was, the present of the universe, has actually broken away from its original timeline. With that, the Ancient One's figure flickered, and in an instant, she vanished, appearing in the archives. There, centuries of rare tomes and magical texts from across the globe rested, preserved through the ages. As soon as the Ancient One appeared, the Guardian King immediately stood up in greeting. "Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement and walked straight to where the Eye of Agamotto was kept. With the help of the Time Stone, her consciousness drifted through the multiverse. By methodically searching, she quickly identified the true cause behind the anomaly in the current timeline: the demon clown, Seiko. Indeed, at this moment, whether it was a minute in the past or a moment into the future, the evil jester Seiko had already ceased to exist. However, the Ancient One did not notice anything unusual about Dio, or perhaps she did, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, with Seiko's arrival, the world's fate had already shifted in subtle ways. Moreover, Dio himself was a native of this universe, his body and identity belonging wholly to a human of the Marvel world. In the past, or the future, there were versions of Dio as well, but those were merely ordinary Dio-s running a pet shop. Peering through the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One watched the clown Seiko wandering in the city's shadowy corners, letting out a faint sigh. Such a variable. Whether it will bring fortune or disaster to this universe, it's still too soon to tell. After this quiet reflection, the Ancient One's figure flickered and she returned to her meditation chamber. She had no intention of bringing Seiko to her side. In truth, even if she did, it would serve no purpose. Through the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One saw clearly. Seiko was nothing but a crude magical construct, its mind utterly chaotic. What's more, given Seiko's current abilities, the Ancient One did not believe it could affect the universe's primary timeline. Clearly, there were deeper secrets at play. As for whether she should capture Seiko to prevent it from causing trouble, the Ancient One simply shook her head. For such an insignificant figure, one incapable of influencing the world, or even a single city, there would always be someone else to deal with it. Meanwhile, back in the pet shop in Queens, Dio returned to the front room and refreshed the food for the kittens. Then he turned on the television, catching up on the latest news as dusk settled in. The Hammer Industries Expo was happening tonight, but Dio had no intention of attending. Still, he had no plans to skip his nightly patrol. After all, New York was teeming with criminals. Rather than letting others take action, he preferred to handle things himself. When he switched off the TV, the sky outside had already grown dark. After tidying up a bit, Dio changed into his custom-made suit for night patrol. Calling it battle gear might be an overstatement. It was more like a sleek, tailored outfit for moving unseen through the night. Even so, the simple attire did nothing to hide Dio's striking good looks. He stood at 6 foot tall for someone of Asian descent, with a well-built frame that gave him a vibrant, athletic air, and his neat, short hair lent him an energetic presence. After leaving the shop, he strode down the wide streets, the surrounding buildings rising and falling in an irregular city rhythm. Though Queens wasn't the wealthiest of neighborhoods, it was relatively safe. Even under the fickle glow of streetlights at night, a few pedestrians could still be seen here and there. The wind howled through the night. On the rooftop of a low building, a figure darted nimbly from shadow to shadow. Dio sped across the rooftops, searching for any sign of criminals or thugs lurking in the dark. The Void Gate had granted him extraordinary physical prowess. Even faced with conventional firearms, he could emerge unscathed. This world, unlike a game or an anime, demanded a price for greater defense. Any enhancement to resilience inevitably affected one's overall capabilities, and strength was inextricably tied to physical fitness. Beneath this pitch-black sky, in a land of the free, it was inevitable that all manner of evil would take root. Dio gazed down at the dim alleyways below. Sometimes he dropped to street level, masquerading as a lost tourist or a drunken passerby, relishing the thrill of baiting would-be criminals. He easily subdued a few knife-wielding punks, and, after gaining some experience points, decided it was time to move on. For those teenagers, barely 15 or 16 years old, who had simply copied others and taken to the streets with battered knives, Dio didn't use excessive force. He merely gave them a stern lesson. But for the hardened criminals who robbed with guns and obvious malice, Dio showed no mercy. He dispatched them swiftly. Of course, to maximize the experience points he gained, Dio would sometimes torment these offenders a bit before taking action. In his previous life, in a society governed by law, people's minds often twisted under the weight of daily pressures, with nowhere to vent their frustrations. Yet in this new world, Dio found himself feeling invigorated, both in body and spirit. After taking care of a few robbers, Dio picked up their phones, dialed the police, and then turned to leave without a second thought. Was Dio a good man? No, not really. He wouldn't claim that for himself. Though he liked to think his values were decent, he knew better than to measure others by his own standards. He simply acted according to his own conscience. He climbed back onto the rooftops, and as he leapt between the city's buildings, the sudden wail of police sirens caught his attention. There was also the unmistakable sound of cars crashing into obstacles. When Dio arrived at the scene, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. Carjacking? Or did someone just try to steal Aunt May's car? Sure enough, in a dark alley, May Riley Parker was frantically trying to restart her car, desperate to break through the barricade set up by several black gang members. No matter how she tried, the silver Chevrolet remained hopelessly stuck. It wasn't until the thugs drew their guns and pressed them against the windshield that Aunt May, terrified, finally stopped what she was doing. Dio, standing atop the building, was about to leap down and intervene, but a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? If Garen could get to know Aunt May, then through Peter Parker, getting close to Garen would be a breeze. At this thought, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Dio's mouth. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided the plan was feasible. Wasting no time, Dio retrieved Garen's hero car from the system inventory and swiftly tossed it toward the thugs below. It was a sharp smack. Who's there? What's this thing? One of the thugs felt something strike his forehead. Instantly on alert, he raised his gun and scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he looked down and noticed a faintly glowing card on the ground. Puzzled, he picked it up. The card was exquisitely crafted, its surface shimmering with a gentle aura, and at its center was an embossed portrait of a man. The Might of Demacia. Garen? What a bizarre name. The black thug muttered to himself, tossing the card aside carelessly before returning with his companions to try to pry open the woman's car window. He never realized that at the very moment he read the name on the card and flung it away, the card slowly faded into the air. Right then, a towering figure, broad as a fortress, silently emerged from the shadows behind them. At first, the tall man's gaze was vacant and dazed, but it soon sharpened with clarity. He quietly observed the actions of these black men. Meanwhile, the thugs remained completely oblivious, still cursing aloud as they hammered on the car window, trying to force the woman inside to step out. They failed to notice that the panic in the woman's eyes had been joined by a glimmer of astonishment and curiosity. Time ticked by, and just as the thugs were about to resort to even more violent measures against the vehicle, the man behind them finally spoke. The thugs were visibly startled by the sudden voice. They spun around, pointing their guns at the newcomer, but the lead black thug recognized him at once. "You're the guy from that car just now, duh." Hearing this exclamation, the figure in the shadows slowly raised his head, revealing a resolute, square-jawed face, stern and imposing. As he strode forward, the heavy armor on his body rang with a clear, metallic clang. Under the dim side lighting, he appeared at least 2 meters tall, a gigantic broad-bladed sword slung across his back. "Those who commit evil shall never be forgiven." His deep, steady voice resounded in the night, calm and solemn, sending the thugs into a greater panic. Shoot him now." Gunfire erupted suddenly. A woman's terrified scream tore through the chaos. Bullets rained upon Garen at point-blank range, sparks flying as they struck his armor and ricocheted harmlessly away, sending the woman inside the car into a fit of shrieks. Garen glanced down at the guns in the thug's hands, a hint of puzzlement in his expression. "This is Piltover. No, that's not right." He shook his head, feeling a haze clouding his mind, as if many memories had grown blurred, yet he couldn't recall any details no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, a few thugs saw Garen distracted. Swallowing nervously, their hands trembling, they once again raised their guns and aimed at Garen's head. Gunshots rang out once more, but the bullets were still useless. Monster! Seeing the bullets strike Garen's forehead and leave not even a scratch, the black gangsters were nearly scared out of their wits. They turned on their heels, desperate to flee. Snapped back to reality after the attack, Garen was just about to draw his sword in retaliation when, from the far end of the alley, the shrill sound of police sirens suddenly pierced the air. Garen didn't understand what this meant, but the woman in the car clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Garen ready to draw his giant sword, she hurriedly called out, "Wait, don't go." Hearing the woman's voice, Garen turned to her in confusion. "Ma'am, don't worry. I'll be back soon." "No, that's not it. The police are here. If you go out like this, they'll arrest you." Looking at the man's stubborn expression, May Riley Parker couldn't help but feel exasperated and amused. She had no choice but to explain the police's duties to him. Only then did Garen suddenly realize the situation. So they're enforcers of the law. It seems this place is well-ordered. Recalling May Riley Parker's earlier warning, Garen had a sudden thought. In an instant, his golden, silver, and blue armor vanished, replaced by a close-fitting medieval undershirt. "Thank you for the warning, ma'am. My name is Garen. I come from—" Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his mind again, making it impossible to remember where he came from. On the other side, Aunt May saw Garen's brows knit tightly in pain. She quickly opened the car door and asked with concern if he was feeling unwell. Garen assured her he was fine, which allowed Aunt May to breathe a little easier. Yet with the sirens still blaring outside the alley, she was anxious to get away. After all, just moments ago, she'd received a call from a friend. The armored suits at the Hammer Industries Expo had gone haywire. She planned to take a shortcut to the scene, but instead, she'd run straight into a gang of robbers. At that very moment, neither of them knew that outside the alley, Dio was leaning against a street lamp, sipping milk tea with a megaphone in hand, the source of the siren sounds. As for the thugs who had managed to escape the alley, Dio's pets had already subdued them. Meanwhile, back in the alley, Aunt May was introducing Garen to the basics of Earth and sharing her recent ordeal. The police failed to appear, and the siren faded away. Aunt May found this strange, but her heart was consumed by worry for her nephew, leaving her no room for other concerns. She explained her predicament to Garen, hoping he would lend a hand. After all, she had already witnessed Garen's extraordinary abilities. Now, with her nephew in danger, she couldn't afford to pass up the help of such a capable ally. Garen was new here, knowing nothing about the place, and needed someone to show him the way. The two of them hit it off immediately and decided to head to the Hammer Industries Expo together. Stepping out of the alley, they were greeted only by a chill wind. There was no sign of police or vehicles anywhere. After they left, Dio emerged from the shadows, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "How interesting. The real show is about to begin. Let's hope the world's self-correction will watch over Peter." Meanwhile, vehicles sped down the road leading to the expo. Outside the windows, crowds surged in panic, scattering like waves as people rushed in all directions. Before long, the dense flow of people blocked the road ahead. Aunt May glanced anxiously at Garen, her eyes pleading for help. Garen sighed, opened the car door, and stepped out. "Can you get in touch with them?" At Garen's question, Aunt May hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed her friend's number. She quickly learned that they were waiting just outside the expo plaza. She relayed the news to Garen, who frowned slightly before wrapping an arm around Aunt May's waist. "Sorry about this." No sooner had he spoken than he lifted Aunt May up, leaping nimbly onto the roof of the stalled cars and dashing toward the plaza. People nearby stared in astonishment at the sight, and a few even tried to imitate Garen's moves. Suddenly, car alarms blared all along the road, with amber warning lights flashing in rapid succession. Pressed against Garen's chest, Aunt May could feel his strength and the sense of safety he radiated, leaving her slightly breathless. Instinctively, she clung to his neck, gazing up at his determined face as her heart raced uncontrollably. She shook her head, trying to clear away her jumbled thoughts, and started scanning the area for any sign of Peter Parker. Just then, several combat mechs landed among the crowd, their weapons spewing fire and chaos erupting all around. Everywhere the mechs passed, injured people fell to the ground. The scene was nothing short of a nightmare. "Garen, that's my nephew. Please save him." Aunt May suddenly cried out, pointing toward the steps outside the plaza. Following her gesture, Garen saw a rogue anti-aircraft mech charging straight toward a small boy. The boy wore a peculiar mask and held a glowing device in his hand. As the mech drew near, he didn't retreat. Instead, he slowly raised his arm. With danger closing in, Garen quickly set Aunt May down and stamped hard on the ground, launching himself forward and leaving cracks in the pavement. With a resounding thud, he shot toward the boy like a cannonball. Oh no! Garen saw the weapon on the mech's shoulder lowering, and his heart sank. Just at that moment, a figure descended from the sky, wearing a mask strikingly similar to the one on the boy. The man raised his arm, and with a low, electric hum, as energy gathered, a brilliant beam of light sliced through the air, striking the mech squarely in the chest and shattering it in an instant. The little boy shuddered involuntarily at the sight, fear making him tremble. "Well done, little guy," came a shout of praise from the newcomer. Hearing this unexpected compliment, the boy's face lit up in delight. He hurried to remove his mask, eager to respond. But before he could say a word, that mysterious figure had already leapt into the air, vanishing swiftly into the dark night sky. Just then, Garen appeared at the scene, landing steadily beside Peter Parker. Footsteps echoed. Peter spun around, aiming his light bulb at the approaching figure. When he realized it wasn't another mech, confusion swept over him. "Who are you?" he demanded. Garen was a little surprised to see the boy so calm. With a casual motion, he snatched up the mask and placed it back on Peter's face, then scooped him up in one swift, decisive move, turning away without hesitation. "Hey, put me down. Iron Man's going to punish you," the boy shouted in protest, his voice echoing with indignation. Garen could only sigh at the boy's cries, while even Dio, watching the scene unfold from a distance, couldn't help but find it rather amusing. When they returned to Aunt May, she was reuniting with her two friends, the three of them busy blaming and reproaching each other. The moment little Peter saw Aunt May, he stopped struggling and darted into her arms, hurriedly complaining about Garen's bad behavior. "May, you and the others should leave first. I'm going to see if I can help rescue more people," Garen said. "Then, please, be careful," Aunt May replied, her voice full of worry. Hearing her concern, Garen nodded slightly, then turned to leave. In the same instant, his invigorating armor materialized around him. This sudden, dramatic transformation amazed everyone present. Everyone except Aunt May, who simply watched on. Young Peter Parker's eyes brimmed with awe and admiration. At his age, he was utterly defenseless against the allure of steel mechs and sword-wielding warriors. Once, all he needed was a stick to be king of the vegetable patch. After leaving Aunt May and the others, Garen surveyed his surroundings. The riotous mechs still rampaged across the square. Though some had been drawn away by that strange figure, no, by Iron Man, there were plenty of mechs remaining on the plaza. Peter Parker's earlier shouting had also alerted Garen to Iron Man's existence. Garen, however, simply smiled with cool indifference, offering no further comment. Drawing the Sword of the Storm from his back, Garen took a deep breath. He didn't yet understand why he had come to this world, but it seemed that here, there were only ordinary people and weapons of limited power. With steady determination, Garen moved forward, quickly drawing the attention of the mech troops. He swung his massive sword, arcs of energy blazing, deflecting most of the bullets whizzing toward him. Then, Garen raised his sword high. A flash of golden light flickered along the blade, brilliant and fleeting. With a crisp ring of his sword, energy surged through Garen's entire body as he instantly appeared in front of Mech. His great sword, sharp beyond compare, sliced through the opponent's tough alloy armor with effortless ease, like a blade cutting through dough. The clash of metal and the crackling of electricity followed immediately. As the mech was cleaved in two, its upper half still managed a few twitching movements. As an outsider, Garen was taken aback, recalling the energy blast Iron Man had fired earlier. Garen's gaze swept across the mech's chest, catching sight of the glowing core. Clang! He thrust his sword forward, driving the blade straight into the luminous core. In an instant, the mech went completely dead, but almost immediately, a sense of danger washed over him, and Garen sprang backward without hesitation. Boom! So they're rigged to self-destruct? As Garen gradually discerned the mech's weaknesses, dealing with them became much easier. In no time, the number of destroyed mechs by his hand had surpassed 10. Garen's valor quickly drew the attention of the American officer, Phobler. Meanwhile, not far from the venue, in the experimental garden, Tony and Rhodey fought side by side, taking down dozens of mechs of various models together. But before they could even catch their breath, Ivan Vanko dropped from the sky, clad in a suit of iron armor built just for himself. The moment Ivan appeared, Tony snapped into combat mode, while Rhodey, trying to sound casual, spoke up. "Hold on, Tony. Let me try out my ex-wife." "Your ex-wife?" Tony asked, a bit puzzled, but clearly intrigued. As the War Machine's shoulder-mounted weapon system deployed, a sleek, conical warhead ignited, shooting straight at Ivan. But Rhodey's ex-wife turned out to be a disappointment. Although the missile struck Ivan dead on, landing 10 meters away, just as he touched down, it did nothing but clang against his armor and sputter out in a puddle. "Ha ha ha, is that all?" Ivan glanced at Tony and Rhodey's attempt with a mocking grin, then flicked his wrists, and in a flash, 2 energy whips snapped out. Crack, snap! Ivan lashed his energy whips, bursts echoing sharply through the air. Seeing this, Tony immediately maneuvered his Mark IV armor to strike first, only to realize Ivan's suit boasted reinforced armor and an upgraded power system. In the face of Tony's assault, Ivan merely sneered, then lashed out with an energy whip, trapping Tony in its coils. Meanwhile, Rhodey, having shaken off the embarrassment of his ex-wife, Misfire, rushed to Tony's aid in the war machine. The clash intensified. Both suits suffered varying degrees of damage, but Ivan steadily gained the upper hand. Ivan sent the war machine flying, then whipped Tony's arc reactor with a brutal strike. The jolt left Tony momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Next, a whip of pure energy coiled tightly around the neck of the Mark IV armor. Ivan, convinced that victory was his, lashed out with another whip to bind Rhodey, then decisively disengaged the protective plating from his own helmet. However, just as Tony was about to deliver his triumphant speech, he and Rhodey, struggling in the distance, exchanged a glance. In perfect unison, the two of them raised their arms. A sudden crackle of electricity filled the air as 2 beams of energy collided mid-flight. For an instant, time seemed suspended in a tense standoff. Then, with a thunderous roar, a violent explosion erupted into the night. A blinding white flash tore through the darkness, illuminating the experimental garden like daylight. Ivan's body was flung down onto the rubble-strewn earth, battered and defeated. "Tony, you can't beat me." Ivan tried to speak, but the light in his eyes faded before he could finish. Seeing Ivan's end, Tony finally let out a breath of relief. Yet before he could help the exhausted Rhodey to his feet, a chorus of urgent beeping from the damaged armor around them filled the air. The warning tones grew faster and more insistent, heralding an imminent danger. A sense of foreboding seized Tony's heart. "Pepper," he shouted instinctively. Rhodey, also noticing the ominous change in the nearby suits, immediately urged Tony, "Tony, forget about me. Go save her." Meanwhile, at the Hammer Industries Expo, the mass evacuation had left only armed forces remaining. "What's going on?" Galen eyed the sparking red lights flickering on the head of a destroyed suit, confusion wrinkling his brow. "Danger! Fall back! They're going to blow!" A New York police officer assisting Galen shouted. Realizing the situation in a heartbeat, Galen scanned the area and spotted a blonde woman standing by one of the suits, its red warning light blinking as she made a phone call. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward her, shielding her with his body at the very last moment. An instant later, a tremendous explosion thundered behind them. The powerful shock wave sent Galen flying. He felt the blood surge in his chest, coughed lightly, and looked at the woman before him, who was still shaken with fear. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Tony's figure streaked down from above. "Pepper." Tony's helmet retracted as he landed, and he rushed to embrace Pepper Potts, anxiously checking her for injuries. Meanwhile, with the destruction of every last land, sea, and air armor in a chain of explosions, the police and remaining survivors finally breathed a collective sigh of relief, breaking into cheers. Just then, Galen heard a familiar voice calling out from nearby. "Galen, are you all right?" Aunt May came running, clutching Peter in her arms, worry etched across her face. Galen shook his head slightly, signaling that he was unharmed. Seeing this, Aunt May finally relaxed, though the recent blast had left her visibly shaken. Peter Parker, his bright eyes wide with excitement, darted his gaze eagerly between Galen and Tony. Meanwhile, Pepper nestled in Tony's arms, gradually recovering from her earlier terror. It was then that she noticed Galen, tall and imposing, standing quietly nearby. A wave of lingering fear washed over Pepper's heart. Had it not been for Galen's intervention, she might never have seen Tony again. "Sir, thank you for saving me." She gently slipped out of Tony's embrace, walked over to Galen, and bowed deeply. Witnessing Pepper's gesture, Tony felt a bit embarrassed and quickly followed. Mr. Galen, thank you so much for saving my wife." Their heartfelt gratitude made Galen wave his hands in embarrassment, insisting it was nothing and just something anyone would have done. He didn't notice the slightly awkward look on Tony's face. From afar, Dio, who had been watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but find Tony's slightly prideful expression a little amusing. On the other side, as Pepper was still expressing her thanks and the adults were engrossed in conversation, young Peter paid them no mind. He broke free from Aunt May's grasp and dashed over to Tony, imitating Tony's earlier tone with much seriousness. "Ahem, Mr. Iron Man, thank you for saving me and my mask." Peter lifted the Mark IV-style faceplate in his hand, his face beaming with pride. Seeing this, Tony finally remembered the little guy in front of him. He paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, So is you, kid. Not bad back there. As he spoke, Tony glanced back and forth between Galen and Peter, as if searching for some resemblance between them, but of course he found none. For some reason, a mischievous grin crept onto Tony's face. Whatever was running through his mind remained a mystery. With the chaos subsiding, New York's police officers began to secure the scene. It was at this moment that Peter suddenly piped up. "Aunt May, can we invite Mr. Iron Man to our house? And the super cool warrior uncle, too." Peter's innocent suggestion brought smiles to everyone's faces. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched slightly. He actually had a pile of new arc reactor tests waiting and no time for a kid's family gathering. But just as he was about to refuse, he caught a glimpse of Pepper's expression and changed his mind on the spot. "Ahem, I promise, Iron Man will be there." Hearing Tony's promise, Peter jumped for joy, darting excitedly around the group. At that moment, Aunt May looked over at Galen. Galen met her gaze, smiled gently, and said, "You know, I don't really have anywhere else to go." As he spoke, the armor receded from his body, revealing him once again in his medieval-style underclothes. Aunt May couldn't help but laugh. "Our home is always open to you, Mr. Galen." Meanwhile, as Galen's armor vanished before their eyes, both Pepper and Tony stared in astonishment, unable to hide their surprise. But when Tony saw May Riley Parker's calm and unruffled demeanor, he managed to suppress his doubts, merely instructing Jarvis in his mind to record everything. He planned to study the mechanism behind Garen's armor transformation in detail once he got back. However, Tony's plan was doomed to fail, as even Garen himself had no idea why he possessed this ability to change armor at will. Perhaps, only when that god of thunder arrived would his questions finally be answered. With everything settled, Natasha and Happy finished up their business at the expo and walked outside, trailed by several agents escorting the still loudly protesting Justin Hammer. "Tony." Hearing Happy's voice, Tony nodded, then glanced at Pepper, who was happily chatting with Garen. "Happy, take Pepper home first, and get Mr. Garen's contact details as well." "Got it." On the other side, Pepper caught Tony's voice and shot him a deliberate glare. Noticing his slightly jealous expression, she couldn't help but laugh. She thanked Garen once more and arranged a time for their next meeting. Meanwhile, Natasha studied the burly man in his unusual attire, her mind filled with questions. She decided to investigate thoroughly when she got back. Earlier, when Garen was fighting the armored suit and withstanding the explosion, she'd still been in the Expo's control room, so she hadn't witnessed Garen's feats nor seen him recall his steel armor. Otherwise, Garen likely wouldn't be heading home tonight with Aunt May. And so, after bidding each other farewell, Garen followed Aunt May and Peter to their home in Queens. Thanks to Tony's connections, the police did not try to stop them from leaving. Along the way, Peter Parker couldn't stop peppering Garen with questions. Where did the armor go? Was the greatsword heavy? Did wearing the armor make it hard to move? And so on. Garen found himself both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, over in Hell's Kitchen, a neighborhood on Manhattan's west side, where people of all backgrounds struggled to survive and where clashes often erupted over faith and customs. Known for its poverty, Hell's Kitchen had a perpetually high crime rate, breeding countless criminal factions. Under the night sky, an Asian man awoke on a rooftop of a building. TSK, I thought little Peter was going to run into trouble tonight. Good thing Garen got to know Aunt May and her family. I'll have to find a chance to meet them tomorrow. Dio shook his head, summoned the void insect back to his side, and then leapt nimbly for the not-so-tall building. Though the hour was late, the roar of motorcycle gangs still echoed through the city streets. Strolling leisurely beneath the dim streetlights, Dio passed shuttered shops while the illicit businesses were just beginning to come alive. "Hey there, want to have some fun?" Women by the roadside called out in alluring voices, but Dio paid them no mind whatsoever. He wandered along, unsteady, and casually chose a bar to walk into. Under the doubtful and even mocking stares of the many black patrons, Dio headed straight for the counter. "Bartender, a glass of whiskey, please." The bartender glanced at him, his tone frosty. "Kid, you're in the wrong place. We don't serve outsiders here. Best be on your way." Seeing that Dio didn't so much as flinch, the bartender sighed, but still turned away to pour a drink and slid it across to him. "This one's on me. Just finish it and move along." "Thank you." Dio took the glass and sipped it slowly, but his thoughts drifted far away. The Joker's sudden appearance had caught him off guard, but also sparked new ideas for his own plans ahead. Yet, there was still one crucial step left, persuading Garen. Only if Garen trusted him could the rest of his strategy unfold smoothly. As he drank, Dio kept an eye on two black men approaching him, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Kid, don't you know the rules of West Midtown? Roaming alone this late at night, come with us." One of the men, reeking of drink and completely wasted, tried to throw an arm around Dio's neck, intent on dragging him out of the bar by force. Dio, seeing this, figured it was about time to end the night. He waved goodbye to the worried bartender behind him, then brushed off the drunk's filthy hand. No need. I'll walk out on my own. The crowd nearby watched with a kind of eager curiosity, waiting to see what would happen. Only when the three left through the back door did the onlookers reluctantly turn their attention elsewhere. But in the very next moment, two terrified screams pierced the night air. The commotion sent a wave of patrons surging out of the bar, all flooding into the back alley. A sharp gasp. Damn it, that yellow-skinned punk. He actually killed someone on Jirian's turf. The scene in the alley stoked the crowd's fury. The one man wore a grave expression. He looked at the two drunks collapsed on the ground, their necks limp and twisted, and couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, he didn't hold back at all. Meanwhile, several blocks away, right on the border where Hell's Kitchen met the normal city, Dio took in his surroundings with a sigh. One side is paradise, the other hell. With those words, he stepped across the invisible line marking the edge of Hell's Kitchen. On the other side, lights blazed and shops bustled. He flagged down a cab and prepared to head back to his own shop. The ride passed in silence. Back in Queens, Dio reluctantly pulled out a few bills and handed them to the driver. He watched the taxi disappear, then walked the last stretch to his store. Just as he was about to unlock the door, a sudden tension tightened in his chest. How interesting, he murmured. Click! The sound of the back door unlocking echoed as Dio strolled in, as if nothing had happened. He flicked on the lights, sweeping his gaze over the spotless little house. From the fridge, he took out a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. Agent Coulson, visiting at this hour. Isn't this the part where I call the police and report you for breaking and entering? No sooner had Dio spoken than the wooden door at the side of the room swung open, revealing none other than Phil Coulson. Let's not joke around, Mr. Brand. I'm here tonight because I really do need your help. 1 million. What? Mr. Brand, at least let me finish. Dio cut him off, a hint of resignation flickering across Phil's face, but as a seasoned agent, he managed to remain calm. Save it, agent. My appearance fee is steep. 1 million minimum, no upper limit. Mr. Brand, we're here in good faith. We were hoping to borrow your pet's help to track something down. Tracking something? Sorry, but my pet's sense of smell isn't exactly top-notch. Don't get your hopes up. Dio took a sip of his wine, his eyes landing on Phil, who seemed on the verge of saying more but held back. In truth, Dio knew perfectly well what they were after, nothing more than that fugitive demon clown. And he hadn't lied. The Void Mantis really did have a terrible sense of smell. As for hunting down the demon clown, Dio himself didn't have any leads yet. The clown was too bizarre and slippery. Sometimes he caught a glimpse of its trail, but actually catching it. After hearing Dio's answer, Phil let out a sigh, then said, I see. In that case, I won't bother you further, Mr. Brand. With that, Phil moved to leave, but Dio called out to stop him. Wait, I may not know what you're looking for, but next time there's a fight, don't forget about me. As for the price, I'll give you half off. Oh, and one more thing. Could you lend me 5 grand? Seeing Dio treat him more like an old friend than a stranger, Phil couldn't help but frown. Mr. Brand, I don't think we're quite that close yet. Hey, first time's unfamiliar. Second time we're pals. Who knows, maybe someday we'll fight side by side. And if things go south, I might even save your life. As he spoke, Dio gave Phil a wink, making Phil grit his teeth in exasperation. I can't shake the feeling you're insulting me. Never mind, Mr. Brand. If I need you, I'll be in touch. Oh, and those 2 men you killed in Clinton District. What's your plan there? Isn't there a cleanup crew for that sort of thing? Watching Dio's matter-of-fact attitude, Phil could only sigh in resignation and turn to leave. Before stepping out of the room, Phil paused for a moment, then tossed Dio a stack of cash and casually raised the recorder in his hand. Private sponsorship. Remember to return it. With that, Phil walked away without looking back. Dio watched his retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. He picked up the stack of bills from the table and counted them, only to suddenly freeze. Damn it, this guy's trying to cheat me. There's only 3,000 here. He started to wonder. Next time they meet, if Phil comes with his recorder, borrows 5,000, but only gives 3, how exactly is that supposed to work? Dio shook his head, feeling that he was overthinking it. Once the money was in his pocket, what were the chances he'd ever return it? Absolutely none. With those thoughts, Dio stuffed the money into his pocket and got ready to wash up. After all, he still needed to figure out how to deal with Galen, waiting not far away. In fact, while Dio was making his rounds in Hell's Kitchen, Galen had already returned to the house in Queens with Aunt May. At Aunt May's home, Galen was still a little uneasy, not quite used to all the modern appliances around him. But with Aunt May's patient guidance, he quickly learned how to use the water heater and shower. When the newly refreshed Galen finally emerged into the living room, Aunt May's eyes lit up with delight. At that moment, Galen was wearing clothes that had belonged to Aunt May's late husband, Ben Parker. Though a bit tight, the fit only made Galen look even more robust. His chiseled muscles, determined features, and the slightly damp hair from his recent shower gave him a particularly fresh and energetic appearance. "Galen, do the clothes fit all right?" Hearing Aunt May's greeting, Galen rolled his shoulders and replied, "A bit snug, but it's fine. Thank you, Miss Riley, for letting me stay here." Seeing Galen express his gratitude so sincerely, Aunt May's smile faded, and her tone became more earnest. "Mr. Galen, you're too polite. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what might have happened." Watching Aunt May nearly break into tears, Galen instinctively wanted to comfort her, but then stopped himself, remembering they weren't that close. Aunt May seemed to notice too. She wiped away her tears and gave a warm, open smile. "Mr. Galen, there's no need to call me Miss. That's much too formal. Just call me May." Hearing this, Galen scratched his head a little sheepishly. "Then you could just call me Galen as well. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Galen Crownguard, but my memory is a bit muddled. There are a lot of things I just can't remember." Seeing the way Galen furrowed his brow, struggling to recall, Aunt May spoke gently to reassure him. "It's all right. You'll get better with time." Then, the two of them sat together, chatting about many things relating to Earthstar. Garen shared snippets of his own memories and things he had seen. Time slipped quietly by. When Aunt May couldn't suppress a yawn any longer, Garen realized how late it had become and gently urged her to rest. Afterwards, he made his way to the spare room Aunt May had prepared for him. The room was small but tidy. It had originally been used for storage. Books were stacked in the corners. Garen picked up a few volumes at random and began reading through them. In truth, when he first arrived here, he noticed that whether it was the gang members or Aunt May, their speech was somewhat different for what he remembered. Strangely enough, he could still fully understand and read everything, as though some mysterious force was translating every word and phrase into something he could comprehend. What Garen didn't know was that he was not alone. Dio experienced the same phenomenon. The difference was, Dio was aware that this was a power granted by the system. In his previous life, to put it kindly, he was a patriot, but to be blunt, his academic performance was mediocre at best. At this moment, Dio had already washed up and was getting ready for bed, while at the same time keeping a close eye on Garen's every move through the system. Night deepened, and most of the residents in Queens were already asleep. In the room on the second floor of Aunt May's house, a gentle lamp cast a warm glow on Garen's silhouette as he quietly turned the pages of a book. Outside the window, the chorus of insects and frogs filled the air, while the moonlight draped the earth in a silvery veil. Suddenly, two unfamiliar voices echoed in Garen's mind. "Ahem, still no contact with them? The power of the void has already seeped deep into the earth. We don't have much time left." "Not yet, High Priest." "Sigh, I wonder how they're doing now. If things continue like this, Runeterra really will be destroyed. How much longer can we sustain the energy?" "High Priest, at present, we can only hold out for 7 more days." Sitting in his room in Queens, Garen paused, listening to these voices in his mind and struggling to steady his emotions. He had no idea where these voices were coming from, nor why he could overhear someone else's conversation. When he heard words like Runeterra, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, and fragments of scattered memories surged forth. Almost instinctively, he responded in his thoughts, "Who are you?" Listening to the conversation in his head, Garen knew he couldn't wait any longer. There were so many mysteries he needed to unravel. How he had come to this world, why he had lost his memory, and the mention of Runeterra that left him feeling so confused and tormented. "High Priest, wait, don't speak. This voice, is it Garen? Are you Garen?" Garen from Demacia. When that old, raspy voice in his mind spoke his name with perfect accuracy, Garen couldn't help but freeze in place. "Who are you? How do you know about Demacia?" Garen did not immediately admit to his identity, instead choosing to press further with questions. Meanwhile, across the street from Aunt May's house, Dio slowly opened his eyes in the bedroom. There was no doubt he was the one who had projected that voice into Garen's mind. Hearing Garen's guarded reply, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This guy's lost his memory, but his caution is still off the charts. Looks like I'll need to turn up the heat a bit. Back at Aunt May's house. "You, huh? It really is you, Garen. Wonderful. You've made it to another world? At last, someone I can reach." Somewhat. Garen was startled by the response. Did this mean he wasn't the only one who had come to this world? At that moment, a surge of questions flooded his mind, leaving Garen unsettled. "How do you know I've crossed into another world? Who are you? Or rather, who are you people, really?" "Me? I was once the Star Spirit, enlightener of Mount Targan. But now, well, You ended up in another world? Wait, you've lost your memory? A cry of surprise echoed in his mind, but Garen remained calm, gripping the book in his hand tightly, forcing himself to think. The voice sounded again. Sigh, looks like your memory really is gone. Could passing through the portal between worlds have left such side effects? If that's true, oh heavens, the other champions. As the voice returned, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Garen's head. What is the void? The champions you mentioned, have they come to this world too, just like me? Do I really need to explain it all over again? Listen, Garen, you're from Runeterra, leader of Damasia's dauntless vanguard, known as the Might of. Damasia, in our world, the void finally descended. The void devours and corrupts everything, tearing Runeterra apart, leaving it battered and broken. When the gods fought against the void, they accidentally unlocked a portal to another world. We quickly realized the gravity of this mistake and tried to fix it, but it was too late. The power of the void had already seeped into that world. In the end, we joined forces with the gods to seal away most of the void's energy, halting its spread. But those evil ones still broke through the seal and slipped into the other world. So, after much deliberation among the gods, you and other defenders of justice from Runeterra were sent to this world. Your mission, to hunt down and eliminate those evil ones, and to wipe out the remaining void creatures. As the ancient voice unraveled the tale in his mind, Garen found his thoughts tangled and confused. He had never imagined that coming to this world would mean shouldering such a complicated and winding mission. Recalling the words spoken by that mysterious voice, Garen lowered his head in contemplation, then suddenly asked, You said there are evil ones who have descended upon this world, and that we must hunt them down. Once we complete this task, can we return to Runeterra? Return? No. The void needs someone to suppress and guard it, so you must settle down and live well in that world. Since you've already lost your memories, it's likely that the other heroes, and even those evil ones who crossed over have also forgotten their pasts. Amnesia isn't so bad, really. It spares you the burdens of what once troubled you. That's how it is. Just focus on starting your lives anew. Leave matters of the void to us, the elders. And don't worry about your sister. Lux has also arrived in this new world. Our strength is almost spent. In the days to come, if you need us, you can call out to us in your heart. Perhaps we'll answer. Or perhaps, as Garen listened to this voice in his mind, he couldn't help but feel a profound respect. The sense of age and the readiness for sacrifice in those words moved him deeply. Afterwards, Garen tried to ask a few more questions, but no matter how earnestly he called, there was no answer. Bathed in the gentle glow of the lamp, Garen pinched the bridge of his brow, lost in thought. From the high priest's words, it was clear just how formidable the power of the void was. He couldn't say for certain how strong the gods themselves might be, but the fact that they could open a path between two worlds spoke volumes about the brutal war raging between the void and Runeterra. Thinking back on what the high priest had said, Garen let out a quiet sigh. The gods of Runeterra had sent them to this new world to carry out a mission, but perhaps, in some way, it was also to protect them. A hero, huh? What an ironic word. Still, those evil ones. Let's hope I never run into any of you. With that, Garen closed his book and lay down on the bed, shutting his eyes, though sleep would not come. The high priest's words echoed endlessly in his mind. For some reason, a scene suddenly surfaced from the depths of his memory. A young girl running joyfully through a field of flowers. Her smile was radiant, and every expression on her face tugged at Garen's heart. In that vision, the sky was a brilliant blue, clouds drifting lazily by as the girl stretched her pale arm out toward the horizon, her rosy lips seeming to speak some secret. Then, a strong hand clad in heavy armor reached out and held her small hand. Garen knew in his heart, they were himself and his sister, Lux. As those fragmented memories flickered in his mind, Garen drifted off without realizing it, his breathing growing even and steady, the faintest trace of a gentle smile lingering on his lips. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the second floor of the pet shop, Dio watched Garen, now peacefully asleep, and let a subtle smirk play at the corner of his mouth. Garen is settled for now. It seems I managed to convince him. With that, Diora pulled the blanket closer and closed his eyes, ready for some rest. While he drifted peacefully to sleep, a very different scene was unfolding in a secret base somewhere in New York. This was the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as Phil returned, he immediately reported the situation regarding the Diora family to Nick Fury. Fury listened to Phil's report, his gaze fixed on the pitch-dark night beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, lifting his coffee for a sip. It looks like we need to accelerate the Insight project. Just what exactly is that thing? With a sigh, Fury sat back down in his chair and stared at his computer screen. The file displayed was about the Joker, Seiko. Seiko's sudden appearance had left S.H.I.E.L.D. at a complete loss. They had pulled all the surveillance footage from a shopping mall, yet found not a single trace. It was as if Seiko had materialized from thin air. As the first witnesses to the event, Tina and her mother had also been brought in for questioning by S.H.I.E.L.D. Tina was only 5 years old, and the incident had left a deep psychological mark on her. She could barely recount anything clearly. Her mother mentioned that when they found Tina, she was already clutching that doll in her arms. Yet, there was something about the situation that made Fury uneasy. "Carlson, are the mother and daughter still here?" Phil responded at once. "It was getting late, so I arranged for them to stay at a nearby hotel." "I see. If I recall, you have a few sets of Captain America collectible cards, don't you?" Yes, Director. But are you suggesting the cards I showed today might have frightened the girl?" Hearing this, Fury massaged his brow, piecing together the day's details and pondering carefully. "Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, I want you to visit again, bring your cards, and also bring a regular deck of playing cards or some other cards. See if any of them get a reaction from the girl. You think there might be a connection between the Joker and the cards? It's just a hunch. Let's call a night for now. Report back to me with the results tomorrow, and while you're there, ask her mother what the girl usually likes." After Phil left, Fury remained alone in the empty office. Ever since Tony revealed himself to be Iron Man, Fury hadn't had a single peaceful day. He thought about the trouble Tony had caused at today's Hammer Industries Expo, fighting off exhaustion as he pored over the latest data on his computer once more. Every day is like this. Can't there be just one quiet day? And who exactly is this Garen? A soft meow sounded beside him. Hearing the cat's call, Fury instinctively reached up to adjust the eye patch on his face, let out a helpless sigh, and then got up to prepare some food for the cat. Once everything was tidied up, Fury slumped back into his armchair, drained of energy, gazing at the flurkin who was happily devouring its meal not far away. "If I hadn't been scrimping and saving all this time, I probably couldn't afford to keep you," he muttered. "But if you help me find that doll, I promise you a feast at every meal." What does that sound? Meow, munch, munch. Watching the orange tabby, who cared for nothing but eating and sleeping and paid him no mind at all, Fury felt utterly exhausted. Drowsiness crept over him as he leaned against the back of the chair, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, a warm sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing Fury's face. The sudden ringing of the telephone roused him from his dreams. "Director, last night, 18 households were brutally murdered. We've already sent people to investigate. Judging by the method, it appears to be the work of the clown. But we can't rule out the possibility that it's an imitation by another criminal faction. Understand. Keep searching." Hearing the voice on the phone, Fury frowned, and the weight of the day pressed down on him. He glanced at the orange cat sleeping soundly nearby and shook his head. Meanwhile, across town in Queens, Dio was already up making breakfast in his shop, humming a cheerful tune. Clearly, he was in a good mood. But then, bang, bang, bang. "Dio, open up." Hearing the familiar voice calling from outside, Dio took a deep breath and dragged himself to the door with little enthusiasm. As the shutters rolled up, his expression shifted. "Well, if it isn't Annie, Elia, out for your morning exercise this early? No wonder you're looking so much healthier today. Save it. Where's my son? Without him, I couldn't sleep a wink all night." Facing the white woman before him, Dio pointed inside the shop, signaling her to come in. "Oh my God, how could you treat my son like this? At this point, I seriously doubt your credentials as a pet trainer. You actually gave my son plain water for breakfast instead of milk. Just wait. I'm going to report you to the International Animal Protection Association." Hearing Elia's tirade, Dio glanced at his own breakfast, 2 slices of bread and a glass of water, and muttered to himself, "Honestly, I don't even have milk for myself, and you expect me to pamper your precious furball? Auntie, you're being a bit unreasonable here." "Unreasonable? Oh, Dio, you've got some nerve. Pay up, or else get ready to spend some time behind bars." As soon as Dio spoke, Elia's temper flared. She didn't care about the curious passers-by outside. She launched into a full-blown rant right at Dio. Just then, Aunt May was walking by outside with Garen and Peter. Hearing the commotion from inside the shop, she looked over in confusion. Peter, however, slipped through the crowd with nimble steps and made his way inside. "Uncle Dio, are you two fighting?" Hearing Peter's innocent voice, Elia seemed to snap back to her senses. She shot Dio a withering glare. "Peter, you're just in time. You were here yesterday too. Didn't that rascal Dio say he'd take good care of my pet?" Uncle Dio did say that." With Peter's confirmation, Elia looked at Dio with the smug satisfaction of a victor, her expression practically begging for reaction. As more and more residents gathered to watch, several other ladies who had left their pets with Dio also showed up, drawn by the noise. "Well then, how much do you owe me?" Seeing Dio finally give in, Elia lifted her chin haughtily, then held up her hand to show a number with her fingers. Off you go, I won't see you out. Go ahead, sue me if you want. $80. You're practically robbing me while my house is on fire. What, 80? I was showing you 800. A low murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Hearing the disapproving sounds from those around her, even Elia couldn't help blushing a little, though her expression quickly turned sullen. I don't care. You're mistreating animals. The price I'm giving you is already a steal. Seeing Elia act so self-righteous, Dio couldn't even be bothered to argue with her. At that moment, he couldn't help but regret not getting Phil's number. How did that perfect errand runner manage to slip away from him twice? All right, enough. Let's not do 800 or 80. Let's meet in the middle, 120. You can't get a better deal. Just take your pet, get out of my shop, and let's never see each other again. Deal. Elia agreed so quickly that Dio felt like his heart was bleeding. With that, Elia scooped her furry friend out of the cage and left in high spirits. A few other Annies, seeing this, slowly stepped forward as well. Though Dio very much wanted to give them a piece of his mind, the sight of Peter standing there with his champion of fairness look made him hold back. Sometimes, letting small things go avoids bigger trouble. For the sake of leaving a good impression on Garen, Dio decided to endure. As the stack of bills changed hands, the aunties left happily with their pets in tow. All right, everyone, show's over. Time to move along. With a crowd of onlookers chattering as they dispersed, Dio waved his hand, signaling Aunt May and her companion to come inside. At this point, aside from a few stray cats the original owner had taken in, only the four of them remained in the shop. Dio, what happened here? Why were you arguing with Aunt Elia? Hearing Aunt May's question, Dio shook his head slightly and replied with a resigned sigh. Don't even ask. She actually demanded that I prepare a milk breakfast for her cat. I don't even get milk for myself. Aunt May couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at Dio's pained expression. Ever since she'd met Dio through Peter's introduction half a month ago, she'd always felt he wasn't the most reliable sort. He did things on a whim and had a slick tongue, but after spending more time with him, she realized Dio was actually a good guy, friendly to neighbors, and easy to get along with. Enough about me. What about you two? Who's this? Following Dio's gaze, Aunt May quickly caught on and hastened to introduce her friend. Oh, I almost forgot. This is my friend, Garen Crownshield. Garen, this is my friend Dio Brand, an Asian American and a really easygoing guy. Hearing Aunt May's introduction, Dio put on an expression as if he were meeting Garen for the first time. Hello, Mr. Dauntless. You're really quite strong. As he spoke, Dio extended his hand for a warm handshake, his face all friendliness. Garen responded with a slight nod. Hello, Mr. Brand. Since you're a close friend of May's, just call me Garen. Mr. Dauntless sounded a bit stiff. Ha, all right then. It seems you're a straightforward guy, Garen. Let's find some time to grab a drink together. On the other side, Aunt May watched the two chatting away and couldn't help but smile gently. Noticing her expression, Dio felt something odd and muttered inwardly. Could it be that they've already hit it off after just one night? With that thought, Dio glanced curiously at Garen, who was standing beside Aunt May. Since he'd gone to wash up the previous night, Dio had missed whatever conversation might have happened between Garen and Aunt May after his bath. Ahem, don't just stand there. Come on in and have a seat. I'll whip up some breakfast, something simple for everyone. Hearing Dio's enthusiastic offer, Aunt May quickly waved her hand. No need to trouble yourself, Dio. We have things to do. We're planning to go out and buy Garen some clothes. When Dio heard Aunt May's reply, he gave Garen an assessing look, and then a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Looks like it's true. You really do need some new clothes. Hit alto viva. Hearing this, both Aunt May and Garen blushed furiously. Aunt May shot Dio a reproachful glance before calling Peter, who was playing with a kitten nearby, and heading out. Outside the shop, Dio watched as the three of them disappeared down the street. Just as he was about to turn back inside, he suddenly caught sight of something in Peter's hand. Hey, Peter, you took my snacks again. Aren't you supposed to stand for justice? A man of justice wouldn't do something like that. Huh, Uncle Dio, this is my reward for upholding justice on your behalf just now. Dio couldn't help but laugh and grumble as he watched them leave. Then he stepped back inside and glanced at the hand he'd just shaken with Garen. TSK. Just like that, 220 experience points in the bag. That was almost too easy. If only more heroes showed up, I could rake in tens of thousands a month just by lying around. But, as he spoke, Dio tapped open the system interface. 5 system options appeared. Enhance Hero, Enhance Item, Card Draw, Personal Stats, and Hero Fusion. Among them, Hero Fusion was grayed out and unavailable. The other options were pretty self-explanatory, but all required experience points to use. He opened the Personal Stats panel. Summoner, Dio Brand. Hero Card Slot, 1. Hero Card, none. Talent and Runes, none. Equipment Slot, Zzeroth portal. Inventory. Akali's Bando, *1. Experience points, 572. Unknown. Demon Jester Shako, the might of Demasha Garen. As Dio glanced over his personal status panel, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, sweeping away the morning's unpleasantness in an instant. With nearly 600 experience points at his disposal, Dio had no intention of hoarding them. He still planned to use them for drawing cards. After all, when it came to the other system options, whether it was upgrading equipment or enhancing items, the experience he currently possessed wouldn't even make a splash if he tossed it in. At this stage, his stats could hardly be called anything but bare bones. Hero card aside, there was nothing he could do about the system's mysterious malfunction, and as for hero card slots, the maximum was 10. Unlocking the second hero card slot required 10,000 experience points, a sum he clearly didn't have right now, though it was only a matter of time before he'd open it up in the future. Each hero card slot would allow him to equip 6 pieces of gear. As for the inventory, it could only store items drawn from the system. Coming back to himself, Dio closed the system interface. There was no rush to draw cards just yet. It was broad daylight, and yesterday's cautionary tale was still fresh in his mind. If another hero from the forces of evil were to appear, it might not harm Dio directly. But what if the hero card materialized right beside him? So, drawing cards was best left for the safety of nightfall. After finishing his breakfast, Dio quickly gathered the dishes to wash them. He then planned to head out for some household shopping, and while he was at it, bring the kittens from the shop to the animal shelter. He had to admit, the original owner had truly been penniless, leaving Dio with virtually nothing. Worse yet, saddled with debts on top of it all. The landlord had already asked more than once about the rent and utilities this month. Last night, Dio had squeezed 3,000 yuan from Phil, though he'd already spent a few hundred this morning, which made his heart ache. The old saying went, out with the old, in with the new. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Garen was walking and chatting with Aunt May, laughter bubbling between them. Dressed in clothes Aunt May had bought for him, the trio strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. After everything that happened last night, Garen had come to terms with being in another world, though the words of the high priest still echoed in his heart. Garen, what's on your mind? Aunt May's concerned voice reached his ears. Garen gave a slight shake of his head, signaling that he was fine. It's nothing. I was just thinking of my homeland. Seeing the look of nostalgia on Garen's face, Aunt May was at a loss for how to comfort him, so she quickly changed the subject. By the way, Garen, let me buy you a phone. It'll be easier to stay in touch wherever you go. Hearing her words, Garen remembered the phone number Aunt May had left for Pepper last night. After a moment's thought, he realized it would be good to have a phone, so he replied, Thank you, May. I'll pay you back in the future. What are you saying? You saved the two of us. We can't thank you enough. That's settled, then. There's a bank up ahead. I'll go withdraw some money. Why don't you take Peter to the cafe over there and wait for me? I'll be back soon. With that, Aunt May handed Peter's small hand to Galen, then hurried off toward the bank at a brisk trot, leaving Galen and Peter staring at each other, eyes wide. Hee, Uncle Galen, isn't my aunt great? If you teach me how to transform, I'll... Thunk! Ow! You flicked my forehead. Oof, I'm going to tell on you. Seeing Peter's indignant little face, Galen couldn't help but laugh in spite of himself. He was genuinely grateful to Aunt May for taking him in, and after spending a day together, he found himself growing fond of her. Just a fondness for now, of course. Watching Aunt May's graceful figure as she walked away, Galen suddenly felt uneasy, though he didn't know why. What Galen didn't know was that if Dio were here, he'd be bursting in to complain. When a hero's family goes to the bank, more often than not, they're bound to get caught up in a robbery. Of course, whether hero's family refer to Peter or Galen was anyone's guess. No sooner said than done. Fate seemed to have a mind of its own. Just as Aunt May entered the bank across the street, a fully enclosed ice cream delivery van screeched to a stop in front of the bank's entrance. Moments later, several men in black hoods, guns in hand, stormed through the bank doors with a menacing air. The people nearby instantly realized what was happening. Panic erupted, shrieks filled the air as everyone tried to make a run for it. But a single gunshot rang out, and everyone froze, dropping to the ground, not daring to move. This was a bustling part of the city, crowded with pedestrians, exactly what the robbers were counting on. The two robbers who stayed with the van exchanged a glance, then grabbed a dozen or so black hoods and strode toward the crowd outside the bank. Get up. Don't resist. Come with us into the bank. All we want is the money. Yes, yes. The hoods were shoved roughly over people's heads, and they were herded into the bank. Clearly, the robbers intended this as a diversion. There were cameras inside, but plenty of bystanders outside. Meanwhile, Galen was being tugged down by Peter, both of them slowly crouching. At the sight of the fear in Peter's eyes, Galen's brow furrowed. He might be new to this planet, but it was obvious these men were up to no good. Another robbery? And May's still inside. These guys, Peter, stay here and be good. I'll be right back. Wah, on Uncle Galen, please, you have to save my aunt. Hearing Peter's trembling voice, Galen gave him a reassuring look, then prepared to slip away into the chaos. But just then, an eerie, spine-chilling giggle suddenly echoed, as if it were right beside everyone's ear. Hey, what kind of performance is this? Playing statues, are we? How amusing. Bang! What was that? Show yourself. A gunshot rang out as the robber, roaring in anger, spun about searching for the source. Yet, he failed to notice that the hostages before him were gazing past him, their eyes filled with terror. Are you looking for me? What? He spun around in a panic, but there was nothing behind him. Just as he thought he was being toyed with, a cold blade pressed against his neck. Wait, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Oh, but what I want is your fear. Ha ha. A sickening, wet slash. Ugh. Bang, bang, bang. As the robber's throat was cut, he fired his gun wildly in a desperate panic. The muffled shots thundered through the air, one after another. One bullet even struck a fellow robber who was keeping watch outside the bank. At this, Shaco's twisted clown face seemed almost delighted, his voice as sharp and grating as metal scraping glass, sending chills down everyone's spine. What a pity. I was hoping to show him a magic trick. The appearance of Shaco, the jester, sent the crowd's terror soaring to its peak. But as soon as the robber lay dead, the first figures scrambled to their feet and bolted away. One after another, more citizens began to follow suit, desperate to escape. That's human nature. In the face of the unknown, fear is real, but it often leads to resistance or flight. And yet, when confronted by the familiar threat of firearms, knowing their deadly power, people dare not run or fight back. Meanwhile, inside the bank, the sudden barrage of gunfire outside had caught the attention of the remaining robbers. Some even thought the police had arrived. In a panic, they grabbed a few bags of cash and took 2 hostages, preparing to make a quick exit. As expected, Aunt May was among the hostages. Hurry, get the riot shields up front. We're getting out of here. With that, the robbers lifted the bank's riot shields and advanced slowly toward the front doors. But outside, there were no police in sight, only a strange, half-human-sized puppet and a towering man standing across the street. Seeing their 2 fallen comrades on the ground, the leader of the robbers glared furiously at Garen in the distance, cursing under his breath. But Garen paid them no heed. Once he'd made sure Aunt May was safe, he kept his gaze locked on Shaco. There was something about Shaco that was eerily familiar to him. On the other side, the jester felt it too. What neither knew was that this strange sense of recognition came from Dio's system. After all, though their paths may differ, they're all products of the same system, and so an elusive connection lingers between them. Well now, this is getting interesting. The jester, Shaco rasped, his voice sharp and piercing. Can you tell me, big guy, why you make me feel so uneasy? Hearing Shaco's shrill tone, Garen furrowed his brow, and the high priest's word from the night before echoed in his mind. He wondered silently, could it be that this thing is also from Runeterra, but doesn't seem to have lost its memory, or maybe its very nature is simply evil? Why so quiet? What are you thinking about? Shaco cackled. Oh, never mind. Maybe I'll just crack open your skull and find out for myself. Hey. Before the last word had even faded, Shaco's form vanished in an instant, slipping away without a trace, completely ignoring the stunned group of bandits nearby. The fact that a puppet could talk was enough to shatter their worldview. The coin pouches in their hands nearly tumbled to the ground in shock. Seeing the eerie puppet abruptly disappear, a few of the bandits let out startled yelps, shoved Aunt May and the other hostages to the ground, then scrambled desperately toward the carriage, tripping over each other in their panic to escape. On the other side, Garen's expression sharpened, and the moment Shaco vanished, his mind snapped into focus. With a surge of will, his battle armor materialized in a flash. A metallic clang rang out. Deceitful villain, face justice. Another sharp swish, followed by the ring of steel. Sensing a threat from behind, Garen didn't even turn. His elbow shot back to block the attack, and in the same motion, he drew the greatsword from his back. The sword sang as it left its sheath, and in a blur, Garen spun, unleashing a sweeping strike in a full circle. Hey, I knew I wasn't mistaken. You're from the same place as me, aren't you, big guy? Shaco dodged aside with a flicker, his voice bubbling with delight. But Garen had no intention of engaging in conversation. Instead, he stamped his foot. The ground split beneath him as his massive sword flared with a radiant golden aura. Waves of solid, resolute energy pulsed outward. Prepare to die. The blade crashed down, golden energy cleaving through the air like a breaking dam. Houses on the far side of the street splintered and collapsed, shrouding the scene in billowing dust. Just as Garen thought he'd finished off Shako, a sly chuckle echoed from within the swirling clouds. Take a look behind you. Garen, watch out. Another metallic clash rang out. TCH, what a pity. So your name's Garen, is it? Hey. Hearing Shako's voice, Garen stood ready, signaling Aunt May across the street with his eyes to run for safety. He glanced at the small puppet before him. Despite his missing memories, the instincts of a seasoned warrior remained ingrained in his bones. From the high priest's words last night, it was clear he was the leader of Damasia's dauntless vanguard, a man whose skill and power were beyond question. Though Shako, the jester, wielded strange and unsettling powers, he was still no match for a seasoned veteran like Garen on the battlefield. But at that moment, Shako clearly had no intention of clashing head-on with Garen any longer. With a wicked grin painted across his bizarre clown makeup, he turned his gaze toward the woman standing not far away. Garen, is that your wife? Well then, I won't be holding back. Hey, he sneered. Damn it, don't be afraid. I'm coming. Garen shouted. Bang. Garen couldn't help but sigh at Shako's words, while Aunt May, on the other side, realized the gravity of her predicament and confessed her acquaintance with Garen. In a flash, Shako darted to Aunt May's side, his short dagger poised to strike. But just then, a sharp arrow whistled from afar, hitting Shako's dagger with a metallic clang and knocking it aside. In that split second, Garen reached Aunt May's side as well. Realizing things were about to turn against him, Shako let out a furious curse and quickly retreated. Almost simultaneously as he blinked away, Garen's greatsword came crashing down, carving a deep fissure several meters long into the asphalt road. Turning to see that Aunt May was unharmed, Garen finally let out a breath of relief. Then, following the direction from which the arrow had come, he spotted a lone figure standing atop a distant rooftop. Clearly, it was that person who had saved Aunt May. Garen nodded in gratitude toward the figure. Meanwhile, Shako reappeared, but the arrogance from before had vanished, replaced by wary vigilance. After all, Garen alone was already a daunting foe. Now, with another opponent joining the fray, Shako's mind was set on escape. Hey, Garen, is it? I'll remember you. I'll look forward to meeting you in your dreams. Hey. With a sudden burst of smoke, Shako's silhouette vanished once more. This time, no matter how Garen searched, he could find no trace of him. Shako had already fled far away. With the fight over, Agent Fowler, always a step behind the action, finally arrived at the scene. A fleet of black Chevrolet SUVs screeched to a halt in front of Garen, quickly surrounding them. Stepping out of the vehicles was none other than Agent Coulson, who had just finished questioning Tina and her daughter. Garen, where's Peter? Hearing the worry in Aunt May's voice, Garen gave her a reassuring look, then glanced toward the cafe across the street, where Peter's small head and several curious bystanders were peeking in their direction. Seeing the danger had passed, Peter broke into a run, dashing across the street and leaping into Garen and Aunt May's arms. He paid no mind at all to the officers, weapons drawn, shouting warnings nearby. At the same time, on another rooftop, Hawkeye deployed his grappling hook, anchoring it to the building's main structure, and swiftly slid down toward them. Clint Barton walked over to Agent Coulson's side, sizing up Garen from head to toe. He had witnessed Garen's earlier battle with the Joker. To say that Agent Barton wasn't envious of such a display of swordsmanship and overwhelming power would be a lie. Mr. Garen, correct? My name is Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Coulson introduced himself. I apologize for the trouble caused by the Joker incident. For the safety of the citizens, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to come with us. Coulson smiled at the towering, broad-shouldered man before him, seemingly oblivious to Barton's surprised look from the side. What Barton didn't know was that, after reflecting on his own behavior during the Dio incident the previous day, Coulson had resolved to treat others with more respect, hence his current demeanor. Garen, for his part, responded well to this approach. After all, Aunt May had explained to him last night about how things worked with government agencies in this country. After exchanging a glance with May for her opinion, the group was escorted to the car. As for the fallout from the battle, the damaged property and chaos, Garen clearly had no need to worry. Others would handle it. Inside the vehicle, Aunt May and Peter sat to Garen's right, while Agent Barton was on his left. Barton voiced strong objections, insisting he'd rather ride on the roof of the car than sit next to such an inhuman force, but Coulson was just as uneasy. With no better option, the six of them squeezed into one car. The driver kept his eyes on the road, alert to every detail, though, come to think of it, he didn't even have ears. Mrs. May Riley Parker, there's no need to be nervous, Coulson said gently. We just have a few routine questions. You'll all be able to go home very soon. Hearing the soothing tone in Coulson's voice, Aunt May finally relaxed her tight grip on Garen's hand. Garen gave her a reassuring pat, signaling that this ordeal would soon be over and no harm had come to them. He didn't blame her at all for shouting his name earlier, even though it had caught Seiko's attention. Given how dangerous the situation was, Garen could sense, even without seeing, how close Seiko's dagger had come to his neck. He understood her panic. For that reason, Garen would never hold it against her. As the vehicle sped along, Coulson asked a lot of innocuous questions, nothing of real importance, since there was still an outsider present in the car. Matters of true secrecy would have to wait until they returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Thank you for that arrow earlier. It was a perfect shot. My name's Garen Crownguard, but you can just call me Garen. In the car, Garen nodded to Agent Barton beside him, extending his hand. Barton's lips curled into a faint smile at the compliment. For a master archer, there was nothing more gratifying than having his marksmanship praised, especially by someone as formidable as Garen. Turning to shake Garen's hand, Barton replied, "No need to thank me. Protecting the safety of the people is my duty. My name is Clint Barton. You can call me Hawkeye, or just use my name." The two of them spent the next while exchanging compliments, each praising the other in a friendly, businesslike fashion, until young Peter's voice cut through their conversation, directly pointing out the exaggerations in their words. Even Garen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at that. Yet Barton, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. He even started sharing life lessons with Peter as if nothing had happened. In the front passenger seat, Phil watched the lively banter among the group and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but think to himself how much easier things would be if Dio were as easygoing as these folks. Thinking of Dio, Phil remembered the $5,000 he'd lent him. He almost said 3, but no, it was 5, and for a moment, he felt a lot better about things. What Phil didn't know, however, was that just a dozen kilometers away at a bustling electronics mall, Dio was happily spending that very money. "Boss, can you give me a better deal? I'm genuinely interested in buying." "Genuinely interested? You sound more like you're genuinely trying to mess with me. No discounts. Take it or leave it." "Hey now, boss, that's no way to talk. The customer is always right. I don't care what you think you are. Even if you were the king of the world, you still wouldn't get a discount from me." Dio's lips twitched as he stared at the stubborn shopkeeper. With a reluctant glance at the computer in front of him, he let out a long sigh. Leaving them all, Dio carried bags of goods in both hands as he made his way back to his own shop. He couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. It wasn't that he absolutely needed a computer, but trying to get things done or look up information on a phone was just plain inconvenient. Not to mention, since he'd arrived in this world, aside from heading out each night, he'd practically been cooped up indoors, nearly growing moldy from boredom. "Well, I'll just mooch off Peter's place for gaming and such," Dio said to himself, giving his own thriftiness a mental pat on the back. What he didn't know was that Aunt May's whole family had already been invited out for a friendly chat. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, as Phil and the others parked outside, the group of 5 got out and walked toward the entrance. Peter gazed in awe at the pristine, high-tech fortress, so excited that he ran circles around the group. The adults exchanged knowing glances and shared a small smile. "Uncle Phil, what's that over there?" Peter asked. "That's a radar reflector," Phil replied. "And what about that thing?" Peter pressed on. Peter's endless questions kept coming, and Phil finally understood the helplessness Garen must have felt before. From the moment Peter warmed up to the group, he hadn't stopped bombarding them with questions. As they entered the headquarters, a confident female agent approached. Phil hurriedly made introductions. "Everyone, this is Agent Maria Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. Ms. Riley. Agent Hill will take you to the lounge in just a moment. Mr. Garen will need to join us to discuss the matter of the Joker," Phil explained. The others nodded in understanding, while Hill kept her gentle demeanor and exchanged pleasantries with Aunt May. As the group split up, Phil and Barton led Garen toward Fury's office, while Aunt May and her companion, as promised, were left in Hill's care. Navigating through layers of strict security scans, the trio finally arrived at Nick Fury's office. The room was spacious, and within it stood not only the bald commander himself, but also a striking blonde woman clad in a black leather bodysuit. The tailored leather suit accentuated every curve of the woman's figure. Her high-bridged nose and mesmerizing, spirited eyes on either side left a lasting impression. Garen had just met this woman the day before. It was impossible to forget her so quickly. He vaguely remembered that she was supposed to be Tony's personal assistant. So why was she here at S.H.I.E.L.D., dressed as an agent? Of course, these were just Garen's private doubts. It had little to do with him, since he'd only met Tony once in passing. Garen, male, age unknown, background unknown, appeared suddenly on Changhua Avenue yesterday evening. Made the acquaintance of May Riley. Parker under unclear circumstances. Can you explain any of this? Fury's deep, commanding voice filled the room as the 3 entered. On the other side, Natasha exchanged a glance with Barton, both recognizing the helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes. This was classic Fury, never bothering to ask for context, always choosing to assert his authority first, as if he could seize the upper hand through sheer force of presence. Anyone could see that this approach was bound to offend more than a few. And the truth was, though many were eventually won over by his charisma, first impressions rarely went smoothly. Garen, for his part, was clearly immune to such tactics. He turned and looked at Phil and Barton with a puzzled expression, as if silently asking who this stern-eyed, dark-skinned man even was. Phil and Barton exchanged a resigned glance, then quietly filled Garen in on Fury's identity. Garen, however, remained completely unimpressed. If this is how you conduct yourself, then we have nothing to discuss. And frankly, I have to question your leadership skills. Recruiting talents like Phil and Barton is impressive. Oh, and perhaps the lady over there as well. At that, Natasha let out a soft, amused laugh, unbothered by the deepening frown on Fury's face. Phil, witnessing this, struggled to suppress a smile himself, but his professional training as an agent compelled him to step in and smooth things over. Fury, meanwhile, showed no hint of emotion. After all, he had been the king of agents for a reason. Nick Fury maintained his usual deadpan expression, his eyes as flat as ever. With a small gesture, he motioned for everyone to take their seats, then glanced over at Natasha, who had a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Noticing this, Natasha straightened up, adopting a more formal posture before she spoke. "We meet again, Mr. Garen." "Hello, Ms. Natasha. I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Does Tony know about this?" Garen's teasing brought a casual wave from Natasha, who dismissed the concern with a flick of her hand. "He knows. Besides, A soft cough cut through the conversation, effectively interrupting them. There was no need to guess. It could only be Fury. Natasha shot Fury a sidelong glance before she turned her attention back to Garen. "Mr. Garen, after yesterday's incident with the rogue armor, our original plan was to keep you under observation for a few days, with me in charge. After all, your sudden appearance and the power you possess made us wary. For the safety of the public, I hope you'll understand." As Natasha spoke, Garen listened quietly, nodding from time to time to show he took no offense. "I understand, Ms. Natasha. Thank you. The reason we invited you here today has to do with another incident that happened yesterday. Someone appeared. No, not someone. It wouldn't be right to call a person. I believe you might already have an idea about what I'm referring to." "You mean that clown doll?" Garen caught on quickly as Natasha continued. "That's right. As soon as it appeared yesterday, it killed a civilian. Fortunately, Agent Coulson arrived in time to prevent further tragedy, but the thing managed to escape. From last night until this morning, nearly 100 people in New York have fallen victim to it. So if you know anything, we sincerely hope you'll tell us." Natasha's words struck a nerve deep within Garen's heart. If this were his home world, and the tragedy was caused by humans themselves, perhaps he would only feel regret. But this was different. This time, the pain was much sharper. Piecing together Natasha's explanation with what the High Priest had told him last night, Garen realized that the clown doll, unsurprisingly, was another being from Runeterra, just like him. A fist slammed down onto the table. "Garen!" Seeing Garen's clenched fists, the others exchanged glances. It was clear he knew more than he was letting on, and Fury's brow furrowed in response. Still, no one pressed him for answers. They simply waited in silence for Garen to collect himself. Meanwhile, over in Queens, Dio was busy putting away his daily purchases, organizing everything neatly in his shop. He headed upstairs to his room, summoned his voidling, and prepared to spy on Garen and the others to see what they were up to. But the moment he arrived, he was met with several familiar faces. What happened here? I turned my back for a few hours, and Garen's already been captured." From the godlike perspective above Garen's head, Dio could see everything around him with crystal clarity. Nick Fury was still the same Nick Fury, no different from his movie counterpart, in fact, absolutely identical. On the other side, Hawkeye and Black Widow also looked just like their Marvel movie personas. At this moment, Garen's face was grave. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and steady. "You all want to know who I am, and how I came to be here." As Garen began, Fury sat upright, waiting quietly for him to continue. The others watched in silence as well. "My name is Garen Crownguard. I come from the land of Runeterra, the kingdom of Demacia. I am the leader of the Dauntless Vanguard, known as the Might of Demacia. As for the rest, my memory is incomplete. All I recall is that Runeterra was invaded by the Void. I don't remember exactly what the Void is, but I know it's a horror beyond words. Not even the gods could stop them. In their battles, a rift was torn open between our worlds. The gods tried to seal it. But still, a fragment of the void's power managed to seep into this world. As he spoke, Garen pressed a hand to his temple, a wave of sharp pain washing over him. Across from him, Fury and the others exchanged uneasy glances, each one silently stunned. They had originally thought Garen was just some operative smuggled in by a foreign power. But now, he claimed to be a visitor from another world. Whether or not that was true, Garen's current condition forced them to consider the worst-case scenario. Mr. Garen, what happened next? Has the Void's power affected our world already? The Void, all I know is that it is greedy and defies description, devouring and corrupting all matter it touches. As for what happened to Runeterra after it was riddled with holes, I cannot recall. But I do know this. I'm not the only one from Runeterra who has come to this world. Many are not so noble. Some are true monsters, powerful enough to destroy worlds. As Garen continued, Fury and his team drew in sharp breaths. They pressed him with more questions, asking about these so-called gods, the evil forces he mentioned, their whereabouts, and so on. But on these points, Garen could only shake his head, pleading ignorance, while inwardly calling for the High Priestess. Meanwhile, Dio, who was watching with interest, thought to himself, now things are getting exciting. From there, everything unfolded naturally. Garen described the factions of Runeterra, even revealing some details about the gods, always explaining away his knowledge as fragments of memory returning. He had no intention of exposing the existence of the High Priestess. Yet, not a soul in the room, not even Dio, noticed that there was another presence hidden within those walls. Indeed, the earlier clash between Garen and Shaco had caught the attention of the New York Sanctum. Naturally, Ancient One found out soon enough. So, as Garen recounted his own story and the origins of the Jester, Ancient One stood to the side, quietly casting her spells. When it came to the Rune Continent, and even the gods and the void that Garen spoke of, Ancient One's knowledge was clearly far beyond that of Coulson and his team. She listened intently, absorbing every detail of Garen's tale. The people, the factions, even their abilities, everything was described with precision and order. To this, the sorcerer Ancient One showed a believing attitude. After all, a split in the timeline wasn't something just anyone could cause. Yet, while she believed him, the very beings Garen mentioned made even Ancient One furrow her brow in concern. Meanwhile, Dio, sensing things had gone far enough, feigned exhaustion and broke off his connection with Garen, claiming his energy was spent. After all, the more one said, the more likely it was to slip up. Better to let them fill in the blanks themselves. Their own speculations would always seem more convincing than anything told to them. As Garen's account drew to a close, a heavy silence descended upon the vast office. Director Fury and his team wore troubled expressions, their brows tightly knit from beginning to end. Mr. Garen, what you've told us is truly incredible. For now, why don't you return and rest? If we encounter the Jester again, or any other, creatures from the Rune Continent, we'll reach out to you. Does that sound all right? Hearing Phil's words, Garen pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded in agreement. Fury then called for an agent and led Garen out of the room. What Fury didn't expect, however, was that as Garen followed the agent down an empty corridor. Mr. Garen, you were amazing last night handling that mech. Did Director Fury invite you to join us? HM? No, he didn't. Really? That's a shame. We all thought, with your skills, we'd have the privilege of working alongside you. The agent sounded genuinely disappointed, though his eyes continually flickered over to Garen, sizing him up. Garen, however, didn't think much of it. Sorry to let you down. Maybe it's my background that made your director hesitate. Besides, I have no desire to become an agent or anything of the sort. Oh, the agent responded with a note of curiosity, but didn't press further. After all, pushing too hard could easily raise Garen's suspicions. That's right, this agent was actually a Hydra operative. Ever since Garen appeared last night, he had drawn their utmost attention. Whether it was his extraordinary physique or that massive sword and armor he could summon at will, everything about Garen was a curiosity to Hydra. They desperately wanted to unravel the secrets behind it all. The two walked along at a leisurely pace, chatting as they went. Garen remained unfazed, though he certainly wasn't naive. He kept the fact that he was a human from another world to himself. Dio, observing the scene from his godlike vantage point, naturally noticed what was happening, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. But on second thought, with so many Hydra agents hiding among the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was only a matter of time before Runeterra was exposed. So Dio quickly set his worries aside. In fact, Dio would be more than happy to see the whole world descend into chaos. Meanwhile, Garen and his companion made their way to the lounge where Aunt May and the others were resting. At that moment, Hill was keeping Aunt May company in conversation, while Peter was busy examining the various gadgets around the room. Garen, are you alright? I'm fine. Let's go. And thank you, Agent Hill, for your help. With those words, Garen thanked Hill, then led Aunt May and the others out of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Hill even offered to arrange an escort for them, but Garen politely declined. At that same time, several people stood in Fury's office, watching through the floor-to-ceiling windows as Garen and the others walked away. Director, do you think Garen was telling the truth? Natasha asked, eyes fixed on Fury. Fury turned away from the window and looked at his team. You really believe all that? The alternate world? Amnesia? Old tricks? But there's one thing that might have some truth to it. Coulson, what do you think about Garen's claim that he was sealed into a card by some unknown power? As Fury spoke, the others fell silent, realizing with some surprise that his earlier look of shock had been nothing but an act. Phil, hearing Fury's question, rubbed his chin thoughtfully before responding. This morning, I brought a few cards to test the girl. She seemed terrified of anything that was card-shaped. I also spoke with Tina's mother, who said the girl had just bought a set of Magical Girl anime cards a few days ago. So, Phil trailed off, but it was clear from his words. The little girl must have developed her phobia of cards only recently. And according to what they learned from Garen, they had been sealed inside cards, and as long as someone read aloud the information on the card, the person inside would be released. If they set aside the question of Garen's true identity and focused only on the cards, there was no telling how many such sealed beings might exist on Earth. While Fury and the others continued their discussion about the cards, Hill knocked at the office door. She entered and shared the information she'd gathered from Aunt May. At the end, she produced a drawing. It was a sketch, remarkably similar to the image of Garen on his hero card. At the sight of it, Fury and his team exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment, Fury addressed his trusted subordinates. Regarding this matter, I hope you can keep it confidential. In addition, I'll create a new classified file with the codename Void, clearance level 9. Send someone to notify Garen as well. Tell him not to go around revealing his origins. Yes, Director. With that, Fury waved his hand, signaling them to leave for now, then returned to his seat. Runeterra, he let out a sigh. Clearly, Fury believed Garen's explanation, yet his instincts as the king of spies told him something was off. Try as he might, he just couldn't put his finger on what it was. However, not long after Phil and the others had left, there was another knock on the door. The security system displayed the visitor's identity, and as soon as Fury saw who it was, a crease appeared between his brows. As the door swung open, Fury stood up. Alexander, my old friend, what brings you here? Don't tell me there's trouble with the politicians again. Not all. Funding for the Insight Project is steady. What, can I drop out a check on you now and then? Hearing Alexander Pierce's reply, Fury allowed himself a small sigh of relief. They've been preparing for the Insight Project for a long time now. The last thing they needed was for those desk-bound politicians to mess things up with their meddling. Come on, you know this place better than I do. Even if I didn't want you here, who could possibly show you the door? Fury chuckled. After a round of pleasantries, Pierce, feigning casual interest, finally asked, by the way, Nick, I heard that Armored Hero, making the rounds online yesterday, was recruited by you. What's the story? Armored Hero? The question caught Fury off guard for a moment, but he soon realized Pierce was talking about Garen. Recalling the report Natasha had sent back, Fury couldn't help but shake his head. He thought that nickname was painfully tacky. Yet, had Dio been present at that moment and heard Pierce refer to Garen that way, he would have burst out laughing. Oh, you mean Garen? He doesn't have much of a background. Smuggled in from some backwater, apparently had some sort of genetic mutation. Hearing this, the corners of Pierce's mouth twitched ever so slightly. He clearly suspected Fury knew more than he was letting on. Still, since Fury had no intention of saying more, Pierce didn't press the issue. Asking further would only create unnecessary problems. Whatever Fury was trying to hide, there would be other opportunities to find out. After exchanging a few more rounds of polite, calculated small talk, Pierce took his leave. No sooner had he gone than Fury hurriedly dialed a number. Get Garen a passport. I'll send you the details shortly. Yes, Director. With that, Fury hung up and, left alone in his empty office, pinched the bridge of his nose. Meanwhile, after everything that had just happened, Garen and his companions were in no mood to keep shopping. So, they drove straight back to their place in Queens. On the other side, Dio withdrew his probing consciousness and returned to the pet shop. By now, it was afternoon. The shop was quiet, with nothing inside but a few empty cat cages. Without the noisy furballs around, it actually feels a bit strange, he remarked. He went into the back room on the first floor, grabbed a few barbecue racks, and set them up outside the store. Then he brought out some beef and began to prepare it. Since he knew Garen and the others would soon be back, Dio clearly wasn't going to pass up the opportunity for some free experience points. Through the system, Even though Dio couldn't collect experience points from heroes at a distance, he could still see the exact numbers. The fight between Garen and Shako hadn't lasted long, but its impact was far-reaching. The aftermath of last night's rampaging mech still lingered, continuing to bring Garen a steady stream of experience, especially with the event being broadcast online to an even wider audience. Although Garen's image had been pixelated in the online footage, resulting in a decrease in experience gained, the sheer scale of attention more than made up for it. And today's incident with the clown would only push Garen's influence to a new peak. At this point, the experience points Garen had accumulated already surpassed 1,000. The summoned heroes obtained through the card draws, and even Dio himself, all possessed attribute abilities remarkably similar to those in the League of Legends game from his past life. They each had stats, equipment slots, and even talent slots. However, since this world was real, neither personal attributes nor equipment stats were represented as mere numbers anymore. Of course, while there were no longer any visible stats, the special characteristics of the equipment were faithfully preserved. If anything, they were enhanced to fit the rules of the real world even better. As night fell, the scent of home-cooked meals began to drift through the neighborhoods of Queens. Dio switched on the neon lights and busied himself with preparing a variety of barbecue ingredients. The mouth-watering aroma floated through the air, catching the attention of some hungry kids who stood watching Dio, completely captivated by the bustling scene. Dio, in good spirits, generously offered them a few skewers. At last, after what felt like forever, Aunt May and the others arrived, pulling up in their sedan. As the car passed Dio's barbecue stand, it slowed to a stop, and in a flash, little Peter dashed over. "Uncle Dio, I missed you so much. Wait, are you cooking? Let me help you." Without waiting for a reply, he eagerly began brushing sauce onto the skewers, so happy that tears of joy practically welled up at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Aunt May, seeing Peter's excitement, shot Dio an apologetic look and prepared to get out of the car to drag Peter back inside. However, how could Dio let things go as they wished? Tempting Peter was part of his plan all along. Now that everyone was here, there was no way he'd let them leave. Hey May, don't be like that. If Peter likes to help out, just let him. Besides, I bought way too many groceries today. My fridge can't even fit them all. I was just worrying I wouldn't be able to finish them alone. You two just got back and haven't eaten yet, right? Perfect timing for a little get-together. As Dio made his pitch, Aunt May hadn't even responded before Peter, grinning from ear to ear, eagerly agreed. Noticing the look on Dio's face, Aunt May felt it would be impolite to refuse any further. "Well then, thank you, Dio. We'll go park the car and be right over." "All right, but don't take too long." Judging by Peter's excitement, if you're late, there might not be much left for you to enjoy. A burst of laughter followed. I know, she replied with a chuckle. With that, Aunt May returned to the car and explained the situation to Garen, who smiled warmly and thought to himself, "People here are really so friendly." Looking out the window, Garen exchanged a friendly nod with Dio, and then Aunt May drove them back to their place. Meanwhile, Dio watched their car disappear, when suddenly Peter's voice chimed beside him. "Uncle Dio, you have no idea what we ran into today. If I told you, you'd be shocked out of your wits." Watching Peter happily munch on skewers, his hands moving left and right, Dio smiled and played along, encouraging him to tell more. At Peter's age, showing off was second nature. With just a little prompting from Dio, everything came pouring out: bank robbers, Aunt May getting caught, even a monstrous clown making an appearance. Of course, the one Peter mentioned the most was Garen. It was easy to hear the admiration in his tone. This kid had always had a strong sense of justice. No wonder he'd become Spider-Man one day. Even without superpowers, perhaps he would still have been a true hero at heart. "Oh, right, Uncle Dio, do you know about S.H.I.E.L.D.? That place is huge. They've got tons of high-tech gadgets. When I grow up, I want to invent my own advanced technology, too." "Is that so? I'll be looking forward to it. When you've got something ready, don't forget to let me have the first look." Hearing Dio's encouragement, Peter beamed with pride, tilting his chin up, looking every bit the little show-off. As time slipped by, night had fully fallen. Peter helped Aunt May thread the skewers, while Dio and Garen tended the grill. Every now and then, Peter would sneak a bite, and the others would tease him good-naturedly. In the midst of the laughter, Dio subtly hinted that Peter had revealed Garen's true identity. Aunt May shot Peter a sharp look, but he just shrugged it off, completely unfazed. Yet, as the conversation continued, none of them felt awkward or constrained. Instead, they found themselves chatting with ease and genuine enjoyment. After all, Aunt May knew what kind of person Dio was, and Garen, through their interactions, also sensed that they could get along well. So, he decided not to hide his extraordinary abilities any longer. "Garen, what are your plans for the future?" As Dio asked this, Aunt May also turned her gaze toward Garen. Garen pondered for a moment, recalling the events of the past 2 days, then let out a gentle sigh. I think I should do something, whether for myself or for this world. Evil exists everywhere. Perhaps I can't eradicate it completely, but as far as my abilities allow, I believe justice will prevail. On the other side, Aunt May looked at Garen, whose expression was solemn and resolute. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she quietly placed a hand over her heart, feeling its quickened beat, her gaze growing a little dreamy. Meanwhile, Dio, hearing Garen's response, spoke with equal emotion. That's right. If you have the power, it's only right to do what you want to do, what you ought to do. Exactly. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This world needs hope. Isn't fighting for those who can't fight for themselves the very reason we exist? Garen spoke with passionate conviction, completely unaware that Peter and Aunt May, sitting by his side, were gazing at him with admiration sparkling in their eyes. Seeing this, Dio couldn't help but smile knowingly. This was just as it should be. When a champion of justice emerges, can the forces of evil really be far behind? He glanced at his own system panel, where over 1,700 experience points were displayed, then drew a deep breath. The barbecue dinner had been a great success. Dio and his friends had bonded, and his relationship with Garen had grown warmer, though not in that way. After Aunt May, Peter, and Garen helped tidy up the remains of the barbecue, Dio watched them leave before returning upstairs to the second-floor bedroom of his shop. Time for the lottery. With that, Dio summoned the system's lottery interface. As the giant wheel appeared once more, he focused his mind, channeling his will like a heavy hammer striking the center of the wheel, right on the red go button. Instantly, the pointer began to spin rapidly. A rhythmic clicking echoed in his mind, the sound growing more intense as the wheel raced on. Equipment zone. Corrupting potion. 3 all-purpose potions restocked daily. After use, any damage to other creatures within 12 seconds applies a corrosion effect. Stack limit. 3. Recurve bow. Equipment effect. Increases attack speed. Attacks deal heavy strike. Physical item. A finely crafted bow requiring no arrows, with range and penetration power determined by the user's strength. Talent zone. Scorch. After charging, your next attack inflicts a burning effect on your target. Miscellaneous zone. Annie's backpack bear. It's just a cuddly bear now. Tibbers won't be paying you any attention. Thank you for your patronage, *6. This is awesome. Seeing the lottery results displayed on the screen, Dio pumped his fist with excitement, his face alight with joy. Annie's teddy bear? Better not take that out. If it really is that giant bear, I might not be able to handle it. But this recurve bow. As he spoke, Dio lifted his arm slightly. In a flash of shimmering light, a wooden longbow appeared in his hand. So, once it's out, it really doesn't have any special attributes. He tested the bowstring. It wasn't particularly heavy. As he drew the string back, a faint white mist began to gather, gradually becoming more substantial. Seeing this, a sudden realization dawned on Dio. Clearly, once the mist fully materialized, it would become an arrow. He stored the recurve bow in the equipment slot of his hero card. Instantly, a sense of lightness swept over his entire body. Boom! He threw a punch, the force slicing through the air with a whistling speed. Compared to before, his movements were noticeably faster. As for the recurve bow's description in the system, Dio quickly grasped what heavy strike meant. In his memory, this piece of equipment had a unique passive. Attacks would deal an additional 15 points of physical damage. But in the Marvel Universe, a real, living world, game-like, quantified stats clearly couldn't be applied here. Dio didn't feel disappointed by this. If anything, the absence of numerical stats might actually mean limitless potential. The same reasoning applied to talents like Scorch or the burning and corrosive effects of Corrupting Potion. They could all be easily understood here. Overall, this lottery draw had truly surprised Dio. The appearance of the Corrupting Potion, in particular, provided a tremendous boost to his endurance in prolonged battles. He glanced at his phone, then at the pitch-dark night outside the window. 10 o'clock already, huh? Another night of wild parties and indulgence begins. With this new gear in hand, I'd be remiss if I didn't get up to something tonight. Muttering to himself, Dio changed into his cheap night outfit, vaulted over the window, and leaped down. He cast a meaningful glance at the street corner not far away, then vanished swiftly into the shadows. Meanwhile, in an alley not far from Dio's home, a white man leaned against a damp wall. Reporting in, I've been spotted by Dio, but he didn't approach me. He's headed toward Clinton Avenue. I repeat, copy that. Stay on standby. Yes, sir. Under the cover of darkness, the agent eyed Dio's pet shop warily. The way Dio had looked in his direction earlier had made him feel as if an arrow was trained right at him. At the same moment, as Dio left, in Aunt May's house on the other side, Peter was watching a tall man as he sorted through his clothes. "Uncle Garen, are you heading out? Can I come with you?" Hearing Peter's young voice, Garen reached out and gently ruffled his hair. "You stay home and keep your aunt company. I have some things to take care of, but I'll bring you something tasty when I get back." "Really? That's awesome." Watching the exchange between uncle and nephew, Aunt May stood quietly to the side, her gaze lingering on Garen. She knew perfectly well what he was about to do. Though worry gnawed at her heart, she recalled what Garen had said at the barbecue earlier that evening. In the end, she found no reason to stop him. Besides, the nature of their relationship made it hard for her to speak up. All she could do was remind him to stay safe. To this, Garen nodded, signaling that he understood. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of Aunt May and Peter, Garen left the house and stepped into the dimly lit street. In no time, he vanished from sight. After a long moment, Aunt May sighed, taking Peter back inside. Yet just then, Garen's figure appeared again, this time by a car parked along the roadside. "Knock, knock, knock." Good evening, Mr. Garen." Hearing the voices of several men inside the car, Garen's expression remained calm as he nodded. "I know S.H.I.E.L.D. will be keeping an eye on me, but I hope you'll protect them. As for the Joker, I'll be on alert. Tell your director that if I need help, I'll consider it. You can rest assured, Mr. Garen. We won't interfere with your life." Garen glanced at the agents in the car, said nothing more, and turned to leave. The agents, seeing this, didn't question him further. After reporting the situation, they continued to keep watch around Aunt May's home. 3 days later, a biting night wind swept through, cooling the restlessness that lingered in the air. Hell's Kitchen, New York. Asterisk bang. Boom. Asterisk. It's you. Wait, let's make a deal. I can give you money, women, whatever you want. Inside the drug factory, filth bred corruption of both the body and the soul. Under the flickering light, a knight clad in heavy armor raised his gleaming blade high. Those who sin will find no mercy. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a thunderous roar, the factory was shattered, drug-making equipment strewn across the floor, explosions echoing through the chaos. Poisonous fumes sent the traffickers scrambling for their lives. Shards of broken glass flew like bullets, mowing down the scum of the underworld. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire rattled endlessly, striking the armored knight and sparking harmlessly off his plate. Facing the blazing muzzles, Garen neither flinched nor dodged. With a powerful leap, he charged forth like a human juggernaut, unstoppable. His greatsword became a feather in his hands, reaping their wicked souls with merciless ease. Blood spattered and flames intertwined, painting a vivid scene as dazzling as a theatrical spectacle. Garen's charging figure radiated the very essence of violent beauty. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed. The knight, "Kingpin will never let you go." "Kingpin," Garen scoffed. "He doesn't need to let me go. I'll be coming for him." Another gruesome sound followed as Garen swung his sword, severing the man's head. Despite his reverence for the finality of death, Garen never allowed that respect to dull his resolve against evildoers. Surveying the chaos left in his wake, Garen sheathed his greatsword with a practiced motion, then strode out of the drug factory with cool composure, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Phil, it's me." A weary voice answered on the other end. "Let me guess. You've wiped out another hideout for one of those criminal gangs." Hearing Phil Coulson's tired tone, Garen felt a twinge of embarrassment. For the past 3 days, he'd spent his days living a peaceful life with Aunt May and her nephew, but every night, he slipped out to wage war on the city's underworld. The cleanup? That always fell to Phil. Not that S.H.I.E.L.D. handled everything directly. Phil often just tipped off New York's finest, letting the local police take over. But what Garen had seen in recent days troubled him. New York's chaos, gangs clustering in the shadows, lone thugs lurking in alleys. It all made him frown. Garen confronted these criminal forces with uncompromising force. Draw a weapon, and you'd meet his blade. Over the past 3 nights, not only had he struck out alone to fight evil, but he'd also helped S.H.I.E.L.D. solve several tricky cases at Phil's request. All the while, Garen hunted for the elusive jester, Shaco. But Shaco's abilities were bizarre and slippery. Even if he managed to corner the villain, unless he could subdue him immediately, catching him again would be next to impossible. During the call, Garen explained that tonight's target was a group of drug dealers. Hearing Phil's exhaustion, Garen's voice softened with concern. "Phil, I'm sorry for troubling you these past few days. I know you haven't had much rest because of me." Meanwhile, on the other end, inside a military-grade transport plane, Phil hurried to reassure him. "Nonsense, Garen. You've been a tremendous help. Actually, I might not be able to take your calls for the next couple of days. I'm heading out to New Mexico. I'll forward you Natasha's number. If you need anything, she'll be your contact." Garen paused for a moment at Phil's words. Thanks to Peter and Aunt May's guidance, he'd recently learned the basics of using a computer to look up information. Now, he finally had a rough understanding of the world's geography and the layout of its nations. As for what Phil was doing in New Mexico, Galen had no intention of finding out. Wandering the city over the past few days, Galen realized that this world was far more complex than he had imagined. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Phil and hanging up the phone, Galen noticed it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He retracted his armor and stepped out into a narrow alley beside the drug lab. The deep rumble of an engine echoed through the night. Indeed, thanks to Galen's recent achievements, Phil had specifically asked Nick Fury to assign him a custom motorcycle as his personal vehicle. Though Galen had declined Fury's invitation to join the Avengers, his tangible help during several recent operations had not gone unnoticed, and a motorcycle was a fitting gesture of thanks. Galen was quite fond of the bike, and, in fact, his exploits fighting criminals atop this motorcycle had already begun circulating online. His superhero moniker had shifted from Armored Warrior to Knight of Justice. Of course, to protect Aunt May and the others as much as possible, Galen always wore a helmet whenever he went out. This was no ordinary helmet. It was part of his exosuit, able to appear or vanish at will. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hell's Kitchen, Dio stood atop a towering rooftop, gazing down over this crime-ridden city. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in focus. "Ah, there you are. Let's see where you run to this time." With that, Dio pulled the cowl of his knight suit over his head and dashed along the building's edge with practiced speed, before leaping boldly into the darkness. He landed with rapid, steady steps, his boots hitting the ground in quick succession. He turned back to glance at the tall building behind him, exhaling sharply. The 10-meter drop was nothing to him now. It felt as if he'd simply stepped on a level ground. In these 3 days, Dio had been just as busy as Galen. Besides his nightly hunts, he was also actively tracking down Seiko's whereabouts. After all, in recent days, Seiko had claimed hundreds of lives, making it impossible for the authorities to keep such news under wraps. The Joker's bloodlust and unpredictability had thrown the entire nation into a state of unease, disrupting daily life and even affecting the way people worked. Dio's motivation for pursuing Seiko was simple. The 6,000-plus experience points Seiko carried were simply too tempting. The government was equally invested in catching the Joker Seiko, offering a $1 million bounty, plus a $10,000 reward for any credible tip on his location. This, of course, had given rise to a swarm of desperate bounty hunters, and their fates were all too easy to imagine. Coming back to his senses, Dio activated a power with a single thought. His consciousness flickered into a brief blackout, then snapped instantly awake. That's right. He had just used the system's ability to peer into the minds of heroes. After 3 days of practice, Dio had mastered this technique. Even though the vision lasted only for a split second, it was more than enough for him to grasp the hero's situation and their surroundings. Bang! With a powerful push of his foot, he shot out like a cannonball unleashed from its barrel. At the same time, in a citizen's home in Hell's Kitchen, a man's hands and feet had been brutally pinned to the floor by several sharp daggers, rendering him completely immobile. Crimson blood seeped into the wooden floor, its metallic scent filling the air. Shako, toying with a young boy beside him, grew visibly excited by the smell. "Please, sir, I beg you, let my child go." The man, his voice choked with tears, pleaded with the puppet before him, desperate as he gazed at his sobbing son. He could never have imagined that his family would fall victim to a monster as terrifying as the bloodthirsty clown. But Shako paid no heed to the man's desperate cries. Instead, he turned to the terrified child and spoke in a twisted, delighted tone. "What a wonderful soul. Such a pity it isn't mine. In that case, I'll just destroy it. Hif, hif, hif. No, please, I beg you, spare him." Squelch. The man on the floor struggled with all his might, heedless of his nearly mangled limbs, desperate to break free. Watching this, Shako's eerie smile curled even wider. Wasn't this exactly the emotion he craved? The despair radiating from a living being on the brink? Ah, how exquisite. Exquisite, my ass. Exquisite, my ass. Whiz crack. At that moment, a white arrow burst through the door, striking Shako squarely and sending him crashing into the wall inside the room. A wave of searing heat instantly followed, enveloping Shako's body. With a thunderous boom, orange flames erupted, blazing fiercely. The fire scorched his body, the pain searing deep into his very soul, wrenching an agonized howl from him. Wounded, he could no longer maintain the daggers pinning the man's limbs to the floor. "Arg, damn it, you again." Bang! Amid Shako's furious cries, Dio's figure suddenly descended from above, shattering the window as he burst into the house. He swiftly surveyed the scene. Seeing the man bleeding out on the floor, Dio felt no overwhelming anger or hatred. Instead, he turned his attention to Shako, the half-human-sized clown standing before him, and raised his longbow to shoot another arrow. Whiz, thud, bang. The arrow pierced the wall with such force that it left a smoldering black hole behind. Shako's figure vanished in a puff of smoke. Dio, unfazed, calmly used his probing technique again to locate him. Trying to run? If I don't get you today, I'll take your name as my own. With that, Dio swiftly grabbed the phone from the injured man's pocket, dialed 911, and tossed the phone beside him without waiting for the call to connect. He turned and dashed out of the room, continuing his pursuit in the direction of Seiko. Seiko's teleportation ability was indeed bizarre. If it were anyone else, they might have assumed he had already vanished far away. But Dio, who understood Seiko's powers, knew that his teleportation was limited by his own strength. For now, he could only shift a distance of about 100 meters. Sprinting all the way, Dio emerged onto a dimly lit street. All around him was silence. The earlier explosion had prompted the local residents to shut their doors and windows tight, but there were still a few fearless souls lurking in the shadows, quietly peeking out. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but human nature is always strange like that. On the street where the lights flickered uncertainly, Dio glanced around at the empty surroundings, not a trace of Seiko to be seen. He activated his probing ability again, and in that instant, a strange and marvelous vision unfolded before him, making him gasp in surprise. Suppressing the urge to spin around, he kept walking forward. Suddenly, a crazed laugh rang out. Ha! There was a sharp whoosh, followed by a metallic clang. A heavy breath escaped into the night. Dio turned around with a calm expression, meeting Seiko's astonished gaze. The corner of his mouth lifted in a subtle, mocking smile. Had enough fun? Because if you're done, then it's my turn now. Before the words had even faded, the longbow in Dio's hand vanished instantly. He stamped down hard on the ground, unleashing a thunderous boom that rippled outward in waves. With a flash, he appeared right in front of Seiko. His fist sliced through the air, erupting with a deafening blast as fire danced along his knuckles. With a single strike, he punched straight through Seiko's puppet body, and the next moment, searing flames engulfed the figure. Arg, WHY, how did you find me? Hearing Seiko's trembling question in his hand, Dio curled his lip, then leaned in close to Seiko's ear. This time I'll let you go. But remember, games are fine. Excessive slaughter is not. If you cross that line again, you're finished. With that, Dio casually tossed aside the burning Seiko illusion. Yes, what had died by Dio's hand was nothing more than a phantom conjured by Seiko's ultimate move. As for the real Seiko, Dio turned his head, glancing meaningfully toward the dim alley across the street, where an invisible puppet, imperceptible to ordinary people, was lurking. Then, Dio pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the wailing illusion on the ground, before striding away without a backward glance. If the clown was smart enough, then, a series of violent explosions erupted behind him, but Dio didn't flinch or break a stride. Fisk, looks like things will be quiet around here for a while. Leaving Hell's Kitchen behind, Dio listened to the sirens of police cars blaring past, while he scrolled through the photo he'd just taken. Speaking of which, this bounty wouldn't be too much to claim it from Coulson, would it? With these thoughts in mind, Dio sought out a filthy, deserted alley. Glancing up at the tall walls of the buildings on either side, he sprang into action, pushing off to the left, bracing himself to the right, and in no time at all he had scaled the rooftop. He pulled back his hood, slipped off his jacket, then rummaged through his pockets for a plastic shopping bag, carefully wrapping up his belongings inside. Weaving inconspicuously through back streets, he made his way back to the bustling city center. Once more, Mr. Dio, the law-abiding citizen, was back on the scene. He picked a fast food restaurant at random. Inside, the place was packed with young people, chatting and joking around. One order of fried chicken wings and a cola, please. Of course, just a moment. Taking a seat by the window, Dio surveyed these boisterous youths, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Dio, it's me. I'll send you a few photos in a moment. Transfer the money directly to my account when you get them. And about the $3,000 I borrowed from you. Just deduct it yourself. What money? The call cut off abruptly, the dial tone humming in Phil's ear. Meanwhile, at the airport in New Mexico, Phil stared at his phone, utterly baffled by Dio's antics. 3 days earlier, he learned from a colleague that Dio wanted his contact info. Figuring it was better to befriend someone he couldn't defeat, Phil agreed. This was the first time Dio had reached out in those 3 days, and right off the bat, he was asking for money. Phil was left completely dumbfounded. But then a series of messages came through. Phil opened the photos Dio had sent. He hissed in shock. That's the Joker. The photos showed the gruesome figure of the Joker, writhing and howling as flames consumed him. Phil frowned, not because he doubted Dio's abilities. After all, in their previous encounters, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already noticed that while the Joker's powers were bizarre, conventional firearms could still injure him. Phil wasn't sure exactly how powerful Dio was, but it was clear he easily outmatched the Joker. Still, Phil thought it wise to verify the authenticity of the photos. Just as he was about to report this to Fury, his phone rang again. This time it wasn't just anyone. It was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself. "Director? It's me. Have you arrived at your destination?" Hearing Fury's question, Phil decided to hold off on reporting the Joker incident, and instead brief Fury on the situation in New Mexico. "Good, I understand. Try to bring back that hammer if you can. Let's not have another mess like the one with the Joker. By the way, the Joker situation is resolved, so focus on your current assignment, and we'll talk about everything else when you return." Even though Fury's tone was as flat as ever, Phil could sense a certain lightness in his voice. But those last words kept echoing in Phil's mind. The Joker's been dealt with? "Director, I know who killed the Joker. Also, he sent me a message. He wants to claim the reward." "It was Dio, wasn't it? You can give it to him. After all, we're not the only ones putting up the bounty. Let's leave it at that. When you get back, check into Dio abit more. You have no idea. According to the citizens he saved, he actually knows how to use a bow and arrow, and apparently his bow is no ordinary weapon." "Understood, Director." As the call ended, Phil rubbed his forehead and sighed, then signaled to his colleague beside him. Together, they set off by car toward the wilds of New Mexico. Yesterday, during the day, S.H.I.E.L.D. detected a massive energy surge, the source of which was traced to New Mexico. According to eyewitnesses passing through the area, a colossal beam of light shot from the heavens to the wilderness. Afterward, a mysterious hammer appeared, one that no one has been able to lift. That hammer was embedded deep in a stone, and not even a pickup truck's towing cable could budge it an inch. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. specializes in dealing with such extraordinary phenomena, an investigation was inevitable. Along with Phil and several agents, a dozen research scientists and the local security forces have been dispatched to the site. Meanwhile, back in New York City, Dio finished his meal, then sprawled across the dining table for a short rest. In truth, he was keeping a watchful eye on the Joker's whereabouts. His previous words had clearly shaken Sarko to the core, but whether the creature would actually keep a low profile was anyone's guess. Fortunately, Sarko was cautious. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, he vanished into the woods, which allowed Dio to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if the Joker were to show himself in the next few days, that $1 million bounty might just slip through his fingers. Dio shut down the surveillance feed on Sarko and turned his attention to Garen. By now, Garen had already returned home, changed into clean clothes, and was playing video games with Peter. Aunt May had just finished a phone call. "Peter, it's 11 o'clock. Don't you think it's time for bed?" "I know, Aunt May. Just let me finish this level." Hearing Peter's reply, May gave Garen a mock scolding glance. Garen could only scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. When the game level ended, Peter was ushered off to bed, and Aunt May sat down next to Garen. "Garen, do you remember Virginia Potts? She and her family are coming by tomorrow morning to thank you." Hearing Aunt May's words, Garen thought for a moment before recalling. She was the woman he had rescued at the Hammer Industries Expo a few days ago. "Yes, I remember. She's Tony Stark's wife, isn't she? There's really no need for her to thank me in person. I was just doing what anyone would have done. Still, if they're coming over, I'm sure Peter will be thrilled. He absolutely idolizes Iron Man, after all." Aunt May looked at the man before her and offered a gentle smile. "I told them as well that there was no need to go to such trouble, but Pepper simply wouldn't listen. She insisted on coming in person to show her sincerity. And you know, Peter's admiration isn't reserved for Mr. Stark alone. I think, deep down, he looks up to you even more." "No way." Hearing May's reply, Galen couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at his lips. Over the past few days, he'd truly come to feel at home in this society. Apart from a handful of shady underworld types, everyone here was warm and welcoming. The whole community buzzed with vitality, and the array of quirky, ingenious gadgets scattered through daily life made everything feel light and easy. Though he'd spent these days either lounging at home or out on the streets meting out justice to criminals, he never once found himself short of money. For Galen, justice was a matter of law, or if need be, force. As for taking dirty money off the hands of criminals, he felt no qualms at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dio withdrew his psychic gaze from the heroes inside the fast food restaurant. By now, it was already past midnight. In the 24-hour eatery, only a few homeless drifters remained, scattered in the otherwise empty space. "So Pepper's visiting Aunt May's place tomorrow? TCH, I'd best skip the crowd and stay away." With that thought, Dio rose to his feet and strolled out into the night. The wind outside howled sharply, and a few passers-by hurried along, collars up, eager to escape the biting cold. As he walked down a dim side street, Dio summoned his system interface. His eyes landed on the accumulated experience points, and a slow grin spread across his face. Over 8,000 already? Not bad for such a short time. Enough talk. Time for a 10-spin draw. With a mere thought, the prize will materialize before him. The whir of spinning and clicking filled Dio's mind, echoing with anticipation. Miscellaneous. Blind Monk's eye-protecting headband. Unknown. 20 experience points times 3. Better luck next time times 6. You gotta be kidding me. Seeing the results flash across the screen, Dio's face darkened. One more try. No way my luck's this bad. Hero. Sivir, the Battle Mistress, fragment times 1. Miscellaneous. Explorer Ezreal's goggles. Unknown. 200 experience points times 1. 20 experience points times 3. Better luck next time times 4. Hero. Vladimir, the Crimson Reaper. Warwick, the Uncaged Wrath of Zaun. Equipment. Winged Moonplate. Inventory effect. Increases health. Special trait. Flight. Boosts movement speed. Allows flight at the cost of stamina. Physical description. A resilient waist-guarded breastplate. Thorn Mail. Inventory effect. Increases constitution. Special trait. Thorns. Stores and releases kinetic energy when attacked. Storage capacity depends on user strength. Physical description. An incredibly sturdy full body armor. Miscellaneous area. 1 yellow card from Twisted Fate, the card master. It's just a yellow card, nothing more. Thank you for your patronage. 5. What the damn? With a startled cry, Dio stared at the notification that popped up on the card drawing interface. He shouted so loudly that passers-by all looked at him with odd, puzzled expressions. But at that moment, Dio couldn't care less about the stares from strangers. The appearance of 2 hero cards had truly given him quite a shock. Yes, a shock, not a pleasant surprise. Staring at the system interface and seeing only 3,000 experience points left, Dio let out a silent sigh. I got carried away. Vladimir is no easy customer. I really need to find that hero card fast, or else. Just thinking about an ancient vampire who had lived for thousands of years appearing on Earth made Dio gulp nervously. He hurried over to the steps outside a street shop. Closing his eyes, he was just about to search for the location of the vampire hero card when suddenly, from a nearby block, a piercing, blood-curdling scream rang out. Damn it, Warwick's been activated. Cursing under his breath, Dio fought down his irritation and continued to search for the vampire hero card's whereabouts. Meanwhile, inside the FBI headquarters in Brooklyn, you're certain this card appeared directly on your desk? Yes, sir. I was just about to get up and pour myself a cup of coffee, and in that instant, the card showed up right in front of me. Hearing the officer's reply, the superior frowned slightly and took the card from his hand. The card was a deep crimson all over, emitting a faint aura of light. Jerry, holding the card, had no doubt that if the power went out right now, this card could easily serve as a light source. Does anyone else know about this? No, sir. Right after the card appeared, I came straight to you, because something this bizarre. As the officer spoke, Jerry waved him off. Understand. You may go. Yes, sir. As the officer departed, Jerry took the card back to his director's office. The card felt cool to the touch, slick and glossy, with intricate patterns along the edges. At its center was a strangely unsettling illustration. It depicted a man dressed in a robe of deep scarlet, the cut and style exuding an aristocratic flair reminiscent of European nobility from centuries past. Yet compared to typical portraits of nobles, the illustration on this card seemed especially eerie. Not only did the man's eyes glow red, but a blood-red orb floated above his hand. The longer Jerry stared, the deeper his frown became. As for the strange script at the top of the card, he noticed it, but couldn't make out a single word. Precisely because the writing was so unfamiliar, Jerry kept his guard up, his mind uneasy. After all, he realized that even though he didn't recognize these characters, he could somehow understand them, especially when he recalled what the officer had said earlier. He began to suspect that this card was no ordinary object. Perhaps it was connected to some kind of supernatural power. As the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Jerry's experience was certainly far above the average person's. 3 sharp knocks sounded on the door. Come in. Sir, there's an emergency. There's a riot breaking out in Manhattan, on 63rd Street. Surveillance picked up an unknown creature, suspected to have escaped from a laboratory. The officer who entered was holding a tablet. He handed it to Jerry, who, upon seeing the image of the giant creature on the screen, couldn't help but suck in a startled breath. What is that? A werewolf experiment? Didn't I already warn those people? Why are they still provoking them? On the screen, a massive werewolf, its body powerfully built and bristling with blue-gray fur, was rampaging through the dimly lit streets, fangs bared. Strapped to the creature's back was a canister that looked disturbingly like a biological weapon, glowing green. Inside the canister, a swirling green liquid churned violently. Jerry had no doubt that if the container broke, its toxic contents could devastate an entire neighborhood. What Jerry didn't know was that the liquid was nothing more than an alchemically synthesized rage hormone. Where did it come from? And what about casualties? Hearing Jerry's questions, the officer hesitated for a moment before finally answering. According to the surveillance, it appeared out of thin air. As for casualties, none. What? No one's been killed. Jerry stared at the officer, then back at the tablet. The image of the huge, ferocious werewolf with its wild, brutal movements left his mind reeling. It was just too unbelievable. A monstrous werewolf armed with a bioweapon rampaging through a busy city street. And yet, somehow, there were no casualties. Shaking his head, Jerry tried to clear the clutter from his mind. Let's set that aside for now. Dispatch reinforcements immediately. See if you can drive it out of the city. I have a feeling there's more to this than meets the eye. Sir, do we have permission to open fire? Jerry shot a glance at the young officer, his brows furrowing slightly. What do you think? Yes, sir. As the officer turned to leave, Jerry couldn't shake his worry. Afraid the officer might have misunderstood his intent, he called out quickly. Wait. Remember, if it doesn't resist or attack, hold your fire. Keep your weapons raised and try to drive it out first. Understood. When the officer had gone, Jerry pinched the bridge of his nose. This case was growing stranger by the minute. A mysterious card appearing out of nowhere, a modified bioweapon werewolf on the loose. He sighed. Let's just hope we haven't attracted their attention. Otherwise, lost in thought, Jerry picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. Hey, could you connect me to Fury? Just tell him old Jerry needs to talk to him. As the call was transferred, it didn't take long before a deep, commanding voice came through the line. I've already sent people over. Do you have any leads on your side? Listening to Fury's words over the phone, Jerry shook his head as he held the receiver. I knew your intelligence network was impressive. I've only just gotten the news myself. As for leads, I don't have any yet. But something strange did happen today, and I was planning to ask you about it when I had the chance. After all, you folks are the experts when it comes to the bizarre. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury sat on his leather couch, his expression cold and focused as he listened. What is it? Just before the bio-werewolf incident, something odd happened at our precinct. A card appeared out of nowhere on a police officer's desk. What did you say? A card. Hearing Fury's shocked exclamation on the line, Jerry instinctively pulled the receiver away from his ear, his brows knitting together. Even he had never seen Fury so rattled. Noticing Fury's extreme reaction, Jerry glanced at the crimson card on his desk, his own expression growing more grave. That's right, a card. It's all red. Does it have a creature's image on it? Strange patterns around the edges. How did you know? But there's also some writing on the card, not in any language I recognize. It looks like it says, "Stop. Don't say another word." Jerry froze, stunned by the furious shout coming through the phone. Then Fury's voice rang out again, even more urgent. "Stop whatever you're doing right now. No one is to go near that card under any circumstances. And absolutely do not read the writing on aloud. I'm sending people over immediately. Remember, do not read those words and best not to get close to it at all." With that, Fury hung up abruptly, exhaling hard through gritted teeth. At last, finally, I found you. He quickly dialed several more numbers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Natasha was fast asleep when Fury's call woke her. Listening to his urgent words, she immediately understood the gravity of the situation. She sprang out of bed, hurriedly dressing and gathering her gear. At the same time, over at the Barton household, Clint was holding his wife as they slept when he too received a call from Fury. Of all of them, Barton was perhaps the most willing to believe in a card that could seal away living creatures, fantastical as it sounded. After all, he'd seen Garen swing that giant sword with his own eyes, watched the blade's force cut through the air. Knowing what Garen was capable of, he put stock in the man's words. As Barton got out of bed, his wife stirred beside him. "Heading out this late? Just some business to take care of. You go back to sleep." With that, Barton gently kissed his wife on the forehead before rising from the bed to get dressed. At the same time, inside the FBI headquarters, Jerry stared at the phone he'd just hung up, then glanced at the red card lying quietly on his desk. He didn't understand why a single card could make Fury look so alarmed, but Jerry wasn't about to tempt fate by poking his nose into the unknown out of sheer curiosity. Elsewhere, Dio watched as Warwick dashed away, but made no move to stop or attack him. In fact, he didn't even cross paths with him. Though Warwick looked vicious, Dio knew he was a hero of the chaotic good alignment, a lone hunter prowling the city's shadowy alleys in search of criminals lurking in the depths. But the scent of blood could drive Warwick into a frenzy. Even if he managed to keep his urges in check, without a way to vent his anger, he would be nothing more than a wild beast. Dealing with Warwick simply wasn't on Dio's mind right now. After all, he had another task at hand, a hero car belonging to the forces of evil that needed to be reclaimed. Leaving behind the chaos of 63rd Street, Dio hailed a taxi and headed straight for the place where his mind told him the vampire hero card awaited. At that moment, Dio had no idea that the card had, quite unexpectedly, ended up inside the FBI building. Meanwhile, a helicopter skimmed low across the night sky, its thunderous rotors shattering the silence and drawing a chorus of curses from those trying to sleep. Down below, a convoy of a dozen black SUVs made its way through the streets, causing nighttime pedestrians to quickly scatter out of their path. The motorcade sped forward, escorted by police cars, clearing every intersection until they arrived outside the FBI headquarters. Natasha joined up with Agent Barton. They exchanged a silent nod, both faces set with grim determination. Inside the FBI building, guided by several agents, the group made their way to the door of Jerry's office. There was a sharp knock. "Come in." Hearing the voice from within, Natasha gave a quick instruction to the other agents and officers behind her. Then, together with Barton, she carried a precision-engineered briefcase into the office. As the door closed behind them, the scene inside revealed Jerry standing by a sofa, ready to receive his guests. When he saw the two enter, he stepped forward to shake their hands. "Agent Barton, is all this really necessary? Tomorrow the whole internet will probably explode with rumors." Seeing Jerry's bemused expression, Barton could only offer a wry smile. He didn't want all this fuss either, but Fury placed tremendous importance on the card. Barton had suggested they simply take the card quietly, but Fury was too concerned about unforeseen complications. Yet if Fury knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra, he'd probably regret the decision he made tonight. As Barton and his companion paused in their conversation, Natasha approached Jerry's desk, carrying her briefcase. It only took her a glance to spot the card lying on the tabletop. The card looked almost identical to the one Agent Hill had sketched just a few days before. And yet, as she studied the portrait on the red card, Natasha's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a deep sense of unease settling in her heart. From the very moment she saw it, Natasha was convinced of the card's authenticity. After all, the letters at the top of the card, though she didn't recognize the script, she could somehow comprehend their meaning. Suppressing the urge to dwell on those strange letters, she took a pair of tweezers from her kit and carefully picked up the card. Meanwhile, although Barton kept up his conversation with Jerry, the corner of his eye never strayed far from the card on the desk. It wasn't until Natasha slipped the card into her briefcase and gave him a reassuring nod that Barton finally allowed himself to exhale in relief. "Director Jerry, this matter involved highly classified information. Later, I'll have someone come by with a confidentiality agreement for you to sign. Also, please arrange a press conference for tomorrow. Just say it's an emergency drill." Jerry's lips twitched as he listened, embarrassed by Barton's suggestion to cover things up. The emergency drill excuse was getting old. With Barton and Natasha leaving one after the other, the remaining agents stayed behind to wrap up and discuss next steps. The two of them, meanwhile, boarded a helicopter bound for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At the same time, just a few blocks from the FBI building, Dio was indulging in a rare cigarette. He could hardly believe that the hero card had ended up in the hands of a federal agent. Worse, it was now with S.H.I.E.L.D. "This is absolutely insane," he muttered under his breath, tossing the cigarette, but to the ground and grinding it out with his shoe. With the hero card now secure by S.H.I.E.L.D., there was little chance of Vladimir getting out anytime soon. Still, the thought of Hydra agents lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. made Dio sigh. Well, if the sky falls, there are taller folks to hold it up. Besides, the Ancient One is still alive, so it should all work out. Shaking his head, Dio ducked into a corner grocery store, grabbed some food, and set off for home. Meanwhile, in District 63, a massive police search was underway, combing every inch for signs of Warwick. "Requesting backup. I found something," crackled a voice over the radio. In a shadowy alleyway, a heavily armed officer stared at the deep claw marks gouged into the walls on either side, swallowing hard. A slick, foul-smelling puddle of slime oozed across the ground. The officer mustered his courage and slowly raised his gaze. Droplets of something wet and viscous splattered to the ground. Then, suddenly, with a sickening smack, a glob landed squarely on the officer's face. He screamed. Gunfire erupted in a blind panic. Above him, perched atop the alley wall, a hulking werewolf loomed, its massive form barely visible through the haze of fear and adrenaline. Terror swept over the officers, and in that moment, they forgot every order their superiors had given them. Their weapons erupted, spitting searing tongues of flame. A furious roar tore through the air. With a thunderous crash, Warwick leapt down, his massive form easily over 3 meters tall, slammed into the ground, shattering the concrete beneath him. Damn it, just die, one officer screamed in terror, firing desperately as the monstrous werewolf loomed just steps away. Warwick barely felt the sting of their bullets. With a single swipe, he knocked the automatic rifle from the officer's hands, sending the man stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground. The look of horror in the officer's eyes and his uncontrollable screams began to grate on Warwick's nerves. He didn't even know how he had ended up in this strange place. But the air here was thick with the scent of countless sins. Stop screaming. Your shrieking will only choke you. And one thing you should know, I have a long memory for grudges. Now, answer my questions. Otherwise, I'll kill you. As he spoke, Warwick brought his blood-stained jaws dangerously close to the officer's head. The officer, petrified, was so terrified he could barely think. He had no doubt, if he refused to cooperate, his head would soon be separated from his body. Why, you ask, I'll tell. Where's this place? Why are you hunting me? And were those moving iron beasts? The young officer managed to gather his wits and stammered a reply. This is New York, with the NYPD. Your appearance has caused a major diss. If you want answers, let me give them. But first, you need to let go of that kid. A figure, clad in red and gold, dropped from the sky, hovering effortlessly above the alley, looking down at the man and the beast below. What now? Another iron beast, and this one can fly? Warwick rumbled, his deep voice resonating. Inside the suit of armor, Tony Stark's lips twitched with irritation. Watch your tone, stray mutt. By the way, have you had your shots? Warwick's eyes glowed, an even fiercer red at the armored figure's words. The metal claws at the end of his paws gouged deep holes in the pavement. Run while you can. I already know your scent, even if you're wrapped in a layer of iron. Is that so? Well, I don't have the word run in my dictionary. Let him go, and I'll play with you for a while. Maybe afterward, I'll take you to the zoo. Tony's voice rang out, every bit as defiant as the werewolf's. Seeing this, Warwick took a deep breath. Then with a swift, fluid motion, he spun around. His tail swept the terrified officer off the ground and sent him flying across the alley. He leaped up, bounding back and forth between the alley walls, and in almost an instant, reached Tony's height. Surrender like a beast. A metallic clash, then a heavy blow. What? In that split second, Tony's reflexes could barely keep up. Even with Jarvis's assistance, he was sent flying backwards. Deep gouges tore across the gold titanium alloy armor, some even denting the layers beneath. Another thunderous impact. As Tony's body hurtled through the air and was about to crash onto the ground, he flipped backward, stabilizing himself with a burst from his thrusters. Sir, armor integrity down by 23%. Hearing Jarvis's report inside the suit, Tony eyed Warwick, who was grinning mockingly not far away, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. At the same time, all traces of underestimation vanished from Tony's mind as he drew a steady breath. Nice claws, just hope you don't scratch yourself when you itch. Heh, such a mouthy human. With a powerful kick, Warwick sprang from the alley, landing on all fours. Seeing this, Tony quickly raised his arm, the whir of charging mechanisms filling the air. A blast echoed out, halting Warwick mid-pounce and sending him crashing downward. But before he could fully hit the ground, several repulsor blasts struck him squarely in the chest. Roar. Not bad, but you'll need better than that. Wisps of smoke curled up from his fur as pain flashed through him. Warwick's blood-red eyes locked fiercely onto the armored figure above. With his powerful, beastly instincts, he easily saw through the metal shell to the human inside, even sensing Tony's life force. And it was precisely this sensation that surprised Warwick. An ordinary human, using nothing but a suit of armor, could actually wound him. High above, Tony stared down at the werewolf gathering power below, equally astonished. Though Stark Industries was worth hundreds of billions, and he himself was Iron Man, there was still so much about this world he didn't understand. The appearance of a creature like a werewolf was a great shock. Deep down, Tony preferred to believe this beast was some kind of lab experiment gone rogue. After all, the canisters and tanks, strapped to Warwick's body, made him look far too much like a bioweapon. This time, Tony had come fully prepared. The last encounter with Ivan had taught him a hard lesson. So his suit was now upgraded with the latest in weaponry. He raised his arm, and the golden red gauntlet unfolded, launching several small explosive rounds. Take this. As soon as the words left Tony's mouth, the projectiles shot out, striking Warwick with pinpoint accuracy. A series of deafening explosions erupted, filling the alley with thick smoke and a sudden, furious howl. It was partly Warwick's unfamiliarity with this world's weapons that made him stand his ground, not dodging Tony's iron spikes. As a result, he took the brunt of the explosion head-on. With a furious roar, a red aura burst from Warwick's body, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. A sharp crack echoed. Ugh, what? Jarvis? A sudden pain seared through Tony's shoulder, nearly causing him to black out for a split second. Warwick's massive, powerful frame crashed down on him, the sheer weight almost crushing the armor to the ground. Razor-sharp fangs punched straight through Tony's suit, sinking deep into his shoulder, nearly piercing him through. The agony was so intense it bordered on numbness, and inside the armor, Tony broke out in a cold sweat. His cries triggered the suit's built-in defense mechanisms, which instantly sprang to life. With a sharp hiss, several micro-missiles launched from the back of Tony's gauntlet, homing in with a 360-degree spin before striking Warwick, who was now behind him. The violent explosions blasted the two apart. On one side, Tony, inside his armor, found he could barely feel his right shoulder anymore. Meanwhile, Warwick licked his blood-red tongue over his fangs, his jaws still gaping wide. Blood makes us wild. Blood is the price. Zahn will watch you bleed out onto the ground, but do nothing. Warwick honors the strong. You leave. Open fire. Gunfire erupted. At that moment, the long-awaited backup arrived. Seeing the scene of devastation, their fallen comrades lying nearby, and Iron Man clutching his wounded arm in the rubble, the officers' imaginations raced at the sight of blood dripping from the armor. In a split second, they reached a unanimous conclusion. Attack. Gunfire thundered. Explosions roared. Heavy weapons struck Warwick's body. Though his flesh wasn't torn, the force of the impacts was unmistakable. Feeling his rage intensifying, Warwick frowned, then leapt away, scaling a low building in a single bound. With another few jumps, he disappeared from view. With Warwick's departure, the police and soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had they just witnessed? That monstrous werewolf, despite being targeted by all of them, hadn't even shed a drop of blood. On the other side, Tony, still in his armor, sank to one knee, his face ghostly pale beneath the mask. Jarvis, call Rhodey. Of course, sir. Given your injuries, I've already reserved a hospital room for you. Meanwhile, far away at a military base in New York, Colonel Rhodes, busy sorting through paperwork, received a video call request from Jarvis. As Tony's ghostly pale face flashed across the phone screen, Rhodey suddenly let out a cry of alarm, calling Tony's name several times without getting any response. Clearly, Tony had already slipped into unconsciousness by this point. No sooner had Jarvis sent over the coordinates than Rhodey leapt to his feet, rushing toward the War Machine suit-up station. Colonel, emergency, I'm heading out. Without waiting for the startled shouts of the scientists, he donned the suit, an upgraded Mark II, and rocketed into the night sky. Jets of flame blazed beneath his feet, carving a path through the darkness as the roaring engines filled the air. Hey Blackie, pull up Tony's feed. I want to know what could have beaten him up like that in the middle of a busy city. Server error. Feature under development. Hearing the AI's mechanical reply, Rhodey couldn't help but miss the early days with the Mark II, back when Tony's household AI, Jarvis, was truly a marvel. Now, the in-suit AI, Blackie, was a military program developed by the U.S. Armed Forces. As for its functionality, well, let's just say it was about as useful as a rock. Rhodey soared through the night, and with the distance being short, he arrived above the location Jarvis had sent within minutes. Meanwhile, in the 63rd Precinct, police officers stared at Iron Man's blood-soaked body. With their calls going unanswered, they had no choice but to load him into a squad car, preparing to rush him to the hospital. As for the biochemical werewolf that had been driven off, the officers had already reported everything up the chain of command. Suddenly, a thunderous crash split the air as Rhodey's suit landed from above. Instinctively, the officers raised their weapons, but upon recognizing him, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Colonel Rhodes, Mr. Stark was injured fighting that werewolf. We were just about to take him to the hospital. Hearing this, Rhodey opened his helmet, revealing a face etched with deep concern. A werewolf? Why is there a werewolf here? Aren't there supposed to be protocols to prevent this? That creature might have escaped from a lab. One of the FBI agents stammered. Looking at the agents, Rhodey bit back a curse. He took Tony from their arms, and jets of flame burst from his boots as he slowly rose into the air. I'm taking him to the hospital. The rest of you, figure out how to calm the public. With that, Rhodey and Tony streaked across the dark sky, a trail of light vanishing into the distance. In no time, they landed on the rooftop of New York's finest hospital. Crash! Rhodey fired a shoulder cannon, blasting open a path through the floors below as he carried Tony straight into the hospital. Oh my God, it's Iron Man! Ignoring the shouts of astonished hospital staff, Rhodey called out in a commanding voice. Doctor, emergency! Hearing the urgent shouts from War Machine, the medical staff snapped into action, while under Colonel Rhodes' command, Jarvis initiated an emergency ejection for Tony. Watching Tony being rushed into the emergency room, Rhodes stood at the doorway, finally letting out a breath of relief, silently praying that his best friend would pull through. Colonel Rhodes, this. At that moment, a voice sounded nearby. It was the director of New York's Columbia Hospital, who had come over to Rhodes. Seeing the anxious black man before him, the director found himself unable to utter the words about compensation for the damaged hospital rooftop. After all, those shoulder and hand cannons mounted on War Machine looked truly terrifying. What if Colonel Rhodes decided to fire one at him in response? Colonel Rhodes, Mr. Stark's shoulder has been severely pierced, and there's nerve damage to his right arm. He needs immediate suturing. As it happens, I know an exceptionally skilled neurosurgeon, but as Rhodes and the hospital director exchanged an awkward glance, a woman's voice broke the tension. Hearing her words, Rhodes immediately perked up with hope. What are we waiting for? Get him here at once. Money is not an issue. I'm sure Stark Industries won't let him down. I understand. I'll contact him right away. With that, the female staff member turned and hurried off to get in touch with the attending specialist. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment building in New York's affluent district, Stephen Strange lay sound asleep on his supremely soft Serta mattress. The shrill ringing of his cell phone jolted him awake. At this moment, he was not yet the Doctor Strange of the future, effortlessly switching between witty banter and icy resolve. Stephen, get up. I've lined up a huge case for you. Not interested. I'm exhausted tonight. Let them find someone else. On the other end, the female hospital staff member was momentarily taken aback by Stephen's groggy refusal. Come on, this isn't just any patient. This is Iron Man, Tony Stark. Think what that could do for your reputation. Fine, I'll be there soon. With that, Stephen hung up, got out of bed, and began to dress, moving at a leisurely pace without a hint of urgency. He slipped into a crisp suit, slicked his hair back with gel, adjusted his tie, then headed down to the garage. He fired up his Lamborghini supercar, the very one that would one day change his fate, and sped toward the hospital. At the same time, over at Star Tower, Pepper also received a call from Colonel Rhodes. Pepper was still busy with company matters, but the moment she heard that Tony was hurt, she dropped her files and rushed out, driving straight to the hospital. Tony's injury was no small matter. Not only did Pepper get the news, but even Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters received an urgent message from the FBI. Although Fury outwardly showed no worry, inside he felt a vague unease. After sending a few trusted agents to check on the situation, he forced himself to refocus his thoughts, especially on the escaped bioengineered werewolf. With that in mind, Fury opened a video file recently uploaded to his computer. The footage showed Warwick appearing out of thin air. As Fury manipulated the controls, zooming in again and again, a cutting-edge program scanned and restored the image. What was once a mosaic of blurry shapes in the video suddenly snapped into sharp clarity. As I thought, it's the cards again. Werewolf, is it? Fury murmured. A shrill beeping rang out. Fury picked up his phone and dialed quickly. Lock down all surveillance data for District 63. No one accesses it without my direct authorization. Yes, Director, came the prompt reply. Fury let out a quiet sigh of relief at the confirmation, but what he didn't realize was that someone had already copied the surveillance footage from District 63 before his order went through. As for the culprit or the organization behind it, there could be no doubt. Hydra had struck again. Meanwhile, on the rooftop helipad at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a special model helicopter touched down with a low whir. Natasha and Agent Barton stepped out, carrying a sophisticated briefcase straight toward Fury's office. After passing through a series of rigorous scans and security checks, the two finally entered Fury's office. Fury stood up to greet them. How did it go? Any trouble? He asked. Natasha glanced at Barton, then placed the briefcase on Fury's desk. With a crisp click, the case opened, releasing a thin mist from inside and revealing a glowing red card within. Fury drew a sharp breath, staring at the card that radiated an uncanny aura. He gazed at the strange script on its surface, letters he'd never seen before, yet somehow he could grasp their meaning. Take a look at this, and bring in a team of language experts. See if anyone can copy down these symbols, Fury instructed, his tone grave. As he spoke, he replayed the video of Warwick's appearance. Natasha and Barton watched as a woman in the footage bent down to pick up a card from the ground. Her lips moved in silent incantation, and an instant later, a massive werewolf erupted into the busy city streets. So, that's how the card releases whatever's inside? When did this happen, Director? Natasha asked. It was at the same time we found a red card. Practically simultaneous, Fury replied. A chill ran down Barton and Natasha's spines as they processed the implications. Are there werewolves on Runeterra too? And what's that thing he's carrying on his back? Barton wondered aloud. Fury gave a slight shake of his head, silent and troubled. We're not entirely sure yet, but what we do know is that the werewolf's physique is incredibly powerful, and even that seemingly fragile glass tank behind him is actually very sturdy. Besides, his strength is remarkable. Tony. As he spoke, Fury dragged the video progress bar forward, and soon another scene appeared on the screen. Wait, director, when did Tony go there? And where is he now? He's fine. We don't know why, but the werewolf didn't kill anyone, and in the end, he let Tony go. But isn't that good news? It means this werewolf isn't just a mindless beast. Our satellites have already locked onto his location. Once the Avengers initiative is in place, we'll go have a talk with him. As Fury finished speaking, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. The large office fell silent after Fury's words. It was a while before Natasha finally snapped out her thoughts. Director, should we bring Garen in for questioning again? See if he knows the werewolf, or maybe if he recognizes the person on this card. No, not yet. We can't be sure Garen is safe to approach. What if he sees the card and reads the inscription out loud? By the way, how has the captain been recovering these days? Fury's question hung in the air for a moment before Barton responded. He's doing all right. I actually grabbed a drink with him the other day. I have to say, the captain adapts really well. I see. Good. Set up a time. We should find something useful for him to do. Yes, director. I'll let him know. After speaking, Fury's gaze returned to the card in the briefcase, or more precisely, to the illustration in its center. A person? Doesn't look like it. It's more like a vampire. Exactly. It looks just like a vampire. Now things are getting complicated. Werewolves and vampires appearing at the same time. That's never a good sign. We'd better hope the vermin crawling in the sewers don't catch wind of this. Fury's expression grew grim. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was privy to secrets on this planet that few could imagine. Of course, just how many hidden forces are lurking in this world? Even Fury doesn't have all the answers. Put away. I've memorized the inscription, but I don't know if saying the name while holding the card is what breaks the seal, or if simply speaking the name is enough to unleash the creature. If it's the latter, that's trouble. Natasha, have you spoken to old Jerry? Warn him not to repeat those words carelessly. I already have, director. Hearing Natasha's reply, Fury nodded and fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Let's go to the energy lab. Barton, I want you to head out with a communicator. I'll call you, and after we hang up, wait 30 seconds and then say the name. We'll contact you again 1 minute after that. Let's start with a 10-kilometer test, and then gradually close in on headquarters. Having given these instructions, Fury assigned Agent Barton his task, and Barton instantly caught on. They were trying to uncover the card's unlocking mechanism. But if simply saying the name summoned something, he glanced at Natasha, who gave him a reassuring nod. The team split up. Barton left headquarters and drove 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Fury and Natasha made their way to a secret lab beneath headquarters. The defenses here were so formidable that Fury was confident even a nuclear blast nearby wouldn't cause the slightest harm. As the plan unfolded, Fury placed the vampire card into an observation chamber, a transparent, highly fortified box. If Dio were here, he'd recognize it as the very cell the Avengers once used to hold Loki. S.H.I.E.L.D. had designed this especially for containing a rampaging Hulk. With the lab's additional security, Fury felt sure they could safely conduct the test. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator chimed, and Barton's voice came through. Fury and Natasha exchanged a glance. We'll begin the test 30 seconds after this call ends. Natasha, get ready to record. Understood. As the call disconnected, Fury's brow furrowed as he stared intently at the card inside the observation chamber. He was hoping, desperately, that nothing would happen to the card. Yet at the same time, he hoped they'd learn something useful. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Barton took a deep breath and spoke the memorized name aloud. Scarlet Reaper, Vladimir. Tick, tick, tick. Watching the second hand move on his watch, Barton felt his breath grow heavier with anticipation. Clack. Ring, ring. A minute passed, and right on cue, the communicator rang. Barton let out a deep sigh of relief. Director? No response. Prepare for the 7-kilometer test. Understood. Test after test followed, the distance drawing ever closer to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. No issues so far. Come back. We're ready for the final test. Try the incantation at close range. Hearing Fury's voice through the communicator, Barton narrowed his eyes. Ignoring the puzzled looks from other agents inside headquarters, he walked straight into the underground lab. Unbeknownst to him, a few level 3 and 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged subtle glances as he passed. Barton entered the lab and was once again face to face with Fury and Natasha. Get ready. If necessary, destroy the entire laboratory. After he finished speaking, Fury approached the observation chamber with a cautious look on his face. The Crimson Reaper, Vladimir. A long, collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they exchanged glances. The card remained unchanged, which, for them, was undeniably good news. However, aside from this, their research into the card yielded no new progress at all. It seems that to break the card seal, someone must hold it and read the inscription aloud. Vladimir? Could that be its name? Fury stood quietly just outside the observation chamber, while Natasha and the others gathered around him as well. Take it and put it away for now. Later, let's find some time to ask Garen, see if he has any information about it. Yes, Director. With that, the matters within S.H.I.E.L.D. came to a temporary close. Meanwhile, back at his own pet shop, Dio, after a shower, took out the 2 latest pieces of equipment he had drawn from the system. Counting the 3 items he already possessed, he now owned 5 system tools in total. The hero card slot that came with the system, together with its 6 equipment slots, was nearly full. Open personal attributes. Summoner, Dio brand. Hero card slot, 1. Hero card, none. Hero shard, Battle Mistress, Sivir *1, 3-in-1. Talent, Rune. Arcane Power Scorch. Equipment slots, Zezerat Portal, Corrupting Potion, Recurve Bow, Winged Moonplate, Thornmail. Inventory, Akali's Bustier, Annie's Teddy Backpack, Blind Monk's Headband, Ezreal's Goggles. Experience, 3,150. Unknown, Demon Jester Shaco, Might of Demacia Garen, Zaun's Rage Beast Warwick, Vampire Hero card. As he glanced over his personal attribute panel, the corner of Dio's mouth lifted in satisfaction at what he'd gained over the past days. He took out the 2 defensive items he'd drawn today. Just as their descriptions indicated, their function was purely to offer remarkable resilience. These tangible pieces of equipment offered no special powers of their own. But once he stored them back in his equipment slots, an unrivaled sense of power surged through Dio's entire being. He exhaled a heavy breath, and a sudden gust set the curtains billowing, a testament to just how extraordinary he had become. As mentioned before, in a world as real as Marvel's, the enhancements brought by equipment are closely tied to the physical attributes of the user. A stronger constitution meant Dio's strength and speed increased proportionally. With the boost from his current gear, tearing apart a tank with his bare hands would be effortless. Although right now Dio had nothing but brute strength and lacked any extraordinary offensive abilities, even that alone was enough to ensure his survival in a Marvel world teeming with disaster. Looks like I'd better stockpile some experience points, he mused. My hero card slots are almost full. It'd be pretty awkward if I drew a new piece of gear but couldn't use it. Besides, it's about time to make equipment upgrades part of my daily routine. Maybe I should just give it a try now. As he spoke, Dio rubbed his chin, thinking the idea was feasible. Out of all the equipment he currently possessed, the most cost-effective had to be the Void Gate. With his current power, he had managed to double the duration of the Void Bug. This was well beyond Dio's expectations. After all, compared to when he first arrived in this world, his strength had increased at least tenfold. Clearly, there was some calculation at work that Dio didn't yet understand. Perhaps as his strength grew, the Void Bug's duration would continue to expand. After a moment's thought, Chun Shun decided to hold off on upgrading the Void Gate for now and instead turned his attention to the Thorn Vest. What truly caught Dio's eye was the vest's unique trait. It had an effect remarkably similar to Wakanda's Vibranium. Even better, this absorption and storage feature was permanent, and the energy cap could increase as his own power grew. If the Lesser Thorn Vest already has this effect, just imagine what the real deal will be like in the future. The thought made Dio grin foolishly, lost in whatever wild schemes were running through his mind. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality and opened the equipment enhancement interface on his system panel. 1,000 experience points for a single upgrade? That's highway robbery. Thinking back to the days he'd spent busting his back for experience points, only to see them vanish at the touch of a button, he couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. He'd completely forgotten that almost 6,000 of his 8,000 experience points had come from the Joker, and over half of the remaining 2,000 had been supplied by Garen. Upgrade the Thorn Vest. With Dio's command, a radiant hammer struck down on the little Thorn Vest in the upgrade interface. After a series of metallic clangs, a flash of white light burst forth. Upgrade successful. Thorn Vest +1. That's it. With special effects this cheap, I don't even feel like complaining. +1? And it's gold. Dio stared speechlessly at the upgraded vest displayed on the screen, then tapped to check its new stats. +1. Thorn Vest Plus. That's it. 1,000 experience points just to add 1 energy attack. He pulled out the recurve bow, his face darkening. Upgrading ruins your life, and pumping up stats bankrupts your future. I'd better stick to saving up for lucky draws. After speaking, Dio recalled his longbow, then slapped himself hard across the face. The sudden force sent him flying backward. Huh, This conversion rate isn't bad at all, he remarked. And so, throughout the night, the pet shop echoed with the crackling and slapping noises that continued until dawn. Meanwhile, in a small hospital in the wilds of New Mexico. Name? The doctor asked as he began the intake. At the reception desk, a blonde woman replied, "He says his name is Thor." The medical staff listened to her answer, their faces unreadable as they entered the information into the computer. "And your relationship to him?" The staff member continued. "I've never met him before," Jane Foster answered. But before she could finish, her close friend exposed the truth. Not until she hit him with her car. Hearing Darcy Lewis's words, Jane shot her a glare. Under the staff's now frowning gaze, she quickly added, "It was just a little bump, but she tasered him." Noticing the doctor's eyes on her, Darcy pouted. "Yeah, that was me, but it was pure self-defense." She finished with a little huff in Jane's direction. Behind them, Dr. Eric Selvig shook his head quietly. Elsewhere, inside a patient room, Thor lay on the hospital bed, the blinding medical lights making his head spin. At that moment, a male doctor entered, stood by his bedside, and pried open Thor's eyelids for a look. "Hey, wake up. We need to draw some blood." Thor snapped awake at the words, immediately struggling to sit up. The sudden movement startled the medical staff, who rushed to restrain him. Yet, even stripped of his powers, Thor's strength was more than the doctors could handle. "How dare you attack the mighty son of Odin? Somebody help Ugg!" In the midst of his struggle, Thor landed an elbow to the doctor's face. The other staff hurried to call for security. Amid the chaos, Thor knocked out doctors left and right as he fought his way from the ER into the hallway. Onlookers shouted out, "We need security in ER 3. Hurry!" The commotion drew a crowd, and soon security guard arrived. 2 or 3 grabbed hold of Thor, pinning him down. In the struggle, bodies tangled together until, bang, crack. Thor's head was forced against the glass window in the door, his face pressed and distorted against it. "You dare challenge the mighty, Before he could finish his boast, a doctor yanked aside his gown and plunged a syringe into his back. In an instant, everything fell silent. The next day, just before noon, the sun blazed high over Queens, New York, as Dio woke up groggy and disoriented in his bed. After spending half the night self-tormenting, he suddenly realized how foolish he'd been. Once the novelty wore off, he crashed and slept straight through to midday. He got up, got dressed, and headed downstairs to fix himself something to eat. Idly, he turned on the news. He didn't recognize the man on screen, but there were subtitles at the bottom. Seriously? Another drill? That trick is so overused. But to lump last night's incident on 63rd Street in as part of the drill, well, that's the beautiful country for you. Enjoying breakfast while watching the news, Dio's life was nothing if not relaxed and comfortable. Meanwhile, at Aunt May's house, Garen was outside in the yard, helping Peter practice his fighting skills. No one could figure out what had gotten into Peter. He insisted Garen teach him how to fight. Garen, unable to resist his persistence, had to ask Aunt May to intervene. But after Peter tried everything, pleading, fussing, even a bit of melodrama, Garen was left with no choice but to teach him some basic self-defense moves. Inside, Aunt May was busy preparing lunch. Pepper was coming over today, and though the family wasn't wealthy, Aunt May never skimped when it came to food. At that very moment, far away at Columbia Hospital, Pepper was carefully feeding Tony, who lay in a hospital bed. "Pepper, weren't you supposed to go thank Garen? It's already midday." "All right, let me just make a call and let them know I won't make it this time. You're hurt so badly. I'll wait until you're better, and then we'll go apologize together." Hearing Pepper's words, Tony felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He tried, with trembling effort, to raise his right hand and touch her face, only for Pepper to gently but firmly stop him. "You're so badly hurt, don't move around. You're so badly hurt, don't move around." Tony chuckled. All right, I get it, but you should still go. I'm fine. And take some of the gadgets from my lab with you. That little kid actually reminds me a lot of myself." Pepper rolled her eyes at him, feigning annoyance at his tone. Tony gazed at the woman before him, eyes filled with affection. He knew all too well how much she cared for him, and as for his feelings toward her, thinking back to who he was before the kidnapping in Afghanistan, Tony couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt toward her. He squeezed Pepper's small hand, giving her a reassuring look, signaling that he was all right. Seeing this, Pepper had no choice but to get up. On a whim, she leaned down, planted a quick kiss on his cheek, then turned and left the room, leaving Tony staring after her, bewildered but delighted. After leaving the room, Pepper gave the medical staff a series of earnest instructions, then departed the hospital with Happy in tow. Just as they left the hospital, a striking blonde woman with a cool expression and a stunning figure blocked their path. "Natasha, so how's Tony doing now?" Hearing Natasha's question, Pepper smiled softly and nodded. "He's much better. He just had a bowl of nutritious porridge. Natasha, agent, did you come to visit Tony? Looking at the woman before her, Pepper suddenly remembered something, and her tone became more formal. Natasha noticed this and gently took Pepper's hand. Even though I'm an agent, we're good friends, aren't we? Catching the bright light in Natasha's eyes, Pepper nodded emphatically and the two shared smile. Do you need me to take you upstairs? No need. As long as Tony's all right, that's enough. I actually came to see you today. I heard you plan to visit Garen, and I have some things I'd like to discuss with him as well. Is that so? Then let's go together. Just then, Happy had already pulled the car up in front of them. After a short drive, they first stopped by Tony's house to pick up a gift and then headed to Aunt May's home. Meanwhile, Aunt May, having received Pepper's call, knew they would arrive soon. She hurried the two people exercising in the yard to go take a shower. After all, they'd been jumping around for half the day, drenched in sweat. As Pepper and the others arrived, young Peter was the first to dash out, circling the car with boundless energy. He had made a promise to meet with Iron Man that evening, but after waiting and waiting, Tony was nowhere in sight, leaving him more than a little disappointed. Elsewhere, Aunt May and Garen came outside to greet everyone. Once inside, the aroma of delicious food set everyone's appetite to light. At the table, the group chatted away, while Peter wolfed down his meal in a few quick bites before eagerly tearing open the gift Pepper had brought him. Through their conversation, Aunt May learned about Tony's injuries and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. After all, he was Iron Man. Since Tony didn't want Pepper to worry, he hadn't told her the real reason he got hurt. Because of this, neither Garen nor the others knew about Warwick's involvement. Even online, the events in the 63rd District were officially explained as a military exercise. Wow, Aunt May, look, real Iron Man gauntlets. At that moment, Peter Parker's excited voice rang out from the table. The adults turned to see him, his right hand encased in a gold and red metal glove. The gauntlet's design was identical to Tony's own. Watching Peter leap joyfully around the living room, Aunt May shot him a reproachful look, but Peter paid no mind, bounding about with glee. Aunt May gave Pepper an apologetic nod, but Pepper and the others just waved it off, assuring her it was no trouble at all. With a harmonious lunch coming to an end, the two women insisted on helping Aunt May with the cleaning. Aunt May tried to refuse, but in the end, she had no choice but to let them help. Meanwhile, in the living room, Garen was chatting with Happy, completely unaware that he might be unintentionally sabotaging his own future interests. At the same time, in New Mexico, Jane and Dr. Eric, along with a third person, were inside a makeshift base, investigating the origin of the energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Daisy Louise's voice called out from the data board. Come look at this. Hearing Daisy's words, Jane and Dr. Eric exchanged glances and then hurried over to the board. The board was covered with all sorts of information and photographs. Following the direction Daisy was pointing, they saw a particular photo. Based on her earlier calculations, the two bursts of energy that had appeared yesterday, and even the day before, were most likely emitted from a wormhole. Now, as they stared at the blurry image in the photograph and the faint, almost ghostly figure within it, everyone fell silent. Recalling what Thor had said the night before, Jane paused in thought for a long moment. I think I left something at the hospital. With that, Jane hurriedly turned and left, with Dr. Eric and Daisy quickly following behind. On the other side of town, in the hospital, Thor, the mighty son of Odin, slowly regained consciousness on his hospital bed. Feeling the restraints binding his limbs, Thor suddenly remembered that, unbelievably, he had been knocked out by a group of foolish mortals the night before. This can't be. He began to struggle furiously, and as time passed, the straps holding him down gradually loosened under his relentless effort. Meanwhile, Jane and her companions arrived at the hospital. After asking the staff for directions, they hurried straight to Thor's room. Since they had left right after paying the medical bills the night before, and since both the group and the doctors had assumed Thor was simply a delusional citizen, the hospital staff had only loosely restrained him and were waiting for someone from the city's mental health center to come take him away that afternoon. No one was actually watching over him. Now, as Jane Foster and the others rushed into the hospital room, they found it empty. Thor had long since disappeared. Oh my God! Jane let out a frustrated sigh. The other two looked just as exasperated, and the trio quickly hurried back to the car parked outside the hospital. I've just lost the most important piece of evidence. So what do we do now? Daisy, sitting in the back seat, rubbed her eyes and asked the question without the slightest concern. Jane and Dr. Eric exchanged a look, and then Jane answered firmly. We're going to find him. You saw what he did in the hospital. I'm not sure finding him is such a good idea. Listening to Dr. Eric's explanation, Jane fell silent for a moment, her eyes sharpening with resolve. Our data can't explain what's happening inside that phenomenon, but he can. That's why we have to find him. Seeing the seriousness on Jane's face, the other two in the car let out a sigh. So what? We're supposed to search the entire state of New Mexico just to find one person. That's right. With that, Jane started the car and was about to back out of the parking space when suddenly a loud thud came from behind the vehicle. Oh my goodness. Well, would you look at that? The group exchanged startled glances, then quickly jumped out of the car. When Jane saw the familiar man lying on the ground, she felt a wave of panic, hitting him twice in a row. Was this fate, or just a strange coincidence? But fate or not, seeing Thor sprawled out on the pavement, Jane hurried to his side and helped him up, stammering an apology. I'm so sorry. I promise I didn't do it on purpose. She's right, it wasn't on purpose. It was totally intentional, Darcy chimed in with a mischievous grin. Jane shot Darcy an exasperated look, then motioned for the others to help her get Thor into the car. Meanwhile, out in the desert, the town and its neighboring communities were throwing a party in the area. 2 nights ago, a satellite had fallen here, so heavy that no one could so much as budge it, no matter how hard they tried. Just then, a pickup truck drove straight into the crater left by the satellite's impact, drawing laughter and teasing from the onlookers. Old man Lee, didn't you try to tow that thing yesterday? What brings you back again? Huh, couldn't budge it yesterday, so I went home and souped up the engine. This time, I've got all the horsepower I need. With a sparkle in his eye, the old man hopped out of the truck, expertly pulled a thick iron chain from the bed, and fastened it around the hammer-shaped satellite. Watch this, no matter what, I'm taking it home today. He climbed back into the cab, started the engine, and the modified pickup roared to life, echoing across the desert. The crowd cheered him on, voices rising as he pressed harder on the gas. The engine thundered, louder and louder. Then, with an explosive crash, the bed of the pickup flipped right over as the truck tried to move forward. It took old man Lee a moment to realize what had happened. He poked his head out the window, looking at the stunned crowd. Did I do it? I heard a noise. Silence fell around the crater. Elsewhere, while the townsfolk were busy with their festivities, a convoy of dozens of sleek, well-equipped vehicles was making its way toward the scene. At the front of the line was a black SUV. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the crater's hillside. As the doors opened, a figure stepped out, silhouetted against the desert sun. Phil Coulson looked over the scene before him, casually removing his sunglasses before pulling out his phone and making a call. Sir, we found it. He listened quietly to the voice on the other end, standing in silence until the call ended a while later. By then, most of the vehicles had arrived, and under the urging of the armed forces, the local residents began dispersing. Why are you driving us away? This is unclaimed land. No one owns it. Hearing the protest from some of the residents, Phil didn't bother to step in. The accompanying armed team handled the situation effortlessly. Please cooperate with us, sir. This satellite is radioactive, and we're still unsure just how dangerous it might be, explained one of the soldiers. Hearing this, the remaining residents hesitated, their resolve wavering. Once the area had been cleared of bystanders, Phil entered a makeshift tent to discuss the next steps with a team of scientists, laying out plans for sample collection. The vehicles they brought were packed with equipment, and as dozens of people worked quickly, a sterile tent was set up. Meanwhile, in Jane's small research space, really just a rented storefront, she and her team gathered around. After bringing the unconscious Thor back, the group continued poring over data and information. When Thor finally regained consciousness, Jane suggested he change his clothes. After all, he was still wearing a hospital gown. But as soon as Thor pulled on a pair of trousers and stood bare-chested, both Jane and the other woman couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Darcy, on the other hand, stared openly, her gaze tracing every line of Thor's 8-pack abs. For a crazy homeless guy, he's got quite the physique, she said, resting her chin in her hand and gazing at Thor with open admiration. Thor, with a cold and distant expression, strode toward them with a purposeful air. Darcy piped up to him. Sorry for zapping you earlier. Hearing the apology, Thor gave a curt nod before picking up some curious trinket from the table. Seeing this, Jane Foster hurried over, snatched the object from his hands, and set it aside, her eyes darting away from his bare torso. Those muscles looked as if they were chiseled from steel, almost too intimidating to meet head-on. Standing next to Thor, Jane's head barely came up to his shoulder. What's this? Thor asked, picking up a shirt that had a label stuck to it. Jane quickly pulled off the tag. Sorry, these are the only clothes I've got that'll fit you. This will do, Thor replied, giving Jane a meaningful glance before turning his attention to Dr. Eric and the others. This mortal body is weakened. I need sustenance. At that, the group exchanged uncertain glances, each seeing the confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. For a long moment, no one spoke. Are you hungry? Jane asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. Thor, seeing their reactions, looked at them with an expression that suggested he thought they were being foolish. Was he really not making himself clear enough? Did these mortals have something wrong with their heads? What Thor didn't realize, though, was that in Jane's eyes, and Darcy's, and probably everyone else's, he was the one acting oddly. A long, awkward silence settled between them until Thor's stomach gave a loud, unmistakable rumble, finally snapping everyone out of their daze. On the other side, Darcy raised an eyebrow at the sound and thought to herself, that physique, that face, even the way his stomach grumbles sounds attractive. Inside a small-town fast food joint, Jane and her friends watched Thor devour his meal with ravenous enthusiasm, unable to suppress the twitch at the corners of their mouths. How did you end up in that cloud of fog? And did you really just eat an entire box of cream-filled cakes? Isn't that too much? Ignoring Darcy's question, Thor finished the pastry in his hand and downed the drink in his cup in a single gulp. I like this drink. It tastes very good. I know, right? It's delicious, and pretty expensive too, Jane replied. Thor nodded in agreement, then suddenly raised his cup and, with a sharp crack, smashed it onto the floor. Another. The shattering of the glass startled everyone. Jane hurried to apologize to the fast food employee, clearly someone she knew. Though the server shot Thor a baffled look, she didn't seem angry. After all, they would pay for the damage. Jane glared at Thor, frustrated by his indifference and unable to fathom his behavior. Thor only smiled at Jane's puzzled expression. It tastes good. I want another cup. Then why smash the cup? Why not just ask for more? I did ask. Jane pursed her lips at the man before her, then suddenly remembered who he was supposed to be. If you want more, you just have to say so, politely I mean. Hearing Jane's tone, Thor raised an eyebrow, as if he finally understood. I meant no offense. I simply wished for another drink. Then please stop breaking things, all right? Noticing Jane's serious expression, Thor suddenly found her quite interesting. No one had ever dared speak to him this way before, especially not a mortal. Still, amusing as it was, he was reminded of his current predicament. This was not Asgard, after all. Realizing he was in the wrong, Thor smiled and replied, I promise you, that was just an accident. It better be. With that, Jane swept up the shattered glass on the floor and asked the server to bring them another drink. At that moment, the voices of people chatting around them drifted into their ears. Hey buddy, you missed something interesting over at the meteorite crater. Oh, did you go and see it? What's happening over there? I heard a satellite fell in the desert. Of course. We were having a great time when suddenly agents from the Federal Bureau showed up. They said the satellite was radioactive and chased us all away. Yeah, they came in force. That satellite must be important. Even old Master Lee's modified pickup truck was wrecked trying to tow it, but the thing didn't budge an inch. Listening to the conversations of the diners inside the fast food restaurant, Jane furrowed her brow, then spoke up to ask, Excuse me, are you saying a satellite crashed in the desert? Yeah, and it's heavy. Nobody can lift it. What does the satellite look like? As the group continued talking, Dr. Eric chimed in to ask, I don't really know satellites, but it was heavy and it looked kind of like a hammer. With this explanation, Thor, who had been smiling at Darcy's camera across the room, suddenly sprang to his feet when he heard those words. He strode over to the diner, towering above him. How do I get there? The diner looked up at Thor, a bit confused by his intensity, not sure what he'd said wrong. After a brief pause, he answered, 50 miles west from here, but the whole area is surrounded by the feds now. Thank you. With that, Thor strode out of the fast food restaurant, marching down the road with a determined, no-nonsense gait. Seeing this, passing cars honked wildly. Some hot-tempered drivers even shouted insults. But Thor, his mind consumed by thoughts of his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, paid the mortal's words no heed whatsoever. Just then, Jane rushed out to catch up, asking Thor what he intended to do. Without breaking stride, Thor tossed back his reply. I'm going to retrieve what is rightfully mine. Jane was taken aback, piecing together his actions in the diner with his words. Wait, do you actually own a satellite? No, that thing isn't what they think it is. Watching Thor stride swiftly ahead, Jane hurried after him. But whatever it is, the government seems to think it belongs to them. Are you really just going to walk in and take it? Why shouldn't I take back what's mine? Do I need anyone's permission? If you drive me there now, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Everything. Thor looked Jane Foster squarely in the eye, his expression solemn. Yes, everything. At that moment, Dr. Eric and Jane finished paying for their meal at the fast food place and hurried after Thor, who was watching the three of them intently. When I retrieve Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, you'll get the answers you seek, Thor said, fixing them with a steady gaze. Hearing this, Dr. Eric frowned and tugged gently at Jane's sleeve. Jane, I need to talk to you for a moment. Jane gave Thor a long, searching look before stepping aside with Dr. Eric. Don't do this, Jane. It won't benefit us, Eric said quietly, No, you saw it yourself yesterday. We have to find out what's in that crater, Jane insisted. I'm not talking about the crater. I'm talking about him, Eric replied, glancing sidelong at Thor. But he can give us answers, Jane argued. No, he's not in his right mind. Just listen to what he says. Thor's hammer? The Rainbow Bridge? I grew up on those stories, Jane, but they aren't real. This is not reliable. Jane hesitated, troubled by Eric's words. She looked at the two men before her, torn. I'm just giving him a ride. That's all, she said finally. But it's dangerous, Jane. We can't take that risk, Eric said, his tone grave. Jane fell silent, weighed down by Eric's concern, and after a long pause, she sighed. She walked back over to Thor. I'm sorry, Thor. I can't take you there, she said apologetically. Thor offered her a gentle smile. Then this is where our paths part, he replied. As he spoke, Thor suddenly took Jane's hand and pressed a soft kiss to her fingers. Jane was caught off guard, but then, as if something dawned on her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Jane Foster, Eric, Darcy, farewell, Thor said, looking at each of them in turn. Eric quickly responded, and with that, he led the two women away, both of them glancing back at Thor with every step. On the other side, after a short walk, Jane and her companions returned to their research lab. But inside, a surprising scene awaited them. Dozens of men in dark suits were busily packing up their research notes and scientific instruments. Hey, stop. Who are you? You can't just barge in here and take things without permission. Jane protested, hurrying forward to stop them. But most of their research had already been cleared out, and at that moment, Phil was preparing to leave. Seeing them, Phil straightened his collar and addressed Jane. Ms. Foster, I'm Agent Coulson with S.H.I.E.L.D. We're investigating a security threat and need to requisition your records and weather observation data. Requisition? You mean steal? Jane shot back indignantly. Just then, Dr. Eric stepped forward and gently held Jane back from grabbing the last remaining equipment, whispering in her ear, Jane, this is more serious than you think. Let them take it. As Dr. Eric spoke, he glanced at Phil, standing nearby. Clearly, he'd heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., but Jane was not about to let things slide so easily. She stepped forward and grabbed the car, just as it was about to start. Let them go. This is my life's work. Am I supposed to just let them steal it from me? As she spoke, she shot Phil a fierce glare. Seeing this, Phil reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a check. Here, I hope this can make up for the losses and trouble we've caused you. Hearing Phil's words, Jane was instantly furious. Money? I don't need it. You can't just walk into an electronics store and buy a replacement for this equipment. Most of it I built myself. I'm sure you'll be able to make new ones. Then I'll sue you for violating my rights. Seeing Jane so agitated, Phil was truly apologetic. But with orders from above, there was nothing he could do but comply. I'm very sorry, Dr. Foster. We deeply regret the loss and inconvenience we've caused, but please believe me, our intentions are good. Well, so are ours. Besides, we were this close to figuring out the truth behind those strange phenomena. All my research, if it's not in the lab, it's in this notebook. And now you're just taking it away. Suddenly, with a sharp snap, Jane's notebook, filled with her research, was snatched away by a passing agent. Jane was livid. She lunged to get it back. Thankfully, Eric and the others held her back. Phil watched the scene unfold, a mysterious smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned to the three of them and said, Thank you for your cooperation. With that, he got into the car and drove away, followed closely by several vehicles loaded down with equipment of every kind. As Phil departed, the three stood in front of the now empty warehouse lab, the sense of loss weighing heavily on their hearts. All those years of work gone. They even took my iPod. There were unfiltered selfies on there, Darcy complained, looking utterly miserable. The other two pretended not to hear her. After a long silence, Dr. Eric finally spoke. What about your backup? They took that too. They didn't even leave the backup. Those people really don't miss a thing. I had 30 songs, 6 games, 7. Could you please stop talking about your iPod? Who are these people anyway? Jane's voice hung in the air for a long moment before Dr. Eric finally answered. I know a scientist, a pioneer in gamma-ray research. After S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted him, I never heard from him again. As Dr. Eric began to speak, Jane frowned, thinking for a moment. We can't just let this go. We have to get the data back. I have a friend who's dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. I'll send him an email. Maybe he can help us out. At Eric's words, Jane nodded in agreement, while Darcy, standing nearby, looked awkward and hesitated for a long moment. Doctor, they also took your laptop. Let's split up and act separately, Jane suggested, and Eric and Darcy both nodded their assent. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Jane was driving, searching for any trace of Thor. After all, someone as big and imposing as him could make anyone feel a sense of security. Driving slowly through the streets, Jane suddenly hit the brakes. Across the road, she spotted Thor striding purposefully into a shop with an animal sign above the door. "I need a horse." Thor's booming voice filled the pet store. The clerk looked at him in utter astonishment. "Sorry, sir, we only have cats and dogs, no horses." "Then give me something big enough to ride." "That'll do." Honk, honk. Just then, the sound of a car horn came from outside. Thor turned to see Jane Foster in the driver's seat, calling out to him. "Need a lift?" Hearing Jane's invitation, a faint smile played at the corners of Thor's mouth. "Of course." Thud. Thor climbed into the passenger seat and glanced around. "Where are the others?" "They had other things to take care of. Let's go." With that, Jane started the engine, and soon the SUV sped out of town, racing across the desert landscape. Inside the car, Jane glanced at the broad-shouldered man beside her. "I've never done anything like this before. Have you ever done something like this, sneaking into enemy territory and all that?" Hearing Jane's question, Thor's thoughts drifted as he looked out the window at the scenery rushing by. He let out a sigh. "Many times, but you're quite brave yourself. They took all my life's research. I have to get it back. As for courage." She glanced over at Thor. "I haven't got much left to lose." Thor shook his head gently at her words. "You're very clever. Much clever than most people in this kingdom." "Kingdom?" Jane looked at Thor, puzzled. He simply smiled, offering no explanation. As the car sped toward the crater, the two of them talked at length, the distance between them fading as their conversation grew warmer. Meanwhile, at Aunt May's house in New York, after lunch, they enjoyed their afternoon tea, chatting leisurely as dusk gradually settled in. "May, thank you so much for your hospitality. It's getting late, and I'm a little worried about Tony. If you have time, please come visit us." "I'm sure Peter would be delighted," Pepper said, rising from her seat. Aunt May, hearing Pepper's words, stood up quickly. "No need to be so polite. I'll make time to visit. Just promise you won't find Peter too much trouble when we come over." "Oh, I would never. I'm a very good boy." Little Peter, unable to sit still after hearing Aunt May, jumped up to protest. The adults exchanged amused glances, sharing a warm smile. "Pepper, it's almost dinner. Why don't you stay and eat with us?" Aunt May offered. No. You've already gone to so much trouble making that wonderful meal. We really should be going," Pepper replied graciously. With Pepper's gentle refusal, Aunt May didn't insist. She walked them out to the garden gate. By now, Happy had already pulled up the car. Galen, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Happy really is the consummate professional, he thought to himself. Just then, Natasha's voice sounded softly in his ear. "Galen, here, this is a special phone. I'll send you some information later. Take a look when you have time. If you find out anything, please let me know." As she spoke, Natasha pulled two phones from her pocket. They looked much like regular smartphones, but their sleek, high-tech design made it clear they were anything but ordinary. These are definitely not cheap. Meanwhile, Pepper and Aunt May finished saying their goodbyes. "Natasha, aren't you leaving?" Galen asked. Natasha rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't intrude on your family time. I have something else to take care of." "Oh, that reminds me, Galen. Did you know there's another extraordinary being living not far from your home?" "Extraordinary being? What do you mean?" Natasha gave him a look, seeing his confusion, and explained. "Extraordinary beings are, as the name suggests, people who surpass the normal limits of humanity." "You mean you didn't know? I could have sworn you all had barbecue together just a few days ago." Hearing this, Galen quickly caught on. "You mean Dio? He's an extraordinary being." "That's right. According to our records, he's incredibly powerful, can crush metal with one hand like it's nothing. Don't you think it's possible he's from Runeterra as well?" "No, I don't think so," Galen replied, recalling what the High Priestess had told him. From her words, he understood that time moved in sync between Runeterra and this world. The rift between worlds had only opened recently, so it was clear that someone like Dio, who'd always lived on Earth, couldn't have come from Runeterra. "I see. Got it." With that, Natasha turned and walked over to Aunt May, bidding her farewell. "Where are you going?" Hearing Garen's question from behind, Natasha's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Me? I have something to discuss with Dio." "What?" "And Natasha, you know Uncle Dio too? Let me show you the way," Peter called out, hurrying over. He took Natasha's hand and eagerly led her toward Dio's pet shop. Natasha glanced back at Aunt May with an apologetic look, but Aunt May said nothing. Garen, however, frowned as he watched the scene unfold. He thought for a moment, then sighed inwardly. "I'll go with you." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Garen." As Natasha thanked him, Garen's frown deepened. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was far too calculating. He resolved that he'd best keep his distance from her in the future. Leaving Aunt May's house behind, Garen and Peter accompanied Natasha toward Dio's shop. Garen was genuinely curious about Dio. Both times he'd met the man, he hadn't detected anything unusual about his abilities, a fact Garen found deeply suspicious. With his own skills, He couldn't see straight through anyone, but sensing a person's vitality was usually effortless. Yet with Dio, both times he'd sensed nothing at all. The three of them crossed the street and soon arrived outside Dio's shop. It was nearly dinner time, but Dio's front door was still tightly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Natasha knocked firmly, but there was no response for some time. She frowned. Before coming over, she'd already confirmed with the agent surveilling Dio that he hadn't left the house today. Huh, isn't Uncle Dio home? Peter's puzzled voice echoed in her ear. Just then, there was a faint sound of footsteps. Click! With a soft mechanical sound, the shop's rolling shutter began to rise. As the door opened, Natasha found herself meeting Dio for the first time. He stood there in a pair of shorts and simple flip-flops, his legs exposed and covered with hair that fluttered slightly in the evening breeze. On his upper body, he wore a plain white t-shirt. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with striking features, handsome but not delicate, radiating an unmistakable masculine aura. Even as a Westerner, Natasha found nothing off-putting about his slightly tanned skin. In fact, she found him quite attractive. Jan, Garen, and Peter. Oh, and this lady as well. What brings you all here tonight? Come in, have a seat. As he spoke, Dio opened the door wider and invited them inside. Though surprised by Natasha's visit, he didn't think much of it. Uncle Dio, it's already afternoon. Did you just wake up? Nonsense. I've been up for ages. Oh, but you still haven't wiped the sleep from your eyes. Hearing Peter's childish voice, Dio hurriedly turned around and clumsily rubbed at the corner of his eye. Garen and his companion could only look at each other, speechless. Garen studied the man before him carefully. If Natasha hadn't given him a heads up, he doubted he would ever have guessed at Dio's true strength. Thanks to Dio's warm hospitality, everyone made their way inside. Make yourselves at home. No need for formalities. Just pretend you're in your own place. Garen, where's May? And this is... Oh, Dio, this is Agent Natasha. Also, I just heard about your, abilities. At Garen's words, Dio gave a dismissive wave and laughed it off, pretending not to care. Come on, Garen, you're exaggerating. I just got tired of all the fighting and wanted a bit of peace, that's all. Meanwhile, Natasha couldn't help but twitch a smile as she watched Dio chat with Garen. If she hadn't already learned all about Dio's habits from the agents assigned to keep an eye on him, she might have actually believed his act. Once inside, Peter wandered off to rummage for snacks in the pantry, while Dio, Garen, and Natasha settled onto the sofa to talk. Mr. Dio, we're here today not only to ask you a few things, but also... As she spoke, Natasha reached into her small bag, producing a check and handing over a specially designed phone to Dio. This is the bounty for taking down the Joker last time. And this phone is a S.H.I.E.L.D. special issue. It's how we'll contact you from now on. Dio perked up at Natasha's words. He couldn't help but smile as he took the check, which was made out for $1 million. After tucking it away, he picked up the phone, turning it over in his hands. There's no tracker in here, is there? There is, Mr. Dio. Forgive me for being blunt, but for the safety of the public, we need to be aware of your whereabouts. Of course, as long as you don't cross any lines, we won't interfere with your life. Meanwhile, Garen listened quietly to the exchange. It was obvious from their conversation that Dio was playing his own game. Just a moment ago, he claimed he was done with fighting, and now, he'd taken out the Joker and was pocketing the reward. Still, Garen eyed the check in Dio's hand with a twinge of envy. Living off the spoils of others couldn't last forever. As they chatted, time slipped by until Aunt May called, finally bringing their conversation to a pause. Hey Garen, is your family cooking something special today? I've been sitting here chatting with you guys for ages, and I haven't even started dinner yet. Listening to Dio's voice, Garen exchanged a glance with Natasha, then silently shook his head. Looking at this seemingly harmless, yet actually quite fierce Asian man before them, both of them felt a strong sense of incongruity. After these past few days, Garen had grown accustomed to Dio's shamelessness, but Natasha's expression remained completely unchanged. The group closed up the pet shop and followed Garen back to Aunt May's house. May Riley greeted Natasha's return with the same warmth as ever, but when she saw Dio in shorts and slippers, with Peter clinging to his back, she just shook her head. Dio, how come you haven't come by to play with Peter these days? Dio gave her an awkward smile at her words. Oh, I just didn't want to intrude on your family of THR. Ahem. Aunt May's feigned cough of displeasure made Dio stop in his tracks immediately, lest he get an earful at the dinner table. Passing through the yard and stepping inside, the aroma of fresh food made Dio swallow unconsciously. As for any leftovers from lunch, well, with Garen's bottomless appetite, leftovers were basically unheard of. After dinner, Peter proudly brought out a pair of Iron Man replica gauntlets that Pepper had given him, showing them off to Dio. He'd already learned back at Dio's place that Dio wasn't exactly an ordinary person. While that made Peter feel a bit down, he was also unwilling to admit defeat. So, once he got home, he grabbed the gauntlets, ready to challenge Dio to an arm wrestling match. With the toy gauntlets boosting his strength, Peter might not be able to lift mountains, but he was still far stronger than the average adult. This piqued the interest of Garen and the others. Even Aunt May was quite curious. At first, Aunt May was shocked to learn her little friend wasn't just a normal kid, but soon she accepted it. On the living room coffee table, after everyone cleared away various items, Peter planted his gauntlet hand on the surface, glaring at Dio with a look of challenge. Dio only smiled nonchalantly, pulled over a small stool, and sat down, then gripped Peter's gauntlet hand. Meanwhile, Aunt May looked on with a mix of worry and anticipation, while Garen and Natasha watched intently, eyes fixed on every move. Natasha even took out her custom phone to start recording the match. Everyone ready? On your marks, go. With Aunt May's signal, Peter's gauntlet suddenly released a burst of swirling air, giving him an impressive surge of strength. Of course, since these were just toy gauntlets, Tony would never have given Peter Real flamethrowers. Still, the pneumatic power of the gauntlets wasn't bad at all, but compared to Dio, yeah. What incredible strength. I always thought Garen was already the strongest in the world. Oomph. Uncle Dio, you're cheating. No going easy on me. Hearing Peter's complaint, not only Dio, but even those watching from the side couldn't help but smile. Looking at little Peter's earnest face, as time went by, his expression grew more and more crestfallen. He just couldn't win against Dio, and the disappointment was written all over his face. After exchanging a glance with the others around him, Dio gave a subtle nod. Then, Dio's arm, held beneath Peter's little glove, began to tilt ever so slightly to the side. Seeing this, Peter lit up as though glimpsing the hope of victory, and let out an excited cry. Yeah! Thud! Haha, I won! I won! Yay! As Dio's arm finally dropped, Peter leapt up with joy, flailing his arms and dancing around the group, running circles with all his might. The adults couldn't help but exchange amused, knowing smiles. All right, Peter, now that you've beaten your Uncle Dio, it's time to head back to your room. If I recall, you haven't finished your assignments from your teacher yet. Oh. Hearing Aunt May's voice, Peter's excitement deflated in an instant, and he wilted like a flower left out in the sun. Watching Peter trudge reluctantly up the stairs, turning back every few steps, Aunt May offered a gentle smile to the others. As for sending Peter away, Aunt May had noticed the fire of challenge burning in Garen's eyes. Not wanting to dampen Peter's spirits, she decided this was for the best. On the other side, Dio understood Garen's intentions perfectly. Natasha, too, looked on with interest. Whether out of curiosity or just wanting to show off a bit, Dio wasn't about to pass up the chance. After all, SHLD's understanding of him was still stuck at the day he'd met Phil. And that day, all he'd done was crush a pistol with his bare hand. With that in mind, Dio fixed his gaze on Garen. Come on, brother. Let's have a match. Hearing Dio's words, Garen flashed a wide grin and replied, just what I was hoping for. With that, the two took their places. As their large hands clasped together, both immediately felt the other's surging, powerful energy. Garen was taken aback, but his surprise quickly gave way to a rush of excitement. Begin! Bang! Bang! At Aunt May's command, the air itself seemed to crack with the force of the clash, sudden and sharp. Cracks spread instantly across the surface of the coffee table. And that was even with Dio and Garen keeping their hands off the table. If they hadn't, the sudden surge of force might have shattered it to pieces. The two men's hands remained locked in a fierce grip. Garen's powerful arms bulged with strain, his face flushed red, while Dio, by contrast, looked calm and utterly at ease. With this comparison, the difference in strength became instantly clear, leaving both Aunt May and Natasha utterly stunned. They both knew just how powerful Garen was, a man who could withstand bullets with his bare body, someone more than human. Yet now, when measured against the seemingly slender Dio before them, Garen was actually at a disadvantage. Aunt May looked at Garen with concern, uncertain what was running through her mind. On either side of the shattered coffee table, Garen could feel Dio's formidable power, and to his own surprise, he felt a surge of excitement. Yes, excitement. For a champion of justice like Garen, meeting a worthy opponent was never a cause for discouragement or envy. It only brought him joy and exhilaration. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Brother Dio, but I won't give up yet. I'm about to really show my strength. Oh, bring it on, then. As they spoke, a golden aura flickered around Garen. In the next instant, Dio felt the force on his arm multiply several times over. With the energy coursing through Garen's body, even the air around them began to ripple, spreading outward like waves on water. The sensation made Aunt May, an ordinary person, uncomfortable, and she quickly stepped back a few paces. Natasha, however, strengthened by genetic enhancements as a new human, managed to withstand it. As the moments passed, the golden aura around Garen gradually faded away. Phew, I lost. Brother Dio, you're truly formidable. Garen admits defeat wholeheartedly. Hearing Garen's words, Dio gave his hand a firm shake. Haha, you're too kind, Brother Garen. By the way, how long does little Peter plan to keep spying on us? Whoa! At Dio's words, Peter, who had been peeking out from the stairwell, let out a startled yelp and dashed upstairs. As evening crept in and the sky outside deepened into night, the group chatted for a long while before saying their goodbyes and parting ways. Just as Dio was about to head home, Garen called out to him. Brother Dio, you go out every night, don't you? Why not team up with me? Hearing this, Dio frowned and thought for a moment before politely declining Garen's invitation. Though Garen felt a twinge of disappointment, he didn't take it to heart. Back at home, Dio casually grabbed a drink from the freezer and took a swig. I suppose tonight, I've left quite an impression on S.H.I.E.L.D. Sipping his drink and watching TV, the hours slipped by until midnight. Meanwhile, Dio checked on the whereabouts of Joker and Warwick. He found that both of them were hunkered down deep in the woods, lying low and making no moves. Dio was more than happy to have some peace and quiet. As for how they handled things, Dio had no intention of interfering. After all, there were people out there even more impatient than he was. On the other side, let's turn back the clock a little. Not long after Dio left, Garen took advantage of the pitch-dark night, hopped onto his modified motorcycle, and sped off into the night. Though Dio had refused his invitation, that did nothing to waver Garen's determination to fight evil. Meanwhile, over in New Mexico, Thor and his companion finally arrived near the meteorite crater after a long drive. Thanks to Phil and his team's meticulous arrangements, the crater looked nothing like before. The pit left by Thor's hammer was now encased in a special glass enclosure. Several sterile corridors connected the transparent chamber to a handful of makeshift research labs. Inside the glass enclosure, more than a dozen scientists in white lab coats were analyzing the soil around the crater. As Thor and his companion climbed a nearby hill, gazing down at the brightly lit research base below, Jane couldn't help but frown. There wasn't even a real meteorite impact. They should have just transported it away, not built an entire high-security base here. At Jane's words, Thor didn't seem concerned. Through the glass enclosure, he could already spot the silhouette of his hammer. The thought of soon regaining his powers filled him with anticipation. He glanced up at the dark, cold sky, but the biting chill couldn't put out the fire blazing in his heart. I think you'll need this. I'll be right back. Once I have Mjolnir again, I promise I'll return whatever they took from you. With that, Thor took off his coat and draped it over Jane's shoulders. Jane, however, looked at him as if he were from another planet, shaking her head in disbelief and quickly refusing his offer. Look over there. Do you really think you can just stroll in, ignore all the guards, and walk out carrying our stuff? Walk? No, I'll fly out. Without waiting for Jane's reply, Thor strode confidently down toward the research base. At the same time, inside the base, as Thor approached, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, and the lab's electronics began to fail one after another. Phil, noticing this, stared at the hammer inside the glass case, his brows furrowed in confusion. Elsewhere, in the tech control room outside the sealed chamber, a bald man with glasses was fiddling with his now useless phone. Just then, a technician at a computer reported to the bald man. Sir, the S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance satellite's signal can't penetrate the cloud cover. Whatever interference this object is emitting, our tech can't get through. Also, there's a commercial jet passing overhead. Southwest Airlines, Flight 5434. The usual procedure, rerouted. Yes, sir. Wait, there's an unidentified object at the west fence. As he spoke, the technician hurriedly pulled up the surveillance footage around the base. It didn't take long for them to spot a large hole that had been cut into the wire fence outside the facility. No one knew when it had appeared. Listening to the technician's report, the bald man furrowed his brow. He tapped the communicator on his right ear. Delancey, Jackson, go patrol the western perimeter. Copy that, sir. With that, a rugged four-wheel drive vehicle rumbled out to the damaged section of the fence. However, just as the team was about to report in, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows by their vehicle. With swift, powerful blows, he knocked both men to the ground. Of course, this could only be Thor. Meanwhile, up on the hillside, Jane was watching the scene unfold through a military-grade pair of binoculars. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth in exasperation. At the same time, Jane felt a surge of worry for Thor's recklessness, silently wishing he wouldn't get himself into trouble. Back in the tech control room, the bald man caught the sounds of impact crackling through his earpiece. He called out twice with no response, cursed under his breath, and quickly dispatched a team to investigate. "Sir, we have wounded agents. There's an intruder in the base." As he spoke, the entire compound snapped into high alert. Even the thunder rolling across the night sky seemed to grow fiercer, its rumble echoing in everyone's ears. Brilliant, blinding searchlights swept across the landscape, forcing Jane to scramble backward up the hillside, terrified of being spotted. In her panic, she fumbled for her phone and dialed Dr. Eric Selvig. But no one answered, so she left him a hurried voicemail. Meanwhile, Thor looked up at the blue-white lightning crackling across the sky, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He moved with cat-like agility, dodging the search teams and slipping straight into the sterile corridor. Target spotted, east side. Thud. R. With a few quick punches, Thor knocked out the guard. His excitement only grew, though the sound of his fight had drawn even more guards to his location. Elsewhere, Phil listened to the frantic shouts coming through his earpiece, his brow tightening. He pulled out the secure radio that connected directly to Barton. "I need armed backup." With a calm expression, Phil made his way toward the tech control room. On the other side, Barton heard Phil's voice, but didn't reply. Caught for just a moment between his gun and his bow, he chose the latter without hesitation. He headed into the base to find a vantage point, and naturally, the highest spot was the crane. Barton climbed into the lift cage and signaled for someone to hoist him up, leaving him suspended high above the compound. Watching the frantic figures racing below, Barton radioed in. "Sir, do you want me to take him out directly, or send more guards and try to capture him alive?" In the tech control room, Phil listened to Barton's voice coming through the headset. "Wait for my command." With those words, Phil quickly hurried toward the location of Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. Meanwhile, Thor battled his way forward, cutting through every obstacle in his path. Thanks to his powerful physique and exceptional combat skills, the guards barely lasted 3 seconds against him. Just as he was about to reach the crater, a towering black security guard suddenly leapt out from around a corner. The man stood well over 7 feet tall, and with a single punch to Thor's abdomen, he sent him crashing to the ground. But Thor paid it no mind. Mjolnir was almost within his grasp, and his heart pounded with anticipation. He looked up at the towering man before him and offered a slight, confident smile. "You're a big guy, but I've seen bigger." With that, he sprang to his feet, and the two of them grappled fiercely. The specially designed transparent case proved no obstacle as their struggle spilled out beyond the containment area. Fists and kicks flying, neither willing to yield. At that moment, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Up on the crane, Barton had his longbow trained on Thor far below. "Coulson, I think you'd better give the order soon, or I'm going to put an arrow through this guy." Even as he spoke, Thor, relying on his superior skill, finally managed to bring down the blackguard. At the same time, Phil arrived at the containment box. Watching Thor stagger toward Mjolnir, Phil frowned in concern. "Not yet. I want to see what he's trying to do." A few agents joined Phil, ready to move in, but he held them back. Thor's face broke into a victorious smile, oblivious to the rain streaming down from the heavens. He reached out and gripped the handle of Mjolnir. Instantly, his expression changed. "Up!" With a guttural cry, Thor summoned all his strength, but the hammer in the heart of the crater didn't budge an inch. He struggled for a long moment, then staggered back a step defeated. A storm of emotions crashed over him. Numb, he stared into the blackness of the sky, the thunder rumbling overhead as if mocking the former god of thunder. "Arp!" With a heavy thud, Thor dropped to his knees in the muddy pit, head bowed before the hammer. No one could guess what was running through his mind. On the hillside above, Jane listened to Thor's anguished cries, her face clouded with worry. "That's enough. Show's over. Send in the ground team." Inside the containment unit, Phil watched the kneeling man and gave the order to apprehend him. As the guards moved in to restrain him, Thor offered no resistance. He simply stared blankly at Mjolnir before him, the rain running down his face. No one could tell whether it mingled with tears. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost and wielder of the sword, watched with golden eyes that shimmered with ethereal light. It was clear his gaze had never left Thor, observing his every move with unwavering attention. Returning to Earth, research at the base continued after Thor was taken away. Jane, meanwhile, was rescued by Dr. Eric Selvig and Darcy, who had hurried to the scene. "He's a criminal. He hurt so many officers, and now he's going to jail." In the car, Dr. Selvig shouted at Jane, who was still shivering from the cold. Clearly, he was strongly opposed to their actions that night and had not even been aware of them beforehand. On the other side, Darcy quickly pulled out a blanket and wrapped it around Jane, trying to warm her up. "I couldn't just leave him there. You have no idea what I discovered at the base." Jane, visibly agitated, pulled out a book on Norse mythology and flipped to the page about Thor, especially the section on his legendary hammer. She stared at the illustrations and the intricate patterns that perfectly matched the hammer she had seen at the base. Eric and Darcy looked at the excited Jane, listening to her frantic words, and could not help but frown in concern. "Jane, listen to me. That's just a storybook," Eric said, trying to reason with her. "But you always encouraged me to explore every possibility, every option. Even fairy tales might hold a grain of truth," Jane insisted, her voice trembling with conviction. Faced with her enthusiasm, Eric rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "I encourage science, not fantasy. But isn't magic just science we haven't yet understood?" Jane countered passionately. At her words, Eric exchanged a helpless glance with Darcy. Neither could find the right words to argue back. Meanwhile, at the crater base, inside a room reinforced with bulletproof glass, Thor sat silently in a chair. Across from him, Agent Coulson flipped through the sparse file they had on him. "You made my team, highly trained professionals, look like the cheapest mall security guards. That's a hard pill to swallow. From my experience, only someone who's had the same kind of training could pull off something like that." Coulson locked eyes with the broad-shouldered man before him, scrutinizing him intently. But Thor seemed lost, his mind far away, barely registering Coulson's words. He simply couldn't comprehend why Mjolnir no longer deemed him worthy. On the other side of the table, Coulson regarded Thor's silence without much emotion. "Why won't you tell me where you were trained? Pakistan? Chechnya? Afghanistan? To be honest, you look more like a mercenary to me. I know there are powerful people out there willing to pay a fortune for someone like you. But what I want to know is, who are you really?" Listening to Phil's words, Thor slowly raised his head and met Phil's gaze. Neither of them spoke. For a long moment, silence hung in the air. Then, the communicator chimed. Phil took it out, glanced at the screen, and turned it off. He looked at Thor once more. "We will do whatever it takes to get the answers we want. Until then, you are not to go anywhere." With that, Phil turned and left. After he was gone, a figure gradually appeared in the fully transparent holding cell. The moment Thor saw who it was, his expression lit up with excitement. "Loki, what are you doing here? Is it about Jotunheim? Let me explain to Father. Father is dead." Loki's words struck Thor dumb. His eyes filled with shock and confusion. "What did you say?" Seeing Thor's gaze slowly lose focus, Loki spoke in a calm, even voice. "Your exile, the threat of a new war. Father had already borne more than enough." Loki stepped closer, looking down at Thor, who sat slumped in the chair. He gently patted Thor's shoulder. "Don't blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wish I could have told him the same. But you know Father, he never listened." As Thor broke down in silent sobs, Loki continued to spin his tale. "Father knew you'd never be able to lift Mjolnir again, yet he left it where you could almost reach it. That was needlessly cruel. Now that he's gone, the burden of the throne has fallen on me." Listening to Loki, Thor slowly looked up, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, he no longer cared which of the brothers would inherit the throne. All he wanted was to return to Asgard, to see his father one last time. "Can I go home?" Seeing the desperate plea in Thor's eyes, Loki wore a mask of regret, though inside he was secretly delighted. "I'm sorry, my brother. The truce with Jotunheim depends on your exile. Then, isn't there some way we could just... And Mother has forbidden your return as well. I came to say goodbye, my brother. I truly am sorry. No, I should be the one to apologize. Thank you for coming." Loki's words were like the final straw breaking the camel's back. There was no word for the depth of despair in Thor's heart. Even his beloved mother had barred him from home. The blow was almost beyond bearing. Loki, watching Thor's broken and spiritless state, felt a surge of triumph, but alongside it, a faint, uncomfortable pang he couldn't yet name. "Farewell." With that, Loki's figure vanished in an instant. As he disappeared, Thor stared at the spot where his brother had stood, unable to come back to himself for a long, long time. Meanwhile, within the meteorite crater, Loki's figure appeared out of thin air. Yet none of the guards or scientists nearby, not even Barton, noticed anything amiss. He reached out to grasp Thor's hammer, testing it, but found it didn't budge in the slightest. Realizing it was futile, Loki had no choice but to give up. Elsewhere, Jane had finally persuaded Dr. Eric. The group split into two teams, got into their cars, and set off back towards the base. As night deepened, inside the base, the bald man found Phil. "Sir, someone wants to see you." Hearing the bald man's voice, Phil frowned slightly, then followed him out of the technology integration room. They arrived elsewhere in the base, where Phil found himself face to face with an elderly man. "I remember you, Dr. Eric. It's quite late to be visiting. What brings you here?" "My companion was taken by your people." "Oh, then your companion must be quite dangerous, Dr. Eric." Phil's remark prompted Eric to take a deep breath before responding. "He's just reckless. When he found out you'd taken all our research data, he became desperate. You have to understand, those notes were his life's work. If a man loses everything he's built, it's only natural to react strongly. Listening to Eric's explanation, Phil exchanged a glance with the bald man beside him, who then pulled up Thor's file. A string of red letters flashed on the computer screen, identity forged. Noticing this, a sly smile crept onto Phil's lips. The file says he's a medical doctor, yet he managed to break through our tightest security. Seeing Phil's faint smile, Eric's heart sank, sensing trouble. But quickly he thought of something. Steroids, that's all. He's a muscle-bound brute, simple-minded, really. Besides research, his favorite pastime is hitting the gym. Phil stared at the old man before him, his thoughts unreadable. After a long pause, he waved his hand and gave Eric a long, meaningful look before turning and walking away. Eric had no idea what to make of it, certain he'd ruined everything. But then, the bald man approached and quietly told him he could take the man away. At this, Dr. Eric's spirits soared, delight lighting up his face. He made his way to Thor's holding cell within the base. Thor was still lost in thought, haunted by Loki's earlier words and reflecting on all that had happened over the years. The arrogance that had once filled him was now deeply shaken by one blow after another. Donnie, you're too impulsive. If the officer hadn't been so lenient, you'd be in real trouble now. Even if they took our research, you can't just lose your head like that. The moment Dr. Eric saw Thor, he didn't even give him a chance to speak. Muttering nonstop, he grabbed Thor and hustled him out of the base. When Thor saw Eric arrive, he immediately realized that Eric was there to rescue him. Grateful, Thor quickly echoed Eric's words, and together, the two left the meteorite crater base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Phil stood outside the control room, watching the pair's retreating figures, and called out loudly, "Dr. Eric, don't let him get near the perimeter fence again." Hearing the voice from behind, Thor and Eric paused in their steps. Dr. Eric replied, "I won't." As the two men disappeared from view, a few agents approached Phil's side. Phil spoke quietly, "Have someone follow them, but don't tip them off. I want to see what kind of man he really is." "Yes, sir." Thor and Eric left the base and returned to their car. "So, where are we headed now? And what about Jane and the others?" "They're off handling your paperwork. As for us, let's go have a drink." The engine roared to life, and they sped toward the nearby town. Time slipped by, and dawn was already breaking. Inside the town's bar, the two men reported to Jane Foster that they were safe, then each ordered a drink. "I messed everything up. Everything's gone wrong," Thor murmured after several rounds, his eyes glassy and distant. Beside him, Dr. Eric noticed the flush on Thor's cheeks. He took a quiet sip from his own glass and said, "Realizing you don't have all the answers in life isn't a bad thing. Facing your own flaws means you're growing." Hearing Eric's words, Thor sighed inwardly. "This is the first time I've ever questioned my own beliefs. I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. To find your path in this world, you must first accept that you're not perfect. No one has a clear map for the future. Every day, worries and emotions will shape your journey. Set yourself a goal and move toward it. That's how you'll find clarity instead of losing your way. Thank you for your help, Eric." Thor pondered Eric's advice for a long moment before finally expressing his gratitude. With those words, the proud and arrogant god of thunder seemed to fade away, replaced by someone humbler and wiser. In that instant, Thor's heart underwent a profound transformation. What he didn't know was that far away, in the royal palace of Asgard, within a divine sarcophagus at the rear of the halls, Odin's lips curved ever so slightly in a mysterious smile. Back at the bar, after hearing Thor's heartfelt thanks, and recalling all they'd been through, Eric found his earlier prejudices about Thor had completely vanished. "No need to thank me. I did this for Jane as well. Her father and I once taught at the same school. He was a good man, but not a good father. He never listened to what others had to say. I'm the same. My father tried to teach me, but I was too slow to understand." As Thor spoke, his eyes lost their focus, clearly lost in memories of Loki's words. The pain of his father's death weighed heavily on his heart. On the other side, Eric watched Thor's somber expression. "I don't care whether your stories are delusions or some other trick. That's not my concern. I care about her. I saw the way she looks at you." Hearing Eric's words pulled Thor back to the present, and he gave his assurance without hesitation. "I promise you, I will not hurt her." "Good. In that case, let me buy you one more drink. After that, I hope you'll leave this town and never come back." Eric's gaze was unwavering as he spoke to Thor. "I understand." Hearing Thor's answer, Eric allowed a small smile, then rapped his knuckles on the bar. "2 more pints, please." The bartender slid 2 large mugs of beer toward them. Thor and Eric exchanged a glance. Then, as if by some silent agreement, each grabbed a mug and drank deeply. Perhaps spurred by frustration, neither man was willing to be the first to put his glass down, so they both kept drinking, matching each other gulp for gulp. And so they drank, and neither was willing to stop. Night had fallen, and the cold wind howled through the darkness. Meanwhile, in the heart of New York City, Galen rode his sleek black motorcycle through deserted alleyways. Not long ago, he'd broken up yet another den of criminals. The motorcycle sped along empty streets, neon lights flickering on and off, the wind whistling past. A sudden ring trilled in his headset. Galen answered, and Aunt May's tired voice came through. Listening to her worries, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Galen's mouth beneath his helmet. After all these days, he was getting used to this peaceful, ordinary life. Her concern and gentle scolding were, in this moment, a source of comfort for him. May, don't worry. Go to bed. You don't have to wait up for me. I'll be home soon. All right, but be careful. Don't ride too fast. Okay, I know. Bang. Galen, are you all right? A sudden explosion crackled in his earpiece, making Aunt May cry out in alarm, her voice thick with worry. I'm fine, May. I'd better hang up. Something came up here. All right, just be careful. Listening to Aunt May's advice through his headphones, Garen smiled softly. Rather than finding her words nagging, he felt a comforting warmth well up inside him. After hanging up, Garen sped off toward the source of the explosion. The roar of the motorcycle echoed endlessly, carrying far across the vast, empty road. There! As the motorcycle raced forward, Garen's brow furrowed at the scene unfolding ahead. His keen sense of smell picked up the thick, almost tangible scent of blood lingering in the air. He couldn't help but knit his brows. But in the very next moment, from a factory building not far away, a horde of blood-soaked figures suddenly burst out onto the once deserted street. They ran at a frantic pace, shouting at the top of their lungs, as if some terrifying beast was hunting them down, scattering them in every direction in panic. With a sharp screech of brakes, Garen came to an abrupt halt. His eyes narrowed and then widened in shock. These are vampires. No, wait, that aura doesn't feel like vampires. Blood thralls? No, that's not right either. Watching the crowd flee in all directions, Garen was puzzled. Fragments of his broken memory contained bits and pieces about vampires. How interesting. It seems these are some of the extraordinary beings hidden in this world. Elsewhere, Ketchera was fleeing the dance hall in a panic, desperately following his companions. He never would have imagined that what was supposed to be an ordinary dinner soiree would end with an encounter with a daywalker. The memory of what had happened earlier in the underground hall made his legs go weak, and he nearly stumbled headlong to the ground. Even so, he staggered forward, tumbling right at someone's feet. In that instant, a surge of dread washed over him, as if he were reliving a nightmare. Shivering, Ketchera lifted his head, frantically praying that the figure before him was not that devil. To vampires, daywalkers were nothing short of monstrous. But as he looked up, he realized the towering figure before him was just an ordinary human. Relief flooding him, Ketchera scrambled to his feet, baring his sharp fangs. To a vampire, humans were little more than prey. Without the aid of special weapons, a vampire's physical strength could easily overpower an ordinary person, regardless of size. So the moment Ketchera saw who it was, he straightened up immediately. Out of my way, you worthless. Well, what do we have here? A vampire, indeed. Before he could finish, Garen's hand shot out, gripping his throat and cutting him off. No matter how much Ketchera struggled, the iron grip around his neck didn't loosen for a moment. Cough. Who are you? Are you a companion of the Daywalker? Daywalker. Hearing the name spoken by the vampire in his grasp, Garen felt a flicker of confusion. Yet, catching glimpses of other blood-soaked figures fleeing in terror, he simply curled his lip in disdain. Tell me everything you know. And is this pork factory your main base? We're Daywalkers. Who is your superior? The one who turned you? How many of your kind are there? I don't know. I'm just a low-level lackey. As for the factory, this is actually Frost's nightclub. We serve under Quinn, sir. Please, I beg you, let me go. I swear I've never drunk human blood. The blood on me is all from pigs. Yes, pig's blood. Ketchera struggled desperately, but Garen's massive hand clamped around his neck, showing no intention of release. Listening to the vampire's reply, Garen raised an eyebrow. He could easily distinguish between human and pig blood, and he didn't believe for a second that this vampire had never tasted human blood. Where's your main base? Does the government know about your existence? They do, sir. We have an agreement with the government. As for the main base, I don't know. I swear I don't know. Looking at the pitiful lackey on the verge of tears, Garen shook his head slightly. Then, with one hand, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Almost immediately, Natasha's languid voice drifted through the receiver. Garen, you no fun at all. Phil may have assigned you to me, but calling in the middle of the night. All right, what is it? Hearing the exasperation in her voice, Garen quickly reported his discovery of the vampires. But from Natasha's tone and choice of words, Garen realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly aware of the vampire's existence. During the call, Garen also asked about the Daywalkers. When he learned that a Daywalker was actually a vampire hunter, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I'll send you all the intel we have on the vampires later, but I strongly advise you, don't provoke them, at least for a while." Listening to Natasha's warning, Garen frowned but didn't press the issue. When the call ended, his expression grew dark. He hadn't expected that the state's authorities, when faced with such a predatory species, would actually turn a blind eye. Yet what Garen didn't know was that the vampires were far more than mere blood-drinking monsters. They possessed intelligence, and their spies were everywhere in the world. Some even held sway among politicians. True, wiping them out would be simple enough, but the chaos they could unleash in their final throes might plunge the world into turmoil. Staring at his phone, Garen fell silent for a long time, then let out a heavy sigh. With a sharp, final motion, a muffled gasp escaped Ketchera. In the next instant, as Garen's grip tightened, Ketchera's body began to self-immolate, not in a blaze of flames, but as if he were unraveling, erasing his own existence. In just a few short seconds, Ketchera's body vanished completely, along with the clothes on his back, leaving behind only some blackened ashes. Garen watched this scene with a sense of curiosity. He had no memory of what happened to vampires after death. He'd always assumed that, like anyone else, vampires would leave a corpse behind. If there's no body left behind, then who could ever know who did it once they're dead? That's right. Garen had no intention of following Natasha's advice. As someone with a deep sense of justice and a hatred for evil, the very existence of vampires was already more than he could tolerate. Just as Garen snapped out of his thoughts and was about to head into the pork factory for a look around, the wail of sirens began to rise in the distance, drawing closer and closer along the street. Left with no choice, Garen stopped in his tracks. Ever since he discovered that the government was actually dealing with such sinister creatures as vampires, a sense of alienation had started to take root in his heart. He found a shadowy corner and watched as several fire trucks and ambulances sped toward the factory. Before long, a few blood-soaked, ordinary people were carried out to safety, and then a charred body was brought out on a stretcher. Though Garen didn't go in for a closer look, his exceptional sense of smell told him there was something unusual about that burnt corpse. A vampire, huh? Seems like this one's stronger than the ones I ran into before. Watching the burnt body being loaded into the ambulance, Garen frowned, silently following the vehicle with his eyes as it drove away. He muttered under his breath. Returning to where his motorcycle was parked, Garen decided it was time to leave. The matter of the vampires would need a more thorough strategy. As he started up his bike, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, shouldn't a vampire disappear completely upon death? How could? No, that charred body isn't dead yet. He spoke with a note of regret, blaming himself for letting his troubled thoughts cloud his judgment earlier. But now, there was nothing he could do. The ambulance had long since sped away, and Garen, unfamiliar with the area, had no idea which hospital the charred body would be taken to. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Natasha, but then let out a sigh. From their earlier conversations, Garen had come to realize that S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be as unwavering in their hatred of evil as he'd once thought. With that in mind, he put away his phone, reflecting on his recent interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D., and after a moment's thought, he saw things more clearly. Compared to his own approach, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to have only two ways of dealing with evil: suppression by force or peaceful containment. Of course, this was only possible if communication with the other party was feasible. If not, and force failed, there was little else they could do. As he pondered this, Garen suddenly remembered those incidents he'd helped S.H.I.E.L.D. resolve just a few days ago, and in that instant, everything fell into place. So, in the end, I'm just another pawn being used. S.H.I.E.L.D. really does live up to its reputation. With those words, Garen twisted the throttle and shot off on his motorcycle, his solitary figure swallowed up by the cold night wind. Meanwhile, not far away at the hospital, two young doctors pushed a gurney into the autopsy room. They hoisted the body bag onto the autopsy table, unzipped it, and in an instant, a white cloud of smoke mixed with the sickening stench of charred meat assaulted their noses. Oh God, the smell is unbearable. Haha, it's still steaming. Word is when they found him, he was still screaming. Somebody had pinned him to the wall. As one doctor spoke, the other let out a weary sigh. What kind of grudge must that have been? Anyway, Cost, here's another one for you. Better run some blood tests first. Gazing at the charred, blackened corpse before him, the man called out to someone outside the autopsy room. Soon, a white man entered and collected blood samples from the burnt body. He carried the samples to the lab and handed them to a black woman whose name badge read, Hematologist, Karen Jason. Karen didn't even glance at Cost as she received the samples. She slid them under the electron microscope, recording each data point as she analyzed what she saw. Seeing this, Kost pursed his lips and went off to tend to his other duties. Time slipped by quietly until, suddenly, a startled cry broke the silence of the lab. This doesn't make any sense. Staring at the data extracted from the charred corpse, Garen pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation, half convinced someone was playing a prank on her. At that moment, Kost returned. "Did you run the blood work yet? How is it? We're about to start the autopsy." Karen's voice sounded tired as she replied, still shaken by the bizarre results. She shot him a sideways glance. "Hold on a second. Where did you get that body? This is unbelievable. His blood sugar is at least 3 times higher than normal, and his phosphorus and uric acid levels are off the charts. And he has biconcave red blood cells. Impossible. Be honest, Kost. Are you messing with me?" It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Kost was just as stunned. After all, he collected those samples from the burnt corpse himself. Noticing Karen's skeptical gaze, Kost was at a loss for words. "Listen, Karen, this is work. I'm not playing games with you. We may have had something once, but the body is right there in the autopsy room. I never joke about this on the job." Watching Kost's agitated expression, Karen could only shake her head, unconvinced. "You promised me you wouldn't get tangled up with me again." Listening to Karen's words, Kost grew more and more agitated. Things between them had ended long ago, and seeing Karen's current attitude, he felt not just speechless, but a little nauseated. He couldn't understand where this woman in front of him got her baffling self-confidence. "Look, I don't want to get tangled up with you either. I'm only here because I need you to run an analysis on the corpse. If you don't believe me, the charred body is right over there." At Kost's explanation, Karen scoffed dismissively and then rose to her feet. As she walked past him, she tossed a remark over her shoulder. "Fine, I'll take a look, but don't even think about getting back together." Oomph. When the two of them reached the autopsy room, the blackened corpse was still stretched out on the table. Donning her medical gloves, Karen picked up a flashlight and shone it into the corpse's mouth for a few moments. "The upper jaw is a bit deformed, and the canines look strange. Haven't you dissected the internal organs yet?" "Not yet. I was waiting on your analysis. But now that you mention it, I think I'll open it up and have a look." As he spoke, Kost grabbed a scalpel and prepared to slice open the corpse's chest to check the tracheal mucosa. His movements were deliberately rough, as if trying to disgust Karen. His actions did make Karen frown, but just as she was about to say something, the corpse on the table suddenly let out an inhuman roar. In an instant, it shot upright and sank its teeth deep into Kost's neck. "Ah, guh!" The charred corpse clamped down hard, draining the blood from Kost's neck. Kost could only mumble, his words slurred, as he feebly reached out a hand. It seemed he was pleading for Karen's help, but on the other side, Karen let out a shriek and bolted out of the room without a second glance. Watching this, Kost saw his former lover fleeing and felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. As his body grew weaker by the second, Kost gritted his teeth and summoned his last ounce of strength, biting down on the corpse's shoulder in a desperate attempt to fight back, ignoring the agony in his neck. But he was already too weak. After only a couple of bites, all his strength left him and his consciousness began to fade. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the floor. The corpse hissed, scanning its surroundings, then darted out of the sealed autopsy room. With fresh blood coursing through its veins, Quinn regained a measure of strength. All he wanted now was to escape, because he knew that if the Daywalker found out he was still alive, he would surely come after him again. And as it turned out, he was right. Blade's silhouette had already appeared within the hospital, making his way swiftly toward them. Leaving the autopsy room, Quinn glanced down the empty corridor. Just as he was about to make his escape, Blade rounded the corner and appeared directly in front of him. At this, Quinn cursed under his breath and rushed straight into the laboratory across from the autopsy room. Inside, Karen huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. Seeing this, Quinn lunged at her without hesitation. Although he had just fed on a human, his injuries were still far too severe. At that moment, Karen was paralyzed with terror. Faced with Quinn's attack, she neither dodged nor resisted. Meanwhile, Blade's figure appeared at the doorway. He frowned slightly as he took in the scene inside the lab. He was just about to unsling the long blade from his back when, to his surprise, Quinn abruptly dropped Karen and, without looking back, vaulted through the window to escape. Seeing this, Blade quickly gave chase, but the now-collapsed Karen grabbed desperately at his pant leg as he passed. Help me!" Blade frowned as he looked down at the woman bleeding out on the floor. He hadn't intended to intervene, but for some reason, she bore an uncanny resemblance to his late mother. Noticing the bite marks on her neck, he let out a quiet sigh. By then, Quinn's silhouette had already vanished without a trace. Just as Blade was about to leave, the belated police officers finally arrived, surrounding him from all sides. "Don't move!" Gunshots erupted, sharp cracks echoing through the room as searing bursts of gunfire struck Blade's black combat suit. He pursed his lips in mild annoyance. "Are you serious? Have you all lost your minds?" he muttered under his breath. But as he looked down at the woman at his feet, maybe because of the memory of his mother, or maybe to prevent panic should word get out about a vampire attack, he decided. He scooped her up without another word, and with a powerful leap through the shattered window, soared over 10 meters and landed atop the roof of a neighboring building. The officers who'd stormed the hospital had never witnessed anything like this. They quickly raised their weapons. Fire! Another round of gunshots rang out. Elsewhere in the hospital, Garen heard the distant bursts of gunfire. After a moment's thought, he started driving in that direction. Meanwhile, Blade, carrying the now unconscious Garen, returned to his old sedan. Casting a glance at the woman slumped in the passenger seat, Blade heaved a weary sigh. What a mess. Whether you make it or not is up to you now. With that, he started the engine and drove toward the city limits. He'd originally planned to circle the city a few times, but the woman simply couldn't hold on any longer. What he didn't know was that this very decision would end up costing his mentor's life. Speeding through the industrial jungle of the outer city, Blade glanced into the rearview mirror and frowned, pulling the car over to the side. The roar of an engine drew closer, a motorcycle barreling straight toward him. Blade's expression remained calm as he watched. "Is there something you need?" Blade's cool, steely voice cut through the air. Garen just smiled nonchalantly and glanced at the woman inside the car. "She's dying. I know. And I also know you, Knight. You've been quite active lately. If you have something to say it now. Any longer, and she really will die." As the man known as Blade spoke, Garen touched the mask on his face and wondered to himself if he had really been that conspicuous these days. "It's nothing, really. I just happened to be passing by, ran into a few vampires, and heard about your recent exploits. Thought I'd come take a look. By the way, my name's Demasha. And you, Daywalker, what's yours?" Listening to Garen's words, Blade frowned, not quite understanding what his real intentions were. "Blade, and one more thing, stop following me." With that, he pulled open the car door, got in, and drove away. Garen watched him go, curling his lips in a faint smirk. "So he's a vampire too?" "No, half a vampire. Just wait. We'll meet again." Muttering to himself, Garen started up his motorcycle once more, abandoning any thought of tailing Blade further and heading straight home. After all, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Meanwhile, on the other side of New York, inside a dim, ancient mountain castle, a room filled with the heavy air of European medieval grandeur. Crash! Smash! "Damn you, Blade. Just wait. Very soon, I'll make you taste defeat." A furious growl echoed through the shadowy chamber as priceless relics shattered across the floor. But clearly, no matter how many priceless antiques were destroyed, it did nothing to quell the anger burning within the man. "Frost, the elders want to see you." At that moment, a sharply dressed man strode into the room, ignoring the debris scattered about, and spoke with cold authority. In response, Deacon shot the newcomer a venomous glare, kicking aside the rubble at his feet. As he passed, Deacon let out a cold snort. "Remember, at the end of the day, you're still beneath me. Don't think those pure bloods on the council can keep me in check." With that, Deacon slapped the man's cheek in a mocking gesture, a wicked grin on his face. The man, however, remained utterly unfazed, as if being humiliated meant nothing to him. After Deacon Frost stormed out, Chuck surveyed the chaos left behind, a strange smile flickering at the corner of his lips. Elsewhere, in a bleak and chillingly ornate hall, 8 men and women in formal attire sat around a long, stone conference table. Their faces were grave, all eyes fixed on the man seated at the head. The thick scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to fade. Each person exuded a powerful aura, their vital energy surging restlessly within. At the head of the table, the man leafed through the documents in his hands. The others hardly dared to breathe. After a long silence, the man finally sighed. "Blade, he actually intends to wipe out our kind. How many more have died at his hands these past few days?" Hearing the man's question, the others seated around the conference table exchanged glances, and then, "He used a lot, many silver nails. Besides, I've received word that very recently, Blade has discovered Frost's nightclub." As this person spoke, the other vampire elders all frowned in unison. When it came to Deacon, who was not of pure blood, they felt utterly helpless. After all, Deacon was turned by the man in the seat of honor himself. Hearing the report at the table, even the man at the head frowned slightly. "Frost hasn't arrived yet. I'm here. So, what do you old relics want with me?" A voice full of scorn echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Deacon strolled into the meeting room with a swaggering, careless air. At the sight of him, More than a few vampire elders glared at him with open anger. Frost, you are a disgrace to our kind. Look at what you've been up to lately. If you break the treaty and hold gatherings, the human government will come for us. If you were a pureblood, you'd understand. This world is far from ordinary. Dealing with Blade is trouble enough. And yet you secretly opened a nightclub, gathering crowds to feed, right under the council's nose. As Deacon arrived, an elder at the table openly rebuked him. The rest kept silent, but Deacon himself sauntered to the table, unfazed, and pulled out a chair with an air of complete indifference. There were 12 chairs around the table, symbolic of the 12 vampire elders. Strictly speaking, they were the first 12 pure bloods to arrive in this land. Other countries across Earth had similar systems. As Deacon took his seat, several elders glanced toward the man at the head of the table, their most powerful member, and the one who had granted Deacon the gift of vampirism. Gitaro, all too aware of the many eyes upon him, had no choice but to speak. That's enough. The reason I called you here is to discuss how we're going to solve this problem, not to argue. Frost, your nightclub is far too conspicuous. It attracts attention, just as I warned you. You know the rules. Those are your rules. Honestly, I don't see what you're all so scared of. Humans? They're nothing but our food. You've really let me down. Deacon's reckless words shocked the elders, who all frowned, but none bothered to argue with him about the dangers. Yes, compared to ordinary humans, vampires were indeed powerful. But in the face of even greater forces, they were not so different from humans themselves. With their long and storied history, vampires could trace their lineage back thousands of years. It was for this very reason that they understood many of the world's deepest secrets. They were even somewhat aware of that power nestled at the foot of the Himalayas. All these years, the survival of the entire vampire clan wasn't just due to their own set of hunting rules, but more so because they had lost the supernatural magic that once defined them. Because of this, today's vampires possess little more than decent physical prowess, and the ability to create new vampires through the embrace. When it came to Deacon, although many vampire elders frowned and grumbled, there was little they could do. It wasn't just that Deacon had Gitaro backing him. More importantly, among the new vampires created in recent years, he wielded the greatest influence. He commanded more followers than even the elders themselves. In short, they could no longer suppress Deacon's momentum. As for the legendary vampire hierarchy, the power that once made the embraced unable to defy their superiors' commands had long been lost to the ages. After all, that was a form of vampire magic, and magic, especially dark magic. In the shadowy conference room, Deacon's words left a strange silence hanging in the air. After a long pause, Gitaro finally spoke. You don't understand, Frost. This world is far more terrifying than you imagine. To survive, we have to blend in, keep our heads down. A little mischief, sure, but cross the line. As Gitaro spoke, Deacon lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, the ember glowing in the gloom. You're all such cowards. We have an endless well of strength. We should rule the world, rule humanity, not sign some ridiculous pact with them. They're nothing but food, okay? You're too extreme, Frost. Am I? Because to me, this is what we should do, what we've always wanted to do. Can you honestly say you've never thought about it? Ruling the world? At Deacon's challenge, the elders fell silent. They had, once upon a time, dreamed those very dreams, but at the memory of what happened back then, a shiver ran down their spines. Gitaro, hearing Deacon's words, let a sneer curl at the corner of his lips. For thousands of years, this is how we've lived. What gives you the right to criticize us? You're not even qualified. Do you know what you are? A vampire? No. In the old days, you would have been nothing but a blood slave. Deacon clenched his jaw at Gitaro's words, but held back his anger. He stepped closer, meeting Gitaro's gaze with a calm, steady look, then spoke. Blood slave? Please. That doesn't matter at all. This world belongs to us, not to the humans. You know it as well as I do. The only difference is, you're just too scared to admit it. Listening to Deacon's words, Gaetano narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his head to look at the other vampire elders. Is there anything else? At the conference table, the other elders, seeing this, quickly picked up the conversation. I think we should discuss the matter of overseas capital flows. In recent years, on the other side, watching these decrepit old cowards, Deacon curled his lip in secret, thinking to himself, just wait. It won't be long before all of you are finished. As time quietly passed, in New York City, the first warm rays of morning sunlight touched the earth, and a new day began. Most of the criminal underworld once again faded into the shadows, while people woke and busied themselves with their own affairs, working hard for a living. In Queens, Dio woke up feeling refreshed and stretched lazily. After pondering for a long time last night, he decided not to go out, but spent the evening watching A Few Heroes instead. Dio was quite surprised by Garen's predicament, but when he remembered that Blade was also part of the Marvel Universe, it made sense. Rolling out of bed, he went downstairs to the shop's first floor to make himself breakfast, but just as he finished preparing everything and hadn't even taken a bite, he heard the rolling shutter outside rattle. Dio was a bit puzzled. Who could be looking for him so early in the morning? Muttering to himself, he went to open the door, only to be surprised by the figure standing outside. "Oh, good morning, Garen. Do you need something from me?" Seeing the towering figure at the door, Dio stepped aside to let him in. Garen didn't refuse and entered the shop. "Dio, do you know anything about vampires?" "Vampires? You mean those legendary blood-sucking monsters? Judging by your expression, have you actually run into one?" As he spoke, Dio put on a look of utter surprise, as if he knew nothing at all about vampires. Seeing this, Garen secretly nodded to himself. Ever since returning to Aunt May's house at dawn, he'd tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and ended up researching everything he could find on vampires. Of course, all this information had come from Natasha. It was precisely because he'd read up on SHLD's methods of handling such things that he felt some resistance in his heart. His real reason for coming to Dio today was to test the waters, and more importantly, to seek an ally. After all, he'd witnessed Dio's strength firsthand just yesterday afternoon. Listening to Dio's seemingly surprised question, Garen thought for a moment before speaking. "That's right. Last night, I ran into some vampires and a vampire hunter. I came to you because I wondered if you might have any leads. That's a real shame. I've never actually seen a vampire myself. What do they look like? How strong are they?" Seeing Dio feign disappointment, Garen couldn't help but smile. "They look almost the same as ordinary people, but their blood and energy are quite chaotic, and their strength is pretty poor, not much stronger than the average person. So what do you say? Want to go check it out together tonight?" Garen's voice held a hint of pleading, his eyes bright with fighting spirit. Dio met his gaze and, after a long silence, gently declined his invitation. "No, Garen. You know me, I just want to make a little money on the side to get by. I really don't want to get involved in all sorts of disputes. I hate trouble." As Dio spoke, Garen let out a sigh. There wasn't much more he could say, so he simply nodded in understanding. "I see. Got it. Well, we'll catch up another time. I need to go out and pick up some supplies. See you around." With that, Garen offered a warm smile, said his goodbyes, and turned to leave. Dio watched him walk away down the street. "Oh, Garen, if you ever run into trouble you can't handle, you can come to me. Will you charge me for it? It'll be free." "Ha ha. All right, I'll remember that." With a laugh, Garen's figure disappeared around the corner. Once he was gone, Dio returned to the dining table inside the shop, picked up a steaming piece of toast, and washed it down with milk. Yes, Dio had finally started living a life of bread and milk. Yesterday's $1 million windfall had truly pulled him out of his financial rut. As for turning down Garen's invitation, not only did he want to avoid getting too entangled with these heroes of the rift, but more importantly, he found that working alone brought in greater rewards than splitting them with a partner. With these thoughts, Dio pulled up his personal panel and saw nearly 4,000 experience points accumulated. The corner of his mouth lifted in a slight smile. "I'll wait a bit longer. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. will come looking for me today. I'll decide my next move then." Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "What? The Joker's shown up again? I thought Dio already dealt with him." In his office, Fury listened to Hill's report, frowning slightly. Agent Hill noticed his expression and spoke up. "Sir, should we send Dio again? After all, he did take our bounty." Fury fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "We don't have much choice. By the way, how's Natasha doing?" "Her talks with Warwick are going smoothly. The captain's first mission went well. He's a real veteran, just as expected." "Is that so? Good. And Tony, has he been discharged from the hospital yet?" "Not yet, sir." Hearing this, Fury rubbed his brow. Everything was proceeding according to his plan, and negotiations with Warwick were progressing as well. "Agent, in your opinion, who's stronger, Warwick or Garen? Or rather, who do you have more faith in?" "Well, sir, speaking from the heart, I have more faith in Garen. Besides his skill with all sorts of weapons, he's also much easier to communicate with. As for Warwick, if I may be frank, although he's intelligent and capable of conversation, he's still an outsider, wild to the core. Sir, are you considering recruiting them both into the Avengers Initiative?" Fury shot Agent Hill a sideways glance, but didn't answer. The idea had indeed crossed his mind, but then he remembered Tony's stubborn streak. "What about Phil? How's his situation progressing?" As Fury inquired, Hill took a moment to gather her thoughts. "Sir, we received word this morning. The meteorite crater base was breached. However, a few astrophysicists shielded the intruder, and Agent Coulson let them go." "He let them go? I suppose Coulson must have discovered something then. Have we located the source of that satellite? We have, but it's rather fantastical. At Hill's words, Fury looked at her in confusion. Fantastical? It was the first time he'd heard Agent Hill use such a term. Catching the look on Fury's face, Hill took out her phone, pulled up some files, and handed the device over. Fury skimmed the information, the corners of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. Is this accurate? Yes, sir. We've cross-referenced extensive materials and conducted the most meticulous comparisons. Only this artifact fits. Ah, Thor's hammer, is it? Keep a close watch on that site. Do whatever it takes to bring that hammer in. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a remote town in New Mexico, within an old RV parked in the wasteland, Thor and Dr. Eric lay fast asleep, arms draped over each other. Last night, after knocking back copious amounts of liquor, even with Thor's imposing stature and legendary tolerance, he ended up thoroughly drunk and disoriented. As for Dr. Eric, there was even less to say. He passed out cold. During their inebriation, the two had discussed all sorts of topics, sharing wild stories and drunken promises, their camaraderie just short of sworn brotherhood. Eventually, after staggering back to the RV with much difficulty, Thor was prevented from leaving alone by Jane and Darcy. Instead, they all stayed in the RV, talking late into the night, until finally giving in to exhaustion. With the first rays of dawn streaming through the RV's windows, Dr. Eric slowly blinked awake, still muddled from the night before. Startled to find a bearded face mere inches away, he jolted upright. The sudden movement woke Thor, who lay beside him. Morning. With a flurry of movement, Dr. Eric scrambled to his feet, glancing down to confirm that his clothes remained intact. He let out a heavy sigh of relief, noticing the puzzled expression on Thor's face. Eric also recalled the general events of the previous night. After giving Thor a deep look, he refrained from repeating any words about driving him away. Meanwhile, outside the RV under the makeshift canopy, Jane and Darcy heard movement from inside and realized the men were awake. Darcy promptly called out, "Up already? Come out and eat. You both made a mess last night, so you owe us big time today." With Darcy's voice ringing out, the two inside finally became aware of the strong stench of alcohol lingering within the RV, making them both feel a bit embarrassed. Stepping out and seeing the generous spread of food, Thor couldn't help but realize how empty his stomach felt. At the folding table, Jane watched Thor devour his breakfast with ravenous enthusiasm and shook her head with a helpless smile. "Thor, did the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents give you any trouble last night?" Hearing Jane's question, Thor's mouth was stuffed to the brim. After chewing and swallowing hastily, he flashed a broad grin and replied, "No, and I have Dr. Eric to thank for that. I helped a lot too, you know." Not to be left out, Darcy chimed in with a little huff. Jane and Dr. Eric exchanged a wry, knowing glance and chuckled. Thor, a bit puzzled by this, soon listened as Darcy began listing all the things she'd done to help, as if she feared no one would notice otherwise. As Darcy explained, Thor suddenly understood. It was she who had forged his fake identity. He looked at her with grateful appreciation. Little did he realize that Darcy's computer skills, though impressive, wouldn't hold up for a second against true professionals with proper equipment. On the other side, Jane looked at Thor, her mind lingering on everything that had happened in the meteor crater the night before. "Thor, are you really the god of thunder? And is that hammer truly Mjolnir?" Hearing Jane's question, Thor paused, looked up, and met her gaze. "Yes, but my father," he let out a sigh. "So what do you plan to do now?" Seeing his troubled expression, Jane didn't press further, but wanted to know what he intended next. At her words, Thor glanced at Dr. Eric, recalling their conversation from the previous night. "I'll find a way to earn Mjolnir's approval again and become the god of thunder once more. When that happens, I want to go home. I want to see home again." "I see. If there's anything you need, we'll help however we can. You can count on us." "Thank you, but it's still too soon to say. I may be free now, but I haven't fulfilled my promise. I failed to retrieve your research data. I'm sorry." Seeing Thor's apologetic face, the three of them couldn't help but smile slightly. They reassured him that it was all right. But Thor himself didn't see it that way. As a god, a promise was something that must be fulfilled. "Let's talk about how we can get our hands on those documents," he said. "Also, Jane, feel free to ask me anything you want to know about the cosmos." Hearing Thor's words, not only Jane, but even Eric, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. And so time flowed by. Over the next 2 days, Thor and his companions carried out a series of plans to steal the scientific data. 2 days later, at noon, after yet another failed attempt, the group dragged their weary bodies to a fast food restaurant in a small town. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, the warriors Three and Sif were deep in discussion, plotting their journey to Midgard. With Loki now sitting on the throne as king, it was clear to them that something sinister was afoot. Not to mention, for such a momentous occasion, Thor, Loki's own brother, had not come to witness the coronation, even if he was in exile. In a grand hall gleaming with gold and lavish decorations. We can't wait any longer. War is sweeping across the 9 realms, and with King Odin in his slumber, those restless forces are growing ever more brazen. And now, our king spends his days in song and celebration, blind to the world's troubles. That's why we must find Thor, Sif murmured, gazing out the window at the endless starry sky. That's treason, said Fandral, one of the warriors 3. As a master swordsman, he was often vain and irreverent, but the consequences of betraying the king made even him frown. On the other side, Volstagg, the eldest and mightiest of the 3, set down his roast, having listened to Fandral's words. It's not treason. It's suicide. But if it were us in trouble, Thor would surely come for us, wouldn't he? Sif's voice was soft, and Volstagg sighed, as if recalling something. Quiet now. Your brother might be. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the magnificent hall slowly creaked open. A palace guard entered, spear in hand. Heimdall wishes to see you. At the guard's words, the 4 exchanged glances, a sense of resignation passing between them. Sif rolled her eyes in exasperation. We're doomed. After the guard departed, they quickly gathered themselves and made their way to the edge of the Bifrost. There, clad in golden armor and solemn as ever, Heimdall looked down upon the 4. What you plan to do, defying the king's orders, committing treason, forsaking your oath as warriors. Even so, you still intend to bring Thor back. Listening to Heimdall's words, the 3 warriors of Asgard turned their eyes to Sif. Given their current predicament, none of them could take the lead in this matter. Sif, understanding the situation, nodded in agreement. Yes, brother. Thor is our companion, and we cannot abandon him. As Sif spoke, a subtle twitch flickered at the corner of Heimdall's mouth. He glanced sidelong at the other 3, noticing their feigned indifference, and let out a silent sigh. He recalled a message Odin had sent him not long ago, instructing him to secretly activate the longsword that controlled the Bifrost. Listen to me. My duty is to serve the king, so I cannot open the bridge for you. With that, Heimdall stepped down from the high platform, brushed past the group, and strode away into the distance. Are you going to stop us? Well, I have yet to change my mind. You can either leave now, or go back the way you came. Behind him, Sif and her 3 companions watched Heimdall's retreating figure, each exchanging wry looks. Volstagg, unable to help himself, grinned mischievously. That fellow sure is torn. So what do we do next? Before anyone could answer, the teleportation device behind them suddenly powered up. Delighted, the group hurried forward. In an instant, a swirl of rainbow-colored light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. At that very moment, far away in the palace, Loki sensed what had transpired. His jaw clenched tightly in anger. With a sharp flick of his cloak, he stormed off, fury radiating from every step. Behind the main halls of Asgard's royal palace lay a vast trove, a collection amassed by Odin and even by his father over countless years of conquest, filled with trophies and artifacts beyond counting. Loki, eternal spear in hand, approached the vault where the casket of ancient winters was kept. With a thunderous strike of the spear against the ground, the seal behind the casket broke open. From within, a towering figure emerged, a suit of armor able to move on its own. Gazing up at the formidable destroyer armor, Loki's expression grew cold and dark. In the name of the current king of Asgard, I order you to go to Midgard. Ensure my brother never returns. If anyone resists, destroy everything. With that, Loki summoned his magic, channeling the full power of the eternal spear to open a portal that swept the destroyer into its light. When all was done, Loki drew a deep breath, then cast his gaze upon the casket of ancient winters, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Meanwhile, on the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall closed his eyes and waited quietly for Loki's arrival. He knew that his earlier actions could never escape the notice of the one who bore the eternal spear. Then again, he had never intended to hide them. Steady footsteps echoed closer. Thump, thump, thump. Heimdall slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm as he fixed them on Loki's approaching figure. Loki, tell me, how did you manage to bring the frost giants into Asgard? Do you really think the Bifrost is the only way in and out of here? There are plenty of secret passages besides that. Don't fool yourself into thinking you know everything. But now, I don't need those secret ways anymore. I am the king of Asgard. As for you, because of your betrayal, you are stripped of your duty as gatekeeper. You are no longer a citizen of Asgard. As Loki spoke, Heimdall's expression remained unchanged. He waited for Loki to finish. In that case, I suppose I can't be accused of betraying you anymore. With those words, Heimdall suddenly sprang into action. His blade flashed straight for Loki's throat. Startled, Loki hurriedly raised his hand in defense. In the next instant, a blast of chilling frost burst forth, engulfing Heimdall's entire body. Wherever the icy powers swept, everything was frozen solid. Even the Bifrost itself sparkled with frost and ice crystals. Heimdall had no chance to react. In the blink of an eye, he was completely encased in ice. At that moment, Loki, having unleashed the power of the casket of ancient winters, let out a heavy sigh of relief. He glanced down at his now ice-blue skin, a wave of disgust rising within him. The casket's power was formidable, but he never wanted it. He could not accept that he was not Odin's son, nor could he bear how the casket's power changed the color of his skin. Meanwhile, in New York City on Earth, it was lunchtime at Dio's shop when two unexpected guests arrived. "Dio, are you sure you won't help us out with this?" Natasha's voice rang out, but Dio simply scratched his ear and said nothing. Instead, he nodded at Galen. Natasha, seeing his attitude, took a deep breath. "Fine. If you won't go, you won't go. It's not like you'd be much help anyway. Don't try to provoke me. This thing's way out of my league. You've got aliens involved now. I can handle ordinary folks, but this? Count me out." With a wave of his hand, Dio motioned for them to leave. Truthfully, Dio was a little surprised that Natasha and her companion had come to him. The alien they were talking about was none other than the destroyer armor. He had to admit, facing such a terrifying weapon made him uneasy. In the movies, the destroyer was just target practice. Useless, really, but Dio wasn't about to risk it in real life. Who knew how powerful armor that once helped Odin conquer the 9 realms could be? If he messed up, that'd be the end of him. Besides, when a hero dies, it doesn't harm him. In fact, it only makes Dio stronger. He even hoped S.H.I.E.L.D. would summon Vladimir to attack Asgard, or even Kamar Taj. He wouldn't mind seeing that, either. On the other side, seeing Dio's attitude, Natasha didn't say anything more. After all, with every second wasted, the death toll would only rise. Not to mention, Phil and Barton were still over there, and even coming to find Garen this time, the helicopter was on standby, ready to go at a moment's notice. "Since you're not planning to go, then I'll leave this to you. I hope when I get back, I'll hear of your victory. Sorry, not taking jobs right now. Emergency rush fee is $1 million. Hearing Dio's shameless and brazen words, Natasha rolled her eyes at him and sent a video straight to his phone. Then, taking Garen with her, she left without another word, while Dio watched their figures board the helicopter. "Hey, Garen, if you can't win, remember to run." "Just shut up, Dio. I've never met anyone as shameless as you." Garen was left speechless by Dio's remark, but Natasha was downright furious. She couldn't even explain to herself why every time she encountered Dio, she felt so helpless. The calm she'd honed in the Red Room always vanished completely in front of him. But what Natasha didn't realize was that it wasn't just her. Everyone felt the same way when dealing with Dio. It wasn't just that Dio liked to stir things up with his words. Even more, it was because everyone who approached him had their own agenda. And every time, Dio refused to play by their rules. Of course it was infuriating. Just look at Aunt May. She never had this kind of trouble. Well, maybe Peter did a little, since he was always trying to take advantage of Dio. As the helicopter lifted off, Dio watched them leave, then went back inside and pulled out his phone, glancing at the video file Natasha had just sent. "I knew it. Why can't that joker just pick somewhere else? Wait, right, why not make a move? Like, that little island country across the ocean sounds perfect." With this thought, Dio couldn't help but chuckle. As for killing the Joker, there was no real benefit for Dio at this stage. Those talents and skills the Joker had, too tempting to just throw away, yet not quite satisfying enough to consume. The only thing that really caught Dio's eye was Shaco's passive skill, with its bonus damage and critical effects. Attributes like that, when translated into the real world, meant a boost in power, a tangible increase in strength. But as things stood, the Joker's power was hardly worth Dio's attention. For champions in the Rift, their power could be increased not only by Dio leveling them up and equipping them, but also through their own cultivation and training. Thinking of this, Dio focused his mind and instantly pinpointed Shaco's location. He's gone to San Francisco? Fine, I'll head over there tonight. For now. Thinking this over, Dio took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts for a while, and then dialed a number listed below. The next moment, a bright, clear female voice answered on the other end. "Hello, this is the chicken burger delivery platform. How may I help you today? I'd like to order every chicken dish your restaurant has, one of each. Don't give me any repeats, or I'll leave a bad review." I understand, sir. May I have your address, please?" "Queens, NM. Thank you, sir. The bill has been sent to you via the platform. Your total comes to 1,030 yuan, but we've rounded down, so it's exactly 1,000. "Got it. If there's nothing else, then I wish you a pleasant meal." With that, the call ended, and Dio promptly paid for his order through his phone. Returning to the bedroom on the second floor, everything was ready. Only the show was yet to begin. Meanwhile, in a desolate small town in New Mexico. Thunderous explosions echoed again and again. Plumes of smoke billowed into the air. The whole area was in ruins, yellow sand blotting out the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Rewind to 2 hours earlier, when, with Heimdall's tacit approval, Sif and her 3 companions left Asgard and descended directly into the small town where Thor was stranded. The townspeople, seeing these strangely dressed newcomers, were all somewhat astonished. As Sif and the others channeled the divine power within them, they quickly pinpointed Thor's location. At the same time, 2 agents stationed on the rooftop across from the fast food restaurant, watching over Thor and his companions, also noticed Sif's group. What's this? It's not even Halloween yet. Huh? They're heading for the target's restaurant. Better report this to headquarters. Meanwhile, Sif and her companions stopped outside the fast food restaurant's large windows, peering in at the scene inside. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, Thor. Found you. HM. Hearing the commotion outside the door, Thor turned around in confusion, but then his face broke into a wide smile as he hurried over. Jane and her friends, seeing the oddly dressed figures outside, were so startled that, as they sipped their coffee, they all sputtered and sprayed it out at the same time. This can't be happening. Thor, meanwhile, quickly stepped outside to invite his friends in. After a hearty embrace, Thor gathered himself and addressed Jane and her companions. Allow me to introduce Lady Sif and the Warriors 3 from Asgard. And over here are Jane, Eric, and Darcy. As he spoke, Thor seemed to recall something, and his expression turned somber. My friends, I'm truly happy to see you all, but you shouldn't have come. Hearing this, Fandral looked puzzled and exchanged glances with the others. After all, they had taken a huge risk, even defying their king, to come find Thor. We're here to bring you home, Thor. As Fandral spoke, Thor drew a deep breath and let out a sigh. I can't go back. My father died because of me, so I must remain in exile. You all know, even my mother refuses to let me return. What? Thor, your father is still alive, and your mother spent her days in tears, worrying about your safety. Hearing Thor's words, Sif was taken aback. She couldn't imagine where he had gotten such an idea. At that moment, Thor, struck by Sif's revelation, seemed completely stunned. Loki, narrowing his eyes, Thor, who was never one for thinking things through, quickly caught on now that Sif and the others had pointed it out. So he realized he'd once again been tricked by his so-called brother, the god of mischief. I'll go back with you. Before he could finish a sentence, a sudden gale erupted outside the fast food restaurant. Sand and dust swept in, swallowing the words he was about to say. Meanwhile, Phil and his team, having detected a strange energy signature earlier, arrived on the outskirts of the town. At this moment, heavy clouds gathered overhead. A tornado linked earth to sky, and endless yellow sand whipped toward them, blinding the agents. For the past 2 days, their research on Mjolnir had gone nowhere, and they kept running into Thor and his companions at unexpected times. Now, just as they finally detected another surge of anomalous energy, fate seemed to turn against them. Phil. Hearing Barton's voice beside him, Phil ducked his head against the storm, turning in confusion to look back. What is that? Is that one of Stark's new armored suits? Listening to the other agents' voices in his earpiece, Phil frowned. He hadn't received any word from Tony, and in fact, he'd only just been released from the hospital. So, he reasoned, this Iron Giant before them couldn't possibly be Tony. As the destroyer arrived, the storm began to die down. In the town, Thor and his friends stepped onto the street, gazing toward a distant area still shrouded in thick sand. Jane looked to Thor, puzzled. Is someone else coming? No, I don't think so. Whoever it is, they can't mean well. On the other side, as the sand settled, Phil got a clear view of the towering Iron Giant in the distance. His brow furrowed, and he grabbed a megaphone, calling out, Hello, you're operating unauthorized technological weaponry. Please identify yourself. At Phil's command, the destroyer halted. Seeing this, Phil allowed himself a small smile, lowering the megaphone and turning to reassure the tense agents behind him. I think we're in the clear. But in the next instant, the destroyer's faceplate suddenly glowed with an orange light. A searing wave of heat swept out, and Phil's instincts screamed a warning. Run! A deafening blast erupted, shaking the ground as chaos broke loose. As Phil spoke, everyone immediately snapped to attention. In the very next moment, the destroyer's armored suit unleashed a barrage of energy beams, obliterating several bulletproof SUVs in its path. Thunderous explosions erupted, each one deafening. Wherever the energy beams passed, everything melted away completely. A few unlucky armed men didn't even have the chance to react before they were utterly erased from existence. Meanwhile, in the small town, Thor and his companions watched the distant explosions, their brows furrowing with concern. Jane, you should go on ahead, Thor said. But what about you? Jane asked anxiously. I'm staying. It's here for me, Thor replied, resolute. That's right. Thor will fight by our side, Volstagg quickly added. As comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder for 1,000 years, they had never abandoned each other. Jane, however, looked at Thor with deep worry in her eyes as she heard his words. But you're just an ordinary man now. If you're staying then, I won't leave either, she insisted. Thor seemed troubled by her resolve, while the others exchanged odd glances. Sif, in particular, frowned slightly. As Thor's childhood friend, she had not seen him for many years, but in her heart, his presence had never faded. Now, watching the silent exchange between him and Jane, Sif felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Thor took a deep breath, looking at the determined Jane before him. All right, then you all go help evacuate the townsfolk. Stay away from the battlefield as much as you can. Dr. Eric Selvig and Darcy nodded in agreement. The group quickly split into two teams. Knowing Thor had lost his powers, Volstagg decided not to let him join the battle. Instead, Thor was tasked with helping to evacuate the civilians. Elsewhere, the destroyer was gathering energy, wreaking havoc as it marched steadily toward the town. As for Phil and his team, they were fleeing in disarray. Though they tried to fight back, their gunfire couldn't even slow the destroyer down. If bullets were useless, Hawkeye's arrows stood even less of a chance. Despite Hawkeye's ability to switch between various arrowheads, even his most destructive explosive arrows had no effect on the destroyer's armor. Not even a scratch was left behind. After all, the destroyer's armor was forged from the legendary metal URU. Back in the town, the destroyer advanced with unhurried, mechanical steps. As the orange energy gathered from its limbs and chest, it converged at its mast. A piercing hum filled the air, followed by a series of earth-shaking detonations. The energy beam swept across buildings, triggering a chain of explosions. Debris and fragments rained down, but under the searing heat of the beam, concrete and even steel evaporated into nothingness. All around the small town, traces of fire and destruction were everywhere. At a glance, it looked like a vision of hell on earth. Harrowing cries of anguish echoed from every corner. People were fleeing in all directions, their silhouettes scattered throughout the chaos, as if the end of the world had arrived. Each person was desperately fighting for a slim chance at survival. Neighbors who used to greet each other warmly now fought ruthlessly for their own lives. Some snatched vehicles from others, while a few even stormed into shops and stores, pillaging money and belongings without hesitation. Elsewhere, Phil and his team kept a cautious distance, trailing behind the armored destroyer. Have you managed to call for backup yet? We're contacting them now, sir. Military support will arrive in 30 minutes. Hearing his agent's reply, Phil let out a sigh of relief. But then, as if remembering something urgent, he quickly pulled out his special phone and made another call. Director, requesting extraordinary external support. On the other end, Fury had already received the satellite images from New Mexico. He knew that conventional weapons would hardly make a dent against the Iron Giant. After hanging up, Fury considered his options, then immediately dialed Natasha. Find Garen. Ask if he can provide assistance. And I've heard Dio is also quite formidable. Try to bring him in as well. Yes, sir. As the call ended, Fury rubbed his brow, growing more determined about the need for his own superhuman task force. The world was growing increasingly dangerous. Regular armed forces could barely cope anymore. The Avengers Initiative needs to be moved up, and the Insight Project must also accelerate. With a heavy sigh, Fury pondered the importance these two programs held, not just for S.H.I.E.L.D., but for the fate of the entire planet. But the thought of politicians comfortably seated in their offices gave him a headache. These obstacles, these parasites on society, had never truly experienced the brutality of war. They only knew how to talk. As time slipped by, a helicopter raced toward New Mexico. Inside, Garen was fully equipped and ready for action, his imposing figure accentuated by his gleaming armor. A solemn, awe-inspiring aura radiated from him with every breath. His energy surged, muscles taut and prepared, keeping his body at peak readiness for the imminent battle. Garen, we'll be there in 2 minutes. I really appreciate your help this time. Rest assured, after this is over, I'll request even greater rewards for you from above. Understand. Who exactly is that alien? We're not sure yet. The data so far suggests it came here for an ordinary person, but there's something odd about the situation. That person, Thor, apparently knows 4 powerful superhumans. Hearing Natasha's response, Garen was a little surprised. After all, he had encountered fewer than 4 superhumans in the past few days. Of course, vampires didn't count, since they were an extraordinary race in their own right. As the helicopter flew onward, a sea of fire in the distance came into Garen's view. Garen, we can't land nearby. The reports say that alien can fire extremely powerful energy beams. No need. Fly higher. Take us right above its head. What? The pilot hesitated at Garen's words, uncertainty in his voice, but Natasha seemed to catch on. Do as he says. Yes, ma'am. The helicopter swiftly climbed, soon hovering high above the town. From thousands of meters up, Garen looked down at the devastated town below. His extraordinary eyesight allowed him to spot 4 figures locked in a losing battle. Those, he guessed, must be the 4 superhumans Natasha had mentioned. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Garen noticed civilians evacuating from the town, and his brow furrowed in concern. You two go help with the evacuation. I'll handle this. Without waiting for Natasha's reply, Garen hurled himself out of the helicopter, diving straight down. Natasha and the pilot both gaped at the sight, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They'd suspected Garen might try something bold, but to just leap out without any preparation. It truly caught them off guard. Still, remembering Garen's physical prowess, Natasha couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yes, just a few days ago, after Garen had helped S.H.I.E.L.D. with a few matters, they'd run some tests on his body. The results had left Fury astonished. Even compared to Dr. Banner's Hulk, at least in his normal state, Garen's stats weren't far off. And that was just the beginning. Garen's recovery abilities were almost beyond belief. Yet neither Natasha, nor Fury, nor any of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents knew that Garen's strength would only grow with time. After all, the skills and talents Garen possessed, brought into this real world, were practically a cheat code. Regular energy attacks were the least of it. The real edge lay in his 5 talents, or rather, 5 unique skills. Among them, the courage talent granted him a passive effect. With every life energy unit he defeated, his defense would permanently increase. And since his attributes were all interconnected, any boost in defense would also enhance his strength, speed, and more. As Garen plummeted from the helicopter, the wind howled around him. Below, as Sif and her companions were steadily pushed back, Thor, watching from a distance, could finally bear it no longer. At this moment, he longed desperately to regain his powers, yearning to fight alongside them. At the very least, he wouldn't have to stand by helplessly, watching his friends being ravaged before his eyes. Indeed, though Sif and the other 3 were among Asgard's elite, even their strength was powerless against the Destroyer's armor, which stood as impenetrable as a fortress wall. With Volstagg being hurled away once more, the once mighty Lion of Asgard could not help but wear a grave expression. Yet, even now, he hadn't realized that the Destroyer before him was nowhere near its full might. After all, it was nothing but a suit of armor. Moreover, it had only been activated by Loki using the Eternal Spear. Its strength was, in truth, a mere shadow of its prime. For this reason, although Sif and her companions were unable to defeat the Destroyer, its sporadic attacks were not directly fatal to them. The small town on the wasteland lay in ruins, billowing smoke smothering a vast stretch of the sky. From afar, the scene was bathed in an ominous red. The wind fanned the flames, sending them roaring across the landscape, the sweltering heat making Thor deeply uncomfortable. Glancing at Jane beside him, worry etched across her face, Thor drew a deep breath. You go on ahead. What about you? Hearing Jane's question, Thor's eye twitched. He could not bear to watch his friends being knocked aside again and again. From the words of Sif and the others earlier, he had instantly realized that all of this was the doing of the trickster god, his brother, Loki. I'll survive. I am the god of thunder. After all. Turning around, Thor faced the 3 before him. His tone was light, but only he knew the bitterness in his heart. But, go, now. With Thor's urgent shout, the 3 women gave him a long, worried look before turning and leaving in haste. As they departed, Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back over the past few days, every moment shared with that girl, a faint smile flickered across Thor's lips. But in the next instant, his expression darkened once more. Loki! He looked up at the sky. No one knew what was running through his mind. Meanwhile, Jane and the others hurried away from Thor, heading straight for Coulson and his team. Of course, they would never abandon Thor and flee alone. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was as formidable as they claimed, perhaps they had some way to counter that armor. At that very moment, high in the sky, thousands of meters above, Garen's figure plummeted at breakneck speed, wild winds whipping against his heavy armor. Golden energy shimmered around him, trailing light as he caught sight of the battle below. In the next instant, Garen's heart sank. Damn it, he's just an ordinary man. Meanwhile, on the ground, Thor strode forward with heavy steps, heading straight for the Destroyer's armor. At this moment, Sif and her 3 companions spotted Thor's actions and hurried forward to stop him. Thor, noticing their worry, gave them a reassuring look. Hurry back to Asgard, he said. Since our father is still alive, do whatever you can awake him, and then stop Loki. What about you? Sif asked anxiously. Me? Don't worry about me. I have my own way out, Thor replied with a gentle smile meant to soothe them. With no other choice, Sif and the others reluctantly turned to leave. Thor watched them go, exhaling a long breath. He had no real plan at all. All of this was just a ruse to get them to leave. Now that he knew Loki was behind everything, and that all of this was for his sake, perhaps it was time to grant Loki's wish. With that thought, Thor turned and walked toward the destroyer armor, fully aware that Loki was watching him even now. Brother, Thor said quietly, whatever wrong I've done to you, whatever drove you to this, I'm truly sorry. But these people are innocent. Killing them will gain you nothing. Kill me, and let it end here. With those words, Thor stepped directly before the destroyer. As he watched the searing energy gathering in its head, Thor closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki watched the scene unfold through the destroyer's eyes. His expression twitched involuntarily. Thor's words stirred memories of better days, but as he remembered Odin's favoritism, the flames of jealousy consumed him once again. He let out a heavy sigh and, with a wave of his hand, commanded the destroyer, far away on Midgard, to draw back its deadly energy beam. From a distance, Sif, her companions, and even Jane, who had been hiding and watching in secret, all breathed a collective sigh of relief, just as they thought the ordeal was over. On the other side, Thor smiled at the destroyer, believing he had moved his brother's conscience. It was clear he thought his words had awakened Loki's sense of right and wrong. But just as Thor watched the destroyer turn to leave, the armor suddenly twisted and, with a powerful swing, sent Thor flying dozens of meters, crashing into a pile of rubble. The onlookers gasped in horror at the sight. Jane, in particular, cried out in alarm, breaking free from Dr. Eric's restraining arms and rushing headlong toward Thor without a second thought. At that moment, when Thor was struck down, Jane felt the world go dark, as if the sky itself was collapsing. It was clear now. After everything she had been through, she had fallen in love with this outwardly tough yet deeply innocent man. Meanwhile, Thor, having taken the destroyer's blow, saw nothing but darkness, barely aware of his own existence. In the haze of his fading consciousness, he seemed to see his father smiling, beckoning him forward, and in Odin's hands, there appeared to be two objects. One of them was a crackling streak of blue-white lightning, and the other was Mjolnir, the hammer he knew better than anything else. In that hazy moment, Thor instinctively reached out for his beloved hammer. Then, his consciousness faded into silence, and in the world of the living, his heart beat its last. Far away, behind the palace in Asgard, Thor's mother Frigga stood before an ornate coffin, listening to the soft sigh that came from within. Frigga smiled gently at this. He's not ready yet. We ought to give him a little more time, don't you think? But our time is... Hush! Didn't you say yourself, the world has changed, the future is unpredictable, and anything is possible? Well, you're right. Then let's give him some time. After all, this world will become a fascinating place, as long as you have the strength to shape it. Otherwise, all that's left is fear. Hearing Odin's voice from within the coffin, Frigga let out a quiet breath and recalled the recent unexpected visit from the Sorcerer Supreme of Midgard. Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, Frigga cast her scrying spell once more and continued to watch the unfolding events on Earth. What do you think of that human girl? Beauty and bones. Give it 100 years and all is dust. At her husband's cryptic words, Frigga shot him a subtle glance. But for her part, she found herself rather fond of the anxious young woman she saw in the mirror's reflection. On Earth, in the ruins of a small town, Jane collapsed over Thor's lifeless body, racked by uncontrollable sobs. Elsewhere, Sif and the other three, reacting swiftly, ignored their own wounds and charged madly at the destroyer armor. At the same time, inside a New York store, Dio watched everything unfold below through Garen's eyes, seeing it all with crystal clarity. The scene played out much as it had in the film, yet in the details and in the devastation of the battle, the reality was far more brutal than the movie ever depicted. As Sif and her companions launched their assault, the guilt that had flickered in Loki's heart at the sight of Thor's death was swiftly smothered. He ordered the destroyer to continue its attack. But the four warriors, battered and bloodied as they were, stood no chance against the destroyer. In mere moments, they were sent flying once again. Yet just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and a figure plummeted from above. This baffled Sif and the others for a heartbeat, but realization dawned on them almost instantly, and they hurried to carry Thor's body away. Meanwhile, the destroyer lifted its gaze to the falling figure, the energy in its head beginning to gather and glow. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Phil and Barton caught sight of the descending figure in the sky. They both let out a heavy sigh of relief and exchanged a look. "Our backup has arrived." As they spoke, Garen's figure plummeted from above, the storm sword raised high above his head. His entire body arched backward like a drawn slingshot, gathering every ounce of strength for a single, devastating blow. This strike was as unstoppable as a mountain-splitting force, brimming with indomitable momentum. "Huh! Slash!" With a powerful shout, Garen descended, his voice booming as the greatsword in his hands collided midair with the energy ray unleashed from the destroyer's armor. In the midst of a deafening roar, the very air seemed to tear apart, sword energy ripping through space as wild torrents of power exploded in every direction. For a brief moment, the two forces clashed in stalemate. But then, the sword energy, unstoppable and overwhelming, cleaved the beam of light from the destroyer's armor cleanly in two. As Garen landed, a thunderous explosion erupted, loud and startling as a bolt from the blue on a cloudless day. Smoke billowed upward, while the shockwave swept up loose stones and debris, hurling them everywhere like a deadly hail of shrapnel. In the distance, those who had been desperately dodging glanced fearfully at the billowing cloud. The sheer force of that attack left them shaken, a lingering fear written plainly on their faces. Even Sif and her three companions from Asgard exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Yes, it was only surprise, nothing more. After all, as Asgardians, not to mention the prowess of the Warriors 3, Sif herself possessed a body density more than 3 times that of any human. Lifting 30 tons was a trivial matter for her. Among the second-generation shield maidens of Asgard, such strength placed her among the top 3. Of course, as for the destruction Garen had wrought just now, even she would struggle to deal such a blow. Meanwhile, as the smoke slowly cleared, the screech of twisting metal suddenly echoed from within. But before anyone could react, a deep, commanding male voice rang out. "Huh!" There was a sharp boom, and a blast of energy erupted outward, scattering the last of the dust swirling in the air. In an instant, the scene on the battlefield was laid bare before all eyes. Everyone watching couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the middle of a crater, several meters wide, stood a towering figure clad in heavy armor, his massive sword cleaving deep into the destroyer's shoulder. The blade had nearly reached the armored chest, leaving a cut so smooth and bright it testified to the razor sharpness of the sword in that man's hand. At that moment, the destroyer seemed utterly powered down, the orange glow in its faceplate flickering, then vanishing altogether. But just then, Sif, who had distanced herself from the battle, seemed to recall something. She quickly shouted, "Careful, it's not dead." "What?" Hearing her call from afar, Garen froze for a split second. But before he could react, a searing beam of energy shot out at blinding speed, striking his body head-on. A sickening thud, followed by a thunderous crash, rang out. An explosion erupted, and Garen's figure was flung out like a cannonball, carving a long, deep trench across the scorched earth as he crashed along the ground. Cough, cough. This. He staggered to his feet, battered and breathless, a look of shock written all over his face. He had not witnessed the battle between SIV and the other 3 earlier, and so he was unaware that even piercing the destroyer armor would do little to affect it. At the same time, far away in Asgard, Loki had sensed the state of the destroyer armor and was utterly stunned. Just moments ago, he had suddenly lost all connection with the armor, a result that left him both furious and alarmed. Inside a sarcophagus behind the palace, Odin, the true master of the destroyer armor, had also noticed the strange anomaly. What a remarkable power, to be able to disrupt the flow of energy itself. So this is what the humans from Runeterra are capable of. Within the sarcophagus, as Odin spoke, Frigga gently shook her head. Looking at Garen's image in the mirror, she could not help but sigh. Such an ability, one, that could throw an opponent's energy into chaos and render them silenced, was a nightmare for any mage, a power that seemed almost heaven-sent to counter them. If this power had no limit to its use, it would indeed be terrifying. Fortunately, as she had seen through the earlier mirror image, the silence effect appeared to last only a few seconds. Still, Frigga reflected, even if silence only persisted for several heartbeats, for mages of their order, losing the aid of magic was no different from being reduced to mere mortals. Alas, I wonder whether his power weakens the strength of the silenced target. If not, Odin, still dormant within the sarcophagus, let out a quiet sigh at Frigga's words. Meanwhile, back on the ruined outskirts of Earth, after Garen was blasted away by the sudden burst of energy, his mighty greatsword of the storm remained embedded in the destroyer armor. On the other side, under Loki's command, the armor reached up and wrenched the sword from its chest, holding it up to examine it closely. Indeed, Loki refused to believe that the power that had cut off his connection to the armor was the work of that armored man alone. Yet, even after scrutinizing the sword for a long while, he could find nothing unusual about it. Aside from its sturdy material and exquisite craftsmanship, there was not a hint of magical energy about it. That's right. Neither Garen's armor nor his greatsword of the storm possessed any true power. They were mere replicas, lacking the unique properties of the original equipment. Only when Dio returned the hero's personal belongings to them would these outfits and weapons regain their special attributes. Until then, they were nothing more than finely crafted, ordinary gear. Moreover, the enhancement to equipment power has no upper limit. In theory, as long as Dio keeps drawing out corresponding junk, the traits bestowed by the equipment could one day be powerful enough to destroy the universe itself. Meanwhile, Sif and her 3 companions, exhausted and battered, approached Garen, their eyes fixed on the man who had shown up uninvited, yet lent them his aid. The destroyer armor is the battle suit of the All-Father Odin, forged entirely from URU, divine steel with extraordinary affinity for magical elements. Ordinary physical attacks can't harm it at all, and even if it struck, the armor's magic enables it to heal in the blink of an eye. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Volstagg. Your strength is truly impressive. Hearing Volstagg's voice beside him, Garen paused for a moment, then quickly gathered his wits. He nodded to the group and introduced himself as well. Elsewhere, Loki, manipulating the destroyer armor, scrutinized the shimmering greatsword in his hands, utterly unaware of anything out of the ordinary. Yet his pride would not permit him to admit that it was the other man who had unleashed that silencing effect just now. Thus, kill them all. With Loki's cold command, the orange energy at the destroyer's faceplate blazed to life. A searing barrage of energy followed, forcing Garen and the others to dodge in rapid succession. Everywhere the beams swept across the street, the ground was left molten and glowing, like freshly exposed lava. The blistering heat warped the very air. Sif, flank them and get Garen's greatsword back. Volstagg called. I'm on it, Sif replied. As Volstagg issued orders, Garen snapped to attention, about to speak, when, on the other side, the destroyer, under Loki's control, suddenly whipped its arm and hurled the greatsword away. In an instant, it vanished into the sky, leaving Sif and the others looking deeply unsettled. Volstagg cast an apologetic glance at Garen. After all, it was his suggestion that had prompted the destroyer's reaction. But Garen showed no sign of blame. Instead, he offered a gentle smile, then lifted his arm and opened his palm, as if waiting for something. Sif and her companions were taken aback by the gesture. Could it be? Your greatsword can also? A shrill whistle cut through the air, the sound of steel returning home. All right, just as I thought, one of them exclaimed. Right on cue, a streak of light shot across the sky and landed firmly in Garen's hand. Witnessing this, Sif and her comrades felt a pang of sorrow deep within. Their brother Thor once possessed such power, but now, shaking their heads, they forced aside their scattered thoughts and focused on the battle at hand. With the storm greatsword back in Garen's grasp, he suddenly drove his foot into the ground. The earth split beneath him as his entire form launched forward with explosive speed. Golden energy raced across his body, whipping up a furious gale. Slash! The greatsword sliced through the air, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that shot straight at the destroyer's armor. On the other side, the armored foe stood its ground, unfazed. Energy rapidly gathered at its faceplate, and in the next instant, another beam of light burst forth. A deafening explosion erupted, sending thick smoke and a shower of sand and gravel across the battlefield. At this moment, the figures of Volstagg and his 3 companions closed in on the destroyer's side. Armed with legendary weapons from Asgard, they found it surprisingly easy to pierce and breach the armor's defenses. Yet, as mentioned before, conventional attacks were of little use against this opponent, unless they could unravel the magic Loki had woven or possess the power to truly destroy the armor itself. It was nearly impossible to defeat this tireless war machine. Meanwhile, as Volstagg and his companions pressed their assault, the destroyer found itself beset from all sides. Galen seized the moment, hurling his greatsword behind him with a powerful throw. He then sprang into motion, leaping several times to quickly circle behind the destroyer. Return, he commanded, his voice ringing out. The great sword, which he had flung moments before, now hurtled back toward him at blinding speed. But this time, something else was caught between Galen and his sword, the very core of the destroyer's armor. Because both the great sword and Galen were products of the same system, neither could be truly separated from the other without being recalled directly. The sword's physical return always followed a straight, an unerring path. Thus, when the destroyer stood between Galen and his weapon, the Stormforged blade shot straight through its path. At that moment, Sif and her companions seemed to realize Galen's strategy. Their attacks grew even more frantic, desperately trying to hinder the armor's movements. With a sharp metallic screech, the sound of steel grinding against steel echoed out. Looking closely, one could see that the blade, save for its hilt, was now buried deep in the destroyer's chest. "Scatter!" Galen shouted, his voice booming as veins bulged at his temples beneath his helmet, clearly straining under immense pressure as energy surged through his body. Suddenly, a righteous golden light cut through the stormy, cloud-choked sky above. What is that?" Sif and the others stared up in astonishment at the enormous golden sword breaking through the clouds. Outside the battlefield, Coulson and his team were so startled, they nearly dropped their camera equipment. At that same moment, in Kamartaj, the Ancient One opened her meditative eyes and murmured softly, "This kind of magic, it truly does not belong to this universe. Its power is drawn from within." She narrowed her eyes, thoughtful. Though she was the planet's guardian, the energy Galen released still felt far too faint, barely a ripple in the cosmic tide. It would not affect the entire world. As for the few beings from the Rune continent currently appearing on Earth, there was not yet a single one worthy of her caution. With that in mind, Gu-E reached out, and with a swift gesture, magic gathered instantly to form a card in her hand. "Vladimir, what a peculiar name," she mused. Indeed, the appearance of the vampire hero card and shield had not escaped Gu-Ye's notice. Although the emergence of heroes had rendered the universe's future unpredictable, the power of the Eye of Agamotto remained undiminished. Meanwhile, on the battlefield elsewhere, as the golden greatsword pierced through the clouds, everyone below was struck with shock and awe, their eyes turning toward the armored giant nearby. There was no doubt the overwhelming presence emanated from him. If anyone present could truly feel the might of that golden, spectral greatsword, it would certainly be Natasha, still circling in the sky, and the pilot beside her. They knew its power best. As the radiant great sword hurtled downward, those on the ground scrambled to escape. Garen, however, only rolled his eyes in subtle exasperation. He knew that this attack would not harm anyone except its actual target. There was good reason Garen considered himself a champion of justice. He could no longer recall exactly where this technique had come from, but he remembered well the trials he had endured to master it, each a profound test of human nature. The damage dealt by this strike was never certain. Its force was determined by the character of the one it struck. This was a blow that tested the heart, a strike to vanquish evil, a sword of justice. With a sharp, cutting sound, the great sword descended. Inside the destroyer armor, under Loki's control, energy began to gather for a counterattack. Yet, to everyone's surprise, as the destroyer fired a beam of energy skyward, it passed straight through the golden greatsword as if the blade were a mere illusion. Still, its dazzling brilliance and the awe-inspiring force it exuded were undeniably real. Before anyone could react, the golden greatsword plummeted from the sky, its blade swirling like a vortex as it pierced directly into the heart of the destroyer armor. Instantly, the armor fell silent, yet the orange energy within still raged, hot and wild. Remarkably, aside from that massive sword, the rest of the armor bore not a single mark, as though the events moments before were nothing but a mirage. Yet Sif, her three companions, and even Phil had no idea that far away in the palace of Asgard, the golden radiance had lit up the darkness of Loki's chamber. A wretched cry of agony tore through the heavens. In that moment, Loki was no longer the arrogant figure he had been before. Now, he was shaken, terrified, and furious, all at once. Just now, that surge of energy struck him straight in the heart. In an instant, a searing pain swept through his entire being. For a moment, he almost believed he was doomed. But fortunately, the energy came and went as swiftly as a flash. As a god, to be wounded by a mere mortal, this was something he simply could not accept. "I'm going to kill him." Inside the palace, Loki's hair was wild, his face twisted with madness. Yet outside his bedchamber, the two Asgardian guards stood expressionless, as still as statues. Meanwhile, behind the palace, Frigga watched Loki's reflection in the magic mirror with worry, and let out a heavy sigh. This child still needs the tempering of time. I only hope that, after all he's been through, he'll. With these thoughts, Frigga sighed again. The future of this universe was already beyond her control. As Odin's wife, she had once discussed the mysteries of magic with the Ancient One. So, she knew her original fate all too well. But now everything had changed. Without her death, would Loki ever truly awaken? What kind of person would he become in the end? Would he still fall to Thanos? Elsewhere, on the battlefield of Earth, On the scorched ground, aside from the crackling fire among the ruins, there were only the howling winds and the roar of searing air. Clang! Heavy breaths filled the air. Not far from the destroyer armor, Garen was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. This move, if aimed at the right target, could unleash unimaginable power. Once locked on, it would pursue its mark wherever they fled. Of course, its flaw was just as obvious. The line between justice and evil is often blurred. What this move truly tested was not justice, but the heart. If the target had a clear conscience and unwavering faith, the attack would pass through them like a phantom. It would cause no harm at all. In fact, the energy within could even soothe the target's wounds, bringing healing instead. As the dust settled from above, Natasha landed on the ground and hurried over to help Garen. Although the Iron Giant had not been reduced to scrap by the Golden Greatsword, it now seemed to pose no immediate threat. On the other hand, under the effect of his innate gifts, Garen's strength was slowly returning. He gently waved Natasha off, signaling he didn't need help. "You guys go evacuate the civilians. The destroyer armor isn't dead yet." "What? The destroyer armor?" Natasha was momentarily stunned by Garen's words, but when she glanced at the armor nearby, realization dawned. She nodded in understanding. "Take care of yourself." With those words, she boarded the helicopter and flew off into the distance. The very instant she left, the destroyer armor began to stir once more. Seeing this, Garen couldn't help but feel helpless. He realized there was absolutely nothing he could do about this suit of armor. Meanwhile, Sif and her 3 companions arrived at Garen's side. After exchanging glances, all of them wore similarly troubled expressions. Among them, Volstagg, once a mighty warrior who had followed Odin in a battle across the 9 realms, knew all too well how formidable the destroyer armor could be. In fact, the power the armor was displaying now was only the tip of the iceberg, merely awakened by Loki channeling magic from the Eternal Spear. Limited by Loki's own strength, the armor was far from unleashing its full might. One had to remember, in the past, the destroyer armor had marched alongside Odin to challenge the Celestials themselves. "Garen, you should go. Leave this to us," Volstagg said. "After all, this is an internal conflict of Asgard." Hearing Volstagg's words, Garen's lips twitched ever so slightly. Although his sense of belonging in this world was limited to the home he shared with May, he couldn't ignore the devastation this battle might bring to the continent. Who would bear responsibility for the loss and suffering? No need to say more. I haven't been here for long, but there are a few people here I care about. So leaving just isn't an option for me. As long as there is life, the fight goes on. Well said, brother Garen. When this is over, let's drink until we drop, the man beside him exclaimed, his voice booming with camaraderie. Garen broke into a knowing smile. Though they had only fought side by side for a handful of minutes, it felt as if they had known each other for much longer. On the other side, Loki of Asgard, having regained his composure, once again connected himself to the destroyer armor. Through the armor's vision, Loki glared at the armored man. Fury blazed in his eyes. Destroy everything for me. I want that planet utterly reduced to hell." With Loki's command, the destroyer armor on Midgard began gathering energy once more, then unleashed a barrage toward the group. This time, the searing orange beam was no longer a series of single, punctuated blasts. It became a relentless stream of fire. Wherever the beam swept, explosions erupted one after another, carving a trench 10 meters deep into the earth. Within that trench, rocks and mud glowed like molten lava, radiating intense heat. Of course, none of those present were ordinary people, but even so, the ferocity of this environment drew beads of sweat to their brows. For a long while, the battle ground to a stalemate, though in truth, it was mostly Garen and his companions scrambling to dodge the onslaught. Now, the destroyer armor was stronger than it had been before. Meanwhile, Jane and her friends, carrying what they believed to be Thor's corpse, fled by car to the outskirts of town, where they regrouped with Phil and the others. Yet, none of them realized that Thor's consciousness was now lost in the depths of confusion. All his past experiences spun endlessly in his mind, flickering before his eyes like a lantern show. He saw everything, from his childhood memories to the days on the battlefield. After reliving it all, he felt as if he had found something, but the realization slipped away as quickly as it had come. Still, he believed that one day, that thing would return to him. As his consciousness grew clearer, storm clouds began to gather in the sky, and Thor's chest started to rise and fall ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Garen was struck once again by a beam from the destroyer armor. By now, his invigorating armor was shattered and broken, and even his radiant greatsword had been snapped clean in two. Yet he felt neither grief nor regret at the loss. Even when Volstagg and the others promised to find him an Asgardian weapon, seeing his predicament, Garen refused. After all, while his armor and sword weren't anything particularly extraordinary, perhaps due to some effect of crossing over, they would slowly repair themselves over time. This restoration wasn't a magical rebirth. It required gathering the scattered fragments left from the broken equipment. Feeling the pain searing through his body, Garen wiped the blood that blurred his vision. Though his body was incredibly strong, it all depended on who he was up against. Garen, we can't go on like this. Do you know any other powerful allies on Midgard? We tried calling for help, but it seems something's wrong with Asgard. We can't reach anyone, Volstagg said. Hearing Volstagg's words, Garen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and for some reason, Dio's face flashed through his mind. Logically speaking, judging from their arm wrestling match, Dio's physical strength really was above his own, but real battles aren't just about brute force. With that in mind, Garen remained silent, though an idea began to take shape in his heart. Hold on just a little longer. I need to prepare something. Maybe it'll help. Maybe. On the other side, hearing Garen's reply, Sif and the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Hurry then. We can't hold out much longer. With their words ringing in his ears, Garen quickly withdrew to the edge of the battlefield and shut his eyes tight. High Priest, I have a request. High Priest, please, He called out several times in succession, and just as he was about to give up with a wry smile, an aged voice echoed from deep within his mind. At the same time, back in the New York shop, Dio heard Garen's call and rolled his eyes in private. To be honest, judging by the Destroyer armor's current performance, it was pretty unimpressive. No real threat to him at all. Through the godlike perspective above Garen's head, he thought Garen was about to ask for his help in person. To his surprise, Garen was indeed seeking help, but not from him, from the High Priest. From a god's eye view, Dio looked down at Garen, whose brow was tightly furrowed and face filled with anxiety. He thought to himself, if it weren't for drawing a few pieces of equipment, this would have been a real headache. With that in mind, Dio cast a quick glance at the gear loaded in his equipment slot, then looked over at his experience bar. Instantly, the corners of his mouth curled upward in satisfaction. This time, the appearance of the Destroyer armor was bound to cause an uproar, even though S.H.I.E.L.D. had stepped in. Satellite images and videos recorded by Phil, and the others would never make it out to the world, but still, even under these circumstances, the experience points kept pouring in without pause for over an hour. It was clear that the rewards from this battle, both now and in the aftermath, would be anything but small. With that thought, Dio lowered his voice and spoke directly into Garen's mind. Is something wrong, Garen? Hearing the High Priest's voice echo in his head, Garen let out a heavy sigh on the battlefield in New Mexico. Yes, High Priest. I've run into a bit of trouble, and was hoping you might offer me some guidance. The enemy's entire body is made of some special metal, conventional. Attacks are useless, and it can even fire energy blasts. From what my friends told me, the only way to stop it is to break the magical connections on its body. Oh, friends, you say? Seems you're faring quite well over there, which is a relief for us old folks. As for guidance, without seeing this enemy for myself, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help. The High Priest's words in his mind left Garen a little disheartened, but he knew that communication across two different worlds was naturally fraught with difficulty. Thank you, honored High Priest. I won't trouble you any further. With that, Garen exhaled. Ever since his first conversation with the High Priest, he'd known that communication across worlds consumed energy. How much, he had no idea. The first meeting, he remembered, had been given only a few days' time. Just as Garen was about to return and inform Sif and the others that things had fallen apart, the High Priest's voice sounded in his mind once more. No need for thanks, Garen. As fellow denizens of Runeterra, even though we don't know what you're facing over there, we can still grant you a temporary boost in power. However, since the rift between worlds is gradually stabilizing, to avoid causing further disruptions in time and space, the power we can give you is limited. But I believe it should be enough for your current predicament. With those words, the High Priest's presence faded into silence. Yet Garen's heart leapt with joy. He had no idea how the High Priest would strengthen him, but he was pleasantly surprised. As soon as the words faded, a surging, swelling power began to rise from deep within him. He clenched his hand, feeling explosive power surging through his body. As his blood and energy roared within him, Garen's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. As the turbulent force within him gradually settled, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Now your beam is useless against me, he muttered, gazing at the Destroyer armor that was rampaging in the distance. Garen twisted his neck from side to side, and a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed in the air. Then he lowered his stance ever so slightly. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath his feet as he broke the sound barrier, appearing before the destroyer armor in the blink of an eye and launching a powerful kick. Bang! What? That is Garen. Astonishment swept over Volstagg and the others as they looked at the imposing figure before them, thinking he must have used some secret technique. To be fair, the speed Garen just displayed wasn't all that remarkable to them. They themselves had burst into supersonic speed during their previous battles. But what truly surprised them was the overwhelming surge of vitality and blood force now coursing within Garen. Compared to before, his strength had multiplied several times over, a feat far from a simple matter of addition. Meanwhile, the destroyer armor was sent hurtling by Garen's kick, skidding over 100 meters across the ground and crashing through several ruined buildings before coming to a stop. Screech. The armor, in blatant defiance of physics, stood up again. Watching from afar, Loki ground his teeth in fury at the sight. Damn it, you again. At this moment, Loki's face was flushed red with anger as he took in Garen's tattered appearance, veins bulging beneath his skin. As Loki channeled even more magic into the power bridge linking him to the destroyer armor, the energy surged to a whole new level, though the drain left his face pale as a ghost. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. He collapsed to the ground, unable to stop coughing. As the son of Laufey, king of the frost giants, the power in his veins was in no way inferior to Thor's. On top of that, he wielded all kinds of magic, though in a Marvel world, magic was often fragmented and incomplete. Still, in the comics, he was regarded as the greatest sorcerer across the 9 realms. Meanwhile, on Earth, as Loki intensified the flow of energy through the magic bridge, the orange energy coursing through the destroyer armors, eye slits and seams began to shift, gradually turning a deep crimson red. The next moment, a blazing scarlet beam erupted toward Garen. On the other side, Garen faced the oncoming torrent of power, taking a deep breath. He trusted the high priest would not deceive him. Garen, look out! Look out what? Z. The energy beam struck Garen's body directly. Strangely, instead of detonating or piercing through him, the beam seemed to have no effect at all. It was as if all the beams of energy had been absorbed entirely by Garen alone, with nothing but his own flesh to shield him. At that moment, Garen felt a surge of sensation within. That overwhelming sense of power washed over him once more. Strangely, though, he felt no swelling or discomfort, only the pure force coursing through him. The crimson energy kept streaming from the destroyer's armor, its destructive rays relentless. Far away in Asgard, Loki could no longer sit still. Why? How was he able to withstand the destroyer's annihilation ray? Behind the palace, Frigga watched Garen's actions unfold on the screen, her brow furrowing slightly. Is this a power akin to vibranium? She murmured. With a quiet sigh, she cast a glance at Odin's coffin. At that moment, Odin's consciousness was guiding Thor's return. Naturally, no one could answer her doubts. Back on Earth, as the destroyer's armor kept firing, Garen finally began to feel a wave of heat building within. Knowing the limits of what he could endure, Garen couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle. The high priest had indeed been reliable. As Garen spoke, he took a step back, prompting a ripple of panic among the distant onlookers. They thought, for a moment, that Garen was finally about to give in. But to their surprise, after stepping back, Garen steadied himself, bent low, blocked the rushing beam with his left arm, and drew his right fist to his waist, ready to strike. In the next instant, wild energy surged through him. At his knuckles, crimson light spun, coalescing into a deep red, swirling sphere. With the sphere's rotation, a series of sharp, crackling sounds erupted, sounds that made Volstagg and his companion swallow hard as they watched from afar. They exchanged nervous glances and immediately turned to run. That sound was all too familiar to them. Having once followed Odin into battle across the 9 realms, they knew well the noise that signaled space itself could no longer withstand such violent energy. The sound right before it shattered. Go! Get out of here first! One of them shouted. Even as Garen's voice echoed behind them, Sif and the others were already sprinting away. Meanwhile, outside the small town, behind the cover where Phil was stationed, several agents stared in dismay at the thick plumes of smoke billowing from their detection equipment. Sir, we're picking up an intense energy reaction, one agent yelled. I see it, Phil replied, his attention still fixed on maneuvering the drone and recording everything. He never expected that Garen could take the brunt of the energy blast head-on like this. But the agents stationed behind him were in a state of panic. Even the bald man in glasses cast a furtive glance at Phil. He'd seen the equipment frying and filling the air with smoke, and he had no intention of dying here for no reason. They'd already lost several men on this mission, so he felt compelled to speak up. Sir, The energy surge just now exceeded the instrument's detection range and burned it out. I think we ought to run. As they spoke, Phil reacted instantly, deftly switching the drone controller to automatic patrol mode. Without hesitation, the group, along with Jian and the others, made a swift escape, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the ruined town. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garen began charging up, channeling his raging energy until it gathered entirely at the crest of his right fist. A swirling orb of black and crimson energy spun rapidly in his hand, surrounded by jagged, web-like fractures in the very fabric of space. The fearsome surge of power drew even the gases in the sky, pulling them into a swirling vortex of dark clouds above, where lightning flashed and crackled. Let me show you the might of Demacia. Huh, justice stands with me. With a thunderous shout, Garen's figure blurred. He flashed to the underside of the destroyer armor and unleashed a mighty punch. In that instant, a semicircular wave of dark red energy exploded outward from a single point, radiating across hundreds of meters, carving a massive crater in the ground. Half the small town was obliterated in a heartbeat, yet the destruction was not over. As the energy spread, a terrifying beam of light shot straight into the sky, enveloping the destroyer armor completely before piercing through the clouds and reaching out into the depths of space. Yet even such overwhelming power was not enough. Though the destroyer armor was left battered and broken, it began to repair itself, drawing on magical energy to restore its form. Garen could only watch in disbelief, a twitch of frustration at the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki clenched his fist with excitement. Just moments ago, he had thought defeat was certain, but to his surprise, not even an attack of that magnitude could bring down the destroyer armor. But at that moment, neither Garen nor Loki realized the truth. If the destroyer armor had been activated by Loki's own power, it would have fallen to such an assault. The reality was, everything unfolding here was part of Odin's grand design, a trial crafted for Thor. In fact, this plan had even been shared with the Ancient One, which is why Thor ended up in this desolate town, a place scarcely populated. Since the destroyer armor was meant as a test for Thor, it was never meant to be defeated by Garen. Before Odin fell into his slumber, he cast a spell on the armor. Only the power of thunder could truly destroy it. Back amidst the ruined crater, Garen lifted his head to stare at the untouched destroyer armor not far away. The bitterness in his heart was his alone to bear. Unbeknownst to him, the Ancient One concealed herself nearby, watching the man below. Though it was not their first meeting, every display of his strength still managed to surprise her. Does Garen possess magical talent? That much is certain. After all, not just anyone can master his ultimate spell. It requires not only the right temperament, but also innate ability. The Ancient One silently watched Garen for a long moment, then let out a sigh. He's not quite suitable. Let's wait a little longer. The world has changed. With those words, her figure faded away and vanished. Meanwhile, far from the small town, Phil and his team still couldn't shake the shock that lingered in their minds, even though the sound of the earlier explosion had faded. That colossal pillar of light which pierced the sky and earth was witnessed, not just by them, but by people hundreds of kilometers away. If Earth weren't a sphere, and if people's view wasn't so often blocked by skyscrapers and towering mountains, even more people would have seen it. This is bad. How are we supposed to explain this to the public now? Phil muttered, concern evident in his tone. But Barton, standing beside him, seemed utterly unfazed. Oh, it was just a comet passing by. What's there to worry about? Hearing Barton's explanation, Phil couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth for a moment. Still, he quickly realized that, forced as it sounded, it was better than saying nothing at all. Exactly, just a comet. Anyway, I suppose that alien is already dead. Let's head back. Also, send Natasha a message to reassure the evacuees. Yes, sir. Yet, as they were driving back, something unexpected happened. In the SUV behind them, Thor suddenly jolted awake, his eyes flickering with flashes of lightning. His gaze turned a fearsome blue-white, and arcs of twisting electricity danced around his body. Outside, the sky had yet to recover from the force of Garen's earlier attack. Thunder rolled endlessly among the dark clouds. What's going on? Sir, we're experiencing a severe energy disturbance. Our electronics are failing. Their convoy pressed on toward the ruined town in the distance, but midway, every vehicle sputtered and died. What they didn't realize was that this sudden breakdown had, in fact, saved their lives. As those brief moments ticked by, Thor, in one of the rear vehicles, took a deep breath and sat up in the back seat. He exhaled hard, struggling to steady himself. Thor, you're all right. That's such a relief, we thought. Hearing the voices beside him, Thor gradually came to his senses. He glanced at Jane and the others, who looked at him with deep concern and felt his strength returning. I'm fine now. By the way, where's Sif and the rest? They're still in the town. But backup just arrived. S.H.I.E.L.D. said they called them in. You wouldn't believe what just happened. The entire town was destroyed in their battle. Yeah, and there was that beam of light that shot straight through the sky. How could there be humans like that in this world? It's simply unbelievable. As Jane began to speak, Daisy immediately chimed in with a sigh of amazement. After all, in more than 20 years, all the surprises she'd experienced combined still couldn't compare to what she'd witnessed today. Hearing the two women's explanations, Thor finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Since that was the case, it seemed his friends were probably out of danger. He glanced outside the car. At that moment, Phil and a group of agents were making their way toward them, which made Thor frown in concern. Where are we going? I think we're heading back to the town. With that massive burst of energy, I'd guess that Iron Giant must have been destroyed. What? No. The destroyer is just a suit of armor. It doesn't have a life of its own. You two stay right here. I'm going to check it out. With these words, Thor pulled open the car door and stepped outside. He stretched out his right hand, and in that moment, all the way over in the distant crater miles away, Mjolnir began to tremble. Then, the mighty hammer slowly lifted off the ground. The scientists left behind at the site, seeing this, rushed forward in an attempt to hold it down. But the very next instant, the hammer transformed into a streak of light, smashed through the transparent case of the base, and vanished from sight. On the other side, Phil looked at the unharmed man before him, about to ask how any of this was possible. Before he could get a word out, a brilliant beam of light shot straight from the sky toward them. A metallic clang rang out. What is that? Seeing Thor clutching his hammer, Phil's face darkened, but then, as if something dawned on him, he was struck with astonishment. That's right, this is mine. I am Thor, the god of thunder. As he spoke, divine energy surged within Thor, and in an instant, gleaming armor materialized over his body. Behind him, a crimson cape fluttered in the wind. The dazzling transformation left all the agents but Phil and Barton utterly stunned. After all, Garen also possessed the uncanny ability to change outfits at will. Where are you going? To the town. The destroyer isn't so easily defeated. With that, Thor swung his hammer, flung it skyward, and with a burst of impossible momentum, he soared into the clouds and vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Garen watched the silver armor in the distance, helplessness in his eyes. That last attack he'd unleashed, if it had struck the earth, it would have easily destroyed an entire city. Yet now, the destroyer's armor had absorbed the full force of the blow without so much as a scratch. How could Garen not be shocked? Even Dio, who had been watching the fight in silence, furrowed his brow, though a moment later, he seemed to realize something and the corner of his mouth twitched. Just then, a dark figure streaked across the sky and landed in the crater not far from Garen. As if confirming Dio's suspicion, with Thor's arrival, the destroyer's armor once again unleashed its searing rays. But this time, Thor easily deflected them all with his hammer. Thor glanced at the burly man in tattered clothes across from him and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Sif and the other three, having sensed Thor's presence, returned to the battlefield. The six of them met, exchanging glances. No words were spoken, yet it felt as if everything that needed to be said was understood. On the other side, Loki, observing the group from within the destroyer armor, was furious to the point his eyes seemed ready to blaze. Yet, deep down, he knew all too well that he no longer had the upper hand against them. His earlier clash with Galen had drained much of his divine power. On Earth, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with Thor's powerful arrival. The destroyer armor, beset on all sides, struggled to fend off the attacks. Even as energy beams shot from the gaps in its plating, they made no difference. Above, the swirling vortex of storm clouds still loomed, as Thor soared into the sky. His eyes blazed with a terrifying light, his form wreathed in writhing serpents of lightning. He looked every bit a god descended from the heavens. With a deep, resonant shout, Thor raised his hammer high, and in that instant, every bolt of lightning converged into Mjolnir. Then, aiming at the destroyer armor below, Thor swung his hammer through the air. A thunderous crash erupted, as countless lightning bolts battered the armor with the fury of a raging storm. The sky was filled with deafening explosions, while Sif and her companions quickly retreated to a safer distance. As for Galen, Sif and the others had no reason to worry. After all, hadn't he absorbed every energy blast the destroyer had unleashed before? Indeed, even now, faced with Thor's all-encompassing assault, Galen stood immovable, like a golden pillar, braving a stormy sea. Every trace of thunder and lightning that spilled out was drawn into him. absorbed without harm. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed Galen's mind. Thor's energy was formidable, but compared to the bolt he himself had released earlier, it seemed somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the destroyer armor appeared unable to withstand the onslaught. It began to fracture and break apart. As the last arcs of lightning faded away, the destroyer's form dissolved into nothing but smoke and dust, leaving behind only a few shards as evidence it had ever existed. Watching this, Dio couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. I knew it would end like this. Odin is so stingy, trying to fob us off with nothing but scraps. Though Dio guessed Odin was manipulating events behind the scenes, the others were none the wiser. With the destroyer armor gone, Thor descended from the sky, embracing Sif and the others before making his way to Galen's side. My friend, you are truly powerful. Thank you for your help today. My name is Thor. If you ever have the chance, let me treat you to the finest Asgardian mead. Listening to Thor's bold and hearty voice, Garen could only smile wryly and shake his head. After introducing himself, he turned his attention to Volstagg standing nearby, as if to say, do all you Asgardians love drinking this much? As the dust finally settled, on the other side of town, thanks to Thor withdrawing his divine power, Phil and his group were finally able to drive their now-restored vehicles into town. Garen! Hearing someone call his name from behind, Garen turned and caught sight of Phil's somewhat tousled but distinctly black hair. Phil, have all the residents been evacuated? The energy just now was so wild. I hope there weren't any casualties. With Phil and his team's arrival, Jane ran straight into Thor's arms. Seeing everyone gather, Garen quickly asked his question. He knew how difficult it had been to control the flow of energy during that earlier battle. Garen glanced at the massive craters all around and silently prayed that no one had been caught in the crossfire. On the other side, Phil met Garen's gaze and offered him a reassuring look. Don't worry, Garen. We evacuated the townsfolk early on, thanks to Mr. Downey. Downey. Hearing Phil's words and noticing where he was looking, Garen glanced over at the affectionate Thor and Jane, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Catching everyone's gaze, Jane quickly let go of Thor. Downey was the alias we used for Thor. Sorry about that, Agent Coulson. With Jane's explanation, Garen suddenly understood. Meanwhile, Thor was finally coming down from the exhilaration of victory. Oh no, Loki is still in Asgard. Thor's words made everyone frown. Dr. Erik Selvig and Phil exchanged a look, sharing the same sense of helplessness. Battles between these gods were still far too perilous for Earth at this stage. Jane, would you like to see the Bifrost I told you about? Of course. In his excitement, Thor didn't notice the growing look of longing in Sif's eyes and turned to Garen. Brother Garen, I'm truly sorry. Something's happened at home and I need to return. Next time, I promise we'll share a drink together. No worries, Thor. Take care of what you must. Garen's reply was met with a nod from Thor, who then turned to Phil. I'll ally myself with you, but I hope you can return their research materials. Hearing Thor's request, Phil rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Of course. We only borrow them, and we'll give them back. They can continue their research, and S.H.I.E.L.D. can even provide technical support and scientific equipment. Phil's words made Jane and Dr. Selvig exchange a delighted glance. Hearing Phil's words, Thor nodded at him, then swept Jane into his arms. With a mighty swing of Mjolnir, they shot up into the sky. Everyone below watched this scene with envy they could not conceal. As Thor departed, Sif and her 3 companions turned to Garen. Garen, meeting you has been the highlight of our journey. Please forgive us for not being able to stay and drink with you, but rest assured, we will return. With that, Volstagg gave Garen a big bear hug, and the other 3 followed suit, each embracing him in turn. Then, channeling their divine strength, the group leapt away toward the distant horizon. Watching their retreating figures, Garen let out a breath and allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. Meanwhile, Phil seemed to remember something. Get in the car. They're probably headed to the site where the destroyer armor landed. This is valuable experimental data. Let's move. At his command, the agents sprang into action, leaving Garen and Dr. Erik Selvig to exchange a glance. Do you mind giving me a lift? Of course. Your name's Garen, right? I'm Darcy. Nice to meet you. With that, Darcy eagerly opened the car door and invited Garen inside, then plopped herself down right next to him. Dr. Selvig couldn't help but shake his head at the sight, muttering inwardly, "This girl's completely bewitched." Indeed, Jane had managed to land a god for a boyfriend, which was a heavy blow for her best friend Darcy. And now, with a handsome and powerful Garen practically delivered to her doorstep, how could she possibly let him go? If she had no idea that young Garen's heart already belonged to someone else. On the other side, as Dr. Selvig drove them swiftly toward the Bifrost portal spot outside town, the 3 of them glimpsed Thor and Jane, locked in a passionate kiss. Above them, a swirling cloud of shimmering light slowly gathered in the sky. After a long moment, their lips parted. Thor and his companions stood upon the patterned ground in the desert. "Jane, wait for me," he called out. No sooner had he spoken than a rainbow beam blazed down, and in a flash, they vanished. At the same time, in Asgard, the frost giants had begun their invasion, led by Loki. Heimdall, drawing on his unyielding will, broke free from the icy bonds. After dispatching 2 frost giant sentries, he opened the Bifrost portal. Soon, the 5 returned to the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard. Thor's eye twitched involuntarily as he saw Heimdall collapsed on the ground. "Sif, take him to be healed. I'm going after Loki." Thor dashed for the palace, passing scattered groups of frost giants locked in battle with Asgard's guards. Behind the palace, in a chamber awash with radiant light, Frigga sat quietly beside Odin's casket. "Sigh, when will this child ever grow up?" Frigga glanced reproachfully at Odin, who was lying comfortably in his coffin, sound asleep, and discreetly rolled her eyes. Remembering that the show was about to begin, she reached into her spatial pouch and drew out a divine sword, but after a moment's hesitation, decided it was not appropriate and swapped it for a regular blade. Bang! The heavy door to the chamber was violently forced open, and a towering figure, sheathed in icy blue, strode inside. On the other side, seeing this, Frigga hurried forward with sword in hand to block his way. But how could a fragile woman like her possibly withstand the might of the frost giant king? With a single blow, she was sent flying, tumbling to the ground with a thud, staggering and unable to rise for quite some time. At the same moment, though Laufey was slightly puzzled by Frigga's weakness, he paid it little mind. Was Laufey powerful? Certainly, but his strength was truly formidable only with the power of the casket of ancient winters. And this time, lured into Asgard by Loki's machinations, the real reason for his visit, besides Loki's promise of the casket, was to kill the sleeping Odin. With Loki's help, he had made his way through the palace unimpeded, and now Odin's dormant form was right before him, leaving no room in his mind for other concerns. Standing at Odin's side, Laufey gazed down at him, his breath growing colder and more frigid. Channeling the icy power within him, he gathered it in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a crystalline dagger of ice materialized in his hand. But just as he bared his teeth and prepared to strike at Odin, a sudden surge of energy shrieked from behind him. The next instant, a golden beam of energy struck him squarely in the back. Boom! A brief explosion echoed through the room as Laufey was blasted backward. And there, standing behind him, was none other than Loki himself. Looking at his own son, Laufey's eyes filled with shock, but before he could utter a word, several more beams of light pierced his body. Bang, crack! Meanwhile, Frigga, slumped on the floor, watched the scene unfold. She sighed inwardly, then quickly composed herself and scrambled to her feet. "Loki, my child, you saved your father." With that, Frigga rushed forward and embraced the somewhat dazed Loki. As for Loki, in this moment, he felt no sorrow for having killed Laufey. "I swear to you, Mother, they will pay for what they have done today." As he spoke, Loki held the eternal spear in one hand and gently wrapped his other arm around his mother, comforting her softly. Allowing Laufey into the palace, aside from their prior arrangement, was mostly for the sake of earning his mother's approval. Ever since the destroyer armor had failed to stop Thor and the others on Earth, he had longed for the recognition of the people of Asgard. And when Thor did return, who was to say who would claim the throne? With that thought, Loki narrowed his eyes, recalling the armored man he had seen on Earth. "Garen, is it? I'll remember you." As she thought this, another figure entered the secret chamber. Seeing who it was, Frigga hurriedly cried out in surprise. "Thor!" At the doorway stood a man, and Loki's eye twitched ever so slightly. He hadn't expected this. He had clearly frozen Heimdall and the others. How had they returned? Glancing at his mother nearby, Loki felt a wave of panic rise inside him. On one side stood his loving mother, on the other, the brother he had always envied. When Frigga rushed over to Thor, fussing over him with concern, Loki didn't try to stop her. Thor, meanwhile, hugged his mother briefly before releasing her and turning to face Loki. "Why didn't you tell her," Thor asked, "that you sent the destroyer armor to Earth to hunt me and my friends?" Frigga's heart ached at Thor's words. She couldn't bear to watch her 2 sons turn against each other. But Odin had once said that Loki had to endure these ordeals to truly grow. Even though the universe no longer needed to follow its original timeline, Frigga dared not take that risk. After weighing her options, Frigga bit her lip and forced herself to look at Loki with a puzzled expression. Catching the look in his mother's eyes, Loki panicked. "What? Hunting you? No, I know nothing about that. It must have been following Father's final order." "You're a liar. You always have been." Thor's accusation made Loki's eye twitch again, but he forced himself to suppress his emotions. Think what you want. But now get out of my way. I'm going to destroy all of Jotunheim. As he spoke, the eternal spear in his hand flared with dazzling light. A golden beam of energy shot forth, blasting Thor away. Thor smashed through the chamber wall, while Frigga, though sighing inwardly, put on a look of shocked astonishment at the scene. Seeing this, Loki clenched his fist, then vanished in a flash. In the next moment, on the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall had already been taken away for treatment. Loki, wielding the eternal spear, stepped onto the teleportation platform. This circular device could send anyone to any corner of the 9 realms at will. But it held another power as well, a force so great it could easily destroy an entire planet. As Loki plunged the eternal spear into the console and activated it, a torrent of energy began to gather. A piercing surge of light shot out into the starry cosmos. Meanwhile, back in the secret chamber behind the palace of Asgard, now empty of her children, Frigga approached Odin's coffin. Are you still not going to wake up? Jotunheim isn't just home to the frost giants. All because of the timeline. Yes, that's how timelines work. We're all just people who have stepped off the stage. But everything has changed now. I have to stop Loki. Inside the coffin, as Frigga spoke, Odin finally opened his eyes. Sigh, I've already lowered the energy output of the Bifrost. It won't cause any disasters. Hearing Odin's words, Frigga shot him a reproachful glance, but at the same time, she let out a breath of relief. Then she stood up and walked over to the hole Loki had smashed, gazing out at the peaceful realm beyond. Are you really going to let Loki leave Asgard? He's never been so far from us before. It was you who spoiled Loki since he was a child. Now he must venture out into the world. The universe isn't as simple as it seems. Don't worry, he'll grow. After all, he is my son. As Odin spoke, he moved to stand beside Frigga, but she only pursed her lips at his words. That was your idea back then. I could have had a well-behaved, sensible son. Hearing her complaint, Odin simply shook his head, offering no retort. In those days, the universe left them no room to choose otherwise. Meanwhile, on the Bifrost, Thor raced to the teleportation platform, his face a mask of shock as he saw the destruction function already activated. He turned to Loki, incredulous. Why are you doing this? Why? Ha ha ha. Of course, it's to show Father that I am his most worthy son. When he wakes up, I'll be the one who saved him, the one who eliminated the outsiders. I'll be the true heir to the throne. Thor was furious at Loki's outburst. You can't destroy an entire race. Huh? Why not? Since when did you care about the frost giants? You used to be the one who could wipe them out with your bare hands. You're Thor, the god of thunder. I've changed. Yes, you've changed. But so have I. With that, Loki suddenly swung the eternal spear, striking Thor across the face. A wicked grin spread across his lips. Come on, hit me. Taunting, Loki struck again, sending Thor flying, then shouted in anger, his voice breaking. I never wanted the throne. I just wanted to be treated like you. I won't fight you, brother. Shut up, Thor. I'm not your brother. I never was. Loki, this is madness. Madness? Huh, madness. What did Midgard do to you? Turning you into such a coward. Don't tell me it was that girl. Loki's eyes reddened as he yelled, but he kept his gaze locked on Thor, teeth clenched in frustration. So it is her. Well, when this is over, I'll make sure she sees what the old Thor was really like. Before he could finish, Thor could hold back no longer. In an instant, the two of them were locked in a fierce struggle. They were both beings of immense power, far beyond ordinary mortals. The clash between Mjolnir and the Spear of Eternity sent out wave after wave of violent energy. Blasts of energy and wild bolts of lightning rained down on each other, each attack fiercer than the last. Meanwhile, far from the Rainbow Bridge, Frigga watched the fierce battle from a distant palace, her face clouded with worry. Aren't you going to stop them? She asked, her voice trembling beside her husband. Odin wrapped an arm around her shoulders, his gaze steady. You know how the timeline works. It's not the right time yet. This world has changed, and no one can say what Loki will choose. But this moment, this is the turning point for him. Frigga sighed deeply, saying nothing more. Her hands clenched in anxiety as she fixed her eyes on the unfolding scene. By now, Thor and Loki's battle had spilled out from the teleportation chamber and onto the Rainbow Bridge itself. A thunderous explosion tore them apart. Loki tumbled to the very edge of the bridge, teetering dangerously above the endless void below. Help me, brother. Loki's desperate cry rang out. Hearing his plea, Thor's expression wavered. He rushed forward to save him, only for Loki to flash a wicked grin and vanish into thin air, dissolving into energy. It was clearly just an illusion. In the next instant, Loki's true form materialized behind Thor. With a sudden, brutal blow to Thor's stomach, Loki sent him flying. as he moved in for another attack. That's enough. A crash of thunder exploded through the air, hurling Loki backward. The shock left him numb and unable to move. Thor pulled himself upright and strode over, pressing Mjolnir firmly against Loki's chest. He then turned away, his eyes falling on the teleportation device, now spiraling out of control. Behind him, Loki struggled furiously, but Mjolnir held him down like a planet's weight, utterly immovable. After a long, tense silence, Loki finally gave up the fight, laughing madly. Ha ha ha, you can't do anything, Thor. There's nothing you can do. Thor's brow furrowed at Loki's defiant shout. The teleportation device's chaotic energy was more than he could handle. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the rainbow bridge beneath their feet. Resolute, he reached out his arm. A moment later, Mjolnir flew back into his hand. With a deep breath, he shouted, Hiya! He struck the bridge, crack, a resounding blow. What are you doing? Loki stared in shock as Thor hammered the rainbow bridge. In his stunned disbelief, he failed to notice the bridge beginning to give way under the strain. No, you can't do this. If you destroy the rainbow bridge, you'll never see her again. Frantically, Loki leapt up and rushed toward Thor. Thor narrowed his eyes with determination. I'm sorry, Jane. Hiya. Boom. Crack. The bridge splintered further. No. A piercing rush, followed by thunderous blasts, echoed into the void. With Thor's final blow, the rainbow bridge erupted in utter chaos, its energies spiraling out of control before shattering completely. In the next instant, an unparalleled explosion rippled outward. A surge of blue-white energy enveloped both Thor and his companion, the blast sending tremors through all of Asgard. The sea beneath the rainbow bridge roiled and churned as if the end of days had come. Time seemed to drag on before the energy subsided. The two figures plummeted rapidly, and it looked as though they would be swallowed by the endless void below. But then, a silhouette flashed into existence before them, reaching out to seize Thor. Beneath Thor, Loki clung tightly to his brother's ankle. Catching sight of the newcomer's face, Loki's expression flickered with panic, but then something seemed to dawn on him. He shouted desperately, I could have done it, father. I could have destroyed Jotunheim. I did it for you. For everyone. Odin's face remained unchanged as he listened to Loki's words. A long silence hung between them. No, Loki, you were mistaken. For Loki, who had always admired and sought his father's approval, this moment extinguished all his pride and grievances, leaving only emptiness. Odin's words shattered his last illusions. In that instant, Loki's heart turned to ashes. He managed a bitter smile, his eyes lingering on Odin's face as if bidding his father a final farewell. Even Thor could sense the weight of the moment, and the loosened grip around his ankle said more than words ever could. No, Loki, don't let go. There was a sudden whoosh. Loki! Thor's cries echoed as he watched Loki tumble into the endless void, pleading with his father through tearful eyes. He knew Odin had the power to save him. But Odin, his expression unreadable, pulled Thor back up and then turned away without a word. No one could know the storm raging in the heart of the king of gods. In another part of the palace, Frigga covered her mouth, fighting back tears. Time trickled by. Thor lingered at the broken edge of the rainbow bridge for a long while. Meanwhile, on Earth, as the dust settled, Garen politely declined Darcy's invitation and returned to New York with Phil and the others. Of course, his little thorn mail was reclaimed by Dio, and at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Garen gave a detailed account of their journey. Afterward, he returned to Aunt May's house, for it was only here that his heart could find safe harbor. Not wanting to worry Aunt May, he tucked his battered armor away within himself. The restoration of his invigorated armor and the great storm sword would take time. This battle had made Garen keenly aware of his own shortcomings. The world was a dangerous place. Though everything seemed peaceful, Garen couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely the calm before the storm. At the same time, in Dio's shop, the bedroom trash bin was overflowing with takeout containers. The air was thick with the aroma of fried chicken, but after breathing it in for so long, Dio began to feel stifled, so much so that he didn't even want any more chicken for the rest of the day. Leaving the bedroom behind, Dio slipped away to the rooftop above the shop. Houses in Queens were far from the city's hustle and bustle. Most of them were rows of cozy, standalone townhouses. With a rooftop of your own and a backyard vegetable garden, life couldn't be more relaxing. Out on the roof, Dio dragged over a lounge chair and sprawled out with an air of contentment, a bottle of red wine, pilfered from Aunt May's, cradled in his hand. He took deep swigs, one after another. What's that? You say red wine isn't meant to be chugged from the bottle, and you're supposed to savor it with a stem glass? To that, Dio scoffed. Only busybodies care about such things. It's just a drink. Does it really matter? Bottoms up and be done with it. As the sky gradually darkened, Dio's thoughts began to drift, his gaze growing distant and unfocused. A cold wind brushed against his cheeks, making everything around him feel dreamlike. He was almost afraid he'd wake up one day and find it had all been just a figment of his imagination. Of course, he knew that was just his mind playing tricks on him. The Marvel Universe, what a wonderful place, he mused. With that, Dio called up his systems interface. As he glanced at the long string of numbers in the experience points section, he couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at his lips. 15,000 points already. Time for a round of 30 draws. When you've got money, you can afford to be this reckless. As soon as he spoke, the system's grand prize wheel materialized once again. This time, for some reason, Dio had a hunch that something good was bound to come his way. The wheel spun rapidly, each click revealing a new item in quick succession. Equipment zone, Mercury sash, increases constitution, boosts energy resistance. Unique skill, removes all control effects on the user. Cooldown, depends on user's power, currently 90 seconds. Storm sword, enhances strength, an epic greatsword imbued with the power of thunder. The degree of thunder control scales with user's power. Miscellaneous zone, a drop of dragon blood from Shyvana, the dragonborn warrior. Don't ask where it's from, just know it's very potent. Unknown zone, 50 experience points x6. Talent zone, sorcery keystone, summon Aerie. Thank you for participating x20. Is this a win or a loss? And really, 20 thank you for participating consolation prizes. How generous, Dio grumbled, though he couldn't help but feel pleased with the haul. The equipment was self-explanatory, but that drop of Shyvana's blood. He shook his head, dismissing the impulse to pull it out and take a closer look, and instead turned his attention to the talent panel. After arriving in the Marvel Universe, there were no restrictions on equipping talents. He could stack as many as he wanted. Aerie, huh? That's the little blue thing, isn't it? Not bad at all. With a thought, Dio reached out, and in the next instant a translucent, blue-hued energy creature began to circle his palm. It was endearingly cute, looking just like a kitten, one of those with a comically oversized head and a tiny body, as if still in its earliest days. For little stubby legs kicked out in the air, making it impossible not to want to reach out and give the creature a gentle pat at first glance. On its forehead, there was also a symbol, one that Dio didn't recognize. Still, he could sense the energy pulsing from it. A soft, kittenish meow drifted out. For some reason, the corners of Dio's mouth twitched. It reminded him of the furry little troublemakers that had filled the shop not long ago. With that thought, Dio let his gaze fall on Aerie, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no shedding fur. Looking at the tiny creature, no bigger than his palm, a subtle smile played at the edge of Dio's lips. Aerie's power wasn't particularly strong, but it had the potential to grow, strengthening alongside Dio himself. Not only could it attack enemies, but it could also grant him a protective shield. And as a being of pure energy, even if it fell in battle, it could always be summoned anew. He watched the little thing flit about the rooftop, gleefully chasing after bothersome mosquitoes, utterly delighted with itself. By now, autumn had arrived. The night wind carried a faint chill, just enough to make one shiver. Dio glanced at the remaining 12,000 experience points on his panel, and then at the 2 new items he'd acquired from the canyon. My inventory's running out of space. Should I swap in a new item or unlock another hero slot? He narrowed his eyes and thought, but then, with a flicker of intent, his system's store of experience points began to drop rapidly. In moments, only a couple thousand remained. Yet inside him, or more accurately, within the system's card slots, a new space had appeared, though both slots now sat empty, and his strength hadn't increased noticeably. Once Dio placed the 2 new items into the fresh slots, a surge of immense energy began to roil inside him. He lifted his arm slightly, and in the next instant, several twisting, crackling bolts of blue-white lightning snaked around his hand, filling the air with a sharp, electric snap. Not bad at all. The lightning illuminated Dio's excited face. Meanwhile, Aerie zipped over to him, circling joyfully and occasionally reaching out to touch the arcs of lightning. But then, another kittenish meow. So you can touch the lightning. A small, delighted chirp answered him. Dio shook his head at the adorable little creature before him, dispelled the lightning, and lay back down, his eyes drifting up to the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. This time, he hadn't drawn a hero card. Whether that was good or bad, he wasn't sure. Either way, there were matters he intended to deal with, like the jester. Given Dio's current strength, Shako was no longer a threat to him. He wouldn't even have a chance to run. After all, Dio could fly now. Even if Shako could teleport hundreds or thousands of meters, Dio could catch up in the blink of an eye. With that in mind, Dio finished his glass of red wine and glanced over at Eri. "You should head back for now." As Dio spoke, he waved his hand, and in the next instant, Ellie's figure vanished, dissolving into pure energy that returned to his body. After all was done, Dio changed into a black, hooded sweatshirt, slipped on a jacket, and set down his custom-made phone. Then, with a swift leap, his entire form shot into the sky. In the pitch-black night, his silhouette was so elusive that even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents keeping watch outside the shop failed to notice a thing. In fact, those agents still believed that Dio had never left his home over the past couple of days. High above the earth, Dio streaked through the sky, his speed rivaling that of a supersonic jet fighter. Of course, such velocity wasn't unleashed all at once, but built up steadily over time. During these days, Dio had tested just how fast he could fly. He could reach Mach 17. That's 17 times the speed of sound, a pace that outstrips even most advanced missiles. Meanwhile, in a remote coastal town west of Los Angeles, a squat figure slunk through the shadows of a dim alleyway. Its gaze fell upon a lavishly lit, bustling mansion, where dazzling lights and waves of laughter spilled into the night. Inside, people dressed in their favorite attire danced and sang with abandon, blissfully unaware that danger was drawing near. Kurichi, the master of the estate and the wealthiest man in town, was celebrating his 50th birthday, a grand occasion for which he had invited all the local luminaries. Across town, an exhilarating street racing showcase was in full swing. Hundreds, maybe thousands, screamed with such wild enthusiasm that their voices carried clear across half the town. Half hidden in a shadowy corner, Seiko watched the revelers in the manor, faces alight with reckless joy. His twisted clown's grin curled a little wider. He had not forgotten Dio's warning. For days, he'd concealed himself in the shadows, but inside, an aching emptiness gnawed at him. That's why he'd chosen to leave Dio's city behind and come to Los Angeles. To further avoid exposure, he'd carefully stayed away from crowds these last 2 days. Yet this kind of life weighed on him every moment, stifling his spirit, even if, at his core, he was but a magical construct. Watching the beaming faces inside the manor, Seiko's mood soured. "Laugh while you can," he muttered. "Soon, I'll show you what true joy feels like." Hey. With that, Seiko flickered out of sight, vanishing into a swirl of smoke. The next instant, the brightly lit manor was plunged into sudden darkness. The abrupt blackout brought the party to an immediate halt, dancers freezing mid-move, confusion rippling through the crowd. "What's going on? Why did the lights go out?" "I don't know. The streetlights outside are still on." "Who the hell just grabbed my butt?" "Hey, stop moving. You're stepping on my foot." As a chorus of guests' voices rose in the manor, on the other side, Kurichi was furiously berating several of his subordinates. "Where's the engine? What are you people even doing? On such an important day? How could you let something like this happen? I pay you to do a job. Is this how you repay me?" "We're sorry, boss. We'll go run checks right away." As the group hurried off, the dimly lit manor was left in near total darkness, save for the faint glow of a few scattered candles. "Ladies and gentlemen, friends, I must apologize for my poor hospitality," Kurichi called out. "I'm sorry for disturbing your evening. Please bear with me. I've already sent people to Envy's." Before he could finish, several agonized screams suddenly echoed through the opulent house, slicing through the air and plunging the crowd into a stunned silence. But almost immediately, more shrieks tore through the guests' ears. Pandemonium erupted. "What's happening? Damn it. I have things to take care of at home. I'm leaving. As those horrifying cries rang out, chaos spread through the crowd. People shoved and jostled, desperate to escape. In the darkness, Seiko calmly finished off the group of workers who had come to repair the electrical system inside the house. For Seiko, silent killing held no appeal at all. Only the sound of people screaming in terror brought it true satisfaction and delight. Under the cover of night, panic took hold. People pushed and screamed, and it was inevitable that a stampede would break out. Human nature revealed itself in full. Everyone fought for their own survival, heedless of others' fate. Faced with nameless terror, people's mental defenses collapsed in an instant, and the intermittent screams from within the crowd only deepened the panic. Meanwhile, a group of armed bodyguards hustled the frantic Kurichi out of the manor. A raspy, piercing voice cut through the chaos. Hey. Who wants to see a magic trick?" With Seiko's words, the terror among the guests spiked even higher. Bragg, using his considerable bulk, swayed and squeezed his way through the crowded throng. As a sheriff of Carltown, Bragg had, of course, received Kurichi's invitation. He brought several of his officers to the celebration. After all, Kurichi's rise to the wealthiest man in town certainly owed much to Bragg's assistance. They were, so to speak, in the same boat, each holding secrets over the other. Bragg might not know everything about this manor, but he knew exactly what was locked inside its safe. At this moment, Bragg's hefty figure lurched uncertainly as he searched for any trace of Kurichi amid the chaos. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Bragg now suspected Kurichi of orchestrating this entire disaster, just to get rid of him. Because the town of Carl was about to elect its next mayor, his very presence naturally threatened Kurosai's interests. In the dim candlelight, Prague reached for the pistol at his waist, his eyes scanning the crowd. Yet, what he failed to notice was this. Not far from him, a small, shadowy figure moved through the throng with the agility of a fish slipping through water. Piercing, agonized screams erupted again and again. Each cry came from someone who had collapsed in agony, their tendons cut, only to be trampled to death by the panicked crowd. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, sending the crowd into an even greater frenzy. Desperate to escape the manor, people rushed for the exits, but the walls, towering over 3 meters high, blocked their way, and at some point the iron gate had been twisted and jammed shut, making escape impossible. Seeing this, everyone was struck by a mix of terror and rage. Once elegantly dressed, they now scattered in all directions like headless flies. What is that? What the hell? Damn it, it's a monster, a monster! Suddenly, a wave of horrified, blood-curdling screams broke out from the chaos, bringing panic to a fever pitch. On the other side, Kurosai huddled behind several bodyguards, afraid to make a sound, his eyes desperately searching for Prague in the crowd. He had invited Prague tonight with ulterior motives, but inciting a riot was never part of his plan. The thought crossed his mind. Could this all be Prague's doing? As the people's cries grew ever more desperate, Kurosai gave the order for indiscriminate shooting, and bullets began to fly. The muzzle flashes gave away their position, a sight Prague took in with cold clarity, confirming his suspicions. The battle lines were drawn. At Prague's signal, several officers began seeking cover, readying their counterattack. Bang! 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 Gunfire rattled on, the flashes illuminating the chaos in fits and starts. Not far away, behind a collapsed dining table, Seiko watched these humans with a look of puzzlement. Prague, you old bastard. All these years, I've helped you line your pockets, and now that I'm up for mayor, you just can't stand it, can you? Enough talk, Kurosai. If you want me dead, let's see who has the better hand. The two men, crouched behind cover not far apart, hurled insults at each other across the room, oblivious to the fact that elsewhere in the manor, people were being taken down one by one. Yet thanks to Seiko's peculiar preferences, most of these victims weren't killed outright. Instead, they writhed and wailed in pain on the floor. For this reason, neither Kurosai's nor Prague's factions noticed anything else amiss in the pitch-black night. As the gunfight wore on, Seiko found himself entertained, standing in the shadows, watching the carnage unfold. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a thunderous cheer rose up, echoing through the night sky. On the vast grounds, a thrilling stunt riding show was about to begin. Dozens of cars stood parked in neat rows, flanking either side of a professional motorcycle stunt acceleration track. There was no doubt someone was about to attempt a daring jump over these obstacles. Atop the elevated platform of the track, a lone figure appeared, astride a mountain motorcycle. In the makeshift stands, hundreds of men and women shouted themselves hoarse. Among them were not only the local residents of Carltown, but also fervent fans who had come all the way from other counties and cities. Johnny, Johnny, Blazing Johnny, I love you. Go for it, Johnny. As the stands erupted with cheers from countless adoring fans, a few men who'd only come along to accompany their girlfriends or wives couldn't help but purse their lips in mild annoyance. Meanwhile, some devoted fans of stunt riding watched the row of cars with deep concern. He can't possibly pull this off. Remember that show 6 years ago? His father lost his life in a fiery crash. Yeah, ever since then, Johnny's never escaped the shadow of his father's accident. He's never dared to attempt this near-impossible aerial leap. 88 meters. If he succeeds, Johnny will break the world record his father once said. Sigh, may God watch over him. At the other end, atop the highest point of the ramp, Johnny stood clad in a riding suit emblazoned with flame patterns. He looked out at his cheering fans in the distance and let out a heavy breath. This jump was indeed a distance he had never dared challenge before. But as he recalled his father's dying wish and the goal left unfinished, Johnny tamped down the restlessness in his heart, his gaze growing resolute. You can't live in fear forever. You can do this. You're Blazing Johnny. Bolstered by his own pep talk, Johnny twisted the throttle hard. The motorcycle's roar sent a surge of excitement through the crowd. The very next moment, it's starting. Go, Johnny. With a thunderous roar, Johnny shot off the high platform, shifting gears with practiced ease as he gained incredible speed. With his bike's fiery red patterns matching his own suit, rider and machine seemed fused into one, like a blazing comet streaking through the air. Another mighty roar. The motorcycle launched off the ramp, spinning through the air as the crowd watched with bated breath. Mid-air, the fiery figure soared over a dozen cars. Johnny gently closed his eyes as memories flooded his mind. Years ago, he had traveled from show to show with his father, a legendary stuntman who once set the world record for aerial motorcycle jumps. But that year, he lost him. His father died in that fateful performance. He would never forget Texas, not just because that was where his father passed away, but also because he had once ruthlessly abandoned his former lover there. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Johnny snapped his eyes open. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of fire seemed to flicker in his gaze. The motorcycle Johnny was riding was still spinning wildly, hurtling toward the other side. Just as he was about to reach it, he skillfully corrected the bike's rotation with practiced ease. But then, bang! Ah! Oh my God! Is he all right? Doctor! Quick, get the trackside doctor. The crowd in the stands gasped as Johnny crashed hard on the ground, so forcefully that even his helmet's face shield shattered. Among their cries, some voices carried a hint of gloating. As the medics rushed from the sidelines, Johnny simply lay there, staring off into the night sky, lost in his own world. Still not dead, huh? He gazed at the endless expanse above, stars glittering in the darkness, and a wry smile tugged at his lips. His thoughts drifted back to 6 years ago, when he was still a fledgling sheltered under his father's wing, fearless and reckless. But then, by sheer chance, he discovered that his father had been diagnosed with cancer, a truth he would not accept. And at that very moment, as if on cue, someone appeared. From this stranger's lips, Johnny learned that his father's cancer could be cured, but the price was his own intangible soul. Back then, Johnny hadn't thought twice. He took the contract the man offered, pressed his blood-marked fingertip to the page without a moment's hesitation. As for the man's name, it was Mephisto, and he claimed to be a demon. Slap, slap. Wake up, Johnny. Are you all right? Someone was patting his cheek, rousing him from his memories. Johnny glanced at the companions gathered around him, forcing a faint, strained smile. With their help, he managed to stand, feigning injury, and gave a thumbs up to the audience in the stands. A roar of applause erupted as Johnny got to his feet. Every spectator rose, clapping for him. Though Johnny had failed this time, his indomitable spirit had won them over completely. After all, it was nearly a 90-meter jump. One wrong move could have meant death. Such courage and skill were not things just anyone could muster. Out on the track, leaning on his friends for support, Johnny greeted the crowd. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, and a frown creased his brow. Blood. He checked himself for wounds, but found none. So where was that scent of blood coming from? Puzzled, Johnny shrugged off his friend's support and looked up into the pitch-black night sky. A gentle breeze brushed his face, carrying with it an unmistakable, heavy scent of blood. An ordinary person might not have noticed it at all, but Johnny was anything but ordinary. As someone who had once made a deal with a demon, he had begun to change 6 years ago, though back then, he still couldn't control the power within him. But just recently, Johnny, drunk and stumbling, had been mugged by a gang of thugs and shot several times. It was in that moment that he discovered the power slumbering inside him, the infernal flames and the eye of judgment. Beyond that, perhaps because of Mephisto's protection, ordinary injuries no longer posed a threat to him. Not even death could touch him. His senses had also become far sharper than any normal person's. That's why the thick scent of blood in the air was impossible for him to ignore. "It's over there," he murmured. "What's wrong, Johnny? Are you feeling all right?" His companion asked with concern. Johnny sighed, listening to his friend's question, and shook his head slightly. Afterwards, the group left the racetrack and headed backstage. Although Johnny was the star of the club tonight, his performance was a one-time appearance. He wouldn't be part of the upcoming acts. The club needed to give new talent a chance to shine, after all. In the makeshift tent behind the scenes, a few tall women in revealing outfits were busy counting stacks of cash. A greasy, bald man lounged on the sofa, munching on fruit that one of the women handed him. When he spotted Johnny and the others returning, he immediately jumped to his feet. "Johnny, my man, you really put on a show tonight. I bet tomorrow you'll be all over the headlines," he boomed with a laugh, pulling Johnny into a hearty hug. Johnny just offered a faint smile in return. His mind was still preoccupied with the scent of blood from earlier. His instincts told him this was no simple matter. "Pete, tally up tonight's earnings, will you? I took a spill earlier and I'm thinking of heading home," Johnny said. "Oh, are you all right? Maybe you should see a doctor, just in case," Pete asked, worry creasing his brow. "No need. Just settle up," Johnny replied. Hearing this, Pete didn't press further and quickly signaled the women to count out Johnny's share for the night. As the club's star performer, Johnny's appearance fee was nothing to sneeze at, especially after tonight's high-octane challenge. not to mention the revenue from their online streams. Pete, being both the founder and organizer of the club, knew Johnny's value well and would never shortchange him. All right then, go get some rest. Once this tour wraps up, we'll hit New York and have ourselves a real good time, Pete said, pulling out several thick wads of cash. Once Johnny tucked the money into his backpack, Pete continued, "Here, Johnny, take this for now. When all the profits come in, we brothers will settle up the rest." "No problem. I trust you. So do what you need to," Johnny replied. "Huh, that's what I call a real brother." Pete laughed, clapping him on the back. As Johnny took his leave, a few of the underlings inside the tent watched the scene unfold with a tinge of jealousy. "Boss, every time you let that guy take so much, are we only going to get the scraps?" "You don't know a thing," Pete snapped. "Don't forget how this club managed to come back from the dead. It was all thanks to Johnny. Sure, sometimes we cut corners, but Johnny, he helped me out when I was at my lowest." As Pete spoke, the underlings pursed their lips but didn't dare say anything more. Meanwhile, Johnny changed into casual clothes and hopped onto his vintage Harley. This motorcycle was something he and his father had assembled together. To Johnny, it was more than just a bike. It was a memory, a bond. With a deep, rumbling roar, the engine sprang to life. Johnny drew a deep breath, twisted the throttle, and shot off into the night. Leaving the race grounds behind, Johnny rode along the dimly lit streets. Though Los Angeles was second only to New York in all of the United States, the layout of these outlying towns was no better than that of some poor, chaotic regions. Elsewhere, in Kurosawa's manor, a heavy silence had settled. No one dare make a sound. The relentless gunfights had finally woken them up to reality. They weren't the only ones here. Brothers, bodyguards, even the police officers had been killed without a sound. The two factions, setting aside their grudges, now huddled together in a small room, united by fear. "Kurosawa, what kind of monster have you provoked?" "You're asking me? How should I know? I only invited you here for my birthday and to discuss the mayoral election." Who could have guessed something so sinister would show up? A ghost in the shadows. Yes, at this moment, they all mistook Sarko, lurking in the shadows behind them, for some kind of supernatural fiend. Suddenly, a faint click echoed from behind, and everyone instinctively swallowed hard. "Quick, open fire." Gunshots exploded in the cramped space. A chilling, almost taunting voice rang out. "Ha ha ha. What are you looking at?" A wet, sickening sound followed. "Aft." As a shrill, piercing cry tore through the air, starlight spilled through the window, illuminating a police officer staring in horror at the knife lodged in his chest. Terror seized his heart, and in a panic he squeezed the trigger of his gun wildly, heedless of his surroundings. Gunshots thundered out in every direction, bullets ricocheting and striking even his own comrades. But in that moment, nothing mattered to him except the looming shadow of death. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. The others, thrown into chaos by his wild shooting, began to panic. "I'm not staying here to die. I'm getting out." Someone screamed and scrambled to his feet. Kurosawa rushed to stop him, but was met with the crushing blow of a rifle butt, a sharp, agonizing pain coursing through him. A heart-rending wail erupted in the small room, and the police officers and bodyguards who had leaped away barely had time to feel a flicker of hope before, in the blink of an eye, razor-sharp daggers swept across their throats. Death seemed to gaze upon them at every turn. "There's no escape. None of us will get out alive." The room was filled with both fury and despair. In this moment, no one cared about the dignity of being the richest man in Korichi town. Everyone pressed themselves into the corners, their faces wary, eyes darting about in fear. Click, click, bang, bang. Damn it all. Yes, even the faintest sound was enough to set their nerves ablaze, and the result was inevitable. Accidents, even fatal ones, happened again and again. Above their heads, perched silently atop the ornate crystal chandelier, Seiko watched the scene unfold. He quietly plucked a gleaming crystal pendant and tossed it down onto the crowd below. Crack, tinkle, open fire, bang, 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 crack, clatter, bang, bang, bang. With Seiko's antics, the people below were like crickets toyed with at his whim. It wasn't long before only 3 were left barely breathing. But even those 3, stretched to the breaking point, soon fainted from sheer terror. Naturally, neither Korichi nor Bragg were among the survivors. Hey, this is just so much fun. With that, Seiko moved to finish off the last of them. But just then, a blazing fire flared up outside the manor, and a figure wreathed in flames burst through the door. Boom! Staring at the flaming, skull-headed creature before him, Seiko's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, looks like things are about to get even more interesting. Tell me your name. Matchstick Man. On the other side, Johnny heard the words from the small, hunched puppet not far away, and the orange flames atop his head blazed higher in response. He could sense the overwhelming stench of blood on it. There was no doubt this creature had slaughtered everyone in the manor. Since he had accepted Mephisto's pact and become a spirit of vengeance, Johnny's human side had been suppressed to its limit. His bony hand clenched slightly, then with a sudden motion, he hurled it forward. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs, each the size of a man's fist, shot towards Seiko. Caw, you can't hit me. But would you like to see a magic trick? Whoosh! Thud! Boom! 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 With a swift movement, Seiko dodged Johnny's attack, then, in a flash, appeared right in front of him, plunging 2 daggers straight into his chest. Huh, that's odd. Look into my eyes. Boom! As their gazes locked, Seiko seemed to see endless flames in his vision, while Johnny paused just for a heartbeat. Then in the next instant, bang! Boom! Boom! As Seiko came to his senses, he lashed out with a kick to Johnny's chest, sending him flying through the house wall and crashing down outside. Hey, the power to peer into souls. Is it? I forgot to mention, I have no soul at all. Ha ha ha. There was a sharp crack and a thunderous crash. Outside, Johnny pulled himself up from the rubble. Seiko's words caught him off guard for a moment, but he quickly pieced things together. Still, he couldn't help but feel troubled. Even though his emotions were dulled to their lowest whenever he transformed into a wraith, that didn't mean he couldn't think clearly. He had only possessed this wraith form for a few days, after all, and his control over its powers was far from perfect. What are you thinking about? Take a look behind you. What? A sudden, wet slicing sound filled the air. TCH, just a pile of stinking bones. I've had enough of this game. Hey. With that, Seiko prepared to leave. Truth be told, his combat abilities weren't all that impressive, and tonight he was in an exceptionally good mood. If only every night could be this delightful, he thought. Just as Seiko began channeling energy to teleport away, a man's voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Jester, you've defied my warnings again. You never cease to disappoint me. Hearing that voice, Seiko's entire body shuddered. He looked up toward the night sky, searching for the source. It's you. Seiko's trembling voice broke the silence. On the other side, Johnny also looked up. There, beneath the full moon, a figure cloaked in black hovered in midair, as if conjured from shadows. With the moon as his backdrop, black and white overlapped, making his face impossible to discern. His cape fluttered lazily behind him, and his voice was deep and unwavering. As the stranger spoke, Seiko suddenly vanished in a blur, a cloud of dust swiftly enveloping the spot where he'd just stood. When the dust cleared, Seiko was nowhere to be seen. Up above, Dio's nostrils flared as he caught Seiko's scent in an instant, a subtle grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the figure below, wreathed in flames, a little surprised at first, but then he shrugged it off. As Dio descended toward the ground, Johnny finally got a good look at the newcomer. Upon closer inspection, the man's imposing presence evaporated. That billowing cape was nothing more than a regular jacket, one with a broken zipper that refused to close. Aren't you going after him? Johnny asked. Dio's masked face twitched ever so slightly at Johnny's words. I'd like to, but he's too slippery. Is that so? Well, I know where he is. Want to go after him or not? Johnny's offer hung in the air. Dio opened his mouth as if to say something, but closed it again, then just nodded in silent agreement. Johnny didn't say much when he saw this. He simply raised his arm, and in the next moment, a ball of fire suddenly flared up, transforming into an arrow of flame that pointed in a specific direction. What kind of power is that? Watching this unfold, Dio was puzzled. In the movies, Ghost Rider never did anything like that. It touched my fire. Hellfire carries a unique scent. Nothing can escape the connection between flames. Hearing Johnny's explanation, Dio's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, this just made things a lot more complicated. Casting a glance at the scattered corpses of men and women in the manor, Dio let out a sigh. Let's go then. With those words, Johnny whistled for his ride. A stunning motorcycle wreathed in roaring flames. With a thunderous roar, the spectral bike shot forward like a rampaging beast, carrying Johnny away at breakneck speed and leaving a blazing trail scorched into the ground. The flames didn't die out immediately. From a distance, the burning line looked like a long, fiery fuse. Watching Johnny's silhouette recede into the distance, Dio sighed again. He thought he could catch a ride with the Ghost Rider, but it seemed he'd have to fly himself after all. He tugged his coat tighter and shook his head, quietly thinking to himself, when am I finally going to get some decent hero gear in my size? At this rate, maybe I should just have a suit custom-made. With that thought, Dio slowly lifted off the ground, his body rising steadily as he flew in Johnny's direction. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barren wilderness, Sacco crept along, hunched over, moving through the empty desert. A few teleportations had taken it far from the town, and now, concealed and silent, it traversed the wasteland. Dio's arrival had caught it completely off guard. In the past few days, Sako had believed it had handled everything perfectly. But what it didn't know was that in this modern world, surveillance cameras were everywhere. Outside of the most remote wilds, its appearance would be flagged by big data almost immediately. As it trudged across the godforsaken expanse, Sako couldn't help but feel a little relieved. It didn't know why Dio hadn't given chase, but it was glad for the reprieve. Their last encounter had been nothing short of terrifying, and Sako had found itself powerless against Dio. What Sako didn't realize was that, at this very moment, there was yet another threat closing in, one it would find just as troublesome. After a series of frantic teleports, Sako was about to enter the forest when a sudden rumble echoed from behind. Looking up, it saw an orange streak racing directly toward it. Sako cursed under its breath. Damn firehead. At the same time, high above, thousands of meters in the air, Dio watched the renewed clash below with a faint smile tugging at his lips. Johnny and Sako were locked in a direct, relentless battle, but neither could gain the upper hand. Johnny's flames couldn't land a hit on Sako, and Sako's dagger was powerless against Johnny. After a long pause, Dio circled around and stepped onto the battlefield. Seeing this, Sako hurriedly teleported away. With Sako gone, Dio walked up to Johnny and managed a wry, helpless smile. See? That's how it always is. Runs away the moment it sees me. No need to explain. I know you arrived long ago, and yet you let go. I don't know your reasons, but sinner, look me in the eyes. Confronted by Johnny's abrupt, chilling change, there was no way Dio would meet his gaze, the infamous eyes of judgment. Yet, Dio underestimated the potency of supernatural might. Faced with Johnny's soul-piercing voice, Dio couldn't help but be drawn to his eyes. A rushing torrent, then fire. Nothing but fire. Why? Do you have no soul either? Johnny's shocked voice snapped Dio back to himself, sparking a flicker of murderous intent deep within. At the same time, the flames dancing atop Johnny's head flared up, engulfing him in a blaze, as if he were a living torch. Clearly, he sensed Dio's hostile intent as well. Johnny was deeply puzzled by his own power. Since awakening as a spirit of vengeance, his eyes of judgment had never failed. But what he didn't know was that, in a Marvel universe, the souls of living beings bear the mark of death's dominion. Yet Dio, and others like him, were exceptions. In fact, the soul-revealing power of the eyes of judgment was utterly useless against Dio and his kind. You want to kill me? Johnny's words hung in the air. Dio considered for a moment before answering, forcing himself to calm his scattered thoughts. No, I'm just angered by your sudden move. Besides, I do have a soul, but in this world, there are countless treasures that can shield one's consciousness. You're still a bit green, Johnny. A sharp snap cut through the tension. You're watching me? No. I can only see into your past, that's all. You really think I'll buy that? I know you're strong, but you deliberately let that evil thing escape. Johnny's accusation made Dio pause for a moment's reflection. Then, unhurriedly, he walked over to Johnny's motorcycle. Running his hand over the handlebars, he replied with casual indifference. You're mistaken again. Everything in this world follows its destined path, just as you could never save your father. A deep roar, then a sharp crack as Dio swatted away a fiery projectile shooting toward him. Without hesitation, he plopped down on Johnny's motorcycle. Johnny, the past and future of every being can be traced, but though your future has changed, your past can never be undone. I know the Joker is evil, but that's because you don't know his past. In truth, he's a victim too. What you're saying is no excuse for him to murder others. Of course I know that. I've warned it before. Its appearance is bizarre, as if it doesn't belong to this world. Maybe it's connected to Mephisto. At this point, Dio abruptly cut himself off, realizing he was getting carried away with his boasts. He glanced around from the corner of his eye, checking to make sure the old man hadn't shown up. Only then did he allow himself a silent breath of relief. But in the very next moment, a strange and wicked force slammed right into his back, so fast he barely had time to react. A heavy thud and a sharp hiss rang out. Well, seems you're not so ordinary after all, child. Hearing the sounds behind him, the corners of Dio's mouth twitched beneath his mask. Having felt the intensity of that strange energy, he secretly relaxed a little. He thought to himself, so my guess was right. This old demon is all bluster. After all, Earth isn't the kind of place hell can meddle with so easily anymore. What are you thinking about, child? You're quite special, you know. How about making a deal with me? As Mephisto spoke, both Dio and Johnny fixed their gaze on a shadowy corner nearby. There, an old man wielding a skull-topped staff dragged a struggling marionette right up to them. Johnny, it seems you've grown a lot over the years. And you kid, what's your name? looking at the old man before him, doing everything he could to seize control of the conversation and wrap the room in terror. Dios, I twitched again. But deep down, he was already pondering ways to drive this old devil away. Dio knew that Mephisto was merely an avatar, an incarnation smuggled out of hell. But how strong he actually was, Dio wasn't about to risk finding out firsthand. Mephisto, showing yourself so brazenly. Aren't you worried the mages will find you? Oh, it seems you're sharper than you look, child. You seem to know quite a bit. Care to enlighten me? Don't try to pull rank on me. Who are you calling child? By the way, has your son, the Mind Magus, arrived on Earth yet? Hearing Dio's words, not just Mephisto but Johnny as well looked utterly shocked. So you really do know quite a lot. Yes, my son did go against my wishes and came to this dimension. What? Are you planning to kill him? As he spoke, Mephisto glared at Dio with a look that could kill, as if daring him to try. He'd destroy his own avatar, if need be. And yet, kill him? No, why would I? I'm no saint, but I don't have any beef with your son. Anyway, isn't that Johnny's job? Or perhaps, you want your son dead? I admit, you're clever. But too much cleverness can be your undoing. Should I take that as a threat, old man? A bone snapped with a sharp crack. Haha, just kidding. Look at you. There's really nothing much for me here this time. I saw you all arguing over capturing this little toy. So here, I'll give it back to you. With that, Mephisto suddenly burst into loud laughter, then amicably tossed the magic-bound Seiko down at their feet. On the other side, Johnny shot a glance at Dio, then casually pressed his boot down onto Seiko's head. But instead of pain, Seiko erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Don't you want to see a little magic trick? Click, click. Ah, what a bore. If that's how it is, then I won't play with you anymore. Bang. TSK. Looks like you didn't manage to catch him after all, old man. It's a fascinating toy, something I've never encountered before. Do you know anything about it? No, I don't. The clown hasn't been around for long. This is only my third time dealing with him. Is that so? Well, that's a shame. As Dio and Mephisto conversed, Johnny, who had just taken a direct hit from Seiko's illusory explosion, collapsed to the ground, flames so intense around him that the earth itself began to scorch. Yet, within the hollow sockets of his skull, a flicker of fear unexpectedly appeared. Mephisto's face darkened at the sight. As a demon, as the ruler of a hellish domain, it stung his pride that a spirit he created could feel fear, even if that fear was the result of some unknown interference. Meanwhile, Johnny's mind kept replaying memories from that year. His father's tragic death, the overwhelming fear and grief that threatened to consume him. It was a long while before Seiko's influence faded. Johnny slowly pushed himself back up, his expression once again returning to the cold, unfeeling visage of the Ghost Rider. At the same time, Dio sensed through his will that Seiko had already fled far away. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. For now, he had no intention of reclaiming Seiko. But even without Dio's intervention, Seiko probably wouldn't last much longer. As the Marvel world continued to progress, powerful superheroes would inevitably begin to emerge one after another, like bamboo shoots after the rain. When that day came, even if Dio wanted to help, it was unlikely to make any difference. Old man, is there anything else? Haha, nothing at all. You're free to go. No, what I mean is, you're aware of Earth's current situation, aren't you? Earth isn't a place your kind from hell can meddle with anymore. Oh, and by the way, could you give me another shot of that energy from earlier? It felt pretty good. Is that so? Well then, let me oblige you. Before the words had even fully left his lips, Mephisto slammed his staff into the ground. In an instant, a surge of tremendous energy rushed toward Dio. Yet, just as before, Dio absorbed it all effortlessly. Ah, that's much better. Since that's the case, thank you for your hospitality, Lord Demon King. I'll leave you to your pleasures and not disturb you any longer. With those words, Dio's figure slowly rose into the air. A thunderous boom followed a moment later, but by then, his silhouette had already vanished from sight. Watching Dio disappear into the distance, Mephisto's lips curled into a faint smile. Then he turned his gaze toward Johnny, who was now nothing but bones. Do you know him? Hearing Mephisto's question, Johnny did his best to suppress the hatred boiling inside him. This is the first time we've met. Besides, what brings you to me? Mephisto let out a hearty laugh. You don't have to hold a grudge against me. Our deal is still unfinished, and it's time to honor our agreement, Johnny. As long as you complete this task, I'll grant you your freedom. Johnny narrowed his eyes, unimpressed by Mephisto's promises. He no longer believed a word that came out of the demon's mouth. I won't help a demon like you. You have no choice, Johnny. There's a contract binding the two of us. As Mephisto spoke, he made a gesture with his hand, and in the next instant, Johnny felt his body seize up, completely beyond his control. Listen carefully. What that man said just now wasn't wrong. my offspring has arrived in this world. Now, I need you to kill him and stop whatever he's planning. I may be a demon, but I'm not utterly depraved. All these years, I've never meddled in your life. Demons aren't always what you imagine them to be. At the very least, I have no desire to destroy humanity or this beautiful planet. With that, Mephisto looked at Johnny, whose skeletal form had now returned to human shape, and stepped over to clap him on the shoulder. Johnny, I'm sorry about your father. But you have to understand, gaining something always means losing something else. As the saying goes in the East, you can't have both a fish and a bear's paw. As for why I've come to you, it's because my son, the Blackheart, intends to rule and destroy this world. He's after the contract of San Venganza. You must stop him. At Mephisto's words, Johnny dropped to his knees, head bowed. No one could tell what thoughts churned inside him. He knew deep down that this damned demon was probably playing him for a fool again, but he couldn't afford to gamble on it. It wasn't that he was overflowing with righteousness, but rather there were still a few people in this world he cared about. Besides, this planet belonged to those born upon it. Clenching his teeth, Johnny raised his bloodshot eyes to glare at Mephisto. It seems you're ready, Johnny. Then I'll await your good news. Haha. With those words, Mephisto's figure vanished. He hadn't told Johnny that he too wanted the contract of San Venganza, planning instead to wait until Blackheart and Johnny had fought. When the time came, he intended to swoop in and claim the spoils for himself. That kind of manipulation, controlling the fates of others, was exactly what he enjoyed most. After all, his current form, this avatar, was simply too weak. Once he got his hands on the San Venganza contract, he would be able to open the gates of hell, channeling a portion of hellish energy into Earth. At that point, not only would his avatar be strengthened, but even his true form might be able to cross into this dimension. The Sorcerer Supreme. Huh? With a sigh, Mephisto's figure slipped back into the interdimensional rift. All that was left for him now was to wait patiently. What he didn't know, however, was that this San Venganza contract, though it was all part of his scheme, would ultimately fall prey to the protagonist's aura. He should have remembered, the Ghost Rider wasn't his creation. Giving away power was easy, but reclaiming it, now, that was another matter entirely. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters up in the stratosphere, Dio gazed at the bright moon hanging just within reach in the night sky and took a deep breath. Tonight had been a real gamble. Mephisto's sudden appearance, and even the arrival of the Ghost Rider, had all caught him off guard. Still, for now, it seemed everything had passed. This world, there's something off about it. If I remember right, the Ghost Rider's timeline was supposed to be in the 70s. How did it jump forward by several decades? And judging by Johnny's current state, it looks like he's only recently gained control of the Ghost Rider's form. With a furrowed brow, Dio rubbed his temples high above the earth. But then, thinking of Blade, Eric Brooks, he relaxed. This world really was a Marvel mashup, after all. At least there are no mutants here. Otherwise, things would be utter chaos. No, wait, there's still the Inhumans in the future. Ugh, what a headache. Shaking his head and sighing, Dio focused his mind and shot off in the direction Sacco had fled. Yes, he still had to find Sacco, not to kill it, but to make sure it left the United States. Elsewhere, under the pale moonlight, the dense forest was cloaked in darkness, wild grass tangled everywhere, and a rustling noise echoed through the undergrowth. It was as if something was darting rapidly through the thick brush. A sharp whoosh split the air. You have truly disappointed me. It's you. Hiv. I don't know how you keep finding me, but is this the time you finally kill me? No, there's no real grudge between us. By rights, and according to my last warning, I should kill you now. Your existence is a threat to public safety. But I've always been curious. Where exactly did you come from? Your abilities are just too unusual. Of course, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. This is your last chance. Leave here. Head for the other side of the continent. There's a tiny island nation over there, a place I can't stand. Caw. I've lost my memory. I have no idea where I'm from. Besides, you don't seem quite as righteous as you pretend to be. No, I've never thought of myself as a good person. But let me give you a word of advice. Jokes are all well and good, but don't ever treat killing like a game. With that, Dio's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared before Sarko. He seized Sarko by the throat, ignoring the way Sarko's lips twitched uncontrollably. After gazing at him with an indifferent expression for a few seconds, Dio let go and vanished into the night sky. The purpose of all this, beyond showing that he could take Sarko's life as easily as snapping his fingers, was, of course, to reclaim his funds. As for the things he just said, they weren't all meant for Sarko's ears. The appearance of Mephisto, however powerless his avatar might be, was bound to draw the Ancient One's attention. The conversation with Sarko was simply Dio's way of distancing himself from the matter. As for egging Sarko on to head for the land of the rising sun, Dio wasn't worried about provoking the Ancient One's ire. After all, what she protected was the safety of the entire planet, not humanity itself. On top of that, while Dio wouldn't say he loathed that country to his very core, he certainly didn't have any fondness for it. Even setting aside his previous life, the Marvel Universe's timeline still contained those same wars. High above, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Dio streaked through the sky. With the Sarko affair handled, there were other things to attend to. For instance, finding a good restaurant for a decent meal. He made his way back to downtown Los Angeles, alighting in an empty alleyway. It was still early, the night was just beginning, and the city's night owls were starting to emerge. The streets were a sea of people. Autumn had already set in, and the air was no longer thick with hormones. "Hey man, spare some cash." He'd barely taken a few steps out of the alley when two young black men cornered him against the wall. One brandished a knife menacingly, while the other kept watch. "You're heading down a dangerous road, young man. I'm in a fairly good mood tonight and don't want any trouble. Hand over whatever money you've got, and I'll let you go." "Huh, kid, are you clueless or just stupid? We're the ones robbing you here." With that, the thug reached out to search Dio's pockets. Dio didn't resist. In fact, he found the situation rather amusing. With his newfound power, not only had his life changed, but his outlook had too. The antics of ordinary people now struck him as laughably petty. And, since he was in a good mood, he could afford them a bit more tolerance. Of course, that tolerance only lasted as long as his good mood. "Damn, are you kidding me? You don't have a cent on you. Where's your phone? Where are you hiding it?" "Sorry, I snuck out, didn't bring anything with me." "Shit." With a curse, the thug glared angrily at the unflappable Asian man before him. A metallic clang, then a thud. My hand. This." Dio shook his head, looking down at the thug whose wrist had been broken by the force of the recoil. Casually, he took the knife from the young man's hand. A wet, slicing sound followed. "Ugh, damn it, you stabbed him." Ignoring the thug's pained cries, Dio curled his lip in disdain and spoke up. "Remember this, study hard, better yourself every day, and stop trying to imitate those who go out robbing people. You're just lucky you ran into me, or else." With that, Dio stepped over the collapsed man and walked out of the alley, heading toward the brightly lit metropolis of technology. As for those two thugs, well, if the other one doesn't run off, he might just survive. Maybe probably. Time slipped by. Dio merged into the crowded street, the scent of barbecue wafting from roadside stalls, stoking his hunger. He picked a random grill house, sat down, and had barely taken a bite before a convoy of black SUVs screeched to a halt outside, all at once. "Dio, well, if it isn't Phil. What have you been sneaking around doing these past few days? Weren't you supposed to be in New York? When did you get to Los Angeles?" Hearing Phil's questions, Dio waved him over, gesturing for him to sit, all the while carrying himself with the ease of an old friend. Phil's mouth twitched, but he took a seat anyway. He'd just returned to headquarters today, planning to take a couple of days to rest, when Fury called to say that Dio had quietly slipped off to Los Angeles. Since Phil was the closest, he'd been sent to handle it. But truthfully, he wasn't eager to deal with Dio. After all, their first meeting had been anything but pleasant. As Phil sat down, he signaled to the other agents to leave, not wanting to draw more attention in the already crowded restaurant. New York was too stifling, so I came out for a walk. Don't tell me I have to report my whereabouts to you guys from now on. It's not quite like that, Dio. You know, for the sake of society. All right, I've heard that line before. Just get to the point. Phil's mouth twitched again at Dio's words, but he kept a polite smile on his face. Here's the thing. The phone we gave you, you need to keep it on you when you go out. There's a tracker inside, but under normal circumstances, we won't interfere with your activities. Got it. Say, why not have a drink? You look like you've been through the ringer these past few days. Tell me what happened. No thanks. Classified information. I can't just spill it. Now that I've passed on the message, we'll be heading out. By the way, how long are you staying in Los Angeles? Hard to say. Maybe I'll head back in a bit. Oh, by the way, I didn't bring any money today. Without missing a beat, Dio picked up a skewer from the table and dug in, as if nothing were amiss. And he had to admit, the taste was excellent. On the other side, Phil watched Dio, shook his head to himself, said a few words, and then turned and left. Dio watched as their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. The arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents was something he had anticipated. It was inevitable. After all, with so many cameras lining the streets, exposing his whereabouts had always been a calculated move on his part. After a late-night meal and leaving the barbecue restaurant, Dio strolled down the street, the cold wind whipping around him. As for the bill, Phil had naturally picked up the tab. He wandered aimlessly for some time, when suddenly a faint scent caught Dio's nose. He stopped in his tracks, momentarily puzzled. As expected, there's no corner of this world untouched by the shadows of evil, he murmured. Across the street, in a dimly lit alley, he spotted something but shook his head and decided not to intervene. It was already too late. For Dio, whose senses were now far too acute, the scent of blood permeated every corner of the city. Weaving through streets and alleys, Dio's meandering path gave him a deeper understanding of this so-called land of freedom. Superheroes are still a rare breed here. But in a few years, well, that won't have much to do with me, will it? With a sigh, he slipped into a deserted alleyway. A moment later, he soared into the air. After a brief flight, Dio silently returned to his shop in New York. Another 5,000 experience points already, not counting what I got from Sarko. Looks like the incident in New Mexico earlier today is starting to have repercussions. Muttering to himself, Dio headed off to wash up, releasing Ellie as he went. The little creature darted around the room, and Dio couldn't help but smile at her antics. In the bathroom, Dio admired his flawless, sharply defined physique in the mirror, striking a self-admiring pose. If I'm right about the timeline, Thor should be returning to Asgard soon to restore order among the 9 realms. That means the Avengers story arc is just around the corner. With that thought, Dio settled into the bathtub, letting the warm water envelop him, soothing his body. If I don't interfere, this should be the most peaceful period the whole planet will see for a while. Once the Chitauri show up, the world will be thrown into chaos. Maybe I should take advantage of this quiet to relax, travel a bit, see the sights. The more he considered it, the more the idea tempted him. It wasn't that Dio lacked ambition. Even in a world as dangerous as this, there was value in taking things slow. After all, everything needed time to develop, and impatience would get him nowhere. Besides, through Galen's eyes over the past few days, Dio had noticed the vampires beginning to make their moves as well. But to Dio and the government, their actions were still clumsy and unsophisticated. Whatever, let's spin the wheel. If I get hero card, it's time to stir things up. If it's equipment, I'll take the chance to relax. With that, he summoned the system's grand roulette. At his command, the wheel began to spin rapidly. This time, Dio spent only 1,000 experience points, which was just enough for a 10-pull draw. Compared to the other features on the system, the lottery was remarkably cheap, especially now that a few heroes from the Rift had appeared. Dio never felt a twinge of regret when drawing from the system. The only reason he was being cautious now was that he didn't have any truly legendary equipment to his name. Otherwise, hardly any experience points would be left in his account. Click, click, click. As the giant wheel gradually slowed, items popped out one after another. Character Zone, Poppy, Keeper of the Hammer. Miscellaneous Zone, Shadow of the Champion, Zed's Black Armor. Thank you for participating, *8. Whoosh. Seeing the notification pop up on the system screen, Dio suddenly sat up in the bathtub with a splash, sending warm water spilling all over the floor. It's out, it's out. At last, I've drawn a hero's item I can actually use. Grinning from ear to ear, Dio hurriedly got to his feet and dried himself off. As for the sealed Poppy hero card, he instinctively ignored it. He'd gotten plenty of hero-related items from recent lotteries, but none of them had been useful, until now. This time, he'd finally scored a full set of armor. How could Dio not be thrilled, especially since this armor belonged to Zed, the Master of Shadows, and was one of his exclusive skins? Returning to his bedroom, Dio waved his hand, and in an instant, a set of sleek, jet-black metallic armor materialized before him. The armor was sharply contoured and exceptionally heavy, but its design radiated a wild, domineering aura. On its back, blue energy crystals shimmered with an eerie glow. The entire suit gleamed with a silvery gray luster, exuding an air of stability and strength. Unable to wait any longer, Dio eagerly put on the armor. It's a bit snug, but it'll do. As he flexed his fingers, the integrated metal claws rang out with a crisp metallic clang. Then, with just a thought, the next moment, swish clang. As expected, the armor comes with all the basic functions. Gazing at the 2 blades that had sprung from his forearms, a satisfied smile played at the corners of Dio's lips. Retract. Whoosh. In an instant, the armor vanished. Dio wasn't the least bit surprised. After trying it on and off several times, his initial excitement finally began to fade. This lottery had been a major win. Even though the armor didn't grant special stats like Rift Gear, its material was incredibly tough. Not to mention, it also had a self-repair function, which was extremely valuable to Dio right now. He'd been worried about lacking a proper combat suit, but now, it was as if he'd traded a slingshot for a cannon. His transformation was complete. After a while, once he'd calmed down, Dio was about to check on the Poppy hero card status, but to his surprise. Wait, how did this get activated? Sensing the hero card that had long since been activated, Dio couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He figured he must have been too worked up earlier and had simply overlooked it without realizing. With this thought, Dio quickly lay down and let his consciousness search for Poppy's whereabouts. It wasn't that he was worried she would wreak havoc everywhere. After all, Poppy was still an upstanding Yordle, and a rather naive one at that. As Dio's gaze reached out, in the next instant, he found himself peering into a bright attic, where two little ones were staring at each other in wide-eyed silence, each sizing up the other. After a long, silent standoff, the white little girl pursed her lips. "You ruined the dinner I made with love. That makes you the bad guy." On the other side, Poppy was still dazed from everything that had happened. Hearing the girl's accusation, she panicked and hurriedly protested. "I'm not a bad guy. I'll make it again for you." Glancing down at the flattened lump of clay beneath her, Poppy's blue cheeks tinged a faint red. Well, I forgive you then." Meanwhile, Dio, observing the scene in the warm-colored attic from his god's eye view, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the little one's exchange. And far away, in the attic of a charming little villa in Brooklyn, the two girls busied themselves with colorful clay. "Wow, it's so pretty, just like your eyes. You're amazing." "Oh, really? Ha ha ha." Hearing the girls' praise, Poppy shyly touched her golden hair. After a short while together, and with so many memories missing, Poppy and the girl quickly became fast friends. "By the way, what's your name? Is it, Keeper of the Hammer?" Poppy glanced at the huge hammer leaning in the corner, looking a little puzzled, but still answered. "No, I'm Poppy." "Poppy? I'm Jessica Jones. It's nice to meet you." "Oh, are you a card person?" Scooting closer to Poppy, Jessica covered her mouth with a soft white hand, then leaned in to whisper in Poppy's large ear. "A card person? I don't know what that is." "Oh, really? You don't look like me, but you're so pretty, especially your eyes. They're purple." "Really? Thank you, Jessica." You're welcome. Can I touch your ears? They look so fluffy. I bet they feel nice." Okay, but just for a second. They're ticklish." Thank you, Poppy." As they spoke, the two girls hit it off at once, and the attic soon filled with their gleeful laughter. After a while, worn out from their play, the two of them curled up together on the soft carpet, holding each other tight. This was the playground specially built for Jones by her parents. Because of their busy jobs, they were often away from home, so this attic space became Jones's own little world of freedom. As a gifted and beautiful girl, Jones was very sensible. So sensible it made one's heart ache for her. At 8 years old, she was already quite adept at taking care of herself. "Oh, right. Poppy, where did you come from? Earlier I saw a car that looked just like you, and then you appeared." "Huh? I came from Bandle City. What about you, Jessica?" "Bandle City? I've never heard of it. I'm from the beautiful country." "Poppy, aren't your family worried that you're out here? How about you give them a call and just stay at my house tonight?" "Call? What's that?" "Huh? A phone is just a phone. You use it to reach other people. Look, this is one." As she spoke, Jones turned around, rummaged for a bit, and pulled out a pink children's phone. Poppy still looked very puzzled. "Jessica, I don't have a phone." "What? Then how do you get in touch with your mom and dad?" "I don't know. I can't remember. My head hurts." There, don't worry, it'll stop hurting." Jones hugged Poppy close, pursed her lips, and gently blew as if her breath could ease Poppy's pain. After a while, Poppy calmed down, looking gratefully at Jones. "Thank you, Jessica. No need to thank me. We're best friends, aren't we? You're actually my very first friend." "Yeah, we're best friends." How about this, Poppy? If you can't go home, just stay with me. When my mom and dad come back, we'll all live happily together. Wouldn't I be a bother?" Not at all. "Oh, Poppy, what's that big hammer over there?" As she spoke, Jones patted Poppy's head with the air of a little grown-up, then pointed to the mighty hammer set off to the side. "Oh, that? The hammer isn't really mine. I'm just looking after it for now, waiting for its true owner to show up. He's a hero." "A hero? Wow, that's amazing. We have superheroes here too, you know. They fight bad guys and keep us safe." "Yeah, heroes are the ones who fight evil. I've heard lots of stories about that hero and this hammer, but I haven't been able to find him yet. If I were a hero, where would I hide?" As Poppy spoke, she tilted her head, looking a little troubled. "Poppy, I believe you'll find that hero one day." "Yeah, thank you, Jessica. I will. I won't give up until I do." "Wow, hearing you say that, I really want to meet that hero too. Poppy, your clothes and that hammer both look super heavy, don't they?" "That's right. They're even more important than they seem." As the two little ones chatted, time slipped quietly by, until a perfectly timed rumble broke the stillness of the night. I heard that. Bobby, are you hungry? Come on, let me fix you something delicious." Thank you, Jessica. No need to thank me." Meanwhile, inside the shop in Queens, Dio had witnessed the birth of friendship between the two little ones, and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental about it. "Oh well, I'll just let you do as you please. Since she's a hero on the side of justice, there's nothing for me to worry about. I imagine S.H.I.E.L.D. will find her before long anyway. Still, is Bobby really that innocent? I'd love to touch those ears of hers too. Amused by his own thoughts, Dio chuckled and beckoned Ellie over, running his hand along her sleek body. Mero, let's take the night to rest. Tomorrow morning, we're heading out for a little trip. Mew. The night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, with Natasha's unexpected visit, Dio tossed his packed luggage aside. To call it luggage was a stretch. It was really just a single hiking backpack. Dio, are you going somewhere? And how did you make it to Los Angeles last night? We calculated the time you got home. There aren't any direct flights from LA to your place. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Ahem, what's there to explain? You're not really here for me, are you? Garen and his family were taken away by your people. Don't tell me I'm next on your list. At Dio's words, Natasha's lips twitched ever so slightly. It was true. Because of Garen's formidable abilities, Director Fury had personally ordered new accommodations for his family. And so, in Queens, the kid who was always borrowing Dio's snacks vanished without a trace. But it was precisely because of this that Dio felt the urge to get away for a while. In fact, he was even considering finding a new place to hide out. After all, Queens was still the heart of the city, and he had too many secrets. Even if he moved, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't stop monitoring him, but well. Dio, I actually came to ask your opinion on something. Oh, what is it? Natasha didn't answer immediately, but glanced into the house instead, prompting Dio to raise his eyebrow in resignation. Come in. Thank you. Here's the thing. I'm guessing you don't know the details of the incident in New Mexico. I came over to talk to you about it. Here, take a look. Wait, what is that? Before she could finish her sentence, Natasha caught sight of Ellie peeking around the corner of the living room. That translucent blue body, the strange patterns shimmering on her head. Everything about that little cat made it clear she was far from ordinary. Hearing Natasha's exclamation, Dio casually took the tablet that was still floating in midair from her and replied, "That's my summoned creature. Don't be too surprised, Agent." When he said the word agent, he deliberately emphasized it, and his intentions were clear as day. As Dio spoke, he glanced at the tablet, while Natasha said nothing. Instead, she stood up and cautiously made her way toward Eri. A sudden flurry of movement. What? It can fly? Is this some kind of energy being? With this thought, Natasha tried to put on what she hoped was a friendly smile as she approached Eri. On the other side, Eri looked at the human before her in puzzlement. Though she wasn't particularly bright, she could sense that the woman didn't have the purest of intentions. Come here, be a good little one. Come to big sister. Eri let out a soft, dismissive feline sound. Seeing the little cat ignore her, Natasha wasn't discouraged. Glancing around, she quickly opened the kitchen fridge and took out some milk. Want a drink? Come over here and I'll give you some. While saying this, Natasha completely ignored the way Dio's mouth twitched as he watched her from the living room sofa. But at this point, Natasha couldn't care less. From her brief observation, she could tell the little cat was highly intelligent. As it turns out, the old saying holds true everywhere. A little milk will win anyone over. Soon enough, Eri couldn't resist Natasha's temptations. And as for Natasha's ulterior motives, they amounted to nothing more than scooping the cat up and giving her a good cuddle. Resigned to her fate, Eri drank the milk from the small bowl. Ever since she'd had breakfast with Dio that morning, she developed a taste for this flavor. Cradling the little cat in her arms, Natasha walked over to Dio, her big eyes now brimming with maternal affection. Dio, is this something you summoned? Like those monsters you used to call forth? Hearing Natasha's words, Dio set the tablet aside and shot her a glare. Monsters, really? The voidling is cool. Okay, it's a true killing machine. They're not ugly, you know. And besides, the one you're holding is named Eri. Natasha wasn't bothered at all by Dio's withering glare. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she was already hatching a new plan. Ahem, Dio, now that you've seen everything, what do you think of Garen's strength and that alien armor? My thoughts? I have none. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Isn't that what S.H.I.E.L.D. is for? That's not what I mean. I'm saying there may be many disasters in the future. Our agency is recruiting talented individuals. Would you consider joining us? Me? No thanks. And besides, did Garen join? As he spoke, Dio turned his head to look at Natasha, making her sigh in frustration. Indeed, Garen had turned down Fury's sincere invitation and hadn't joined the Avengers that S.H.I.E.L.D. was forming. However, after some persuasion from a few trusted agents, he'd agreed to become an external consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. With this in mind, Natasha shared her thoughts with Dio. Of course, Dio already understood all of this perfectly well. What he wanted, in fact, was for Natasha to say it out loud herself. That's right. As the number of future heroes grew, Dio knew he couldn't keep scheming over petty incidents just to make a little pocket change. And if he wanted a more peaceful life, he couldn't avoid dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. In that case, the title of external consultant suddenly became rather important. I think I'll pass on joining the Avengers and all that. But as for Garen's position, external consultant, I could handle that just fine. I do have one condition, though. What is it? Go ahead. All about that. What kind of salary are you paying Garen? I mean, how much money are we talking about here? Natasha almost slapped the little creature in her hand right into Dio's face. Here she was, negotiating matters of national importance, and he was haggling over his paycheck. $10,000 a month. Deal. But I have one more condition. I'll only provide up to 3 basic assists per month. Anything extra will cost you. You know how it is. Small business. Hope you understand. By the way, you asked about my trip to Los Angeles last night? I drove the Joker out, but he's incredibly slippery. As for that $1 million, is that so? Well, there's no need to return it. I'll report to Director Fury about this later. In that case, let's sign the contract. With that, Natasha freed up one hand, pulled out a stack of paper contracts, sifted through them for a moment, and handed one over to Dio. Dio's lips twitched as he glanced at the other contracts in her hand. So, all his moves had been anticipated by the other side. He shook his head, unconcerned. After all, these weren't matters worth worrying about. Once the contract was signed, Natasha's lips curled in a victorious smile. Watching Dio come up short like this was truly satisfying. Well then, Mr. Dio Brando, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. From now on, we're colleagues. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. I should discuss a few things with the director. With that, Natasha swiftly gathered up the documents from the sofa, turned around, and walked out. As she left the shop and headed for a car parked by the roadside, Dio's voice called after her. Hey wait, you're just gonna walk off with my summon like that? Natasha's footsteps paused. Didn't you say you were heading out? I'll take care of it for you. I'll bring it back later. Before Dio could protest, she dashed off, jumped in the car, and closed the door in one smooth motion. The next moment, the car sped away down the street. Outside the shop, Dio simply shook his head and didn't bother recalling Eri. Instead, he used his innate abilities to connect with Eri, reminding it to eat and drink well. As Natasha left, Dio shook his head again, sensing the S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance agents in the area quietly fade away. Ailey's departure, though unexpected even for Dio himself, was undeniably useful. After all, having a mobile true sight around was a tremendous advantage. Back inside the house, Dio tidied up quickly, finished off the remaining milk in the fridge, then shouldered his backpack and stepped out the door. Gazing at the vast blue sky in the distance, Dio took a deep breath. Since it was a journey, he thought, the scenery along the way deserved to be savored. This trip would be a long one, and he could only hope that by the time he returned, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't been entirely bankrupted by Ailey. The thought made Dio chuckle to himself. Natasha still had no idea what kind of ancestor he had brought back with him. S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly in peril. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn's 108th residential district, gentle morning sunlight streamed into the attic. The two little ones were fast asleep, nestled together. Poppy, having swapped her sturdy armor for one of Jones's frilly dresses, looked especially adorable. Yawn. Jones blinked awake, still groggy, and glanced at Poppy, who was snoring softly beside her. Seeing that chubby blue face so close, she couldn't help but feel mischievous. She pinched Poppy's tiny nose, and before long, Poppy jolted awake. Hey, good morning, Jessica. Morning, Poppy. Let's go make something to eat. Just as the two girls got up and were about to head downstairs, voices, a man and a woman talking, floated up from the first floor. Jones's eyes lit up. Poppy, my mom and dad are back. Come on, I'll introduce you. They're going to love you. With that, Jones eagerly grabbed Poppy's hand, ready to go out, but Poppy suddenly hesitated. Last night, they played until late and only fell asleep with Jones's help. During that time, Poppy had learned how to use a phone. It was through this that she realized she'd left her original home behind. Everything here was so new and strange, but it was easy to gather from the internet that she, Poppy, was an outsider different from humans. Thinking this, Poppy stopped in her tracks, lowering her head and avoiding Jones's questioning gaze. Jessica, I don't want to go. I'm afraid I'll scare your parents. Huh? Jones looked at Poppy, remembering their conversation from the night before, and quickly reassured her in a gentle voice. Don't worry, Poppy. How about this? I'll go talk to my mom and dad first, and then I'll bring them up to meet you, okay? Thank you, Jessica. Poppy gave Jones a warm smile, and Jones responded with a gentle smile of her own. Leaving the attic, Jones bounded down the stairs and threw herself into her parents' arms. Her parents, exhausted after working through the night, could only manage a token response to their beloved daughter's affection. They made a simple meal, and the three of them sat together in the living room to eat. Jones, however, felt restless. She kept thinking about Bobby in the attic, still hungry, while she herself was having dinner. She glanced at her parents, sitting nearby. "Mom, Dad, I made a new friend," she announced. "Oh, who is it? Is it that chubby boy next door?" "I've told you before, that rascal is up to no good." Her father responded before her mother could react, his tone suddenly bristling. Jones's mother, meanwhile, covered her mouth and snickered quietly. Seeing the mood lighten, Jones decided not to hide it anymore and told him about Bobby. Of course, being the clever girl she was, she didn't mention what Bobby looked like. As Jones went on, praising her new friend, her parents couldn't help but grow fond of this little girl sight unseen. They figured she was probably a runaway from a nearby family and laughed it off. "Jessica, it makes us happy to see you making new friends. But when Mom and Dad aren't home, you must never open the door to strangers, understand?" her father reminded gently. I know. Bobby is just like me. She's a good kid," Jones replied earnestly. Her parents broke out in laughter at her serious little face. "By the way, Jessica, you said Bobby is up in our attic. Go call her down to eat. After dinner, we'll help her find her parents," her mother suggested. At this, Jones pouted and hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. Her parents exchanged puzzled glances, their voices softening as they gently asked what was wrong. Seeing their concern, Jones finally confessed the truth. The next moment, her father was both shocked and alarmed. Her mother, too, covered her mouth in surprise. Her father stormed toward the attic, anger and worry in his stride. Jones burst into tears, trying desperately to stop him. Just then, Bobby, hearing the commotion from the attic, rushed downstairs, coming face to face with the entire family. "You?" her father stammered, stunned by the sight of a little girl not much younger than his own daughter. Jones's mother, too, was taken aback by Bobby's appearance. Taking advantage of the moment, Jones broke free from her mother's arms and ran to stand in front of Bobby, shielding her from her father. Her father's face was a mix of anger and helplessness. "Your name is Bobby, right?" he asked. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I frightened you and caused you trouble. I'll leave now," Bobby replied politely. But before she could take a step, Jones flung her arms around her, crying out, "Don't go. Bobby, we're best friends. Mom, Dad, Bobby is a good kid. Please don't send her away, okay?" Jones's plea made her parents exchange glances, frowning in concern. But seeing the earnest look in their daughter's eyes, they both sighed. All right, we won't send Bobby away. She must be hungry. Come on, join us for dinner," her father said at last. Jones's father gestured toward the dining table as he spoke. At that, Jones suddenly broke into a smile through her tears, joyfully pulling Poppy over and sharing her barely touched breakfast with her. On the other side, Jones's parents saw this and chose not to say much. At the table, the couple picked at their food absent-mindedly, their eyes drifting now and then to Poppy. In just a matter of minutes, they had gone from initial panic to a sort of acceptance. Poppy's blue skin, surprisingly, had become something they could temporarily get used to. Looking closely, she didn't seem so out of place. In fact, those bright violet eyes of hers were especially striking. As they ate, Jones's parents kept asking Poppy about where she came from. By the end of the meal, Jones's mother felt a growing wave of sympathy, her maternal instincts overflowing. "Poppy, since you have nowhere to stay, why don't you stay with us for now? We may not have much, but you'll never go hungry here." Hearing the gentle tone in Jones's mother's voice, Poppy lifted her head and looked at her cautiously. "Thank you, Annie. Yes, that's wonderful. Poppy can stay. Poppy and I can share a room." There was a brief, awkward silence. Meanwhile, Jones's father shot a glance at his wife, clearly unhappy with her decision. After breakfast, the couple hurriedly cleared the table and went off to rest, leaving Poppy and Jones to play in the attic. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Jones's parents sat close together. "How can you let that thing stay? Hush. I actually think she's a good kid. Maybe she just has some strange illness." "A strange illness? That's all the more reason she can't stay. She has to leave our house." Jones's father said this with frustration, making it clear that his earlier acceptance in front of Poppy had only been an act. But in truth, he wasn't entirely wrong. Even the kindest person would be unsettled if a mysterious patient suddenly appeared in their home, especially one who was now mingling with their beloved daughter. "You're overreacting. I think Poppy is very polite. Let's just give her some time, can't we?" "But it's illegal. This is illegal fostering." Hearing her husband's words, Jones's mother sighed. She was clearly aware of the reality, too. "I'll find a time to talk to her. I'll make sure she stays out of sight as much as possible. Do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep." With that, Jones's father pulled the covers over himself and turned away from his wife. Jones's mother let out a weary sigh. She was exhausted, too, and soon drifted off to sleep herself. Time passed quietly. In the attic, the two little ones played and laughed together. Ever since learning she was in another world, Poppy had felt a little lost. Without the hammer's master to guide her, she had no idea what path lay ahead. And so time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It was 8 o'clock in the evening in New York. In the Jones household, the family of 4 sat on the living room sofa, watching the news about a superhero saving the world once again. For the Jones family, who were ordinary people, the past month had been just as uneventful as any other. The only difference was an extra set of dishes at the table, and Jones's father had grown increasingly impatient with Bobby's presence. More than once, he had tried to call the police, only to be stopped by Mrs. Jones each time. As a result, his resentment simmered even deeper. If you wondered why he was so hostile toward Bobby, the reason was simple. A staunch materialist, Mr. Jones believed that the essence of the world was matter, and only then came consciousness. This philosophy extended to his household as well. He outright refused to acknowledge Bobby's existence. In his eyes, anyone outside his own kind must harbor ill intentions. Expecting him, a man with a history of racial prejudice, to treat an outsider kindly was simply impossible. But it wasn't just Bobby's unusual appearance that bothered him. He also ate a lot every day, contributed nothing, and spent all his time playing wildly with his daughter, all under the lofty claim of teaching her combat skills. Mr. Jones scoffed at that notion. All these things fueled Mr. Jones's antagonism toward Bobby. What he didn't know, though, was that Bobby never ate more than 2/3 of his fill at dinner. Thankfully, school had started again, and Bobby was now confined to the attic. Yes, Bobby's room was the attic, the cozy storeroom at the top of the house, Jones's own little world. No matter how much Jones pleaded, her father wouldn't budge. Even Mrs. Jones, for once, sided with her husband. With both parents in agreement, the 2 little ones had no power to object. "Bobby, fetch me a glass of water," Mr. Jones said. "Sure, Uncle," Bobby replied. A soft thump. Mrs. Jones gently patted her husband in front of her and shot him a warning look. "Bobby, you don't need to. Why don't you and Jessica go upstairs and play? Be careful, all right?" Bobby was a bit puzzled by Mrs. Jones's words, but Jones took his hand and led him back up to the attic. Down in the living room, Mrs. Jones frowned at her husband. "What is it you really want? Do you have to be so unkind to Bobby?" What do I want? Have you even noticed how much more we're spending since she arrived? And look at her. What am I supposed to do? This is my house. You're being unreasonable. How much could a little extra food cost? And don't think I don't know. You try to slip Bobby a laxative in her food. You just want to expose her, don't you? I can't believe you'd stoop so low. Shut up. What do you know? I took a sample of her hair for testing. Did you know that? She's not even human. She's an alien. Everything I've done is for your own good. Up in the attic, the 2 little ones listened to the argument drifting up from below and dared not move a muscle. "I'm sorry, Jessica. I've caused trouble for your family again. It's not your fault, Poppy. My dad was the one out of line." Looking at the girl before her, Poppy sniffled. Her bravado from before, the kind that used to say, "You want to fight?" Nowhere to be found. Without a goal, she felt lost. A month of living like a prisoner had worn down her fighting spirit. Still, the urge to battle was ingrained in her very bones. All she needed was a goal, a chance, and now, maybe she'd found one. "Oh, Poppy, I mastered that swing move you taught me. Today at school, a boy was picking on someone, and I knocked him right down with one punch." "Really? Were you hurt at all?" "Nope. Hee. I only learned one move, and I'm already this strong. I bet I'll become a superhero one day." "Hey, Poppy, you're so strong. Why don't you become a superhero?" "Pow! Pow! Take down the bad guys." As she spoke, Jones mimicked the sounds of gunfire, her face lighting up with excitement. But Poppy just shook her head at Jones's words. "I can't do that. I'm no hero. I'm just a yordle with a hammer." "But you're amazing." "It's not me who's amazing. The hammer does all the work. I just swing it." "I see. Even so, that's still really cool. I can't even lift that hammer." "Oh, Poppy, did you see the superhero on TV just now?" Listening to Jones, Poppy recalled how much she'd enjoyed watching television these days. "Yeah, I saw. Right? Do you think the owner of the Hammer of Justice might show up here someday?" As Jones spoke, Poppy's eyes lit up. Of course. What if the true owner of the hammer appeared here one day? If she just hid away forever, she'd never find them. With that thought, Poppy's fighting spirit flared anew. Her violet eyes grew resolute. "Jessica, I want to go out and look for the hammer's real owner." "Really? I wish I could go with you, but I have to go to school." As she spoke, Jones pouted a little. Poppy reached out and patted her on the head. "Don't worry. I'll take care of myself, and you take care of yourself too. I'll come back to see you. Okay, I promise." In the attic, the 2 little friends quickly made their plans for the future. After a tight hug, Poppy opened the attic window. "Goodbye, Jessica. Take care of yourself. Please say goodbye to your parents for me, and thank them for looking after me all this time." "I will. Take care, and don't let anyone see you." "Oh, wait." With that, Jones scampered out of the attic. In no time, she returned, holding a large black hoodie with a roomy hood. Here you go, Poppy. Put this on. All superheroes keep their identities secret. It's pretty cool, you know? I'm not a hero, really, but thank you, Jessica. Poppy changed into the clothes Jones had swiped, then, to the girl's wide-eyed amazement, leapt out the window and landed steadily in the yard below. She waved goodbye to Jones, then vanished into the biting wind. Losing her friend left Jones heartbroken. After telling her parents about Poppy's departure, she returned to her room alone and buried her face in her pillow, sobbing uncontrollably. Time flew by, and 2 months later the winter holidays arrived. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, blanketing all of New York and turning the city into a breathtaking, snowy wonderland. Recently, New York had been rocked by a string of incidents, large and small. A powerful warrior wielding a colossal iron hammer had been roaming the city, striking down criminals wherever she found them. No one had seen her face. All anyone knew was that she seemed to be searching for something. On Manhattan's west side, inside the shadowy shell of an old armory in Hell's Kitchen, 2 rival gangs involved in illegal arms trafficking huddled in the corners, battered and bruised. Hey, I heard there's a hero around here. Any of you seen him? Don't try to fool me. I won't fall for it. A clear, crisp voice rang out from the shadows. The 2 groups of gangsters looked at each other, unsure how to respond. The air grew heavy with tension, until finally someone could no longer stand the suffocating silence. Are you looking for the hero who carries a hammer? Oh, so you've seen him? Where is he? I think I might have. That hero. It's you, isn't it? You're carrying a hammer, too. Hearing this from the shadows, Poppy's brow arched and her lips, hidden under the black hoodie, pouted in annoyance. She'd heard that line more times than she could count. Me? A hero? Please. Ridiculous. I've told you all before. The hero you're talking about is someone else. A real hero. But you're the only one here, and you're holding a... Enough. This hammer has 2 sides. Are you sure you want to taste the other one? No. I misspoke. I haven't seen that hero, truly. Please, miss. We're sorry. We'll never do anything bad again. Just let us go. In the darkness, Poppy listened to their pleas and couldn't help but roll her eyes. After a long silence, she spoke again. No way. You shot at me. That hurt. Now it's my turn to hit back. Damn it. Fine. Let's get her, boys. Yeah, get her. Gunshots rang out. As both groups raised their guns and opened fire, Poppy's lips quivered. She was on the verge of tears. I'm going to flatten you all. Here I come. With a defiant cry, she swung her mighty hammer with unstoppable force. The weapon howled through the air like a furious gale, then smashed down onto the factory floor with a thunderous crash. A deafening boom shook the building. A tremendous roar erupted suddenly, and a pit several meters wide crashed into existence. In the depths of the crater, golden streaks of light flickered desperately. Another violent explosion thundered out right after. Where's the boss? The boss ran off. Guys, things are heating up. Scatter and run. Run. Quick run. As the 2 gangs lost all will to fight and clambered out the windows to escape, Poppy didn't bother stopping them. After all, she was only here looking for someone. She'd only fought them because they'd shot at her first. Besides, she was just a little girl, hardly skilled at combat. Gazing at the dimly lit warehouse around her, Poppy let out a quiet sigh. I heard that Hero was supposed to be here, but nobody's seen him at all. Grr. Right then, her stomach growled. In these past 2 months of wandering, poor Poppy had only managed to eat a few truly delicious meals. She rummaged through the warehouse for a while. Apart from some firearms, all she found was a single silver briefcase. With that, Poppy reached out and pried it open with brute force. What's this? Ha. I'm rich. That's right. The briefcase contained the stolen money the 2 gangs had been trading. Poppy didn't care whether the money was clean or dirty. All she knew was that it would let her eat well for a long time. This was how she'd been living lately. Not exactly going out of her way to fight crime, but her money did come from thieves robbing thieves. In these 2 or 3 months, a lot had happened in the States, not just the appearance of that hero in Hell's Kitchen. Other places saw their own dire events, incidents that could only be described as supernatural. First, there was trouble among the vampire elite. Many elder vampires were kidnapped, and hordes of lower-level vampires took to the streets, sparking widespread panic. Meanwhile, things were stirring inside S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. The Avengers were officially formed. The founding members were Iron Man, Tony, Captain America, Steve, Black Widow, Natasha, Hawkeye, Barton, and Warwick, the uncaged wrath of Zon. Yes, ever since Dio left, Natasha, SLD's top diplomat, had been working tirelessly for 3 months and finally convinced Warwick to join, albeit reluctantly. He became the Avengers' strongest fighter, but Warwick was wild and unruly, his methods brutal and bloody, so he wasn't exactly popular within the team. Especially with Tony, Every time they met, they'd argue endlessly. Besides them, S.H.I.E.L.D. also had two external consultants, Dio and Garen. All told, their combat power was impressive. And over these 3 months, Director Fury, never one to let good talent go to waste, assigned Dio plenty of missions. After all, a $10,000 monthly salary was nothing to sneeze at. Early the next morning, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, all the Avengers had assembled. In a conference hall, Director Fury stood at the front with a tablet in hand, assigning tasks to the team. At this point, Earth hadn't yet encountered any truly major incidents or formidable enemies. Because of this, the Avengers were not particularly supported by the government, and the missions given to them mostly involved counterterrorism operations. I'm sure you're all aware of the recent developments. The vampires are having internal issues, Fury began, addressing the 5 present below him, or more accurately, for people in one beast. I only found out recently that vampires actually exist in this world. Forgive my bluntness, but why haven't we just wiped them out entirely? Tony, lounging sideways on the sofa, spoke up. It had been nearly 3 months since he'd recovered and been discharged from the hospital, and he'd returned to his usual irreverent self, though perhaps his experiences over the years had tempered him somewhat. You don't get it, Tony, someone replied. Vampires aren't unique to America. In fact, the history of American vampires is only a few centuries old. So we got vampires now. What about werewolves? Tony shot a glance over at Warwick as he spoke. The others exchanged subtle shakes of their heads, silently bracing themselves for another round between the two. Fortunately, Director Fury cut in before things could escalate, and Natasha gave Warwick an apologetic look. In recent days, thanks to Warwick's presence, they'd managed incidents with remarkable ease. After all, ordinary firearms barely made a scratch on him. Of course there are werewolves, Fury continued, but don't get the wrong idea. Warwick isn't the same as them. As for why, that's not something you need to know. The werewolves haven't caused any trouble lately, so there's no reason for us to provoke them. Fury's words prompted nods from the group below. Less trouble, less to worry about. So what's our mission then? Someone asked. You won't be needed for this one, Fury replied. Warwick will handle it alone. The rest of you will stay here at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Guarding the base? What for? Do we really think someone's going to break in and rob the place? Tony protested, but Natasha and Agent Barton exchanged a look, a flicker of concern crossing their faces. Over the past 3 months, S.H.I.E.L.D. had questioned both Garen and Warwick, but neither had heard of Vladimir. Well, Garen had a faint recollection, but nothing concrete, only that Vladimir was powerful and truly evil. With all this in mind, and considering the recent chaos among the vampires, Natasha and Barton couldn't help but fear the worst. In their locked gaze, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. There's a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D. On the high platform, Fury kept a close watch on the expressions of those below. Although he knew the chances of a traitor among them were slim, there was always that slim possibility. This mission was just bait he had cast, a lure to draw out hidden enemies. Even now, news of their assignment was already circulating among S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The bait was set. Now, it was just a question of who would bite. Meanwhile, in the Brooklyn Industrial Park of New York, a place filled with abandoned factory buildings. Within this dense jungle of steel and concrete, many secret hideouts lay concealed from the world. Among them was the base of Blade, also known as Eric. Inside, Karen and Blade's mentor and adoptive father, Whistler, were hard at work, searching for a cure to halt the bloodborne mutation. After all, time was running short for Karen. Even with a diluted version of the anticoagulant, the 3 months she had left offered little hope of preventing her transformation. At this moment, Blade was outside, hunting for any sign of the bloodsuckers. Ever since he learned of their scheme, Blade had barely slept. Inside the base, Karen fiddled with the glassware on the table. After a long silence, she finally sat up and glanced at Whistler. That's it. The reason vampires drink blood is because they can't absorb hemoglobin, just like people with hemolytic anemia. It's hereditary, a kind of genetic disease. So, to cure them, we'd have to use gene therapy to restore the genes altered by the virus. Whistler listened to Karen's lengthy explanation, but as someone with 1 foot in the grave, most of it went over his head. Ask him to forge a formidable weapon by hand, and he's your man. Medicine and science, though, were another matter entirely. Is this safe? He asked. I don't know, but I have no choice, and you know it. Lately, I've grown more sensitive to ultraviolet light. I can feel it. With that, Karen picked up the concoction she'd prepared and injected it into her arm. Whistler couldn't help but wince at the sight. How do you feel? And what about Eric? Can he use this? I feel all right, but I don't think it'll work on Eric. He wasn't bitten like me. He was born this way. It's in his genes from the start. But give me time, and I'll cure the bloodlust. No, there's no more time. You know what was on that disc? The bloodsuckers have already started purging their own ranks. Honestly, I still can't believe this whole blood god business. Whistler managed a wry smile, but suddenly something caught his eye. He tensed instantly. Damn it. Get out of here now. He cursed under his breath, quickly grabbing a hidden gun and signaling Garen to run. At that moment, in a corner of the base, a group of people clearly realized they'd been discovered. No longer bothering to hide, they stepped out into the open one after another. Whistler immediately fired his gun, the bullets hitting their target with pinpoint accuracy. But to his dismay, it made no difference. The shot only staggered the man for a brief moment. It was obvious now. The newcomers were vampires, and among them, standing just behind the group, were Deacon and Quinn. They had managed to track down Blade's hideout, thanks in large part to the trail he and Garen had left behind when they escaped 3 months earlier. This time, Deacon had made a point to lure Blade away from the base, all for the sake of wiping it out in a bloodbath. Gunfire erupted, echoing through the base. Whistler was struck in the leg, collapsing to the ground. Garen cried out in alarm and rushed forward to help, but Deacon merely raised his hand, and several vampires moved in to restrain her. Deacon, meanwhile, took Whistler down with a single brutal grab. Blood spilled endlessly from Whistler's mouth as he lay on the floor. "Ah, are you going to turn me?" Whistler spat out, defiant even in pain. "No, I'm not giving you that chance," Deacon replied coldly. "You're going to die, plain and simple." I can only imagine the look on Blade's face when he comes back and sees this. It'll be priceless. He laughed, a chilling sound. As Deacon spoke, Whistler suddenly struggled to his feet, trying to fight back. But Deacon didn't even bother to look. He just lashed out with a swift kick. A sickening crack split the air. "Ugh!" Whistler gasped in agony. "You old bastard," Deacon sneered, raining kicks down on Whistler's head. "All these years, you've made nothing but trouble for me." Garen stood frozen, horrified and helpless as she witnessed the beating. "I'll leave the rest to you, Quinn," Deacon said at last. With that, he patted Quinn on the shoulder and walked away. Quinn glanced down at the battered Whistler and grinned, his smile twisted and cruel. Time slipped by. Meanwhile, Blade was driving back to the base. For months, he'd been tracking vampire activity, following every lead. Over that time, he destroyed more than a dozen vampire strongholds. From these raids, he'd uncovered the reason behind the recent surge in vampire violence. Deacon was gathering the 12 vampire elders, hoping to summon the blood god. Blade didn't know exactly what this blood god was, but whatever the vampires wanted, it was his job to stop it. As Blade's car pulled into the base, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The silence was too heavy, too complete. When he rolled down the window, the thick, coppery scent of blood hung unmistakably in the air. "Whistler, Garen," he shouted as he got out, calling their names over and over. No answer came. Growing anxious, Blade broke into a run. He stormed inside. "Damn it," he cursed, voice trembling with rage. There lay Whistler, tortured to death, his body mangled and unrecognizable. Blade's hand shook as he reached out, touching the lifeless form. The flesh beneath his fingers was cold as ice. Clearly, Whistler had been dead for quite some time. For Blade, this man who was both mentor and friend was, without exaggeration, the only family he had left. Staring at the scratch marks on Whistler's face, Blade narrowed his eyes. "Vampires," he muttered. His gaze swept across the chaotic scene. The state of the area left no doubt that a fierce battle had erupted inside the base. Drawing on years of experience, Blade quickly pieced together what must have happened in his mind. At the same time, he discovered a message left by Garen in a hidden corner. With a heavy heart, Blade carefully laid Whistler's body to rest. Then he returned to the base to gather and organize his gear and supplies. Over the past several days, he had managed to pinpoint the general location of Deacon Frost's lair. By the time everything was in order, dusk had fallen. Although Blade carried both human and vampire blood in his veins, he did not fear sunlight. In fact, the night sharpened all his senses and physical abilities. Darkness was not the sole domain of the vampires. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury received intelligence from his field agents. He knew tonight would be a sleepless one, and wasted no time in summoning the Avengers to strike first. Their target, of course, was not Blade, but rather the perimeter of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. They had expected the vampires to give them a bit more time to prepare. Yet, barely had Fury briefed Tony and the others about the vampire threat that very afternoon when the undead made their move by nightfall. It had all been part of Fury's plan, to leak the information deliberately and see whether there was a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, it seemed, his suspicions were confirmed. With a sigh, Fury murmured to himself, "Once this storm passes, we'll need to launch a full-scale internal cleanup at S.H.I.E.L.D. He narrowed his eye in thought, then turned to the assembled group behind him. "This time, the vampires are launching a full assault. I trust in your abilities, but remember, they are not ordinary humans. Do your best." To avoid being bitten, we've developed an anti-transformation serum, but supplies are limited. Getting bitten would be a serious problem. Yes, Director, came the firm reply. Natasha answered, looking at the one-eyed black man standing not far away. Now the four of them were assembled, each in their familiar gear. Barton left the office to take up a vantage point on the rooftop. Tony, Captain America, and the others prepared to meet the enemy head-on. Given that S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was far from hidden, almost in the heart of the city, the use of large-scale weaponry was out of the question. As the Avengers sprang into action, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began preparing as well. The sudden vampire attack was deeply unsettling. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was no small-time operation to be trifled with. Its arsenal of advanced technology was second to none. To put it bluntly, vampires like this rotten bunch of misfits couldn't even dream of breaking through SHLD's gates. Meanwhile, outside the tightly sealed S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, hundreds upon hundreds of unarmed vampires surged forward in a chaotic assault. On the other side, the agents refused to be outdone, brandishing specialized ultraviolet weapons developed specifically to counter the vampires. In the pitch-black night, the bursts of light were blindingly bright. With every shot, at least 10 vampires were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Far behind the swarm of vampire troops, a shadowy figure stood, gazing at the massive fortress-like building in the distance. A car that seals a vampire. Huh? Heh. I don't know exactly what it is, but if it belongs to my clan, it must be powerful. Hith. As this thought crossed his mind, a sly smile curled at the corner of Chuck's lips. Unlike Deacon, who preferred brute force, Chuck excelled at using his intellect. Since all 12 vampire elders in the States had been captured by Deacon, the vampire ranks were now nothing but a scattered rabble. As the only one capable of standing against Deacon, Chuck had always been a step below him, but the power he wielded behind the scenes was far from insignificant. With the frequent vampire uprisings over the past few months, Chuck had seized the opportunity to bolster his forces. But that wasn't his only asset. Ever since he turned into a vampire, with his sharp mind and solid knowledge, he had never stopped researching the abilities of his kind. Over the years, he had indeed discovered a way to control other vampires. Although the method was rather troublesome to employ, it offered many advantages, chief among them, ensuring that none of his subordinates would ever dare defy his orders. What's more, his deep study of vampire lore led him to uncover an earth-shattering secret, perhaps even a chance to rule the world. Watching the thousands of vampire warriors charging ahead not far from him, Chuck's lips curled in a faint, knowing smile. I wonder just how powerful you are. To think you ended up sealed away. Well, just wait. Soon, we'll become one. With that thought, a wild gleam flickered in Chuck's eyes, his expression growing manic. In truth, Chuck never intended, nor dared to hope, to actually breach SHIELD's headquarters this time. He knew perfectly well what kind of organization he was up against. The vampire assault was nothing but a feint. The real plan was to bring S.H.I.E.L.D. down from within. As time crept by, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury sat in his office, watching images flicker across his computer screen, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Can't hold back any longer, can you? I know you planted a mole, but did you really think I wouldn't take precautions? Muttering to himself, Fury picked up the phone and made a call, then, with a click of the mouse, switched to the next feed, where several Level 4 agents were being apprehended on the spot. Meanwhile, outside S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony and his two companions weaved skillfully through the army of vampires, their repulsor blasts in hand serving as deadly harvesters against the light-fearing bloodsuckers. Natasha and Captain America, relying on their expert combat skills, moved with ease through the chaos, handling one enemy after another. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, followed by several more blasts in quick succession. Fury sprang to his feet in the office, cursing fiercely. Damn it! An urgent series of beeping alarms echoed throughout the facility. With the red alert blaring, Fury's earlier confidence vanished. He had clearly underestimated the cunning of his adversaries. Outside, Tony maneuvered his suit up into the night sky. Eyeing the fortress behind him, he frowned in concern. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, the internal S.H.I.E.L.D. systems are protected by special encryptors. Remote access is impossible. However, data collected from mobile devices indicates the explosions were deliberately set. A mole, huh? I knew S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't as secure as they claimed. They can't even get their own house in order, yet they think they can protect the whole planet. Sir, detecting a group of agents evacuating. The vampires are not attacking them. Listening to Jarvis's report, Tony's frown deepened. With his suit's enhanced scanning, he quickly picked out the group from among thousands of vampires. Beneath the shroud of night, the group slipped furtively through the chaotic battlefield, clutching a silver object in their hands. A briefcase? What are they after? Looks like Fury's still hiding plenty from us. Muttering to himself, Tony's suit flared with a burst of heat, propelling him swiftly toward the fleeing group. Elsewhere, 5 vampire moles embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. moved confidently through the vampire horde, silver briefcase in tow. Thanks to the item provided by Chuck, they went unchallenged by the other vampires, moving unimpeded until they disappeared into the crowd. Back inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was beside himself with rage. This was, without question, the most critical blunder of his tenure as director. Grabbing his special phone, he dialed Tony's number. Within moments, the call was patched through to Tony's suit. "Tony, I'm sending you coordinates. Find that group, and don't let them get away. Whatever it takes." Outside, Tony streaked forward through the ring of vampires. Around him, micro-weapons fired in rapid succession. Ever since the Hammer Industries mech battle and the clash with Warwick the Werewolf, his Mark 6 armor was every bit as well-armed as Colonel Rhodes's war machine. In fact, back at his luxurious Los Angeles villa, Tony was already hard at work developing the Mark 7 and the specialized anti-Warwick armor. Although these days, thanks to Warwick's joining, their team's efficiency in completing missions had increased dramatically, Tony still hadn't forgotten that bitter taste of defeat. His armored form darted swiftly above the crowd below. With a shake of his head, Tony tried to cast aside those tangled thoughts. Recalling Fury's words from the earlier transmission, Tony pondered for a moment before speaking up. "I've found them. But what's in that suitcase? Is that what they're after this time?" "Don't worry about that for now," Fury replied over the comms. "The most important thing is to make absolutely sure they don't get their hands on that suitcase." Listening to Fury's voice in his earpiece, Tony couldn't help but make a face, but he didn't press for more details. After all, once he got his hands on the case, he could just scan it himself. With that thought, Tony gave a nonchalant reply and ended the call. On the other side, Fury stared at the phone in his hand, a hint of frustration on his face. Sometimes cleverness can backfire. The phone rang. "Hello, Director Fury? It's me. Garen, where are you right now? Come to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters immediately. We've got a situation, and I need your help." Hearing Fury's urgent tone, Garen didn't waste any words. He revved up his motorcycle and headed straight for the nearest airport. After all, he was still quite a distance from New York. Meanwhile, outside S.H.I.E.L.D., with Jarvis's precise scans, Tony once again located the group. But when he saw the tall, gaunt man standing among them, an inexplicable chill crept into his heart, as if someone had gripped it in an icy fist. The sensation lasted only a moment before Tony forced it down, turning his attention to the case in the man's hand. "Hey, looks like you've got something that doesn't belong to you. Is that so? Well, if you think you can, why don't you come and take it?" The man's voice dripped with a wicked charm. Tony raised an eyebrow, and in the next instant, unleashed a repulsor blast straight from his palm. With a sharp whine, the energy beam shot forward. But Chuck darted aside with effortless agility, evading Tony's attack with ease. Tony frowned, and several compartments on his armor sprang open. A dozen micro-missiles launched in a synchronized volley. The explosions came in rapid succession, thunderous and blinding, lighting up the night. Within the blast radius, every last bloodsucker was wiped out in an instant. The tall, once dapper man was now in utter disarray, scorch marks all over his body. He lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Stop struggling. Drop the case and tell your people to leave, and maybe I'll let you walk away." A twisted laugh echoed from the battlefield. "You really think you've already won, don't you?" As he spoke, Chuck suddenly let out an inhuman roar. His already pallid cheeks shriveled in an instant, his skin wrinkling and drying until it resembled ancient, withered bark. As Zack's hoarse incantation slipped from his lips, the next instant, streams of crimson energy surged forth, cloaking Tony's armor like a bloody mist. The shroud of blood seemed to bypass the suit's formidable defenses, seeping straight into Tony's body. Suddenly, inside the suit, Tony felt his blood begin to boil and his strength draining away. Clang! With a heavy thud, Tony dropped to one knee, both hands planted to the ground, struggling to support himself. Ugh! Thud! Thud! Vital signs dropping detected. Initiating emergency protocols. Taking control of Mark 6. Control acquired. Immediate evacuation. Boom whoosh. As Tony slipped into unconsciousness, Jarvis instantly took command of the suit, activating the emergency escape system. Jets of searing flame erupted from the armor's boots, launching Tony skyward in a blazing streak. Meanwhile, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury received a video file transmitted by Jarvis. Opening it, he saw footage of everything that had just transpired. With a heavy sigh, Fury fell back into his chair. The sealing card, it's lost. As Fury uttered those words, the once fearless vampire army outside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters retreated in perfect unison. As they withdrew, the silver briefcase vanished without a trace. With the situation lost and no point in further resistance, Fury dialed Natasha and the others, first informing them of Tony's severe injuries. He then dispatched agents to assess casualties from the attack. Elsewhere, Jarvis piloted the armor swiftly through the night sky, racing toward New York's finest hospital. This emergency escape function was a creation Tony devised after the Warwick incident. That event had left a profound mark on him, making him keenly aware of his own limitations. It also pointed the way for future armor designs. They needed to be more convenient, yet more powerful. After all, once he shed the armor, Tony Stark was just an ordinary man. Ever since Ivan's attack on the racetrack months ago, Tony had begun researching portable suits. But while portable armor brought convenience, it inevitably meant sacrificing some weapons and defenses. Warwick's arrival proved to him that portable suits were no match for truly formidable foes. That revelation sparked a new idea. Why should he carry the suit himself? Why not have the suit come to him? And so, the concept for the Mark VII began to take shape in his mind. Back at the hospital, as Jarvis landed with Tony, the medical staff were no longer surprised by such dramatic arrivals. Yet when Tony's body was ejected from the armor, even the most stoic staff couldn't help but gasp. Blood! He was covered in blood. At this moment, Tony was completely enveloped in a thick layer of blood. The source of this blood was, of course, not from someone else, but forcibly drawn from within Tony's own body. Hurry, get the blood bags ready. The patient needs a transfusion immediately. Inside the hospital, as the doctor snapped into action and rushed Tony to the emergency room, outside, inside the armor, Jarvis dialed Pepper's number. Pepper arrived at the hospital in a hurry. Seeing Tony had already pulled through the worst and was out of danger, she was both exasperated and deeply worried. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in Fury's office, Natasha and the others surveyed the surrounding chaos in silence. Bang! I'll handle this. Never mind. Warwick just sent word. You all need to go assist him. He's in trouble. It seems those blood-sucking scum have started some kind of blood god ritual, and Warwick is trying to hold them off. As Fury spoke, the rest exchanged glances. These past days, they'd witnessed Warwick's formidable strength firsthand. And now, an enemy had appeared that even Warwick needed to hold off. With that thought, they wasted no time, quickly gathering their gear and heading out. Even though Warwick didn't always fit in with the team, he was still one of the Avengers, no matter what. Just as they were about to leave, Fury's voice rang out once more. Remember, this enemy is extremely strange. Don't try to be heroes. I've already replied to Garen. He's on his way. Just hold your ground until he arrives. Understood, Director. At the same time, let's turn the clock back a little. In the research building under Deacon's control, as Blade walked willingly into the trap, Deacon easily collected his blood. In the stark white room, Blade slumped wearily to the floor, his eyes fixed on the black woman by Deacon's side, a woman whose every gesture was affectionate. She was his mother, and now, she had thrown herself into the enemy's arms. He simply couldn't accept it. For years, he'd endured untold hardship in his quest to find the true culprit behind his mother's death. But now, everything that was happening threatened to shatter Blade's iron will to its very core. Mentors and friends who truly cared for him were gone. After everything he'd done all these years, what meaning was left? Blade stared, but the woman remained unbothered, nestled obediently in Deacon's embrace like a docile beast. Blade, or rather, Eric, you've always been searching for the vampire who transformed your mother, haven't you? Well, you're looking at her. It's me. Bang. As Deacon spoke, Blade instinctively tried to struggle, but the sight of that woman out of the corner of his eye made his anger falter. It was as if he'd resigned himself to fate, his body falling still. Deacon, watching Blade in this state, frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with his reaction. With a careless air, he gave the woman a pat on the back. I won't let you die so easily. I want you to watch as I take control of the entire world, step by step. Bleed him. At Deacon's command, several vampire lieutenants in the room slashed Blade's arm with a knife, then produced some instruments to begin collecting his blood. Yet Blade showed no emotion whatsoever. His gaze fixed coldly on the woman and Deacon, only growing more indifferent. Once the blood had been collected, a wicked smile curled at the corner of Deacon's lips. Just as he was about to provoke Blade further, a series of anguished screams suddenly erupted from outside the room. Damn it, it's werewolves. Werewolves. No, please, let me. The room was filled with heart-wrenching cries, each one more desperate than the last. Seeing this, Deacon's brow furrowed, and he glared at his panicked subordinates nearby, his anger rising. Why the panic? They're just werewolves. Are we, proud children of the blood, supposed to be afraid of those filthy mutts rooting through garbage? Move. To the altar. With that, Deacon strode out of the room, the woman following close behind. As for Blade, the remaining vampires would make sure he was brought along. Leaving the room, The howls and shrieks outside grew increasingly distinct, making Deacon pause for a moment. By all rights, even if werewolves had appeared, they shouldn't be overwhelming his people like this, as if something truly terrifying had descended upon them. He gave his head a shake, casting off the thought. His most urgent task now was to merge with the blood god. Once the ritual was complete, what did it matter who stood against him? Werewolves or not, they would all be dead. The thought brought a cruel smile to his lips. They arrived at the hidden altar, encircled by thick stone pillars. Bound to the pillars, the 12 vampire elders awaited their fate. Holding Blade's blood, Deacon gestured for his followers to stay outside, then ascended the altar alone. A heavy thud echoed. A guttural roar followed. Damn it, Wool, are those werewolves? My God, they're huge. Warwick, drawn by the scent of so many vampires gathered together, entered the chamber, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. On the other side, Deacon spotted Warwick's massive form. Their eyes met, and for a split second, it felt as if he were being watched by some nightmarish force. Steeling himself, Deacon forced his nerves to settle. He uncorked the vessel containing Blade's blood and drank it in one gulp. He then knelt on the ground, raised both hands, and wore a look of utter devotion, murmuring an ancient cryptic chant. In the next instant, Deacon's eyes rolled back as his whole body convulsed violently, and he collapsed with a heavy thud. Yet even as he lay there, his limbs kept twitching, and before long, a sickening splatter sounded. Deacon's body exploded into fragments, sending a spray of crimson blood in all directions, forming a thick, dense mist in the air. Witnessing this scene, every vampire present, Warwick included, couldn't help but curse inwardly in utter shock. Yet, despite his astonishment, Warwick did not pause in his ongoing slaughter of the vampire clan members. Meanwhile, on the other side, several vampire leaders who were escorting Blade had planned to relocate as soon as Warwick appeared. But before they could act, the blood mist swept directly over the 12 elders standing atop the altar. Agonized wails soon resounded, echoing across the hall. In the next instant, faint popping sounds rang out again. Without a doubt, the elders were meeting the same fate as Deacon, their bodies bursting one after another. By now, the blood mist had gathered like a cloud, drifting and twisting in the air, lingering above as the last elder perished. It seemed almost alive, quickly converging and compressing toward the center. As the mist drew in tighter, an overwhelming, peerless force suddenly swept through the room. To call it gravity would be misleading. It was more aptly described as a force that stripped the very blood from one's veins. A spurt of blood, a guttural scream. A vampire who'd just been sent flying by Warwick crashed onto the altar. Before he could even scramble to his feet, something impossible happened. His blood began to surge from within, tearing itself free of his body against his will. In mere moments, he was reduced to a withered husk, and then simply faded from existence. Damn it, quick! Run, someone shouted. A deep rumble followed by another sickening burst. As panic swept through the crowd, the blood mist seemed to sense their intent, surging with even greater force. No! One after another, people were dragged helplessly toward the altar, their bodies seized by the relentless mist. The vampire leaders escorting Blade realized escape was their only hope and tried to flee in desperation. But they didn't get far before the blood mist caught up and drained every last drop from them as well. As Blade himself was about to be swept away, a monstrous claw lashed out and seized his arm. Looking up, Blade found himself staring straight into the blood-red eyes of Warwick. At that moment, Warwick had one hand buried deep in the wall, gripping the steel reinforcements within the building, while his other hand held tightly onto Blade. Fury had provided Warwick with information about Blade, or rather, Fury had had his eye on Blade for quite some time. This mission, in fact, was as much about helping Blade as anything else. On Blade's side, though he had no idea why the werewolf was saving him, it seemed, for the moment, at least, he was safe. But then, a sharp crack. Blade suddenly felt a force tugging at his leg. Glancing down, his emotions immediately turned complicated. Eric, help me, save me. I'm your mother. Listening to the woman's voice, Blade took a deep breath. Just as the woman was about to lose her grip and be swept away by the force, Blade nevertheless reached back and grabbed her. Eric, my good boy, pull your mother over. No, I grabbed you only to say one thing. I am truly disappointed in you. No, don't let go. I beg you. Eric, your mother was Ro. With a rush of sound, her words were cut off. No, I curse you. I curse you, Eric. Watching the woman's body drained of every drop of blood, Blade squeezed his eyes shut. For a long time, he stood there, eyes closed, until he felt the pull of the force finally subside. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Now, in a hidden chamber beneath the altar, There was nothing left but Warwick and himself. Everything else had vanished. A wet, squelching sound echoed in the chamber. The two of them looked up just in time to see the blood on the altar begin to shift and take human form. It was Deacon's face and figure that emerged. Ha ha ha, the world is mine. Who can stand in the way of my rule now? As Deacon spoke, Warwick and Blade exchanged a glance, and in that silent moment, each saw the grim truth in the other's eyes. You're still standing, and that wolf too. Humph, no matter. Let your god put an end to you. With that, Deacon's form flickered. An instant later, he was right in front of them. So fast. No dodge. With a heavy impact, Warwick sprang aside and landed hard on the far side of the chamber. Blade, however, was not so lucky. A vicious blow tore a gaping wound through his chest. It wouldn't kill him right away, but fighting on was now out of the question. Hith hith. Little mutt, where do you think you're going? Prepare to die. Now empowered, Deacon was in high spirits, and having dispatched Blade with a single blow, he couldn't even be bothered with the defeated man. He turned his attention to Warwick. Warwick narrowed his eyes, wary, not because Deacon was now too powerful to resist, but because his blood-draining abilities seemed to have grown far stronger. Drink deep, die. With a furious roar, Deacon's figure blurred, streaking toward Warwick with blinding speed. Warwick's eyes flashed. In the next instant, a dark red energy flared over Warwick's body as he unleashed his innate abilities. A thunderous impact, a sudden blur. What? A wet, tearing sound. Deacon gasped as the wolf vanished before his eyes. Before he could react, a massive, gaping maw appeared behind him. Warwick's fangs sank deep into Deacon's shoulder. There was a gruesome rip, nearly half of Deacon's body torn away in an instant. Ha ha ha, I underestimated you. Damn it, what are you? What on earth are you? Bang! With a thunderous explosion, just as Deacon's figure transformed into a mist of blood to escape Warwick's attack, he found to his surprise that Warwick's body twisted into a bizarre shape, trailing after his every movement. Smack! As Deacon's blood mist was scattered by Warwick's strike, the remaining mist quickly gathered and reformed into Deacon's shape. But now, Deacon's face had turned alarmingly pale, staring at the ferocious werewolf not far away. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. I admit you're strong, but you'll never defeat me. With that, Deacon suddenly spread his 5 fingers wide, and in the next instant, crimson blood surged from within his body. Wish, wish, wish. The blood instantly transformed into razor-sharp spears, darting toward Warwick at breakneck speed. At the same time, Deacon's figure flickered into a blur, aiming for a surprise attack. Seeing this, Warwick raised an eyebrow, then stomped the ground hard. Thick smoke billowed in an instant, shrouding the battlefield. Thunk! Squelch! Up! Through the swirling haze, Warwick glanced down to see a sharp spike embedded in his chest. Although he had dodged most of the blood spears, Deacon's sneak attack had found its mark. As the blood spike pierced his chest, an indescribable, strange sensation swept over Warwick, leaving him briefly dazed. This is vampire assimilation? Like hell it is. Boom! A burst of power erupted from within. With a roar, Warwick's formidable lifeblood shattered the invasive feeling in an instant. On the other side, Deacon's form reappeared, a hint of regret flashing across his face. At this moment, he was one with the blood god. Not just his speed or vampiric abilities had been enhanced. His powers now went far beyond basic gifts like agility and life-draining. Not only could he solidify blood at will, but his ability to turn others into vampires had grown dramatically, even to the point of converting enemy werewolves. Yet now, this transformation seemed to have no effect on Warwick. Clicking his tongue, Deacon forced down his rising frustration. Even though he had only inherited the blood god's body and not the ancient blood magic lost to the vampire lineage, his strength was still formidable. I have to admit, your power earns my respect. Among the werewolves, I've never heard of anyone like you. If you're willing to submit, once I rule this world, I'll grant you a territory of your own. As Deacon made his offer, Warwick simply grinned, as if mocking Deacon's arrogance. Over the past months, Warwick had come to understand this world quite well. Through S.H.I.E.L.D., he learned that there were still countless secrets hidden beneath the surface. Noticing Warwick's expression, Deacon's face darkened with cold anger. So, you've made your choice. In that case, let me show you the true power of the blood god. As soon as the words left his mouth, Deacon spread his arms wide. In the next instant, not far away, Warwick felt a sudden surge. The blood in his veins began to boil. With a sickening lurch, blood spurted from his wounds. Cough, cough. Controlling blood, is it? A sharp whistling cut through the air, followed by a heavy impact. Who's there? Show yourself. Just as Deacon was greedily drawing out the immense vitality from Warwick's body, a round shield came hurtling from the entrance of the chamber. With a sharp whiz, it ricocheted several times, slamming into Deacon's body. Annoyed, Deacon shot a glare toward the entrance. Yet even as he was distracted, he continued to voraciously drain Warwick's thick, powerful blood. At that moment, Captain Steve Rogers and his 3 allies burst into the chamber, arriving just in time. They froze, momentarily stunned, as they took in the crimson blood swirling and drifting through the air. Meanwhile, Warwick fought to marshal his own life force, struggling to resist Deacon's theft. But even so, the wound in his chest continued to gush uncontrollably. Shaking off the haze clouding his mind, Warwick glanced sidelong at the newcomers by the entrance. He immediately recognized Steve and his 2 companions. After all, he was the one who had sent the distress signal. But the black woman standing with them was a stranger to him. Regaining his focus, Warwick realized his strength was ebbing away, draining steadily by the second. Resolute, he snapped back to action. A primal howl burst from his lips, and a pulse of energy erupted outward. At the same moment, a dark red mist began to billow from Deacon's body. Warwick's eyes narrowed. Dropping to all fours, he sprang toward Deacon at lightning speed. With a thunderous crash and a wet splatter, the 2 collided. Warwick's assault cut Deacon's power short, disrupting his grisly ability. Some of the blood that had been streaming from Deacon reversed its course, surging back into Warwick's veins. As the blood flooded into his body, the gaping wound in Warwick's chest began to close at a remarkable pace. On the other side of the chamber, with Steve and the others present, Warwick now seemed to be holding his own against the vampire. But none of them intended to stand by and let these 2 monsters fight to the finish. Gunfire erupted, echoing off the close walls of the chamber. Every time Deacon tried to turn his attention to Steve and his companions, Warwick lunged in, forcing him to break off. Meanwhile, Steve and his 2 allies attacked in quick succession. Behind them, the black woman, Garen, noticed Blade lying unconscious in a corner. Her hand brushed the vial of anticoagulant at her waist. As a hematologist, the sight of Deacon manipulating the airborne blood had sparked an idea in her mind. But with 2 fierce battles raging at once, there was no way an ordinary vampire like her could intervene, let alone inject the anticoagulant into Deacon's body. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, as the battle raged on, Steve, ever the close combat fighter, found himself unable to approach Deacon, wary of the man's bizarre powers. Natasha and Barton took up positions for range suppression, but at this pace, their ammunition was quickly running out. Enough, you insignificant ants! I am the blood god. With a thunderous roar, the blood Deacon commanded surged from his body, exploding outward in a rain of crimson droplets. The blood shot through the air like a storm of bullets, splattering the walls of the chamber with scarlet stains. Steve and his companions immediately scrambled for cover. Warwick, however, stood his ground against the onslaught. While Deacon's attacks could breach his defenses, not every strike could bring him down. Elsewhere, stray droplets of blood peppered the room, and Blade, lying prone on the ground, not surprisingly, was caught in the barrage. The blood struck him, leaving a trail of bleeding holes across his body. Yet, this sudden burst of pain jolted Blade from unconsciousness. He coughed, spitting up fresh blood, and shook his head to clear the haze. As his vision steadied and he took in the chaos around him, he staggered to his feet. Noticing the others were too preoccupied to pay him any mind, he gritted his teeth through the pain and drew the silver long blade from his back. With a ringing metallic slide, Blade launched himself forward, feet pushing off the ground as he charged straight at Deacon's back. His strike was swift, cold, and precise. There was a sharp, wet sound. With a guttural cry, Deacon's head was severed clean off, tumbling to the ground where it dissolved into a pool of blood, only to be reabsorbed by his body. Before their eyes, Deacon's head regenerated at a speed the human eye could scarcely follow. "You can't kill me. I am God." As Deacon spoke, not only Blade, Steve, and the others, but even Warwick felt a chill of apprehension. Never before had they faced an opponent like this. Fast, relentless, able to heal, and seemingly impossible to kill. After Deacon's earlier barrage, both sides found themselves locked in a tense standoff. With their ammunition nearly depleted, Steve and his team had no choice but to pause and regroup. "Natasha, try to contact the director. Ask him when Garen will." As Steve spoke, his eyes caught movement in the corridor outside the chamber, a figure racing towards them. He focused, and sure enough, it was Garen. Relief swept through the group at his arrival. They all knew what Garen was capable of. Even Natasha and Barton, and especially Steve, had witnessed Garen's legendary might, if only through video. Meanwhile, Warwick and Blade fought in tandem. Even facing both of them, Deacon showed no sign of faltering. The pain might register, But death was simply not in the cards for him. Warwick, on the other hand, had to split his focus, fending off attacks while also shielding Blade. "You go first. You're just a burden here." Hearing Warwick's hoarse shout, Blade raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He nodded and prepared to leave the battlefield. After all, he knew that in a fight of this magnitude, he would be completely useless. "Come and go as you please? You think it's that easy, Auric? I was going to spare your life, but now you can die for me." With that, Deacon summoned blood into a sharp spear and launched it at Blade. Without missing a beat, Deacon copied Warwick's earlier maneuver, intent on stopping Blade from making his escape. On the other side, Blade watched the incoming attack. An icy chill seemed to grip his very soul. Just as he resigned himself to fate, a broad, imposing figure stepped in front of him. A sword as wide as a door slammed into the ground, effortlessly blocking Deacon's spear of blood. "I told you we'd meet again. It's you, Demacia." Hearing Blade's words, Garen shook his head quietly and spoke. "Demacia is just the name I use when I'm out in the world. Call me Garen. This place is dangerous. Get out of here while you can." With that, Garen turned and nodded to Warwick, who stood nearby. Both natives of Runeterra, they found plenty of common ground, and Garen and Warwick had become quite friendly over time. At first, Garen had been wary of Warwick's fierce appearance, but after months together, he'd realized Warwick wasn't nearly as bad as he looked. Back on the battlefield, Garen's arrival made Deacon scowl in frustration. Where had this new pest come from? Deacon tried to use his powers to drain the newcomer's blood, but to his shock, nothing happened. Garen stood firm and unmoved. "What were you supposed to be?" Garen flashed a broad grin and answered lightly. "Me? I'm the one who's going to kill you." With that, Garen, clad in heavy armor, took a step forward, his mighty sword whistling through the air as he swung. A rush of wind, then a thunderous impact. A howl of agony rang out as the blade's energy sliced through half of Deacon's body, sending a wave of pain that made him cry out uncontrollably. On the sidelines, Warwick saw Garen's attack and quickly called out, "Garen, be careful. This thing is strange. Ordinary wounds won't kill him." Hearing Warwick's warning, Garen frowned. Another one of these monsters? He tightened his grip on his sword, gathering his focus. In the next moment, the blade shimmered with golden light. Garen dug in his heels and launched himself forward. The ground trembled with the impact, a burst of force and a spray of blood. "You damn you! I'll drain every drop of blood from your body." Deacon roared in fury, struggling to pull out the great sword lodged deep in his body, but the blade wouldn't budge an inch. What terrified him even more was the sudden emptiness. He could no longer sense any of his own powers. Too much talking. With a single upward slash, the greatsword split Deacon clean in two, blood spraying everywhere as if there were no end to it. Yet almost immediately, that spilled blood began to gather together, as if it possessed a life of its own. Meanwhile, on the other side, the arrival of Garen brought a wave of relief to the rest of the group. Garen helped Blade over to a quiet corner and sat down. While listening to Natasha and the others discuss their next move, Garen thought long and hard before finally getting up and joining them. She first thanked them for their timely rescue, then shared her plan. To make sure everyone understood, she also explained the effects of the anticoagulant. Natasha and her team exchanged glances, the surprise evident in their eyes. "If that's the case, maybe it's worth a try. I'll go inform Garen." "I'd better go. I have a shield, so I'll be safer," Steve replied, taking the anticoagulant Garen handed him. He stood up. While not far from their spot, the battle still raged on. Even with Garen's help, Warwick and his ally were only just managing to keep Deacon at bay. They hadn't really dealt him significant harm. Steve moved nimbly through the ruined chamber, picking his way across the debris. On the other side of the fight, the three combatants noticed Steve's approach. Garen, though puzzled by Captain America's sudden appearance, didn't hesitate. He struck out, breaking Deacon's concentration. "What are you doing here?" Garen called out. Steve replied briefly, then handed over the vial. "Let's give this a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll have to call for backup." Hearing this, Garen nodded in agreement. The situation was far from ideal. What Garen and the others didn't realize was that things could have been much worse. If Deacon had managed to escape to the outside world and drain enough blood, then the real trouble would have begun. "Warwick, is there a way to hold him down?" "Of course," Warwick replied with certainty, and Garen let out a breath of relief. At that moment, Deacon, overhearing their conversation, grew wary of whatever Garen was holding in his hand. He trusted in his own strength, in the power of the blood god, but nothing was ever absolute. Before Warwick entered the fray, perhaps he would have been more arrogant. But now, having just become the blood god, he was already facing opponents who could go toe-to-toe with him. For decades, he had never encountered adversaries as formidable as Garen and Warwick. It seems to confirm that old saying, "The circles you mingle in are determined by your own strength." Seeing Garen charging toward him at breakneck speed, Deacon instinctively tried to dodge, but before he could react, Warwick leapt at him from the other side, closing the distance in a heartbeat. A sickening, wet sound echoed through the air. What is this? Why can't I move? Before he could finish a sentence, Warwick's claws, set with some unknown metal, raked viciously across Deacon's body. Most of the blood that spurted out was instantly drawn into Warwick himself. Meanwhile, Garen seized the perfect moment, darted forward, and plunged the syringe into Deacon's body. Deacon let out a guttural scream. Freed from Warwick's grasp, he found his whole body swelling uncontrollably. He was no longer master of his own form. Seeing this, Garen and Warwick both quickly retreated, exchanging a glance with a hint of satisfaction. The anticoagulants seemed to be working. As the medicine spread through Deacon's system, his body lost all resemblance to a human, ballooning grotesquely like an overinflated skin sack. No, I don't want to die. Eric, I'm your mother. Blood. I need blood. I'll kill you all. For not far away, voices, male and female, distorted and overlapping, kept erupting from within that grotesque, bloated sack. Garen and Warwick exchanged uncertain glances. But Warwick understood. These cries came from the vampires who had just been absorbed into Deacon's body. And among them, a woman's voice rang out, shrill and piercing. As time stretched on, the flesh balloon grew larger and larger. This is bad, it's going to explode. Without another word, Garen and Warwick hurried away. No sooner had they left than the swollen mass burst apart with a thunderous boom. Crimson blood and shredded flesh rained down everywhere. Is it over? As soon as Garen spoke, the spilled blood ignited spontaneously, burning away in an instant until nothing was left. Seeing this, everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It was finally over. Garen looked around at the ruined surroundings, unable to suppress a sigh of his own. This world seems to be getting more and more dangerous. A pair of heavy pats landed on his shoulder. Garen turned and met Warwick's enormous, bloody grin. There was no mistaking it, he was smiling. Let's go. Time to leave this place. Hearing Warwick's voice, Garen nodded. The two of them joined up with Steve and the others. As for what happened here, there would be specialists to deal with the aftermath. Once the group left Deacon's research building and stepped onto the empty street, the cold wind sobered them up completely. Colin, right? We owe you for the antidote this time. Would you be willing to come with us to SHIELD headquarters? Listening to Natasha's words, Karen exchanged a glance with Blade, then gently declined the group's suggestion. None of them pressed the issue. As they watched Blade and Karen walk away, Agent Barton finally broke the silence after a long pause. Well, that settles it. How about we go grab a drink? Sound good? With Barton's proposal, and after a brief moment of quiet, the group shared a knowing smile and readily agreed. Ahem. What's wrong, Warwick? Hearing the commotion behind them, Natasha quickly asked, and the others turned to look as well. After all, Warwick, towering at nearly 3 meters tall, was hard to miss. He patted his chest, not feeling any discomfort. But just now he had clearly coughed up blood. Seeing the concern on his companions' faces, Warwick shook his head lightly. I'm fine. Maybe the fight just now left a bit of internal bruising. Really? Maybe you should get checked out. Natasha's concern was met with another shake of Warwick's head. This victory was too sweet. He didn't want to dampen anyone's spirits. Meanwhile, Captain America and his companion also looked at Warwick with concern. After all that had happened, the barriers between them and Warwick had completely fallen away. The group soon dialed Fury, updated him on the situation, and then found a place to unwind over drinks. At the same time, on the other side of the continent, Hong Kong, famed as one of the world's foremost international cities, lauded as the Pearl of the Orient and a paradise for food lovers. It was a lazy afternoon. Dio sat comfortably at a sidewalk cafe, savoring not a coffee, but a glass of rich, aromatic Coca-Cola. His gaze drifted to the bustling crowds outside the window. As if reminded of something, Dio's brows arched in mild surprise. This blood god seems far more sinister than what the movies described. Warwick's in for some real trouble now. Well, maybe this effect will bring me a pleasant surprise one day. Who knows? With that thought, Dio pulled up his system interface and tapped into Warwick's attribute panel. Where once there had been a green background, it now glowed with a blood red, almost visceral hue. A large skull icon was prominently displayed, which he selected with a thought. Negative effect, blood god possession. This hero has been invaded by negative energy, causing emotions to spiral out of control and generating a bloodthirsty urge. The more the blood flows, the faster the descent. This process unfolds in 3 stages: frenzy, chaos, mindlessness. Effect. Each stage grants the hero enhanced attributes across the board. The greater the bloodlust, the stronger the boost. Note, the effect has a set duration and the negative state cannot be diminished. Dio pinched the bridge of his nose as he read the information on the system interface. As for the scene of Warwick's fierce battle with the vampire earlier, he had naturally witnessed it himself. All in all, it was hard to say whether this possession by the blood god had turned out for better or worse, but if Dio wanted to break free from it, it would be quite simple. After all, just 3 months ago, he'd drawn a Mercury pendant from the lottery and hadn't found a use for it yet. That's right, over the past 3 months, he'd been traveling the world for fun, though he never minded making some extra money during his leisure time. Not to mention, old Nick Fury kept tossing him missions every now and then. And now, he'd even managed to lose Vladimir's hero card. It was precisely because he sensed the hero card moving that Dio became aware of the incident all the way over in New York. With that in mind, Dio curled his lip, drained his soda in one gulp, completely ignoring the look of disdain from the cafe staff, and cheerfully paid his bill before walking out. As for the cafe's rule forbidding outside drinks, what a joke. Was Dio the kind of man to be bound by rules? Leaving the shop, Dio strolled down the street, letting the warm breeze brush against his face. By all rights, it was still winter, but the street was alive with beautiful women. As for the men, sorry, but they simply didn't catch his eye. The air was thick with the scent of hormones, barely masked by cheap perfume, but nothing could escape Dio's keen sense of smell. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Ugh, whose feet stink like that? He muttered a curse under his breath, then focused his energy to temporarily shut off his heightened sense of smell. That made things much more bearable. As he watched the Asian faces passing by, he felt a sudden kinship well up in his heart. After all, in America, it was mostly just black or white faces, rarely even a mixed-race one in sight. In just a short span of 3 months, Dio had managed to travel across the vast and beautiful lands of his homeland. During that time, he'd even returned to the city from his memories just to have a look. Unfortunately, there was no trace of his old home. Not even the buildings matched up. Apart from sharing the same city name, nothing else aligned with his recollections. With a sigh, he called up his system interface. In the personal stats section, there were hardly any changes compared to 3 months ago. The only difference was in his experience points. Though he hadn't gained much experience himself, quite a lot had accumulated in the panels of several of his heroes. 43,000 already? That's all I got in 3 months. These heroes really aren't pulling their weight. As he thought this, a wry smile tugged at the corner of Dio's mouth. He was clearly being sarcastic. Still, to be fair, even with all these experience points, Dio was at a net loss. If he'd handled things himself, in 3 months he might not have broken the 100,000 mark, but it wouldn't have been far off. After all, with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the governments of the entire Earth, no, the whole planet, keeping a tight lid on supernatural forces these days, it was no easy feat to stir up trouble. Therefore, many incidents are known only to the relevant authorities, with little information leaking to outsiders. It's been almost 3 hours since the hero card was stolen. Why hasn't it been released yet? As he walked along the broad avenue, Dio pondered this in his mind. All he could sense was the location of the hero card. He couldn't observe things in real time like a hero could, so Dio had no idea what the current status of the Vladimir hero card was. But given that 3 hours had passed without it being summoned, it was clear that whoever had taken it understood the true value of the hero card. Sigh, I wonder which faction managed to snatch something from that old fox Fury. Could Hydra have made their move early? The thought made Dio shake his head. It didn't seem likely. Since the attack had taken place at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and Fury hadn't informed Dio about it, he was completely in the dark about what had transpired there. Similarly, he had no idea the group that took the hero card was made up of vampires. If he'd known, his reaction would have been priceless. After all, in just about every movie world, vampires were considered a weak and marginalized group. But now, if Vladimir were to rule over them, oh well, since you're in no rush to summon him, I'm in no hurry either. The Ancient One is still alive, after all. With her power, even if she can't handle Vladimir with a wave of her hand, she surely won't lose to him. Letting out a quiet sigh, Dio turned and stepped into a bustling pedestrian street. For now, Dio didn't plan to get involved in Vladimir's affairs. Whether Vladimir won or lost, either outcome would benefit Dio. If he had his fun and returned to New York, and the hero card still hadn't been summoned by then, he could always consider retrieving it himself. That thought brought a faint smile to Dio's lips. He realized he was starting to follow his whims more and more these days, and he truly enjoyed his current life. No need to worry about daily meals, no reason to fret about work each day. Wasn't this exactly the kind of life most people dreamed of? As he melted into the throng of the busy pedestrian street, the sheer flow of people reminded Dio of the lively markets he'd visited as a child in his hometown. "Big brother, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers?" A clear, youthful voice chimed by his side. Dio turned to look. It was a tall young girl. He called her a big lowly because she was, in fact, of legal age. Do I look like some artsy young guy to you? Buy flowers? Who would I even give them to? If you don't mind, you could give them back to me after you buy them. Beat it. Leaving the spot where the flower-selling girl stood, Dio continued to stroll through the crowd. He, too, had only arrived in Hong Kong at noon today, so he hadn't had much time to explore. That made him all the more curious about this city. Of course, the most important thing was that there was a sanctum here under the domain of Kamartaj. But Dio had no intention of visiting. The Ancient One hadn't come looking for him. There was no sense in seeking trouble by showing up uninvited. With that in mind, Dio continued to wander leisurely, the sounds of the bustling city reaching his ears from all directions. Fresh lamb skewers. Come and have a look. Come and taste. These aren't authentic lamb skewers at all. I've had real Xinjiang lamb skewers. Oh, are you sure you tried them? Of course I have. I'm from Xinjiang myself. Then maybe you misheard me. I said fresh lamb skewers. Come on, you've got a Xinjiang accent, no doubt about it. Listening to the lively banter drifting by, Dio couldn't help but chuckle to himself. As a world-class metropolis, Hong Kong attracted countless tourists. After all, it also carried the reputation of a shopper's paradise. But let's be honest, it was always the out-of-towners who ended up getting ripped off, and that was true in every city. Strolling along, time slipped quietly by. By now, Dio's hands were empty. If nothing else, he had to admit that the street food here was excellent. Are you coming or not? Oh, come on, we finally made it here. Let's go explore somewhere else. There are way too many people here, and you have to wait in line forever just to buy something. I don't care, I want roasted pig's trotters and nothing else. As Dio nibbled on a skewer, he overheard a young couple playfully bickering beside him. The mention of roast pig's trotters immediately piqued his interest. In his previous life, pig's trotters were his absolute favorite, a pleasure to hold and gnaw on. With a gentle stir of his own energy, the medley of aromas wafting through the street became almost intoxicating, filling his senses with a blissful haze. He followed one particularly enticing scent, craning his neck to see where it was coming from. Wow, business is really booming. A long, winding line snaked ahead, making Dio grimace, but the urge to taste was hard to resist. Cut in line? Dio had no desire for that. He might be powerful, but he wasn't about to break the most basic rules of conduct. Since that was the case, what choice did he have? He'd just wait in line. After all, he wasn't in any hurry. Time ticked by, and the snacks in Dio's hands gradually disappeared. Just then, "Excuse me, could I get through?" "Step." A woman's voice rang out, and Dio watched as she slipped right in front of him, causing him to frown. On her shoulder, she held a small child, who was now staring up at Dio with wide, curious eyes, or, more precisely, at the last piece of skewer in his hand. "You want to try some, don't you? You want to try some, don't you?" The child nodded enthusiastically, eyes sparkling. "Slurp, that's delicious." As Dio made his move, the little boy's lips began to tremble, and he almost burst into tears. Dio, however, didn't care in the slightest. Seeing that his act of playing the victim wasn't working, the boy somehow fished out an unopened lollipop from who knows where. He pulled it out and brandished it triumphantly, as if to say, "I bet you don't have one of these." Watching the brat gloat, Dio couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Just as the kid slowly tore open the wrapper to reveal the creamy, fragrant candy inside, Dio swiftly reached out his hand. "Hand it over, kid." The child's wail rang out, sharp and shrill, drawing the attention of those nearby. The boy's mother hurried to comfort him. But the little rascal was relentless, pointing his chubby finger at Dio, who now had the lollipop in his mouth and was fiddling with his phone. "Mommy, I want my lollipop," he sobbed. The woman looked puzzled. "Didn't I just buy you one?" "I don't care, I want my lollipop," the child insisted, kicking up a fuss. With the kid's tantrum escalating, all eyes in the crowd turned their way. "Hey, you weren't here earlier. Are you trying to cut in line?" "Back to the end," a young man in the crowd called out, glancing from the noisy child to the woman, confusion on his face. He'd been waiting in line for ages and was sure he'd seen everyone who'd been at the front. The young man's words caught the attention of even more travelers, and soon, a wave of disapproval swept over the crowd. Seeing this, the woman left in embarrassment, carrying her child away. As she left, Dio took the lollipop from his mouth and smacked his lips loudly in their direction. Seeing this, the little boy wailed even louder. With that brief episode over, the line resumed its orderly progress. Soon, Dio was strolling down the pedestrian street again, munching on a roasted pig's trotter. Time slipped by, and dusk soon approached. The sky was streaked with the last rays of sunlight, and night began to fall. Dio found a five-star hotel at random and decided to spend the night, planning to return to the States the next day. China might be nice, but it wasn't the fertile ground of his memories. There was nothing here that felt familiar. No people, no stories he knew, so staying felt pointless. He'd rather go back to America. At least there, Dio knew how the plot was supposed to unfold. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, following Dickon's defeat, scattered vampire clans were fleeing in all directions. Because of the time difference, it was nearly noon in New York. The previous night's battle hadn't disturbed the everyday lives of ordinary people. The vampires had come and gone swiftly. Now, the vampire Chuck, all on his own, carried a silver suitcase as he left New York behind. Far away, in a secluded manner on the outskirts of San Francisco, Chuck arrived at his secret hideout. Silently returning to the hideout, Chuck made his way down to the basement. Although it was chilly down here, it did not feel damp. After rummaging through a few boxes, Chuck pulled out various tools to begin decoding the briefcase. With no one else around to interfere and all his equipment at hand, it wasn't long before the lock gave way and the case slowly creaked open. In that instant, a swirl of white mist drifted out from inside the briefcase. Gazing at the shimmering card within, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Chuck's mouth. He fixed his eyes on the strange letters inscribed on the card, but he did not speak them aloud. He knew the method for unsealing the card. Although Fury had constructed tight security around the card, there were still many things he had overlooked. After all, the director of the Federal Bureau, or even Barton shouting names outside, coupled with the appearance of the Joker not long ago and a string of other incidents, all of it had given Chuck some clues, though nothing concrete. Picking up the card from the case, Chuck examined it closely, reaching out with his senses to feel the energy pulsing from it. But after a long inspection, he found nothing. He was not like other vampires. He had mastered blood magic. When he saw Vladimir's image on the card, Chuck's brow furrowed, and he forced down the urge to release what was sealed inside. After all, he had no way of knowing how powerful the vampire sealed within the card truly was. If he unleashed it and then lost control, everything would be lost. Thinking this through, Chuck placed the card back in the briefcase and surveyed the empty, echoing chamber around him. It seems I'll need to gather some ritual materials. As long as I can trap him, then, With that, Chuck stowed the briefcase in a secure safe, then dialed a few numbers, instructing his contacts to procure certain equipment and supplies. Over 20 years ago, Chuck had stumbled upon a tattered page of blood magic. Following its cryptic notes, he became the first vampire in centuries to wield magic. Though the page contained only 3 spells, each one was immensely powerful. One was, naturally, the Bloodline's signature ability, manipulating blood. The second was dominion over bloodworms. And the third, this was the reason Chuck had decided to act after hearing of Vladimir's card. This power was called Blood God's Rebirth. Yes, the Blood God mentioned here was the very same one summoned by Deacon. No, to be precise, what Deacon summoned and fused with was merely an avatar, a tiny fragment of the Blood God from Hell. Such an avatar carried no true consciousness of the Blood God, and its strength depended entirely on the vessel it merged with. Even so, the raw power it bestowed was unparalleled. Originally, Chuck had planned to make Deacon his primary target, until Vladimir appeared on the scene. Blood God's reincarnation was an evil blood magic left behind by the Blood God in the mortal world. It could assimilate and seize the physical strength of others, and even gain their abilities and memories. What a pity that useless Deacon actually died. Otherwise, I could have claimed his abilities first and then dealt with Vladimir afterward. Chuck mused, a trace of resignation in his tone. The abilities gained through Blood God's reincarnation could not be stacked, nor could they be used on other species. So over the years, he had been hunting for powerful vampires. Though he had yet to encounter any truly formidable bloodlines, even so, he had quietly managed to capture an elder vampire from another country. Leaving the underground chamber, Chuck returned to the manor, heading to the cold storage to fetch a reserved blood bag for sustenance. Last night's battle had taken quite a toll on him. Meanwhile, at Columbia Hospital in New York, Steve and the others, after finishing last night's fight, had gone out to celebrate. Early this morning, after wrapping up their duties at headquarters, they hurried straight to the hospital to visit Tony. Due to Warwick's unique circumstances, he hadn't come along. Although Warwick and Tony didn't exactly get along, it would be a stretch to call their relationship hostile. Inside the hospital, Tony was already awake, but he looked pale and visibly drained from blood loss. When Steve and the others arrived, Tony couldn't help but crack a few jokes, his trademark mischief shining through even now. Natasha and the others rolled their eyes at this, while Pepper gave Tony a discreet pinch under the covers. "Look at yourself. How can you still be joking at a time like this?" Natasha chided. Tony just waved her off, unfazed. "So, what about that vampire from last night? Did you catch him?" "No, he got away," Natasha replied. She exchanged a glance with Barton, both of them reading the concern in each other's eyes. After all, from what Garen had said, Vladimir might be extremely powerful. But at this point, worrying wouldn't help. Nearly a whole day had passed, and there hadn't been any shocking incidents. On the other hand, Tony listened to Natasha, sighing inwardly. Did you watch the footage from last night? Do you know who he is? I couldn't find any information. There's nothing on him anywhere. That's not surprising, Natasha said. Creatures like vampires and werewolves, unless they returned recently, erase all traces of their former identities. But don't worry, Tony. We'll find that vampire. All right, got it. With that, Tony dropped the subject, and Steve and the others, exchanging a glance, began to tell him about what had happened to Deacon the night before. This, of course, piqued Tony's interest. You're telling me that even with 5 of you, you couldn't take down that vampire? In the end, it took a vial of serum to finish the job. Well, that's basically how it went. But that vampire was just too strange. You've faced him yourself, haven't you? Steve and I couldn't even get close to him, Natasha replied, her tone tinged with frustration. As Natasha explained, Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully, while Pepper, standing nearby, looked worried and anxious. Vampires and werewolves, these things had truly rattled her. If Natasha and the others weren't there, she might have already asked Tony to quit the Avengers. After all, now that they'd finally settled down together, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Not even Garen and that Skinner dog could handle it. Tony asked. Hearing Tony's question, Natasha and the others sighed, then simply shook their heads, not even bothering to correct Tony's nickname for Warwick. It's not that they couldn't handle him. The vampire couldn't do much to them either. But by the same token, Garen and Warwick just couldn't kill him. He was impossible to deal with. As the conversation went on, Tony found himself reflecting on their struggles. Time slipped by quietly, dusk settling over the city. Eventually, Natasha and the others said their goodbyes, each having their own responsibilities waiting for them in the world outside. Meanwhile, at the exit of New York International Airport, Dior stood with a suitcase stuffed full of local specialties, bracing himself against the chilly wind as he waited for his ride. A deep rumble filled the air, followed by the sharp click of a car door. Hey, Phil. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Dior called out brightly. Phil, sitting behind the wheel of a black SUV, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Dior's greeting. He sighed, didn't bother replying, and simply signaled Dior to get in. With the car speeding through the night, the two of them slipped into an easy, half-hearted conversation. By the way, Dior, you need to come by headquarters tomorrow. The director wants to meet you. Plus, you should get acquainted with the rest of the Avengers. I just got back. Can't you guys give me a couple days to rest? Phil just shook his head, ignoring him. Dior sighed, giving up on the argument, and turned to gaze out the window at the dazzling city lights. Soon enough, the car pulled up outside his little shop in Queens. Thanks for the ride, Phil. Oh, and these are for you. Some local treats I brought back. As he spoke, Dior pulled a few vacuum-packed bags from his suitcase and placed them in Phil's car. Phil didn't refuse. With a meaningful glance at Dior, he drove off into the night. Dior watched him leave, shaking his head with a wry smile. He grabbed his suitcase and headed toward his humble apartment. Click, click, click. What the? Who the hell changed my locks? Muttering in disbelief, Dior tried the lock a few more times, but the answer was obvious. Someone had locked him out. Looking at the scattered lights along the streets, Dio couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He took out his phone and dialed Phil's number again. The call connected quickly. Hey, Phil, where are you now? Huh? Me? I'm already at headquarters. Cut out. It's only been 2 minutes. What? Did you fly a plane? Get back here now. With that, he hung up. Left alone in the chilly night air, Dio sat there, feeling a touch of melancholy. After a long while, Dio called his landlord. He explained the situation, but was immediately met with the landlord's furious roar on the other end. You owe me 3 months' rent, and you still want to get inside? I'm telling you, not tossing all your junk out is already showing mercy. Pay up, or just wait for the court summons. Beep, beep, beep. Staring at his phone after the call ended, Dio was momentarily stunned. How could he have the nerve? At the same time, Phil's car circled back, picking up a frustrated Dio and bringing him to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tonight, Dio had no intention of finding somewhere else to stay. Just as he'd thought 3 months ago, it was time to find a place of his own. Until then, he'd make do with staying at S.H.I.E.L.D. The car sped along, and soon both of them arrived at headquarters. Although Dio had only ever seen this place in movies, it still felt fresh and fascinating. Inside, the agents and staff hadn't paused their work just because it was nighttime. No one came to greet Dio specifically, but he didn't mind in the slightest. Thanks to Phil's arrangements, Dio was settled into a tidy little room, fully equipped with everything he might need. All in all, it was quite decent. Dio, you can stay here for tonight. As for that villa in the suburbs you mentioned, I'll have someone keep an eye out for you tomorrow. All right, thanks, Phil. You're a real brother. Dio clapped Phil on the shoulder with a big brother air that made you want to punch him. Well, if that's all, I'll be heading out. After Phil left, Dio quickly washed up, then lay in bed, idly scrolling through his phone. The night passed uneventfully. By morning, Dio was up early to wash, and the headquarters was already bustling with activity. As an international organization dealing with extraordinary matters, S.H.I.E.L.D. never lacked for work. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At the sound of the knock, a striking figure stepped inside. The newcomer's leather jacket accentuated her graceful, sculpted figure, and her deep red curls cascaded casually down her back. Dio, come with me. Call me over just like that. By the way, where's Ellie? Why didn't you bring her with you? Listening to Natasha's words, Dio casually asked a question. Of course, he already knew exactly where Eri was. After all, in her role as the true eye, no one within a certain range could match her awareness. For instance, Natasha had a particular fondness for wearing black lace-trimmed lingerie. And for Dio, this was the best way to pass his leisure time. The only thing that annoyed him was that, except for when Natasha first brought Eri into S.H.I.E.L.D., she kept her at home ever since, hiring people to look after her. Natasha, hearing Dio speak, didn't give it much thought. She replied calmly, Eri's very well behaved, just has a big appetite. Don't worry, I'll bring her back to you in a few days. As Natasha spoke, Dio rubbed his nose and didn't respond, simply following her out of the room. On the way, the agents ignored the two of them, focused entirely on their own work. When they passed by the snack area, Dio casually grabbed a few bags of chips. Crunch. Munch, munch. He snacked all the way, following Natasha into a heavily guarded elevator. In the cramped space, the enticing aroma of chips mixed with the sound of Dio munching, which clearly began to grate on Natasha's nerves. The elevator hummed as it ascended. Before long, a spacious office came into view as the doors slid open in front of Dio. Inside, several figures were seated on sofas, chatting away. Seeing the familiar faces, Dio couldn't help but grin. They were all old acquaintances. As Dio and Natasha stepped out of the elevator, Steve and the others turned their eyes toward them. Seeing this, Dio quickly raised his hand in greeting. Everyone, make yourselves at home. Eat, drink, relax, just pretend you're in your own place. Please sit down, sit down. Hearing Dio's tone, as if he were the host, not even Natasha could hide her confusion. Even Tony, newly discharged from the hospital that morning, looked puzzled and secretly wondered, who the hell is this clown? Meanwhile, Fury's dark, inscrutable face made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. He neither greeted Dio nor offered any explanation. Hey Dio. Garen, my friend, long time no see. By the way, what did you move to? I have to say, it's been odd not having you as a neighbor. With this off-topic banter, Dio strolled over to Garen, snack in hand, and gave him a hug before plopping down next to him, acting as if he were right at home. During Dio's 3 months abroad, the Avengers had only formally assembled 2 months ago, so Steve and the others didn't know who he was. As Dio and Garen chatted away, Natasha found herself unable to sit still. She tried signaling Dio several times to stop, but when he didn't take the hint, she had no choice but to clear her throat pointedly. Catching the cue, Garen snapped back to attention and noticed the puzzled looks from Steve and the others. He quickly began to introduce Dio to the team. Sorry, everyone. It's true. I haven't seen Dio in ages. Here, let me introduce him to you all. This is Dio Brando, a good friend of mine. Now, don't be fooled by his easygoing attitude. Don't underestimate him. He's actually incredibly capable. With Garen's explanation, everyone got a first impression of Dio. They were also somewhat surprised to learn that he was brought in as an external consultant. Coupled with Garen's glowing praise, it was clear that Dio was no ordinary talent. After that, Garen took the time to introduce Dio to each person in the office. Dio, for his part, shook hands with everyone. Yes, even Warwick was included. Of course, there was a small incident during this. When Tony was faced with Dio's outstretched hand, he didn't return the gesture. Seeing this, the others quickly tried to smooth things over. Dio, naturally, understood right away and didn't take offense. As everyone got to know each other, Fury on the other side cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Now that you're all acquainted, I have a mission that requires your attention, he said. With that, Fury took out a small remote and pressed a button. Instantly, a holographic projection flickered to life before them, showing footage from the S.H.I.E.L.D. battle that took place 2 nights ago. As the images played, Dio immediately understood what had happened. It turned out the hero card had been taken by the vampires. At this realization, his expression became rather intriguing. The projection continued, eventually freezing on a clear image of a person's face. This vampire incursion was no random attack. They came prepared with a clear target in mind. Each of you is among S.H.I.E.L.D's finest. I need you to recover what was stolen. With those words, Fury pressed another button, and a silver briefcase appeared on the screen. This is what the vampires took. Of course, there's a chance they've already removed its contents. As for what's inside, you don't need to know that just yet. According to the tracking device inside the case, the last signal we received was from San Francisco. Your mission is to bring this item back, intact. Fury deliberately left out whether Natasha and the others knew what was inside the case. Truthfully, he was still uneasy. Because of the incident with Warwick the other night, he hadn't had enough manpower to retrieve the case immediately, which meant they'd lost a day. He also couldn't rule out his own curiosity. He wanted to see, with his own eyes, the characters sealed within those special cards. Yet after a day had passed without any major incidents reported, Fury allowed himself a small sigh of relief. On the other side, Dio listened to Fury's words and frowned to himself. He couldn't help but shake his head at the carelessness of the vampires. Honestly, with SHLD's usual style, anyone could have guessed they tried to fake a signal, yet the vampires hadn't even bothered to check. As for helping S.H.I.E.L.D. recover the hero card, Dio thought it over for a moment before dismissing the idea. It wasn't that he didn't trust SHIELD's security, but with the events of the first Avengers movie just around the corner, this was a critical moment. He knew the card would be safest and most useful in his own hands. Still, now that he was aware of SHIELD's plans, Dio couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, summoning a hero with the card was just a matter of a single thought. If SHIELD's operation tipped off the vampires and forced them into a desperate move, they might summon Vladimir on the spot. If that happened, the thought sent a chill down Dio's spine. Looks like I have to act tonight, he muttered to himself. I need to get the hero card before they do. He looked over at the group huddled nearby, deep in discussion about their plan of action, and made his way over to join them. From our last fight, we know the vampires aren't all that strong individually, Dio began. The only real threat was the one that injured Tony. Right, but that blood-controlling ability, Steve said, concern in his voice. Do you think it could be another blood god? Natasha, listening, couldn't hide her worry as she responded. She shot a glance at Garen and Warwick. If it hadn't been for the two of them that night, even with the anticoagulant, they probably wouldn't have gotten close to Deacon, let alone manage to inject him with the serum. I've never seen this blood god you keep talking about. Warwick spoke up, but I think we should wait a couple of days before making a move. I need to prepare. Didn't you say the plan was just to inject him with that serum? That's simple enough, but I'll need a little time. Seated at the table, Tony listened to the conversation and quickly interjected. He hadn't forgotten that awful sensation of having his blood forcibly drained from his body. He shot Warwick a sidelong glance. After being wounded twice by these so-called legendary beings, Tony couldn't pretend he wasn't frustrated. After all, the anti-Warwick armor he was developing was originally meant for payback. Who knew Warwick would end up recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Now Tony couldn't touch him, and the pent-up irritation was hard to swallow. But with the vampires now in the crosshairs, Tony was more than ready to let off some steam. Across the table, Natasha and the others listened to Tony, their brows furrowing with concern. Dio, however, couldn't help but smile softly, and there was a rare warmth in the way he looked at Tony. No, Tony, when dealing with vampires, we have to act swiftly, Natasha said, her tone edged with urgency. Now that daylight is on our side, we should take advantage of the sunlight, the vampire's greatest weakness, and strike while we can. As Natasha spoke, a trace of worry flickered across her face. She was deeply anxious, knowing exactly what was inside the suitcase. Natasha's right. If we delay, things could change for the worse, another voice chimed in. With everyone in agreement, even Tony had nothing more to add. On the other side, Fury watched as the team finished their discussion. Without hesitation, he sent the location coordinates directly to Natasha's device. It was clear that she would take the lead on this mission. After all, Natasha was the only one aware of the existence of the sealed card. Meanwhile, in a dim basement of a manor on the outskirts of San Francisco, Chuck stood before a transparent container, 3 meters tall. After a full day's work, the specially constructed isolation box was finally complete. Despite its simple appearance, the box was incredibly sturdy, tough enough to withstand the blast of a small nuclear warhead without faltering. What made it even more formidable was the copious amount of vibranium infused within its walls, all for the sake of containing the figure trapped within the sealed card. Chuck had poured his entire fortune into this plan. Whether he would succeed or lose, everything hinged entirely on what would happen next. His fate was bound to this scheme. If he failed to imprison the entity from the card, everything would be lost. That's why he wasn't the least bit concerned about the locator tucked inside the suitcase. Indeed, Chuck had discovered the tracker long ago, but he hadn't removed it. On the contrary, he left it there intentionally. After arranging the last few items scattered around the basement, Chuck turned and looked toward a captive, an ordinary man bound not far behind him. It all comes down to this, success or annihilation, Chuck murmured, a wild grin twisting his lips as he faced the isolation box. If he succeeded, everything else could be negotiated. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. agents showed up, he would not be afraid. But if he failed, anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. who came would simply be dragged down with him. "You, get in," Chuck ordered coldly, stepping up to the captive. The man trembled in fear. "Please, I'm begging you, let me go. I have a daughter at home." But Chuck's face remained unmoved. He grabbed the man and shoved him through the heavily fortified door of the isolation box. "Listen carefully. Do exactly as I say. I know where your family lives. I know who's waiting for you. If you do this right, I promise you'll go home." "Really? Thank you so much." The man inside the box responded desperately through the communicator. Deep down, he knew the vampire would never let him walk free, but clinging to hope was all he had left. Outside the isolation chamber, Chuck held a specially made communicator, edging himself far back, almost pressing into the corner of the basement wall. "Do you see the suitcase in the center? Open it. The code is 5431. Inside the isolation chamber, the man listened to Chuck's instructions, watching as he retreated. Swallowing hard, he struggled to suppress his fear and, following Chuck's orders, abruptly opened the suitcase. As the suitcase clicked open, the man squeezed his eyes shut on instinct. But after a tense moment, realizing nothing else had happened, he slowly opened them again. What greeted his gaze was a strange, shimmering card, glowing crimson all over. On its surface was a portrait of a person, and as the man stared at the card, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over him. An urge to escape surged within him, compelled by instinct, but just then, Chuck's voice sounded again. "Do you see that card? Read out the words on it, and I'll let you go." Trembling all over, the man shuddered at Chuck's command. That nameless terror coiled tighter inside him, almost snapping. "No, let me go." Outside the isolation chamber, Chuck frowned deeply as he watched the man's reaction. "I said, read out the words on the card." Thud! The man collapsed onto the floor inside the chamber, and Chuck's face darkened until it was nearly pitch black. Just as Chuck was about to step forward and drag the man out, his hand resting on the chamber's heavy lock, a chill of cold sweat prickled down his spine, and he stopped short. He glanced up at the man inside, his gaze lingering on the man's legs for a moment, thinking to himself how close he'd come. If he'd opened the chamber just then, and the man had rushed forward and read the words on the card. "It seems you're not so obedient after all. Well then, let me show you the little gift I prepared for just such an occasion." With that, Chuck quickly retreated, moving back to the corner of the basement. He pulled a control switch from his pocket and turned the power down to its lowest setting. Click! A faint crackle filled the air. As Chuck operated the switch, a heart-rending scream rang out from within the isolation chamber, echoing through the communicator. Chuck's lips curled into a slight, satisfied smile. "Do as I say, or else." "Never. You bastard, you devil. It seems you still don't understand your situation. If I recall, you have a 3-year-old daughter, don't you? Her blood must be very pure. Would you like to see her again?" Faced with the man's resentful gaze from inside the isolation chamber, Chuck paid it no mind. His expression made it clear. If things weren't done his way, then the threats he had uttered would become reality. Watching as the man staggered to his feet, Chuck sensibly switched off the device and then observed silently as the man began, step by step, to unlock the sealed card. Inside the isolation chamber, the man's hands trembled as he picked up the card, then cast a pleading look at Chuck outside the glass. "Remember what you promised. I don't beg for my own life, but my family." His voice trailed off as he lowered his gaze, examining the card in his hand. Staring at its strange script, the meaning surfaced in his mind. Closing his eyes, he recited the incantation in a slow, deliberate voice. "Crimson Reaper, Vladimir." As soon as the man spoke, Chuck's eyes remained fixed on the card in the man's grasp. "It's gone? Looks like it wore." A sudden, wet splatter cut him off. Something's flowing. "You are making me quite uneasy." Within the isolation chamber, streams of crimson blood surged from the man's body, and a soul-shaking resonance echoed straight through the reinforced glass and into Chuck's mind. Moments later, the man collapsed, a withered husk on the floor, as the blood slowly gathered and began to take human shape. When Chuck's gaze met the figures, his breath caught in his throat. The paralyzing sensation lasted only a moment, but it was enough. "You give me a strange feeling." "Kin? No, not quite." "Well, it doesn't matter. But it seems you are the one imprisoning me." Boom. Crack. "Oh, so you came prepared. I'll give you one more chance. Answer me, worm." Still reeling from the deafening explosion, Chuck glanced at the shards of masonry tumbling from the trembling walls. Suppressing his excitement, he stared greedily at the figure inside the chamber, eyes darting over every detail. He paid no heed to Vladimir's words. The figure's elaborate blood-red attire and those disproportionately sharp claws drew Chuck's gaze. holding him captive with their sinister allure. Inside the chamber, Vladimir narrowed his eyes at Chuck's indifference, sifting through memories drawn from the unfortunate soul's blood. A strange new world? How amusing. With each memory absorbed, Vladimir swiftly grasped the fundamentals of this world. A faint smile tugged at his lips. The novelty and strangeness of this place had piqued his interest. Even now, though imprisoned and stripped of his original memories, curiosity had already taken root in his mind. Yet, deep down, he knew exactly what kind of person he was. After all, memory loss had long become a routine part of his life. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Vladimir sank into a reverie, memories unfurling before him. To be born in the era of the cataclysmic war, whether that was a blessing or a curse, he could not say. On one hand, the might of the Ascended of Shurima had triumphed over the Void's relentless legions, saving the world from annihilation. Yet tragedy struck when some of those glorious Ascended were tainted by the Void's corrupting power, transforming into the Darkin. In those chaotic times, Vladimir, a prince of a small and fragile kingdom, found his homeland utterly incapable of resisting the Darkin onslaught. In truth, save for a handful of great powers, no nation or empire could withstand the Darkin's invasion. To spare his people from utter ruin, Vladimir's father made the painful decision to offer him up as a hostage to the Darkin. Thus began his life among the Darkin, enduring humiliation and hardship for more than a decade. Yet, through his remarkable talents, he eventually won their recognition. In an unprecedented move, they granted him the opportunity to study the forbidden art of Darkin blood magic. But his story did not end there. Shurima's campaign against the Darkin was relentless, and during one great battle, Vladimir, now a fledgling master of blood magic, never forgot his human roots. So, in the final decisive clash, he turned against the Darkin, catching them off guard. As a Darkin fell, a surge of immense power shattered Vladimir's body, reducing him to a pool of crimson blood. Yet time worked its own magic. Through the strange interplay and balance between blood magic and Darkin energy, something miraculous occurred. And thus, the vampire, Vladimir, was born. He gained many abilities. Extracting memories from blood was a mere parlor trick compared to his true power, resurrection. Though each rebirth brought the curse of amnesia, he had long since grown used to it. But such a life did not last forever. The monotony was broken with the arrival of a woman, who, from nothing, helped him create a new force, a new empire. As for her identity, that detail had already slipped from his memory. Meanwhile, outside the isolation chamber, Zack watched Vladimir lost in deep thought, mistakenly believing the man was simply puzzled at being unable to break free from the enclosure. A faint smile tugged at Zack's lips. Stop struggling. You're not getting out of there. Why not tell me how you ended up sealed away? Hearing Zack's voice crackle through the communicator, Vladimir was pulled back to the present. He looked out through the walls of the isolation chamber at Zack, who wore the expression of someone convinced of victory, and Vladimir quietly shook his head. Although none of the blood samples he had absorbed from the earlier man held any information about the chamber's construction, it was clear to him that truly imprisoning him would be no easy feat. At this moment, the reason Vladimir was still willing to meet Chuck's gaze wasn't because he enjoyed being trapped inside this cramped isolation chamber, but rather because the look in Chuck's eyes intrigued him deeply. You call me forth? Is there something you desire? Speak, and perhaps I can grant it. Grant my wish? No. I think you've misunderstood your position. Right now, you are my prisoner. As for how I'll deal with you, I'll need a little more time to decide. Hearing Chuck's words, Vladimir's lips curled into a faint smile. So you think you have me at your mercy? In that case, let's see what you can do. Don't let me down. In my long life, very few things have ever truly moved me. Well then, go ahead. Show me what you've got. Outside the isolation chamber, Chuck eyed the scarlet figure within, so calm and unafraid, and frowned slightly. But then he reminded himself. The chamber was constructed of vibranium. With that thought, Chuck set his worries aside. Still, seeing the expression on Vladimir's face, Chuck couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Well, since you asked, how could I refuse to grant your request? With those words, Chuck pulled out a controller and started manipulating it, while Vladimir watched the whole scene with amusement. Thanks to the memories of the man before him, Vladimir clearly knew what the device in Chuck's hand could do, yet he showed not the slightest hint of concern. Taste the power of science, old monster. Snap! The hum and crackle of electricity surged through the air. As Chuck spoke, he pressed the controller hard, and in the next instant, a fierce bolt of electricity danced violently inside the isolation chamber. Blue-white lightning flashed, illuminating the entire dark basement. Even Chuck, standing outside the chamber, felt a wave of discomfort. As a vampire, he didn't possess the bloodline of Blade, nor did he have overwhelming strength. So, sunlight still inflicted some degree of harm on him. And lightning. Lightning was even worse, the #1 nemesis of vampires. Once he learned that the figure sealed within the card was a vampire, Chuck, as a kinsman, of course made his preparations, and this lightning was the first welcome gift. How does it feel? Did it move you at all? Ha ha ha. Standing outside the isolation chamber and unable to see what was happening inside, Chuck burst into laughter, though anxiety gnawed at him. If this move killed Vladimir outright, then all his subsequent plans would go up in smoke. Not bad. I can feel it. Warm, in fact. In your world's terms, I'm quite pleased with this sunbath. Oh, is that so? A sunbath, you say? Well, if that's what you want, let me give you the full experience. With that, Chuck tapped on the controller a few more times, and at once, layer upon layer of barriers rose outside the chamber, blocking out the flickering blue-white light. Bing! With a crisp, metallic sound echoing through the air, Chuck perked up his ears, expecting to hear anguished screams from the isolation chamber. Yet, after a long silence, not a single sound emerged from within. At that moment, the communicator strapped to his waist began to beep insistently. Chuck picked it up and glanced at the display, his brows suddenly knitting together. So S.H.I.E.L.D. is already here? Well, it doesn't matter. Once I acquire his powers, I'll have plenty of time to unravel their secrets. Besides, I've already gotten what I wanted. A vampire who fears neither thunder nor ultraviolet light. Huh. As expected, these creatures from hell are nothing like us. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chuck pressed the controller again. Instantly, the walls of the basement sprang open, revealing a gruesome collection of blood-soaked items. There were severed human limbs, the entrails of animals, and, most disturbingly, pools of mingled blood from various creatures. All of this, clearly, was prepared for the ritual, what he called the blood god rebirth. This ceremony was the purpose behind everything he had done. Ever since his transformation into a vampire decades ago, Chuck had scoured countless epic tomes and folk chronicles. Not only had he uncovered scraps of forbidden blood magic, but he had also traced the origins of the vampires. Astonishingly, they hailed from the legendary depths of hell. Through spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., Chuck had learned that Vladimir was not of this world, but that was the extent of his knowledge. Piecing together all he knew, he was utterly convinced that Vladimir was a vampire from the infernal realms. What Chuck didn't know was that the information circulating within S.H.I.E.L.D. was deliberately leaked by Fury, designed to spread confusion and flush out traitors within the agency. Ironically, Chuck's very actions not only helped Fury identify the vampire moles, but also led him straight to traces of Hydra. But that is another story. Now, as every ingredient for the ritual was finally in place, the basement was plunged in darkness. The only light came from flickering candles, their flames swaying with every draft. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingling with the macabre scene to create an aura of unspeakable evil. Chuck, taking it all in, allowed a cruel, twisted smile to creep across his lips. He lowered the barrier with a flick of his controller, then fixed his gaze on Vladimir inside the isolation chamber, who, to his surprise, looked as composed as ever, not the least bit broken. Oh, planning some wicked ritual, are you? Or perhaps you intend to offer yourself as a sacrifice to me? Vladimir remarked coolly, his eyes sweeping the chamber as the barrier descended. He seemed utterly unconcerned for his own safety. I must admit, you are indeed formidable. And for that reason, I'm truly glad I chose to do this. With those words, Chuck moved to the other side of the ritual, always maintaining a certain distance from Vladimir, who was confined within the isolation chamber. As Chuck sat down cross-legged, he began to chant obscure and cryptic phrases under his breath. Time slipped by, and suddenly, all the surrounding candles were snuffed out in unison. In an instant, the entire basement was plunged into utter darkness. Immediately after, a chorus of wailing and howling echoed through the air, chilling and unearthly. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the ritual, a faint red glow began to emanate from within the isolation chamber. Inside the chamber, Vladimir watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. As the red light intensified, he felt the blood within his veins begin to tremble. For a being who had existed for millennia and mastered the art of blood manipulation, this was the first time he had ever felt his own blood slipping beyond his control. Vladimir found the sensation genuinely intriguing, though of course, only intriguing. After all, such a feeble force of attraction was hardly enough to pose any real threat to him. So you want my blood? How amusing. I'm quite curious to see what kind of sorcery this world has to offer, Vladimir mused, sensing the quiver in his blood. Out of curiosity, he relinquished his control, allowing the pull to guide a pool of crimson blood out of his body. The blood did not fall to the floor, but instead spiraled and danced in the air. Remarkably, the moment the blood left his body, Vladimir's form within the isolation chamber seemed to shrivel and wither, as if suffering a grievous wound. In a matter of moments, he dissolved into a puddle of pus and blood. On the other side, with the red glow flaring, Vladimir's blood was forcibly drawn from his body. Seeing this, Chuck suddenly shouted, spraying a torrent of his own heart's blood into the air, which, under the influence of the ritual, hovered and twisted above the ritual array. "Well now, so much for your power. In the end, you're still at my mercy," Chuck remarked, lifting his pale arm to press a button on the control panel. Instantly, the door to the isolation chamber swung open, and Vladimir's blood, sensing the scent of fresh blood like a shark to prey, surged forward. It rushed directly toward Chuck's heart's blood, merging with it in midair. As time crept by, the pitch-black basement was lit only by the faint red glow. No other light pierced the darkness. Chuck, wholly absorbed in reclaiming the blood, failed to notice that inside the isolation chamber, the puddle of pus and blood had begun to stir. As if sensing something, it suddenly froze in place. Meanwhile, outside in the countryside estate on the outskirts of San Francisco, explosions erupted one after another, and piercing screams echoed across the vast grounds. Scattered figures ran in all directions, while blue beams of energy shot relentlessly from the golden red figure hovering in the sky. Each blast struck the ground, leaving deep craters that bore silent testimony to the sheer power behind them. When the beams hit the figures clad in black cloaks, they disintegrated instantly, reduced to nothing but ashes. Tony stopped them. "Don't let any of them escape." On the ground, a tall figure with a round shield shouted into the communicator at his ear. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out again and again. Several figures in battle suits darted through the chaos, weaving among the crowd. With every strike, another cloaked enemy vanished. Click. "Wait, please don't kill me. I'm a victim too." "Is that so? What a shame then." Crack. As he twisted the neck of a vampire, Dio glanced toward the distant manor, unable to suppress the irritation bubbling inside him. Earlier, on his way here, he had already sensed that the hero card had been activated. For that reason, he tried to discreetly hinder Steve and the others. Clearly, they hadn't listened, and there was nothing more Dio could do. Though his power had grown far beyond what it once was, facing Vladimir still made him uneasy. Even so, Dio had come, not for Steve and his companion's safety, since their relationship was hardly that close. As for Vladimir's strength, Dio didn't know its true extent, but if it came to a fight he couldn't win, he could always run. Besides, Vladimir was a mage. Dio simply couldn't believe that after such a massive burst of magical energy, the people at Kamartaj would just sit idly by. "Dio, what are you thinking about? Hurry up, we found the entrance to the basement." A woman's voice pulled Dio back to reality. He looked around and shook his head ruefully. Such a beautiful place, ruined just like that. Dio went to join the others. Above the ruined manor, Tony was using the scanning function of his Iron Man suit to probe the empty space below. Soon, his AI, Jarvis, provided a response. The group exchanged glances. Garen nodded and signaled everyone to step aside. Boom, boom. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed, sending up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. What is that?" Natasha wrinkled her brow at the bloody scene revealed in the pit. Beside her, Barton drew an arrow from his quiver and shot it down into the opening. Whoosh! The fiery glow illuminated most of the basement below, casting everything in stark relief. At the same moment, in the basement, Vladimir, now a mass of diseased blood, froze, instantly aware of everything unfolding above. It wasn't that he feared the people of this world, but rather that he didn't want to create unnecessary complications. Having just arrived in this realm, he intended to explore and understand it on his own terms. After all, the scene in the ritual moments ago was proof enough that this world was far from ordinary. There were powers here that defied the mundane. Among these, there might well be beings he could not afford to provoke. For the sake of his own safety, he decided it was best to keep a low profile. Besides, a new idea had just occurred to him. With that thought, Vladimir extended his senses across the basement to where Chuck was. My power isn't so easily claimed. Handle them first. Then we'll see, he sneered inwardly. Meanwhile, outside the basement, Dio peered through the pit Garen had blasted open. His eyes landed at once on that puddle of limp, viscous blood inside the isolation chamber. Dio's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. If the system's scan hadn't clearly indicated that Vladimir was still alive, he might have thought his junior had just been outsmarted to death. He glanced away, deciding not to interfere. Since Vladimir wasn't planning to show himself, Dio saw no reason to expose him and ruin his own fun. After all, Dio wanted to gain the hero's powers, but he also hoped they'd provide him with valuable experience points. There would be plenty of time later to reclaim the heroes, but experience points couldn't be stacked up and saved for later. Really, how could one so easily discard a free labor? That would be a waste. A sudden, rasping cough echoed out. What was that sound? Wait, someone else is still down there. What? It's that vampire. With a faint sound of coughing, Steve and the others immediately turned their attention to the pit, just in time to see a figure rising from the ruins of the basement. Tony's eyes narrowed behind his suit's visor as he locked onto the figure. In a split second, he raised his arm. A blast fired from his repulsor, hitting the target squarely and sending him flying. Amid the swirling dust, the faint sound of movement returned, followed by a cold and sinister voice that rang out with eerie calm. So this is what real power feels like. Perfect timing. I'm starving. Why don't you all come at me together? With the crackling snap of bones, a tattered figure burst from the basement ruins, rising to float above the ground. Outside the pit, Steve and his companions exchanged startled glances. After all, it was broad daylight. On the other side, Chuck stretched out a pale arm to shield himself from the sunlight, feeling its warmth on his skin. Unconsciously, a faint smile played at his lips. Who knew how long it had been since he'd last basked in the sun? On the surface, Dio watched Chuck's figure, his lips twitching for a moment. Not because of Chuck's strength, of course. After all, to Dio now, Chuck's power was hardly worth mentioning. What truly left him speechless was the fact that, from Chuck's body, Dio could distinctly sense Vladimir's presence. More surprisingly, Vladimir's personal panel in the system now displayed an additional option. With a thought, he clicked on it. Blood Thrall, Chuck. Master, the Crimson Reaper, Vladimir. Status, Blood Pact, Imitation. This effect is unique to Vladimir, infused with a trace of void energy. The contracted target will gradually lose their sense of self. Ability, Blood Pact, Imitation, borrows a fraction of the Master's power. Backflow, by consuming blood, the converted energy is fed back to the Master. Note, this energy only replenishes empty. Staring at the information presented by the system, Dio found himself at a loss for words. He knew exactly what the Blood Pact was. It was Vladimir's passive ability. To be honest, this innate skill was incredibly powerful. In the game, every 40 points of health would grant him an extra point of ability power, and each point of ability power, in turn, gave him 1.4 health. Although these effects didn't stack infinitely, now that they were in the real world, even without specific numerical stats, the general effects remained undiminished. The stronger one's vitality, or constitution, the more adept one became at manipulating energy, and naturally, the greater their power. And as for Dio at this moment, if nothing else, his constitution was off the charts. Back on the battlefield, while Dio allowed his mind to wander for just a moment, Tony had already launched his attack. He might not understand why the vampire, who once lurked in the shadows, could now stand beneath the blazing sun, but that didn't stop his assault. Guiding his suit, Tony unleashed a barrage of high-frequency repulsor blasts at Chuck in the sky, while Garen and the others joined in one after another. The massive sword in Garen's hands felt as light as a feather, and gleaming arcs of sword light slashed through the air toward the heavens. Seeing this, Chuck snapped out of his momentary satisfaction from the newfound power and faced the oncoming attacks with a scornful smile. If you'd come sooner, maybe you could have beaten me. But now, forgive my bluntness. None of you are worth my time. With that, Chuck swept out his hand. In the next instant, crimson blood surged from within him, and, empowered by his energy, transformed into blood-forged needles that shot toward the crowd. A barrage of blood-formed needles whistled through the air, raining down like a violent storm. Down below, Natasha and her companions quickly dodged out of the way, knowing full well that, unlike Garen and the others, they didn't possess such resilient bodies. Wherever the flying needles struck the ground, they left behind deep, bottomless craters. Even when they hit the concrete ruins, the result was the same, a testament to the sheer force behind them. Meanwhile, facing the blood-tinged needles hurtling toward him, Garen's brow furrowed in concentration. In the next instant, he reversed his grip on the enormous sword, angling its tip downward. With a thunderous crash, Garen drove the great sword into the earth. Instantly, an overwhelming shockwave of energy erupted from his position, radiating outward in all directions. The power of the shockwave was immense, stirring up clouds of dust and sand. The incoming needles met the expanding wave as though slamming into a solid wall. Each one halted mid-flight, unable to advance a single step further. I know you're knight, but do you really think I'll fall as easily as that useless deacon? Let me show you my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuck suddenly charged forward like a bolt of lightning, his form crashing down onto the ground. In seconds, thick smoke billowed up, enveloping his figure from view. As the smoke rose, a sweeping wave of energy surged toward Garen and the others. In the next heartbeat, "This isn't good. Dodge now." Sensing danger rushing toward them, Garen called out in alarm. Steve and the others, not far from him, looked around in confusion. Clearly, they hadn't yet realized the threat. After all, aside from the distant clouds of dust, nothing seemed amiss. But they would soon regret their hesitation. Because just as Garen's warning left his lips, the ground suddenly erupted with dozens of crimson spikes, some short, others stretching more than 10 meters tall. Despite their varying lengths, all these spikes shared one trait. They were razor-sharp. With the spikes launching their surprise attack, Natasha and her team barely had a chance to react. On the other side of the battlefield, as Chuck's assault closed in, Dio's eyebrows arched in surprise. Then, with casual precision, he raised a leg and slammed his foot into the ground. In that instant, the sharp spikes that hadn't yet broken through the earth were utterly shattered, crushed before they could even show their tips. Could this be Vladimir's reworked ultimate? It's true. Here in the real world, the ways to wield power are far more diverse. Watching Natasha and her group scrambling in chaos nearby, Dio mused to himself. When summoned by the system, or, more accurately, when heroes are created by the system, they're not just granted the skills and talents from the game. Each hero also retains a set of fundamental abilities, combat skills, energy manipulation, and more. These basic powers bring endless possibilities to the battlefield. Dio, stop standing there and help us. What are you waiting for? At Natasha's furious shout from across the battlefield, Dio simply shook his head in silent resignation. He cast a subtle glance at the sunken basement pit not far behind him, and seeing that the oozing blood and pus of Vladimir's avatar showed no sign of movement, he paid it no further mind. Immediately, Dio raised his hand with a swift gesture, and in the next instant, a finely crafted longbow materialized in his grasp. As he drew the bowstring, energy within him transformed into a swirling white mist, coalescing into a single arrow. With a deep, resonant twang, the energy arrow shot forth from the bow with astonishing speed, cutting through the air. A dull, wet sound echoed soon after. A muffled groan came from a distance, and at that moment, Dio felt a venomous, hateful gaze fixed upon him. In response, he simply waved in that direction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, amid swirling dust and smoke, Chuck, his body ignited with a strange, unknown flame, gritted his teeth against the pain. He raised his arm and, aiming at Dio, hurled his hand forward with all his might. With a sharp whistle, a blood-red arrow streaked toward Dio. In the very next moment, a flying round shield intercepted the blood arrow, sending it ricocheting back before landing squarely in the hands of a burly figure. "You're forcing my hand. Enough!" As his attack was thwarted, Chuck let out a furious roar. Suddenly, thick blood-colored mist erupted from his body, swirling and gathering for a brief moment before. A thunderous explosion blasted outward, sending the crimson haze scattering rapidly in every direction around Chuck. A cry of pain rang out. It was Natasha caught off guard and struck head-on. The blood-red mist from the explosion slashed across her body like the blade of a knife. In an instant, blood sprayed, and the force of the blow nearly severed both her arms. It was only because Chuck had yet to fully master this newfound power. Otherwise, with that single attack, he could have cleaved Natasha cleanly in two. At the same time, not far away, Barton and Steve saw Natasha's delicate hands hanging limp and battered. Shocked, they both cried out. Chuck's assault had been so swift and brutal that as they rushed to Natasha's side and saw her drenched in blood and agony, anger welled up in everyone present. Chuck, standing not far from them, threw his head back and laughed, a wicked grin on his face. "Stop struggling. As long as you swear fealty to me, I can heal her wounds. In fact, I can make her even stronger, grant her a far longer life." Hearing Chuck's words, fury flashed across everyone's faces. "Barton, get Natasha out of here. Leave the rest to us," Steve shouted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Barton nodded urgently. But just as he supported Natasha and prepared to retreat, Chuck on the other side swept his arm through the air. "Leaving? Not a chance. If you refuse to submit, then watch her bleed to death before your very eyes." With that, an eerie surge of blood-red energy flashed across Chuck's body. In the next moment, the vampire minions who had already fled from the ruined manor on the outskirts returned once more. This time, they came armed to the teeth. Meanwhile, Dio glanced at Natasha, who now lay unconscious in the distance, and shook his head with a sigh. This isn't how the story's supposed to go. Normally, the protagonists are the ones doing the killing. How could a lone traitor take down the whole team like this? And wasn't Steve supposed to be on par with anyone he faced? Muttering to himself, Dio reflected that even if he didn't step in, Garen and the others should have no problem dealing with Chuck. But now, it was clear things weren't turning out as he'd expected. To be fair, neither Garen nor Warwick would have fallen to Chuck in a direct fight, but there was one crucial problem. They couldn't fly. Chuck obviously knew this, and so he never confronted Garen or Warwick head-on. No matter how fiercely Garen unleashed his sword energy, such attacks meant little to the nimble and elusive Chuck. The only one who could fly, Tony, was simply no match for magic-type Chuck. Even before Chuck had gained Vladimir's power, he could already pierce the defenses of the Mark VI armor. Now, after his power-up, his strength was dozens of times greater. So Tony didn't dare get close. All he could do was use his repulsor blast to try and keep Chuck at bay. As more and more vampire minions flooded into the ruined manor, everyone except for Garen, Dio, and one other found themselves overwhelmed. After all, they didn't have the superhuman resilience to shrug off bullets like Dio and his companions. Luckily, the shield in Steve's hand proved invaluable, offering absolute protection for Barton and the others. This isn't going to work. We need to contact headquarters and call for backup, fast. As Steve spoke, his words traveled through the earpiece and reached Tony inside his suit, high above the ground. Tony let out a weary sigh. In all his years as Iron Man, he'd never faced such a bizarre and formidable enemy. Jarvis, connect to S.H.I.E.L.D. and start live-streaming the current situation. Tell Fury we need immediate reinforcements. Yes, sir. Connecting now. Meanwhile, as the battle raged on, Tony spotted Dio on the sidelines, taking it easy. The sight made him grit his teeth in frustration. While the rest of them were fighting tooth and nail for their lives, Dio was off on the other side of the battlefield, casually picking off the weaker enemies. Tony had heard of Dio's formidable reputation and thought this mission would be a walk in the park with him along. But now, on the other side, Dio was blissfully unaware that his laid-back attitude had already begun to stir resentment among his teammates. Dispatching the swarming vampire fodder with a single punch each, Dio finally made his way behind the ruined cover where Steve and the others were taking shelter. Seeing Natasha's face drained of color and the crimson blood pooling on the ground, it was clear, even with Agent Barton working desperately to save her, Natasha's nearly severed arms were still bleeding uncontrollably. It was obvious that without immediate and effective treatment, Natasha was at serious risk of bleeding to death. Dio, don't worry about us. Go help Garen and the others. Steve, his face streaked with dust, called out. Dio let out a sigh. Step aside. I have a way to save her. WH what? Hearing Dio's words, Steve and Barton exchanged a glance, hope lighting up their eyes. They hurried to their feet, giving Dio space. But just as Steve and Barton braced themselves to see how Dio would treat Natasha, they watched as he dug through his coat and pulled out a small, transparent vial. Inside, a wine-red liquid swirled energetically, as if it were alive. What is that? Steve's voice was full of puzzlement, but Dio didn't bother looking back. He pulled the stopper from the vial and poured its contents onto Natasha's pale lips. This stuff is precious. Even I barely have any left. As he spoke, Dio slowly tilted the vial, letting the liquid flow into Natasha's mouth. The next moment, a green glow began to radiate from Natasha's body, quickly followed by a shimmering blue aura that rippled around her. The two halos pulsed and intertwined, eventually seeping into her body. The wounds on her arms, and even old injuries she'd carried for years, vanished without a trace. Yet even Dio hadn't anticipated the potion's extraordinary power. Not only did it heal Natasha's wounds, but it also cured chronic ailments she'd suffered for years, even injuries from her time in the Red Room, like her uterus. These lights. Let her finish absorbing it. And, by the way, I hope you'll keep this to yourselves. I'd rather not have Fury hounding me for answers, or for the potion itself. As for the lights, it's just pure life energy, nothing more. As Dio explained, Steve and Barton exchanged another glance. They opened their mouths as if to speak, but found themselves at a loss for words. A soft murmur broke the silence between them. Steve looked down to see Natasha, surrounded by the faint glow, slowly regaining consciousness. Her skin looked smooth and unblemished, and her once shattered arms had been restored by some mysterious power. Dio, was this your doing? Natasha's voice was tentative as she spoke, and Dio nodded slightly. Remember, you owe me your life. I know. By the way, what about that vampire? Oh, over there, Dio replied casually. As Dio responded, Natasha peeked out from behind cover, her gaze falling right upon Garen and the others locked in fierce battle. She felt the strange sensation coursing through her body, a bit puzzled, though she didn't ask Dio how he had managed to bring her back. She flexed her hand, and in an instant, the sound of bones cracking echoed sharply. Steve and Barton, watching nearby, were momentarily taken aback by the sight. What Natasha didn't realize at that moment was that the potion of materialized decay Dio had used didn't just heal her wounds. In fact, the potion had another effect. It could restore mana. But in the real world, there was no such thing as mana, so instead, it replenished energy. With this surge of energy, even though Natasha was just an ordinary person and couldn't cast spells, the infusion still made her feel noticeably stronger, at the very least leaving her brimming with vigor. Not to mention, the potion carried a passive effect, corrosive touch, causing her attacks to sear and burn her targets. Savoring this newfound strength, Natasha cast a thoughtful glance at Dio, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. "What is this? Magic?" she quipped, half-joking. Yet her words sparked inspiration in Dio. Yes, as his own powers continued to grow, it was inevitable that outsiders would take notice and investigate. Besides, Dio had no intention of tying himself too closely to the heroes, not to mention becoming a topic of interest for national powers. After a moment's thought, Dio spoke up solemnly. "That's right, it's magic. I won't keep it from you all. I'm actually a cultivator from an ancient sect in the Land of Flames." At Dio's declaration, Natasha and the others all rolled their eyes, clearly not buying a word of it. Dio didn't mind at all. All he wanted was to plan an idea. The rest, they could investigate and ponder on their own. Whether they found anything or not was of no consequence to him. If they did, all the better. If not, it simply meant they hadn't dug deep enough. What Dio didn't know, however, was that far away in Kamartaj beneath the Himalayas, the Ancient One was watching the projected scene through the mirror dimension, deep in thought. As for Dio's earlier claim, the Ancient One neither believed nor dismissed it. For her, the truth could always be verified firsthand. Though the arrival of Dio and the heroes had already thrown the world's timeline into uncertainty, the past remained unchanged. With a flick of the eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One sent her consciousness drifting into the past. How intriguing. I wonder, do you have some connection to those who come from other realms? Watching the past timeline, where Dio was still hustling every day just to make a living, the Ancient One's usually calm and untroubled expression tightened ever so slightly. As the Ancient One manipulated the time stone, sending her consciousness drifting through parallel universes, she observed that Dio remained ordinary in each one. Only in her current timeline did he possess any remarkable power. In fact, even rewinding the clock by just a single second revealed a Dio who was nothing like the extraordinary figure she knew. Is this a temporal trait shared by those outsiders from other worlds? Looks like I'll need to find the right moment to ask him in person, she mused. Meanwhile, as the Ancient One was probing into Dio's origins, over in the ruins of the manor, Natasha's wounds had fully healed. With this, Steve and the others no longer dwelled on the sudden surge in Natasha's abilities. Battle erupted once more, but just before it began, Natasha turned to Dio. "Dio, where are your bugs? Don't tell me you left them at home." Dio's mouth twitched faintly at her words. Since acquiring the Zizzarat portal, he could count on one hand the number of times he'd actually used it. It wasn't that he was easily bored with new toys. Back then, he had simply lacked the power, and summoning a voidling was a last resort. And there was a reason they were called voidlings. Their bodies contained trace amounts of void energy. Though that energy was faint, it was still wild and chaotic enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Not to mention, in League of Legends, the Void faction boasted more than a few champions. Among them, one in particular always gave Dio a headache. That was Malzahar, the Prophet of the Void. After all, the creatures he summoned were none other than voidlings. If Malzahar ever appeared on Earth, how would Dio ever explain himself? Lost in thought, Dio was only jolted back to reality by the thunder of battle. Glancing at his companions, now locked in a fierce melee, he sighed. Enough. Let's finish this scuffle quickly. The longer we linger, the more likely Vladimir will strike. I just hope he doesn't care too much about his new blood thralls. With that, Dio swept his hand through the air. In the next instant, a shimmering purple portal silently opened above the ground, and a dozen or so squat, purple creatures, with glowing horns atop their heads, leapt out. Gazing at these endearing little things, Dio sighed again, then snapped his fingers with a crisp pop. At that signal, the voidling seemed to receive his mental command and charged forth, wild and frenzied. With his voidlings off to clear out the lesser enemies, Dio once again lifted his gaze to the sky, focusing on the agile figure of Zack weaving through the air. On the other side, with the addition of the Void Mantis, Natasha and her team could finally unleash their full strength without restraint. After all, the power of the Void Mantis was leagues beyond what these weak, low-level vampires could ever hope to match. It should have been like this from the start, Dio. Hurry up and help us out. I know you can fly. Natasha's voice rang out just then, prompting Dio to shake his head in resignation. Clearly, in a world blanketed with surveillance cameras, it was nearly impossible to step outside and still keep one's abilities a secret. With Dio joining the fray, three figures soared through the sky, forming a standoff like three legs of a tripod. Seeing this, Chuck couldn't help but knit his brows in concern. He was still wary of Dio's arrow from earlier, a shot that had clearly made an impression. Do you really think you got me cornered? It's time I show you my true. A thunderous boom cut him off. So fast, with a deafening blast, Dio's figure flashed to where Chuck had just been floating. In contrast, Chuck himself was sent hurtling toward the ground like a cannonball, slamming into the earth below. Enough noise, Dio muttered under his breath, while Natasha and the others on the ground hadn't even managed to react yet. Tony, meanwhile, glanced at the data Jarvis had just transmitted and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although he'd looked down on Dio for slacking off earlier, now, this move had truly taken him by surprise. Damn you! From the ruins, a feeble, resentful voice arose, drawing everyone's gaze. There, Chuck hauled his battered body out of the rubble, covered in wounds both large and small, with blood smeared all over him. Cough! You think you can kill me this easily? Don't kid yourselves. I'm no Decan, that useless fool. His voice was weak, but even as he spoke, his wounds began to knit themselves back together at an astonishing speed. In the span of a few heartbeats, he was almost fully healed. Witnessing this, everyone nearby frowned in alarm. Up in the sky, Dio watched Chuck state with a quiet, mocking laugh. He knew that Chuck was all bluff at this point, a paper tiger. That blow he'd just landed, though it seemed ordinary, had struck Chuck like a mountain crashing down, dealing him a devastating injury. If fresh blood were on hand to heal him, perhaps Chuck might have managed to hold on a little longer. But now, not even escape was an option. Just as Dio prepared to finish him off, a sudden sense of foreboding crept into his heart. His gaze flickered discreetly toward the basement pit not far away, and after a brief moment of deliberation, he hesitated. Garen, he can't fly anymore. As Dio spoke, realization dawned on Garen. So it turned out the enemy before him, Chuck, was nothing but an empty shell. The earlier battle had pushed even the even-tempered Garen to anger. That feeling of having nowhere to unleash his strength was almost unbearable for him. Leave it to me. With those words, Garen hefted his greatsword and charged straight at Chuck. Just as he closed in, his blade nearly grazing Chuck's head. A sudden, violent blast of energy struck Garen, hurling him through the air. Blood sprayed out. It was clear that this single blow had left him gravely wounded. A crimson surge of energy swept through the area like a hurricane, scattering dust high into the air. Shards of stone whistled through the chaos like bullets. Seeing this, Natasha and the others, though unsure of what exactly had happened, instinctively did everything they could to dodge the flying debris. Amid the raging shockwave, Dio stood tall, his figure unmoved as the whirlwind of sand and dust tore past him. Despite the storm, his eyes remained fixed on a deep crater not far away. The speed and ferocity of the attack had utterly obliterated the ruined manor's basement, leaving behind a massive pit, easily 100 meters wide. As the dust began to settle, Dio's expression grew grim. The very thing he'd hoped wouldn't happen had come to pass. Vladimir had no intention of giving up on Chuck, his blood thrall. Or perhaps, Arg, you're not dead? Impossible, I took your power. No, you understand nothing about power. I once thought that giving you a taste of it would let you end this quickly. But now I see, I overestimated you. Since that's the case, you're of no further use. From within the lingering haze, a slightly effeminate voice echoed, soon followed by Chuck's anguished screams. Meanwhile, Warwick found the blood-soaked Garen amid the wreckage. After exchanging a glance with Dio, he nodded, then quickly lifted Garen and retreated from the battlefield. At the same time, Dio sensed the chaotic life force of Natasha and the others within the settling dust. He let out a sigh. You all should leave for now. I'll handle things here. Hearing Dio's words come through the communicator, the group said no more. Natasha and Barton exchanged a worried look. Clearly, the vampire sealed within the card had been released. Originally, they'd assumed Chuck hadn't managed to let out. But now, recalling the voices that had drifted through the dust earlier, Natasha and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out that the Chuck they had struggled against was merely a minion, granted only a sliver of true power. Dio, if you can't handle this, just fall back. We'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Hearing Natasha's voice, Dio waved his hand dismissively without even turning his head. Meanwhile, as the haze of smoke and dust cleared, a crimson figure slowly rose from the massive crater. And in his hand, he still dangled a shriveled, lifeless body. With his keen eyesight, Dio easily saw that Chuck was not yet dead. Clearly, Having absorbed even a fraction of Vladimir's power, his life force was astonishingly tough. Of course, Dio cared little for small fry like Chuck. But as he watched Vladimir, who now seemed lost in thought, his expression grew grave. Dio didn't interrupt Vladimir's silent contemplation. It was a long while before Vladimir finally opened his eyes, just as Natasha and her team had fully withdrawn. He casually tossed Chuck's body aside. They've all run off. Tell me, why haven't you? Do you really believe you can defeat me? As Vladimir spoke, Dio rolled his eyes inwardly. The man wasn't wrong. Dio did want to walk away. But the situation had veered so far from his expectations that he couldn't resist making a show of it, maybe even earning some hard-won experience. After all, there were surely many eyes watching this very moment. Besides, since arriving in this world, Dio hadn't yet had a proper fight. He didn't even know what tier his current strength belonged to. Run? Sorry, that word isn't in my dictionary. Oh, it seems you're quite confident in your abilities. I have to admit, you're a peculiar one, especially those insects you command. They give me a strange sense of déjà vu. But it doesn't matter. Soon you'll belong to me. Vladimir spoke in a flat, almost indifferent tone. Then, with a flick of his hand, 3 blood-red spikes erupted from the ground beneath Dio, converging to impale him. Dio, however, didn't so much as flinch. With a swift twist, he dodged the attack with ease. That's it. You're not much different from that earlier vampire. If anything, you're even weaker, he quipped, launching himself straight at Vladimir. At this stage, Dio was still a close combat fighter. While his minor counterarmor gave him some range capabilities, he hadn't built up much energy to use it now. On the other side, seeing Dio charging at him, Vladimir remained unfazed. With an air of disdain, he calmly raised his disproportionately sharp claws, ready to meet the challenge. With a swift motion, a crimson arc of energy sliced through the air toward Dio. Faced with this sudden assault, Dio's eyes narrowed. He suppressed the urge to use his thornmail to absorb the attack. He intended to save that ability for later. Besides, Garen had used it before, so Dio decided now was not the time to reveal his hand. Break! With a fierce shout, Dio's palm transformed into a blade, which he brought down hard on the incoming crimson slash. There was a sharp crack. The blood-red arc, though made of pure energy, shattered like glass. Yet, the fragments continued to shoot toward Dio. Realizing he couldn't dodge them all, Dio summoned his inner strength, his blood surging with sudden force. A heavy thud resounded. Oh, impressive, impressive. A body this resilient only makes things more interesting, Vladimir remarked softly as he watched Dio break through his attack. His tone was casual, and as he finished speaking, he licked the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing even more satisfied as he looked at Dio. He looked for all the world like a gourmand appraising a choice delicacy. As Dio closed in, Vladimir swept his arm again. Another flash of blood-red energy darted forth. There was no world-shaking roar, no earth-shattering crash. Yet on Dio's side, a sharp pain coursed through his body. A wet, squelching sound. His clothes were quickly soaked in crimson blood, but almost instantly, the blood that gushed from his body transformed into a ribbon, arcing toward Vladimir. What exquisite blood. Vladimir's words trailed off mid-sentence as he suddenly froze. An almost imperceptible hint of disbelief flickered across his face. He had failed to extract any memories from Dio's blood, not a single fragment. In all his thousands of years, Vladimir had never encountered anything like this. While it was true that extracting memories from beings stronger than himself often yielded little, he had never come up completely empty-handed, especially against someone not even stronger than him. Meanwhile, Dio's brow furrowed as he watched Vladimir distracted. How dare you feed on my blood? You've got some nerve. Even as he spoke, Dio flashed forward to Vladimir's side, seizing his shoulder with one hand and plunging the other straight into Vladimir's body. A gruesome, wet sound followed. Knowing Vladimir's abilities, Dio made sure not to send him flying. After all, even for a battle mage, close combat was still Vladimir's weakness. Though caught off guard and pained by Dio's sudden assault, Vladimir's ferocity only surged in response. You're courting death. A resounding thud shook the air. As Vladimir's energy surged within him, a crimson mist of blood spread from his body, and in the next instant, a violent blast sent Dio flying through the air. Yet as Dio was flung away, his hand came away soaked with blood. Although these wounds were hardly serious to Vladimir, the pain of flesh and bone still made his brow knit in discomfort. You've truly surprised me, but you've also managed to pique my interest. Still, this is where your story ends. And as for the rest, I'll extract every secret from your soul, one by one. Blood prison. No sooner had his words faded than Vladimir summoned a torrent of blood, the liquid twisting and churning until it rose like a tidal wave, crashing toward Dio. Faced with the overwhelming stench and deluge of blood, Dio's expression hardened. He drew a deep breath and summoned the energy stored within him to mount a defense. A thunderous explosion split the air, reverberating across the mountainside and drawing the attention of Natasha and the others fleeing below, who glanced upward in alarm. The sky above was no longer blue. Instead, it burned with a crimson hue, like the maw of some infernal abyss. A relentless downpour of blood fell from the heavens, drumming against the earth, its metallic scent so thick in the air it made one's stomach churn. That's blood. After the thunderous blast, the blood rain intensified, the air reeking so sharply of iron and gore that it threatened to overwhelm all who breathed it. On the battlefield, Dio and Vladimir faced each other from afar, the blood rain falling around them, yet failing to hinder their deadly contest. With renewed ferocity, Dio launched another attack, while Vladimir weaved and shifted, his eyes never leaving Dio, studying every move. The battle had raged so long that the world around them was left in ruins, trees splintered, the ground torn asunder. The very earth, soaked in blood, radiated an unspeakable malevolence, and the air was thick with an oppressive, cloying scent. I admit, I underestimated you. But do you really think that trading blows with me a few times makes us equals? Look around you. Just as I said, you belong to me now. As he spoke, Vladimir's gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with a chilling red light. In that instant, the blood rain that had scattered for kilometers around seemed to answer some silent summons, rising and gathering, suspended in midair. With a sweeping gesture, Vladimir commanded the blood to twist and reshape, transforming into countless slender needles poised in the sky. Then, with a single outstretched finger, he pointed at Dio from afar. With a piercing hiss, the blood needles shot forth in unison, filling the sky with a deadly hail, leaving no place to hide. Reacting instantly, Dio focused his mind, and in a flash, a suit of extraordinary iron armor materialized around him. The relentless barrage of blood needles struck him, each impact ringing out with the sharp clang of metal against metal, followed by the dull thud of those that pierced through. The battle raged on, echoing with the sounds of steel and blood. But as the assault continued, even though Dio's physical defenses had reached an extraordinary level, and even with the formidable protection of the champion's veil armor, under this relentless, unyielding barrage, his defenses were eventually breached. With a roar, with a thunderous shout, amidst the crimson rain of blood that filled the sky, Dio sensed his body was reaching its absolute limit. Without hesitation, he unleashed the energy he had stored within. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions erupted at Dio's side. Scarlet shockwaves rippled outward in concentric circles, sweeping through the air and scattering all the blood-formed needles flying toward him. Gasping for breath, Dio gently floated back down, although releasing the stored energy from the minor reverse armor spared him from further exertion. The process of storing it had already dealt him serious internal injuries. After all, the blood rain needles unleashed by Vladimir, even a single one, packed more power than modern firearms. Feeling the chaotic flow of blood and energy within, Dio narrowed his eyes. It was clear that, at this moment, his strength was insufficient to stand against Vladimir. Logically, Dio should have retreated immediately, but now, the heat of the battle had truly ignited his fighting spirit. During their earlier exchange, although Dio had always been on the back foot, he had also gained a clear understanding of his current capabilities. Yet Dio found himself puzzled by Vladimir's power. He had initially assumed it to be an imitation of Chuck's abilities, but on second thought, that didn't seem likely. Of course, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that even these so-called ordinary abilities were already proving extremely difficult to handle. What about the hero's innate skills? Dio knew all too well. Heroic talents were far stronger than ordinary abilities. Some heroes possessed talents that were fundamentally rule-breaking, percentage-based damage, true damage, and, most terrifying of all, limitless scaling. And Vladimir, too, possessed this kind of game-changing, rule-defying talent. With this in mind, Dio took a deep breath and summoned the system interface. As the saying goes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain, and that applied perfectly to this situation. Moreover, Vladimir originated from the system itself. Used wisely, it was like a father disciplining his unruly child, a one-sided contest. Of course, to use it well still required luck, otherwise. Draw. As Dio willed it, the ever-present, ancient roulette wheel materialized once again. With a 10-spin burst, 1,000 experience points vanished in an instant. The wheel spun, but Dio's expression grew grim. Clack, clack, clack. Unknown area. Experience X20*4. Thank you for participating *6. Staring at the results on the system display, Dio's brows furrowed. Draw. Clack, clack. Thank you. Draw again. Miscellaneous zone. A protective star from Aurelian Soul, the Star Forger. Thank you for your patronage *9. Draw. Wait, that's the lizard stuff. As the system displayed the lottery results, Dio froze for a moment. He hurriedly opened the system inventory, and, as his consciousness probed inside, an immense, dazzling star appeared before his eyes. Compared to the magnitude of the star, Dio's consciousness seemed utterly insignificant, practically negligible. It's no exaggeration to say that Dio now wielded a weapon capable of destroying worlds. One must remember, in the original artwork, Aurelian Soul could hold a star in one hand. His protective stars were virtually no different from true stars in their scale and power. Of course, even though Dio now possessed the power to erase a star, he didn't dare take it out of the system inventory. Not only would it put his own life in jeopardy, but if it drew the attention of the cosmic powers, he'd be doomed. He let out a deep breath. Though he'd failed 3 times in a row to get the equipment he wanted, the appearance of Aurelian Soul Star was, without a doubt, a guarantee for his future, a final trump card. To face me and still be distracted. And you actually absorb my power. Is it that armor you're wearing? Heh, you're becoming more and more interesting to me. On the other side, watching Dio's shifting expressions, Vladimir shook his head slightly, speaking in a casual tone. But before the words had even faded, Vladimir's form blurred and transformed into a splash of blood, instantly appearing before Dio. His razor-sharp claws plunged straight into Dio's body. A sickening squelch filled the air as blood splattered everywhere. With a dull, thunderous boom, Dio's body was sent flying backwards, tumbling through the chaotic ruins. Clouds of dust billowed, and every so often, sparks flickered from the wreckage. After all, while Dio's physical body was no match for Vladimir, it was still far tougher than most ordinary matter. Dio coughed harshly as he scrambled to his feet, immediately pulling out a bottle of decay potion to recover. The series of setbacks made it clear he didn't stand a chance against Vladimir in his current state. His only hope was the system. Clenching his teeth, Dio steeled himself. Lottery. 100 no, 10 draws. With a thought, the lottery interface reappeared. He could have chosen 100 consecutive draws, but the risk was just too high. 10 at a time was much safer. If anything went wrong, he could cut his losses. From deep within, the system's wheel began to spin, filling his mind with the mechanical clatter of its rotation. Unknown zone. Experience points 100*1. Miscellaneous zone. Silver Moon Blade of the Moon Goddess. Character card. The Radiant Lady, Lux. Thank you for your patronage *7. Hero card. Garen's sister, that's. Staring at the information popping up from the system, Dio's expression grew complex. But he shook his head almost immediately. So long as she wasn't from the evil faction, that was good enough. After all, the mess he was dealing with hadn't even been cleaned up yet. If any more troublemakers appeared, Dio really wouldn't be able to handle it. One more draw. Click, click, click. Equipment area. Moral Anomican. Equipment slot effect significantly enhances the user's energy tier and damage, with a moderate boost to vitality. Unique passive, Torment. When energy attacks are used, the target suffers grievous wounds, reduced healing, continuous blood loss, and weakness. Thank you for your patronage *9. It's here. Heaven favors me. As the system notification appeared, a glint of excitement flashed in Dio's eyes. The arrival of the Moral Anomican couldn't have been more perfectly timed. Against Vladimir, the effects of this equipment would directly alter the course of the battle. Once Dio loaded the tome into his equipment slot, a surge of potent warmth swept through his entire body. While in the real world, what ability power strengthened was simply the purity and intensity of energy, but even so, this meant a significant leap in his overall strength. If before, the energy Dio had absorbed and stored for Vladimir was at a strength of 1, now, with the same amount, its intensity had doubled, or perhaps even more. And such a transformation was far from a simple equation of 1 + 1 = 2. Furthermore, considering the synergy across his overall physical and spiritual attributes, Dio's power had clearly reached a brand new level. As Dio rose from the ruins, Vladimir, watching his distant foe smile, frowned ever so slightly. What are you smiling at? With that, Vladimir's energy instantly surged outwards, but after a moment's probing, he found nothing. That left him puzzled. Smiling? Heh, have you ever heard of an attack that falls straight from the sky? What? Dio's words made Vladimir's brow tighten, yet he instinctively glanced up. But at that moment, a thunderous shout rang out from below. "Now, take my Kamehameha!" Amid Dio's outrageous banter, a crimson mist of energy once more enveloped his body, slowly gathering into the palm of his hand. Huh! Boom! A deafening roar exploded forth, as all the force Vladimir had previously unleashed on Dio was now returned in full. Though some of its power was lost in the process, the blow remained formidable. Splat! Whoosh meow! After Dio unleashed a full-powered strike, he even used the system's abilities to summon AI Lee, who was far away in New York. That's right, even though AI Lee appeared soft and adorable, her true strength was anything but ordinary. Thanks to her nature as an energy being, her vitality was remarkably tenacious. As Dio's attack landed, AI Lee darted through the air, heading straight for Vladimir, whose body was now wreathed in flames and poisonous fumes. She lashed out fiercely, her claws tearing into him, sending blood spraying in an instant. With several talents and artifacts bolstering him, Dio's blow was nothing short of formidable. A thunderous cascade of explosions rolled across the mountaintop estate, and the resulting shockwave swept through the entire area. If anyone were looking from a distance, they would see that the mountain itself had been nearly cleaved in two. The force of the blast was so great that Natasha and her group at the foot of the mountain couldn't even open their eyes. Fierce winds whipped up a storm of dust, making it hard for anyone to breathe. At that moment, Garen, who had fallen earlier, was jolted awake by the continuous detonations. Vladimir's previous attack had struck him head-on. Fortunately, his armor had absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, that blow might have claimed half his life. As Garen's injuries slowly healed under his innate abilities, the rest of the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A sharp whistle, followed by a metallic clang, sliced through the chaos. What on earth was that thing? And is this the extent of Dio's power? Just then, a figure clad in gold and crimson armor descended unsteadily from the sky. It was Tony, returning from his reconnaissance. Clearly, Tony, who had soared high above, had recorded every moment of Dio's battle with Vladimir. Vladimir. What? Natasha's response left Tony puzzled, and he glanced back and forth between the others. A quick look made it clear. Only he and Steve were in the dark about what was going on. Noticing the furrowed brows of Natasha and Garen, Tony's lips twitched in frustration. Meanwhile, Garen, seeing the group's sinking morale, turned to gaze at the swirling dust and crimson light atop the mountain. The situation up there is beyond what any of you can handle now. Here's what we'll do. You all head back to headquarters, and Warwick and I will see if we can help Dio. As Garen spoke, the others exchanged uneasy glances, their faces clouded with reluctance. They knew Garen was right, but to retreat now, especially for those who prided themselves as elites, felt humiliating. No, Garen, we can't just leave you behind. Besides, you saw the scale of the battle yourself. He's right, Garen. Maybe we can come up with another plan, and if all else fails, we still have the backing of our country. As Steve began to speak, Agent Barton quickly followed suit. Although none of them knew much about Vladimir, the earlier battle and the sheer force he displayed made it clear enough. Garen was no match for him either. Perhaps that blow in New Mexico had worked, but Garen himself had said it was nothing more than an accident, something he couldn't summon at will. So, when Garen offered to help, the group immediately turned him down. He was strong, yes, but charging in blindly would be no different from marching towards certain death. Steve watched Garen, whose expression shifted between conflict and uncertainty. Deep down, Steve felt powerless. Ever since he'd woken up at S.H.I.E.L.D., the world had grown increasingly unfamiliar. Legendary vampires, bioweapons forged by science. In less than half a year, the impact on him rivaled all the battles he'd fought during the Second World War. Meanwhile, Garen heard Steve and the others, and let out a long sigh. He knew all too well that he was no match for Vladimir. But as a warrior, he simply couldn't abide the thought of cowering behind his comrades. I understand everything you're saying, and I appreciate it. But never forget why we fight. I don't know the full extent of our nation's power, but I do know this. If Vladimir is allowed to reach a city, the devastation will be unimaginable. As Garen spoke, the group exchanged glances, each picturing the catastrophe he described. But if we go up there like this, we won't be helping. We'd only get in the way, and that's why I need a little more time. With that, Garen sat down cross-legged. The others, seeing this, couldn't help but show a hint of relief on their faces. Clearly, none of them knew what Garen was planning, but remembering what happened in New Mexico, neither Natasha nor Barton interrupted him. Garen shut his eyes tightly, calling out in his mind with all his might, but the high priest never answered. It was obvious. His call for aid was destined to fail this time. That high priest was still locked in his own desperate battle. With the power of the Morlanomicon, Dio's strength had transformed completely. While he wasn't exactly pinning Vladimir to the ground, the unique properties of his gear were severely limiting Vladimir's ability to recover. Damn it, what is this power? Vladimir's furious cries echoed through the air. Dio watched Vladimir's battered form and couldn't help but let a faint, triumphant smile play at the corners of his mouth. His own condition was far from perfect. Even the champion's armor he wore was on the verge of collapse. But all in all, his spirit remained unbroken. With the restorative effects of the corrupted potion, he didn't look nearly as battered as one might expect. At most, he appeared ragged, his clothes torn, and his body streaked with blood. As the battle raged on, Dio only grew fiercer and more relentless. He matched Vladimir's every move, shadowing him across the battlefield. No matter how many blows he took, he shrugged them off, stubbornly pressing in just to land a hit in return. Confronted with Dio's shameless fighting style, Vladimir couldn't help but be torn between laughter and tears. You think that by suppressing my powers, you can defeat me? I'll admit, you're the strongest human I've ever encountered since coming to this world. But, in the end, you're still just a human. As he spoke, a tremendous surge of energy rippled from Vladimir's body, and at the same time, the sky began to darken at a pace visible to the naked eye. The ground, already thick and sticky from the rain of blood, started to writhe and churn, as if something monstrous was about to break free. You have no idea what kind of being you've offended. Now, bring that wretched soul of yours and receive my baptism. Crimson Tide. A furious storm erupted as Vladimir's words echoed. The blood pool beneath the ground surged up once more, churning and roiling. In an instant, the blood rushed toward Vladimir's form, converging around him with terrifying speed. The flood of crimson piled high, solidifying into tangible, ominous shapes. Vladimir let out a thunderous roar. With a series of deafening blasts, 8 scarlet shockwaves exploded outward like a barrage of fireworks, racing across the ruins in every direction. The surging waves of blood carved deep furrows in the shattered earth, plowing through the devastation like a team of oxen tilling a field. Dio's expression turned grim as he faced this devastating onslaught. So it's finally here, the hero's ultimate skill. Crimson Tide, that's the E ability, right? Damn, this thing comes with percentage-based damage too. Watching the blood-red shockwaves barreling toward him, Dio's mind raced, his body moving at the very edge of his limits. Rah! With a fierce shout, Dio stomped hard, shattering the ground beneath him. The power of his blood and the last reserves of his crimson energy surged into his right arm. With a mighty crash, his fist slammed into the earth, sending a ring-shaped shockwave surging from his position, sweeping outward. Dust billowed, the land collapsed, and shards of stone shot skyward amid the thunderous roar. Cracks snaked through the ground like giant, writhing serpents. The manor halfway up the mountain, already battered and ruined, was swept away entirely by the torrent of destruction, leaving not a trace behind. With a heavy crash and a sickening splatter, Dio's cry of pain rang out as the overwhelming force of the crimson tide blasted him off his feet, hurling his body hundreds of meters through the air down the mountainside. At the foot of the mountain, Garen and the others could clearly sense the tremor in the air. Witnessing the scene, everyone was visibly shaken. Sir, an unidentified flying object is approaching at remarkable speed. Inside the Mark 6 armor, Tony listened to Jarvis's alert. His brow furrowed involuntarily, and he immediately looked up. What is that? A streak, followed by a resounding crash. As the silhouette tumbled across the ground, rolling over and over, shock flashed across everyone's faces. It's Dio. Hurry, let's go check on him. With urgent shouts, they rushed forward to investigate. But just as they moved, a crimson figure suddenly appeared in the sky above. Vladimir hovered there, not sparing a single glance at Natasha and the others below. Gazing down at the collapsed Dio, his lips curled into a wicked smile. Cough, cough, ugh. In the tangled underbrush, Dio struggled to his feet, blood trickling from his lips as he spat out the clotted blood inside. Raising his head, he glared up at the lofty Vladimir. I have to admit, your body is impressively tough, but nothing, damn you. If you've got the guts, finish me off. Cursing furiously, Dio forced himself to endure the pain ravaging his body. As the saying goes, even if you lose, don't lose your spirit. If he couldn't win with strength, at least he could talk back. Usually, after a few harsh words, the enemy would be provoked into a retort. But for Dio, every second counted right now. He needed time for his lucky draw, after all. It seems you still don't understand the reality of your situation. In that case, I'll put an end to it for you. Cut the crap, would you? Look at you. Dressed like a circus clown. Can't you sound a little more like a man? For a vampire, You'd think the sun's got nothing on you. Listening to Dio's tirade, even Vladimir, who prided himself on his composure, couldn't help but frown slightly. Just as he was about to retort, his keen senses picked up the frantic, disordered auras of several humans below, mere ants in his eyes. What he didn't realize was that, just 3 seconds earlier, "Sir, an unidentified flying object is approaching at remarkable speed." "I see it, Jarvis. You don't have to repeat yourself." As he spoke, Tony fixed his eyes on Vladimir in the sky, squinting slightly as if deep in thought. Yet the glow welling up in the palm of his armor made his true intentions clear. "No, sir, I don't believe you have seen it." Tony was momentarily puzzled by Jarvis's insistence, but trusting his AI, he clicked open the details. The next instant, his expression darkened. When Tony relayed this information to Natasha and the others, a ripple of alarm swept through the group. "Hey, a nuclear bomb? Are you kidding me? We're not even that far from the city. Even if it's just a tactical nuke, it's still a nuclear bomb." From a moment Tony's message came through to the instant shock hit everyone. Only a handful of seconds had passed, but in that brief window, their minds raced through countless thoughts. More than anything, though, they found themselves cursing the person who gave the order to launch the nuke, along with every one of his ancestors for 18 generations. Meanwhile, since they still hadn't made contact with the High Priest, Garen had no choice but to give up. Listening to the voices coming through his earpiece, Garen was puzzled. He didn't really understand what a nuclear bomb meant. But now, there simply wasn't enough time for Natasha and the others to explain it to him. After all, there were only a few dozen seconds left before the bomb arrived. And just as despair was washing over the group, as they waited for Death's arrival, Steve suddenly spoke up. "Quick, let's get to the top of the mountain." "What?" Steve's words caught everyone off guard, but trusting their companion, they scrambled to their feet without hesitation. "Garen, hold on to me. We're heading for the summit." Hearing Steve's command, Garen froze for a moment, completely at a loss. But when he met the seriousness in Steve's eyes, he scooped him up without another word. The rest followed suit. Tony picked up Natasha, while Barton was hauled along by Warwick. As they rushed along, confusion flickered across their faces, but Steve explained as they moved. "Remember the basement under the manor at the summit? There's a box down there. My gut tells me that's our only shot at surviving this." A spark of hope lit up in the group's eyes, but Garen was momentarily stunned. Only now did he finally understand. The national power Natasha and the others had mentioned was a nuclear bomb. What about Dio? The question hung in the air, and the group fell silent. "Garen, I'm sorry. We will never forget what he did for us." "You guys." Garen stared at his companions, stunned. His steps slowed, lost in thoughts known only to him. Steve and the others understood their actions weren't entirely right, and so, even with death closing in, no one urged him onward. Time dragged on, until a tiny black speck came hurtling across the sky, and only then did Garen snap back to reality. He glanced calmly at those beside him, took a deep breath, and pressed on, wordlessly heading for the summit. A distant, thunderous crash echoed as the black speck fell at the mountain's base. An instant later, a blinding flash swept across everything nearby, and then came the shockwave, rolling in with overwhelming force. Fortunately, before the shockwave arrived, Garen and his companions managed to reach the mountaintop and found the isolation chamber amidst the ruins of the pit. Once inside, they watched as the shockwave surged toward them. Clouds of dust engulfed their vision, and in that thunderous roar, it felt as if everything was settling into a strange, uneasy calm. Meanwhile, if we rewind time just a little, Vladimir in the sky paid no mind to Garen and the others as they made their exit. On the ground, however, Dio did notice what they were doing. Although he felt a hint of discomfort, he also understood that Garen and his companions truly couldn't be of any help in this situation. After witnessing Vladimir's display of power, Dio was forced to confront the limits of his own strength. He was strong, but sorely lacking in offensive abilities. In this context, offensive abilities didn't mean ordinary energy attacks, but rather the kind of unique skills that set heroes apart. It seems it's time to reclaim a hero. But who will be the first? Dio mused, his expression turning distant. Since he was determined to strengthen himself, he naturally had no interest in useless skills. After weighing his options, he realized that his only hope lay in the lottery. Given the current predicament, without a draw, he wouldn't get out of this alive. Draw 30 spins in a row. As soon as Dio made his wish, the familiar clicking of the spinning wheel echoed in his mind, steady and insistent. Talent Zone. Precision Legend. Bloodline. Each time you kill a unit with 1 life point, permanently gain 0.6% lifesteal on your damage, up to 15 stacks at this stage. If you acquire this talent again, its effect can stack further. Equipment Zone. Banshee's Veil. Increases your energy levels, enhances energy defense, and boosts spellcasting speed. Unique passive, Abolish, provides an energy shield once every hour, blocking incoming damage. The shield's strength scales with your power and cannot be stacked. Thornmail increases vitality and physical defense. Unique passive, Thorns, after taking a hit, stores 30% of the damage received. The stored energy is then released as an energy attack, inflicting grievous wounds. Thornmail. Character Zone, Darkin Blade, Aatrox, Colossus of Justice, Galio, Temporary Pass, Blade Dancer, Aurelia, Hero Shard, *1, 3-in-1. Thank you for participating, *23. Wait, am I seeing this right? 2 Thornmails. And Aatrox has appeared. This is huge. He's leagues above Vladimir in terms of power, Dio muttered, his dust-streaked face a picture of resignation. Yet before he could recover from the shock of these incredible results, another system prompt rang out in his mind. Detected duplicate equipment. Fusion function officially activated. Equipment fusion zone. Detected Thornmail X2. Spiked Vest Plus. What? Over 20,000? As the system notification popped up, Dio's expression changed drastically. He only had just over 30,000 experience points in total, and after factoring in his earlier expenditures, fusing these items would consume almost all the experience he'd earned in the last 3 months. Although there were still some reserves left with Seiko in the land of the rising sun. But, wait, what the? Damn it, you really can't trust people from the States. It's a nuclear bomb. While Dio was hesitating, torn between whether or not to fuse his equipment, a sudden thunderous roar echoed through the sky. He looked up, spotting a tiny dot on the horizon. With his keen eyesight, the black speck grew increasingly clear. When he saw the radioactive warning symbol emblazoned on its side, Dio instantly lost his composure. He believed in his own strength, but Dio wasn't reckless enough to gamble with his life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vladimir had clearly noticed Dio's drastic change in demeanor. He followed Dio's gaze toward the distant sky. The black dot was hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. Although both Bad Luck and Chuck's memories contained the concept of nuclear bombs, neither of them had ever witnessed the true force of such a weapon. They'd only heard stories of its might. Because of that, even though Vladimir recognized it as a nuclear bomb, he didn't pay it much mind. After all, why should something that terrifies mere ants make him retreat? Fuse them. At that moment, a loud shout rang in Vladimir's ears, leaving him puzzled and uncertain of what Dio meant. Meanwhile, as Dio shouted, the 3 pieces of equipment in his system's fusion interface shattered simultaneously, dissolving in a starlight that twisted and entwined together. Watching the spectacle unfold in the fusion interface, Dio felt his heart leap into his throat. Right now, he was truly racing against death itself. Though a nuclear bomb might not necessarily be fatal to him, Dio had never actually witnessed its destructive power firsthand. He couldn't afford to take that risk. As for his previous life, he'd seen countless images of nuclear explosions in movies, but could those compare to reality? Even actual nuclear test footage couldn't be trusted completely. Boom, boom, boom. The tactical nuclear missile struck the ground with a deafening roar, and in the next instant, an overwhelming burst of light enveloped the entire sky. Even Vladimir, usually unbothered by sunlight, couldn't help but frown, raising his arm in an attempt to shield himself from the blinding brilliance. As the flash faded, a colossal shockwave swept through, engulfing everything in thick, rolling smoke, while a towering mushroom cloud rose high into the heavens. Witnessing a scene that looked like the end of the world, Dio finally relaxed his expression, although his own body had been hurled far away by the violent shockwave, along with the shattered champion's armor that now glowed with a fiery red hue. The damage from the attack itself was still within his limits of endurance. Of course, the explosion of a nuclear bomb at close range produced temperatures nearly as hot as the surface of the sun. If it hadn't been for the timely completion of the Thornmail's fusion, combined with the energy shield granted by the Banshee's Veil, Dio could never have remained so calm now. He might not have been roasted to a crisp by the searing heat, but there was no way he could have escaped without being flayed alive. Yes, after the system's fusion process, the Thornmail had taken on a new name, Thorn Armor. At the same time, Dio's equipment slots were nearly full. With the fusion completed, the spiked vest had vanished. Now, out of 12 available slots, he had already filled 9. To unlock the next hero card slot, it would cost 100,000 experience points. Feeling the surging waves of heat still raging within his body, Dio let out a heavy breath. Although this nuclear strike hadn't done much harm to him, it left a wall between him and the upper echelons of the so-called beautiful country. Naturally, as an insider, Dio had never really trusted any of the nations in this world. Still, He hadn't expected a scene meant for the first Avengers film to play out in his own life. Shaking his head to cast these thoughts aside, after all, pondering too much wouldn't help his current predicament, he decided there was no point in overthinking it. If he could survive the baptism of a nuclear explosion, then Vladimir might have survived as well. Coughing harshly to clear the dust from his mouth, Dio glanced around at the pitch-black surroundings. The sky was now veiled by a dense layer of ash from the nuclear blast. Radioactive particles filled the air, though for Dio, these hazardous elements no longer posed much of a threat. Yet, the longer he lingered, the more discomfort crept into his body. Most noticeably, his stamina recovery and movements had slowed. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Steve and the others stared wide-eyed at the apocalyptic landscape outside the isolation chamber. In one corner, however, Garen sat alone, lost in thought. While Steve's decision hadn't been wrong, abandoning a teammate to save themselves went against everything Garen stood for. It seems joining S.H.I.E.L.D., no, dealing with them at all, was a mistake. With that, Garen narrowed his eyes, silently resolving to draw a clear line between himself and the others once this crisis had passed. Looking out through the quarantine chamber at the grayish-white world beyond, Garen silently prayed in his heart. Though he didn't believe in the God of this world, if a prayer could truly help him now, what harm was there in believing, even if just this once? As for Dio, although the two of them hadn't spent much time together, after several conversations, Garen had come to realize something. When he was with Dio, he felt far more at ease. He didn't have to constantly guard himself or calculate his words as he did when dealing with people like Natasha. Tony, still no contact with headquarters? What's going on? Why would they order a nuclear strike from above? Hearing Natasha's words, Tony sat in the corner of the quarantine box, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Nothing yet. The signal's still being jammed. As Tony replied, everyone let out a sigh, heavy with worry. But in their anxiety, no one noticed Warwick, who was crouched on the other side of the chamber, shaking his head back and forth. Although they hadn't taken a direct hit from the nuclear blast, the scattered radioactive fallout had still reached them. In other words, everyone here had been exposed, if only to a small degree. They were far from ordinary people, but they'd all overlooked Warwick. Ever since the Deacon incident, Warwick had often felt something was off inside him. Once, he would regularly banter back and forth with Tony, but lately he'd grown quiet, speaking little. Natasha and the others simply assumed Warwick was trying to avoid falling out with Tony, maybe even warming up to him. But what they didn't know was that Warwick was fighting hard to suppress his own bloodthirsty instincts. He'd always had trouble controlling himself at the sight of blood, but before, he could usually keep it in check. Since the Deacon incident, though, he'd found his emotions slipping further and further out of his control. Originally, Warwick hadn't planned to join this mission at all, but Garen had promised to introduce him to a powerful friend. Besides, as a member of the Avengers, he couldn't just abandon his teammates. That was why he'd come along. But now, something was wrong inside him. It was as if the radiation had set his blood boiling. A grinding noise suddenly echoed from behind them. Natasha spun around at the sound, just in time to meet Warwick's blood-red eyes. Warwick, you. What's no? Get down. With a thunderous crash, Warwick sprang at them, his body rampaging wildly through the cramped chamber. At the same time, Garen's thoughts were scattered by the sudden chaos, Warwick's attack catching him completely off guard. What's happening, Warwick? Garen shouted again and again, but his calls did nothing to snap Warwick out of it. In fact, they only seemed to draw Warwick's attention. A savage howl tore through the air. In an instant, a blur, a crash. Facing Warwick's sudden assault, Garen suppressed his doubts and quickly noticed the fear in the others inside the isolation chamber. His eyes narrowed in determination, and in an instant, he summoned his armor. With a heavy kick, he sent Warwick flying, then swiftly moved forward, intent on subduing him. But before he could act, Warwick let out a furious roar. His eyes bulged wide, foul-smelling drool dripping from his mouth, while dark crimson energy surged across his body. Blood is flowing, claws so hungry. A violent barrage followed. Warwick's explosive power hurled Garen across the chamber. He crashed hard against the wall of the isolation box, the whole structure shaking with the impact. What is happening? Why has Warwick gone berserk? Now's not the time for questions. Just help me restrain him now. With only a brief exchange, they quickly made a plan, and everyone joined forces against the rampaging werewolf. But faced with Warwick's wild fury, and unwilling to truly harm him, their battle soon reached a dangerous stalemate. This isn't working. If this goes on, we're all going to die. As Tony shouted, Garen, too, realized the gravity of the situation. Looking at Warwick, who had become little more than a beast, Garen gritted his teeth in frustration. Clutching his greatsword tightly, he prepared to act. Outside the isolation chamber, The dark sky suddenly glimmered with golden light. From the clouds above, a radiant greatsword emerged, streaking downward. Huh! With a mighty shout, the golden sword crashed down, slicing straight through the chamber's defenses and striking Warwick head-on. Warwick thrashed in the cramped chamber, howling and writhing in agony. Garen and the others all frowned at the sight. At last, Warwick's screams faded, and he slipped into unconsciousness. After suffering Garen's ultimate attack, a blow that struck not just the body but the very soul, no one could guess the full extent of the damage to the already crazed Warwick. Meanwhile, far away in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, Fury stared grimly at the satellite images of the area, shrouded in radioactive dust. Still no response? His furious shout left the agents in the office too frightened to reply. This time, Fury hadn't even been notified about the launch of the nuclear weapon. He only found out after the fact. Even Fury himself couldn't understand why the higher-ups had decided to launch a nuke without a word. Judging from the satellite images and the footage Tony had sent back, the battle in San Francisco had never been beyond control. What Fury didn't know was that Tony's video had sparked darker motives in certain people. With the Insight project nearing completion, those individuals would allow no other messes to get in their way. In recent months, it felt as if the entire world had slipped beyond their control, whether it was Garen's sudden appearance or the threat of werewolves and vampires. And the true strength of Warwick, Garen, and the others was nothing like what they had previously assumed. Now, with a rare chance to catch them all in one fell swoop, those factions concealed within the highest echelons of power would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Although they, too, were curious about the extent of Garen and his companions' powers, a corpse could be studied just as well. Offending the likes of Fury hardly concerned them in the least. The world was about to be reshuffled. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in San Francisco, radioactive dust still drifted thickly through the sky, showing no signs of settling for months to come. Even the residents of neighboring towns would soon have to be quarantined and relocated. Amid the vast crater left by the nuclear blast, Dio pulled himself to his feet and surveyed the surrounding ruins. Heavy dust fell from above, and the air was thick with an oppressive stillness. A cold wind, laced with radioactive particles, brushed against Dio's body. "So, you're not so easy to kill after all?" he mused. "Well then, let's see how you fare against my current strength." Sensing a surge of vital energy from beneath the distant rubble, a faint smile played about Dio's lips. He tightened his fists, and a tide of power flooded his senses. Having faced the brunt of a nuclear explosion, Dio's thornmail had stored up a tremendous amount of energy. Though most of the blast hadn't struck him directly, and the armor could convert and store only about 40% of the damage taken. Even so, the power now at his disposal was formidable. Yes, after its recent fusion, the passive effect of thornmail had increased by 10%. Don't underestimate such an improvement. A mere 1% can often make a world of difference. And this was just the passive boost. The armor's usual stats had also been greatly enhanced, and it still retained the reinforcement abilities of the Bramble Vest. Now, the physical damage from the explosion, transformed and stored by the armor, had been converted into pure energy. What's more, this energy was further amplified by Dio's own strength, raising its potency and imbuing it with various attributes. Thunder rumbled in the distance. At that thought, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within Dio. Up until now, he had always been at a disadvantage in battle. But with the power of his newly acquired equipment, his strength had undergone a complete transformation. At that very moment, not far from Dio, someone seemed to sense his fighting spirit. From the ruins, Vladimir's battered figure shot out with sudden speed. Ha ha! Fascinating, truly fascinating. So, this is the power of humanity. Listening to Vladimir's arrogant voice, Dio merely let out a soft chuckle, refusing to respond. Even though Vladimir looked rather disheveled at the moment, his breathing betrayed little sign of disorder. In fact, he seemed to be in better shape now than he was during his earlier fight with Dio. With Dio's healing reduction effect gone, Vladimir's formidable powers had fully returned, and even the threat of a nuclear explosion didn't faze him in the slightest. Aside from a bit of dirt and dust, not even his crimson formal bore any sign of damage. "It seems you're quite unconvinced, and I've noticed your strength is awfully unstable," Vladimir remarked, his gaze fixed on Dio, who radiated a powerful aura. He could not sense any weakness from Dio at all. On the contrary, the waves of energy pulsing from him suggested that the earlier attacks hadn't harmed him. If anything, they had only made him stronger. Time slipped by in silence, with no answer from Dio. Vladimir narrowed his eyes. "What a strange human," he muttered inwardly. In the next instant, Vladimir's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Dio. For someone like him, the best way to understand a person was to claim them for himself, draining their blood and ravaging their soul. But as Vladimir launched his attack, Dio's previously grim expression suddenly broke into a smile. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. With Vladimir's astounding agility, landing a hit was nearly impossible, unless Vladimir came to him of his own accord. And now, that was exactly what was happening. As Vladimir's form materialized before him, Vladimir shouted coldly, his razor-sharp claws plunging straight for Dio's heart. But then he realized something was wrong. A deafening crash and metallic clang resounded. What? That's impossible. Vladimir gasped. A faint smile curled on Dio's lips. With his current strength, he was no longer the same as he had been just minutes ago. The boost from 3 brand-new pieces of equipment had made his body extraordinarily resilient. Even more so after the fusion, the enhancements from a Thornmail were now comprehensive. Though the upgrades focused on defense, the synergy among his core attributes had transformed Dio completely. As Vladimir's sharp claws struck his chest, Dio felt only a brief, dull impact. "Is that all you've got?" Dio said offhandedly, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Vladimir's expression darkened at Dio's taunt, but his eyes shone with shock. Vladimir roared, and in that instant, a torrent of crimson mist erupted from his body, converging around his claws. Seeing Vladimir's move, Dio certainly wouldn't just let him act as he pleased. Though he was now much stronger than before, Dio was no fool to let himself be toyed with. While ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defenses, the furious Vladimir was clearly in a different league. Summoning the energy stored within him, Dio's expression sharpened. In an instant, he swept aside Vladimir's assault and shot straight up into the sky. As he called upon his inner reserves, a violent whirlwind erupted around him, radiating outward and gathering force. High above, the swirling dust was pulled together by the raging winds, coalescing into a mighty tornado. "Taste the power of thunder," he declared. With those words, Dio channeled his stored energy, using the storm greatsword as a conduit for the power of lightning. Now a deafening crack split the air. In the next moment, a spear of blue-white lightning shot down from the heavens, as though doomsday itself had arrived. In a flash, the sky and earth seemed to collapse. The world was engulfed by a storm of lightning. A tremendous roar shook the ground. Vladimir, still reeling from the sudden onslaught, was obliterated along with everything in a radius of hundreds of meters, reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. A massive, pitch-black crater was left on the ground, plunging so deep that the eye could barely see its end. At the bottom, molten lava surged and churned, a testament to the sheer power and searing heat of Dio's attack. The explosion sent a blue-white shockwave outward in an oval sphere, which then burst apart, unleashing serpents of lightning that cracked across the sky. The shockwave rippled out for dozens of kilometers in every direction. Boulders the size of houses were hurled into the air. An entire section of the mountain was sliced clean off, as if by a giant's blade. At the same time, atop the mountain, Garen and the others had just subdued the rampaging Warwick. They hadn't even had time to notice the chaos outside. Suddenly, a colossal blast shook the world. A blinding flash seared their eyes, and before anyone could react, the entire isolation chamber was swept thousands of meters into the sky by the force of the shockwave. Shouts and cries filled the chamber. After all, aside from Garen and perhaps Warwick, none of them were prepared for the consequences of such a fall. Even Tony, despite the powerful shock absorbers in his armor, found himself uncertain whether he could survive a direct plunge from such heights. Up in the sky, as Dio unleashed his power, all the radioactive dust was swept away, revealing once more the clear blue expanse above. Inside the isolation chamber, the group gazed out at the restored heavens, and for a moment, delight flickered across their faces. "That's Dio. He's alive. This is incredible. That was a nuclear blast." They stared at the slender young man, standing in midair, wreathed in radiance like a god descended. I swept through them all. Even though Dio's body was battered, his skin exposed in places, and his whole form caked in grime. Yet the lightning swirling and crackling around him only served to highlight his steely physique and commanding presence. Whoosh! In that moment, while everyone was momentarily lost in thought, the isolation chamber, which had been blasted upward by the explosion, finally lost its momentum. Whoosh! "Not good. Open the hatch, quick!" Steve's urgent shout snapped everyone back to their senses. Realizing the isolation chamber was now plummeting at breakneck speed, panic broke out among the group. A sudden sensation of weightlessness swept through, throwing them into chaos. "Damn it, this thing can't be open from the inside." Tony, lasers flaring red from his hands, cursed when he saw his attacks had no effect on the chamber at all. On the other side, seeing this, Garen told Natasha to restrain Warwick, then drew the massive sword from his back. Hiya! Bang! Clang! Cough, cough, cough! Ugh! As Garen struck, a thunderous boom reverberated through the chamber. The force of the recoil made everyone inside, Natasha and the others, grimace and groan in pain. With the ground rushing up fast, anxiety mounted, and the group was at their wits' end. Tony, can you get Dio's attention? Right now, it seems like only he can save us. No way. A flare would just burn us too. Tony's reply darkened everyone's expressions. Was this how they were going to die? Trapped and helpless? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Garen suddenly spoke up. Steve, I need your help. What? Steve turned to him, and upon seeing the resolve in Garen's eyes, he nodded, though he had no idea what was needed. Garen said nothing more. He shut his eyes tight and drove his massive sword into the floor of the isolation chamber. Demacia! Boom! As soon as Steve nodded, Garen let out a resounding cry. In the next instant, a radiant giant sword burst forth in the sky outside the chamber. At that moment, everyone suddenly understood. Garen was trying to draw Dio's attention with this move. As the golden, spectral sword blazed in the sky, the others glanced at Steve with worry, but Steve remained calm. Earlier, Steve's own plan had left Dio alone to face the nuclear strike. A deep sense of guilt gnawed at him ever since, not just for Garen, but especially for Dio. So when Garen's sword came crashing down, Steve accepted it without a second thought. Meanwhile, the dazzling golden sword blotting out the sun naturally caught Dio's attention. High above, Dio, using the system's scanning function, could clearly sense Vladimir's current condition. It was clear that even such a cataclysmic blow had failed to inflict any truly devastating damage on the ancient vampire who had survived for thousands of years. Escape, huh? Well, this is going to be a real headache, Dio muttered under his breath, sensing Vladimir's figure vanishing into the distance. Though he was undeniably powerful at the moment, holding back the elusive and unpredictable Vladimir was nothing more than wishful thinking. He shook his head, then turned his gaze to the isolation chamber plummeting rapidly from afar. By nature, Dio was vengeful. He had no desire to save those inside. But there was no helping it. In the Marvel world, losing them now might plunge everything into chaos. Besides, as these thoughts flickered through his mind, Dio's expression grew unreadable, his gaze shifting to the broken mountaintop not far away. There, a hidden figure stood. The gleaming, polished forehead made their identity unmistakable. Dressed in a pale yellow training robe, the person's posture was upright and powerful, radiating the aura of a true master. As Dio's eyes found her, the Ancient One seemed to sense it. She, too, looked his way, and Dio, feeling as if he'd been caught spying, hastily averted his gaze. From atop the mountain, the Ancient One met Dio's uneasy glance and smiled knowingly to herself, musing, what an interesting person. On the other side, Dio, realizing his gaze had been caught, managed an awkward nod in return. Looks like there's no getting out of this one, he thought. Why the hell did I have to look her way? I'm not ready to face the Ancient One yet. And that look in her eyes, could she have taken a liking to me? The idea made Dio chuckle to himself. He shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts clouding his mind. In a flash, his figure blurred, and a powerful sonic boom echoed out as he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the isolation chamber continued to plummet from the sky, and the people inside wore expressions of panic and worry. Garen's attack, undeterred by the chamber's defenses, struck Steve Rogers directly. In the next instant, a golden radiance enveloped Steve's form. Ugh, Steve gasped, surprised by the warmth spreading through him. He'd braced himself for a painful ordeal, if not worse. But instead, he clenched his fist, and strength surged through him, leaving him feeling more invigorated than ever. Garen, watching from nearby, regarded Steve with a deep, thoughtful look. So, I wasn't mistaken after all. He observed Steve with a complex expression. No one understood the true nature of his ultimate move better than he did. Seeing that Steve was completely unharmed, Garen finally let out a silent sigh of relief. His gaze toward Steve was now tinged with genuine respect and newfound affection. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Seeing that Steve, who had just taken a heavy blow from Garen, was unharmed, Natasha and the others, who had been worried, all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just then, the sound of something slicing through the air reached their ears, even through the isolation chamber's walls. It's Dio! With a startled cry, all eyes turned toward the outside of the chamber. At that moment, Dio's figure soared above their heads. With one hand, he seized a corner of the isolation chamber, slowing its descent. Inside the chamber, everyone let out a relieved breath as they witnessed this scene. "Thank goodness. We thought you wouldn't survive the nuclear explosion," someone said. Outside the isolation chamber, Dio watched the people below him as their mouths moved in silent chatter, and he couldn't help but twitch his own lips in amusement. Though he couldn't hear what they were saying, Dio could more or less guess their meaning by reading their lips. He raised his eyebrows, making no effort to hide his displeasure, and didn't bother to give them a friendly look. Seeing this, those inside the chamber blushed with embarrassment, clearly recalling how they had abandoned him earlier. For a long moment, silence hung in the air. Under Dio's protection, the isolation chamber finally landed steadily upon the dust-covered ruins. The previous battle's explosion had been so intense that it swept away everything within several kilometers, leaving nothing but devastation as far as the eye could see. The searing heat from the blast made it nearly impossible to stand outside. Thick, black smoke and scorched earth stretched out in every direction. Gazing at the transparent isolation chamber, Dio noted with satisfaction that except for a few minor scratches, it remained undamaged. This was clearly a valuable piece of equipment. He glanced inside at Natasha and the others, their faces haggard and weary, and curled his lip in slight disdain. But when he noticed the unconscious Warwick, Dio's mind reached out, instantly grasping the state the man was in. "So, the negative effects of the blood god's possession have entered the first stage, have they?" As this thought crossed his mind, Dio's lips curled in a barely perceptible smile. His gaze then shifted to Garen, who was keeping his distance from the others, and Dio couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed there were cracks forming within this team. This could get interesting. "So how are you all holding up?" Dio asked, his voice laced with false cheer, his words carrying effortlessly through the isolation chamber, thanks to his sheer power. Natasha and the others quickly nodded in reply. Seeing this, Dio said nothing further. He gestured for them to make room, then summoned his own power and unleashed a mighty punch. With a thunderous crash and a sharp whoosh, the isolation chamber was sent flying, the people inside letting out startled screams. Seeing the chamber hurtling through the air, their cries echoing within, Dio suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration. He couldn't kill them, but I am saving them. After all, he thought to himself. His gaze drifted toward the fractured mountain peak in the distance, where the Ancient One stood unmoved, wearing that timeless, serene smile. Seeing this, Dio couldn't help but smile knowingly and turned his head. Since the Ancient One had already discovered him, there was no point in pretending any longer. Though he wished to keep his identity a secret, it was mainly from the nations and powers of Earth. As for Kamar Taj, where the Ancient One resided, there was no such need. After all, they never meddled in worldly affairs. Still, Dio knew he should come up with a somewhat plausible background, or else... No, wait. Why do I need to explain myself? I, Dio, have never owed anyone an explanation for my actions. With that thought, Dio straightened his back in an instant. After all, he was no longer someone to be trifled with. If push came to shove, he'd see it through to the end. Clarifying his stance and mustering his confidence, Dio rolled his neck from side to side, a series of crisp cracks echoing out. Then, he gave a thumbs up in the direction of the Ancient One, and with a flash, appeared before the isolation chamber once more. Just as he was about to launch another assault, even Garen inside the chamber hurriedly stood up to stop him. Seeing this, Dio decided not to act recklessly. Though he didn't think much of Natasha and the others, Garen was his own, and their relationship was exceptionally close, so he relented. After glancing around for a moment, Dio raised his arm to signal them to stay calm, then swung a heavy fist at the chamber's door. In the next moment, a thunderous boom exploded through the air as the isolation chamber was driven straight into the ground. Yet, Dio, unconvinced, hammered at it again and again. With his relentless barrage, the door finally began to give way. Seeing this, Dio shoved his hand into the gap and, with a fierce pull to either side, tore the door open by force. With a harsh, rending sound, the door was wrenched apart. Inside, Natasha and the others, their heads spinning, burst out all at once and immediately doubled over, retching violently. Garen, upon seeing Dio, rushed forward and gave him a tight hug. "It's such a relief you're okay. I'm sorry, we left you behind." Catching Garen's apologetic expression, Dio lightly punched his sturdy chest and flashed a carefree smile. But only Dio himself knew he hadn't truly let it go so easily. He also understood that Garen would never have abandoned a comrade on his own, and of course, Dio could understand why they did what they did. But understanding was one thing. It still left a sour taste in his heart. After rescuing his companions, Dio's gaze shifted to the unconscious Warwick. Though he knew better than anyone what state Warwick was in, concern for his teammate compelled him to ask anyway. Noticing Dio's gaze, Garen sighed and began to speak. Warwick just lost control all of a sudden, and I have felt that something was off about him these past couple of days. No, actually, ever since he destroyed the Blood God, he hasn't been the same. Hearing Garen's words, Dio shot him a deep, thoughtful look. He hadn't expected someone as brawny and straightforward as Garen to be so observant about the things happening around him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natasha and the others had barely finished vomiting when another wave of dizziness washed over them. The radiation here is way too strong. We need to get out now. Jarvis, have you managed to contact headquarters? Sir, the signal is being disrupted. Real-time communication is impossible, but I've already sent out the rescue coordinates. Hearing Jarvis's response, Tony finally let out a sigh of relief. The others, seeing this, forced themselves to fight through their own nausea and came over to Dio to apologize for their earlier actions. Faced with their apologies, Dio had no choice but to accept them on the surface, even if he felt otherwise. Seeing this exchange, Natasha and the others visibly relaxed. By the way, Dio, what about Vladimir? What happened to him? Is he dead? Someone asked. Dio shook his head slightly. No, he got away. At his answer, the group exchanged glances, each of them seeing shock mirrored in the other's eyes. After all, for Vladimir to survive such a devastating attack was beyond belief, and it forced them to reconsider just how powerful that vampire truly was. Natasha and Barton locked eyes, sharing a look of bitter resignation. Ever since Garen had shown up, all manner of monsters and demons had come crawling out of the shadows. And according to Garen, the Void was the most wicked force of all. Yet, none of them realized that at this very moment, a being far more powerful than Vladimir had already appeared in this world. Unable to withstand the relentless radiation, the group retreated once again into the isolation chamber. Time ticked by second after second, until the roar of engines echoed from the sky outside. Moments later, a Quinjet descended from the clouds, hovering steadily above them. Hurry, let's get out of here. A squad of fully armed support personnel leaned out of the hatch, prompting everyone to spring into action. They fastened the steel cables dangling from the aircraft to the outside of the isolation chamber. After all, the group had essentially become walking sources of radiation, leaving them no choice but to endure the cramped isolation chamber for transport. In the sky, the Quinjet moved forward at a steady pace. Inside the chamber, the group looked out at the apocalyptic scene outside, their expressions shifting again and again as they glanced at Dio. They all knew Dio was powerful, but as far as S.H.I.E.L.D. was concerned, all they really knew was that Dio's physical strength was extraordinary, and that he could summon creatures like insects. As for the rest, once they were safely away, the signal returned. In the next instant, a cascade of notification chimes erupted from everyone's phones. In one corner of the quarantine chamber, Dio paid no attention to the group chattering endlessly about their work. Instead, he cast his gaze down toward the battlefield below. This fight had been nothing short of perilous. If he hadn't drawn the Morlanomican at just the right moment, Dio was certain he wouldn't have made it through. He pulled up his system interface and stared at the experience bar, nearly drained to the bottom. At this point, he felt like crying, though the tears wouldn't come. Thankfully, the lottery hadn't gone too badly this time. He didn't feel like he lost out. Thinking about it, the corners of Dio's mouth lifted in a faint, satisfied smile. Of the 30,000 experience points he'd had, just over 10,000 were spent on the lottery. The real expense had been the fusion cost for the Thornmail. His eyes drifted to the three main options on the system interface: lottery, enhancement, and fusion. Dio felt a flicker of puzzlement. Originally, only two of these options, lottery and enhancement, were available, with fusion grayed out and inaccessible. Now, with fusion activated, yet another new icon appeared, also grayed out. As Dio focused his thoughts and clicked on it, a new message streamed into his mind. League Marketplace, locked. A marketplace? Don't tell me. Whatever sudden realization Dio had, a sly, knowing grin broke across his dirt-smudged face. It seems that only after unlocking the previous function does the system reveal the next one. I wonder just how many features this system really has. Shaking his head at the thought, Dio opened the fusion panel. Several sub-options popped up, though only equipment fusion was available. Everything else, like talent fusion and hero fusion, remained locked, their icons still gray. Still not available, huh? I suppose you need to get the same talent more than once to activate that. But what about heroes? Surely it doesn't mean I have to pull the same hero card again. He frowned, feeling that something about that idea just didn't add up. Oh well, I'll figure it out when the time comes. For now, let's check the enhancement panel. Wait, what? Why did it jump to 10,000? He stared at the system's enhancement screen. To his dismay, it now cost 10,000 experience points to enhance the Thornmail further. his face instantly fell. After some trial and error, Dio finally discovered the catch. Whether for equipment or heroes, each time you enhanced an item, the next enhancement cost 10 times more, starting at 1,000 experience points. So after upgrading the Thorn Vest to +1, the next enhancement jumped to 10,000, and the Thorn Mail had clearly inherited the +1 effect from the vest. Doing the math, Dio's face darkened even further. His dream of endlessly upgrading high-tier equipment after drawing it from the lottery was shattered. What kind of nonsense is this? It's just a money pit. Reluctantly, he closed the enhancement panel and pulled up his personal attributes. In the next moment, the information appeared before him. Summoner, Dio Brando. Hero card slots, 2. Hero card, the Colossus of Justice, Galio, temporary trial card. Hero shards, Battle Mistress, Sivir *1, Blade Dancer Aurelia *1, 3-in-1. Talents and runes, Sorcery Power, Scorch, Sorcery Keystone, Summon Airy, Precision Legend, Bloodline. Equipment slots, Zeterat Portal, Corrupting Potion, Recurve Bow, Winged Moonplate, Quicksilver Sash, BF Sword, Morlanomican, Banshee's Veil, Thorn Mail +1. Inventory, Akali's Bandeau, Annie's Backpack Teddy, Lee Sin's Blindfold, Ezreal's Goggles, Shyvana's Last Drop of Blood, Zed, Champion's Shadow Armor, Aurelion Sol's Protective Star, Diana's Silver Moonblade. Experience, 1,450. Unknown, Demon Jester Shaco, Garen the Might of Demacia, Warwick the Uncaged Wrath of Zaun, Enraged, Vladimir the Crimson Reaper, Lux the Lady of Luminosity Hero Card, Aatrox Hero Card. A trial card? Wait, this. Haha. I can't believe it didn't get lost. Staring at the information displayed on his personal stats, Dio burst into laughter inside. He opened the inventory and checked through each item. Aside from that dazzling, oversized star, a shimmering card instantly caught his eye. Looking closer, sure enough, it was none other than the temporary trial card for Galio, the Colossus of Justice. As Dio tapped on the card, a flood of information surged into his mind. In an instant, he understood its use and purpose. So, it only lasts for 3 hours, huh? Still, if only I had an Aatrox trial card right now, I wouldn't have to be so on edge all the time. With that thought, Dio sighed. The function of the trial card was clear. It was a system item unaffected by the unknown forces at play. If the system hadn't been tampered with, the trial card would be pretty much useless. He could simply control the heroes directly back then. But for now, this is actually great. With the full control effect of the trial card, once I really draw Galio later, I can use the card right away, take over his body, and make him self-destruct. That way, I'll get his powers, won't I? Yes, to Dio, the true value of the trial card was to make the heroes in their own lives. After all, he wasn't confident about beating Bard, Kindred, or even Aurelion Sol. With a trial card in hand, things would be much easier. However, while the trial card could be used directly, without the hero's actual body, even if Dio made them self-destruct, he couldn't obtain their abilities. Only when the hero's body appeared could he use the trial card to directly take over their actions. Then, if they died, he'd gain their powers. So, unless it was a dire emergency, Dio had no intention of using a hero trial card just yet. Who knew what might happen with the next draw? What if the hero's true form appeared then? If that happened, Dio would kick himself with regret. It was just like playing mahjong, agonizing over which tile to discard in hopes of drawing something better, only for the very same tile to show up right after you'd given it up. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Dio shook his head and closed the system interface. Meanwhile, on the other side, the quarantine capsule was being whisked away from the battlefield by a Quinjet, heading straight for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After all, at this point, everyone, from Dio to Natasha and the others, was more or less contaminated by radiation. At the same time, far away in New York, Fury had just finished wrangling with the higher-ups. Although the nuclear strike hadn't cost the Avengers any lives, the political wrangling left a bitter taste in his mouth. Still, Fury wasn't planning to let things slide. With the facts on his side, he was ready to wring some serious concessions out of the brass. Take them to the quarantine area first. Keep them under observation for now. And have Tony send me the recording of the event. As he gave the orders, Fury's gaze landed on Agent Hill. Something about the nuclear strike didn't sit right with him. It all felt a bit too suspicious. Thinking back to the clues they'd uncovered in recent investigations, Fury rubbed his brow, a faint sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Elsewhere, as the communication lines came back online, Natasha and the others checked their phones, catching up on news from the outside world. Catching Natasha's glance, Dio looked up puzzled. What's up? At Dio's question, Natasha paused for a moment before replying, Area's gone. But don't worry, Dio, I'll help you find it. Hearing her words, Dio was momentarily stunned, then let out a helpless chuckle. If Natasha hadn't brought it up, he probably would have forgotten about Eri entirely. 3 months without a sign. He'd nearly erased it from his mind. It was only the recent battle that reminded him Eri wasn't just a cute pet, but a capable fighter in its own right. Sighing to himself, Dio couldn't help but wonder about Eri's current situation. He glanced at the system interface. A dull gray icon marked Summon. Eri was all that remained under the Talents tab. Dio couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. The little thing had barely made a cameo before being wiped out by the nuclear blast. It would probably take a few days before it could be revived. Noticing Natasha's apologetic expression, Dio waved it off with a gesture. Don't worry about it. Eri will come back on its own in a few days. Really? But, seeing how unconcerned Dio was, Natasha and the others were taken aback. Among them, Garen and Tony had both met Eri before. In fact, Tony had even wanted to take it in for research the first time they encountered it. Tony only reluctantly gave up when Natasha finally produced the blank file that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been researching. It was obvious that S.H.I.E.L.D. would never let go of a chance to study a life form like AI Lee, and Dio knew this well, though he wasn't concerned in the slightest. As it turned out, things went exactly as Dio had predicted. They didn't manage to uncover anything useful. A heavy silence fell over the group. After a long moment, the distant outline of the city appeared on the horizon, visible through the windows. The Quinjet flew straight ahead, swiftly carrying them back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Once the isolation container was delivered to the quarantine area at headquarters, a dozen staff members in radiation suits appeared before them. We need your cooperation for a routine check, one of the staff announced. They were about to escort everyone away for examination, and seeing this, nobody said a word. Dio glanced back at the isolation box behind him. So about this box, it's my trophy. If you want to study it, just compensate me and transfer the money to my account. Hearing Dio's remark, Natasha and the others exchanged glances, speechless. He really did have money on his mind at all times. Dio, noticing their expressions, didn't care one bit. After all, the box was rightfully his prize. Not to mention, they were about to part ways. If he didn't squeeze a little extra out of this, what kind of opportunist would he be? Yes, once this whole ordeal was over, Dio had no intention of dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. At least not until the next round of major events came to pass. Until then, he planned to steer clear of working with them. Noticing the look on Garen's face, Dio could tell that although the battle hadn't resulted in any casualties, the way the Americans handled things had surely left a bad impression on him. As everyone was separated for quarantine and examination, Fury even stopped by to see Dio. But it was clear that trying to get information out of Dio was a lost cause. In the end, Dio even managed to sell that isolation box, driving the price up to a whopping $100 million. At first, Fury was never going to agree, but once they received the test results, Dio caught the fleeting hint of satisfaction at the corner of Fury's mouth. They didn't know exactly what material the isolation box was made of, but there were only a handful of things in the world that could withstand an all-out assault like that. Dio knew that, even at $100 million, he was still getting the short end of the stick. But what could he do? The isolation box didn't serve him any purpose. S.H.I.E.L.D., on the other hand, could always use it to lock up another beast. Time flowed by, and soon evening descended. The staff brought not only the examination results, but also a lavish dinner. Mr. Dio, according to the test results, your radiation levels are much lower than the others. However, we still need to ask you to remain here for a month. During this time, if you have any requests, please let us know. We'll do our utmost to accommodate you. Dio wasn't at all surprised when the staff member spoke up. It was only natural that his own radiation levels were low, not to mention the energy-absorbing effect of the thorn armor. Radiation itself was a negative effect that Dio could easily dispel with a flick of his hand. Besides, Dio had nothing urgent to do at the moment, especially since he was still waiting for Fury to send the money. But above all, he wanted to stay out of the Sorcerer Supreme's sight. At least for now, he had no intention of crossing paths with her. As for the hero cards of the Sword Demon and Lux, with that thought, Dio waved his hand to dismiss the staff member, then cast his gaze around the empty room. What a load of nonsense this all is, he muttered. Meanwhile, far away at Kamartaj on the other side of the continent, the Ancient One gazed at 2 cards floating in midair before her. Each card bore an illustration. One depicted a fair, blonde-haired girl with clear blue eyes, dressed in silver armor, her smile as warm as spring. The other card, in stark contrast, sent a chill down the spine. A backdrop of deep crimson, the snarling head of a demon with bared fangs, and eyes blazing with a sinister, cold light. No doubt about it, this was a formidable presence, hardly the sort aligned with kindness. The Ancient One frowned slightly as she studied the 2 cards before her. Strange, these sealed objects. There's no trace of energy I can sense. With a thought, she summoned 1 card to her hand, enveloping it with a surge of her own formidable energy as she scrutinized it closely. Yet as the moments ticked by, the card revealed no unusual qualities, remaining perfectly ordinary. Shaking her head, she put it away, then swept her hand through the air. Instantly, a shimmering mirror projection appeared in the room. On the other side of that mirror, Dio was tucking into the feast the staff had delivered. Clearly, while Dio could sense the Ancient One's gaze upon him, he had no idea that she was secretly observing him through this magical projection. "It seems you know something, don't you? Perhaps it's time we met face to face," the Ancient One mused softly. Back in his own quarters, Dio was utterly unaware that his every move was under the Ancient One's watchful eye. After finishing his meal, he passed the empty plate through the isolation window, then returned to his bedroom, intending to check up on Vladimir's whereabouts. But the appearance of the Sword Demon's hero card had left him restless and uneasy. Although Dio couldn't sense what was happening around the hero card itself, he knew the global map of Earth like the back of his hand. So the moment the hero card appeared in the Himalayas, Dio instantly realized it had fallen into the Ancient One's grasp. Thinking about all this, Dio couldn't tell whether he should laugh or cry. On the bright side, he no longer had to worry about the Sword Demon being unleashed. On the other hand, the downside was just as plain: he wouldn't be gaining any experience points. What's more, the next time a hero card emerged, would the Ancient One intervene? That remained an open question. And if she did? At that thought, a wry smile crept onto Dio's lips. Aside from that, the fact that Master Ancient One did not pursue Vladimir was clearly beyond Dio's expectations. It seems that once this Avengers business is over... Wait, what? Dio's thoughts were interrupted before he could finish them, as a series of system notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. Devil Jester, Shako deceased. Now reclaiming all abilities. The following abilities are being retrieved. Backstab. When positioned behind a target, deals bonus physical damage. If using an energy-based attack, adds bonus magical damage instead. The damage value is influenced by user's own strength. Deceive. Performs a spatial jump and becomes invisible for a duration determined by one's strength. While invisible, attacks inflict bonus physical damage. If striking from behind, the attack becomes a critical hit. Critical effect. The force of the attack is not absorbed immediately on contact, but instead accumulates and erupts again, though some damage is lost in the process. Jack-in-a-Box. Two-Faced Poison Blade. Hallucinate. After a brief disappearance, creates a clone with half the original strength. When the clone dies, 3 Jack-in-the-Boxes instantly appear, dealing fear and damage. The clone's duration depends on personal strength. Hero Death Detected. Initiating Fusion Interface and Hero Legacy function. Note: once a hero is selected for Legacy, they can no longer be equipped in a hero slot. The hero Legacy can be granted to another being, who, over time, and through cultivation, will gradually acquire all the hero's abilities. Hero Legacies cannot be reclaimed at will. Please choose your Legacy target with care. The retrieval method is the same as with heroes. Detection. Hero Devil Jester, Shako, is dead. Would you like to load him into a hero slot? Note: each time a hero is equipped or removed from a hero slot, it costs 10,000 experience points. Detection. Hero Death. Reclaiming stored experience points. Total of 13,120 points have been recovered. As the 4 consecutive system prompts rang out in Dio's mind, he was momentarily struck dumb, completely at a loss. These sudden messages had caught Dio so off guard that he couldn't process what was happening. Shako is dead. Snapping back to his senses, Dio hurriedly tried to use the system's scrying function. But he immediately discovered that, without a hero as the vessel, he had no way of knowing what was happening in the land of the rising sun. Even though, over these past 3 months, Dio had occasionally checked in on a few heroes' activities, he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, or any battles for that matter. Shako's silent death had truly blindsided him. Since he had no way of knowing what had happened in the land of the rising sun, Dio couldn't tell who was responsible for Shako's demise. Otherwise, he would have made sure to send that person and their entire family a very special greeting. After all, Sako could be considered the worker who earned the most experience points for Dio so far. For him to die just like that was truly a shame. Although most of the experience Sako brought was built upon the suffering of others. Well, does it really count when it's the land of the rising sun? What a pity, Dio sighed, unable to help himself. With that, he started to review the information sent by the system. Things like ability recovery, Dio already understood, so he paid them little mind. What truly mattered was the activation of a new function. Heroic Legacy? As Dio explored this feature, he quickly grasped its specifics. Well, talk about a gift at the perfect time. This neatly solves the issue of explaining my growing strength, he thought, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Looks like I'll have to hold off on equipping the hero card slot for a while longer. Sako's legacy needs to be scattered first. Dio narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting to places unknown. Meanwhile, in the land of the rising sun, dawn was just breaking. A sleek motorcycle sped away from a mountain path, its rider a man with a rugged face and a stern, silent demeanor. Even though his body was covered in wounds and black-red blood seeped from his eyes, none of it diminished his imposing presence. 3 months ago, at Mephisto's behest, he'd gone after Mephisto's own son, the Witch-Heart Demon, to vie for the contract of San Venganza. The journey was fraught with danger, but thanks to his protagonist's aura, he overcame every trial, shattered Mephisto's scheme, and even broke free of his control. From that moment on, Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider, not only found love, but also gained his freedom. In his spare time, he roamed city streets and shadowy alleys, punishing the souls of the guilty. With the gates of hell destroyed by Johnny, the number of superhuman sinners plummeted. Now, his daily routine consisted of maintaining his daredevil skills, performing around the world, and meting out punishment to ordinary wrongdoers. This time, Johnny came to the land of the rising sun, lured by its motorcycle culture. Yet, as his tour continued, he caught a whiff of something familiar. It was the scent of hellfire, his hellfire. Tracking that aura, he once again crossed paths with Sako. A fierce battle erupted. In the end, Johnny paid the price of an eye, but succeeded in slaying his foe. Back on the other side of the continent, as Dio finalized his next move, a thought flashed through his mind, and in the next instant, a metal dagger appeared in his inventory. As his consciousness examined it, a message entered his mind. Devil Jester Sako's dagger. Legacy item. Hold the dagger. Let its blade taste blood, and you will receive the basic legacy. Note, due to unknown factors, this legacy contains unpredictable side effects. Please choose carefully. Unpredictable side effects? What's this all about? Dio frowned in confusion, but after a moment's thought, decided there was no need to worry. He would find out if it had any impact once it was released. After all, even if the legacy of the heroes was passed on, Dio would still be able to observe it, and the creature that received the inheritance would have an inventory and experience bar, just like the heroes themselves. Yes, even after passing on a legacy, Dio could still gain experience from those who received it, and the method would be the same as with the heroes. Now that the matter of the inheritance is settled, it's time to choose a candidate. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Hell's Kitchen. With that thought, Dio decided not to linger any longer. With a shift of his will, he activated the active ability of the Mercury pendant from his inventory, feeling the subtle negative effects on his body vanish in an instant. He took out his phone and dialed the direct line to the staff, stating his intention to leave. Shortly after, several staff members arrived, and after conducting a thorough check, they were all left in disbelief. Later, Fury requested another meeting with Dio. Although he didn't ask directly how Dio had managed to rid himself of the radiation's effects, his words still carried subtle hints, probing into Dio's plans and destination. In response, Dio answered straightforwardly. Look, the air here isn't great. I'm planning to stay somewhere else for a while. By the way, where's Phil? I haven't seen him around. At Dio's question, Fury didn't reply immediately, but instead gave him a deep, searching look. Oh, right, Dio. Word is Natasha was seriously injured this time. Was it you who healed her? Nope. She recovered on her own. Fury's lips twitched as he looked at the man before him, blatantly lying without blinking. After a long pause, Fury regained his composure and glanced at Dio. Let's get to the point then. About the medicine you used to save Natasha, we'd like to buy some. Name your price. At this, Dio's expression became flustered and he shouted dramatically. What? Impossible. You have no idea how precious that medicine is. I barely have 2 vials myself. Sell it? You underestimate me. No matter how much you offer, 5 million. Oh, no way. Just 5 million? That's insulting. You have to understand, I've had that medicine for decades. I can't even sleep at night without glancing at it. Just 5. Enough. Are you selling or not? What exactly do you want? Seeing Dio's pained expression, as if Fury were trying to take away his most prized possession, Fury couldn't be bothered to argue any further. Hearing Fury's words, Dio glanced at his face, then let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. We're not strangers here. I know just how important this serum is for the advancement of all human civilization. Not to mention, you're my boss. We run into each other every day. So, let's bump it up a little. 30 million. Take it or leave it. Dio didn't even flinch as Fury shot him a look that screamed. Are you out of your mind? A long silence followed. 8 million. Take it or leave it. We'll analyze the serum for Natasha's body ourselves. Hearing Fury's tone, Dio grinned. He thought to himself, no way they can figure out the formula. If they could, would they still be sitting here bargaining with me? With that in mind, Dio put on a show of being torn. All right, deal. Transfer the money. As soon as Dio spoke, Fury didn't waste a second. He had someone wire 8 million straight into Dio's account. Adding that to the 100 million he'd received not long ago, Dio was now officially a billionaire. Right after, Dio pulled a small vial of the serum from his inner pocket and handed it to Fury. Use it wisely, this is all there is. Oh, and by the way, which way to HR? I quit. What? Fury was still in shock at how Dio had produced the serum. After all, Natasha and the others had undergone thorough scans upon arriving at the base. That meant Fury was certain Dio hadn't had the serum on him. So, it had to be spatial technology. You're sure you want to leave? Is it because of the nuclear attack? Let's not beat around the bush. First off, you should know, I'm Asian. I don't exactly feel a strong sense of belonging here. And yes, your decision to launch that nuke? Let's just say it didn't sit well with me. Now that I've got the money, I plan to drift for a while. If you ever find yourselves truly in need, you know where to find me. Oh, and don't worry, I'll give you a good price. With that, Dio turned and walked away, leaving Fury frowning at his back. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Dio sent a message to Garen and the others, then tossed his special phone to a junior agent who'd been tailing him. His body then rose into the air, shooting toward the starlit night sky. As he passed over Hell's Kitchen, he was just about to toss down Seiko's token. But before he could, a ring of golden sparks appeared right in front of him. Through the shimmering portal, a bald woman stood smiling at him from the other side. Dio's heart instantly sank, and he couldn't help but let out a breath. If she had seen him try to drop Seiko's token just now, his whole plan would have been thrown into chaos, and he might not even make out alive. With that thought, a bead of cold sweat broke out on Dio's forehead. It seemed he'd need to wait a little longer before spreading the token. Almost forgot, this world is far from ordinary. As the golden portal appeared, Dio let out a quiet sigh and strode straight into it. His vision shifted. The air was thick with sandalwood, and the surroundings were steeped in a classical charm, brimming with Eastern elegance. We meet again. Your superpowers are quite something. Must make traveling a breeze, right? Arriving at Kamartage, Dio forced himself to suppress his inner vigilance, putting on a light-hearted tone as he spoke. But faced with Dio's flippant voice, the Ancient One paid it no mind and gestured with a graceful hand. Please have a seat, Mr. Dio. My name is the Ancient One. I invited you here today to ask you a few questions. Also, this isn't a superpower, it's magic. I'm sure you must be well aware of that. Magic? Does this world truly possess magic? Dio wore a look of genuine astonishment, and the Ancient One nodded with a gentle smile, though inwardly her brows were furrowed. Unable to see through Dio's mind, the Ancient One could only try to analyze his intentions from his tone. Yet at their level, while neither of them acted with flawless transparency, probing the other's thoughts was no simple task. Mr. Dio, you jest. Magic has existed since time immemorial. Forgive my directness in calling you here. I hope you can resolve some doubts I have. They concern the world of Runeterra. Runeterra? What's that? Never heard of it. Perhaps you got the wrong person. As he spoke, Dio lifted his teacup and took a small sip, all the while noting the Ancient One's serene gaze, his mind turning over how best to respond. As for not fearing his consciousness might be read, it all went back to that last encounter with the Ghost Rider. It seemed both he and the other heroes were under the system's protection. Yet, Dio still didn't realize that the system didn't just shield them from spiritual intrusion. It had also peeled their timeline away from the rest, making their present a unique, independent existence. So even if someone from the future were to travel back, the concepts of Dio or the heroes would not exist for them at all. Mr. Dio, as a sorcerer and the guardian of this planet, your presence here fills me with questions. I've kept my eye on you for quite some time, your actions, your abilities. This body, it doesn't belong to you, does it? Even though Dio couldn't detect a single note of emotion in the Ancient One's voice, the air itself had grown oppressively tense, as if a battle might erupt at any moment. Dio met the Ancient One's gaze, silent for a long while. Then, as if weighing her identity and duties, his expression shifted, first one emotion, then another. I mean no offense, but I truly am human, born of this world. If you've been watching me so closely, then you should know my transformation happened recently, and my power has grown rapidly. Are you trying to threaten me? Not at all. I just want to say that I truly do know about Runeterra, and, in fact, my powers come from there as well. Oh, please go on. Seeing the look of genuine interest on the Ancient One's face, Dio took a moment to weave together his earlier thoughts with the situation at hand before speaking. As the guardian of Earthstar, you have my heartfelt respect. The fact that you would pay attention to someone as insignificant as myself makes me quite anxious. Enough. Spare me the flattery. Realizing the Ancient One was having none of it, Dio wasn't discouraged. After all, his intent was only to leave a lasting impression. As you probably know, before I gained these powers, I was just an idle, second-rate veterinarian drifting through my days. As for how I came by these abilities, it all started on a night when rain poured in torrents. I was fast asleep when suddenly a voice echoed in my mind, asking if I wanted to inherit its power. Bang! As he reached suddenly, Dio slammed his hand down on the table. Tea splashed everywhere, but he paid no heed, growing ever more animated as he recounted his tale. He described, in vivid detail, how he had accepted the inheritance in a daze, then nervously began to use his newfound abilities to fight evil. He laid it all out in a torrent of words. On the other side, the Ancient One merely listened, not interrupting, but letting Dio perform his one-man show. Time ticked by second. From the tidbits Dio let slip, seemingly by accident, the Ancient One began to form a rough picture of Runeterra. Comparing it with the information she had previously overheard from Garen, she found the stories almost identical. In essence, the Void had invaded Runeterra, plunging its lands into chaos and suffering, while the battles between champions on both sides shattered the barriers of time and space. This breach allowed some beings from Runeterra to cross into this universe. Dio's account also filled in the uncertainties about their arrival, namely, that after passing through the space-time barrier, the flow of time differed. Moreover, those caught in the barrier's grip would be buffeted by the forces of time and space, so only a rare few could actually arrive here. Because of these forces, most lost their memories, or even their very souls became muddled. Of course, some of the mightiest among them did not lose their memories completely, but the toll of the journey shattered their bodies, and, eventually, their souls faded away. To ensure their powers would not be lost, they pooled their strength to create something called the heroic inheritance, a legacy that, upon their deaths, would randomly choose a being to bestow itself upon. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One glanced at Dio. It was now clear that the powers he possessed had come from this heroic inheritance. Although there were some loopholes in what Dio said, the Ancient One chose to believe him, at least for now. Since you've inherited their legacy, what about their memories? As the Ancient One inquired, Dio shook his head at once. There are only a few scattered fragments of memory. After all, I was just an ordinary person at that time. My soul simply couldn't withstand the flooding of so many memories. In fact, if you notice some differences in my behavior compared to before, perhaps it's these memory fragments that have caused that. Hearing Dio's answer, the Ancient One nodded in acceptance. From my observations, you seem able to sense the whereabouts of those beings from Runeterra. How is that? That's an ability I gained from my inheritance. It's closely tied to my trump cards, so I'm afraid I can't share the details with you. I see. The Ancient One didn't press him any further. By the way, since you possess information about so many of these beings, I happen to have 2 seal cards with me. Take a look and see if you recognize them. As the Ancient One spoke, Dio felt a surge of relief inside. Clearly, he had passed the test regarding his identity. It was no surprise to Dio that the Ancient One would now hand him some hero cards to examine. After all, everything he'd said earlier was meant to persuade the Ancient One not to interfere with the arrival of more hero cards in the future. With a simple gesture, the Ancient One created a small portal and retrieved 2 cards from within. These are the 2. I assume you know how to unseal them. Hearing this, Dio nodded solemnly. He took one of the cards. As he gazed at the delicate, youthful girl pictured on it, Dio suddenly froze. His reaction just right, neither too much nor too little. The Ancient One, who had been watching Dio's expression closely, immediately understood. Well, do you recognize her? Yes, Master Ancient One. You've been observing the beings of Runeterra, so you must know Garen. This is his younger sister, a bright, cheerful girl, and a mage as well. Oh, the knight's sister, a mage? The Ancient One was taken aback. Then a faint smile curled at his lips. He knew Garen well, his character, his virtues. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Garen embodied the very ideals that people in the Middle Ages imagined for their knights. There was even a time when the Ancient One considered taking Garen as a disciple. But now, I see. What about this one? He nodded, called back the Lux card from Dio with a wave of his hand, and handed him the next, Aatrox's card. Receiving it, Dio once again put on a performance worthy of an Oscar. This. Damn, this is the Darkened Blade. At this point, Dio, looking flustered, hastily flung the card from his hand. His face, twisted in terror, was as if he had just encountered some unimaginable monster. Seeing this, the Ancient One frowned, picked up the card, and examined it intently. Yet, just as before, she found nothing out of the ordinary. Clearly, it was only a name and an image, enough to frighten Dio out of his wits. After putting away both cards, the Ancient One turned her gaze to Dio, obviously hoping he would explain himself. But at that moment, Dio was clearly still shaken, unable to snap out of the fear just yet. In another life, if this were an Oscar-winning performance for sausage commercials, he would surely be the star. He took a deep breath. To think it would be the sword demon. What? Is he that powerful? After some time, as Dio finally gathered himself, the Ancient One asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Yes, the sword demon is extremely powerful, immensely so, and deeply evil. But, Dio let out a sigh, he is also a pitiable soul. Watching Dio sigh, the Ancient One's brow furrowed. She then asked, how so? As far as I recall, I don't know much. Only that he was once among the Ascended, a god warrior of the Shuriman Empire. Thousands of years ago, when the power of the Void first invaded Runeterra, it was Aatrox and many Shuriman warriors who drove it back. But he himself was tainted by the Void's energy, transformed into a creature of hatred and evil. After the Void retreated, beings like him remained, but their cruelty and savagery earned them a singular name among the living of Runeterra, the Darkin. He, who was known as the World Ender and Godslayer, could not escape his ultimate fate. He was sealed away. Listening to Dio, the Ancient One looked puzzled. When you say sealed, do you mean trapped within a card? No, not exactly. He's called the Sword Demon because his true form is a sword. His soul was sealed into the blade by the Twilight Star Spirit, along with countless other beings from Runeterra. As for his body, it's nothing more than an assimilated mortal shell. With Dio's explanation, the Ancient One gained a clearer understanding of Aatrox, and also learned a new name from him. Twilight Star Spirit. In my memory, her real name is Zoe. She was once an energetic little girl, but after being chosen by the Star Spirits, she merged with them, gaining incredible power and wandering across various dimensions. As for the Star Spirits themselves, all I know is that they are immensely powerful, revered as gods in that world. Gods, you say? The Ancient One nodded, watching Dio speak with such conviction. She had no further questions. I understand. Then, Mr. Dio, I must trouble you this time. If you'd like, you're welcome to stay here a few days. There are plenty of vacant rooms. In that case, I must trouble you, Master. It's no trouble at all. As the Ancient One spoke, a gentle knock soon sounded at the door. Moments later, a black man entered the room and offered the Ancient One a deep, respectful bow. Supreme Sorcerer. Mordo, please take this Mr. Dio and help him settle into a vacant room. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Dio is quite accustomed to Eastern cuisine. Of course, though I've spent most of my time in the States. Dio flashed the Ancient One a polite smile, then excused himself and followed Master Mordo out of the room. Along the way, Mordo was clearly curious about Dio, yet he hesitated to speak. The journey was quiet. At last, Mordo led Dio to a charming wooden lodge nestled in a scenic spot. Mr. Dio, would this place be suitable for your stay? Hearing the distinctly Eastern cadence in Mordo's voice, Dio shook his head inwardly, amused. There's no need for such formality, Master Mordo. I'm just a humble guest, and the scenery here is truly lovely. Thank you for your trouble. With a few more words of courtesy exchanged, Mordo soon departed. Dio looked out at the picturesque landscape at the foot of the mountain and let out a quiet breath. Inside, the lodge was spotless and orderly. The only drawback was the near-total absence of modern furnishings, though, thankfully, there was electricity. As for staying here, Dio certainly had his own motives in mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, with Dio departed, the Ancient One once again produced 2 cards from her sleeve. Her gaze settled on the fierce, menacing image of Aatrox emblazoned on one of the cards, drawing her brows into a thoughtful frown. The Sword Demon, She considered for a moment, then tucked the Sword Demon's card away, and turned her attention instead to the card featuring Lux. The more she studied it, the more she found herself taken with it. And so, in the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Now, spring had arrived. The sun rose gently over a landscape shrouded in mist. The mountain ravines echoed with birdsong and the fragrance of blooming flowers, while fresh, invigorating air swept through the valley. At the foot of the mountain, hardworking farmers beamed with contentment, their efforts blending seamlessly with the idyllic scenery. It was a veritable paradise on earth. Along a winding mountain path, all manner of wildflowers bloomed in profusion. A young girl reached out with a delicate, fair hand, brushing softly over the petals. Dewdrops dampened her palm as the blossoms swayed, as if to welcome her presence. She wore a beige chiffon dress, and her long, golden hair flowed softly down her back. There was something striking about this Western face adorned in Eastern attire. Surprising, perhaps, but surprisingly enchanting. The girl's pure, innocent smile distracted more than a few apprentices practicing magic on a mountainside. A sharp smack rang out. Hey, pay attention. Don't let your mind wander. Just because you're daydreaming doesn't mean you'll catch a swan, lazy frog. A few of the older sorcerers had clapped the young ones out of their reverie, prompting laughter from everyone around. As for the girl, though she didn't quite understand what was being said, she simply smiled and waved cheerfully at the group. It was clear that this young girl was none other than Lux, the Lady of Luminosity from Dalmatia, a hero hailing from the land of Runeterra. Lux, the Supreme Sorcerer wants to see you. At that moment, Mordo's voice drifted down from the mountain. Lux nodded obediently in response. Understand, Brother Mordo. Do you know why Master wants to see me? You'll find out when you get there. As Mordo spoke, Lux puffed her cheeks slightly in a playful pout, then stretched out her hands and made a gentle, sweeping motion in front of her. Instantly, a portal shimmered into existence before her, sparkling with golden sparks. Without hesitation, the girl stepped forward and vanished through the portal, arriving in the blink of an eye in the Supreme Sorcerer's chamber. Peering inside, Lux found the Ancient One, sitting calmly with eyes closed, immersed in meditation. Beside her was a young man, idly playing with his phone. The scene left Lux a little puzzled, but she still addressed the Ancient One with respect. Master, did you call for me? At her voice, the Ancient One opened her eyes and gazed at the girl with warmth and kindness. She felt truly satisfied with the decision she had made back then. The girl's extraordinary talent and pure character were beyond doubt. As she thought this, the Ancient One glanced at Dio, who lounged nearby looking rather aimless. If not for the information he had provided at the time, she might have sealed away the card forever. Indeed, Dio had now been living in Camartage for 6 months. Of course, he didn't spend every day holed up here. He often went down the mountain to make a bit of extra money, only returning every 10 days or so. If he hadn't struggled so much with the Ancient One's magic, he wouldn't have spent so much time darting off in different directions. That's right, Dio had once asked the Ancient One to teach him white magic from this world. While most sorcerers in the Marvel Universe were close combat specialists, their abilities were still impressive. At the very least, the portal spell was extremely useful, yet no matter how hard he tried, Dio simply couldn't master it. If the problem wasn't his own ability, then it must be that the Vishani did not accept him. After wrestling with this for a while, Dio eventually stopped worrying. With the way his own powers were growing, it wasn't as if he couldn't invent his own spells and mystical techniques in the future. Even if these abilities might never match the innate gifts of heroes, something simple like a teleportation spell would surely be within his reach. In the spacious room, as Lux spoke, Dio finally set down his phone and looked over. This was his first time meeting Lux face to face. He had to admit, Lux was indeed beautiful, but for Dio, it was nothing particularly remarkable. Lux, let me introduce you, the Ancient One said. This is Mr. Dio, a guest here. Also, you've always wanted to find your brother, haven't you? Well, Dio happens to know Garen. Really, Master? Hearing the Ancient One's words, Lux cried out in surprise, her eyes turning almost feverish as she looked at Dio. Dio, noticing this, touched his nose awkwardly. Being stared at so intently by such a beautiful girl, he actually felt a bit shy. Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid you'll get lost in my handsomeness. Let's get acquainted, Dio Brando. Just call me Dio. Oh, hello, big brother Dio. My name's Lux. As the two introduced themselves, the Ancient One nodded approvingly from the side, then turned her gaze to Dio. Are you planning to leave this time? Yes. I've stayed long enough already, it's getting a bit embarrassing. You haven't seen the way your fellow sorcerers look at me, like they can't wait to skin me alive. A stifled giggle escaped Lux's lips as she watched Dio's playful expression. Since arriving in this world, she had never met anyone quite so amusing. After all, entertainment was almost non-existent in Camartage. Everyone was buried in rigorous training. Meanwhile, the Ancient One shook her head helplessly. Although Dio rarely stayed here, his sharp tongue never failed to leave an impression. With a sigh, she spoke again. I understand. In that case, I'd like to ask you to take Lux out with you this time. Show her around a bit. You want to take her out? That's something you could do with a wave of your hand. Besides, doesn't she know portal magic herself? Dio couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. He'd gone through all sorts of trouble to learn the world's white magic, but Lux? She'd managed it just by glancing at it once. It was enough to drive anyone mad. So this world was all about Lux too, huh? With that thought, Dio silently resolved that tonight, when Lux went to bathe, he'd have to take another look, figure out exactly what made them so different. It's like this, you know Lux's background. She's not familiar with this world, so I'd like you to help her explore a bit. All right. Hearing the Ancient One's request, Dio turned and glanced at the delicate Lux. After a moment's hesitation, he gave in. Just so we're clear, once I find Garen, I'm leaving. I've got a lot to take care of. I appreciate it. Letting out a sigh, Dio led Lux out of the room, glancing at the girl by his side. Let's get started. The portal, unless you want me to carry you out of here. Oh, sorry, big brother Dio. Lux's cheeks flushed as she responded, and in the next instant, a golden portal shimmered into being. Through its shimmering frame, Dio and Lux could see a world bursting with flowers on the other side. Shaking his head, Dio stepped through, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in a park somewhere in America. As for why they couldn't just head straight to the New York sanctum, well, sorry, the director wouldn't allow it. It was late morning, and a gentle breeze brushed past the two of them. The sea of flowers was bustling with tourists, yet the arrival of Dio and his companion went completely unnoticed. The air was thick with the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, and butterflies danced everywhere, painting a scene as vivid and poetic as a dream. Lux followed closely behind Dio, her curious eyes taking in the world around her. Thanks to the protective barriers of Camartage and the Ancient One's strict orders, she had never even set foot outside its walls. And thanks to Camartage's outdated technology, her understanding of modern civilization was, at best, fragmentary. If you'd like to play, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you in that little pavilion over there. Noticing the look on her face, Dio pointed toward a nearby gazebo. The girl's face lit up, and she nodded happily before lifting her skirt slightly and skipping off in quick, delicate steps. Her bright laughter rang in Dio's ears, clear as a bell. He shook his head with a trace of amusement and wandered over to the pavilion for a short rest. A few months earlier, he'd handed his custom phone back to S.H.I.E.L.D., so contacting Garen and the others was out of the question. Besides, as these thoughts drifted through his mind, Dio's gaze lingered on the girl twirling amid the flowers, and a small smile played at his lips. Since that nuclear strike, the entire United States had become the center of the world's attention. A lot had happened within S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. Aside from rooting out some lingering Hydra agents, even the Avengers had found themselves tangled in all sorts of trouble. First, when Warwick went on a rampage, Garen hadn't left the team straight away. Instead, he'd stayed to help S.H.I.E.L.D. agents try to capture him. Yes, right after Dio's departure, Warwick had awakened, and soon after, managed to break through SFLD's defenses and escape. With S.H.I.E.L.D. running so short on manpower, they had no choice but to send Garen and the others out again. You have to understand, the radiation hadn't fully left their bodies at that point, and the fallout from this decision was anything but minor. It even reached the point where people began protesting against superheroes. Fortunately, with the government keeping a tight lid on things, open demonstrations never broke out. Sitting in the shade of the cool pavilion, Dio couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. He figured it wouldn't be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. came looking for him. After all, his abilities were hardly a secret. Meanwhile, at SHLD's New York headquarters, Fury was reviewing a report brought in by one of his agents. What? You're telling me Dio showed up? Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Fury immediately sat up and took the tablet the agent handed him. He watched the surveillance footage, his brow furrowing in thought. Where on earth has he been these past 6 months? Fury waved his hand, signaling the agent to leave, then returned to his desk. After a long moment, he picked up the phone and dialed number. Sir, Dio is back. I need you to bring him in. Hearing Coulson's voice on the other end, Fury spoke in his usual calm and measured tone. Meanwhile, all the way in Los Angeles, Coulson's lips twitched at Fury's order. He really didn't want to interact with Dio any more than necessary. But there was nothing he could do. Fury was, after all, the head honcho of S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood, sir. With that, Coulson hung up. For the past few months, he'd been busy handling all sorts of mundane tasks. Agent May, I'll leave things here in your capable hands. I've been called to pick someone up. As Coulson spoke, several agents nearby turned their heads his way. It was so important that the boss himself has to go fetch them. His teammates' teasing made Coulson smile helplessly. He said nothing more. Agent May, however, looked a bit concerned. Do you need any help? Things are pretty much wrapped up here. No need, it's a minor errand. I'll be back soon. Just then, his phone buzzed again. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Fury sending coordinates. After saying goodbye to his newly formed team, Coulson set out alone, driving straight toward Dio's location. Back in Fury's office, after sending Coulson to fetch Dio, he stood and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Just what kind of person are you, really? Thinking back on the past few months of interactions with Dio, Fury couldn't help but notice the man's rapidly growing power. From simply summoning insects at the beginning to withstanding a nuclear blast 6 months ago, it was possible, of course, that Dio had been hiding his true abilities all along, but Fury still felt a lingering sense of unease. Given the experiments S.H.I.E.L.D. was conducting lately, Fury was desperate for a show of strength to keep things under control, and Dio seemed a prime candidate. But after deliberating, he let the idea go. After all, Dio's personality was far too unpredictable. He couldn't be fully brought under control. In fact, the power he'd shown was already beyond what S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle at the moment. Thinking back, Fury felt a pang of regret. If Dio hadn't slipped away so quickly 6 months ago, he would have made sure to interrogate him thoroughly. Now, after nearly half a year without contact, Fury wondered just how much stronger Dio had become. Of course, it was all speculation. The idea that his power would increase over time was just a guess. But what Fury didn't know was that, while Dio had indeed grown stronger, overall, he hadn't changed all that much compared to a few months ago. Elsewhere, in a sea of fragrant flowers, a lively girl skipped up to Dio. "Brother Dio, aren't you going to join the fun?" Listening to the girl's voice, Dio blinked his lifeless eyes and gazed calmly at Lux. It was as if his expression said, "Do you think I'm just a child, or that I'm still clinging to childishness?" Under Dio's gaze, the girl blushed slightly, apologized, and dashed off again, as though she was truly enjoying everything here. Watching her retreating figure, Dio shook his head gently. Just then, a new voice drifted into his ears. "Young man, this isn't how you should interact with girls. Even if some things seem childish, take it from your uncle. Love is all about understanding and compromise. I've been through it, trust me." Hearing the middle-aged man's advice, Dio's lips twitched ever so slightly. "Thank you for your concern, sir, but she isn't my girlfriend." "What? She's not your girlfriend?" Seeing the look of shock on the white man's face, Dio was a bit puzzled, unsure why he was so agitated. No, she's not." "In that case, that's wonderful. Hold on, I'll call my son over right away." As he spoke, the man quickly pulled out his phone, dialed the number, and kept his eyes glued to Lux, as if afraid she'd disappear the next moment. Watching all this unfold, Dio could only shake his head quietly and chose not to comment. Time passed slowly, and as lunchtime approached, the white man's son still hadn't arrived. Instead, it was Agent Phil who rushed over at top speed. Well, if it isn't our good friend Phil. Long time no see." Hearing Dio's familiar greeting, Phil simply shook his head and didn't reply. He strode into the pavilion, glanced at the white man not far away, and then spoke to Dio. "I heard you disappeared for a few months. Where'd you go?" Don't bring it up. I went on a little trip." "Oh, by the way, did you find anything about that house I asked you to keep an eye on?" "I found one ages ago, but then you vanished without a trace. Now, that house has already been sold." "I see. That's really a shame." As he spoke, Dio stood up. Just as he was about to call out to Lux in the distance, the white man could no longer sit still. So young man, who is this?" Hearing the man's question, Dio paused for a moment. Seeing his nervous face, Dio couldn't help but grin. "Oh, you mean him? He's the girl's uncle, actually. He's here to pick us up." At Dio's words, the man was momentarily stunned. Then, a smile spread across his face as he hurried over, grabbing Phil's hand before Phil could react. Nice to meet you. Teddy's Home Services Company at your service. Well, it's almost lunchtime. Why don't I treat you all to a meal?" As the man spoke, Phil glanced at Dio in confusion, as if silently asking, "What kind of trick is this now?" Dio, catching his look, simply offered a restrained smile and said nothing. Instead, he called out to the bright young girl among the sea of flowers. A moment later, Lakis came running into the little pavilion. "Brother Dio, is something the matter?" "It's nothing. It's almost noon, after all. This generous gentleman here wants to treat us to lunch." That's right. The white man quickly chimed in after Dio's words. Well, thank you, sir." Listening to their conversation, Lakis didn't sense anything amiss. She honestly thought they had simply run into a kind-hearted man. Phil, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced at the girl standing beside Dio. There was no information about her in the files, so he had no idea where Dio had managed to rope her in. Moreover, from Dio's earlier words, it was clear that this uncle identity had been pinned onto him specifically for the girl's benefit. Turning these thoughts over, Phil looked back at the man, noticing the intense gaze he fixed on the girl, and Phil's brow furrowed even more. Regardless of Dio's reasons, as both an agent and a man, whether it was for the sake of his mission or his own principles, he wasn't about to waste time here. Especially considering that, right now, it seemed they were all being used to deceive this rather young girl. "Sorry, sir, but we'll have to pass on lunch. We have things to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." With that, Phil shot Dio a look, then cast a sharp glance his way before turning on his heel to leave. Seeing this, Dio only shook his head with a wry smile, ignoring the white man's attempts to persuade them, and followed after, with a bewildered Lakis in tow. It was a shame to miss out on a free meal. He'd been curious to meet the white man's son, too. From what had been said earlier, the man seemed to have great faith in his boy, almost as if he was certain that, once his son arrived, Lakis would surely be won over. Brother Dio, aren't we going to have lunch? And who was that man anyway? Dio just smiled at the girl beside him, choosing not to answer. Seeing this, she pouted a little and dropped the subject. As they left the park together, Lakis looked in wonder at the wide road outside and the cars speeding by, marveling at everything she saw. Brother Dio, what are those things? Those metal boxes that can run? Dio rolled his eyes and answered in a half-exasperated tone. Those are cars. Ordinary cars. Later, you can ask your brother to buy you one. He's loaded, so make sure he gets you the most expensive kind. Up ahead, Phil caught snippets of their exchange, and his gaze lingered on the girl. This girl has never seen a car before. Lost in thought, Phil turned to study the girl behind him, scrutinizing her for so long that even Lux began to blush under his gaze. Hey, is it really all right for you to stare at someone like that? She protested, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Dio's voice broke the silence, snapping Phil back to his senses. Noticing the girl's evasive eyes, he realized he'd been rude and quickly apologized. The rest of the journey passed in silence. They made their way to Phil's car, with Lux glancing around curiously while Phil sidled up to Dio and spoke in a hushed, secretive tone. Dio, aren't you going to tell me where that girl came from? She looks oddly familiar. Oh, come on. Everyone looks familiar to you. Don't we have to get back to headquarters? Just drive, Dio replied, rummaging through the glove compartment from the passenger seat. As expected, he found a few packs of special rations and handed one to the ever-curious Lux. As the car sped along, Lux transformed into a bundle of questions and wonder. Since the park had been in the suburbs, the scenery had been pleasant but devoid of the towering structures of modern civilization. But now, skyscrapers loomed on all sides, enclosing them in a forest of steel and glass. Lux could barely contain her excitement, itching to poke her head out the window for a better look. By the way, Phil, how are Garen and the others doing? Dio asked, pulling his gaze away from the cityscape. I'm not entirely sure, Phil replied. These past few months, I've been out in the field leading missions, so I haven't kept in close contact with Natasha and the rest. Dio paused, surprised. A team? Yeah, the director asked me to assemble a squad to investigate mysterious threats. We're still recruiting members, Phil explained, glancing at Lux in the back seat. He didn't know her true identity, but given that anyone around Dio was bound to be extraordinary, he guessed this seemingly innocent girl had some remarkable abilities. Catching Phil's gaze, Dio could only shake his head with a wry smile. Don't get any ideas. She's way out of your league. Phil shot him a look, but let the matter drop. Dio chuckled softly, but couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, already? Is the S.H.I.E.L.D. storyline starting? This soon? That's not right. It shouldn't be for a few more years. I wonder if the team members will be the ones I remember. He frowned, realizing that his presence must have already started to alter the world's timeline. And then there was the Hydra infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even before he'd left, the signs were there. Who knew? Maybe the events of the Winter Soldier would come much sooner than expected. Shaking his head, Dio dismissed the thought. After all, his top priority now was to deal with the upcoming First Avengers event. And as for whether the events of the First Avengers would unfold as expected, Dio wasn't the least bit concerned. You see, the Marvel Universe was a rather peculiar world. Here, the timeline was almost always predetermined, with a secret major event correction mechanism at play. That was precisely why Dio never worried about disrupting the plot. As long as he didn't kill any of the main characters involved in those pivotal events, the overall flow of time wouldn't be significantly affected. Yet at this very moment, Dio remained unaware that their presence, while not having caused any major disturbances to the timeline, had, through repeated deviations from the predestined course, set this world's future on a path toward utter chaos. Not to mention, had it not been for Dio and the other heroes arriving and separating themselves from this universe, the current timeline would have made it nearly impossible for the Time Variance Authority to track them down. Otherwise, what would have already swept across this world? Meanwhile, as Phil drove the vehicle along the road, it wasn't long before that steel fortress reappeared before Dio's eyes. We're back. After all this time, I have to admit, it feels strangely familiar, Dio remarked. Hearing Dio's comment from the passenger seat, Phil rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Once they stepped out of the car, the girl followed Dio closely, her gaze filled with curiosity as she took in every detail of her surroundings. Everything here was utterly unfamiliar to Lux, whether compared to Camartage or the Dalmatian kingdom from her memory. Inside the fortress, staff bustled about, paying no attention whatsoever to the arrival of Dio and his companions. Following Phil's lead, the group navigated a maze of corridors before finally arriving at Fury's office. You sure made yourself hard to find, Dio. Aren't you going to introduce the lovely young lady beside you? With Fury's greeting, Dio glanced at the girl behind him and motioned for her to speak for herself. Lux, a bit flustered, quickly gathered her courage. After all, the stern, dark-skinned man before her looked rather intimidating. Hello, my name is Lux. Big brother Dio brought me here to find my brother. To find your brother? Fury's eyes narrowed with curiosity as he shifted his gaze to Dio. Dio simply spread his hands, offering no explanation. Instead, he changed the subject. By the way, where did Garen and the others go? At Dio's question, Lux perked up, listening intently, while Fury raised an eyebrow, sizing her up from head to toe. I assume you're aware of Warwick losing control. They all went to Hell's Kitchen. You're looking for... Wait a minute. Fury paused mid-sentence, his gaze lingering on Lux's features. Suddenly, something clicked, especially in light of what she just said. Your name is Lux, right? What is Garen to you? On the other side, Dio noticed Fury returning to his senses. He simply rubbed his nose and stayed silent, not interrupting. The girl, seeing this, quickly replied, Garen is my brother. What? As soon as the girl spoke, Fury and Phil exchanged glances and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. But right after, a hint of delight flickered across their faces. Although Garen hadn't shown any resistance toward S.H.I.E.L.D. over the past few months and continued to help them with various tasks, the shrewd Fury could see right through him. Deep down, Garen was certainly disappointed in them. But now, with Lux's appearance, Fury felt he had found a way to keep Garen on his side. Thinking of this, Fury shot a glance at Dio, then turned his burning gaze back to Lux, making her blush from the attention. So you're Garen's sister? That's a surprise. I don't think he's ever mentioned you before. As he spoke, Fury softened his tone, as if worried he might scare the girl. This side of him made Dio shake his head with a faint smile. You don't need to be afraid, Lux. My name is Nick Fury. Just call me Fury or Director Fury, whichever you like. This is S.H.I.E.L.D., and your brother works here too, though he's out on a mission right now. Make yourself at home here. By the way, have you eaten? We have great food here. I don't think so. But on the way here, Big Brother Dio gave me something to eat. As Lux answered, she glanced back at Dio. On the other side, Fury caught this with his single eye and quickly tapped a few times on his phone. Soon, Agent Hill entered the office. Seeing the people inside, especially Dio, she couldn't help but look a little surprised. Director, you wanted to see me? Hill, you're just in time. Please take Miss Lux to get something to eat. I imagine whatever she ate on the way is probably worn off by now. Wouldn't you agree, Dio? With that, Fury turned his gaze to Dio. Lux, noticing this, looked to Dio for help. Having just arrived, she was unfamiliar with everything here and didn't really want to leave Dio's side. But her quick wit helped her realize what was going on. Clearly, this Director Fury had something to discuss with Dio. So, after Dio gave her an encouraging nod, she followed the elegant woman out of the room. Once Hill and Lux had left, Fury turned his attention back to Dio. Aren't you going to say something? Where did you find her? You know how dangerous those sealed cards are. Or is it you already knew about the people who were sealed away? Under Fury's scrutinizing gaze, Dio showed not a hint of restraint. He plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs in a leisurely manner. You might not believe this, but I was invited for tea by a certain big shot. As for Lux, I wasn't the one who broke her seal. A big shot. Hearing Dio speak, Fury furrowed his brows and gestured for him to continue. But Dio clearly had no intention of elaborating. Fury, observing this, suddenly chuckled. I don't know who this big shot you're talking about is, but with your abilities, it's hard to imagine you would be... Whoa, hold it right there. Don't bother trying to provoke me. It won't work. Got any other questions? If not, I'm off to find Garen. And don't forget, I've already quit. I'm only telling you this out of old-time sake. The next question, and I'll have to start charging you. Seeing Dio's attitude, Fury calmly stared at him for a long moment. You want to take Garen with you? Huh? Where did you get that idea? He's not mine to take, and I got better things to do. So your return this time, is it really just about bringing that girl to find her brother? Or is this also an assignment from that so-called big shot of yours? Noticing Fury's slightly odd expression, Dio cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Ahem, well, that's basically right. But it's not like I'm trying to reunite Garen's whole family or anything. Fury frowned at Dio's reply. I see. Understood. On the other side, as Fury sank into a whirlpool of thought, the corners of Dio's lips curled up ever so slightly. As for what S.H.I.E.L.D. would do next, whether they track down Kamartaj or try to win over Lux, none of that concerned Dio. If nothing happened, Dio lost nothing. If things did blow up, he'd only stand to gain. With this in mind, Dio smiled to himself, then patted Phil, who was sitting beside him. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll be heading out. Phil, startled by Dio's pat, turned to look at him, confusion written across his face. Where to? The cafeteria, of course. I don't have a meal card. At Dio's flippant tone, Phil rolled his eyes, then removed his work badge and handed it over. Go by yourself. I still have a report to finish. And hey, make sure to give it back. Once Dio left, the spacious office was left with only Fury and Phil. Phil, who do you think this big shot he mentioned could be? Hearing Fury's question, Agent Phil pondered for a moment before replying. Knowing Dio's personality and abilities, it's definitely not someone from the government. It can only be a powerful supernatural being. Moreover, during these 6 months, we've had almost no information about his whereabouts. That leaves only one possibility. He was imprisoned. Of course, we can't rule out the chance that Dio was lying. The card that sealed Lux might have been unsealed by him personally as well. As Phil explained, Fury pinched the bridge of his nose, deep in thought. That's possible. But if he really was the one who broke the seal on the card, then his true identity. As he spoke, Fury and Phil exchanged a knowing look. Everything that needed to be said hung silently in the air between them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the facility, Dio arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. cafeteria. At a glance, he spotted Lux, who was eating with another person, and walked over with a smile. So how's the food here? Not any worse than what you had before, right? As Dio spoke, Lux was stuffing her cheeks full, nodding her little head just like a squirrel caught snacking. She gulped down her food, then blushed and mumbled. Brother Dio, the food here is really tasty, but what my teacher made was great too. Seeing her like this, Dio just shook his head with a laugh and didn't press further. Instead, he turned his attention to Agent Hill, who was sitting quietly to the side. Though he fully understood why Fury wanted to separate him and Lux, Dio wasn't bothered in the least. It didn't matter what kind of information they managed to extract from Lux. To Dio, it made no difference. For one thing, Camartage was protected by the Ancient One herself, and even its location, despite all his efforts, Dio still hadn't found it. He knew it was somewhere beneath the Himalayas, but clearly, thanks to the Ancient One, Camartage must be hidden within a pocket dimension. So, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. found out, what could they really do? Besides, Dio had been dropping hints to them, intentionally or not, all along. After finishing their meal, Dio handed Phil's work badge back to Agent Hill. Phil, we're done here. We'll be leaving soon. If you're busy, go ahead and take care of your work. Hearing Dio's subtle hint to leave, Hill looked a bit uneasy. Lux, sitting nearby, glanced at Dio in confusion. Clearly, in just these few minutes, Hill had already won Lux over. Ignoring Lux's wistful gaze, Dio looked at Agent Hill in front of him. What's wrong? Afraid I'll get lost? Relax, we'll just take a stroll, and then head out. After a moment of hesitation, Hill finally nodded. She did have a report to file. But leaving someone as unpredictable as Dio to wander around S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters made her nervous. Dio, on the other hand, couldn't care less about her anxiety. He turned and left with Lux, leaving Hill standing there, staring blankly at their departing figures. After a long while, she finally let out a sigh and returned to report her findings to Fury. After all, mages and the like were truly beyond anything she had anticipated. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Dio, who was strolling around S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with the ever-curious Lux in tow. Brother Dio, when are we going to look for my brother? Don't worry. We should take a walk and let our lunch settle first, right? Dio continued his leisurely pace as he spoke. The real reason he decided to linger wasn't out of boredom. Earlier, while they were eating, Dio had suddenly sensed an indescribable surge of energy. It had appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye, so Dio wanted to wander the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D. a bit longer in hopes of pinpointing its source. If nothing unexpected happened. With that thought, Dio's eyes narrowed for a moment, and a sly smile touched his lips. So, they've already started researching the Space Stone? Looks like we're getting close to the events of the first Avengers movie. The Chitauri army, plus the heroes from the Rift. Just how much experience will that bring me? The thought made Dio's smile widen unconsciously. Once the first Avengers incident passed, Earth would enter an era of rapid development and come under the scrutiny of extraterrestrial civilizations. At that point, every Rift hero was bound to make an impact, whether on humanity or on alien civilizations. Pondering all this, Dio broke into a broad grin. Yet, on second thought, it didn't really matter whether he found the exact spot where the Space Stone's energy had emanated. As much as he wanted to claim it for himself, for the sake of keeping the storyline on track, it was better to let things be for now. After all, with Dio's current strength, even if he got his hands on the raw stone, there was no guarantee he could keep it. With these musings, Dio came to a sudden halt, causing Lux, who was following right behind, to bump straight into him. Ouch, Brother Dio, why'd you stop all of a sudden? Oh well, it just occurred to me. There's really not much more to see in S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's go find your brother. Really? Thank you, Brother Dio. Dio's words brought a cheer from Lux. She was curious about S.H.I.E.L.D., of course, but nothing compared to the urgency she felt about finding her brother. No matter how wonderful this world was, it wasn't the one she remembered. Besides, Garen was her only family here. As the two of them left S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, on the other side, Fury was listening to Agent Hill's report. Mages? Camartage? Just where's this new force coming from? Have the satellite images found that village yet? No, sir, not yet. Hearing Fury's question, Hill couldn't help but feel puzzled herself. On her way over, she had already instructed the tech team to pull up the satellite images. But just as Dio had expected, without the Ancient One's permission, no one could ever find the location of Camartage. With that in mind, Fury watched the surveillance footage on his computer, seeing Dio and Lux leaving together. So, do you think she's lying? I don't think so. Also, should we notify Garen? He's currently leading the siege on Warwick. No need. By the way, what's Warwick's current situation? Not looking good. We're not sure what triggered his rampage, but his strength. I understand. Do everything you can to bring him in. If it really can't be done, you know what to do. As Fury gave his orders, Agent Hill couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Sir, about Garen, I'm afraid over there. Hill's hesitant question was met with a raised hand from Fury, indicating that she was dismissed. Once she'd left, Fury, for once, lit a cigarette, gazing out the window and losing himself in thought. Power, you have to keep in your own hands. Relying on people with questionable origins, sooner or later. With that, Fury pulled out his phone and dialed number. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Dio and Lux had hailed a cab and were headed straight for Hell's Kitchen. Since it was daytime, the driver didn't seem particularly wary, though the fare was noticeably higher than in other parts of the city. Dio, do you know where my brother is? Lux's gentle voice broke the silence. Hearing her, Dio turned to look in her sapphire blue eyes. I do. So, how do you feel, knowing you're about to see him? Well, I've lost so much of my memory. Do you think my brother will still remember me? Seeing the worry etched on her face, Dio gently patted her head. Though Lux was strikingly beautiful and tall for her age, she was, after all, just a delicate girl of 13 or 14. The car sped along and soon reached the border between Hell's Kitchen and the regular city blocks. Sir, I can only take you this far. There have been a lot of big terror attacks in this area lately, and I've got a family to think about, you understand? Here's fine. Thank you, Dio replied cheerfully. He paid the fare without hesitation. Dio never stinted when it came to ordinary working people who earned their living by the sweat of their brow. After settling the bill, he even slipped the driver a tip. In this beautiful country, tipping was almost a given, but for Dio, this was one of the rare times he'd done so. In his words, if you work in the service industry and don't do your job properly, why should I tip you? I'm not here to spoil you. Stepping out of the taxi, the two of them headed toward the location of Garen and the others. Although Fury hadn't given them the team's coordinates, Dio, with his system's insight, knew exactly where Garen was. Right now, he was holed up in a rundown, isolated factory building. Going straight there might raise Fury's suspicions, but most would only leave him puzzled. Meanwhile, inside the vast, dilapidated factory, Garen and his group stood in a circle, peering down into a deep pit before them. Let's go. This time, no matter what, we can't let him escape again. Sigh, who knows what's gotten into that mangy mutt? Not only does he ignore us now, he's even taken up digging tunnels. As he spoke, Tony, clad in his anti-Warwick armor, tossed several flares into the darkness below. Moments later, from the depths of the underground pit, the wild, guttural roar of a beast echoed upward, prompting the group to exchange glances. They nodded to one another and began checking their gear. Ever since Warwick lost control, the team had spent the past several months relentlessly tracking his trail. There had been more than a few violent confrontations, but each time, the outcome was less than ideal. In truth, apart from Garen, who could stand toe-to-toe with Warwick, only Tony could offer meaningful support. However, with months of guerrilla pursuit behind them, Tony had developed a suite of technological gadgets tailored specifically for fighting Warwick. The anti-Warwick battle suit he wore now was his latest accomplishment. Because of Warwick, progress on the Mark 7 had been forced to take a back seat. But in terms of sheer fighting power, Tony's current suit, massive and sheathed in steely silver and gray, was the most formidable he'd ever built. Nearly 3 meters tall, impressively robust, yet surprisingly agile, the suit was bristling with cold weapons and powered by 7 miniature reactors within. It wasn't that Tony didn't want to add more new reactors, but he hadn't yet cracked the challenge of linking multiple energy sources. Compared to the future's first Hulkbuster armor, it still fell a bit short, but even so, the anti-Warwick suit stood as the pinnacle of Tony's creations to date. Its towering, muscular frame offered unmatched protection, while the 7 reactors provided immense power. The silver-gray surface had a chilling, lunar sheen, exuding the aura of a midnight sentinel. Since this armor was purpose-built to counter Warwick, It carried only basic ranged weaponry. Far more prominent were cold weapons like high-frequency vibrating blades, as well as a laser emitter. It was precisely these specialized tools that now allowed Tony to keep up with Warwick in a fight. Of course, within the team, Garen was undoubtedly the principal force. Although Tony's weapons could injure Warwick, his armor was still a bit too slow compared to the incredibly agile werewolf, not to mention Warwick's innate abilities. So, aside from Garen, the rest of the team could hardly do more than play a supporting role. Even so, Tony still tailored a set of gear for each member of the group, with everyone exchanging nods. "Let's go." With those words, they all looked down at the deep pit before them. Listening to the savage howls echoing from within, they gathered themselves and leapt down together. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Dio was leading Lux through the slums of Hell's Kitchen. The ground was filthy, littered with garbage everywhere. Filth was scattered all around, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. The girl wrinkled her delicate nose, her face twisting into a mask of discomfort. "Big Brother Dio, why is it so dirty here? What else could it be? People here are broke. Come on, we're almost there." Suddenly, a burst of rapid gunfire shattered the air, cutting Dio off mid-sentence. He looked up, just as a flash of fire erupted from a low, distant building. Shouts and screams soon followed, filling the street. "Hurry up! Move the supplies. We can't let her destroy them." Damn it! It's the Hammer Guardian." With a thunderous crash, a figure burst through a wall, landing squarely in the street. The nearby black residents scrambled to get out of the way. Even the gangsters who had been tailing Dio and Lux hurriedly scattered. Dio, watching from afar, felt a flicker of surprise cross his face as he realized what was happening. There was no doubt about it. Our feisty little Poppy was out on the streets again, fighting crime, or rather, searching for heroes. In the past 6 months, Dio had barely kept tabs on her whereabouts, never expecting to run into her here. Well, who would have thought? This little firecracker is stronger than she looks. Over 20,000 experience points already. A faint smile played at Dio's lips as he glanced at the system interface, noticing how much experience Poppy had racked up in recent days. For reference, Garen had barely managed to earn 10,000 points in the same period. Of course, Dio knew exactly why. Warwick's presence had kept Garen's experience gains low. He glanced at the battered houses in the distance, wincing at the sounds of panic inside. That little girl was wonderful in every way, except she was just too innocent. If she were even a bit more cunning, she could have earned so much more experience. After all, since Poppy arrived in this world, Dio had never once interfered. In 9 months, she'd managed to earn over 20,000 experience points. Dio wasn't even sure what to say about that. "Please, have mercy. I'm just a worker. The real criminals aren't us. I swear. I promise I won't do it again." Remember what you said. If I catch you dealing drugs again, you'll be lucky if you can sit down after I'm through with you." Yes. We won't dare do it again. We're scared. We won't dare." Hearing the voices drifting from the house not far away, Dio shook his head, while Lux, standing beside him, watched the scene with great interest, sensing everything keenly. For a long moment, nothing happened. "Brother Dio, those people are lying." "I know. Come on, let's go see for ourselves." With that, Dio strode toward the house nearby. As he passed the unconscious black man on the ground, he casually raised his foot and snapped the man's neck, granting him a quiet death in his sleep. Lux, taking in this scene, couldn't help but frown slightly. "Brother Dio, was that necessary?" "Oh, you mean them? They got what they deserved. Once you know more about this world, you'll understand." "Is that so?" Hearing Dio's words, Lux nodded, half understanding, half puzzled. Meanwhile, after Bobby had let those drug makers go, just as they were about to leave, they ran right into Dio and Lux. "How can you trick children like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Dio grinned, baring his gleaming white teeth. The drug makers shot Dio a sharp, vicious glare, their eyes full of unspoken threats. Just as the group tried to slip past, Dio shifted, blocking their way. "Hey, I already promised to let them go. Why are you stopping them?" A clear, childish voice rang out. It was Bobby from the other side, unable to watch any longer. She didn't recognize these two blocking the doorway, but that did nothing to ease her anger. "Do you even realize what happens if you let them go? Or do you really believe they'll stop making drugs once they leave?" At Dio's words, Bobby frowned slightly. Even though she was young, the things she'd seen these past few days taught her that people in this world were very good at lying and breaking promises. Still, she always gave them one chance. But only once. If she ran into them again after letting them go, her hammer would come down on them without mercy. "They promised me. If they do it again, I'll make sure they regret it." Hearing Bobby's determined tone, Dio sighed inwardly and said no more. With a flick of his finger, several bolts of lightning shot out, transforming into sharp spears that pierced through the throats of the drug makers. In an instant, blood spurted like a fountain. You, seeing the man at the door kill the group, without a word, Bobby's temper flared. She swung her giant hammer and charged straight at Dio. Dio, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly burst into laughter. There is something amusing, he thought, about the sight of the little figure in a black hooded sweatshirt. As Poppy charged toward him, Dio quickly shoved Lux aside and then, with a leisurely motion, extended his arm to press his hand against Poppy's small forehead. Take this. On the other side, realizing her assault had been blocked, Poppy let out a spirited shout and spun her sacred hammer in front of her, trying to knock away Dio's meddlesome hand. Listen, I mean you no harm. Those people truly deserved what they got. The dangers of drugs. I'm sure you understand them well enough. With that, Dio withdrew his arm and, in a blur, his figure vanished. The room was suddenly swept by a howling wind. In the blink of an eye, Dio reappeared on the other side of the house. I know all about drugs, but what truly enrages me is your utter disregard for life. Hearing Poppy's righteous declaration, Dio couldn't help but chuckle. Through the gap in his hoodie, Dio glanced at the little blue face under Poppy's hood, cheeks puffed out in indignation. I'm simply ridding the world of evil. Besides, aren't you doing the same? Dio's laid-back voice drifted past her ear, and Poppy's expression froze. Just as she was about to protest, Dio spoke again. Enough. I don't have all day to play with you. Are we fighting or not? Because if we continue, I won't be holding back. Oh, you seem pretty confident in your abilities. In that case, you'd better be careful, because I'm about to flatten you with my hammer. With a fierce shout, Poppy reached out her left hand and swept it behind her. In an instant, a sturdy, oval shield appeared in her grasp. Take this. With a sharp thud, the shield shot forward. Dio's eyes narrowed as he snatched it out of the air at just the right moment, though the force of the blow sent him sliding back a step. Not a bad shield, he remarked. Since you've so generously handed it over, I suppose I'll accept it. In your dreams. No sooner had she spoken than Poppy charged once more, her massive hammer swinging in perfect sync with her small body. As she rocketed forward, the air hissed and whistled in her wake. Watch out, this one's heavy. With a thunderous crash, Poppy suddenly appeared where Dio had just been standing. The deafening boom sent a fierce shockwave rippling outwards, scattering dust and debris. Through the swirling haze, Dio even caught a glimpse of golden light. Are you a coward? All you do is run. Why don't you face me and take a real hit? Hearing Poppy's frustrated voice echo through the dust, Dio gave a helpless little laugh. Glancing at the nearly collapsed house around him, Dio snapped his fingers. Instantly, the dust settled, revealing a massive crater in the middle of the room. Dare to change the location with me? If we fight here, innocent people might get hurt. Why wouldn't I dare? Lead the way. Hearing Dio's words, Poppy straightened up, puffing out her chest, looking every bit as if she wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. It was almost comical. Her hooded sweatshirt, however, had been left in tatters by the earlier explosion. At the same time, Lux was staring at Poppy's blue skin and those violet, gem-like eyes, feeling a wave of familiarity, though no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't recall why. In fact, the more she tried to remember, the worse her headache became. On the other side, Dio caught Lux's expression, and a subtle, ambiguous smile played at the corner of his lips. Heroes crafted by the system, unless affected by that unknown variable, should possess memories of Runeterra. From his observations of the other heroes, Dio knew that whenever they encountered something that clashed with fragments of their own memories, it triggered headaches. Clearly, this was precisely what Lux was experiencing right now. As for why Dio was fighting Poppy, it wasn't because he was bored. He simply needed a reason, or rather an unexpected event, that could bring Lux and Poppy together. After all, the sacred hammer in Poppy's hands, or rather, Orn's hammer, belonged to Demacia, and she was obviously aware of the existence of the Demacian kingdom. If Poppy and Lux realized that they were both from Runeterra, then it would be perfectly natural for Dio to approach Poppy through his connection with Lux in the future. Yes, as long as a hero from the righteous camp appeared in the Marvel Universe, Dio would always find a way to bring them together. That way, it would be much easier for him to collect experience points later on. As for the villains, there was really no need to mention them. Meanwhile, as Poppy answered, Dio turned to Lux and spoke. Lux, open a portal. Let's take this somewhere else. Once I've dealt with this little rascal, we'll come back and find your brother. Hearing Dio's voice, Lux pressed her fingers to her brow, trying to ease the throbbing in her head. Brother Dio, I think this is all a misunderstanding. Could we just not fight? I sense a lot of people gathering outside. As she spoke, Lux shifted her gaze to Poppy and called out to her. Hello, I'm Lux. What's your name? We're not the bad guys. Oomph. I'm Poppy. And as for whether you're bad guys or not, I'll judge for myself. After all, What kind of villain would admit to being a villain? Poppy's stubborn tone nearly made Dio laugh out loud. But for the sake of his role, he forced his expression to remain cold and stern. Poppy, right? Enough chit-chat. Here, take this back. Don't go saying I'm picking on kids later. As he spoke, Dio tossed the holy shield back, knowing full well that, thanks to the system, Poppy could retrieve her equipment with a mere thought. So there was no point in holding on to her shield, better to ease the tension between them. After all, Poppy was so adorable. If things sour between them, where would the fun be in the future? On the other side, catching the shield that Dio had thrown, Poppy pouted, her large eyes glancing sideways at him. At least you know when to give in. Hearing Poppy's words, Dio hadn't even responded when Lux, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She could see it clearly now. The girl with the oversized hammer was really just a child at heart. As for Poppy's unusual appearance, Lux didn't feel the slightest bit unsettled. After all, her own memories— wait a minute. That thought struck Lux all at once. She glanced over at Poppy, who stood not far away. Poppy, do you know about Runeterra? How do you know about Runeterra? Startled by Lux's question, Poppy froze momentarily. Watching the two girls lock eyes, Dio suppressed a sigh. He'd hoped to prolong the game a little longer, but Lux had caught on much faster than he'd expected. So it's true. You, Poppy, are you really from there? Wait, you two? That's wonderful. I thought I was the only one who ended up in this world. Oh, at that, Poppy could no longer contain her emotions. Despite the fact that she might be far older than Lux, her heart was still that of a child. For these 9 months, ever since she'd left the Jones family, Poppy had wandered endlessly, scraping by with the occasional odd job on the wrong side of the law to make life a little better. Yet the loneliness of being stranded in a foreign world never ceased to weigh on her fragile spirit. To outsiders, she was the righteous bearer of the holy hammer, striking down evil wherever she found it. But only Poppy knew that, when night fell, in this vast city, there was not a single place she could truly call home. With their recognition of each other, Poppy let go of her pride and threw herself into Lux's arms. Meanwhile, Dio's sharp eyes caught a slight tremble from Lux's ample chest as Poppy dove in. After a long while, once the girls had calmed down, Dio interjected at the worst possible moment. So, this place is about to collapse. How about we find somewhere else to, keep crying? Silence. 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Right, carry on. Under their withering stares, Dio rubbed his nose in an awkward attempt to save face. Poppy, how long have you been here? It's been a while. Judging by the dates on the billboards outside, it's been more than 9 months already. Oh, Lux sis, which country are you from? I'm from the kingdom of Dalmatia. What about you, Poppy? As Poppy spoke, Lux cheerfully accepted the title of Big Sister without hesitation, even reaching out to gently stroke Poppy's golden hair. I come from Bandle City. I'm a Yordle. Hearing Poppy's words, Lux finally remembered. Yes, she had indeed seen Yordles before in her memory, which explained why Poppy's appearance felt so familiar. Poppy, since we're both from Runeterra, we ought to help each other. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can come with me. Really? Thank you, Sister Lux. As soon as Lux spoke, Poppy quickly agreed, looking as if she cared a lot about having a fellow countrywoman by her side. By the way, Poppy, did you know? We're not the only ones who've come to this world. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Dio. He's a good person, and I'm sure whatever happened before was just a misunderstanding. Hearing Lux's introduction, Poppy looked at Dio with her lips pursed in a pout. Seeing this, Dio realized that the encounter had blown over, so he broke into a wide, almost comical grin and waved at Poppy. However, a little huff reached Dio's ears. He could only shake his head and smile wryly. He hadn't expected someone as small as Poppy to hold such a grudge. Lux, watching the two, couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. She shot Dio an apologetic glance, giving him a reassuring look. But just as they were about to continue talking, the house around them began to creak under the strain, the sound sharp and ominous. Clearly, after the roughhousing earlier, this old and low-roofed house had finally reached its limit. For Dio, though, the earlier scuffle had been nothing more than child's play. After all, with Dio's current strength, even 100 more Poppies wouldn't be a match for him. The only thing that could really trouble him was her natural talent for knocking opponents skyward. We'd better get out of here. With that, Lux let go of Poppy, then traced a gentle pattern with her hands in front of her. In the next moment, a golden portal shimmered open before them. Poppy watched in fascination, her tiny mouth agape at the sight, while Dio, on the other side, almost felt tempted to toss a pebble through just to see what would happen. But after a moment's thought, remembering how much easier things would be if he kept on Poppy's good side, he decided against it. As the group stepped through the portal, the buildings behind them crumbled one after another. As for the corpses buried in the rubble, no doubt professionals would come to handle them soon enough. After all, Dio couldn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have a file on Poppy. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, Fury received another report from one of his agents. What? Dio made off with the holy hammer. Hearing the agent's report, Fury frowned deeply, his face darkening until it was almost coal-black with anger. Bang! He slammed his palm down on his desk, making the teacup atop it wobble violently. Well done, Dio. You're deliberately targeting S.H.I.E.L.D., aren't you? And you're doing it so quickly, too. Yet at that moment, Fury had no idea that the encounter with Poppy was nothing but an accident. As for Poppy, S.H.I.E.L.D. had clearly done their homework, even tracing her to the Jones family, so they were well aware of her name. The reason they hadn't acted as swiftly to recruit her as they had with Garen or to win over Dio was not just due to the need for observation. Fury didn't want the natives of Runeterra to start clustering together, especially not within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. If every new character released from the sealed cards was recruited into his agency, then would it still be S.H.I.E.L.D.? Thinking of all this, Fury let out a heavy sigh, forcing himself to set aside his irritation for the time being. You may go for now, and send Agent Hill in. Yes, sir. The agent responded, then turned and left. What Fury failed to notice was the faint, mocking smile that curled at the edge of the agent's lips as he walked away. Indeed, this seemingly unremarkable senior agent was actually a Hydra plant, even though, after the vampire incident, Fury had painstakingly vetted every agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. He had managed to catch a few careless spies, but what he didn't realize was that these spies were merely decoys, deliberately sacrificed by Hydra. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D., no, the entire planet Earth, was still on the scale of civilization, merely a surface-level society. Their technology wasn't all that advanced. Even with brilliant minds like Tony and Shuri, Black Panther's sister, intelligence did not equal omnipotence. Each excelled in their own fields, but clearly, neither was skilled in interrogation or lie detection, and neither could invent technologies decades ahead of their time. Therefore, at present, S.H.I.E.L.D., and in fact all earthly governments, did not have particularly rigorous means to screen for spies. True technology for screening and rooting out alien agents would only emerge after the first Avengers assembled and Earth began interfacing with the wider universe. Meanwhile, on another front, Lux opened a portal and transported Dio and his companion several hundred meters away from the ruined building. As they stepped through, the world around them changed in an instant. Miss Lux, what kind of power is this? It's incredible. Hearing Poppy's praise, Lux bashfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, clearly embarrassed. This is the magic I learned in this world. You know, I studied with my teacher. She's amazing. When we have time, I'll take you to meet her. MHM, thank you, big sister. On the other side, watching Poppy behave so obediently, Dio rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, if it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have met up so quickly. No need to thank me, but do you really have to show favoritism? As he thought this, Dio caught Poppy glancing his way. Their eyes met, and both gave a little huff before turning their heads away. The scene made Lux, standing nearby, both amused and exasperated. She never imagined that the previously upright and proper brother Dio could also be this comical. But reality soon proved her too naive. She had no idea what she was in for. Dio, after all, had never really been a serious person. Brother Dio, what should we do now? Hearing Lux's voice, Dio nodded, then led the two girls off in a particular direction. Behind him, Poppy stuck out her tongue at his back, then hurried to catch up. They continued on in silence. The surroundings grew more and more desolate, littered everywhere with abandoned household trash. Even a narrow path was choked, nearly shut. The group struggled forward, carefully avoiding anything filthy or foul. It was a long walk. Only when there were hardly any buildings left around them did the two girls finally breathe out a heavy sigh of relief. Lux, where are we actually going? Huh? I didn't tell you. Brother Dio is helping me find my brother. He's come to this world too. Really? Are you serious? Poppy gasped, whipping her head around to look at Dio, who was leading the way. Her eyes, however, were full of suspicion. With that, Poppy tiptoed closer to whisper something in Lux's ear. But what she didn't know was that with how loud she was speaking, Dio could hear everything without even trying. It was as good as shouting right into his ear. He let out a sigh. Sure enough, as the saying goes, women and children are the hardest to handle. And in this case, let's just say children can mean a lot of things. As time passed, a row of squat factory buildings came into view at the far end of their vision. The factories were fenced off with sturdy iron wire. Inside, the place was desolate, as if no one had tended to it for years. Withered weeds grew in tangled patches, some as tall as a person. Brother Dio, you sense it too? Looks like they're here. What are you two talking about? Listening to Dio and Lux speak in riddles, Poppy was a little confused. After all, Dio had barely said a word on the way here. Now, to her, he didn't actually seem all that bad. And during the journey, Dio had also explained to her why he killed those people earlier. Though the reason was, well, let's say it was carefully fabricated. No, thoughtfully considered. But clearly, Poppy was completely taken in by all this. If she were to find out that the only reason Dio killed those people was just to ruin her hood, she'd probably jump 8 feet in the air in outrage. Shifting the focus back, after Lux briefly explained things to Poppy, the group broke through the fence outside the factory and stepped inside. What Dio and his companion had sensed earlier was the surge of power emanating from one of these factory buildings. It was obvious, even without using the system's probing functions, that Garen and the others must have run into Warwick and were now in the thick of battle. As they entered the factory, Dio and the others looked down at the enormous pit inside, listening to the occasional roars echoing up from its depths. Sister Lux, is Brother Garen really down there? That last roar just now. Seeing Poppy's timid expression, Lux gently stroked her head, while Dio, standing to the side, suddenly burst out laughing. Naturally, his laughter earned him a pair of disapproving glares from the two women. Catching Lux's look, Dio smirked and muttered to himself. Just a little while ago, she was calling him Big Brother Dio with every other sentence. Now that they were close to finding Garen, she seemed to have grown a bit bolder. Ahem, let's get going. We should head down and take a look. Maybe we can even lend them a hand. With that, Dio took the lead and jumped into the seemingly bottomless pit, and the two women quickly followed after him. Though none of them could fly, a drop from this height was hardly a threat to them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Dio and the others plummeted downward, the rush of wind howled sharply in the enclosed space. We're almost there. As he spoke, Dio saw a glimmer of light from the bottom of the pit. Then, with a solid thud, he landed squarely on the ground. Looking up from here, within the white bear, no, that wasn't right. From here, it was impossible to see the top. Still, with his sharp vision, Dio could make out a tiny speck far above. That was clearly the hole they'd entered through. That alone spoke to the sheer depth of this pit. Bang! Bang! 2 more impacts echoed out as Lux and Poppy, both dressed in pale beige gowns, landed beside him. Ugh! Seeing Lux's puffed-up cheeks, Dio rubbed his nose and tried to sound casual. Oh, what's wrong? Did you hurt your foot? At his words, Lux blushed but said nothing, just shot him a withering look. Dio coughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Boom, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions shook the ground, making the entire pit tremble. The 3 exchanged glances, then dashed off together toward the source of the blasts. Meanwhile, Tony was huddled in a corner, gasping for breath. His Hulkbuster armor was riddled with ragged claw marks, and the cannons mounted on the suit still smoked from recent use. It was obvious that the series of explosions just moments ago had been his doing. He had unleashed more than a dozen micromissiles, their destructive power beyond question. After such prolonged combat, even with the armor support, Tony couldn't help but feel exhausted. As for Steve and the others, who lacked the protection of powered suits, fatigue weighed on them even more, despite their extraordinary physical strength. But their opponent wasn't human, after all. At this point in the battle, only Garen was still fighting at full intensity. The others had been reduced to supporting roles. In his mindless state, Warwick's power had surged dramatically. On top of that, under the influence of the Blood God, his regenerative abilities were astonishing, and he seemed tireless. Steve, look out! As the warning was shouted, Warwick's figure suddenly blurred. He appeared behind Captain America in the blink of an eye. Sensing danger, Steve instinctively raised his shield to block. A thunderous impact rang out as Steve was sent flying, but his vibranium shield absorbed the brunt of Warwick's attack, leaving him largely unharmed. But against such a swift and formidable foe, even Steve and the others frequently found themselves ambushed by Warwick. The fact that no one had been killed yet was due not only to their combat skills, but even more so to Garen's timely interventions. Yet as the fight dragged on, Garen began to struggle. Since he'd been fighting continuously, he hadn't been able to use his innate abilities to recover his strength or heal his wounds. As the battle wore on, the vast underground chamber echoed with the sound of footsteps, making Tony and the others look around in confusion. Elsewhere, as Dio and his 2 companions drew nearer to the battlefield, waves of energy pulsed through the air. Even Poppy, usually slow to notice such things, could feel the volatile surge. Brother Dio, what kind of monster is my brother fighting in there? The girl's question hung in the air, but Dio only shook his head in silence. Concentrating, he summoned up Warwick's system panel with his mind, staring at the blood-red border and the various icons displayed there. So it's reached the 2nd stage. Let's wait a little longer. Warwick in his berserk state may still be of use to me. Dio narrowed his eyes thoughtfully his true intentions a mystery to those around him. As the group hurried forward, the number of lights illuminating the path steadily increased. Seeing this, Dio suddenly understood. These were unmistakably Tony's handiwork. Although he was clad in battle armor, capable of fighting in the dim underground, the darkness still weighed heavily on Steve and his companions. Let alone fighting werewolves in the pitch-black night, it was as reckless as lighting a lantern in a cesspool, practically courting death. Thud thud. Brother Dio, look! At that moment, Lux cried out in alarm. Dio snapped back to his senses, only to realize that, without noticing, they had arrived in an immense subterranean chamber. On the other side, golden sword energy swept out in all directions, carving deep scars into the surrounding rocky walls. Lux's gaze was fixed on the man clad in heavy armor, her eyes brimming with tears as scattered fragments of memory surged forth. Brother! With a loud shout, Tony and the others at the edge of the battlefield looked up. When they saw Dio standing beside the girl, surprise flickered across their faces. At the center of the battlefield, Garen was momentarily distracted by Lux's call. That voice! Could it be? Without another thought, Garen turned around hastily, not caring that Warwick stood right before him. Lux! Hood! Brother! Seeing the burly man sent flying by Warwick, Lux's eyes suddenly reddened. In the next instant, her form shimmered, and a set of elegant, silver-white mage's robes materialized around her. A dazzling staff, shimmering with radiant light, appeared and hovered at her side. Lux extended her pale hand, grasped the staff, then pointed it across the distance toward Garen. In the next moment, a brilliant beam of energy shot forth. As the beam flew, Lux swept her staff forward once more, sending a blinding wave of light that transformed into a sturdy shield, wrapping Garen in a protective barrier of gleaming energy. Meanwhile, a cascade of iridescent light arced outward, striking Warwick in the distance with perfect precision. The instant the magic hit, energy coalesced into a cylindrical barrier, trapping Warwick tightly inside. He let out a furious roar. Surrounded by the radiant prison of light, waves of searing heat radiated outward, scorching his body. From afar, Warwick now resembled a giant light bulb, not only glowing, but radiating intense heat as well. Lux, wait! Garen, still reeling from being knocked aside, shouted, but it was clear that Lux was far from finished. Even though she saw her brother unharmed, anger still surged within her heart. As Lux murmured arcane syllables, strange and ancient words tumbled from her lips, and in an instant, the pit below was flooded with blinding light. The brilliance was so intense, it made everyone's head spin, and as the rays washed over them, a nearly tangible force pressed down, sparing neither friend nor foe. Then, with her staff raised high, Lux prepared for what would come next. Bing! In an instant, a sharp crack rang out from where Warwick stood. Roar! Boom! As an explosion erupted, a blinding flash of light filled the air. Warwick unleashed a guttural howl with all his might, and just then, the binding that held him abruptly vanished. The next moment, dark red energy surged wildly from within him. Whoosh! Watch out! A cry of alarm rang out, just as Warwick's figure suddenly appeared right beside Lux. Seeing this, Garen felt his heart leap into his throat. Thud clang! At the very instant Warwick's deadly claws were about to slash Lux's vulnerable neck, a powerful arm shot out, shielding her. With a heavy, muffled impact, Dio locked eyes with Warwick, whose gaze burned with a blood-red, mindless fury. As expected, he's 3 times stronger when corrupted. With Warwick's strength right now, he's probably much tougher than Garen. With that thought in mind, Dio stepped forward and drove his right fist straight into Warwick's gut. With a resounding blow, Warwick's body was sent flying backward, so fast, it was as if he'd been launched even quicker than when he'd attacked. Dio, big bro. Noticing the fear lingering in Lux's eyes, Dio simply shook his head, choosing not to respond. Instead, he glanced toward Garen and the others. Looks like a lot has happened while I was away these past few months. As Dio spoke, Natasha and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dio, you're just in time. Ever since last time, something's changed in Warwick. He's grown incredibly violent, and it seems like he's gotten much stronger too. Is that so? Hearing Natasha's words, Dio feigned newfound understanding and nodded. Then his gaze swept over the group. He couldn't help but pause when he noticed the armor Tony was wearing. Huh, little mustache, that suit you've got on, not bad. It's way bigger than last time, though your skills haven't really improved much, have they? At Dio's nickname for Tony, everyone rolled their eyes. Inside the anti-Warwick suit, Tony scowled even harder. If you got nothing nice to say, just shut up. And by the way, is that mangy mutt dead yet? Tony shot Dio a sidelong glance, clearly unwilling to bicker. After all, dealing with Warwick was more urgent. But at that moment, Dio seemed determined not to let up with his sharp tongue. I doubt it. After all, he did a real number on you all. If I finish him off with a single punch, wouldn't that make me look too strong? We did fight side by side once, you know. Hearing Dio's slightly mocking tone, Natasha shook her head and exchanged a glance with Barton. She was all too familiar with Dio's knack for running his mouth. For that reason, Natasha generally preferred not to converse with him at all. But clearly, Tony, who had only crossed paths with Dio once, wasn't aware of any of this. With a frown, Tony lifted the helmet off his head, revealing a brow slick with sweat, and shot Dio a look that was anything but friendly. He knew Dio was formidable, but he was Tony Stark. He wasn't about to be intimidated. Besides, he'd never liked Dio from the start. Even if they'd only met that one time, Tony had already made up his mind. With that thought, he spoke up. So, you're just trying to say we're weak, huh? Hey, don't put words in my mouth. But if that's how you want to take it, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. Don't worry, I won't let it go to my head. Watching them all frown, Dio allowed himself a silent chuckle. It wasn't that he enjoyed provoking them for its own sake, but aside. From the experience points he'd gained from Warwick over the past few months, he was looking to pick up some bonus points on the side. After all, stirring up the moods of people like Natasha and the others netted him far more experience than taking down run-of-the-mill criminals. It wasn't just because these people were stronger. The real reason had to do with the system's mysterious mechanics. Maybe it was the so-called protagonist effect. Dio had first noticed this during his initial encounter with Coulson, which was why he'd consciously cultivated the roguish, irreverent persona he wore now. As the storylines continued to unfold, he'd be dealing with these people more and more. Leaving a lasting impression now would definitely make gaining experience from them easier in the future. While Dio and the others bantered back and forth, elsewhere, Lux was finally pulling herself out of her earlier fright. Choosing to ignore the voices of Dio and the rest, she turned her attention to the tall man not far away. Fragmented memories began piecing themselves together in her mind, and Garen's face became ever clearer. All the shared moments, those tiny, precious fragments, came flooding back to her. From her first magical outburst that startled Garen, to their strolls through blooming fields, to fighting side by side on the battlefield, and countless other memories. The thought of it all shattered Lux's composure. Unable to hold back, she ran straight into Garen's arms. On the other side, Garen watched the girl with reddened eyes racing toward him, his own gaze softening. Seeing she had no intention of slowing down, Garen quickly shed his battered, heavy armor to reveal the clean clothes underneath. And then, with a solid thud, Lux crashed right into his embrace. Feeling the gentle warmth of her slender frame, Garen softly stroked her golden hair. Whatever words he might have said melted away in his silence in that moment. After a long while, Garen finally collected himself. Remembering what had happened just before, he hugged the girl in his arms a little tighter and spoke with gentle reproach. I've told you before, haven't I? When something happens, you need to stay calm and collected. And don't use magic recklessly. Never mind. How long have you been in this world? Have you suffered much? Hearing Garen's voice, Lux pouted a little, then buried her head against Garen's broad chest, nuzzling closer to him. Big brother, I've been here for half a year already. But with my teacher around, I haven't had a hard time at all. Besides, this world doesn't reject magic. In fact, I've even learned some unique magical sequences that belong to this place. Oh, Garen looked down at the petite girl in his arms, surprise flickering across his face. Then he turned his gaze to Dio, who stood off to the side. He pondered for a moment, his eyes shifting back and forth between his sister and Dio, his expression growing rather odd. So, how did you and Dio meet? Lux lifted her head at Garen's question, meeting his curious and conflicted gaze. She quickly caught on, her cheeks flushing red as if she'd just remembered something. She rushed to explain. I met Brother Dio at our teacher's place too. The teacher told me you'd arrived in this world, so he asked Brother Dio to bring me to find you. Is that so? Seeing Garen's skeptical expression, Lux rolled her eyes at him in playful annoyance. Just as she was about to explain further, something happened. From a dark corner of the underground chamber, a painful, guttural howl suddenly echoed out. A pile of loose stones tumbled to the ground with a clatter, and then Warwick, his body caked with dust, hauled himself upright. At the sight, everyone tensed up, ready for trouble. But after a moment's thought, they remembered Dio was here. None of them thought Warwick could cause any real trouble, so they relaxed a little. Among them, Tony cast a look at Dio, as if to say, "Aren't you supposed to be strong? Why don't you handle this?" Noticing the stares from the group, Dio simply shook his head. He didn't intend to waste any more time. Should we kill him? As he spoke, a tremendous aura surged from Dio, filling the room. Garen and the others exchanged glances, then shook their heads. No, Warwick's probably just sick. We plan to take him back alive. At their words, Dio nodded with apparent understanding. It wasn't that he really wanted to kill Warwick. He knew that with Garen here, killing a former comrade simply wasn't an option. His purpose in saying that was merely to make his own stance clear. Understood. In that case, you'd better contact Egghead and have him bring over the quarantine chamber from last time. With Dio's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Tony, recognizing the urgency, immediately piloted his suit out of the underground space. After all, this place was deep beneath the ground. There wasn't enough signal to get a message out. After Tony left, Dio fixed his gaze on Warwick, who was grimacing not far away. He rolled his neck from side to side, then suddenly stamped his foot on the ground. In the very next instant, a deafening blast echoed out, and his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Sleep now, little wolf. With that, there was a heavy thud. A furious roar followed. Muttering those words, Dio suddenly appeared in midair right above Warwick's head. He twisted his body and brought his leg down in a powerful axe kick. Before Warwick could react, Dio's foot struck him squarely on the forehead. With a crashing clang, Warwick's body slammed straight into the ground. Instantly, the earth shook with a violent tremor as cracks snaked outward, twisting and spreading beneath him. Damn, that head is tough, Dio thought to himself, frowning slightly. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, the force was easily enough to split stone or shatter mountains. Yet this attack barely seemed to faze Warwick. There wasn't even a drop of blood. So the blood god's possession grants such powerful protection? Dio wondered. He stepped back, lowering himself into a crouch, and summoned his energy in a rush. In the next moment, a thunderous boom erupted. Another strike landed with a resounding crash. A guttural roar ripped through the air. A surge of massive blue-white lightning crashed down upon Warwick, blasting him away yet again. His body slammed into the rocky wall, shaking the cavern so violently that boulders tumbled down like a torrential rain, and thick clouds of dust billowed up, obscuring everyone's vision. Through the swirling dust, a savage voice bellowed, "Blood, you made me bleed." Hearing that chilling snarl, Dio felt a flicker of doubt. He still has some intelligence? No, that's not it. This is just animal instinct. Looks like I finally heard him, he mused. A slight smile curled Dio's lips. If this was the case, it was getting interesting. The blood god's possession seemed more about suppressing memory and unleashing raw instinct. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garen and the others, hearing Warwick's roar, thought he had regained his senses. They hurriedly tried to stop Dio. "Warwick, it's us. Your companions." Garen's shout echoed through the dust-choked underground chamber, but there was no response. Only Warwick's ragged breathing and the harsh screech of metal claws scraping against stone. Hunger, blood, hunt, feed, Warwick howled. With another explosive roar, a wild gale swept the dust aside, scattering it in every direction. Warwick dropped to all fours and charged straight at Dio. Seeing this, Dio sighed inwardly. A beast is still a beast. Intelligence and instinct must work together. Without intelligence, even the sharpest instincts can't adapt, he reflected. As he spoke, Dio watched Warwick's massive form hurtling toward him. Just as the deadly claws were about to reach his face, he calmly reached out and caught them. "Sleep, dog." With a sharp crack, Dio twisted Warwick's claw, and the sickening sound of bones shattering filled the air. Warwick's arm twisted into a grotesque shape, and as he let out a cry of pain, Dio pressed harder, twisting Warwick's arm a full 180 degrees. With a final thrust, he drove it forward. There was a sickening squelch, and plunged it deep into Warwick's throat. Coughing and spluttering followed, along with a wet rush of blood. On the other side, Garen and the others stared in shock at the scene, while Lux looked at Dio with a strange expression, not finding his actions excessively brutal. In contrast, the small figure of Poppy, watching from the edge of the fray, frowned, clearly unsettled by Dio's methods. At the same time, as Dio's attack landed, the crimson light in Warwick's eyes began to fade. With a heavy thud, his massive body crashed to the ground. Seeing this, everyone frowned, but none spoke out against Dio. They all understood that, for Warwick, wounds like these were hardly life-threatening. And indeed, that was the case. Although Warwick's regenerative powers had been suppressed by Dio's moral anomicon, within mere seconds, the beast was already beginning to rise. "You've slain Warwick, but you've left the beast. Enough with the chatter. Time to sleep." Dio cut off Warwick's instinctive growl mid-sentence, striking in a flash. With a swift chop, he severed Warwick's throat again, spun around, and drove his right hand straight into Warwick's heart. Another heavy thump. "Don't give me that look. You know as well as I do." He heals fast. This will keep him down a bit longer. Unfazed, Dio drew his arm back, then wiped the blood off on Warwick's fur. The others were left speechless, not only by how effortlessly Dio dispatched Warwick, but even more so by his apparent cold-bloodedness. Clearly, Dio's actions had a much greater impact on Lux and the other woman. After all, from their earlier words, it wasn't hard to guess that the werewolf had once been Dio's comrade in arms, and now he was being treated like nothing more than a rag to wipe one's hands on. With Warwick unconscious, everyone gathered around, gazing at his battered, bloody form. Maybe we should carry him out first. The entrance to this pit is a bit too narrow. Hearing Steve and the others, Dio nodded in agreement. Sure, but you'll need to move quickly. Oh, and Garen, lend me your greatsword for a second. Dio glanced sidelong at Warwick, who was just beginning to stir, then took the greatsword from Garen and drove it deep into Warwick's chest. The others frowned at the sight, but said nothing. As they hauled Warwick out of the underground chamber, elsewhere, Fury received new intel from Tony. So, he hurriedly arranged for a team and brought over the containment box he had previously purchased from Dio. After SHLD's research and sampling, it was discovered that this containment box was exceptionally sturdy. Not only did it contain a variety of rare elements, but even more impressively, it was made primarily of vibranium. Without a doubt, Fury had struck gold this time. As time passed slowly by, on the other side, Dio and the others stood in the abandoned factory, waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrival. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, and a massive aircraft descended from above. As the Quinjet slowly landed, the hatch opened to reveal a gleaming, spotless transparent box inside. Once the containment box was opened, Dio casually pulled the greatsword from Warwick's body and, with an effortless toss, flung Warwick into the box. With a satisfied clap of his hands, he turned around. He looked back at Garen and the others. All right, now that Warwick has been captured and you two siblings have reunited, there's nothing else for me here. I'll be on my way. Huh? You're not coming back with us, Dio? Garen asked, puzzled by Dio's words. No, thanks. Every time I run into you lot, it's nothing but fights and trouble. I'd rather find a quiet corner and enjoy a peaceful life. With that, Dio turned and walked away, waving his hand dismissively to let them know he didn't need a send-off. Watching his departing figure, Garen and the others exchanged glances and all sighed together. Brother, did you and Dio have some kind of falling out? Lux's clear, melodic voice broke the silence. Garen could only shake his head helplessly, saying nothing. Steve and the other two, on the other hand, flushed with embarrassment. In their minds, the way Dio acted now made it painfully clear that he hadn't forgotten how they had abandoned him and fled, leaving him behind last time. Sighing, the group boarded the Quinjet, taking the contained Warwick straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Meanwhile, Fury received word from Natasha about Dio's departure. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Don't worry about him. Get Warwick back here as soon as possible, and have Agent Barton report to me. Yes, sir. As the communication ended, Fury lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he gazed out over the vast base, lost in thought. After a while, a series of beeps sounded from his desk. Fury turned and picked up the phone. Director, Dr. Eric has arrived. Oh, send him in. I'll have someone take him to the East Wing shortly. Yes, sir. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., as the Quinjet returned, Agent Hill was already waiting. After taking the containment box with Warwick inside, she turned her attention to Garen and the others. Thank you all for your hard work this time. I'll oversee Warwick's transfer from here. You've all been through a lot. Go get some rest. If there are any follow-up missions, you'll be notified. Hill spoke as she gestured for the staff behind her to move the isolation chamber. Inside the chamber, Warwick was just waking up, but it was clear that his strength was no match for the container. Even the force of his blows was effortlessly absorbed by the vibranium elements lining the walls of the chamber. Meanwhile, Garen and the others nodded at Agent Hill's suggestion. The days spent hunting their target had left them with little rest. The prospect of a break was welcome to everyone, and for Garen especially. He was eager to introduce Lux to Aunt May and the others as soon as possible. Of course, the diminutive Poppy was also included in his plans. Garen had already struck up a conversation with the blue-skinned girl aboard the aircraft. Her pure-hearted nature left a good impression on him. To Garen, she was like a child, sincere and straightforward. Soon after the group departed, Agent Barton returned, his expression dark and brooding. Hill, what does the boss want with me? I haven't been home in months, he grumbled. Hill offered him an apologetic smile and motioned for him to walk with her, as she explained. Remember when we found the Tesseract along with Captain America? The director wants to study the power within it. The research is finally making progress. Before long, our equipment will be fully upgraded. We're entering the era of energy weapons. Barton raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. But whatever crossed his mind made him sigh. After all, he was just a skilled archer. Since Garen's arrival, the rise of extraordinary events had left him feeling increasingly out of his depth. As they walked down the heavily guarded corridor, Agent Hill noticed Barton's troubled expression and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Don't worry. The director only needs you for a test with the Tesseract. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but it shouldn't take long. Also, there's a little gift waiting for you. I think you'll like it." "A gift?" Barton looked up, intrigued, but Hill simply smiled, keeping the surprise to herself. They hurried onward and soon reached Fury's office. After a quick farewell with Hill, Barton entered alone. Inside, aside from Director Fury, there was an elderly, white-haired man. Barton immediately recognized him. It was Dr. Eric, whom he'd met months ago in New Mexico. Though slightly puzzled by the doctor's presence, Barton didn't dwell on it. He turned to Fury and asked, "Sir, you wanted to see me?" As Barton spoke, Fury turned around at the sound of his voice. "I believe you've already met this man. The reason I've called you here is to escort Dr. Eric to the East District facility. The Tesseract is about to undergo its next round of routine testing. I need you to ensure security over there. Can I count on you, Agent?" "I'll handle it, sir." Hearing Barton's reply, Fury nodded, then turned to Dr. Eric standing nearby. "I'm counting on you this time, Doctor. It's no trouble at all. In fact, plenty of people would jump at the chance to study something like this." "Good, then get ready to head out. I'll have Phil join up with you in a bit." With that, Fury turned and walked over to his desk. It was only then that Barton noticed a black suitcase sitting atop the desk. Fury picked up the suitcase, set it down on the floor, then nudged it with his foot so that it slid to a stop right in front of Barton. "Agent, open it." "Yes, sir." Barton lowered his gaze to the waist-high black case in front of him and opened it. What he saw inside made him catch his breath. "This, sir, it's yours now." With a cool wave of his hand, Fury indicated they were dismissed. Barton didn't dwell on it. He nodded to Dr. Eric, picked up the suitcase, and turned to leave. As for the contents of the case, it was, of course, the gift Agent Hill had mentioned earlier, a brand-new high-tech longbow, accompanied by energy arrows and an array of specialized arrowheads, all neatly arranged. It was clear that this had been made just for him. Thinking of this, Barton couldn't help but let a small, satisfied smile slip onto his lips. The two of them left S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and made their way toward the East District facility. That base, hidden from the public, was where S.H.I.E.L.D. developed its most advanced weapons, and its defenses were formidable. Not only that, it was the wealthiest sector in S.H.I.E.L.D., holding a staggering collection of strange and rare artifacts seized over the years. In fact, aside from the Tesseract, which was about to undergo its tests, even the prototype helicarrier was being developed there. Meanwhile, after Barton and Dr. Eric had departed, Fury summoned Phil. "This round of testing can't be postponed, but we have to make safety our top priority. The Tesseract's energy is just too powerful. If necessary, be ready for anything." "I understand, sir." "Good. Oh, and Warwick's been brought back, right? How is he?" Hearing the question, Phil shook his head. "Same as before, but we've managed to get a blood sample. The isolation chamber helped a lot. After a few modifications, it was good to go." "I see. Well, keep me posted when you have results. And has anyone seen where Dio's run off to now?" "Well, he called me earlier and asked me to recommend a house in a more secluded area. I suppose he's probably out house hunting right now." As Agent Phil spoke, Fury frowned slightly, but said nothing more. "Let's not worry about him then. Now, I need you to get to the East District right away and oversee the Tesseract testing. This is extremely important, not just for us, but for the entire planet." "I understand, sir. Once we harness the Tesseract's energy, the whole world will enter a new stage of civilization." Listening to Phil's words, Fury nodded and promptly dismissed him. Once Phil had left, Fury sat in his empty office for a long moment, letting out a quiet sigh. Let's hope nothing else goes wrong. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Garen was driving Lux and Poppy away from S.H.I.E.L.D., heading toward Aunt May's house. Along the way, Lux became a bundle of curiosity, pointing at every building they passed and peppering Garen with questions. Back when she was with Dio, Lux had also been curious, but she never asked questions. She could sense that Dio didn't want to talk. With her brother, though, she felt no such hesitation. And Garen, hearing Lux's questions, answered each one with a warm smile. "Brother, are we really just going to show up at sister-in-law's? I mean, at Sister May's house empty-handed? Is that okay?" Hearing Lux's words, Garen rolled his eyes internally, but let it slide. "It's fine. May's a wonderful person. She also has a nephew, Peter Parker. I think you'll get along great with him." With that, Garen pressed his foot on the gas, and the car sped along. Time passed as the scenery outside gradually changed from towering skyscrapers to rows of individual villas. "We're almost there," Garen announced. At his words, Both girls in the car couldn't help but hold their breath in anticipation. Earlier, Lux had already asked Garen about his recent adventures, and was especially curious about this May he kept mentioning. Though Garen insisted they were just friends, clever Lux wasn't buying it for a second. The thought that her brother might be in love made Lux want to laugh out loud. The car rumbled as it turned into a driveway. Lux and Poppy immediately craned their necks to look outside, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. In the neat, tidy yard, a small, skinny boy was earnestly swinging a wooden practice sword, his face scrunched up in concentration as he muttered under his breath. "Hey, Peter!" Garen spotted the boy, grinned knowingly, then leaned out the window and called to him. On the other side, Peter saw the new arrivals, instantly tossed aside his wooden sword, and dashed over. "Uncle Garen, you're back!" Listening to Peter's voice, Garen reached out his large hand and ruffled the boy's hair, then gestured for the two young women to get out of the car. When Lux and Poppy saw the child outside, a gentle smile appeared on their faces. As the two women opened the car doors, Peter clearly noticed their presence, his expression tinged with confusion. But before he could even ask who they were, Garen had already driven the car into the garage. So when Garen finished parking and stepped out again, he found the three little rascals staring wide-eyed at each other in a silent standoff. "Peter, where's Aunt May?" "Aunt's in the backyard, fussing over her little vegetable patch." Hearing Peter's reply, Garen seemed to recall something, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It was as if he remembered mentioning last time that store-bought vegetables weren't as tasty as those grown at home, and Aunt May had taken a hint and started gardening herself. Garen smiled and shook his head at the thought. "All right, Peter, this is Uncle's younger sister, Lux, and this is Poppy. Let me introduce you." As he spoke, Garen introduced the two women to Peter. Peter looked over at Lux, whose features were delicate and gentle. For some reason, his face flushed bright red, and he didn't even notice the hooded Poppy standing nearby. After a long and awkward pause, he finally stammered out a greeting. "Hi, Aunt Lux, hi Miss Poppy." Hearing Peter's uncertain greeting, Lux and Poppy exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. The sight made Peter's embarrassment reach its peak. With a flustered shout, he turned and ran away. Peter's cries drifted to the backyard, drawing Aunt May's attention. She hurried over and, seeing Garen, stopped in her tracks with a look of surprise. She instinctively hid her right hand behind her back, clearly not wanting Garen to see something. But of course, Garen didn't miss the gesture. He sighed. "How did you manage to hurt your hand again, Aunt May?" With that, Garen stepped forward, gently taking her hand despite her bashful hesitation, and softly blew on the wound, as if that might help it heal faster. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lux watched her brother's tender gesture, her expression turning a bit odd. Suddenly, a mischievous thought struck her, and she covered her mouth to suppress a chuckle. Hearing the clear, melodic laughter, Garen and Aunt May were jolted out of their moment and quickly stepped apart. Aunt May awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Garen's face turned crimson as he shot Lux a reproachful look. The awkwardness didn't last long. Garen soon regained his composure and introduced the two women to Aunt May. When she learned that the beautiful girl was Garen's sister, Aunt May was genuinely surprised. She had never heard Garen mention having a sister before. "Lux and Poppy, is it? Please, come in and make yourselves at home. Don't be shy, just treat this place as your own." As she spoke, Aunt May warmly invited the two young women inside. Seeing this, Garen could only shake his head in resignation. He could already imagine what sort of image he now had in Lux's eyes. Thinking of this, Garen let out a wry chuckle. Watching Lux and the other woman enter the house, he was about to follow when suddenly, he felt someone's gaze upon him. Turning his head, he spotted Peter peeking furtively from one corner of the house, his head sticking out as he watched. In response, Garen beckoned Peter over. "Uncle, what is it, Peter?" "Well, that lady just now, is she really your sister?" Catching the doubt in Peter's eyes, Garen rolled his own and gave the boy's head a good tousle. "What, you don't think we look alike?" "No, it's not that. I just thought that lady is so pretty, and you..." Garen's eyes widened. Smack! Ow! Listening to Peter's exaggerated cry of pain, Garen shook his head and ignored him, turning to head inside. Peter grinned and followed after. But as soon as he entered, he caught sight of Poppy removing her hood. On one side, Aunt May hadn't reacted yet, but Peter suddenly let out a shriek. An alien. Peter. On the other side, Aunt May stared at Poppy's appearance in surprise and confusion, but she didn't seem disturbed. After all, she knew where Garen came from. She had even met Warwick before. So Poppy's unusual looks didn't frighten her at all. Hearing Peter's rude exclamation, she couldn't help but scold him. Just as Aunt May was about to lecture him further, Poppy and Lux hurriedly stopped her. "It's all right, sister. I'm fine. I just look a little strange, that's all." Yes, sister-in-law, it really isn't a problem. Hearing Lux call her that, Aunt May was taken aback for a moment. Then her cheeks flushed, and she shot Garen a playful, reproachful look. Garen, for his part, was utterly embarrassed. He swore he hadn't done anything. Meanwhile, Peter, having recovered from his initial fright, eyed Poppy cautiously. Sensing his gaze, Poppy turned to look at him. For a moment, silence lingered. Suddenly, Poppy pulled a silly face. Peter jumped, startled once again, but everyone else burst out laughing. Oomph. With a small snort, Peter pretended not to care about the others. As his fear faded, he realized that blue-skinned Poppy wasn't scary at all. In fact, she looked a bit like Stitch, the plush toy on his bedside table. If anything, she was actually pretty cute up close. On the other side, seeing that everyone was now acquainted, Garen smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Before coming here, he had indeed worried about whether Lux or Poppy would be able to fit into this big family. But now, it seemed he had been overthinking it. After everyone had gotten acquainted, they sat together, chatting about everyday matters. If it weren't for Peter darting over to Poppy every so often to stir up mischief, the scene inside the house would have been even more harmonious. As time gently slipped by, evening settled in, and darkness gradually fell. Lux went to the kitchen to help Aunt May with preparations for dinner, while after an afternoon of playful chaos and getting to know each other, Poppy and Peter headed upstairs. Of course, calling a play was perhaps not quite accurate. It was more that Peter wanted to show off his treasures to Poppy. For example, the replica Iron Man gauntlet that Pepper had once brought him, and other toys. Naturally, while showing off, Peter couldn't resist the urge to challenge Poppy to a little contest. After all, back in the living room, it had mostly been Poppy who was teasing him. Poppy, let's see who's stronger. Whoever loses has to agree to, 3 requests from the winner. Hearing Peter's challenge, Poppy raised her eyebrows, thought about it seriously for a moment, and then agreed. Seeing that Poppy accepted, Peter flashed a triumphant grin, slipped on his Iron Man gauntlet, and was full of confidence. But the moment their small hands met. You lost. My first request, I want to watch TV. That doesn't count. You cheated, I wasn't even ready. Let's go again. Poppy pouted at Peter's disgruntled protest, but reluctantly prepared for the next round. Downstairs, Garen listened to the sounds drifting down from upstairs and smiled quietly, choosing not to intervene. Looking at the cheerful, close-knit family, Garen couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. It seems this kind of life isn't so bad after all. With a sigh, Garen shook his head, pulled out his phone, and captured a photo of the two busy figures in the kitchen. This world was truly fascinating. In just under a year, Garen had completely adapted to life in this modern society. Anything that dared threaten this life, he would face it head-on and crush it without hesitation. But at that very moment, Garen had no idea that this peaceful daily life was about to be shattered. Meanwhile, as night settled fully over the city, in a heavily guarded secret base on the outskirts of New York, red emergency lights flashed intermittently. The spring night was still cold, with shards of ice lingering in some corners. The wind howled as vehicles rolled past one after another. Phil stood on the helipad outside the base, head tilted up toward the sky, as if waiting for something, or perhaps wrestling with his own thoughts. They're here. He let out a silent sigh. At the far edge of his vision, a flickering point of light was speeding toward the base. The roar of the helicopter echoed in the ears of the many staff inside the base, but none of them seemed to pay it any mind. Some were busy moving files, others were helping evacuate personnel, and a few were even hauling equipment. As the helicopter touched down and the cabin door swung open, a man and a woman stepped out. Seeing this, Phil hurried forward. "Director, how bad is it?" "This is where the problem lies, sir. We don't know." Hearing Phil's reply, Fury exchanged a glance with Agent Hill at his side, both brows furrowed in concern. Noticing this, Phil paused in thought before speaking again. "Director, everything was normal just 4 hours ago during our tests. But when we prepared to evacuate, the Tesseract suddenly emitted a burst of energy, and now, the energy output hasn't stopped." "Agent, are you certain everything was normal?" Outside the base, Fury watched the evacuating staff, his brow creased with worry. "Yes, sir. After the testing, the Tesseract showed no abnormal responses. We even removed all the equipment." Listening to Agent Phil's words, Fury breathed out heavily. Phil was his most trusted subordinate, and he had every reason to believe in his judgment. But right now, the priority was figuring out how to contain the damage. "What's the current energy level?" "It's still climbing, sir." "And the evacuation, how much longer will it take?" "No more than half an hour. Also, Dr. Eric is still trying to shut down the Tesseract's energy transfer." Taking in Phil's report, Fury let out another sigh, lost in his thoughts. "Let's go see for ourselves what's happening." "Phil, Coordinate the evacuation. See if you can speed things up. Yes, sir. With that, Phil turned and hurried off. Fury, meanwhile, stood in the midst of the chaos, silent for a moment. He knew full well that studying the Tesseract could bring unforeseen dangers. But for the future of Earth, these hardships and risks were a price worth paying. In the grand scheme of things, even casualties were an unavoidable cost. Fury and Hill boarded the express elevator, descending to the research lab beneath the base. Sir, evacuation might not even help. Hill's voice sounded in his ear. Fury stopped in his tracks, turning to cast her a sidelong glance. So what do you suggest? I send them back to bed. Director, if we can't control the Tesseract's output, the consequences could reach far beyond anything we can imagine. Then before the explosion, get as far away as possible. Also, arrange for immediate evacuation of all Phase 2 prototype units, and clear out all the research equipment from the basement. With Fury's command, Agent Hill let out a breath. Yes, sir. With that, Agent Hill turned and left. Seeing this, Fury shook his head. The so-called prototypes, naturally, were the helicarriers. No, to be precise, the helicarriers themselves had already been completed, thanks in part to the help of a certain mustached genius. What mattered even more, however, was the insight system on board. That was the thing Fury truly cared about. After Agent Hill departed, Fury stepped into the elevator and headed down towards the research lab. Inside the lab, thick cables snaked across the floor, exposed and humming with energy. Technicians hurried to adjust the parameters on various pieces of scientific equipment. At the end of these tangled cables stood a strange, ring-shaped technological device. Set in its center was a cube, glowing with an eerie, bluish light. It was unmistakably the Tesseract. Around it, visible ribbons of energy twisted and danced, constantly intertwining. The blue glow pulsed. A technician approached with a scanning device, holding it up to the Tesseract. The moment the scanner touched the cube, a surge of blue energy rippled out, instantly frying the device. Witnessing this, Fury frowned from across the room. Dr. Eric. At Fury's call, Dr. Eric, who had been adjusting a set of parameters, quickly turned his head. Seeing Fury, his expression darkened. He had been invited to unlock the secrets of the Tesseract, but now everything had spiraled out of control. He felt a deep sense of regret. Director Fury, I messed up. Fury raised his hand, cutting Eric off before he could finish his apology. He immediately got to the point. What's the situation now? Can you stabilize the energy output? No, I don't think so. The Tesseract isn't just active. It seems almost aware. Have you tried cutting the power? It is a power source on its own. Even if we shut the system down, it just restarts itself. Listening to Dr. Eric's explanation, Fury halted, eyes fixed on the Tesseract shimmering in the machine. Have you figured out why it's releasing energy? We're still investigating, Director. At first, everything was normal, but then the Tesseract started activating devices on its own and began emitting constant interference signals and radiation. Thankfully, it's only low-level gamma rays so far, nothing dangerous. At this, Fury's lips twitched ever so slightly. He turned to look back at Eric. No, that's dangerous enough. By the way, where is Agent Barton? Listening to Fury's question, Dr. Eric pointed upwards. Following the direction of his finger, Fury noticed Barton perched on the railing of the makeshift second floor inside the lab. Agent Barton, Fury called out, beckoning him over. Barton let out a weary sigh, then swung himself over the railing and landed beside Fury. Sir, Barton greeted him. Agent, I assigned you to this task so you could keep a close eye on everything happening around us. I have a better vantage point up there. I can see more clearly, Barton replied. Then did you see what triggered the cube? Fury pressed. No, I didn't. Eric is clean too. No contact with anyone, no messages exchanged. If something strange really did happen, it wasn't caused by anyone on our side. Fury raised an eyebrow at Barton's response. What are you getting at? He looked at Fury, thoughtful for a moment, before sharing his suspicion. From what I've observed, the cube seems to be connected to a portal at the far end of the universe, and a portal can be opened from either side. Fury frowned, considering Barton's words, but before he could ask more, a scientist on the other side suddenly interrupted, calling out to Eric. Doctor, the energy levels are spiking again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the circular device containing the Tesseract crackled with a surge of electric arcs. Instantly, a powerful tremor shook the room. A low, thunderous rumble spread out. Even Agent Hill, stationed above the base, could feel the intense vibration. As the tremor quickly subsided, everyone in the lab turned in shock toward the Tesseract. Doctor, what's happening? This isn't good. Take cover now. Eric shouted. Blue energy danced and gathered rapidly around the cube, the air filled with an ear-piercing shriek. In a split second, a massive column of light burst forth. Everyone scrambled for safety barely dodging the wild sweep of the energy beam. Boom! A deafening explosion filled the underground lab. The blue radiance flooded their vision, so bright that no one could keep their eyes open. But Barton, with his exceptional instincts, saw what others missed. A twisted portal of energy quietly opening within the beam. What is that? Footsteps echoed sharply from within the energy portal, and as Barton spoke, the blue glow rippled outward in a shockwave, quickly fading as fast as it had come. The shockwave knocked everyone off balance, sending the whole room staggering. And then a crisp, echoing step rang out from inside the portal. The entire team turned, frowning, bracing themselves for what was about to emerge. Seeing this, Fury immediately recalled Agent Barton's earlier suspicions. He raised his hand, and the surrounding guards hurried forward, guns drawn. As the footsteps grew ever clearer, tension gripped everyone present. Once the blue light finally faded, a tall, thin figure appeared atop the research platform in the underground laboratory. The newcomer wore strange, archaic clothes and held a golden, sickle-shaped short spear. On the high platform, Loki looked down at the people below with a sly, wicked smile curling at his lips, clearly pleased to have returned to Midgard. Several months earlier, after falling from the Rainbow Bridge and stumbling into a spatial wormhole, he had found himself aboard the vessel of a powerful faction. There, Loki had witnessed the vastness of the universe and even come face to face with a supreme ruler. By leveraging his identity as Odin's son, and with his silver tongue, he luckily managed to earn that great figure's approval, and was rewarded with a mighty weapon. Of course, his return wasn't about reuniting with Thor or seeking vengeance on Garen or the like. "Sir, please put down your weapon." At this moment, a voice interrupted Loki's musings. Fury's words snapped him out of the exhaustion from his space jump. Loki glanced down at the scepter in his hand, its blue light shimmering. Remembering the true purpose and mission that had brought him back, Loki's lips curled into a malicious, sinister smile. On the other side, Barton, noticing the change in Loki's expression, felt a surge of foreboding. And as it turned out, a man's intuition should never be underestimated. With a swift motion, Loki swung the scepter in his hand. In the next instant, several ghostly blue energy spheres shot out at lightning speed, hurtling straight toward the crowd. The moment the energy orbs struck the ground, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. A forceful shockwave blasted out, sending Fury and the others flying. The surrounding guards, seeing this, opened fire in a panic. Bullets zipped toward Loki, striking him but sparking harmlessly off his body. Elsewhere, as Barton watched Loki's invulnerable form, thoughts of Dio and his team flashed through his mind for some unknown reason. With a sigh, he dodged the next volley of energy spheres with a deft sidestep. He dropped into a crouch, knocked a high-tech arrow, and fired a counterattack. The explosive arrow shot from the bowstring with such speed it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet, against the formidable Loki, this kind of attack was woefully ineffective. Loki simply pointed his scepter at the ground. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted, an intense shockwave radiating outward from him in all directions. Barton's arrow didn't even reach its target. Before it could get close to Loki, it was reduced to ash in midair. The shockwave struck, and Barton, unable to dodge in time, was hurled violently through the air, colliding heavily with a piece of scientific equipment nearby. By now, most of the research devices in the basement had already ceased functioning, stray sparks of electricity flickering across their surfaces. These crackling currents posed a deadly threat to Barton, whose constitution was not much better than the average person's. The numbing sensation that swept over him left him paralyzed, unable to move even for a moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the relentless gunfire from the security guards echoed throughout the space, the barrage of shots grating on Loki's nerves. Wielding the scepter of the mind, Loki vanished in a blur, appearing beside one of the guards. In his hands, the scepter transformed into a deadly scythe, reaping life with chilling ease as it swept across the man's throat. A wet, gruesome sound followed, and a gush of hot blood sprayed forth, painting the floor crimson. Witnessing the carnage only fueled Loki's excitement. He darted from side to side, and in no time at all, not a single person was left standing in the underground laboratory. All around, ruined and burning research equipment fed roaring flames, while the acrid smoke choked the remaining guards, leaving them coughing and gasping for air. Elsewhere, Agent Barton struggled to his feet, ready to fight back, only for Loki to reappear before him in a flash. With one swift motion, Loki seized Barton's bow arm, regarding him with curious amusement. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Loki raised the scepter and tapped it lightly against Barton's chest. In an instant, All the anger drained from Barton's face. His previously clear eyes grew dull and glassy, the pupils dilating until they engulfed the whites entirely. Loki smiled faintly at the transformation, then turned away to bring the rest of the base staff under his control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fury had regained consciousness. Squinting through half-closed eyes, he caught sight of everything that was happening. He frowned, then glanced at the cosmic cube lying barely a meter away. Gritting his teeth, Fury quietly retrieved it, stowing it away as he prepared to escape with it. But his actions did not go unnoticed by Loki, whose magical senses missed nothing. I'd advise against that. I still need it. And besides, I'd rather not turn this into an even bigger mess, Loki said, turning to fix Fury with his gaze. Fury listened, his frown deepening. I don't want that, either. But it seems you've already made quite a mess of things. Loki gave a soft chuckle, unconcerned by Fury's words. He continued, well, my apologies, but I came here for the cube. I am Loki of Asgard, and I bear a glorious purpose. With that, Loki began to approach Fury. On the other side of the room, Dr. Erik Selvig, who had narrowly escaped harm, heard Loki's introduction. His expression froze in shock as he rose to his feet. You're Thor's brother. Listening to Dr. Erik's words, Loki let out a laugh without even turning his head. On the other side, Fury gave Erik a look, signaling him to leave, then turned his gaze to Loki. There's no quarrel between us. I know, but then, there's no quarrel between an ant and a boot, either. Are you saying you're going to crush us? No, I'm not so idle. What I mean is, I've come to bring you salvation. Fury frowned, but didn't respond. Loki, meanwhile, spoke up again. If you can accept this in your hearts, then you will find peace. As he spoke, Loki suddenly spun around, pressing the scepter against Dr. Erik's chest. Erik underwent the same transformation that Agent Barton had experienced earlier. He became obedient, yet retained a glimmer of reason. Meanwhile, Fury listened to Loki's voice, raising an eyebrow, just about to speak, when Agent Barton, standing nearby, cut him off. Under the influence of the scepter, Barton's mind was now entirely loyal to Loki. He couldn't help but interrupt, sensing Fury's attempt to stall for time. Sir, Fury is stalling. This place is about to blow. He's planning to bury us hundreds of meters underground. At that, Dr. Erik also snapped to attention. He quickly turned and began working at the last remaining pieces of equipment, soon coming to a conclusion, which he announced aloud. He's right. The portal created by the Tesseract is collapsing. In 2 minutes, this whole place will explode. Hearing their words, Loki glanced up at the blue glow behind him and exchanged a look with Barton. Without hesitation, Barton drew the pistol strapped to his thigh and fired at Fury, knocking him to the ground. He then hurried over, grabbed the suitcase containing the Tesseract, and led Loki and the others out through the emergency exit. After they left, the silence in the ruined underground lab was broken by a fit of coughing. Fury, battered but alive, struggled to his feet. He patted his bulletproof vest, exhaled in relief, surveyed the wreckage around him, and let out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, Barton and his group emerged from the underground lab, running straight into Agent Hill, who had come to investigate the source of the tremors. Barton wasted no time. I need these vehicles. With that, he ushered Loki into a car. Hill frowned in confusion. Who is that? Barton didn't answer. Instead, he started the engine. Trusting Barton, Hill hesitated, but decided not to stand in his way. Just as she turned to head toward the lab, Fury's voice crackled through her earpiece. Hill, can you hear me? Barton has defected and taken the Tesseract. Hearing the voice coming through her communicator, Hill stiffened in shock, but quickly regained her composure. She drew her pistol and fired toward Barton and the others on the vehicle. Unfortunately, the engine had already roared to life. With a deafening rumble, the vehicle sped down the passage, vanishing without a trace in moments. Gritting her teeth, Hill's gaze darted to a nearby military jeep. Wasting no time, she leapt in and gave chase. Meanwhile, back in the underground laboratory, the energy was growing ever more volatile. Fury, realizing the danger, staggered to his feet and hurriedly made his escape. Even as he fled, he didn't forget to issue commands through his communicator. Loki's unexpected appearance had taught him a harsh lesson. The thought of the Tesseract falling into Loki's hands made Fury's head throb with pain. War has begun. Elsewhere, Agent Hill sped after Barton and his crew, careening through the dimly lit underground tunnel as gunfire erupted all around. Trucks transporting supplies swerved desperately out of the way, while others, having received Fury's orders, tried to provide cover for Agent Hill. The thunder of gunfire was deafening, flashes of muzzle fire lighting up the darkness. Ricocheting bullets zipped through the tunnel, some mingled with blasts of energy from Loki's scepter. Blue beams of energy cut through the air, swift and merciless, sometimes grazing a vehicle and wiping out its entire security detail in an instant. The sheer destructive power of Loki's magic, amplified by the Mind Scepter, was unimaginable. The gunfight and high-speed chase dragged on, the tunnel's exit now visible in the distance. But just then, a violent tremor suddenly shook the entire east sector of the base. Cracks spidered across the tunnel walls, and massive chunks of concrete tumbled down. Within moments, the passage was blocked by debris, trapping many vehicles. Barton and his team, however, pressed on, unfazed. With Loki among them, obstacles like these were of little consequence. Loki raised his hand, conjuring a spectral blue shield that enveloped their vehicle. Ahead, the pile of rubble exploded apart under the force of his devastating magic, opening a path. But Agent Hill, following close behind, was not so fortunate. She could see the exit just ahead, but a cascade of falling stones crashed down, striking her vehicle. In the blink of an eye, her Jeep was buried under a mound of debris. Meanwhile, Fury boarded a helicopter, his gaze fixed on the collapsing base below. His expression was grim, unreadable. No one knew what was going through his mind. "Director, look, it's Barton." At that moment, from the helicopter above, Phil caught sight of a vehicle bursting out of the underground tunnel below. He glanced at the man in the driver's seat, furrowing his brow before calling out. It was clear he never would have imagined that Agent Barton, someone he had worked with for so long, would actually betray them. At first, when he heard the information coming through Fury's communicator, he thought he'd misheard. But when the sound of gunfire from Agent Hill crackled through from the other end, it finally dawned on him. After picking up Fury, who had escaped from the underground lab, the group circled above the base in their helicopter. By their estimation, they were certain they could cut off Barton and the others' escape route. And now, it seemed their assumptions were right. The helicopter swung around, and the mounted high-speed Gatling gun unleashed a furious hail of bullets at Barton and his companions. But on the other side, Loki was clearly not one to be underestimated. Facing the barrage of bullets pouring from the helicopter, he raised his scepter and swung it with force. In the next instant, a surge of blue energy shot out, streaking like a comet to strike the tail of the helicopter. A deafening explosion followed. The helicopter, damaged, began to plummet rapidly. Fury and the others, realizing the danger, scrambled to leap from the falling aircraft. They landed hard and awkwardly, but quickly scrambled to their feet, drawing their sidearms and firing at the fleeing vehicle. "Sir, are you all right?" Phil, limping heavily on his right leg, hurried over. Fury saw him and let out a sigh. "I'm fine. What about you? How are you holding up?" "I'll manage." Hearing Phil's reply, Fury nodded, then pulled out his communicator and switched through several channels. "Phil, what's your situation over there?" "Sir, I'm all right, but there are still many personnel trapped inside the base." "Understand. Get as many people as you can and start rescue operations immediately. And aside from the rescue teams, I want everyone else focused on pursuing Barton." "Yes, sir." With Fury's orders given, the agents sprang into action. Meanwhile, Agent Phil stood by Fury's side, worry etched on his face. "Sir, right now." Fury waved his hand, cutting him off and pausing to think. "Phil, get back to headquarters immediately. I need you to contact D. No, never mind. For now, let's keep him out of the Tesseract business. Reach out to Garen instead, and have Natasha and the others return. Their vacation is over. The war has begun." As he spoke, Fury drew a deep breath, steadying himself, and gazed out into the darkness of the night, lost in thought. Phil nodded in response to Fury's orders. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. mobilized all its resources, launching a manhunt for Barton and his group. On the other side, at Aunt May's home, after a hearty dinner, the night had already deepened. Garen lay on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought, a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his lips. The sister he cared about most had also arrived in this world. At last, he could let go of the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart. As the saying goes, home is where your family is. With Lux's arrival, Garen felt an even stronger connection to this world. It was a vibrant place. Though there were sometimes shady dealings in the city's shadows, on the whole, life here was peaceful. Because of that, Garen was willing to do his utmost to protect this world, even as an outsider, at least until he found a way home. Yes, he had never forgotten about the catastrophe the High Priest had spoken of. Runeterra was still suffering, and as a man of integrity, he couldn't stand by and do nothing, especially since that world was where everything began for him. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the sharp trill of his phone. Garen picked it up and frowned at the screen. "Phil, it's me." "Garen, I'm sorry to intrude on your family time, but I need you at headquarters. There's an urgent mission." Hearing Phil's slightly weary voice on the other end, Garen didn't ask any questions. Once he hung up, he glanced at the time. It would soon be dawn. He looked up at the rooms upstairs, sighed softly, and scribbled a note for Aunt May and the others before quietly slipping out the door. During his time with S.H.I.E.L.D., Garen had gotten used to being called away at a moment's notice. He didn't mind heading out to fight evil. After all, this was exactly what he wanted to do. What made him sigh, though, was that he'd barely announced his vacation before he was summoned again, not even half a day later. What's more, today had been a rare chance to spend time with his sister. Still, not everyone could enjoy leisurely days as he did. At the very least, Captain Steve and Black Widow Natasha never seemed to rest. Their past ordeals drove them to constantly better themselves. And with the arrival of people like Dio and Garen, the pressure on them only grew. Without a special skill, they could only play supporting roles. For aces like them, that was a situation they simply couldn't accept. As the night wore on and dawn arrived, Garen reached S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and found the place buzzing with tense agents, which left him puzzled. When he found Phil, before Garen could even ask, Phil led him straight to a records room. "Garen, I'm really sorry, but this problem is extremely serious. If we don't handle it properly, the entire planet could be destroyed." Hearing Phil's startling revelation, Garen froze in surprise. Noticing Garen's expression, Phil didn't keep him in suspense. He drew a stack of documents from the file folder. "Just last night, our research facility in the East District was destroyed. They took something extremely important." "Something? Don't tell me it's another sealed card that's been stolen." Ahem. Catching Garen's peculiar look, Phil cleared his throat, rubbed his nose, then continued. "It's not a card, but the item in question contains boundless energy. A single careless move could bring about the end of the world. And now, this item has fallen into the hands of someone extremely dangerous. The reason I called you here is to see if you have any ideas." As Phil spoke, Garen grew more bewildered. What would he possibly do? He didn't even know who the culprit was. Pondering this, Garen lowered his head to examine the information in his hands. One glance, and he couldn't help but gasp. "Thor? Wait, you mean Thor took the item?" No, not him. It's his brother, Loki, the trickster god from Norse mythology, Loki the god of mischief. Hearing Phil's answer, Garen let out a long breath. For a moment, he'd really thought Thor had taken the item. Honestly, even though he'd only met Thor for barely an hour back in New Mexico, his instinct about Thor had been nothing but good, and Garen was always inclined to trust his instincts. That's why, when he saw Thor's name in the file, it had truly startled him. But after listening to Phil's next words, Garen's brow furrowed. "Loki? Yes. Legend has it he's an immensely powerful sorcerer, and our encounter yesterday confirmed as much. The reason I asked you here is to see if you're confident you could defeat him. Well, I don't like to compare myself to others, but if I have to face him, I will. Even if this isn't my world, I will still choose to protect it." Hearing Garen's response, Phil quietly let out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried that once Garen heard his opponent was a god, or Thor's brother, he might refuse to get involved. Now, it seemed he'd worried for nothing. "Excellent. I'll be counting on you for this, Garen. Because of Loki's magic, we haven't managed to locate him yet. I'll have a private jet take you back for now. Once we have intel, I'll reach out to you again." "What? You haven't found him yet?" Seeing Garen's puzzled look, Phil could only shake his head helplessly. When science confronts magic, this is what happens. Luckily, besides searching for Loki, they still had another plan. That was the cosmic cube. You see, the cube constantly emits gamma rays, even if only in tiny amounts, and although it's not much, our instruments can still pick it up. So, after a moment of contemplation, Phil decided he should go ahead and share the next step of the plan with Garen. "It's like this, Garen. We have some clues now, but there's someone else we need to find, a doctor. He's an expert when it comes to the energy given off by that artifact. I have a feeling he'll help us track down Loki very soon." Hearing Phil's explanation, Garen nodded and didn't press any further, though his curiosity about the item Phil kept mentioning was undeniably piqued. "Phil, you keep talking about this item. What exactly is it?" As Garen asked, Phil fell silent for a long while. Noticing the trace of disappointment on Garen's face, he was just about to answer when the door to the archive room swung open, and Fury stepped in. "That item is called the Cosmic Cube," Fury began, "an alien artifact acquired during the First World War, containing limitless energy within. 70 years ago, after the collapse of the organization that first obtained it, the cube fell into the hands of Hydra, who used it to develop all sorts of advanced weapons. Their intention was to use these weapons to dominate the world. In the end, the cube was lost to the ocean during a battle between Captain Steve and Hydra. Just a year ago, we recovered the sleeping captain and the cube along with him." With Fury's entrance and his brief account, Garen finally understood the cube's origins. Only now did he realize that Steve, his longtime comrade in arms, was in fact a man who had lived for nearly a century. That fact alone was astonishing to Garen. Not because of Steve's age, since on Runeterra, long-lived races were common, but because Steve had such a remarkable history and life behind him. Garen, this mission is critical, Fury said gravely. I need you to give it everything you've got and bring the cube back to us. As Fury laid out his request, Garen raised an eyebrow. Now that he knew what the cube was capable of, it was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to harness its power as well. Yet, after days of observation, Garen had come to understand that, even though S.H.I.E.L.D. could be rigid, they genuinely acted for the sake of the planet. So, after a long moment of thought, Garen nodded his agreement. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he spoke again. Director Fury, I can accept this mission on one condition. After this case is closed, I'd like to resign from S.H.I.E.L.D. A stunned silence fell over the room. As Garen began to speak, Phil glanced at him in surprise and suspicion, then looked over at Fury, whose expression remained unchanged. Moments later, Fury spoke. That's fine, but I have one condition. When the world faces grave danger, I will need your help. No problem. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I think I would have done that anyway. All right, it's settled then. Agent Phil, please arrange for Garen to be sent back. With that, Fury turned and left, leaving Phil behind with a look of resignation on his face. After Fury departed, Phil let out a sigh and looked at Garen, unsure of what to say. Noticing Phil's conflicted expression, Garen gave him a knowing pat on the shoulder. Even though we might not be working together in the future, we're still friends, aren't we? Hearing Garen's words, Phil was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled. He quickly realized, yes, even if Garen was leaving, they could still keep in touch. With this thought, Phil gave him a warm, understanding smile. Clearly, compared to dealing with Dio, he much preferred interacting with Garen. Once Phil had made arrangements for a private jet to take Garen away, daylight had already broken. After a night of thorough investigation and analysis of S.H.I.E.L.D., they still couldn't find any trace of Loki and his group. With no other options, they had to activate that contingency plan. Back in his office, Phil pondered for a long while before finally picking up the phone and dialing out. Meanwhile, at 114 Soaring Sky Plaza in New York City, a long-abandoned commercial park exuded an air of desolation. Crumbling, dilapidated buildings still bore traces of their former glory. On the third floor of the plaza, a woman in a short black skirt and sheer stockings was bound tightly to a chair. The old wooden seat beneath her creaked dangerously, threatening to give way. Two burly men stood guard by her side, while across the room, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat calmly. Eyeing the captive Natasha, the old man let a sly smile curl across his lips. So this is the famous Black Widow? Huh, just a pretty face with no substance after all. Tell me, who are you working for? Lemontov, perhaps? As he spoke, the old man shifted in his seat to get more comfortable. Clearly, whatever he'd heard about the Black Widow, she now seemed of little consequence to him. On the other side, Natasha's expression faltered at the old man's interrogation. Noticing this, he smirked, thinking he'd hit the mark. He slowly rose from his chair and walked over to stand in front of Natasha. Did you think that keeping quiet means I can't guess? Or do you really believe we need his permission to move that shipment? How laughable. Isn't General Sorokov the one in charge of exporting the goods? Solokov? Huh. He's nothing more than a middleman, a decoy. Clearly, your outdated intel has failed you, poor Black Widow. As he spoke, the old man turned away and waved his hand, signaling his men to take care of her. But just then, a cell phone began to ring in the pocket of one of the burly men standing nearby. The man glanced at the old man, and after receiving a nod, he answered the call. A stranger's voice came through the phone. The strong man frowned, held the phone away from his ear, and looked to the old man. They're asking for her. Hearing this, the old man took the phone. Listen to me. You're on the third floor of 114 Solonsky Plaza, came a calm male voice, and 8 kilometers away, there's an F-22 fighter jet, locked on your position. Now, hand the phone to the woman. If you don't, I can level the whole block before you reach the door. The icy voice echoed through the line, and the old man's face went pale. He stammered, unable to muster a single threat. Scowling, he shoved the phone to Natasha's ear. Natasha didn't hesitate. She simply smiled at him and caught the phone between her neck and shoulder. Hello. You need to come back. Hearing Phil's voice on the other end, Natasha glanced at the old man before answering. Are you kidding? I'm working. Put on hold. But I'm in the middle of an interrogation, and that idiot has already told me everything. Besides, I can't just walk away right now. Barton's been compromised. A heavy silence fell. Natasha froze for a moment, then drew a deep breath. Understood. Don't hang up. With those words, Natasha nodded to the old man to take the phone. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, clearly having overheard everything she'd just said. He wanted to protest that he hadn't said a word. Not to mention, he was supposed to be interrogating her. But just as he reached for the phone, Natasha sprang into action. With a swift, precise kick, she caught him squarely in the groin, then followed up with a brutal headbutt that sent him collapsing to the floor. The two big men nearby let out startled shouts and charged at Natasha. She pushed herself up, bound as she was, and lashed out with a powerful kick, knocking one of them back. Spinning with the chair still strapped to her, she used it as a weapon to take down the other. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Phil sat in his office, listening to the sounds of the fight crackling through his phone. He looked mildly surprised but not concerned. As one of SHLD's top agents, he had absolute faith in Natasha's abilities. And, as it turned out, he wasn't wrong. On the other side, Natasha flipped forward, landing squarely on top of a burly man. In an instant, the wooden chair binding her shattered. With a loud crack, she sprang to her feet, and in a matter of seconds, swiftly and effortlessly dispatched the three men surrounding her. With that done, Natasha grabbed her high heels from the side and picked up the phone that had fallen to the floor. "All right, where's Barton?" she asked. "I don't know. He's still alive, isn't he?" "Maybe, but you should come back first. Although before that, you'll need to find a certain someone." Listening to the voice on the other end, Natasha frowned slightly, an uneasy feeling creeping in. "Tony or Garen. Don't tell me they're not willing to go." "No, I've already contacted them. You're looking for someone else, a big guy, and this one's got quite the temper." As Phil's words trailed off, the call abruptly ended. Immediately, a new text message appeared, hacked straight into her phone. Natasha glanced at the information displayed, her eyebrows arching in surprise. "It's him." Staring at the data on her screen, Natasha's expression grew tense. Of course, she'd heard of Dr. Banner, and that knowledge made her somewhat anxious about this mission. Still, considering that out of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., she was probably the most suitable for the job, she let out a quiet sigh, and without further hesitation, set off at once. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa on the outskirts of New York, nestled by the coastline with a stunning view, peace reigned. On a lush green lawn, a shirtless man lounged in a rocking chair, soaking in the sun and the freedom. A gentle breeze caressed his skin. After a long moment, the man let out a contented sigh. "This is the life I've always wanted." He took a slow sip from the drink beside him, savoring the sweet and tart flavors that danced on his tongue. Gazing out at the sunlit landscape, Dio exhaled again, a hint of longing in his voice. "Is it time for war? Or should I say, time to reap the spoils? Looks like I need to start getting ready." A faint smile played at his lips as he recalled the scene he'd glimpsed from Garen's perspective earlier that morning, thanks to his godlike vantage point. Dio couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time had flown. In the blink of an eye, he'd been in this world for nearly a year. Reflecting on everything that had happened over the past year, Dio shook his head with a wry smile. From what he'd gathered from Garen, the Cosmic Cube had already been snatched by Loki. That meant the first Avengers event was about to unfold. Once that happened, there'd be no more days of leisure like this. Although whether it was chaos caused by Earth's inhabitants or alien threats, in theory, none of it should really affect Dio. But he had no intention of sitting idly by. After all, he still needed to rack up experience points. With that thought in mind, Dio pulled up his system interface and let out a deep breath as he stared at the more than 40,000 experience points displayed on the screen. Experience points come and go quickly. 3 slots in the hero equipment bar are still empty. I really need to fill them up, otherwise I can't shake this lingering sense of emptiness inside. Since that's the case, I might as well try my luck with a draw. Let's start with a 10 pull for good measure. As he finished speaking, Dio focused his thoughts, and in the next instant, the familiar whir of the system's prize wheel echoed in his mind. A series of notification chimes followed. Hero section, Moon Goddess Diana, fragment ×1. Thank you for participating ×9. Just as I expected. Oh well, having something is better than nothing. At least I got a fragment. No need to ask for too much. Let's keep going. Click, click, click. Miscellaneous section, LeBlanc the Deceiver's staff. Talent section, Precision, Presence of Mind. Thank you for participating ×8. As the system displayed the results, Dio paused. Then a pleased smile spread across his face. Another talent. Not bad at all. But as for LeBlanc's staff, his thoughts drifted, and for some reason, he remembered Vladimir, who had escaped 6 months ago. Even though Dio had stayed at Kamartaj during these months, he'd kept an eye on Vladimir's whereabouts. Unfortunately, ever since that escape, Vladimir seemed to have vanished. Of course, with Dio's God's Eye view, he could more or less see through the man's plans. After all, surviving that nuclear strike and witnessing Dio's overwhelming power must have left quite an impression. So, until Vladimir fully understood the world he was in, he was unlikely to show himself or stir up trouble again. Thinking about the nuclear bomb, Dio suddenly froze, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. 6 months had nearly made him forget the peril he'd been in. True, The tactical nuke hadn't harmed him, but with the system's new features activating right after, he hadn't even had the chance to hear Fury or the Americans' response. With that in mind, Dio's current feelings were easy enough to imagine. He clearly wasn't planning to just let things slide. At the very least, for this first Avengers event, he was determined to cause some trouble for the Americans. At this, Dio's eyes narrowed slightly. Never mind, let's draw again. If I get a hero, all the better. If not, then I'll just have to find a way to force Vladimir out of hiding. As Dio's thoughts spun on, the system's lottery interface spun up the wheel again. Click, click, click. Thank you for participating times 10. Unknown section, 20 XP times 3. Character section, Aurelia the Blade Dancer fragment times 1. Thank you for participating times 6. Thank you for participating. Thank you. Watching the endless notifications pop up on the system screen, Dio's expression grew darker and darker. The rapid depletion of his experience points twisted his features in frustration. After all, he had worked painstakingly to earn all of this, so in a moment of frustration, Dio impulsively went for 50 more 10 pulls in a row. But as soon as he did, regret washed over him. After all, the memory of his last 50 pulls was still painfully fresh. Yet, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. As Dio clicked with firm resolve, the next moment the wheel began to spin. Hero Zone, Eternal Nightmare, Nocturne, Nocturne Elder God Skin. Equipment Zone, Vigilant Sightstone slightly increases health and vitality. Unique Passive, automatically generates 3 control wards daily, with a maximum of 3 placed at once. Giant's Belt, enhances personal vitality and strength. Unknown Zone, 10 EXP 1, 50 EXP 3. Thank you for participating 42. What the? Nocturne. As he stared at the information displayed by the system, a sudden, wild cry burst from Dio's chest. But as the notification chimes kept ringing, Dio found himself utterly frozen, his mind blank. At that moment, a powerful sense of possession seized his heart. I must have him. He must be mine. When the system finished reading out the results, Dio had no interest in the rest of the gear he'd pulled. This time, not only had he drawn Nocturne's hero card, but even the skin for that hero had dropped alongside it. Although Dio didn't know exactly how powerful the Elder God skin was in the League of Legends universe, he was certain it had to be formidable. After all, in the original universe, Nocturne was already a terrifying force. It's no exaggeration to say that in the realm of spirits, he was undying and indestructible. If only the flood of negative emotions hadn't clouded Nocturne's consciousness, his potential would have been limitless. Thinking of all this, Dio's heart burned with excitement. If I can just defeat Nocturne and equip the Elder God skin, how many beings in this universe could possibly threaten me? Unconsciously, a faint, confident smile curled at the corner of Dio's lips. Nocturne's appearance had caught Dio completely off guard. Though it brought its own risks, wasn't this also a rare opportunity? With Nocturne's power to roam the spiritual realm and manipulate dreams and consciousness, if Dio could obtain him, wouldn't his experience points skyrocket? Gazing at the new items in his inventory, Dio's face lit up with joy. Besides the Elder God Nocturne's skin, the appearance of the Sightstone would be a tremendous asset for all his future plans. He slotted the 2 new pieces of equipment into his gear slots, and instantly, that familiar surge of power welled up inside him. True, the stats these 2 items granted weren't huge, but the boost in vitality brought a well-rounded enhancement across the board. Feeling the strength coursing through his body, Dio clenched his fist, and in the next instant, the sharp crack of air echoed through the room. That's right, I've already collected 11 pieces of equipment. Just 1 more to go. But the most important thing right now is getting my hands on that Nightmare hero card. No, I can't go. Who knows, that woman, the Ancient One, might still be watching me. But if I don't go, and she gets the card instead, that would be a disaster. As he mulled this over, Dio's face darkened. Whether he went or not, both options were fraught with risk, leaving him deeply conflicted. What Dio didn't know at that moment was that, elsewhere, the Ancient One had indeed sensed the appearance of the hero card. In fact, she had already teleported to where the card had fallen. In the heart of New York City's Central Plaza, the Ancient One, clad in her beige monk's robes, looked down at the black card lying flat on the ground, her brows knitting together in thought. She picked it up, focusing her mind. As if struck by a sudden realization, her consciousness swept over the entire planet, quickly pinpointing Dio's location. She watched him comfortably lounging in his chair, enjoying the shade, and raised an eyebrow in amusement. Am I just overthinking this? She muttered softly to herself, and shook her head with a faint smile, then waved her hand, conjuring a shimmering portal. Meanwhile, back at Dio's house, he felt restless and uneasy, unsure of what to do about that hero card. Deep down, he desperately wished the Nightmare Hero card would activate immediately. Yet reason told him that he was in no position to handle a nightmare right now. The conflict left him torn and unsettled. With a heavy sigh, Dio reached for his drink, about to take a sip, when suddenly, a golden shimmer flickered across the lawn outside his villa. The light spun in a circle, a low crackling filling the air, as golden sparks formed a glowing ring. A moment later, the Ancient One stepped out from within the portal. Seeing this, Dio felt a chill run down his spine, and the drink in his mouth sprayed out in a sputter. "You seem rather surprised by my arrival?" Hearing the Ancient One's words, and noticing the hint of scrutiny in her gaze, Dio's heart skipped a beat. He quickly composed himself. "Not at all. With the Sorcerer Supreme gracing my humble abode, how could I not be delighted? You just appeared a little, suddenly, that's all." "Is that so? Well, since I'm here, I trust you know why I've come." As she spoke, Dio rubbed his nose, hesitating for a moment. "I suppose there's no hiding it from you. The sealed card has reappeared, hasn't it?" "Yes. I came to ask if you know anything about the creature inside." As she spoke, the Ancient One raised her arm. Between her fingers, she held a pitch-black card. A faint blue glow shimmered on its surface, and under that eerie light, the image of a strange, shadowy creature was etched onto the card. The creature looked bizarre, with no distinct mouth or nose, but its eyes radiated a chilling coldness. On its back, two spines jutted out like razor-sharp blades. Its claws were deadly, sharp and exuding a sinister energy. Staring intently at the card, the being, or rather, the monster, seemed to be shrouded in billowing black smoke. Anyone could tell a glance. This was no harmless entity. Noticing the hero card in the Ancient One's hand, Dio's breathing quickened. He instinctively reached out for it, only for the Ancient One to deftly pull it away. "You seem to want this quite badly, don't you?" The Ancient One's question carried a hint of chill, snapping Dio to attention. He managed an awkward laugh. "Haha, to be honest, the creature inside this card does mean a lot to me. As you know, all my powers are inherited from that world." He paused briefly, then gestured for the Ancient One to come inside and talk in detail. Seeing this, the Ancient One nodded and followed Dio into the house. "Supreme Sorcerer, no doubt you're powerful, but when it comes to that world, I likely know more than you do. Let's start with the creature inside this card. His name is Nocturne, and all his titles are listed right on the card. As for why I want him, it's tied to the energy framework of Runeterra. From what I recall in my inherited memories, the energy systems of Runeterra are incredibly diverse. Of all these, rune magic is the most powerful and coveted. I imagine you're aware of this, since Lux herself is a practitioner of one branch of rune magic." Listening to Dio's explanation, the Ancient One nodded knowingly. "And what does all this have to do with your wanting this card?" No, Sorcerer, you misunderstand me. It's not the card I want, nor the creature inside it. What I desire is his power, or more precisely, his abilities." "Oh." As Dio spoke, the Ancient One's brow furrowed. Seeing this, Dio hurried to clarify. "Please, Supreme Sorcerer, don't be alarmed. This is tied to my inheritance. You've kept an eye on me for some time, so you should have some idea of my strength. But even so, you must have noticed that my fighting style is rather unusual. And that's exactly the issue brought by my inheritance. I lack offensive techniques." "Techniques, you know what I mean, right?" "I understand. Go on." At the Ancient One's words, Dio put on a show of reserved modesty, though inside, he was practically gloating. As expected, the Ancient One was about to be taken in by his words yet again. "Because the hero I inherited is so unique, the spell-casting sequences within Nocturne fit perfectly with one branch of the knowledge I remember. That's why I want him." "One branch." "Yes, the heroic legacy I inherited comes from an ancient being, an existence of immense power. He could command almost all the energy systems found on the continent of Runeterra. But precisely because of this, when I received the inheritance, my soul was not strong enough. So, in the order of inheritance, I chose to prioritize energy. As a result, I had to give up nearly all those runic techniques and energy systems." "I see. An ancient being? So, you're saying that by inheriting only the energy, that's the reason your strength has soared so quickly?" "That's right. However, even though endless energy resides within me, only a tiny fraction is truly at my disposal. This energy will only gradually merge with me over time." "So, your deliberate interactions with Garen and the others, was that also to learn about their energy systems?" As Gui posed her question, Dio pretended to ponder for a moment, though in his mind he thought, why not use this opportunity to cover for any future acquisition of other heroes' abilities? Yes, that thought did cross my mind. In fact, when I interacted with Garen, I already managed to grasp one of his abilities, well, if you can call it an ability. Hearing Dio's admission, Gu furrowed her brows on the other end, her thoughts racing, but she quickly pieced it together. You mean the energy absorption ability Garen used in New Mexico a few months ago? Yes, that's the one. Can you tell me how you acquired or mastered that ability? Also, once you acquire it, will Garen or anyone else lose the ability you've learned from them? Well, this touches on the core of my being, so I can't tell you. But rest assured, gaining these kinds of abilities doesn't affect others at all. If abilities were like books, it's as if Garen is reading one, and I'm reading along with him, browsing and learning, but without taking it away. Well, this touches on the core of my being, so I can't tell you. With Dio's answer, Mage Gu fell silent for a long while, finally letting out a sigh. Tell me about Nocturne, then. What is his origin? Well, I'm actually not quite sure myself. All I know is that it was at the end of the Rune Wars, when the continent was ravaged by flames of war and fighting was everywhere. In those chaotic times, a dark horse suddenly emerged from its slumber, an ancient energy system hidden since ages past. Its original name has been lost to history, but I know that later generations called it shadow magic. As for Nocturne, he was created during that era. Created? That's right. Mord was originally a creation of shadow magic, designed to counter rune magic. By then, the beings of Runeterra had long since moved beyond battles of flesh and blood. Their wars had shifted into the realm of the mind, a world ruled by consciousness and spirit. And as a child of shadow magic, Mord was born to dominate the mind and spirit. Any creature struck by his magic would be plunged into endless terror. Thus, in the realm of the mind, mages wielding shadow magic held the upper hand. This advantage allowed them to triumph in the psychic domain, and from that point on, shadow mages reigned supreme there. But when they tried to reclaim Mord, they never expected that, after feasting on so much fear, he would awaken a will of his own and break free from their control. From then on, the mental realm became a taboo, something people dared not discuss. Once again, conflict gives rise to unpredictable dangers, doesn't it? As she listened to Dio's account, the Ancient One let out a sigh. Somehow, his words struck a chord in her. After all, hadn't she herself once sought out powers she could not fully control, all for a greater purpose? That thought cast a shadow over her face, and on the other side, Dio, who'd been watching her closely, allowed himself a faint, knowing smile. There was a purpose behind telling her all this, and it certainly wasn't for amusement. He knew that the more she heard, the less likely she'd be to let him release Mord. But Dio wasn't in any hurry. After all, even if Mord were freed right now, he wouldn't be a match for him yet. For as long as he could remember, Dio harbored a constant unease. He worried whether his very existence might disrupt the storyline of the Marvel Universe. But after nearly a year of living here, after all he'd seen and heard, he felt a measure of relief. Even so, he dared not let down his guard. After all, whether it was the events of Thor or the Avengers, the key players hadn't been changed much by his involvement. If he truly wanted to know whether he'd thrown the storyline off course, he'd have to wait until after Captain America 2 to find out for sure. After all, under the influence of Dio and several heroes, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already almost unrecognizable. If, despite all that, Captain America 2 could still unfold as scheduled, then his plans could move forward without hesitation. And as for those plans, something dark and secretive flickered in Dio's eyes. Time passed quietly. Inside the villa, both Dio and the Ancient One were absorbed in their own schemes, each lost in thought for a long while. Mr. Dio, I'm afraid I must impose on you no longer. Thank you for all the information you've shared, but as for this sealing card, I cannot return it to you, at least not for now. From what you've said, I can tell you're well aware of his strength. In that case, I hope that when your own power reaches the level you believe it should, you'll come to Kamartaj. When that day comes, someone will be waiting for you. But I hope that when you break the seal on the card, you'll stay far away from Earth. Hearing the Ancient One's words, Dio was a little surprised, but as he looked in her eyes, realization dawned on him. He nodded solemnly, his response heavy with understanding. I will. With that, the Ancient One nodded as well. Behind her, a golden portal quietly opened, and in the next instant, her figure vanished without a trace. After she left, Dio finally let out a deep breath he'd been holding. He swung his fist in satisfaction, unable to suppress the wide grin spreading across his face. If Dio was right, the Ancient One's current state of mind had likely been affected by him. No, not just likely, it definitely had been. After all, on his system interface, the experience points he'd spent were somehow rising again by several thousand. As expected, dealing with powerful people brings huge experience rewards. Just a few words from me, and I've earned as much as you all would in months. TSK. Looks like from now on, I'll need to take matters into my own hands more often. With that thought, Dio's lips curled into a sly grin, flashing his white teeth. With the Ancient One gone, Dio surveyed the villa's elegant decor, stood up, and poured himself a drink. Since I can't summon more for now, I'll have to focus on the vampires instead. Sigh, my strength is still too weak. Otherwise, besides Vladimir, Sacco's legacy artifact wouldn't still be sitting in my inventory. That's right, because of the Ancient One's sudden invitation last time, Dio hadn't had the chance to use the legacy dagger. So, even now, Dio didn't dare to take it out lightly. Unless he was strong enough to mask his presence, he had no intention of making use of the legacy items. With a sigh, Dio downed his drink in one gulp. Then, with a flick of his hand, a small object, resembling a glowing wand, appeared in his palm. Clearly, this was the ward generated daily by the warding totem. In the game, wards were incredibly useful. Examining the information returned by the warding stone, Dio frowned slightly. Only 3 wards at once? That's a bit limiting, but at least the description doesn't mention a duration limit. I just wonder if these wards are invisible. He shook his head, chiding himself for overthinking. Why not just test it directly? After all, according to what he'd heard from Garen, the Avengers wouldn't assemble for at least a few more days. And so, over the next 2 days, Dio began his own experiments, laying down his plans. Meanwhile, during these same 2 days, not a single agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., including Phil, relaxed their vigilance regarding Loki's whereabouts. They combed through various network monitoring systems, one by one, screening faces through big data analysis. On another front, following Phil's assignment to Natasha 2 days prior, Natasha had already boarded a special flight and was on her way to the country where Dr. Banner was located. India, a nation marked by stark contrast between rich and poor. The destitute squeezed themselves into this chaotic, filthy environment, where conflicts erupted in every corner. Moreover, as a country with a massive population, crowds pressed together in cramped districts, brushing against one another as they moved. The air, thick with constant stench, suffused the slums with disease. Illness tormented those at the very bottom of society, and without money for treatment, they had nowhere to turn. All they could do was seek help from a few knowledgeable souls within the slums, but for most, there was nothing to do but wait for death in their own cramped, dirty shacks. Sometimes, it might not be until the scent of a corpse drifted out that anyone would notice someone had died. Such was the fate of the people at the bottom. Yet, fortune had smiled upon them a year ago, when a learned white man arrived. With his help, the people's lives gained a measure of security in the face of disease. This poor but peaceful existence had lasted for over a year. The people of the slums held nothing but goodwill toward the man. After all, no one could say when they might need his help. And so, after fleeing New York, Dr. Banner had come here. Though he lived frugally, life was bearable, and the beast slumbering within him remained at rest. However, just as he began to think his future might continue in this quiet way, a special visitor arrived today. "Are you sure this is your home?" As Banner asked, a young girl, no more than a child, hurriedly replied in earnest. "Yes, doctor, my father and I have always lived here. But he's fallen ill these past 2 days. Please, doctor, I beg you, please save him." As she spoke, the girl clutched a few wrinkled bills in her hand, tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Dr. Banner sighed. Though he had come here simply to escape pursuit, his long contact with the people of the Indian slums had awakened his sense of justice, making it impossible for him to turn a blind eye. Armed with his vast knowledge, he did what he could to help. "Take me to see him first. Maybe there's something I can do." Thank you, doctor." As Dr. Banner spoke, the little girl nodded obediently, but in a moment when Banner wasn't looking, a trace of reluctance flickered in her clear eyes. She had been trained from a young age to be a spy, and though she genuinely respected this kind-hearted foreign doctor who was willing to help them, orders from above were orders. She had no choice but to carry them out. She herself did not know why her superiors had singled out this doctor. Shaking off her thoughts, the girl led the way. Their path wound deeper into the outskirts, but Dr. Banner paid little attention to their increasingly remote route. It wasn't until the girl brought him to a rundown workshop and slipped away through a window that Banner realized what had happened, letting out a rueful chuckle. How foolish of me. I should have asked for payment first. Even he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Though he was a bit annoyed at being tricked by such a little rascal, he wasn't really worried about his own safety. As Banner surveyed the room, a cold, elegant female voice sounded behind him. "For someone who ought to avoid stress, I'd say this is quite a tranquil place to settle down." "Avoid stress?" "No, for me, if there aren't bullets flying overhead, I can handle a bit of pressure." "Oh, in that case, perhaps we can have a calm conversation." With Natasha's sudden appearance, Banner's expression shifted subtly. The military he half expected hadn't shown up, but out of caution, he still asked, "You went to all this trouble to lure me out to the outskirts just for a chat? And I assume this place is already surrounded." "No, it's just you and me here." Banner didn't quite believe her words, but he let the matter drop. After all, if they wanted to provoke the monster inside him, it would be their misfortune, not his. And what about your little actress? Is she a spy too? Starting awfully young. I was that young myself when I started, Natasha replied. Banner fell silent for a moment before asking, Is that so? Then who are you? Natasha Romanoff. So, are you here to kill me, Ms. Romanoff? Forgive me for saying so, but I'm not like ordinary people. I'm not that easy to kill. No, I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. We've been tracking you for quite some time, Doctor, always keeping a respectful distance. In fact, we've even taken care of some trouble for you. Hearing Natasha's words, Banner finally understood. No wonder things have been so calm this past year. He had been prepared to be discovered by the so-called great powers the moment he decided to help the people in the slums. But during this year-long period, the attack he had anticipated never came. Why are you helping me? Because Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., seems to trust you. But right now, you have to come with me. Natasha spoke in an even tone, but only she knew that her calmness was merely a facade she was forcing herself to maintain. Over the years, she had encountered many beings beyond human, and not long ago, she had even fought alongside a legendary werewolf. But Dr. Banner was different. No, to be precise, the creature inside him was different. It was a being even more ferocious than Warwick, and possessed unimaginable strength. According to the files Natasha had access from S.H.I.E.L.D., the entity within Banner was incredibly powerful. In fact, it surpassed Garen, who is currently the Avengers' top powerhouse. And more importantly, the monster inside Banner could not be communicated with, and Dr. Banner himself, quite clearly, had no control over it. So Natasha's tension at this moment was entirely understandable. On the other side, after Natasha spoke, Dr. Banner frowned, uncertain of her real purpose in coming here. After a moment's thought, he decided to test her. He replied, And what if I refuse? What then? I'll convince you. And what if that other guy refuses? Hearing Banner's words, Natasha took a deep breath before responding. It's been over a year since you last lost control. I imagine you'd rather not break that streak, would you? Yes, I'd rather not. But it doesn't always go the way I want. As Banner spoke, Natasha looked at him intently, and for a long time, neither said a word. Doctor, the reason I came to find you is because the world is facing a catastrophe. This thing here, called the Tesseract, holds enough energy to destroy the entire planet. With that, Natasha took out the phone she had borrowed from the old man in the plaza and handed it to Dr. Banner. Banner glanced at the phone, his pupils narrowing and brow furrowing, before looking up at Natasha. So, what does Director Fury want me to do? Eat it? No, Fury wants you to locate it. It was stolen 2 days ago, and the gamma radiation it emits is too faint for us to track. But you know more about gamma radiation than anyone else, and that's why we need your help. As Natasha explained, Banner finally understood the real reason they had come for him. Yet even so, is that so? I understand. I don't mind helping you, but at least let me know who took the Cosmic Cube. Besides, isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. such a huge organization? Don't you have any experts for this sort of thing? As Banner spoke, Natasha paused for a moment, then sighed. We do have talented people, of course, but not in the right field. As for who took the cube, it was an alien. Or, as most people would say, a god. A god? You gotta be kidding. Not entirely. In ancient times, people really did call him a god in their myths. Strictly speaking, though, he's just a very powerful alien. He came to Earth this time specifically for the cube. We don't know exactly what he's planning, but whatever it is, we have to stop him. As Natasha explained more, Banner gradually pieced together what was happening. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally agreed to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't just about the fate of the world. For him, this was also a chance to see if he could one day return to city life. His life here was fulfilling, but deep down, his heart still yearned for New York. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, after 2 days of intense operations, the scale of their activities had already drawn the ire of the highest levels of the U.S. government. But Fury had no patience left for political wrangling. He ended the call with barely a word, just as Natasha's message of success came through. Director, we've secured the big guy. Excellent. Bring him straight to base headquarters. I'll have someone meet you in the morning. Yes, sir. With that, the call ended. Fury stared at his phone for a moment in silent thought, then dialed another number. Phil, notify Garen and the others. Pick them up in the morning and head straight for the prototype. Understood, Director. With orders given, S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly kicked into high gear. Staring up at the glittering night sky, Fury let out a long breath. Elsewhere, nightfall hadn't put a damper on the Garen family's cheerful mood. They were outside in the yard, tending to a barbecue. The laughter and chatter only paused when a phone call came in. After Phil's message, Garen knew the mission was about to begin. He couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time had passed. Over the past 2 days, Garen had taken Lux and the others all around New York City. Big bro, was that call from the bald uncle? Yeah, looks like I'll be busy with a mission the next few days. You stay with May and the others, all right? Once I'm done here, we'll head to the other side of the continent to meet your teacher. Lux pouted at his words. But I want to go too. You know I'm a mage. No, absolutely not. It's way too darn gay. As he spoke, Garen suddenly caught sight of the worried look in the girl's eyes. The words of refusal on his lips faltered and wouldn't come out. Little sister, I know you're a mage. This world doesn't shun mages, but this mission is truly dangerous. I'm not afraid. In fact, it's exactly because it's dangerous that I have to go. I need to protect you, after all. Seeing Lux's stubborn expression, Garen sighed deeply. All right then, but you must stay right behind me. Thank you, big brother. With that, Lux threw herself into Garen's arms, and Aunt May, watching from the side, could only smile helplessly at the sight. Peter, meanwhile, glanced at Lux as she acted cute with Garen, then reached up and pulled down his eyelid, making a silly face at her. Shame on you. Hearing Peter's teasing, Lux gave a little huff, pretending to be annoyed. Over the past couple of days, she'd grown completely used to this little rascal. As for little Poppy on the other side, she paid no attention to the group's antics, wholly focused on roasting the delicious, fragrant beef and lamb. Time slipped by quietly, and the family gathering came to a gentle close amidst laughter and cheerful chatter. Meanwhile, in Dio's home, he hadn't gone anywhere these past 2 days, yet, in a way, he'd been everywhere. With several heroes acting as his eyes and ears, his daily experiences were anything but mundane. This Vladimir just won't listen to reason. No surprise there. After living for thousands of years, he's not so easy to fool, Dio mused, pinching the bridge of his nose. Through the system's spying abilities, he watched Vladimir's movements and shook his head in resignation. These couple of days, besides experimenting with controlling the wards, he'd been trying to contact Vladimir. But clearly, as a cunning old relic, Vladimir wasn't the least bit moved by Dio's little tricks. Well, not entirely unmoved. Dio's words did get through to the vampire, but Vladimir remained ever on guard. Of course, this time, convincing the vampire wasn't as simple as Garen's approach of making up a powerful figure to intimidate or instruct him. This isn't working at all. He just ignores me. How am I supposed to persuade him like this? No, I can't give up. The Avengers plan is about to start. I have to establish contact. But what is he interested in? Wait, of course. He's a vampire. Suddenly, inspiration struck Dio. If Vladimir craved blood and satisfaction, then why not simply give him what he wanted? This was the perfect opportunity to lay out his own evil alliance plan, 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the blood Vladimir desired, in the Marvel Universe, what isn't there? Any kind of blood imaginable can be found. With that thought, Dio turned his gaze to the system interface, watching the scene surrounding the vampire. He pinched his voice in mock playfulness and spoke up. Well, now I just came up with something fun. Want to hear it? I'm going to say it whether you answer or not. As Dio's voice echoed, at the very same moment in England, inside a lavishly decorated old castle exuding the aura of European nobility, a man dressed in crimson lounged casually in a high-backed chair. His eyes gazed into the distant, pitch-black forest, as if he were searching for something he longed for. But a closer look revealed his eyes were unfocused and vacant, his face pale as death itself, resembling a corpse more than a living man. Yet in his hand, he held a wine glass, swirling it gently. The blood-red liquid inside shimmered under the moonlight, glowing like a flawless ruby, its brilliance heightened by the man's regal demeanor. Master, the night is cold. Please take care of yourself. A gentle, elegant female voice broke the silence. Vladimir gave no response. Seeing this, the maid behind him stepped forward respectfully, knelt on one knee, and presented a blood-red silk cloth with both hands. At his faint gesture, the maid rose and draped the silk over his legs, shielding him from the night's chill. Alice, have you found any clues in the information I asked you to investigate? Master, we have located the demon Sacco you mentioned. 9 months ago he appeared out of nowhere in New York, but was seemingly driven off shortly after. And 6 months ago he was active in Japan, but then his trail went cold entirely. According to our investigation, he appears to be dead. At these words, the maid's crimson pupils narrowed slightly. As one of his converted blood servants, she still retained her human memories. Even the pain of her transformation was vivid in her mind. Yet now, standing before Vladimir, she felt not a shred of resentment. In fact, her heart brimmed with gratitude. After all, he had shown her how vast the world truly was. For that, even without the binding power of blood, she would have served him willingly. Oh, dead is he? How interesting. Any other leads? Yes, master. I'm not sure where you heard his name, but apparently people don't call him Demon Sacco. Instead, he's known as the evil clown. Clown? Huh. Yes, master. With that, the maid handed him a phone. On the screen was Sacco's distinctive, twisted visage. At the sight, Vladimir's lips curled ever so slightly. So he really is a clown? That's enough. You may go. Waving his hand, Vladimir dismissed the maid. Once she was gone, Vladimir could no longer suppress the laughter bubbling up within him. You heard it, didn't you? Everyone says you're nothing but a ridiculous clown. While I do envy you for having a maid at your service, right now, I sincerely want to steal her soul away. On the other side, ever since Dio first spoke, Vladimir had maintained his aloof and elegant demeanor. It wasn't until the maid arrived and the subsequent conversation unfolded that he finally responded to Dio. No, to Sacco. As the sharp, raspy voice echoed in his mind, Vladimir didn't pay it much heed, or perhaps he simply had no choice. 2 days ago, the voice had suddenly appeared in his mind. Naturally, his initial reaction was one of outrage. But unfortunately, no matter what methods he tried, he couldn't locate the source of that voice. So, if he couldn't overpower it, he had no choice but to ignore it. That's why, over the past 2 days, although the voice had said plenty, Vladimir merely listened, never once replying. From what the voice had revealed, Vladimir learned that its name was Sacco, also from the land of Runeterra, a demon. Or rather, not anymore. I'm a bit curious. Was it my subordinates who made a mistake in their investigation, or did you actually survive? Well, that's quite a long story. But aren't you interested in what I was about to say just now? It's far more interesting than me, I assure you. All right. Using the system's scrying feature, Dio looked at Vladimir, who was putting on an air of silent profundity, and let out a helpless sigh. He had to admit, sometimes silence truly is the sharpest weapon. Hey, you're making things really difficult for me here. I'm still waiting to be resurrected, you know. Dio's words finally piqued Vladimir's interest. Oh, so you really are dead. But this resurrection business. Haha, now you're talking. After all, we're both creatures of Runeterra, and, to be honest, we share rather similar interests. Why not have a proper conversation? You can't imagine how lonely I've been. Watch your tone, clown. Tell me what you know. Perhaps I can help. That's all I needed to hear. All right, I'll tell you what I know, though to be honest, it's not much. Listening to Sacco's voice in his mind, even the ever-composed Vladimir couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling an urge to drag Sacco out and give him a good thrashing. Get to the point. Well, since you've already discovered my identity and know that I'm dead, I suppose I should tell you what happened after that. In truth, when I died, I was actually a little afraid. I was afraid that I would never again be able to torment the souls of those pitiful fools. But who could have guessed that after my death, my consciousness, my soul, ended up in a boundless, endless realm of darkness. There, I lost all sense of time, until one day a violet mist appeared. I don't quite know how to describe that mist, but I could feel it was terrifying. As Sacco continued his story, Vladimir found himself drawn deeper and deeper into the tale. Then, he heard Sacco go on. The mist appeared so suddenly. I dare not go near it at first. But then, I heard voices, a conversation coming from within the mist. Curiosity got the better of me, so I went in. After that, well, that's when I saw you. Ha. To think you were locked up by a mere little vampire. Truly. It almost made me laugh myself to death, Silence. My apologies. Hith. Oh, by the way, I actually know the man who fought you. He's the very one who drove me out of New York. The speed at which his power is growing is astonishing. Oh. Hearing Sacco's words, Vladimir's brow furrowed as he recalled the human who had fought him amidst the ruins of the manor. And after that, how did this so-called resurrection come about? That, I'm not too sure myself. After I entered the mist, it passed some information to me. It seemed to suggest that as long as I gathered enough of my own desires, I could be resurrected. And as for my desires, naturally they're souls. So what do you say? Want to go wild with me for a bit? As Sacco continued his narrative, Vladimir began to form a rough understanding of Sacco's current state, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of amazement. Resurrection, to him, was not an especially difficult feat, but there is a difference between resurrection and resurrection. His own return to life depended on having some blood left, just a single drop, and he could recover. But Sacco's case was different. Even after death, his consciousness didn't disperse, and his soul hadn't been stolen away. No, strictly speaking, his soul had been taken, but it seemed the force that took him was generous. Jester, in that space you described, were you alone? Yes, I was the only one there. But I imagine it won't be long before more and more souls end up in that place. When that happens, who knows if the mist will let me play with them? Well, you'll need the strength for that first. At this point in the conversation, Vladimir was certain. The mist must be something from the world of Runeterra. Otherwise, why would it seek out Shako specifically and not someone else? From this, Vladimir could infer that this realm existed specifically for the beings of Runeterra. In other words, even if he were to die one day, there was a strong possibility that his soul would end up there. Of course, Vladimir didn't take everything Shako said at face value. Still, as the saying goes, better to believe it might be true than to dismiss it outright. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Vladimir frowned ever so slightly. What is it that I truly desire? Lost in thought, Vladimir gazed off into the distance, his mind wandering far and wide. For a long while, he listened to Shako's incessant chatter echoing in his head. With a shake of his head, he brushed aside the clutter in his heart. Just as he was about to take a sip of the drink in his hand, he suddenly paused. Then a faint smile crept onto his lips. It seems this Shako isn't entirely useless after all. He shook his head, a small smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. But what Vladimir didn't realize was that, high above him, Dio had been watching, catching every nuance of his expression. Dio thought to himself, "You little trickster, no matter how cunning you are, as long as the information isn't equal, you're still just a rookie among rookies." At that moment, as the voice in Vladimir's mind fell silent, and the air grew still for a heartbeat. "Why don't you tell me what you have planned?" Hearing Vladimir's question, Dio, far away in New York, allowed a sly smile to tug at his lips. "Now, that's more like it. We're the same kind, after all. Don't worry, my plan benefits us both. You saw the power of that nuke last time, didn't you? Well, I know where. More are. You want blood, right? I only want souls. If we join forces and take out the so-called land of the beautiful together, wouldn't that be a glorious thing? So that's your plan? Huh, you really are a clown. Hey, at least show some respect. I am a demon, after all." At Shako's protest, Vladimir chuckled dismissively. He hadn't yet learned the extent of Shako's abilities from the maid, but the way Shako had been killed, without even making much noise, made it clear that he wasn't particularly strong. It was likely that Shako only dared to act so boldly because he was hiding in some unknown place, making it impossible for Vladimir to find him. "Your plan is useless to me. My instincts tell me this world is not so simple. Sure, I need blood, but it's not essential. If you have nothing else to offer, you can just get lost." Hearing Vladimir's words, Dio, back in New York, suddenly broke into a grin. He knew perfectly well that Vladimir would never go along with his brain-dead plan from before. In fact, all he wanted was to steer the conversation, to spark a memory buried deep in Vladimir's subconscious. As for things like nuclear bombs, whether they're truly powerful depends entirely on who they're up against. "All right, I was just joking earlier. I know you need blood, but I doubt you'd settle for an ordinary person's. Since that's the case, how about the blood of those with supernatural powers? For example, that person's blood. So that's what you're after, huh? You don't have to say it. I'll go after him once I figure out this world. After all, his blood is quite fascinating." As he spoke, Vladimir licked his lips. This sight sent a shiver down Dio's spine. "You creep. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. I've mentioned before, his power is growing rapidly. Of course, I'm not doubting your strength. But, honestly, I can't keep up the pretense. The way things are going, you'll never be a match for him. In fact, before you even go looking for him, he might come hunting you instead. Also, do you know how I was driven away? He seems able to sense my location, no matter how far away. He's very likely a native of Runeterra." "Oh, well, this is getting interesting. If that's the case, I really can't afford to waste any more time. Still, there's something I don't get. You haven't been here long, so how do you know so much?" Seeing suspicion flicker across Vladimir's face, Dio cursed inwardly at the old fox. Without missing a beat, he spoke up. After all, silence now would be as good as a confession. "You can read memories through blood. Can I peer into souls?" "Is that so? Very well, you may go. So, what do you plan to make your move? Are you in a hurry?" No, it's been 6 months already. If we wait any longer." As Shako spoke, Vladimir fell silent for a moment, frowning. But soon he smiled again. "Yes, 6 months. Well then, a few more days won't make a difference. I'll have someone keep an eye on his movements. And one last word of advice. Don't bother me without good reason again, or else." With that, Vladimir rose from his seat, gracefully lifted his goblet of blood, and strode into the ancient castle. At once, a bevy of lovely maids clustered around him, eager to serve. Watching this scene, Dio curled his lip in disdain. Ugh. With everything that needed saying now said, Dio lost all interest in continuing the conversation. He switched off his clairvoyance and let his consciousness return to his body in New York, stretching lazily as he did. He gazed out the villa window at the scattered stars and a sudden, inexplicable drowsiness swept over him. What he didn't know was that tomorrow, the great battle in New York would break out. After all, he'd been too distracted by Vladimir's affairs to pay any attention to Garen, and so he'd missed Phil's warning. Meanwhile, with Seiko's departure, Vladimir of the Eagle Nation returned to his own bedroom, or rather, it would be more accurate to call it a royal chamber. After all, this ancient castle had quite a storied past. By tomorrow morning, I want to see all information related to Seiko, Vladimir commanded. Also, send someone to investigate that other man. It seems his name is Dio. At his words, the ladies gathered around him all responded with respectful affirmation. Elsewhere, in a cold and dilapidated factory in New York, a flurry of activity filled the air. Where did you find all these people? Dr. Eric adjusted the equipment in front of him, casting a surprised glance at the busy team of researchers. Barton, overhearing his question, replied coolly, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has many enemies. And how much longer do you need? The longer we drag this out, the worse it is for us. We're almost there. There's just one more thing we need," Eric replied. As he spoke, he picked up a tablet and handed it to Barton. Barton's lips curled into a faint smile as he took in the information displayed on the screen. "I think I know where to find it," he said. With that, Barton turned to seek out Loki. To get the iridium, he would need Loki's support as cover. Ever since Loki had struck him with the scepter, Barton felt a profound shift within himself. He was fully aware of this change, but felt no urge to resist. In fact, he believed that this version of himself was the real one. The others, like Dr. Eric, felt the same way. The scepter's control wasn't forced. Rather, it subtly influenced a person's subconscious mind. After Barton shared his plan with Loki, Loki agreed readily, his eyes glinting with the promise of some new mischief. Time slipped by as forces from all sides sprang into action. Meanwhile, back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Director, we have a hit. Facial recognition shows a 98% match with the target." "What?" At the news from the base staff, Fury quickly projected the information onto his computer screen. As the image appeared before him, a faint smile played at the corner of Fury's mouth. "Got you," he murmured. Without delay, he dialed a number. Soon, Coulson's voice came through the line. "Director, I'm on my way to rendezvous with Natasha." "I know, but I need you to get in touch with Garen and the others." Loki's shown up. "Understood." With the call ended, Fury gazed out his office window, lost in thought for a long moment. Quietly, he muttered, "Loki, what game are you playing this time?" Elsewhere, Garen, already fast asleep, received Coulson's message. Glancing at the pitch-dark night outside his window, he sighed and quietly slipped out of bed. He wasn't surprised the mission had come so soon. In fact, deep down, he even felt somewhat relieved by the arrival of the mission. This way, he wouldn't have to take Lux with him. Although he had just promised not long ago to bring Lux along, as her older brother, he simply couldn't let his little sister be exposed to danger, even if she was a mage. As Garen got up, he left a note as usual, then opened the door and slipped out. What he didn't know was that, in the upstairs room, a girl in bear-print pajamas watched his departing figure, her lips pursed in a playful pout. Don't think you can leave me behind." With that, Lux quietly changed into a clean set of clothes. At that moment, Poppy, who was in the room, heard the commotion and blinked her big eyes open, still groggy. "Lux, where are you going? Are you going to leave me too?" "Huh? Oh no, I'm just heading out for a bit. Then I want to come to." Seeing the clear determination in Poppy's eyes, Lux let out a gentle sigh. "All right, but you have to stay by my side at all." As she spoke, Lux suddenly broke into a smile. In that moment, she seemed to understand how Garen must have felt tonight, standing before her. Thinking of this, a sweet smile curved Lux's lips. After finishing dressing, she turned to Poppy. "This time, it's a secret mission. It might be dangerous, so you must." "I'm not afraid. I've got my hero's hammer to protect me." "All right then, let's go." With those words, the two girls climbed out the window and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, in various corners of the world, the other Avengers were each receiving Phil's summons. Tony, who had just wrapped up a battle, couldn't help but complain, wondering if there would ever be a moment's peace. Elsewhere, Steve received the call, donned his distinctly old-fashioned uniform, hoisted his vibranium shield, and stepped out his front door. Outside, shield vehicles had been waiting for quite some time. As time ticked by, Steve, being the closest Avenger to Loki's location, was the first to arrive at the scene. What he saw was a crowd of people, their heads bowed, all kneeling on the ground in unison. In their midst stood a tall, thin man dressed in eccentric attire. That man was still shouting at the top of his lungs. "I am your god. Kneel, mortals. This is your true nature. Admit it. You long to be ruled. You crave to be enslaved." With Loki's declaration echoing, not a single person below dared to make a sound. Seeing these trembling ants cowering before him, Loki's interest only grew. At first, he'd only planned this spectacle to attract SHLD's attention. But as his grand speech continued, he found himself getting carried away. Gazing at the bowed, shivering humans at his feet, Loki mused to himself. Perhaps ruling over them isn't so bad after all. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Loki's lips curled into a wicked, devil-may-care smile that crept up his cheeks. You're a bad guy. Superheroes won't let you get away with this. Just then, as Loki was lost in his own fantasies, a childish voice rang out and reached his ears. He turned his gaze in the direction of the voice, which frightened the boy's mother so much that she started trembling uncontrollably. Yet the little boy, seeing this, showed not a trace of fear and stared right back at Loki, unflinching. Superheroes, you say? Ha! I'm afraid they're no match for me yet. Halfway through his words, Loki suddenly paused, a memory from a few months ago flashing through his mind, his experience inside the palace of Asgard. He, a god of Asgard and Odin's second son, had actually been wounded by an attack from Midgard, of all places. The thought brought a flush to Loki's face, not out of embarrassment, but from sheer irritation. Heroes, is it? Then let's see if they can save any of you. With that, the scepter in Loki's hand began to glow ominously, and in the next instant, an energy blast of terrifying power hurtled straight toward the boy's position. At the sight, the crowd erupted in panic, scrambling to flee, while the mother and son stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear. Just as the attack was about to strike, a round shield came hurtling through the air. Shield and energy collided with a resounding clash, the blast dissipating instantly. The shield ricocheted back along its arc, landing squarely in Steve's waiting hand. Get out of here, Steve commanded. Jolted back to their senses by his voice, the terrified mother and child shot a grateful glance at the tall stranger, then scooped each other up and dashed away to safety. Loki, upon seeing who had arrived, merely gave a dismissive snort, making no move to stop their escape. Meanwhile, with Steve's arrival, Agent Hill and her team also reached the scene in the nick of time, bringing Garen with them. Catching sight of the massive Quinjet hovering overhead, Loki's smile grew ever more wicked and taunting. So, you think you can take me down with just an American soldier and a flying heap of scrap metal? Looks like last time didn't teach you enough of a lesson. With a leisurely pace, Loki began to walk towards Steve, casually twirling the scepter in his hand, as if the others were beneath his notice. Steve frowned at Loki's mocking tone, but before he could respond, the Quinjet above them opened its hatch. From a shadowed interior, Garen emerged, flanked by two figures, one tall, one short, at his side. Indeed, although Garen had left earlier than Lux and the other woman, for a mage, tracking a clear target is hardly a challenge. So, just as Garen was about to board the aircraft that Hill had sent to fetch him, Lux called out to him at the last possible moment. Garen was exasperated by his stubborn little sister's arrival, but seeing the determination in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to turn her away. On the other side, as Garen leapt down, he landed heavily on the ground, his thick armor ringing out with a resounding clang. Watching Garen's figure, Loki's lips twitched ever so slightly. He had expected he might run into him on this trip, but he hadn't anticipated S.H.I.E.L.D. would play their trump card so quickly. Yes, in Loki's eyes, Garen represented their greatest force. After all, that strike back in New Mexico was impressive, but compared to him, still fell a bit short. Garen, right? I know you. It's a shame we didn't meet a few days ago, but it's not too late now. With those words, Loki suddenly sprang into action, thrusting his scepter forward with force. In the blink of an eye, a beam of azure light shot out, heading straight for Garen. Watch out, brother! From above in the jet, Lux saw the man below attack without warning. Her delicate brow instantly furrowed. Raising her own staff, she pointed it forward, sending a surge of dazzling, multicolored light toward Garen, enveloping him in a protective energy shield. A mage! On the other side, Loki's arrogance wavered for a moment as he gazed at the figure in the aircraft, his brow furrowing in secret. Yet his powerful senses quickly told him something was off. The magic that girl wielded was strange, as if it didn't belong to their system, certainly not a form of white magic. But with battle upon them, Garen had no time to respond to Loki's bewilderment. Noticing Loki's distraction, he summoned his greatsword. With the tip angled downward, he swept it up in a swift arc toward Loki's position. Clang whoosh! In an instant, a massive blade of energy, meters high, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, colliding head-on with Loki's incoming beam. The moment the two attacks met. Boom! Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted, the shockwave rolling out with a deafening blast, shaking the very air. Gale-force winds whipped at everyone's clothing, howling through the chaos, even rocking the Quinjet in the sky from side to side. Garen noticed the aircraft's turbulence and cast a worried glance its way. Seeing that Lux was unharmed, he barely had time to catch his breath before a chilling voice whispered in his ear. "You dare defy me and let your guard down? Let me show you the agony of a soul torn asunder." As the words faded, a sharp spear pierced straight into Garen's body. If not for the protection of his armor, that blow might have gone straight through him. Yet for someone of Garen's caliber, such a physical wound was little more than a scratch. However, it was clear that the scepter in Loki's hand was no ordinary weapon. As the tip of the scepter pierced Garen's body, in the next instant, Loki summoned his divine power. The Mind Scepter erupted in a brilliant blaze, its dazzling light illuminating the sky. "Arg! Ha ha ha! This is the prize for defying me. Mortal, how could you hope to match a god? Wow, what's happening?" Before Loki could finish his taunt, Garen, impaled by the Mind Scepter, steadied himself after his initial scream. His eyes, burning with fury, locked onto Loki. With a thunderous roar, Garen raised his greatsword, so powerful it seemed to cleave mountains and rivers. The blade spun in a wide arc, then slashed down diagonally toward Loki's head. Loki, startled, hastily channeled his divine power. In the blink of an eye, his illusion shattered. His true form reappeared a short distance away. With a wet, wrenching sound, Garen yanked the scepter from his chest and let out a heavy breath. Staring at the scepter in his hand, a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. No one could know what he had just endured. The scream wasn't from physical agony, nor even pain of the soul, but from a profound heartbreak. The moment Loki activated the scepter, Garen was plunged into visions of devastation. He saw the world in ruins, Lux's broken body lying lifeless in his arms. And he was powerless. Everyone he cared about was dead. May, Peter, Phil, and Dio. What was that? An illusion? Snapping back to himself? Garen forced down his emotions and looked at Loki with a calm expression. Yet the memory of what he'd just experienced was so vivid, it left a lingering sense of dread deep inside. "What?" Hearing Garen's response, Loki brushed off his left sleeve, where a sword slash had torn through his armor. As the second prince of Asgard, every item he wore was a treasure of the gods, yet Garen had ripped through it with ease. Though in just seconds, the garment had already mended itself. Meanwhile, seeing the confused look on Loki's face, Garen frowned to himself. "He doesn't seem to have seen what I experienced. Could it be a power unique to this weapon?" With that thought, Garen tightened his grip on the Mind Scepter. But Loki was no fool. He had noticed Garen's current state as well. Glancing at the scepter in Garen's hand, the corners of Loki's lips twitched ever so slightly. His appearance here, aside from fetching the iridium Dr. Eric needed, was mainly to divert SHIELD's attention and buy more time. Of course, he also had another, more subtle goal, to sway Garen to his side. But clearly, that plan had failed. "I have to admit, Garen, your strength has earned my respect. Not like that American soldier over there, or that useless hunk of scrap metal, staring helplessly on. I'll give you a chance, kill them, and I can give you anything you desire. Also, that girl up there, she's your sister, isn't she? Submit to me, and I can offer her the best magical training." As Loki spoke, Garen's brow furrowed. On the other side, Steve couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Loki's words. "Garen, Cap, don't listen to his nonsense. Take him down now. Loki wouldn't show up here for no reason. It's definitely some kind of scheme." At that moment, Agent Hill's voice came through their earpieces. Garen and Steve exchanged a glance and gave a swift nod. Without hesitation, Steve broke into a sprint. Then, leaping high, he twisted in the air and hurled his shield with all his strength. The force behind it sent the circular shield flying like a missile, slicing through the air so fast it broke the sound barrier. A heavy thud echoed, followed by a sharp, wet smack. "Ugh, haha, is that all you've got? Seems you're only good for playing backup," Loki sneered, even as Steve's shield struck him and sent him tumbling backward. Such a humiliation made Steve's brows knit tighter. He caught the returning shield, shot Garen a quick look, and then flung the shield toward him. Meanwhile, Garen listened to Loki's taunts, his own expression darkening. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Steve's shield spinning toward him. In a flash, he swung his greatsword down. A metallic clang rang out. Thanks to the energy-absorbing properties of vibranium, the shield ricocheted with blinding speed, nearly too fast for the eye to follow. Can't even throw your own shield?" Loki mocked, though his face grew visibly more cautious. Energy surged from within him, coalescing into a sharp spear that he thrust to intercept the oncoming shield. In a split second, the spear shattered under the tremendous force. Another crash resounded, followed by a sizzling sound as energy crackled in the air. "Is that really all? You'll have to do better than that," Loki said, though he couldn't stop himself from sliding backward, gouging 2 deep trenches into the hard concrete floor. Behind his back, his hand flexed and kneaded slightly. Clearly, the force of the blow had rattled him. But all in all, he seemed largely unscathed. As a frost giant, Loki's physical resilience was formidable, coupled with the divine power coursing through him. Any pain or injury like this would heal in the blink of an eye. "Sir, we have it," came a message in Loki's ear just then. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile as he dismissed the duplicate he'd left behind in the mansion. The shockwaves from the earlier explosion still rippled through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Loki let himself collapse dramatically onto the ground, feigning grave injury. He glared at Garen and the others with a look of wounded shame. Just as Garen and his companions braced for the fight to continue, Loki stunned them by raising his hand in sudden surrender. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look a little puzzled. Garen, noticing Loki's infuriating expression, frowned, then turned to glance at his sister before asking through the communicator, "Is that just one of his illusions?" Hearing Garen's question, Lux shook her head, signaling that it was really him. With that, although still confused, the group approached cautiously and restrained Loki. "Don't bother trying any tricks. They won't work on me. Relax, I'm out of godly power right now." Loki's words were met with silence from Garen. He'd have to be a fool to believe anything Loki said. After all, their previous battle, though it seemed drawn out, had really only lasted a few minutes, most of it filled with sharp words rather than blows. "Is everything all right, Garen?" As a few agents escorted Loki onto the jet, Steve walked over to Garen and asked in a low voice. Garen shook his head slightly. "There are definitely problems, but just keep a close watch on him. By the way, how's things going with Warwick?" I'm not sure. Ever since we brought Warwick in, Fury seems to have moved him elsewhere." "I see. All right, let's get Loki out of here first." With that, Garen glanced over at Agent Hill in the distance. After a long moment of consideration, he decided not to approach her, though inwardly, his dissatisfaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. was growing. As the Quinjet lifted off, their destination wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, but the open sea. The jet soared thousands of meters above the ground, and inside, Garen and Steve kept careful watch over Loki, flanking him on either side. Loki, for his part, seemed utterly unconcerned. He even had the leisure to look around, taking in every detail of the aircraft. "I'm just saying, your technology is incredibly outdated. Honestly, if you just submit to me, I could show you the vast wonders of the universe." Loki's ceaseless chatter was quickly tuned out by everyone in the cabin. They'd all grown adept at ignoring him. Time ticked by, when suddenly, outside the windows, thunder cracked and heavy storm clouds rolled in, blanketing the sky. A deep, echoing boom resounded. Sparks crackled and sizzled. A golden, rhythmic knocking sounded on the hull, and before anyone could react, a burst of static hissed through the jet's electronics. Moments later, a familiar male voice came over the speakers. "Hey, don't tell me you've wrapped things up before I even arrived." Recognizing Tony's voice, Steve and the others exchanged exasperated glances, while Agent Hill opened the hatch to let Tony in. As soon as he entered, he spotted the bound and gagged Loki and couldn't resist a tease. "So, this is the, little deer? I'd watch your mouth if I were you. I am the king of Asgard, mortal." With a cold snort, Tony ignored them and instead began to size up the people inside the cabin. When his gaze landed on Lux and the other woman, he suddenly paused, then shot a surprised glance at Garen. Noticing Tony's look, Garen was just about to explain when, unexpectedly, the sound of metal clashing rang out again from outside the aircraft. Everyone turned their attention to Tony, and Agent Hill didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Did you invite Colonel Rhodes?" "No, I think we're in trouble. Just so we're clear, this isn't someone I brought along." Even before he finished speaking, a violent crack split open the top of the Quinjet. Without a word, a burly figure leapt in, seized Loki, and turned to leave. Lightning danced around the hammer in the man's hand, as if it weighed nothing. In the next instant, he spun the hammer at dizzying speed, and with a force that defied all logic, he and Loki vanished in the blink of an eye. Inside the cabin, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. For a long moment, no one spoke. Was that the hammer? Is he a hero? A child's voice broke the silence. Everyone looked over at Poppy, who had been quiet all this time. Clearly, the man wielding the hammer had left a huge impression on her. Garen, however, frowned. That figure was undoubtedly Thor, the god of thunder, but it seemed Thor hadn't recognized him. Did something just zip right past us? Enough joking around. Tony, it's up to you. We must bring Loki back. With Agent Hill's no-nonsense tone, Tony didn't waste any time. He opened the hatch and leaped out, disappearing swiftly into the thick thunderclouds. Garen, should we? Steve asked. Garen hesitated for a moment. He'd known before coming here that Loki was Thor's brother, but seeing Thor whisk Loki away without a word, he felt he needed to talk with him. Yes, we'll follow them. He started to rise, and Lux quickly raised her hand. Brother, let me take you all. I want to go too, Sister Lux. Poppy chimed in. Garen nodded solemnly. Lux crossed her hands, traced a circle in the air, and in the next moment, a golden portal shimmered into existence. A soft, magical rush swept through the cabin. Hill and the others stared in awe. This was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Little sister, are you sure you can handle this? Don't send us too far off. I know, brother. Don't worry. With that, everyone readied themselves and stepped through the portal, their figures vanishing instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor and Loki had barely exchanged a few words before Tony's silhouette appeared in the sky, hot on their trail. But as everyone knows, Tony's mouth is no better than Dio's, and after just a few words, the two broke out into a fierce fight. By the time Garen and the others found them, they arrived just in time to witness Tony using his suit to absorb Thor's thunderous power. Thor! With Garen's loud shout, Thor, who was just about to unleash his fury, stopped in surprise and turned around. When he saw it was Garen, his face instantly lit up with joy. Ha ha! Garen, my brother, what are you doing here? Oh, never mind. Wait a moment. We'll catch up later. Let me finish off this guy first. With that, Thor spun his hammer with a showy flourish, while Garen and the others could only shake their heads helplessly at the sight. But Poppy, who had tagged along, was wide-eyed with excitement, her gaze practically sparkling. This is a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Thor, that man over there is our ally. His name is Tony. There's a reason we had to apprehend your brother. As Garen stepped forward, the fight between Thor and Tony finally died down. While Garen explained the situation, Thor gradually understood what had happened. After apologizing to Tony, something suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed at once. This is bad. Loki's still up on the mountain. At his words, everyone followed Thor's gaze upward. There, they saw Loki, who had somehow produced a bag of potato chips and was happily munching away, making it abundantly clear that he had no intention of escaping. After that, the group safely escorted Loki all the way to the prototype helicarrier station offshore. Nick Fury, who had been waiting for some time, was taken aback to see Thor arrive. From Garen and the others, he learned that Thor had come to Earth because of Loki. That much wasn't surprising, but what was shocking was discovering Loki intended to use the Tesseract's power to open a portal and bring the Chitauri army from a distant star system to Earth. Once Loki was locked up in a specially designed containment cell, everyone finally settled down to discuss their next steps. We have to make Loki talk. Dr. Eric Selvig was taken by him. For all we know, he could be building the portal device at this very moment. Hill, contact Natasha and tell them to get back here as soon as possible. Fury's words made everyone feel the weight of the situation. As time passed, and their discussion led nowhere, and with Loki's interrogation yielding nothing, Fury finally rubbed his temples in frustration. All right, here's what we'll do. Get some rest tonight. When Natasha and the others return in the morning, we'll draw up our next plan. Hill, see to the arrangements. With a wave of his hand, Fury dismissed the group. After Garen and the others walked off, Fury's face hardened as he returned to Loki's isolation cell. Staring at Loki, who lounged inside without a care in the world, Fury's expression grew darker still. I advise you to tell me everything you know, truthfully. Otherwise, don't think anyone from Asgard will come for you. Thor has said it himself. Because of you, chaos now grips the entire cosmos, and many are after your life. As Fury spoke, Loki let out a scornful laugh, then strode right up to Fury, staring him down across the containment box. You don't need to provoke me. I'm not so easily shaken. Believe me, it won't be long before the whole of Earth is under my control. Are you sure about that? It seems you don't know enough about this world. Besides, I know your plan. But do you really think you can get out of here? With that, Fury tapped on the containment box in front of him, a faint smile curling at his lips. Originally, this isolation unit had been designed for Dr. Banner, and its strength was nothing special. But ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired a vibranium container from Dio, they had it upgraded and reinforced. Now, the box imprisoning Loki was immeasurably stronger than before. Loki, I'll give you one night to consider. Hand over the Tesseract, and maybe we'll agree to Thor's request and let him take you back to Asgard. Having said this, Fury let out a cold snort, turned on his heel, and left the room, making sure to switch off the lights in the isolation chamber as he went. After he left, Loki squinted at the darkness that now enveloped him, but soon broke out into another wild, sinister laugh. His low, wicked chuckle echoed around the small enclosure, sending chills through the air. Meanwhile, Back in his office aboard the helicarrier, Fury mulled over the information he'd gathered from Thor and sighed heavily. Make arrangements to transfer Warwick immediately. Prepare for the worst. This place isn't safe anymore. As he made the call, Fury spoke directly, and the agent on the other end responded without hesitation. Yet, as the call ended, over at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, Warwick, whom Garen and the others believed had already been moved, lay sprawled across a lab table, his body bristling with needles. Heavy metal restraints pinned him tightly in place. Clearly, the transfer was just a pretense. In Fury's eyes, Warwick, who had lost all reason, was now a perfect research subject, something he kept from everyone else. After all, Warwick's extraordinary regenerative abilities were nothing short of astounding. If those could be replicated, at the same time, deep within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters basement, following Fury's phone call, several senior agents conferred for a moment, then halted the experiment. One of them clapped his hands to draw the attention of the other scientists. All right, everyone, orders from above. We're transferring the subject right away. And don't forget to prepare enough suppressant. As soon as Jason, one of the level 7 agents, spoke up, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. Sir, what should we do with the original werewolf serum? An elderly research professor asked the question, and Jason glanced back at his 3 companions, then nodded. The original serum is extremely important. Hand it over to us. Also, destroy all research data immediately and move the test subjects back to the isolation chamber. With that, Jason followed the professor to a piece of equipment, watching closely as the professor extracted the recent research results. As the device operated, 3 vials of crimson liquid popped out. Jason took them himself, sealing them in a briefcase, and gave a nod to the other senior agents. These are the very crystallization of our path to the future. Can't we even keep a backup? Watching Jason take the serum, the professor sighed with regret. But Jason simply patted his shoulder, calm and reassuring. You've done more than enough. I believe you'll do even better from now on. After speaking, Jason watched as the old man wiped all the data from the underground lab systems. Yet no one noticed the subtle, enigmatic smile that played on Jason's lips as he spoke. All technical staff, assemble immediately in Area A and prepare for relocation. Repeat, all technical staff. At that moment, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, prompting the researchers to mobilize at once. With everyone evacuating, the vast laboratory was left with only Jason and the 3 other senior agents responsible for overseeing the experiment, along with the security forces guarding the lab. As senior agents, they were all Fury's trusted confidants. But Fury could never have anticipated what was about to happen. Max, you and Roth are in charge of transporting the test subject. Pilt and I will handle the personnel and serum transfer. Remember, we split up. Everything must go flawlessly. Jason spoke with gravity, nodding to his team. The 3 agents exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. With the tasks assigned, they sprang into action, splitting into 2 teams. Max and Roth loaded the isolation chamber containing Warwick onto a truck, then called in a large guard detail for security. The vehicle rolled slowly out of the base's concealed exit. Jason and Pilt watched the scene in silence for a long moment. The word's gotten out, hasn't it? Of course. Those mongrels have been itching for this. Still, it's a shame about Max. He doesn't have a clue. To sacrifice for the organization, that's his honor. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! With that, the 2 of them headed to area, found a cluster of scientists, and began organizing the evacuation. With everything ready, Jason dialed Fury's number to report the situation. Once he hung up, the convoy lined up like a long snake and drove away from headquarters, heading toward another base. As time crept by, the convoy made its way across the barren wilderness. Darkness blanketed the landscape, and a low, persistent chirping of insects slipped through the car windows, reaching everyone's ears. Under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. Coordinates 1. It's werewolves. Suddenly, the broadcast inside the vehicle crackled with the harsh staccato of gunfire, and the thunder of explosions boomed through the speakers, filling the car. Hearing the frantic voices over the radio, Jason and Pilto exchanged a glance, their faces tightening with alarm. In the next moment, the entire convoy was forced to a halt. At the same time, as the vehicle stopped, the other researchers aboard the transport trucks learned from the broadcast that another team had been ambushed. Among them, the elderly research professor was especially shaken. He knew all too well that if they lost the experimental subject, all their upcoming tests would be ruined. Realizing this, the professor ignored the security guard attempts to deter him, hurriedly got out of his vehicle, and rushed into the one with Jason and the others. He had barely stepped inside when Jason's angry shout rang out. How could this happen? There's no way this transport operation was leaked. Pilto, contact headquarters for backup. No, there's not enough time. As he spoke, Jason swept his gaze around the cabin, then caught sight of the professor. Professor Zian, there's trouble with the experimental subject. I'm entrusting the original serum to you. Keep it safe at all costs. I'll leave you some guards. This werewolf attack is clearly aimed at the experimental subject, so use the chaos to get away. With that, Jason thrust the briefcase into the professor's hands. Meanwhile, with Pilto's cooperation, Fury, on the other end of the line, heard Jason's words loud and clear. From his post on the helicarrier, Fury responded immediately. Stay calm, Agent. I need you to evacuate the technical team safely and bring back the original serum. I'll send people to deal with the other situation. Hearing Fury's orders, Jason exchanged a subtle glance with Pilto. Pilto gave him a discreet hand signal, and in the next moment, understood, sir, but I suspect we have a traitor among us. We'll discuss that later. Your priority is to ensure the safety of the technical staff. Reinforcements are on their way. With that, the communication ended, and the people in the car fell into a heavy silence for a long moment. Guards, get out and secure the perimeter. Yes, sir. As the armed personnel exited, Jason patted the professor on the shoulder, his tone layered with meaning. Professor, you must keep a close eye on the serum. I will. Clutching the case tightly to his chest, the professor nodded. Satisfied, Jason exchanged a glance with Pilto, and together they left the vehicle. As they slipped out, Jason quietly locked the door behind them. Afterward, as he gazed into the pitch-black surroundings, a glimmer of anticipation seemed to flicker in his eyes. Yet reality proved that what they were waiting for arrived even faster than they had expected. Alert! With the urgent cry of a security officer, bullets suddenly rained down from all directions. Muzzles flashed in rapid succession, illuminating dark figures lurking in the nearby grass. The battle erupted in an instant. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. security forces were well-trained, the sudden assault left them devastated, with heavy casualties. In mere seconds, the anguished screams of the wounded never ceased. Though Jason and his companion knew the attackers were their own people, in order to survive and keep their identities secret, they had no choice but to fight back. As for the risk of accidentally killing their own, Jason and his companion showed not the slightest concern. After all, even within Hydra, there were ranks and divisions. Confident in their own abilities, after all, to reach the level of a level 7 agent required real skill. They prioritized their own safety above all else. As the firefight raged on, Jason and his companion fought while retreating, gradually distancing themselves from the convoy. Along the way, they even took the opportunity to rescue a few researchers and armed troops. By the end of the skirmish, the attackers had emerged victorious. Jason and the others fled in disarray. As for Professor Zan, locked inside a vehicle, he had become a helpless captive. In the aftermath, only a dozen or so survivors remained. With both voice recordings and eyewitnesses, Jason was confident there would be no suspicion cast upon him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the convoy escorting Warwick was still holding out, thanks to their superior firepower, though Max and his team were struggling to hang on. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Max. He had been set up. Only a handful knew about this transfer, and the answer was clear. Jason had betrayed him. The reason, once he thought about it, became instantly obvious. As the fight dragged on and more men fell around him, Max's bitterness and resentment threatened to spill over. But hope of survival faded, and the shadow of death began to envelop his mind. Just as Max resolved to expose Jason and his companion, he finally managed to reach the transport truck's radio. But instead of Fury's voice, a pre-recorded message from Jason crackled through the speakers. "Good night, Max." "Ah, damn it. A sickening squelch. The roaring of flames. With Max's final desperate cry fading into silence, the only sound left on the battlefield was the relentless crackle of burning fires. A pack of bloodthirsty werewolves scoured the field, dragging away their fallen comrades and tossing the bodies of humans into the flames. The air grew thick with the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat, marking the end of the carnage. From within the pack of werewolves, a towering figure stepped forward, at least 2 meters tall by the looks of it, his body chiseled like steel, muscles bulging with raw power, exuding a sense of explosive strength. "Where's that traitorous wretch who betrayed our kind?" "Chief, he's in that vehicle, but it seems something's wrong with him." As Hans barked out his question, a younger werewolf quickly responded. Seeing this, Hans's wolfish brows arched menacingly. Without hesitation, he tore open the outer shell of the transport truck, exposing the transparent isolation chamber inside. There, Warwick was still strapped to the metal lab table. Yet now, deprived of the suppressant fluid, he had already awakened. Raw, blood, carnage. As Warwick struggled, the metal restraints binding him groaned under the pressure. The sound of twisting and tearing steel echoing through the isolation chamber speakers. Hans frowned as he took in Warwick's savage state and massive form. The attack on SHLD's transport convoy had been orchestrated after one of his own wolves tipped him off. A member of their tribe had supposedly sided with the humans. Yet now, reality seemed nothing like what he'd expected. In fact, Hans realized he had never seen this werewolf before and couldn't sense the familiar kinship of the pack from him at all. What he could feel, faintly, was only boundless rage and an oppressive aura, something that pressed down on him from the very bloodline itself. As a race of infernal origin cast into the mortal world, the werewolves shared one thing in common with the vampires. Both strictly adhered to a hierarchy rooted in bloodlines. This hierarchy was most evident in the very marrow of their beings. "Where's Clay? Bring him here." At Hans's command, the werewolf warriors quickly scanned the area, but to no avail. "Chief, Clay, he's gone." Upon hearing this, Hans connected the dots. He had been played for a fool. He exhaled heavily, frustration etched across his face. "Take him. We're heading back. There's something strange going on here. Ever since the peace accord, we were rarely dragged into human conflicts. Looks like someone out there wants to stir up trouble for us." As he spoke, Hans's gaze drifted toward the shadowy woods in the distance, his eyes flickering with an eerie light. No one could tell what he was thinking. Elsewhere, as time passed, SHLD's backup finally arrived, only to find that the werewolves had vanished without a trace. The arriving agents eventually tracked down Jason and his companions. Upon learning that the prototype serum had been stolen, they were momentarily stunned and quickly reported the situation up the chain. Meanwhile, far out at sea, Fury also received word from his field agents. His anger flared. This was yet another incident, after the vampires, where a supernatural faction had shown open contempt for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Werewolves, huh? Once this is over, it'll be time to settle the score with you as well. This world doesn't need uncontrollable variables." With those words, Fury's single eye gazed out at the rolling sea beyond the window, his expression turning cold and grim. The night passed uneventfully. By early morning, Garen and the others were already on deck, eagerly awaiting the return of Natasha and her team. In the lounge, Lux had hoped to sleep a little longer, but Poppy's lively chatter left her no choice but to get up and wash up, grumbling all the while. Last night, while everyone discussed what to do with Loki, Poppy had circled around Thor non-stop, making things rather awkward for him. "Lux, do you think Uncle Thor is the hero I'm looking for?" As she brushed her teeth, Lux listened to Poppy's bright, innocent voice and let out a soft sigh. "Poppy, actually, well, maybe he is." Looking at Poppy's eager face, Lux had wanted to tell her that she herself was the hero she sought. But after a moment's thought, she kept it to herself. "Really? You think so too, Lux? That's wonderful. I've finally found my hero." With a delighted shout, Poppy stretched out her small hands and bounced happily around the room. Watching Poppy's pure joy, Lux smiled knowingly. Did it really matter who the hero was? No. The true value lay in the unwavering pursuit of that ideal. "Come on, Poppy, let's go see the deck. We didn't get a good look at it last night." "Okay." With that, Lux took Poppy's little hand, and together they left the lounge in high spirits, heading for the deck. At the same time, as the Quinjet carrying Natasha's team touched down, everyone quickly gathered around. The crowding made the already cautious Dr. Banner even more uneasy. Noticing Banner's discomfort, Natasha quickly stepped forward to introduce him to the others. Once introductions were made, Fury beckoned everyone to follow him into the heart of the helicarrier. "All right, everyone, you'll have plenty of time to get to know each other later. For now, let's focus on the matter of Loki." With that, Fury turned and walked away. Natasha and the others exchanged apologetic glances with Dr. Banner, then addressed the group. "Let's move. Soon there won't be any air to breathe here." "Huh? Wait, is this a submarine?" With Natasha's words, Steve glanced around at the massive vessel beneath his feet, a look of confusion and curiosity on his face. It had been late when they boarded last night, and no one had really gotten a good look at the carrier yet. Catching Steve's question, Natasha exchanged a quick look with Tony and simply smiled without replying. Just then, the whole ship began to tremble. 4 enormous turbine engines broke through the surface of the sea. In an instant, fierce winds howled, and the engines roared to life, their thunderous sound rolling over the deck. What on earth? Watching the colossal mothership rise into the sky, even Garen couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. It seemed that this world was capable of surprising him more and more with each passing moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lux led Poppy out of the building. As they gazed at the misty sky, Poppy's mouth fell wide open in awe. "Lux, we're flying." With the mothership soaring above the clouds, everyone marveled at the power of technology. Soon after, Garen and the others followed Natasha into the heart of the ship. Inside the control room, Natasha and her team watched the surveillance feed, where Loki lounged idly and frowned. So this is Asgard's Loki? Thor, your brother is... Enough, Agent. This isn't the time for that discussion. Fury's voice cut in. Dr. Banner, I need you to locate the Tesseract as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence. Hearing Fury's urgency, Dr. Banner immediately understood the gravity of the situation. From their words, he learned that Loki, who had stolen the Tesseract, actually intended to unleash the Chitauri to destroy the world. I understand. What resources do I have access to? Also, where's my workspace? Anything you need, you'll have it. He'll take the doctor to his lab. Natasha, see if you could draw any information out of Loki. As for you, Thor, tell us about the Chitauri's combat capabilities. Wait, Dr. Banner, right? I'll come with you, Tony volunteered, stepping forward as soon as Fury's orders were given. Together, he and Banner headed to the lab. The others simply nodded in agreement, raising no objections. As time slipped by, Natasha made her way to Loki's holding cell, while Garen and the rest listened as Thor explained the Chitauri's background and strength. Through Thor's account, the group finally gained some understanding of the factions that roamed the stars. You're saying the Chitauri army is just a force of technologically enhanced infantry? Not entirely. As infamous interstellar marauders, they breed a kind of living war machine, the Leviathan beasts. In fact, their mobile units are all bioweapons controlled by their command ships. The group frowned at Thor's words. Meanwhile, Poppy quietly slipped to Thor's side, peering at him with curiosity. Noticing Poppy's gaze, Thor looked at the little blue-skinned girl, puzzled. She had seemed to want to say something to him since last night. As for her appearance, Thor didn't give it a second thought. Is there something you need, child? Mister, do you need a hammer? Thor was baffled by Poppy's innocent question. On the other side, seeing Poppy's earnest expression, Lux rubbed her forehead helplessly, then hurried over and gently pulled her away. In response, though Bobby was reluctant, he still followed Lux out, glancing back at every step with visible hesitation. This minor episode did nothing to disrupt the ongoing discussions among the group. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natasha finally came face to face with Loki. I know you, Natasha Romanoff. I've heard you brought back a monster, someone who pretends to be normal on the outside, but is truly a monster within. How pathetic. You actually hope to use something so uncontrollable against me. And you, Natasha, Barton told me everything about you. Compared to me, you know, all of you are the real monsters. Blood-soaked executioners, everyone. The moment Natasha arrived, Loki launched into his flamboyant theatrics. His insufferable expression was enough to make even Natasha frown ever so slightly. Loki's words grew more venomous by the second, but Natasha maintained her silence. Inside, however, a storm was raging. She couldn't help but grow irritated at the thought that Banner and the others on the other side would be watching her interaction. As time slipped by, a sudden realization jolted her mind clear. Something's wrong. Why am I letting my emotions be manipulated so easily? With this thought, Natasha seemed to have unraveled Loki's scheme. This is bad, Banner. With a startled cry, Natasha spun around and made to leave in haste. But just as she reached the door, something made her pause. She turned back to look at Loki inside the containment cell. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you do talk too much. And even if your little plot works, you're not getting out of here. The moment you so much as touch that cell, whoosh, you'll be dropped from the sky. Just something for you to think about. With that, Natasha walked away without another glance. Loki watched her retreating back, then looked down at the transparent cell in front of him. A crooked, unsettling smile crept across his lips. Some things just can't wait. If the appointed time won't come soon enough, then perhaps it's time to move things forward. After all, preparations on the other side should be just about complete. With that thought, Loki's smile curled a bit higher. His entire purpose in coming to SHLD's fortress was to buy time, and he had his own methods for doing just that. From Agent Barton, he had learned many of SLD's secrets, including the existence of Banner, and devised his plan accordingly. Granted, there had been a few hiccups. Garen's defection attempt had failed, and Thor's arrival had not been foreseen. But none of that truly mattered, as the Chitauri army would soon descend upon Earth. Elsewhere, back in New York City, time rewinds a little. Dr. Eric, accompanied by his team, pilots a jet to Stark Tower. Only there do they have enough energy to activate the Tesseract. Agent Barton, the boss says it's time. Your turn to take the stage. I know, you don't need to remind me. With that, Barton and Dr. Eric split up, each leading several guards under Loki's control as they headed in Loki's direction. Meanwhile, aboard the mothership soaring 10,000 meters above the ground. As Thor finished recounting his story, Fury glanced at the clock. Noon was almost upon them, but there was still no word of success from Banner and his companion. His patience was clearly wearing thin. Just as he was about to go look for Banner and the others himself, Natasha hurried into the control room. Sir, where's Banner? What's going on, Agent? Any progress with Loki? Sir, we can talk about that later. Right now, we have to find Dr. Banner fast. Natasha's words left everyone in the control room, including Galen, completely baffled. After exchanging puzzled glances, they all followed her out. Elsewhere, in the workspace arranged for Banner and his team. Tony, what are you doing? I'm hacking into SHLD's data defenses. I noticed last night that Fury seems to be hiding something. As he spoke, Tony deftly worked a compact tech device in his hand, breaking through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network security. Sir, this action may earn SHLD's displeasure. Hearing Jarvis's synthesized voice in his earpiece, Tony raised an eyebrow. Don't worry about them. I don't exactly report to Fury anyway. Understood, sir. Decryption is complete, 100%. Several encrypted files detected. Prompted by Jarvis, Tony tapped his tablet, projecting the files onto a nearby screen. What he saw made his expression change dramatically. This is Wolf. Dr. Stark, what are you two doing? At that moment, Fury arrived with Galen and the others, catching Tony right in the act. Galen, noticing how Tony quickly shut down his computer the moment they entered, couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. From Galen's perspective, he'd gotten along well enough with Tony these past few months, though Tony's tongue could be a little sharp at times. With Fury and the others now present, Dr. Banner shot a glance at Tony before speaking. We've finished the program to search for the cube. As soon as it emits an energy pulse, we'll be able to pinpoint its location instantly. Banner's report eased Fury's expression somewhat, but Tony, now surrounded, glanced at Galen for a moment, as if weighing something, and ultimately swallowed the questions he'd wanted to ask. But things didn't go as planned. Fury had clearly noticed Tony's suspicious behavior. He strode quickly over to Tony, reaching for the tablet. Tony, seeing this, moved at once to block him. Wait, Director Fury, I have some questions. You used the Tesseract to build weapons without the approval of the International Security Council. What exactly are your intentions? Hearing Tony's challenge, Fury stopped in his tracks. His eye twitched slightly as he caught Tony's gaze, and in that moment, Fury realized that SHLD's internal encrypted information had most likely been compromised. Because of this, Warwick's situation was probably exposed. The thought made Fury's expression darken. If Garen, standing just behind him, learned about Warwick, there was no telling what might happen. Locking eyes with Tony, Fury was silent for a long time before finally speaking. My intentions? Haven't you seen for yourself? Garen, Thor, the power they possess is beyond anything ordinary soldiers could ever hope to match. The Tesseract is the key to the next era. Everything I've done, it's all for humanity. As he spoke, Fury met Tony's eyes directly. The meaning hidden in his words was clear, even if no one else seemed to notice anything strange. Garen and the others on the side certainly didn't. Only Tony understood. Fury was trying to deflect blame for the Warwick incident. All this talk about doing it for humanity or for the planet, Tony didn't believe a word of it. But when he thought of the consequences that would follow if the truth about Warwick came out, Tony hesitated for a long while before finally letting out a heavy sigh. No one could truly know the weight pressing on his heart at that moment. Meanwhile, just as Fury was preparing to launch into another long-winded explanation, on the other side, Barton piloted his jet straight toward the helicarrier. The moment the jet appeared, the carrier's advanced radar locked onto it with pinpoint precision. Designation 2513. Respond immediately. You do not have clearance to land. Repeat, designation. Agent Hill's voice came crisply over the helicarrier's broadcast, causing everyone to pause in surprise. Meanwhile, outside the helicarrier, Barton opened the hatch of his Quinjet, drew his upgraded longbow, and took aim at the carrier's massive turbine engine. With a sharp twang, a blue glowing arrow shot out. A metallic clang rang out as the arrow hit its mark. Alarms blared instantly. The arrow bored straight into the carrier's outer armor, making everyone in the lab frown. Fury reached up to his earpiece, intending to contact Hill, when suddenly a woman's voice rang out. Brother, look out! The warning had barely escaped her lips when a wall of fire exploded outward, a deafening blast tearing through the room. The shockwave hurled everyone off their feet. In a flash, Garen grabbed the two girls beside him, shielding them beneath his body as flames washed over him. When the explosion subsided, the entire lab was exposed to the open sky, thousands of meters above the ground. All around the helicarrier, flames roared, wild winds fanned the blaze, and waves of scorching heat surged toward everyone in the aftermath. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone all right? What's Hill's status? Sir, it's Barton. Also, Engine 3 is down. If we lose another, we're going down. As Agent Hill's frantic voice crackled through the earpiece, Fury paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Then get someone on repairs now. Meanwhile, under Steve's protection, Tony was unharmed. He cursed under his breath, scrambled to his feet, and hurried off to suit up in his armor. Elsewhere, after the explosion, Lux looked around at the chaos and devastation, swallowing hard. For her, such a blast wouldn't be fatal, but she'd definitely be injured if caught in it. Brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Take Poppy and find a place to hide for now. I'll see if I can help. Garen's words made Lux glance at him with concern, but she nodded in agreement. The explosion had come so suddenly that no one had time to react, and the shockwave scattered everyone. Garen, head to the control room. That's where the command systems are. Barton will be going there for sure. Just then, Fury's voice came through. Garen nodded, braced himself, and with a powerful leap, broke through the collapsed metal wall, making his way toward the control center. Meanwhile, in a holding cell, Loki felt the tremor ripple through the mothership. The smile on his face widened. So, it seems your technology isn't entirely useless after all. At the same time, as Barton and his team boarded the mothership, intense gunfire erupted throughout the corridors. But elsewhere, the earlier explosion shockwave had sent Natasha flying, knocking her unconscious for a moment. When she came to, she spotted Dr. Banner not far away, and a sense of foreboding crept over her. Calm down, Banner. We'll be all right. I swear I'll get you out of here. Natasha's words made Banner's swelling form pause for a moment, but just as she thought she was getting through to him, it happened. A furious roar tore through the air. Hulk is not happy. A deafening crash echoed. Damn it. Watching Banner lose control, Natasha cursed under her breath and struggled to her feet. But Banner's transformation was complete. He was fully green now, towering nearly 3 meters tall, every inch of him bulging with explosive strength. With another furious roar, Hulk's enraged eyes locked onto Natasha. Swallowing hard, she turned and bolted without hesitation. As for trying to calm him down, forgive her, but that was out of the question right now. A series of thunderous crashes echoed in her wake. Watching the small figure fleeing in panic, a fierce gleam flashed in Hulk's eyes. He charged in her direction, unstoppable, as if nothing along his path could slow his steps. With a thunderous impact, the metal wall tore open, leaving a wide, jagged gap in its wake. Meanwhile, the agents rushing in to provide backup heard the violent commotion. When they caught sight of the rampaging Hulk, they hastily raised their weapons and opened fire. But no matter what streams of bullets burst from their guns, they proved utterly useless against Hulk's thick, unyielding skin. If anything, their attacks only made him angrier. No, don't. Before the agent supporting his team could even finish his last words, Hulk's massive fist, larger than a man's head, came crashing down. The agent was reduced to a lifeless heap, his body exploding with a sickening force that left remains scattered across the floor. Scarlet spatters of flesh and blood sprayed outward, some landing on the others, leaving them momentarily stunned. And in that moment of shock, another sickening crunch echoed through the corridor. On the other side, Natasha was gasping for breath as she darted through obstacle after obstacle, desperate to shake Hulk off her trail. Yet for some reason, it was as if he had locked onto her alone. A deafening crash rang out. With a single blow, she was sent flying. Facing the terrifying reality that her life was about to end at Hulk's hands, a new figure suddenly shot into view, slamming into Hulk and sending him hurtling backward. Thor, get out of here first. Tony and the others are at Engine 3. Understand. Be careful. With that, Natasha cast one last glance at Hulk, then turned and sprinted away. Big guy, you need to cool off. As Thor spoke, Hulk clawed his way out from the rubble, spitting out dust before glaring at Thor in fury. He roared, a primal, guttural sound. With a blur of motion and a thunderous crash, Hulk charged. Thor gave a resigned sigh and swiftly raised his arm to block. You've really made Hulk mad now. A powerful blow landed, filling the air with a crackling energy. Thor flexed his wrist, marveling at the sheer force behind Hulk's punch. All right then, looks like you need a nap. With those words, Thor stretched out his hand. In the next instant, Mjolnir, the legendary hammer, answered his call, speeding toward him. With a resounding clang, Thor caught the hammer in his grasp. He hurled it straight at Hulk, who tried to catch it and throw it back. But as it turned out, the attempt ended in another bone-jarring collision. My hammer isn't yours to wield. Come back. The hammer tore through the air, returning to Thor's hand with a sharp metallic ring. Go! He sent it flying once again. Another crash echoed through the chaos. Hulk bellowed, his rage uncontained. Your life, Hulk will take it. With a furious stomp, the floor cracked beneath Hulk's feet. Then, legs coiling with power, his green figure shot forward like a cannonball, tackling Thor and smashing through wall after wall, refusing to give him a moment's respite. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the ship, Lux led Poppy through the corridors with utmost caution, weaving their way through the chaos that threatened to consume the mothership. Scattered gunfire echoed intermittently in the surroundings. "Don't be afraid, Miss Lux. Poppy will protect you." Hearing Poppy's voice beside her, Lux paused, smiled, and gently patted Poppy's head. She was just about to say something when, suddenly, less than a meter ahead, the corridor wall burst open with a thunderous crash. In the next instant, two towering figures, locked in fierce combat, tumbled into view before them. Dust billowed, and a fierce wind swept through the corridor. "Ah, it's the hero uncle." At that moment, seeing Hulk and Thor wrestling, Poppy couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lux, recognizing the danger, quickly pulled Poppy back. Meanwhile, the clash between Thor and Hulk was as swift as it was violent. One moment they were there, the next, Hulk had bear-hugged Thor and smashed through another wall, disappearing from sight and leaving a gaping passage through the heart of the ship. "Miss Lux, the hero is fighting. I want to help him. I'm sure he's lost his hammer." As she spoke, Poppy recalled the scene she'd just witnessed, replaying it in her mind. She was certain she hadn't seen Thor's hammer, and the thought filled her with delight. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a hammer crackling, with lightning flash past from the whole Hulk and Thor had created. "Well, two hammers are always better than one, don't you think, Miss Lux?" Lux looked at Poppy, who was pouting with determination, and could only smile helplessly before letting out a sigh. "All right then, let's go and see." "Yay, thank you, Miss Lux." With that, the two girls hurried down the new passage left by Thor and Hulk. Elsewhere, Nick Fury had just reached the control room, where Agent Hill's urgent report made him frown. "Sir, if Hulk keeps tearing things apart, we'll crash, no matter how many engines we have left. Then blast him off the ship. Garen, go back up Thor. Make sure Hulk is thrown off this carrier." At Fury's command, Garen nodded, took the tracker Agent Hill handed him, and rushed toward Thor's position. Meanwhile, Hulk and Thor's brawl had smashed through the carrier's thick walls. Their bodies crashed together with the clangor of colliding steel. With Hulk's relentless onslaught, Thor had no chance to catch his breath. Thud! A torrent of blows came crashing down like a tidal wave. As Hulk's fist came swinging, Thor let out a resounding shout. "That's enough." With a swift motion, he blocked Hulk's attack with his left hand and, with his right, caught the flying Mjolnir. Just as Thor was about to summon the power of thunder, in a flash, Hulk barreled into him, sending him flying. The corner of Hulk's mouth curled into a mocking smile, full of disdain. Immediately after, Hulk darted forward again, appearing right beside him. With his massive hand, he seized Thor's head and, before Thor could react, slammed it down hard onto the deck of the mothership. A tremendous crash thundered through the air. Countless cracks spread out like a spiderweb, fire and sparks bursting in every direction. Beneath Hulk, a huge crater was blasted into the floor. But Thor had already vanished. As Hulk prepared to leap into the pit, a sudden explosive burst of air echoed from nearby. In the next instant, a figure shot toward him, surrounded by swirling gusts. The newcomer was clad in heavy armor, each step thunderous, charging forward like an unstoppable tank. Faced with this sudden and imposing figure, Hulk roared furiously and hurled a punch, but to his surprise, the seemingly cumbersome giant dodged with remarkable agility. With a sharp metallic clang and a sizzling hiss, Garen deftly evaded Hulk's strike. Drawing his massive sword, he slashed beneath Hulk's arm with brutal force. Sparks flew in all directions, and the piercing screech made Garen frown. "So this is the Hulk," he muttered. Without hesitation, Garen sprang into the air, landing not far from Hulk. From Fury, he had learned that the scientists sent to help them find the cosmic cube was far from ordinary. According to their accounts, Dr. Banner, after a failed experiment, had been flooded with gamma radiation. This catastrophe had transformed his very nature. Under the influence of gamma rays, a second, berserk personality had emerged, along with unmatched physical power. Meanwhile, Hulk snapped out of his daze from Garen's assault. With a furious bellow, he glared at Garen, looking ready to attack at the slightest provocation. During their brief encounter, the instant the great sword grazed his body, Hulk had felt a sharp jolt of pain. Looking down, he saw that the blade had left a white mark where it struck. Though it hadn't drawn blood, it had cut through his skin. This stoked Hulk's fury. After all, it was the first time he'd been wounded by a human hand. Before this, no cannon or laser had ever fazed him. He'd scarcely even felt pain. And everyone knew, Hulk was extremely sensitive to pain. Roar! Hulk smash! With a thunderous roar, Hulk raised both fists high, then brought them crashing down onto the deck of the mothership. The entire ship shook violently. Seeing this, Garen planted his feet, steadying his stance. Raising his great sword, he swung it with all his might toward Hulk. In the next instant, A massive surge of sword energy shot forth, the concentrated force slicing across the mothership's metal walls and leaving behind a deep, jagged scar. On the other side, seeing Garen's onslaught, Hulk raised his arm, attempting to block the attack. But the moment their clash connected, a wave of searing pain coursed through him, forcing an angry roar from his throat. Without missing a beat, Hulk repeated his earlier move. He charged straight up to Garen and slammed into him with his shoulder, sending Garen flying. Hulk then reached out and grabbed Garen by the ankle. Hulk is angry. With a mighty spin, Hulk hurled Garen through the air. Garen's body smashed through barrier after barrier, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Meanwhile, Garen, who had taken the brunt of that blow, staggered to his feet, shaking his dizzy head. The fighting spirit in his eyes was so intense, it seemed to radiate from his very being. Yet when Hulk saw Garen's battered appearance, he looked as if he'd discovered a whole new world. A wicked grin curled at the corners of his mouth. A thunderous roar erupted. With a crash, Hulk charged at Garen again, his enormous hand snapping forward with obvious intent. But Garen would not fall for the same trick twice. As Hulk's massive frame lunged toward him, Garen drew a deep breath and gripped his greatsword with both hands. When the attack came, Garen swept his blade upward, knocking Hulk's grasping hand aside. Forward! Cut them down! Steel clashed. Arg! Hulk is furious. Hiya! Garen had deflected Hulk's hand and followed with a powerful, charged slash, striking Hulk squarely on the forehead. A splash of vivid green filled Garen's sight. Seeing this, Garen shouted again, then leapt, twisting his body midair and driving his foot hard into Hulk's neck. With a heavy smash and a streaking blur, Hulk was sent tumbling backward at lightning speed. Garen frowned, then kicked off to give chase. What Garen didn't realize was that, not far from their battle, a functioning security camera was capturing every moment of the fierce fight. At the same time, on the other side of the camera feed, Fury watched as Garen vanished into a blind spot. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully, then shifted to the patches of blood Hulk had left behind, pondering deeply. Phil, go take a look, and check the holding cells as well. Be careful. As he spoke, Fury glanced at Agent Phil beside him. Phil nodded in understanding. Elsewhere, Lux led Poppy through the corridor left behind by Thor and Hulk's earlier battle. Lux, this place is huge. Are we almost there? Poppy asked. Don't worry, we should be close. As they cautiously crept toward the site of the previous clash, Lux eyed the surrounding ruins and let out a spit to the side. Look, sis. At that moment, Poppy wriggled free from Lux's small hand and made her way to the edge of a deep pit. All around the pit, the mothership's various circuits crisscrossed, still sparking with arcs of electricity. I hear voices. Is that Uncle Thor? Lux walked over to Poppy's side. From within the pit, she could hear snatches of conversation, the voice unmistakably Thor's. But, sis, come on. It's a hero down there. Poppy hurried to stand in front of Lux, lifting her small face and gazing at her with earnest eyes. Seeing this, Lux let out a wry smile and nodded. Without hesitation, the two of them leapt together into the pit. Meanwhile, inside the holding cell, Thor stared furiously at Loki through the barrier. Earlier, after Hulk's attack, Thor had crashed through several decks of the mothership, eventually landing in the holding area, just in time to see Loki escaping from his cage. In a moment of carelessness, Thor had once again fallen for one of Loki's illusions, and now found himself imprisoned. He still couldn't tell what material this cell was made of, only that it was astonishingly strong. Loki, my brother, don't make any more mistakes. Hand over the Tesseract. Let's go home, please. Ever since you fell from the Bifrost, Mother has wept every day, and Father... Enough. Look at me now. This must please you, doesn't it? Father must have told you everything. Me? Loki, nothing but an abandoned frost giant. Ha ha ha. A frost giant. Loki's skin turned a ghostly blue as he shouted, his black eyes burning with fury as he glared at Thor within the cell. But as he spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered across his face. Seeing Loki like this, Thor's heart twisted with pain. Brother, do you remember when we were children? Back then we... As Thor spoke again, Loki shook off his sadness and looked back at him, his expression cold. Shut up, Thor. When I rule Midgard and present my tribute to that great one, I'll have everything I ever wanted. It's time to say goodbye to the past. With that, Loki reached for the control inside the holding cell. Just then, a figure appeared in a flash. Stop what you're doing. Right now. On the other side of the barrier, Thor froze when he saw who it was, a look of worry quickly crossing his face. Inside the holding cell, Loki looked at the newcomer, the meddling fool, and curled his lips in a mocking smile. I know you, Phil, isn't it? Do you really think that little toy in your hand could hurt me? Toy? Well, if you don't believe it, why don't you? Thud. Fisk, looks like you won't get the chance to try. Phil. There was a heavy thump. "Mortal, what makes you think you could ever pull the trigger on me?" With those words, Loki stepped over Phil's body and made his way to the control panel. In Thor's furious gaze, he pressed a button. Immediately, the harsh clank of metal echoed through the room. Inside the isolation chamber, Thor felt the box lurch violently. He was just about to speak when suddenly, "Hero, we're here to help you." "Oh no, I'm slipping." On the other side, Lux and the other girl arrived just in time to see Poppy's eyes widen in alarm as she watched Thor about to fall from the chamber. With a startled cry, her tiny form sprang into action, leaping onto the isolation box. Lux, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but cry out as well. "Poppy!" But it was a moment too late. With a sharp whoosh, Poppy, along with the chamber holding Thor, plummeted from the airborne mothership. "Sk, sk, sk. Looks like that little girl is in real trouble now. As her sister, you must be worried, aren't you?" Loki's voice dripped with mockery. Lux shot him a furious glare, but then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Agent Phil, barely clinging to life. Her expression faltered. "Uncle Baldy!" With a gasp, Lux rushed to his side. Gazing down at the gaping wound in Phil's chest, she began to panic, circling anxiously. Meanwhile, Loki couldn't resist a final jab. As Lux scrambled, she hastily summoned her staff and swung it fiercely in Loki's direction. In an instant, a sphere of radiant energy shot forward, shining with dazzling light. But Loki's expression shifted. In the blink of an eye, he conjured an illusion, causing Lux's attack to pass harmlessly through empty air. Impressive power. I wonder if... Before he could finish, a surge of energy blasted Loki directly, sending him reeling. It was Phil, pale-faced but resolute, who had pulled the trigger on his weapon. Not bad for power," Phil managed to say, a faint smile playing on his lips. And with that, he closed his eyes forever. Loki staggered from the direct hit, but managed to stand, casting a wicked glance toward Lux and the others. Sensing something, he dusted himself off, smirked, and tossed out a parting remark. "Mortals are mortals. I won't play with you anymore. Good luck." As he spoke, Loki's form began to fade, becoming translucent. Clearly, from the moment he stood, it had been only an illusion. The real Loki had long since vanished. With Loki gone, Lux finally exhaled in relief. Facing him, she was never fully confident, unless she unleashed that last resort. But the destructive power of that move would obliterate the entire mothership. Sighing softly, Lux turned back to look at Phil, now resting in eternal sleep by her side. As a mage from Runeterra, her memories were filled with countless wars and deaths. Yet most of those memories had blurred, as if she had chosen to forget them. But now, someone she actually knew had died right before her eyes, and Lux found herself deeply unsettled. With a graceful sweep of her palm, Lux traced a circle before her, and a golden portal quietly bloomed into existence. Through its shimmering surface, she could see Fury in the control room, staring back at her in confusion. But as his eyes caught sight of Phil, blood-soaked and collapsed beneath her, Fury's face went pale, darkness threatening to cloud his vision. "Medic, now!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Garen's fierce clash with Hulk was drawing to a close. Their battle had raged to the outer deck of the mothership, leaving devastation in their wake, everything in their path shattered. A furious roar erupted from the Hulk not far away. Garen exhaled, feeling the strain of the past few minutes. He had to admit, the green giant, no, the Hulk, possessed a body of unfathomable strength. Even when Garen managed to leave a few wounds, they healed almost instantly, vanishing from Hulk's body in the blink of an eye. Another thunderous impact shook the deck as Hulk charged at him once more. Garen quickly surveyed his surroundings. This time, he wasn't going to meet the blow head-on. With a surge of focus, Garen clenched his fist, his massive sword dissolving into his body as he readied himself. "This is it." As he spoke, Garen nimbly dodged Hulk's grasp, darting to the side. Planting his foot firmly, he seized Hulk's massive ankle with both hands. Heave-ho! With a tremendous effort, Garen spun Hulk left and right, each arc carving craters into the deck beneath them. Finally, channeling his innate skill, Garen whirled with blinding speed, swinging Hulk in a wide circle. "Go!" A sonic boom split the air as Hulk's hulking form was hurled straight from the mothership, rocketing off towards some unknown horizon. What Garen didn't realize was that this almost playful maneuver of his would unwittingly inspire Hulk to master a new attack of his own. At that very moment, time rewound a little. Poppy and Soul were plummeting together from 10,000 meters above. Tiny Poppy clung desperately to the corner of the containment pod, spinning wildly through the air, her screams piercing the wind. Inside the pod, Soul tumbled helplessly, gripping Thor's hammer but unable to unleash its power in this chaos. A sense of helplessness welled up inside him. Glancing sideways at the little girl dragged into this mess by his own actions, Soul was overcome with guilt. He knew that, even if he crashed into the ground headfirst, he'd survive. But what about the little girl? As these thoughts raced through his mind and the ground rushed up to meet him, Thor seized the perfect moment. He shut his eyes tightly, reaching deep within to feel his own power. In that instant, a wondrous sensation surged through his heart. It was a feeling he knew all too well. Back in New Mexico, he had experienced it before. Only now, it was clearer than ever. This is my own power. He whispered the words, then suddenly snapped his eyes open. For a fleeting moment, blue-white lightning flickered in his gaze. "Break for me," he shouted. A crackling surge, followed by a thunderous boom, filled the air. As Thor hurled Mjolnir, wild lightning erupted through the confined space. In the next heartbeat, the sharp sound of splitting metal rang in his ears. With a shuddering crash, Mjolnir tore through the isolation chamber, slamming into Poppy's little belly and whisking her away in a flash. Relief washed over Thor for a split second, but before he could relax, the entire isolation chamber thundered to the ground. Instantly, a billowing cloud of dust rolled out in every direction. Earth flew for dozens of meters, and the surrounding trees shattered, splinters flying everywhere. The fallen chamber skidded diagonally for hundreds of meters, sweeping away dirt and trees in its path, leaving the air thick with drifting dust. At last, the clouds settled. Thor staggered and crawled out from inside the battered chamber. "Cough, cough. Who built this thing? It's absurdly sturdy," he muttered as he coughed, shaking the fog from his head. He squeezed. Through the gap Mjolnir had smashed open, stepping onto the grass outside. Surveying the chaos around him, he let out a weary sigh. "I wonder how that little girl is doing. With Mjolnir cushioning the blow, she should be... I hope she's all right." Thor's face was full of regret. He had no idea how he was going to explain this to Garen. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, several hundred meters away on a patch of tangled, trampled grass, a small figure suddenly bounced to her feet. Poppy shook the dirt and dust from her clothes, still visibly shaken. But when her eyes landed on the fallen Mjolnir beside her, they sparkled with delight. "Wow, it's the hero's hammer," she exclaimed. She scooped it up happily, turning it over in her palms, examining it with fascination. After a while, some mysterious thought crossed her mind, and she let out a gleeful laugh before setting off in the direction where Thor had crashed. Her cheerful steps belied the harrowing ordeal she'd just survived. It was as if she'd just finished a bungee jump, not an air disaster. Meanwhile, Thor trudged heavily toward where Mjolnir had landed, praying with all his heart that he wouldn't be greeted by the grisly sight he dreaded. He walked on, lost in his thoughts, so distracted that he didn't even notice Poppy in the distance, gleefully waving Mjolnir high overhead and calling out to him. It wasn't until Poppy stood right in front of him that Thor finally snapped out his daze. He hurried over to check her from head to toe, and, once he was sure she hadn't been hurt, he let out a deep sigh of relief. "Mr. Hero, did you drop this little hammer, or this big hammer?" Poppy's playful, childlike voice rang out. In her hands, she held 2 hammers, each with a peculiar shape. "Huh. Oh, thank you, Poppy. I dropped this little ham. Wait a minute." Halfway through his words, Thor suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Poppy and the hammer she held. "Mjolnir. You can actually pick it up? What's wrong, Mr. Hero? This hammer isn't even as heavy as Orn's hammer." As she spoke, Poppy tossed the 2 hammers from hand to hand, as if weighing them. The sight made Thor's mouth twitch uncontrollably. He carefully took Mjolnir from Poppy's hand, channeling his divine power to inspect it thoroughly. There was no sign of damage at all, so this little one before him really could lift it. Realizing this, Thor looked at Poppy, his gaze softening, a strange fondness welling up in his heart. Thor's gentle look made Poppy's cheeks flush a visible shade of blue. She fidgeted with the corner of her armor, clearly at a loss for what to do. "Poppy, can you tell me why you keep calling me a hero?" "Huh, a hero is just a hero." Poppy's response left Thor smiling helplessly. He still had no idea who the hero in her mind was, but it was obvious she had mistaken him for someone else. After all, Thor had never thought of himself as a hero. He was simply a warrior of Asgard, nothing more. Thinking this, Thor gently patted Poppy on the head. "I'm not a hero. If anything, you're the one who has a heroic spirit." As Thor spoke, Poppy felt the warmth of his hand on her head. She tilted her head in confusion and only answered after a long pause. "I don't get it." "Haha, you'll understand when you grow up." But I already am grown up." "Oh, then maybe you'll understand when you get taller." Thor's laughter made Poppy puff out her cheeks, her adorable expression causing Thor to chuckle. But her next words left him stunned. "Mr. Thor, but Yordles never grow taller." Besides, I'm already 700 years old. What? Thor stared at the tiny creature before him, surprised. But then he remembered Poppy's otherworldly appearance and realized she must be some alien race who'd accidentally ended up on this world. 700, huh? Then you're right to call me Uncle. I'm only about 1,500 myself. Okay, Uncle Thor. Watching the obedient Poppy, Thor couldn't help but smile knowingly, suddenly realizing just how well their personalities meshed. Poppy, would you mind telling me the story behind your hammer? It seems quite extraordinary to me. It's a long story. The Hammer of Orn was entrusted to me by Orn, one of the founders of the Kingdom of Dalmatia. He asked me to seek out the person most worthy of wielding it. I've heard that the Hammer of Orn comes from the distant land of Freljord, crafted by followers of Orn, the god of fire and forging. It possesses great power, but I don't think I've managed to unleash its true strength. As she spoke, Poppy pouted slightly. What she didn't know was that, thanks to the Dio system, the power within her was actually bestowed by the Hammer of Orn. Within this world, the system seemed to have merged the lore of the League of Legends universe with the game itself. This meant that while heroes gained the skills and talents from the game, the items and equipment they carried, apart from their basic materials, had become little more than ordinary objects. Only through the enhancement of Dio experience points could they regain their supernatural might, or even surpass it. As Thor chatted casually with Poppy, he gradually realized that her origins weren't as he'd assumed. She was no mere traveler from the stars. Yet, neither of them knew that at this very moment, eyes from both Earth and Asgard were fixed upon them, listening intently as Poppy spoke of a civilization from another world. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa on the outskirts of New York, Dio watched the two through a monitor and shook his head. Damn, waking up to a surprise like this first thing in the morning? And Warwick's escape too. TSK, Fury, looks like your plans are about to unravel. With that thought, Dio stood up and headed to the kitchen to make himself lunch. After all, unless something unexpected happened, the great battle in New York would begin that afternoon, and he intended to join the fray. But Vladimir was giving Dio a real headache. No matter how many sweet words he poured out, Vladimir simply refused to move, choosing instead to spend his days surrounded by beautiful company, much to Dio's endless frustration. 14. At the same time aboard the mothership, with Thor and Poppy's whereabouts unknown, Lux teleported to the central control room, bringing with her the lifeless body of Phil. Elsewhere, Loki cloaked himself in shadows, strolling leisurely through the ruined corridors, clearly satisfied with the chaos he'd unleashed. The only thing that disappointed him was that the mothership hadn't collapsed entirely as he'd hoped under Hulk's rampage. Moving slowly and carefully, Loki relied on his exceptional magic to remain completely unnoticed. He effortlessly acquired the Mind Scepter and casually manipulated a few fighter pilots before making his way off the mothership. Not long ago, Loki had already sensed a surge of energy from the Tesseract. It was clear that Dr. Eric had made his preparations, so Loki saw no reason to waste time tangling with S.H.I.E.L.D. any longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fury gathered Garen and the others aboard the mothership to discuss their next steps. Among them, Steve looked battered and weary, his appearance a testament to the fierce battle he had just endured. Scanning the room with tired eyes, Fury let out a heavy sigh, then turned his attention to the group before him. Natasha, what's the situation with Agent Barton? As Fury spoke, Natasha, rubbing a bruise on her brow, nodded in response. He's doing all right. We roughed him up a bit, and he seems to have come to his senses. But just to be safe, he's still being kept in isolation. From what I gathered, the main reason he turned like that was likely because of that strange scepter. I see, Fury replied. But now that Loki's taken the scepter, our biggest problem is finding the portal's location as soon as possible. The detection program you wrote did pick up something, but the massive explosion seems to have destroyed it. And Phil is gone. This was found in his pocket. Captain, he always wanted your autograph, but I suppose he won't need it anymore. As Fury's words faded, a heavy silence fell over the vast control room. Whether it was Garen, Steve, or Natasha, all their faces showed shock and sorrow. Everyone present had crossed paths with Phil. Natasha, as his colleague, felt the loss especially keenly. Even Garen had been on good terms with him, so hearing of Phil's death left him momentarily stunned. On the other side, Steve accepted the bloodstained commemorative card from Fury, a distant look of sadness in his eyes. Seeing their reactions, Fury gave a subtle, approving nod, though just then. Director Fury, about Phil. And Natasha's question, Fury paused, then exhaled slowly, as if steadying his own emotions. What none of them realized was that Fury was quietly rehearsing the speech he'd prepared earlier. Over the next few moments, he shared everything he'd learned and filled in the gaps with details of his own. When he finished, seeing that everyone was still steeped in sorrow over Phil's loss, Fury frowned slightly, hiding his frustration behind a mask of composure. He wasn't saying all this to dampen Garen and the other spirits. Rather, he aimed to ignite their anger toward Loki. For this purpose, this is how things stand. I've lost my most trusted agent, Phil Coulson. Now, both Thor and Banner are missing as well. To make matters worse, the program has been destroyed, and we've completely lost track of the Tesseract. That's all I have to say. What you choose to do next is up to you. If aliens really do show up on Earth, those above might have to resort to humanity's final dignity. With those words, Fury turned and left, leaving the group to watch his dejected figure disappear, each lost in their own thoughts. Time slipped by slowly. Their gazes drifted now and then to the blood-stained card on the table, silence stretching between them for a long while. He was a fool, going after Loki all by himself. After Tony spoke, Steve let out a sigh and stood up, then carefully collected the cards from the table. He wasn't a fool. He was just doing his duty. All right, everyone, the fate of the world now rests in our hands. Tony, I have faith that the destroyed program won't be too much for you. Right now, we need to locate the Tesseract as quickly as possible before the Chitauri arrive. With that, Steve and Tony exchanged a knowing glance. Then, each of them sprang into action, doing whatever they could to help. Meanwhile, as Fury strode away with a look of sorrow etched on his face, he rounded a corner, and the sadness slipped away. He quickened his pace and made his way toward a secret laboratory aboard the helicarrier. At his arrival, several medical staff in white coats quickly saluted him. Fury raised a hand in acknowledgement. How is it, the serum? At his question, the doctor by the operating table hurried over to reply. Director, I don't know where you got this serum, but its effects are beyond science, simply miraculous. After we injected it into Agent Phil's body, an unknown aura seemed to flow from him. But according to our tests, this aura doesn't appear to have any other effect. As for Agent Phil, he's out of immediate danger. I believe he'll regain consciousness soon. We also ran tests with the remaining serum. It has powerful healing properties, but it can't bring the dead back to life. So we suspect Agent Phil wasn't truly dead, more likely in a state of suspended animation. As the doctor chattered on, Fury shook his head helplessly. Of course, he understood the true power of the serum. Lost in thought, Fury walked over to Agent Phil's side, picked up the now empty, ornate vial, and drifted into memory. He hadn't expected that the potion he'd bought from Dio just a few months ago would end up being useful so soon, and right at such a critical moment. At this thought, Fury couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although, even if Phil had died, Fury had his own ways to bring him back, but would that Phil still truly be Phil? Besides, Fury had indeed been grooming Phil as the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D., investing a great deal of thought and effort into him. Now, seeing Phil survive thanks to the potion's treatment, it was unexpected, but ultimately, things had turned out for the best. This way, he wouldn't have to resort to using that body after all. Lost in thought, Fury's mind drifted. Just then, a faint cough reached Fury's ears. He looked down to see Phil on the operating table, slowly waking up. Cough, cough. Sir, where am I? Loki got away. Easy, Agent Phil. You need a rest now. Hearing Fury's voice, Phil exhaled on the operating table. He could feel his own weakness and was about to say something, but a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he drifted back into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Fury shook his head. Get things ready. Take him to the recovery room and make sure he's settled in. With that, Fury turned and walked away, not forgetting to slip the empty vial into his pocket as he left. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the vast interior of the helicarrier, Garen was hurrying through the corridors, searching for his sister and Poppy. He looked anxious, and it didn't go unnoticed by the agents around him. Agent Hill quickly caught up with Garen. Is something wrong, Garen? As Hill approached, Garen hurriedly asked about Lux's whereabouts. Hill looked a bit puzzled. She hasn't come to you? I saw her earlier. She was the one who brought back Agent Phil after his sacrifice. But don't worry, she's not hurt. It's just that the little blue-skinned girl fell off the helicarrier with Thor. Earlier, Lux found me and asked if I'd help her look for Poppy, but I didn't agree. Do you think she might be somewhere on the helicarrier? Listening to Hill, Garen frowned and then turned to leave. Hill reflexively raised her hand to call after him, but let it fall, saying nothing. Stepping out onto the deck, Garen was met by a fierce wind that ruffled his short hair. The air was thick with the smell of something burnt. He gazed at the drifting clouds in the distance, his expression shifting with his thoughts. That silly girl. Why wouldn't she just tell me? Thinking of this, Garen let out a sigh. He didn't need to think hard to know that Lux must have used her own teleportation magic to leave the mothership in search of Poppy. At this point, Garen felt both angry and worried at Lux's actions. He made up his mind that once he found her, he'd have to give her a serious talking to. But what Garen didn't know was that, dozens of kilometers away on the ground, Lux stood there with her lips pouting, her head tipped back, staring anxiously at the endless blue sky. Yes, she regretted it now. She regretted not waiting for her brother to finish his battle before rushing off the mothership, and now, as a result, she had absolutely no idea where the mothership was in space. In other words, Lux was lost. Meanwhile, back on the sky carrier, Fury entered the control center. Listening to Hill's report, he nodded, then spoke in a calm, even tone. How's the processing of the Hulk's blood coming along? It's been temporarily stored in a secure container, sir. By the way, since Agent Phil is out of danger, why not tell the others? It's not the right time yet. Right now, they need that anger. And look, thanks to it, we've found the Tesseract. As he spoke, outside the control room's reinforced window, a massive Quinjet streaked past with a thunderous roar. Right on its heels, Agent Hill received a report from the landing deck. At the same time, aboard the jet, Tony was staring at the data coming in from his device, his brow deeply furrowed. I'll go on ahead. The rest of you, pick up the pace. With the current energy surge from the Tesseract, the arc reactor isn't needed to activate it anymore. At this point, shutting it down won't change anything. With those words, Tony opened the jet's hatch and leapt out, disappearing swiftly into the thick clouds below. Inside the jet, as Tony left, the others looked at the console, where alarms kept blaring and couldn't help but frown. But soon, when their gaze shifted to the corner of the jet, to where Garen was lost in thought, Natasha and the other sighed. Garen, don't worry. Lux will be fine. I know, but never mind. Loki's issue is the bigger problem right now. With Natasha and the others offering comfort, Garen exhaled deeply and tried to pull himself together, though his eyes continued to sweep across the vast landscape outside the jet. Seeing him like this, the group just shook their heads and chose not to say anything more. Meanwhile, as Tony sped alone toward Stark Tower at supersonic speed, the dazzling skyline of New York City was already coming into view. Jarvis, how much time do we have left? Sir, I have some bad news. The Mark VI's power reserves are running low, and also 3, 2. A piercing alarm shrieked through the cockpit. As Jarvis's countdown reached 0, a beam of blue energy shot straight up from the top of Stark Tower, piercing the sky. Seeing this, the people of New York craned their necks upward, straining to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary sight. But as the beam reached the heavens, a deep, thunderous boom echoed out, and a dazzling halo of light rippled outward in all directions. At this moment, the American public remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Instead, more and more people pulled out their phones, hoping to capture this fantastical scene. Meanwhile, as the brilliant light continued to expand across the sky, Tony soared up to the top floor of the tower. He glanced at the humming, overworked machinery and wasted no time. Raising his arm, he fired a repulsor blast. Yet as the attack neared the apparatus, it was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Sir, that's a shield composed of pure energy. I figured as much. Tony replied with a grim face as he landed on the rooftop, making his way over to where Dr. Eric lay slumped and unconscious. With 2 sharp slaps, Eric roused, groggy and disoriented. When he recognized who was standing before him, he jolted in fright. Doctor, how do we shut this thing down? At Tony's urgent question, Eric swallowed hard, his gaze drifting to the activation device nearby. No, it's too late. The energy is far too great. I can't do it. As he spoke, Dr. Eric's eyes turned toward the Tesseract. Yet in his gaze, there was a trace of fascination. Clearly, though he was no longer under Loki's control, some remnants of those memories still lingered. Observing both the doctor's words and his expression, Tony's irritation showed in the furrow of his brow. Doctor, I understand the Tesseract's value for scientific research is immense. But look at what you've done. Is this really for the good of humanity? Tony's pointed question snapped Eric back to reality. He looked up at the ever-expanding halo, and through the shifting light, the looming Chitauri army could already be seen gathering in the starry expanse above. I'm sorry, I can't stop it. But Loki. Yes, Loki's scepter can. The energy it contains rivals the Tesseract's. Yes, it must work. As if clutching at the last straw for redemption, Eric grabbed Tony's arm desperately. I never wanted this. Please, you must stop all of this from happening. Hearing the old doctor's voice tremble with despair, Tony could only sigh inwardly. But before he could react, Dr. Eric suddenly bolted, sprinting toward the edge of the tower, and with a single leap, he hurled himself off. Seeing the scene before him, Tony shook his head. Then, with a burst of blazing fire from beneath his feet, he shot forward, grabbing Eric in one swift motion. Redemption can wait until all this is over. Running away, even dying, won't solve anything. With those words, he hauled Dr. Eric's trembling body and tossed him inside the building. Watching Eric sob uncontrollably, Tony could only shake his head again before turning to leave. The earlier battle on the mothership and the strain from powering the turbine had left his suit's energy reserves nearly depleted. Just as Tony landed at the building's designated spot, preparing to swap out his arc reactor for a new energy core, Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Sir, we have an intruder." A live feed appeared within the suit's display. Frowning, Tony glanced at his dwindling energy reserves. "Is it Loki? And Jarvis, has Pepper made it out safely?" "Yes, sir. Miss Potts is completely safe now." "Good. Let's go meet our mischievous guest." "And Jarvis, activate Mark 7. "Sir, the Mark 7 armor hasn't been fully tested yet." "Then this is the perfect opportunity for a field test." With that, Tony let the building's automated system help him remove his current suit, then strode confidently forward. Meanwhile, deep inside the building, Loki had been waiting for some time. Seeing Tony arrive so quickly, he appeared entirely unsurprised. "You shouldn't have saved him." "But I did, didn't I?" "What? Fancy a drink?" Tony sauntered deeper inside, eyeing Loki lounging on the sofa, idly twirling his scepter, and spoke with casual ease. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "I am, but I don't let it bother me. By the way, what's Asgard like? Do you all share the same unique sense of style?" Thor included. A faint twitch played at the corner of Loki's mouth at Tony's words, but he quickly replaced it with a disdainful smile. "Don't think you can stall for time, and don't imagine you'll get your hands on the scepter. Honestly, if it weren't for you all, I might never have realized how powerful it was." "Is that so? Then you really should be thanking us." "In that case, why not go tell your friends that Earth is on your side?" "That's enough, mortal. When I rule your world, I'll turn all of Midgard into a galactic slave market. As for you, well, you won't live to see that day." As Loki finished his threat, Tony's expression changed instantly. He quickly snapped on the Mark 7 wristband at his side, just as Loki swung the scepter violently toward him. In the next instant, a sphere of ghostly blue energy hurtled in Tony's direction. He instinctively dove forward to the ground. A sharp crack and a thunderous impact filled the air. "Ha ha ha! Mortals are just mortals. Strip away your armor, and you're nothing at all." As Loki spoke, he prepared to finish Tony off. But before he could act, Tony suddenly sprang up, dashed to the edge of the tower, and leapt off without hesitation. Loki found the scene rather amusing. Yet before he could react, a chorus of mechanical clinks and clicks echoed from within the building. With a thunderous rush, simultaneously, as Tony plummeted downward, the scattered components of the Mark 7 suit blasted out from the tower, racing toward him. In mere moments, the pieces snapped into place around him, enveloping him completely. "Welcome back, sir." "Thanks. But now, it's time you learned that even mortals can burn with fury." "I'm looking forward to it, sir." As Tony donned his armor once again, elsewhere, aboard the Quinjet, Garen and the others witnessed a beam of light shooting skyward. Their hearts all tightened with a sense of frustration. "We've failed. Get ready for battle. What comes next will be a tough fight." Steve spoke as he began to ready his gear. After their last mission to capture Warwick, everyone's equipment had been upgraded by Tony, improving both function and appearance. Indeed, compared to the standard shield gear, Tony's modifications made their equipment not only more practical, but also far more striking. Clad in jet black armor, Steve and the team exuded an icy resolve. Their gear, bristling with blades and weapons, radiated a fierce, iron-blooded aura. Of course, that was just Steve and the others. The look of Garen's own armor remained unchanged as always. As the jet soared over the city, Steve nodded to Garen and the team. Without hesitation, they flung open the hatch and leapt into the chaos below. Yet the streets were already a boiling cauldron. The curious crowds had given way to panic and fear. High above, bizarre swarms of alien creatures filled the sky, a menacing omen that could not be ignored. Federal agents and local police threw themselves into evacuating the civilians. But as terror spread like wildfire, the uproar among the people reached a fever pitch. "Let me through, you witch! Hurry, someone's hurt, doctor! We need a doctor! Mommy, where are you? Mommy!" With the riot in full swing, stampedes broke out one after another. Here and there in the dense crowds, gunshots rang out, escalating the terror to new heights. Chaos descended. People scattered in all directions like startled birds, desperate to escape. And amid the panic, the shameless took advantage. Bands of looters smashed their way into shops along the streets, pillaging as they went. Worse still, some drew their own handguns and fired wildly into the crowd, turning their weapons on innocent bystanders. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, as the luminous halo spread ever outward, there was a sudden, sharp crack, as if some shackle of time and space had just been broken. In that instant, countless black specks burst forth from the glowing portal. But looking closer, those weren't mere specks at all. They were fierce, grotesque alien beings, their faces twisted and menacing. They were armed to the teeth, unleashing blue energy weapons in every direction. Explosions followed one after another. On the ground, people who saw this surreal scene stood frozen in shock, utterly stupefied. The roar and rumble of detonations filled the air. A woman, her scream choked with terror, had no time to react before a blue-white beam of energy tore through her, vaporizing her in an instant. As the halo overhead grew wider and the portal stretched even further open, gargantuan creatures, each over 100 meters long, thundered through the breach. Their own anti-gravity fields held them aloft, allowing these monsters to float steadily above the city. Their ear-splitting howls reverberated across New York, and their hideous forms struck fear into every heart. Buildings crumbled under their assault, collapsing in thunderous ruin. Flames swept across the city, and the blast sent shards of debris raining down on the crowds below, crushing countless citizens in their wake. War correspondents, drawn by reports of the chaos, broadcasted every moment of this devastation, streaming live footage from New York to the entire world via the internet. On the ground, as Garen and his companions landed and took in the scene, the international metropolis reduced to rubble, the brutal remains of its people strewn everywhere. Their simmering rage was unmistakable. "We need higher ground. Staying here, we're just sitting ducks. Garen, those giant beasts. Leave them to me." Garen cut Steve off before he could finish, his eyes locked on the leviathans soaring freely above. Battle lust surged within him. With that, Garen pushed off from the ground and shot into the air, bounding nimbly from building to building along the street. In no time, he had vaulted dozens of meters into the sky. As Garen departed, Steve glanced at Natasha and her companion standing nearby. "Contact Tony. See how things are going on his end." "Not great. He's run into Loki. We need some kind of transport. I think that one over there, wait, is that Dr. Banner?" Natasha's eyes tracked a motorcycle approaching slowly from down the road. "Well, folks, this place is a real mess. Also, on his behalf, I apologize to all of you," Banner called as he arrived. At his words, the group could only shake their heads helplessly, and Natasha let out a weary sigh. "You're just in time. We need the Hulk right now." "Is that so? Well, I suppose that's an honor," Banner replied, a hint of wry resignation in his voice. Hearing this, Natasha turned away and nodded to Barton. Without hesitation, Agent Barton drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, notched it, and in one smooth motion loosed it at the Chitauri cavalryman in the distance. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Snatching up the portable flight chessboard, Steve and the others turned to Banner and said, "The ground is yours, Doctor." "Okay." Meanwhile, on the other side, Garen made his way up to the top of a ruined building, gazing at the massive alien beast looming in the sky. "I've seen creatures even bigger than you." With those words, Garen summoned his greatsword and swung it forcefully forward. In an instant, a razor-sharp arc of sword energy shot out, slicing into the slow-moving Leviathan. A thunderous roar ripped through the air. Garen frowned at the earth-shaking howl, then unleashed 2 more slashes, drawing the Leviathan's attention toward him. Seeing this, Garen steadied himself, gathering his strength. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared through the air, landing squarely on the Leviathan's back. Slash! With a wet, sickening sound, his greatsword plunged deep into its spine. Putrid blood spurted out, drenching Garen from head to toe. The Leviathan writhed in agony, its furious howls bursting out in a relentless barrage. Instead of growing angry, Garen simply laughed. Gripping his sword with both hands, his eyes flashed with determination. Channeling every ounce of his energy, he poured it into the blade. Then, driving his foot down, he tore across the Leviathan's back, dragging the embedded sword along its flesh. Wet, tearing sounds followed in quick succession. The Leviathan, helpless against Garen's brutal technique, let out a final, mournful wail before crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing the beast fall, Garen exhaled, leaping from its back. His gaze quickly swept over the remaining monsters. To him, these lumbering Leviathans were nothing more than oversized targets. Even their thick hides and tough flesh offered no defense against the edge of Garen's sword. At the same time, inside Stark Tower, Loki handled Tony's relentless assault with effortless poise. Elsewhere, in the nearly ruined outskirts of New York, Thor stood with Poppy, watching the distant city skyline shrouded in billowing black smoke. "Uncle Thor, what's that?" Poppy's childlike voice piped up beside him, causing Thor to frown. "So, the Chitauri have arrived after all. Poppy, hold on to me." "Huh? Is that really okay? Wait, Before Poppy could react, Thor scooped her up and, swinging his mighty hammer, sent the two of them hurtling skyward in a flash of lightning. But neither of them noticed Lux, not far behind, panting as she watched their figures shoot into the clouds. Oh no! Late again, Lux huffed, pouting in frustration. Just as she was about to conjure a portal, a lazy male voice drifted down from above her head. Hey, little Lux, give me a lift, will you? As the voice rang out, Lux immediately looked up in alarm. As a mage, she knew all too well that anyone who could appear silently at her side posed a real threat if they harbored any ill intent. Oh, it's you, Brother Dio. What are you doing here? Why not? Can't I be here? And what about your brother? Hearing Dio's words, Lux stuck out her tongue playfully. Sorry, Brother Dio. I got separated from my brother. I see. Never mind. He's probably in the city. Come on, let's go, or we'll miss all the fun. Huh? Brother Dio, do you know what happened there? No idea. Enough talk. Start the teleportation already. With that, Dio slowly descended to stand beside Lux, urging her on. Seeing this, Lux didn't press him further and quickly opened a portal. Stepping together into the Golden Gateway, the two of them instantly arrived in the heart of New York, now reduced to ruins. Perched atop a collapsed rooftop, Lux took in the hellish scene around her and quickly covered her mouth in shock. Brother Dio, this place is... Don't speak yet. As they arrived, Dio's gaze swept across the surroundings. Just as he was about to shake off Lux to go hunt for experience points, he caught sight of Tony and the others in the alley of a nearby building. Dio frowned in confusion, but the moment he recognized one of the faces among them, his expression grew odd. Well, isn't this something? What is it, Brother Dio? Oh, it's nothing. Your brother's over there. Why don't you go join him? I've got something to do. Whatever. Lux pouted and shot Dio a glare, but seeing he had no intention of paying her any more attention, she let it go. She was about to head down and join Tony and the others. After all, she knew both Tony and Steve, when Dio suddenly grabbed her arm. Wait! Startled, Lux shot Dio a puzzled look. Dio cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, look at the state of things around here. Garen is probably in a tough spot. See those people over there? Think about it. If they're all standing together, that means Garen must be fighting alone right now. As his sister, aren't you worried? Listening to Dio's words, Lux's face went pale, and worry quickly crept across her features. Then I'll ask Brother Tony and the others to help my brother. Hey, don't be like that, silly girl. Enough with the stalling. Tony and the others must be busy with something else right now. If you keep dawdling, Garen, TSK. Then I'll go right away. Thank you, Brother Dio. Hurry on now. As he spoke, Dio waved his hand, motioning for Lux to leave without delay. Seeing this, Lux didn't hesitate further. As the portal opened and she was about to step through, she suddenly paused and turned back. Dio, aren't you one of my brother's best friends? Besides, you're so powerful. Why don't you come with me? Please, I'm begging you. Lux's plea left Dio utterly exasperated. He hadn't expected this girl to be so persistent. No, Lux. This time, my mission is extremely important. Besides, I believe in you. As the Ancient One's disciple, your strength is beyond question. Go on now. Once I'm done with my task, I'll come find you all. Well, all right then. Be careful, Brother Dio. I will. Dio nodded firmly, his expression uncharacteristically earnest. Once Lux had gone, Dio let out a long breath, then slipped away in a flash, arriving above the alleyway where Tony and the others were gathered, quietly eavesdropping on their conversation below. We'll split up. 2 Infinity Stones are in the upper city, and 1's in the lower city. Keep a low profile and mind the time. Banner, you head to the lower city. The rest of us will cover the upper city. No problem, but you guys better move quickly. We don't have time to go through this all over again. Banner had just started to speak when Tony suddenly raised his arm. At once, everyone fell silent. Who's there? Show yourself. Tony's voice was cold and commanding. Overhead, Dio's expression shifted in surprise. With his current level of power, his control over his presence was absolute. He rarely slipped up. Yet Tony's tech had still detected him. Shaking his head, Dio quickly weighed his options and decided not to hide anymore. Cap, Tony, Dr. Banner. So this is where you all are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Phew. With that, Dio jumped down from above, feigning breathlessness. Steve and the others immediately tensed, sizing him up warily. Hearing the stranger call out all their names, Steve and Tony exchanged a look as if to ask, do we know this guy? But after sharing glances, they each shook their heads. No one said a word, deciding it was best to wait and see what would happen next. Dio was taken aback for a moment, his expression turning subtly complicated as he thought to himself, wait, do they not recognize me? Puzzled, Dio hesitated. He had planned to fish for some information about his own future, but now it seemed things weren't unfolding as he had expected. Meanwhile, Steve and the others instinctively slipped into a defensive stance at Dio's sudden appearance. Seeing this, Dio pushed down his doubts for the time being. He quickly feigned urgency, as if oblivious to their wary attitude, and spoke between heavy breaths. Where did you all go? I couldn't reach you through the communicator, and even Natasha is looking for you. Huh? And who's this? As Dio turned his gaze to Ant-Man, Steve and his companions nodded. Hearing Natasha's name from Dio's lips, they realized that this man must know them. But why do they have no memories of him? Tony frowned deeply as he mulled over the situation. Could there have been a glitch in the timeline? But during the Battle of New York, how could? While Tony tried to piece things together, Steve responded to Dio with a friendly smile. Oh, this is Scott. We met him by chance while pursuing some Chitauri soldiers. He's quite formidable, and his skills have been a great asset in dealing with the Chitauri. Dio nodded knowingly at Steve's introduction, thinking to himself that since they didn't recognize him, he'd better not give himself away too quickly. With that in mind, he stepped forward and warmly shook Ant-Man's hand. Hello. I'm Dio. Pleased to meet you. With the battle raging on, and Cap himself vouching for your abilities, you're exactly the kind of talent we need right now. As Dio spoke, Steve exchanged a look with Tony, lifting his eyebrows with a subtle smile. Banner, too, shared their knowing grin. Just as Steve was about to come up with an excuse to send Dio away, Dio suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something important. Oh, what a forgetful mind I have. Cap, Director Fury asked me to give this to you. He said you must use it at the most critical moment. With that, Dio reached into his coat and pulled out a small, curious object. It emitted a faint, luminous glow, clearly no ordinary item. At either end of the rod-shaped object, there was a pair of wing-like appendages. What is this? Steve asked, genuinely uncertain. Though he knew asking might reveal his ignorance, he couldn't risk taking an unknown item from someone absent in all of his memories. Ah, my memory again. Dio chuckled. This is the Divine Light Staff, classified as a T0 level containment item. It holds tremendous power and can summon the Giant of Light. If we can't contain the Chitauri's expansion, then we'll have to resort to this weapon. A containment item? The Giant of Light. Huh, Captain, did you forget? Oh, right. You weren't awake yet when the Divine Light Rod was put into containment. As Dio explained, Steve and the others were completely lost, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Still, to avoid drawing suspicion and interfering with the timeline, they accepted the item without protest. So how does this Divine Light Rod actually work? Oh, that's simple. You just stick it in the ground, wait until it disappears, and then shout Digga out loud. That should summon it. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure myself. Anyway, that's all you need to know. I have other tasks to attend to. I've already sent out the coordinates, so Natasha should be arriving soon. With that, Dio waved to them, then slowly rose off the ground. In the next instant, he shot away like a streak of light. Steve and the others stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the sight. He can fly? Sure. Looks like this world isn't quite the same as ours. I wonder if... That's impossible. The quantum realm only lets us travel back in time. Maybe something like the butterfly effect has changed things here. Bruce began, but Tony quickly cut him off, sharing his own theory. Steve, watching this exchange, simply shook his head and looked down at the Divine Light Rod in his hand. So what do we do with this thing? Toss it. Our target is the Infinity Stone, Tony replied. Hearing Tony's words, Steve sighed. But you all heard what that guy just said. So what? It's not like we'd ever use it. That's true. In theory, once we have the stone, we won't need anything else. But Steven warned us. If we tamper with time, time will tamper with us. Maybe the changes in this timeline are our doing. Besides, we don't know how powerful the giant summoned by this Divine Light Rod really is. But if Director Fury needs to use it here, it must serve some purpose. Steve's analysis left the others silent. After a while, they exchanged glances and Tony shrugged, glancing at Steve. Do as you like, but shouldn't we get moving? Yeah, Banner, I'll leave the timing to you. I'm on it. With that, the team split up. Steve tucked the Divine Light Rod safely into his jacket. Meanwhile, Dio concealed himself in the shadows, watching Steve and the others through the Guardian Eye Stone, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, what he had just handed to Steve was actually a control warden generated by the Guardian Eye Stone. To witness the appearance of a future Captain America in the first Avengers movie truly startled him. Not to mention, there seemed to be things happening here that he didn't understand at all. They actually don't recognize me? That can't be right. Wait, no, something's definitely off. I've completely overlooked the timeline. With that realization, Dio suddenly saw things in a new light. If Captain America and the others don't know me, maybe that's because the version of me from their timeline never crossed paths with them. But for the Ancient One not to know me, that just doesn't add up. After all, the Ancient One possesses the Time Stone and has wandered through the multiverse in spirit. It's impossible she hasn't spoken with me before. Given my own personality, when the Ancient One found me, I would have spun quite a tale. So, how could the Ancient One not know about Runeterra? As he pondered this, Dio waved his arm thoughtfully, and the more he turned the idea over in his mind, the stranger it seemed. And also, the heroes of the Rift. Hold on, could this all be because of the system? If that's the case, then does it mean that, in the vast Marvel multiverse, we are the only ones of our kind? Once these connections became clear, a grin finally crept on Dio's face. Ever since realizing he was in the Marvel Universe, he'd had a lingering worry in his heart. He was deeply concerned he might one day run into his future self or other versions of himself from across the multiverse. But now, with everything sorted out, it seemed those fears were unfounded. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This system is truly something else. Having worked it all out, Dio turned his gaze toward the distant chaos of the battlefield. If he really was the only one of his kind, then the possibilities in this world were limitless. With a soft chuckle, Dio felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, as if he had just shrugged off a massive weight. With a thought, he reached out with his senses and quickly picked up on the movements of several Rift heroes. This made Dio pause for a moment in surprise. So it's true, Vladimir really is fascinated by the arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations. With that thought, the corner of Dio's mouth lifted in a knowing smile. His expression sharpened as if he sensed something, and suddenly he swung his arm behind him. In the next instant, a spear forged of lightning shot out, instantly reducing the Chitauri warrior sneaking up behind him to ashes. That was quite a bit of experience points. As Dio glanced at the system's notification, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but quickly understood. The amount of experience gained fluctuated depending on the strength of the target. While the Chitauri might be no match for the Avengers, or even for ordinary armed agents, there was no denying that their physical capabilities far surpassed those of Earth's humans. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Dio could no longer sit still. His gaze swept hungrily over the roaming Chitauri around him, his eyes burning with unconcealed greed. These are all experience points. Whether I can get a big haul this time depends on what I do now. With that, Dio's will stirred. In an instant, a chilling black suit of armor materialized around him. His fierce gaze shone out through the blue-tinted visor of the champion's armor, sharp and intimidating. This is a massacre, and a feast. With a sudden burst of power, Dio launched himself forward. The building beneath his feet collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust billowing out to engulf several streets nearby. Out in the streets, the howling and roaring of the Chitauri suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Explosions echoed in the distance, and every now and then, the twisted corpses of alien invaders would be flung from the clouds of dust. The citizens hiding in the surrounding buildings realized someone had come to save them. As Dio swiftly mowed down the Chitauri foot soldiers, he soon made a discovery. The Chitauri piloting those single-man flyers seemed to give even more experience. Lost in thought for a split second, Dio was soon surrounded as the nearby Chitauri noticed the commotion and launched a rapid attack. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Without hesitation, he summoned the power within him, gathering a torrent of lightning before him. A deafening crack echoed as blue-white arcs of electricity wove themselves into a spherical net, expanding outward from his body in every direction. The sizzle of the lightning tore through the air, sharp as a knife scraping across glass, sending shivers down the spine. The electric net shot out, enveloping the nearby Chitauri. Smoke curled up instantly, mingling with the acrid stench of burnt flesh. In the blink of an eye, the area was cleared. Feeling hundreds more experience points flow into him, Dio couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He turned his gaze skyward once more, eyeing the swarm of Chitauri cavalry above, thick as locusts. Let's take out a few of these first, then see what the Leviathans are worth. In this first Avengers battle, I need to stockpile at least 1 million or 2 in experience points. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he remembered, didn't the Americans end up using a nuke at the end? No, absolutely not. Those are all mine. With that, Dio lifted his head to the massive portal overhead, through which an endless stream of Chitauri forces poured into the city. And all of them, every last one, could become experience points. If a nuclear bomb wiped them out, Dio would be devastated. He'd be crying alone in the restroom. After all, a feast like the first Avengers event wouldn't come around again for years. The thought made his eyes redden behind the champion's armor. Without another word, he shot up into the sky, energy surging from his body as he hunted down those adorable little creatures. Meanwhile, aboard the SHIELD helicarrier where Fury was stationed. What did you say? Dio is here. Yes, sir, he's also cleaning up those alien troops. In addition, sir, we found traces of vampires and werewolves. As Agent Hill finished her report, Fury's brow furrowed deeply. They want in on the action too? Right, what's the council's stance on this? Not very friendly. They don't think our team can hold back the Chitauri, and they're considering using nuclear weapons. Damn it, haven't they learned their lesson? The last tactical nuke caused enough turmoil at home. Are they ignorant, or just out of their minds? Not to mention, Dio hasn't even pressed the issue yet. If they fire off another one this time. Well, sir, we're actively negotiating. Hearing Agent Hill's uncertain tone, Fury's face darkened. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Forget it. For now, you're in charge of coordinating with the captain and the others. Make sure they intercept the alien forces at all costs. As for the council, I'll go deal with them myself. Yes, sir. As Fury left, Agent Hill finally let out a sigh of relief. Even as the second-in-command at S.H.I.E.L.D., right behind Fury himself, she still found herself powerless when facing those stubborn, intractable old politicians. At the same time, elsewhere, Thor entered the battlefield with Poppy by his side, gazing at the city ruins shrouded in thick smoke. Stay here, little one. Don't wander off. Huh, but I can help Uncle Thor. Seeing the earnest look in Poppy's eyes and the excitement blazing in her expression, Thor suddenly remembered. This little one before him was no ordinary person. After a moment's thought, Thor nodded. Very well, let's see what you can do. Show me the might of Orn's hammer. I'll come check your results when I return. With that, Thor patted Poppy gently on her head, his expression filled with encouragement. Poppy, in turn, nodded solemnly. I will. Once Thor had left, Poppy watched him go, then turned her gaze to the marauding Chitauri nearby, her fighting spirit practically radiating from her. She glanced at the massive hammer beside her, almost twice her height, and gave herself a resolute pep talk. Ready, hammer? Because I'm about to swing you with everything I've got. With a swift motion, Poppy raised her left arm, snapping a small round shield onto the armor at her forearm. Then, with a ringing shout, she called out, Here we go. With a solid thud and a sharp whoosh, Poppy hurled her shield. It spun through the air and struck a passing Chitauri flyer dead on. The impact set off an explosion, and the powerful shockwave sent Poppy's silky blonde hair streaming behind her, her twin ponytails dancing wildly in the wind. That steely gaze made it clear. She was no longer the little tag-along who used to follow Lux and the others, peppering them with questions. Now, she was a battle-hardened, iron-willed commander. Catching her round shield as it ricocheted back from an explosion, Poppy charged with brisk little steps into a building. Inside, the Chitauri soldiers, who had been wantonly slaughtering humans, quickly turned their weapons on her. Blue energy beams shot straight at Poppy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Take this. Thud. As the attacks came, Poppy hurriedly raised her shield to block. Without missing a beat, she swung her massive hammer, slamming it down onto the floor. In an instant, cracks snaked across the ground like a twisting serpent, racing toward the Chitauri. With a sharp crack, one of the soldiers lost its footing. Seizing the moment, Poppy hurled her shield, smashing the creature to bits. Such was the sheer force behind her strike. Blood-spattered, the shield boomeranged back into Poppy's grasp. Swing with all your might. Hiya! Thud! 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 With Poppy's fearless charge, she made short work of her enemies. Every Chitauri soldier inside the building was pounded into pulp. The surviving citizens of this city, desperate and afraid, saw her as their last hope. They rushed forward to thank her. Though Poppy looked rather unusual, the people still clung to her, hoping she'd lead them to safety. But Poppy firmly refused. There were still plenty of weirdos outside waiting to feel the wrath of her hammer. Thinking this, Poppy offered some grown-up words of comfort, then strode out alone, ready to forge ahead once more. After all, she'd promised Uncle Thor she'd show him what she was really made of. Meanwhile, Thor had sensed Loki's location and arrived at Stark Tower, just in time to see Loki getting sent flying by the Hulk. At that moment, Loki, battered and disheveled, struggled to his feet and glared furiously at the towering Hulk not far away. Enough! You damn green brute, I am a god. How dare you pest insult? Whoosh thud. Wham left. Wham. On the other side, Thor watched the whole scene unfold as his brother was tossed around by Hulk, beaten from side to side like a rag doll. The thunderous crashes shook the entire floor, fractures spiderwebbing across the ground, clear evidence of the immense power behind Hulk's blows. As the rampage ended, Loki lay sprawled among the ruins, staring blankly at the ceiling, mumbling pitifully under his breath. Pathetic. What a weak god. With that, Hulk turned away, catching sight of Thor nearby. He paused for a moment, then rumbled, You want to try Hulk's new move too? Thor's lips twitched at Hulk's booming voice, but before he could respond, Hulk leapt away, leaving the building behind. Seeing this, Thor walked over to Loki's side and let out a sigh. What's the point? With that, Thor reached out and dragged the bruised and battered Loki out, then took out a set of shackles he'd brought from Asgard and locked Loki's hands and feet. Meanwhile, in the lower city, the future Dr. Banner was running in the direction of the energy fluctuations, holding a device for analyzing the Infinity Stone in his hand. Whoosh boom! As Dr. Banner landed on the rooftop of a building, he glanced at the device in his hand. That can't be right. At this point in time, you seem to have lost your way. Just as Dr. Banner was puzzled, the silhouette of the Ancient One quietly appeared at a corner of the rooftop. Seeing this, Banner immediately turned his head. The visitor's appearance matched perfectly with the Sorcerer Supreme as described by Stephen, and he let out a sigh of relief. I'm here to find Dr. Strange. Hearing Banner's words, the Ancient One shook her head quietly. The timeline, it's in chaos. She sighed at the thought, then fixed her gaze on Banner's eyes. You've come about 5 years too early. Right now, Dr. Strange is just a doctor, nothing more. I understand why you're here, but I can't grant your request. At least, the me from this timeline cannot. As the Ancient One spoke, Dr. Banner looked puzzled. But when he recalled the reality he had come from, his green brow furrowed deeply. I'm sorry, but I'm not here to negotiate. I need that stone. He began to move toward the Ancient One. Though he'd heard Stephen describe the Sorcerer Supreme as the most powerful being on Earth, Banner had his own convictions. He didn't quite understand what the Ancient One meant, but he knew one thing for certain. He was running out of time. Each person only had one dose of the quantum particles needed for time travel, which meant he couldn't afford a second trip. On the other side, the Ancient One gazed at the towering green hulk before her and sighed inwardly. She had witnessed scenes like this countless times along the river of time. She knew that one day she would live through this very moment, and she never intended to change it. But the appearance of Garen and the others had already shattered the certainty of the timeline. And now, with the arrival of this future Banner, the Ancient One felt a growing unease inside. By rights, with the timeline split, this segment she occupied should have been cut off from the flow of time. In theory, the future Banner and his companions shouldn't have been able to escape the river of time and find their way to her. Yet it was as if some unseen force, a pair of invisible hands, was manipulating the workings of the world. Even with the time stone in her grasp, she could no longer see the grand design. Reflecting on these thoughts, the Ancient One fell silent for a moment, a struggle flickering in her heart, before casting a glance at Dr. Banner, who was clearly itching to make a move. I advise you not to, she said. No, we need that stone, Sorcerer Supreme. Forgive me. With that, Banner took a determined step forward. In the blink of an eye, his steel-forged, formidable body shot toward the Ancient One, his sights locked squarely on the time stone hanging from her chest. On the other side, as she saw the hulking figure barreling toward her, the Ancient One let out a sigh. Her form shimmered, just enough to slip past Banner's grasp, and then she struck out with her palm. A sharp, resounding crack echoed in the air, as a surge of energy rippled outward. In that instant, Banner's rational soul was forcibly ejected from his powerful Hulk body, sent flying through the astral plane. Left behind, that mighty Hulk form froze on the spot, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, arms and legs splayed skyward. Witnessing this, Dr. Banner was instantly thrown into panic. Only now did he fully realize that when Stephen called the Ancient One the most powerful being on Earth, it was not just reverence for a departed teacher. It was simple fact. Across from him, the Ancient One regarded Banner's dazed, disheartened expression and shook her head. I'm sorry, Dr. Banner. I cannot help you. No, Sorcerer Supreme, I beg you. Our world truly needs that stone. Listening to Banner's desperate plea, the Ancient One sighed softly. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but if I give you the stone, my own world could fall into great peril. As she spoke, she gestured with a wave of her hand. In the next moment, a miniature projection of the river of time appeared before them, shimmering between the two. The Ancient One began to explain. The 6 Infinity Stones together form the reality we live in. Since you come from the future, you should know what would befall this world without the Time Stone. What would happen to Earth itself? To say nothing of other consequences, do you think Stephen would even exist without the Time Stone? As the Ancient One spoke, Banner's face turned awkward, but then he seemed to recall something important. Wait, but it's different. Our worlds aren't the same. Not long ago, I encountered someone who doesn't exist in our reality. Dio. Yes, that's right, Dio. In our world, he doesn't even exist. And Sorcerer Supreme, I understand how vital the Time Stone is to you, but we're only borrowing it. When we're done, we'll return to the exact moment we took it and give it back. That way, it's as if the stone never left at all, isn't it? Hearing Banner's reasoning, the Ancient One shook her head. It's not that simple. There's too much uncertainty. Besides, here, the Ancient One paused, leaving unsaid the thought. Even if you return to the exact moment, bringing back the stone, the one waiting for you, then may no longer be me. The Sorcerer Supreme, Steven, is dead. He handed over the Time Stone himself to Thanos. Maybe all of this was a mistake. As Banner spoke, his voice was heavy with gloom, but the Ancient One suddenly paused, surprised by what she heard. He handed it over himself? Yes. We don't know why he did it, but now, he's gone, and half the living beings of the universe are dead. Staring at the semi-transparent figure of Dr. Banner before her, the Ancient One frowned. She remembered how she had once used the Time Stone to simulate scenarios where she never taught Steven magic and fought against the flow of time herself, but every single attempt ended in failure. It wasn't until, by chance, one of her calculations revealed Steven, a variable capable of breaking the chains of predetermined fate. Yet even then, to shatter those chains, there was a condition she had to fulfill. At this thought, the Ancient One narrowed her eyes. Though her current timeline had been severed from the main current of time, and the future was no longer clear, there were still countless versions of herself and countless Earths flowing along the river of time in this universe. What fate awaited them? After all, as someone who had guarded Earth for centuries, selfishness had never been part of her nature. Lost in these reflections, the Ancient One turned her gaze back to Banner. After weighing her thoughts, she finally spoke. As a scientist, I trust you understand. For everything you gain, something else must be lost. Time is always balanced. To defy what's set. She paused, then waved a hand dismissively. Never mind. I'll give you the stone, but you must promise me one thing. At her words, Banner's face lit up with relief and gratitude. He nodded eagerly. Name it. I promise. If it's within my power, I won't let you down. The Ancient One gave a slight nod, then raised her hand. In the next instant, the Hulk's body, which had been lying nearby, floated toward Banner, and the two forms merged together. Do you remember the man you and your friends encountered before? You mean Dio? That's right. I need you to promise. Whatever he gave you, you must take it back to your own reality. As for how to use it, I trust you already know. Banner listened, puzzled, but didn't press further. He trusted that even though this Ancient One was not from their universe, she meant them no harm. Still, he couldn't suppress his confusion, and looked at her, hesitating. Sorcerer Supreme, can you tell me why? That item is crucial. Since you're borrowing the stone, there must be an exchange. But for certain reasons, I worry you may not be able to find me again. Therefore, any Infinity Stone you acquire here, don't bring it back. Just wait. One day, someone will come to retrieve it. What? You mean, someone will come to our world? Banner looked stunned, but the Ancient One nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Then, she placed her hands calmly before her chest, drawing upon her own energy. Click! A gentle hum filled the air. As she performed her art, the eye of Agamotto hanging at her chest began to turn, and a gemstone, no larger than a bean and radiating a green halo, slowly emerged. Seeing the gem appear, Dr. Banner couldn't help but catch his breath. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. I promise I'll follow your instructions. Go. With that, the Ancient One turned her back. Behind her, Dr. Banner bowed deeply, then equipped his nanotech quantum suit. He tapped a message into the communicator built into the suit, sending it off to Steve and the others on the other side. After one more word of gratitude to the Ancient One, he vanished from sight. A faint whoosh marked his departure. As Dr. Banner disappeared, the Ancient One gazed out at New York's war-torn skyline and sighed. The stones are gone. I can't say if that's good or bad, but at least I don't have to worry about them falling into the wrong hands. With this thought, a glimmer danced in her eyes as she watched Dio's every move in the distance. Elsewhere, Dio's killing spree suddenly halted as he felt something and looked toward a certain direction. The Ancient One, no sooner had he spoken than a golden portal bloomed before him. Through it, the Ancient One regarded him with a grave expression, and Dio couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, his eye caught the pendant on the Ancient One's chest. As someone to know, he instantly recognized it, and precisely because he knew, Dio's expression twisted into something complicated. So, Banner has borrowed it already. That thought lingered as Dio tamped down his feelings and strode into the portal. On the other side, the Ancient One's gaze never left Dio. She'd noticed every flicker of emotion crossing his features. It seems you truly know what this is. Do you have anything to say about my decision? As she spoke, she lifted the now dull eye of Agamotto for emphasis. Dio offered a wry smile and stepped out of the portal to stand beside her. Nothing escapes your wise perception. Still, I can't help but wonder. There's so many things you haven't told me in detail. For instance, Steve and the others, why don't they remember me? As he spoke, Dio looked straight into the Ancient One's eyes. Although he'd already guessed that all of this was the system's doing, he felt that hearing the truth from the Ancient One herself might shed more light on things. and that was crucial for his future plans. On the other side, listening to Dio's words, the Ancient One let out a sigh. That's not important, you. Wait, it is important to me. Besides, have you forgotten? When you needed to understand Rune Terra, I told you everything, holding nothing back. But now, this matter concerns me. Don't you think it's rather unfair for you to keep it from me? As Dio pressed her with his words, the Ancient One met his gaze with calm composure. You're right, it is unfair. In that case, let me ask you, do you know where the world comes from? But don't rush to answer, Dio. You are special. Understand this. At the root of the world, time and space have always been the foremost rules. As for your question, in the future, people like Steve won't even know you. First, you must understand, what is time? First, you must know what time is. As the Ancient One began to speak, Dio listened silently. He knew she was only saying all this to try and intimidate him, but, well, Dio was not so easily fooled, letting her words pass in one ear and out the other, filtering out all the irrelevant rambling, was child's play for him. As the Ancient One continued her explanation, Dio was suddenly reminded of his high school days, those moments in class when the teacher would drone on, making him want to doze off. But as her words became increasingly detailed, his drowsiness faded, and he found himself listening more intently. Dio, time in this world is like a mighty river, always flowing forward, never backward, unstoppable. Wherever the river passes, it carves out the course of fate, an irresistible force no one can truly change. And we are but grains of sand, or perhaps rotten driftwood, swept along by the current. Under the relentless wash of the water, we toss and turn, struggling. This struggle is our life and the trajectory of all beings. Likewise, sinking to the riverbed means our decay. The tiny tumbling grains and drifting wood are not enough to block the river's path, for under such a powerful current, the river will always bring them back to its original course. But remember, nothing is absolute. We all exist within that greater flow, but where the river has never gone, that is the unknown. Perhaps, in that unknown place, a great mountain stands immovable across the river's path. The current cannot wash it away, and so it must split or dry up. At this point, the Ancient One turned to look at Dio. Dio, for his part, feigned confusion, standing there as if he hadn't understood a word. Seeing his expression, the Ancient One sighed once more and continued. You must understand, time is not like a river with a fixed current. Even when a river splits, its total volume remains unchanged. But when the river of time divides, it creates two separate streams, doubling the scope of the unknown possibilities we must face. As the river continues forward, the points and frequency of its branching are completely unpredictable. These branches never merge again, and so the unknowns we encounter are endlessly diverse and strange. This is what we call a timeline. And don't assume that the river of time can never run dry. When the forces at play are overwhelming, when the sands and rotten would decay and pile up too quickly, the river will eventually become blocked and dry up. Listening to the Ancient One's words, Dio fell into deep thought. Soon, something fell off to him. If his arrival, along with the others, had caused the river of time to branch, then the appearance of Steve and the rest in the future would suggest that he was experiencing the middle course of this river. But if that were true, how could Steve, having lived through the middle course, not remember him at all? Even if the system had something to do with it, the logic just didn't add up. On the other side, seeing Dio's furrowed brow, the Ancient One let a faint smile curve her lips. It seems you're thinking it through. So what did you come up with? Hearing the Ancient One's tone, half amused, half inquisitive, Dio shot her a glare. If this matter weren't so crucial to his future plans, he wouldn't bother listening to her go on and on. After all, weren't the Chitauri soldiers just a few blocks away more enticing? Noting Dio's exasperation, the Ancient One clearly picked up on his impatience and continued. It's understandable you're confused. When I first learned about the shifting timelines, I was deeply surprised myself. The river of time we're in now, calling it a river might be misleading. It's more like a detached section of water. Ever since the beings from Rune Terra appeared, a segment of the river broke away, separated from the original timeline, but left a mark on the main flow. We are, in fact, a portion of the river existing outside the main timeline, yet still moving along with the primary current. And I say moving because behind us and ahead of us, there is only emptiness, nothing but the unknown. As the Ancient One finished her explanation, realization suddenly dawned on Dio. Internally, he could hardly contain his shock. System, you absolute legend. Noticing the change in Dio's expression, the Ancient One offered a gentle smile. Now you see why Steve and the others don't remember you, don't you? I see. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme, for your expo. Wait, if we exist outside the main river of time, Then how did Steve and the others wind up here? And did you really hand over the stone? It seems you caught on. You're right. By all accounts, they shouldn't be able to come here. But, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. As for the primal stone, you really do know about it, don't you? With that, the Ancient One gave Dio a deep, meaningful look. Dio didn't bother to explain. If he were pressed, he could come up with 1,000 plausible excuses. The primal stone was indeed sent out. As for your concern about getting it back, I believe you, perhaps, hold even more sway over that than I do. Don't you have anything better to do each day? Besides, that so-called divine light rod is just... I don't care to know, as long as you're clear about it yourself. The changes to the timeline were brought about by you all, so naturally, it falls to you to resolve them. It wasn't me. I'm just a victim in all this. Garen and the others are the real. Before Dio could finish, the Ancient One raised a hand to cut him off, her gaze drifting toward the distance, where the fires of battle still raged on. That's enough, Dio. Through our interactions, I've come to believe your nature is not wicked, though you are far too fond of lying. The future belongs to your generation, after all. Disasters within the flow of destiny will soon arrive. How you choose to face them, how you respond. I hope you, all of you, will understand where to draw the line. As she spoke, the Ancient One's eyes turned cold. On the other side, Dio sensed this chill and broke into a cold sweat deep inside. She's suspicious of me. Of course, someone like her would be. With that thought, Dio pretended nothing was amiss, but at that moment, the Ancient One's voice rang out again. Dio, there is something I'd like to ask of you. Please go ahead. I need you to retrieve the primal stone within 5 years. That, I can't guarantee that. While the legacy of that being has gifted me many practical tools, they're all sealed and need time to truly awaken. Besides, I can't even be sure I'll be able to reach that timeline. Understand, but do your best. The primal stone is fundamental to this world. Its importance cannot be overstated. Although it contains immense power, I imagine. Runeterra is not exactly lacking in that regard, is it? Hearing the Ancient One's words, Dio fell silent for a long while. Yes, I have no doubt about that. Very well then, I'll leave the matter of the primal stone to you. With those words, the Ancient One glanced back at Dio, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Once she was gone, Dio let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Facing her always set him on edge. From her words, it was clear enough to Dio that the Ancient One had already started to suspect his true identity. He had his own theories about this. Some things, even if spun from fiction, needed a kernel of truth to lean on. And looking back, of all the things he'd told the Ancient One, the only reason she was willing to tolerate him at all was, naturally, the heritage of the heroes. Perhaps the Ancient One believed that the figure before her was not truly Dio, but rather the primeval being he had spoken of. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Dio gave a slight shake of his head. Yet, what he did not realize was that the Ancient One was indeed wary of this very possibility. Thus, whenever Dio acted out of line, the Ancient One would simply tolerate it as long as she could, for from the very first moment they met, she had never been able to see through the depths of his heart. Moreover, from that first encounter, there had always been a vague warning ringing deep within her soul, an instinctive alert that only surfaced in the face of true danger. Though her mastery of magic was unparalleled, when it came down to it, beneath all the spells and mysticism, her body was still that of an ordinary human. Elsewhere, as the Ancient One departed, Dio pondered the words she had just spoken. It seems the timeline is far more complicated than I imagined. And what about her death? As he mused, Dio's eyes narrowed slightly. Never mind. For now, I'd better focus on racking up some experience points. Who knows how much I've lost already, dragging things out like this. With that thought, Dio rose into the air, speeding toward the distant battleground. Meanwhile, the Chitauri army continued to pour down from the sky like a relentless storm. On the ground, security forces scrambled not only to evacuate civilians, but also to hold their own against the alien invaders. As the conflict escalated, it became clear that the Avengers alone could no longer stem the tide of the Chitauri's advance. Some enemy forces had even broken through and flown beyond the boundaries of New York's war quarantine zone. Such a scene understandably left Fury in turmoil aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Under relentless questioning from government officials, Fury could barely restrain the urge to put a bullet through their heads. But alas, all he faced were virtual projections. Enough, Fury. We're completely disillusioned with you and your so-called circus troupe. After this crisis, we're going to file for your immediate dismissal, and don't think we're bluffing. Just consider the number of large-scale attacks and casualties since you've founded your little circus. Staring at the oversized, bloated faces of these old bureaucrats on the giant screen, Fury's expression was now beyond grim. Don't try to guilt me with casualty numbers. In war, death is never in short supply. Besides, have you all forgotten the last time you authorized a nuclear strike? Huh. Fury, that nuke was approved by all of us, and let's not forget, the last nuclear strike didn't cause a single casualty, not even among your circus troupe. Enough. Instead of arguing, you'd better prepare yourself, if you still care about your team. With that, the officials collectively ended the call, leaving Fury to angrily rip off his earpiece. Smack! Damn parasites! After taking a moment to compose himself, Fury picked up another communicator. Hill, contact the captain and the others. Begin immediate evacuation. Why, yes, sir. On the other side, listening to Fury's words, Agent Hill was momentarily stunned. But then, as if something occurred to her, her face darkened, and she immediately reached out to contact Steve and the others. Meanwhile, in downtown New York, Steve and his team regrouped with Garen and his sister. Facing the endless swarms of Chitauri soldiers swirling through the sky, everyone was both physically and mentally exhausted. Of course, this didn't apply to Garen, or to the Hulk, since both of them were the kind who could take a beating and keep going. Hulk smashed! With a furious roar, the Hulk's massive green form leapt into the air, launching himself straight at the charging Leviathan beast. His iron-like hands clamped down on the Leviathan's razor-sharp jaws, and his immense weight dragged the creature off balance. Seizing the moment, Garen on the other side immediately drew his greatsword. He spun through the air, using his momentum for a powerful strike. Energy surged through his body, and the sword's force extended for dozens of meters. With a metallic ring, the blade flashed, slicing the Leviathan's armored head clean in two. A thunderous crash followed as the enormous corpse hit the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing in all directions. Beep, beep, beep. Cough, cough, hello. What? Are you sure? All right, I understand. Just then, atop a building, Steve received Hill's evacuation order. His expression grew tense. Guys, we've got trouble. He quickly relayed the information to the others. Natasha and Barton both frowned with concern. Tony, meanwhile, couldn't help but complain. Those old fossils in Congress, do they have anything but crap for brains? We never settled the last mess, and now this. Jarvis, did you detect anything? What's the TNT equivalent? Sir, no detection so far. Running calculations. Sir, this nuclear strike is measured in tens of kilotons, approximately 18,000 tons of TNT. This, well, it's not enough to wipe out all of New York, but as Tony shared this information, outrage flashed across everyone's faces. Lux and Poppy, standing nearby, looked puzzled. They didn't really understand what nuclear bomb meant. But even if they didn't grasp the details, they could tell this was an incredibly powerful weapon. Thanks to their teamwork, the Chitauri army was already being held at bay, though a few stragglers still roamed outside. But they believed that, given a bit more time, a turning point would come. After all, from Thor, they'd learned that Loki had been captured. Now, all that was left was for Thor to find the scepter Loki had hidden, and they could shut down the interstellar portal. Tony, how long until the nuke arrives? There are 30 minutes left. I'll see if I can stop it. As for you all, don't worry, we'll handle the evacuation. With that, the group exchanged glances, nodded, and split up to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, in a corner of a New York battlefield, atop the ruins of a collapsed building, a tall, thin man dressed in crimson gazed out at the chaos of scrambling riffraff in the distance. Master, this is the blood of that giant alien creature. Would you care to see? Just then, a striking woman approached the man respectfully, offering him a cup filled with liquid. The liquid was a strange, inky green, reeking with a pungent, metallic stench. Vladimir eyed the blood his mate had handed him, his brows knitting slightly. He dipped a pale finger in the cup, tasted it, then let his hand fall. That's enough. This is even worse than the last batch. Alien invasion? What a farce. Anyway, have you found Dio yet? Well, Master, we did find a man you mentioned. We've been tracking him, but after he stepped through a golden ring, he just vanished. A ring? Some kind of teleportation in this world. Intriguing. Well, there's nothing more of interest here. Once I wait, this fascinating. Vladimir's words trailed off, his tone shifting as if he had sensed something. His cold, piercing gaze swept up toward the distant sky. Nukes again? Humanity's tricks seem rather limited. But still, a sly, knowing smile tugged at the corners of Vladimir's mouth. Elsewhere, Dio's figure reappeared in the sky, channeling the power within him, and drawing on the effects of his canyon equipment, he was wreathed in crackling lightning, sweeping through the scattered Chitauri soldiers nearby. Bolts of lightning whipped around him, snaking out and incinerating the Chitauri into ash. From a distance, one might have mistaken him for Thor himself. As Dio continued his rampage, his overwhelming presence inevitably caught the attention of Steve and the others. Their battle lines gradually shifted in his direction. When they finally got a clear look, Garen and his companions were visibly surprised. Dio, hearing the commotion below, Dio, hovering in the sky, allowed a sly smile to play at his lips. He casually flicked a bolt of lightning, dispatching yet another Chitauri soldier. Haha, it's you lot. What these things you're doing? If I'm not mistaken, that building over there belongs to Tony, doesn't it? Descending, Dio landed by the group, giving Garen what could almost be called a friendly embrace. But just as he prepared to greet Lux in the same way, Garen subtly stepped between them. Dio simply smiled, unfazed. There would be plenty of opportunities to get acquainted in the future. There was no need to force it this time. Not to mention, at this moment, Lux hardly had any experience points on her. She even had less than Poppy. By the way, where's Tony? I haven't seen him. And what are these hideous creatures? As Dio posed his questions, the group exchanged glances, each one sighing in turn. Let's talk as we walk. When I saw you surrounded by lightning just now, I almost thought you were Thor. Oh, right, Thor's a new friend of ours. As for Tony, I don't know what got into the heads of those senators, but they've launched another nuke. Tony's rushing over right now to see if he can stop it. Hearing Steve's explanation, Dio suddenly froze, his expression turning quite colorful. Garen and the others noticed Dio's look and assumed it had reminded him of his last ordeal. What they didn't know was that this wasn't what was troubling him. At this moment, what bothered Dio was that he hadn't collected enough experience yet, and now the nuke was coming. He knew the portal's closure was inevitable, but he hadn't had enough fun yet. With that thought, his expression darkened. How much time until the nuke gets here? Hearing Dio's question, Steve pressed a hand to his ear, relayed the inquiry to Tony, and in the next instant, his face went pale. Only 5 minutes left. We should evacuate too. The civilians in this area have mostly been moved out. Dio's brow furrowed at Steve's words. He thought they had at least another half hour before the nuke arrived. After all, by the timeline, wasn't the portal supposed to? Boom. His thought was interrupted by a muffled explosion echoing across the sky. Looking into the distance, they saw the energy beam atop Stark Tower, once blazing with power, now slowly fading. At this sight, everyone's expression shifted. Barton, with his keen eyesight, spotted the figure on the rooftop. It's Thor. He's found the scepter. As Barton called out, Dio and the others also noticed a man standing at the top of the distant tower. Steve's eyes went wide with sudden alarm. This is bad. If the portal closes now, and Tony can't. Steve's words snapped everyone to attention. Let's go to the instrument panel. We can't let the portal close yet. With that, Steve and the others sprang into action. Behind them, Dio couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, muttering inwardly, "Do I have the power to make things happen just by speaking?" He sighed to himself, then suddenly heard, "What are you looking at? What? You didn't hug me before. Thinking of making up for it now." As Dio glanced over, Lux, not far from him, blushed. But then, as if remembering something, she straightened her face and looked at him seriously. "Dio, about what we ran into earlier?" "Don't ask. If you ask, I don't know." With that, Dio soared into the air, heading straight for Stark Tower, leaving Lux behind, fuming with embarrassment as she stomped her foot while watching his departing figure. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Thor had Loki in one hand and, with the other, plunged the scepter into the portal device, smashing it to pieces. In that instant, two surges of powerful energy clashed and tangled, neutralizing each other. The portal in the sky began to narrow, shrinking ever further. At this rate, there'd be no time for the nuke to arrive. Thor stopped. Just then, as Steve and the others rushed over, Thor turned to look at them, puzzled by the panic on their faces. "What's wrong?" "Don't worry. The portal's about to close." "No, Thor, not yet. Can you stop it?" Listening to the urgency in their voices, Thor didn't quite understand what was happening, but he gave it a try. "I'm afraid not. The device is already shut down. At most, it'll vanish in 2 minutes." This, at Thor's words, everyone fell silent, their hearts sinking as they watched the portal constricting above, more and more Chitauri soldiers pouring through. Despair settled over them. Elsewhere, Tony, listening in through the comms in their ears, clearly heard everything. He hurried to speak up. "Sorry, folks. I can't disarm this nuke. I can only speed it up. If all goes well, maybe I'll deliver those bastards a nice little present. But before that, you've got to clear me a path." Hearing Tony's voice through the comms, everyone knew exactly what he meant. "No, Tony, there has to be another way. Try to steer it off course." "I'm afraid not. This is it." With that, the transmission cut off. On the other end, Tony gripped the speeding nuke, racing toward the portal. With the power of his suit, the missile surged even faster. "Jarvis, call Pepper for me." "Beep. Sorry, sir. You may leave a message." "Is that so? Well, never mind then." Tony stared ahead, his expression resolute. Maybe, just maybe, in 2 minutes. Back at Stark Tower, with Tony's comms cut, everyone was at their wits' end. We can't wait any longer. Tony made the right call. We can't let his sacrifice be for nothing. Thor, we need a clear path. As the others spoke, Thor nodded solemnly. Without hesitation, he tossed the smirking Loki to the ground, then spun his hammer and shot into the sky. After he left, Loki writhed in his restraints. Ha ha ha, you're all doomed. A nuclear bomb? Is it? Truly, the most outstanding creation in the history of humankind. He sneered, his gaze sweeping over Garen and the others, every word dripping with mockery. Just then Dio arrived in haste. He glanced at Thor's departing figure, a hint of confusion in his eyes, before putting on an air of curiosity and asking, "That was Thor, right? The one with the long hair. And what are you supposed to be? Some street performer from the East?" Loki shot back before anyone else could answer, unable to resist a dig at the newcomer. Steve and the others hadn't even had a chance to respond when Loki chimed in. At this, Dio cast him an indifferent glance, strode up to him, and without a word, grabbed Loki by the neck and hoisted him off the ground.